Chapter 1: The Tyrant. Branson was dying. He had been crippled by the leader of the rebel army who stormed into the imperial palace, whipped dozens of times, and then dragged to the market square for a public beheading. But no one pitied him. Before him was a dense crowd eagerly watching the spectacle. Most faces were filled with joyous expressions, celebrating the impending downfall of this tyrant. A few loyalists silently shook their heads in regret, cursing the tyrant's inhumanity and the ruin he brought to the country and families. But all of this had nothing to do with Branson now. His disheveled hair at the back of his neck had already been pushed aside, and he was about to lose his head. However, as Branson knelt on the ground, lifting his head to scan the surroundings, he suddenly chuckled softly. He had been a tyrant for 8 years, his authority as constant as a shadow. Even though he was betrayed by his most trusted concubine and trampled into the mud, no one dared to meet his gaze. Moments later, intense pain surged from his neck. Blood spurted out in an instant, and his head rolled off onto the ground. The crowd stirred with excitement. Then, rotten eggs, rotting vegetables, and foul-smelling excrement came pouring down, striking fiercely at Branson's head and body. Yet, for some reason, despite being decapitated, Branson found himself still conscious. He could only endure the abuse from his former subjects in full awareness, allowing his head to be kicked around like a ball. She dragged the extremely heavy wooden cart alone, bringing Branson to a small riverbank. First, she cleaned his body, then took out a needle and thread to sew his head back on piece by piece. The woman struggled with the task. In the bitter cold of winter, sweat streamed down her cheeks. If it weren't for his inability to act, Branson would have wanted to help her. He stared with blurred vision, hazily guessing her identity. Now, with his loyal ministers mostly killed and his favored women betraying him to the rebels by drugging his wine and handing him over, he couldn't think of anyone else who would do such things for him. After nearly an hour, finally, she finished tidying him up, then looked into his eyes gently, saying, "Phil, you are so corrupt and unable to distinguish right from wrong. I should hate you. But we have been married for many years, and my father always taught me to be loyal to Darnell. I couldn't bear for you to die looking too awful. This is all I can do for you. After burying you, I will follow my father. If there is another life, I hope we never meet again." In an instant, Branson felt a buzzing in his ears. He finally recognized this woman's voice. It was his Celia, the Celia he had always detested and feared. Branson wanted to say something, to call out to her not to do anything foolish, but he was dead now, unable to make any sound or movement. In a daze, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes, and Branson lost consciousness completely. A severe headache. Branson opened his eyes and gazed at the bright yellow curtains above his bed, momentarily uncertain about the time. Could the underworld be so luxurious? In a daze, a worried voice echoed in his ear, Phil, you have finally woken up? I was so worried." The voice was familiar, clear, and melodious like the tinkling of jade beads. But Branson immediately frowned. He abruptly sat up, turning his head to look at Martha beside him. This woman was undeniably extremely beautiful, just as described in books, with 2 brows like willow leaves that seemed frowning yet not, a pair of eyes that contained feelings but also not, enhanced by exquisite makeup, making her appear like a celestial maiden. Branson possessed 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. Yet because of childhood affection, he doted exclusively on Martha. He even nearly gave unlimited power to her father, allowing him to persecute loyal officials, only to end up in an immense farce. As the ruler of a nation, he could be killed but not humiliated. But this woman before him drugged him with knockout wine, handed him over to the rebel army, and made him a prisoner suffering immense humiliation. It wasn't until he saw Martha sitting coyly in the arms of the rebel leader, hearing the others' smug laughter, that he truly understood his foolishness all these years. He loved the wrong person. Martha was not Adeline, who had once jumped into the river to save him as a child, and she had never truly loved him. She had always been in love with the rebel leader, Nathaniel King Dante, who was also Branson's half-Evar from the same father. It was he, this tyrant, who had broken them apart. Cuddling in Nathaniel King's arms, Martha said directly to Branson that she had never loved him, and that every moment spent with him had been disgusting to her. However, Branson looked at Martha's face filled with worry and joy, seeing no trace of hatred or dislike. She was indeed a master performer. In the dead silence, only Martha's gentle voice broke it. "All this is my fault for being capricious, putting Phil in danger. I have prayed night and day, hoping for Phil's health. Now seeing you well, I am truly grateful. I will cleanse myself and abstain from food for 3 months to pray for blessings for the country and Phil." These words sounded familiar. If memory served right, this should be the 5th year since his ascension. He had taken Martha out to celebrate his birthday, encountering assassins unexpectedly. Although he managed to save his life, he was stabbed in the chest. But clearly, his outing had not been disclosed to anyone beforehand. How did the assassins know? At that time, he suspected everyone except Martha. Even worried about her receiving blame, he secretly treated his wound without letting it spread, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. Now it appeared he had been blind right under the light. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and Branson subconsciously touched his nape. It was smooth, with no scars or sutures. It seemed everything that happened previously was just a nightmare. But which one was the dream? The butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou, or Zhuangzhou dreaming of the butterfly? "Phil, your complexion still isn't good." Seeing Branson silent, Martha furrowed her brow and cautiously leaned in to examine him. Although Branson was a tyrant, he had always obeyed her commands and had never ignored her like this. Martha's expression turned tearful. "I'll call someone to get the imperial physician to check on you again, huh?" Before she could finish speaking, she let out a sudden cry. Branson suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly, his grip so strong it almost crushed Martha's bones. Chapter 2: Rebirth. Martha inhaled sharply from the pain. She looked at Branson with what she thought was her most beautiful expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Phil. The two words were barely out when their eyes met. Suddenly staring into those deep black eyes, Martha's heart skipped a beat, and her voice abruptly stopped. Branson turned his head slightly, his gaze landing on the exquisite collarbone of the woman before him. The corners of his lips curled into a half smile. He felt an undercurrent of excitement. With just a bit of force, he could easily snap this woman's neck, turning this alluring beauty into a cold, lifeless corpse. Rebirth had come too late. By now, the power of the Liu clan had grown substantially, and Martha had committed no obvious faults within the palace. It truly wasn't the right moment to kill her. But since ascending the throne, he had acted recklessly, never fearing anyone. He was Darnell. He didn't care whether someone deserved to die. He only cared if he wanted them dead. With that thought, Branson released his grip on Martha and extended a finger to touch her collarbone. His touch was neither too light nor too heavy, tinged with provocation. Thinking he might do something unspeakable, Martha let out a soft gasp, her jade-like face flushing red. However, a glint of coldness flashed across Branson's eyes, as he moved his hand forward, ready to strangle her. Anselm, his personal eunuch, rushed in hastily and knelt down frantically. He bowed tremulously and stammered, "Phil, Queen Consort Shui requests an audience." Though he was Darnell's personal attendant, Anselm clearly feared this unpredictable emperor who was gentle only to his beloved concubine. Seeing Branson ask, perhaps fearing his wrath, Anselm buried his head even lower and whispered, "Her Majesty Queen Consort is here to plead for the young son of Eustace. She says, if Phil refuses to see her, she will kneel outside the palace gate until you do." Branson was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the person. Eustace mentioned by Anselm was named Ari, a trusted general of General Noah. Recently, Gavriel had imprisoned him for treason, sentencing his entire family to death. Only the youngest pair of children survived. The younger daughter, 16 this year, was sent to the Imperial Music Bureau, while the younger son, still under 15, was scheduled to be castrated and made a palace slave. Castration was always despised by the scholar gentry class, making it an immense humiliation for any man, especially one from a noble family. This move by Gavriel was utterly cruel, and everyone believed it was his idea, which troubled many loyal ministers. Branson, however, remained indifferent. He was always the type who loved intensely or hated with equal fervor. When he favored Martha, anything she desired would be fulfilled. But now, Martha, oblivious to Branson's unease, spoke softly and tenderly, "Phil, Ari was a confidant of General Shui, so it's natural for Her Majesty to plead for his son. But he committed treason, which warrants death. If we don't punish him severely, people will think General Shui has ulterior motives and shows favoritism. To avoid troubling Phil, why don't I go persuade Her Majesty instead?" Her words struck at the heart. Accusing General Shui of being complicit in Ari's treason, seemingly concerned for him, but actually sowing discord between him and Queen Claire. Under Martha's feigned gentleness and magnanimity lay sharp daggers. The more she pushed him away, thinking of others, the less he wanted her to suffer. How did he respond last time? He said, "It's windy outside. You wouldn't want to catch a chill. If the Celia likes to kneel, let her kneel." And he really let Claire kneel in the icy cold all night. Branson gave a soft snort, and a flash of murderous intent passed through his lowered eyes. He pressed Martha down to sit on the bed and said indifferently, "It's windy outside. You wouldn't want to catch a chill. I will go see the Celia myself." Martha. Everyone in the palace knew that Branson detested seeing Claire. Martha was slightly taken aback, and when she came back to her senses and wanted to say something, she saw Branson had already walked out without stopping. The bright yellow cloak flared up in an arc in the air and vanished in an instant. Chapter 3 Snowstorm. It was indeed freezing outside. The moment he stepped out of the palace hall, a gust of cold wind slapped his face like a knife. Before she could finish, a pale, slender hand reached out in front of her, blocking her action to kowtow. Claire was slightly stunned. Instinctively, she looked up and met a pair of eyes deep as a pond. The owner of these eyes seemed to examine her closely. His long, dark eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with inexplicable complex emotions, like stirring a chaotic world or luring someone into an abyss forever. Claire felt her breath catch for no reason, quickly looking up and then hastily dropping her gaze. At this moment, a pair of hands grabbed her arms, pulling her up with a force that brooked no refusal. The man's voice sounded in her ear. "The ground is cold, Celia. Don't hurt your knees." Having been close to each other for nearly 5 years, Claire had never heard such a gentle and caring tone from him before. She tightened her cold fingers, wondering if she was dreaming. Even Anselm, who followed behind Branson, couldn't help but gasp and looked around dazedly, as if checking if the sun rose in the west today, only realizing afterward that it was still nighttime. Claire's face was full of shock and confusion. She instinctively tried to pull away from Branson's grip. They had only been close once on their wedding day, and that experience was far from pleasant. Therefore, she had always been somewhat resistant to getting close to Branson. He dared not leave and hurriedly ordered a guard to fetch another cloak. Claire was equally alarmed. "Phil mustn't." Speaking, she attempted to take off the cloak and put it back on Branson. Branson held her hand still. "The evening air is chilly. Does the Celia have something to say? Must it be said standing outside?" Chapter 4. Sleeping Together. Ambria's chamber was the closest to Branson's Weiyang Palace among all in the harem, so he soon returned to Weiyang Palace with Claire. The palace servants immediately served 2 bowls of steaming ginger soup, and then respectfully withdrew. Only Branson and Claire were left in the hall. The atmosphere instantly became tense. In both her past and present life, they had very limited moments of being alone together, which could be counted on one hand. Branson pushed 1 bowl of ginger soup toward Claire. "It's cold. Have some." Perhaps still unaccustomed to this sudden solicitude from Branson, Claire fell silent for a moment before nodding gently and whispering, "Thank you, Phil." Then she picked up the spoon and started drinking the soup spoonful by spoonful. When the soup was finished, warmth spread over her body and sweat appeared. Indeed, she felt much more relaxed. Claire took a long breath. Branson toyed with a white jade flute aimlessly and smiled. Go lie down if you're tired. Claire bit her lip, looking somewhat at a loss. Branson held his forehead. With his temper, if he hadn't understood Claire's worries, just based on her reaction, he would have stormed out long ago and wouldn't call her again. But now he felt guiltier than angry. He had acted rudely during their wedding. No wonder Claire was afraid of him. Branson laughed lightly and held Claire's hand, sitting down next to the bed. If you want to thank me, then stay and chat with me. Not only wasn't he upset, but he also changed the way he addressed her. Claire was utterly astonished. She didn't answer Branson. At this moment, she seemed to finally take off the mask of a queen temporarily, revealing some natural naivety and innocence that women should have. Actually, she was only 19 years old this year. Branson reached out to ruffle her hair while laughing. Does a woo have any wishes? Tell me. Claire sat at the bedside, propping her chin, thinking for a while before saying, I. Only uttering 2 words, Branson suddenly placed a finger on her lips. Don't refer to yourself as this humble servant in private. He vaguely remembered that when Claire first married him, she was extremely unaccustomed to such self-address. The daughter of the state protecting general was not fond of constraints, and as ants or grass. This man was very contradictory. He seemed exceptionally cold, yet also exceptionally deep and long-lasting in affection. His depth and longevity of affection were for Ambria alone, unwavering over the years, while his cruelty was directed at everyone else. Anyone who crossed paths with Ambria would end up being judged unjustly by Branson, regardless of their reason. If you couldn't find Branson, searching in Chiaro's palace was always the right choice. Over the years, Claire had long gotten used to this. But she didn't understand why this man suddenly changed. At a time when she had given up on him and only wanted to be a peaceful queen, he showed unprecedented care and tenderness. Could this be just one of Branson's whimsical games? Or perhaps, was it all just a dream of hers? Could she really trust him again? Claire looked into those eyes that almost drowned people, and still found herself speaking the truth. May peace prevail in the world. There was another sentence Claire did not say. She wished Branson could become an enlightened ruler. It was exactly the response he expected. In both her past and present life, Claire hadn't changed at all. Branson was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. For a moment there, why had he expected Claire to say something like, together through thick and thin, or unwavering love? Spending the whole night at the Weiyang Palace, Darnell still feared disturbing the other party. In the past, this kind of treatment was only given to Martha. Erwin lightly slapped himself on the cheek. Yes, this servant deserves punishment. This servant deserves punishment. After speaking, he asked, then Phil, are you now going to? As a tyrant who acted as he pleased, Oswald only attended court at the beginning and end of each month to put in appearances, leaving all other matters to be handled by Martha's father, Gavriel. He himself only indulged in romance with Martha. Without a trace of amusement, Oswald chuckled. In a lazy tone, he said, quietly, bring a few people with us to the factory. The factory was located in the most remote corner of the entire Dajo Palace, even more desolate than the Cold Palace. There was a row of dilapidated rooms there, belonging to the Department of Rituals, responsible for castrating men who were about to enter the palace as eunuchs. Aries' youngest son was currently imprisoned here, awaiting the punishment of castration. Erwin was greatly alarmed. His face turned grim as he lowered his voice. Phil mustn't do this. That place is filthy and smelly. How can you set foot there? If you really want to see the boy, I can have someone bring him here. Oswald gave him a half-smile, half-serious look. Erwin shivered and dared not speak further. But Oswald paid no attention. As he stepped into the purification chamber, he immediately saw a horrifying scene. A teenager, about 14 or 15 years old, had red eyes. He was securely tied to the castration bed, completely naked except for a dirty rag stuffed in his mouth. A person held a knife, ready to perform the operation. 3 others were firmly holding down the teenager's head and shoulders to prevent any struggle. Hearing the sound from the doorway, they all looked over. They were of low status and had never seen Darnell in person. Oswald was dressed in everyday clothes, so while they recognized his extraordinary status, they did not know he was Darnell. After all, which emperor would come to such a dirty and foul place? There was a brief silence in the room. Erwin rushed in, shouting in a high-pitched voice. Bold servants! How many heads do you have to dare look directly at Imran's presence? Kneel down immediately. His voice broke the silence and pierced the air. Everyone in the room was stunned by this shout. Moments later, the sound of thuds filled the room as everyone, except for the tied-up teenager, trembled and knelt, calling out, "Spare our lives, Phil." A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Oswald's lips. His gaze fell on the eunuch who held the knife and he leisurely asked, "What are you doing?" The eunuch responsible for performing the operation was named Wang Han. Seeing Cash Oswald addressing him, Wang Han trembled as if he had epilepsy. "Phil, this slave was ordered to cleanse the body of Kingston." Kingston was the youngest son of Ari. "Oh, ordered." Oswald laughed, his tone ambiguous. "Interesting. By whom were you ordered?" "I don't recall my imperial edict instructing you to perform the operation at this hour." Wang Han trembled even more violently. He knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. "Please forgive me, Phil. Please forgive me. It was ordered by Consort Guifei that it could be done early." Eh? A blood-curdling scream filled the air as something bloody fell to the ground. Wang Han covered his bleeding mouth, emitting several incomprehensible, sounds. He could no longer speak. It was a known fact in the palace that although Darnell was cruel, he always showed leniency whenever Consort Guifei was mentioned. Until this moment, Wang Han still didn't understand what he had done wrong. Holding a blood-stained long sword, Oswald said lazily, "For defaming Consort Guifei, execution is deserved." Standing amidst the filthy and dilapidated room, the young emperor's posture was as straight as a pine tree. Yet when he held the sword, he became a bloodthirsty demon. Chapter 6. Teaching 1. Due to Branson's sudden departure last night, Martha did not sleep well all night, tossing and turning, feeling that something was not right. Gabrielle had gone through a great deal of effort to pin the charge of treason on Ari to serve as a warning against others when dealing with the Melvin family. Fearing that Branson might have been swayed by Claire and decided to spare Alicia, Martha hastily sent someone to the factory to carry out the torture before dawn the next day. After all, once it was carried out, it couldn't be undone. At this moment, while sitting at the table drinking freshly prepared lotus seed and lily soup, she waited for the messenger to return. Suddenly, Yuhua, her lifelong attendant maid, rushed in with a joyful look and said, "Phil, Imran has sent someone to bring you a reward." Martha was taken aback. What kind of reward at this hour? Branson always doted on her, and giving rewards was commonplace. However, sending a reward before dawn was unprecedented. Yuhua thought nothing of it. It must be because Imran left hurriedly yesterday and worried that Phil would be upset, so he found some new things overnight to cheer you up. After all, everyone can see how much Imran loves you. People naturally enjoy hearing kind words. Hearing Yuhua's explanation, Martha's beautiful face finally showed a hint of a smile. She had always seen Branson's favor toward her. Armand Liangkai? Never heard of him. Probably someone without much background. Martha nodded coldly, not overly friendly. Where is Eunuch Ubeo? Why isn't he here this time? Armand Liangkai replied, Eunuch Ubeo has other important matters to attend to. Originally, I, being insignificant, would not have been chosen to deliver the reward to the imperial concubine. But since this was a sudden decision by Imran, he assigned me hastily. Please do not be offended. Despite his burly appearance, Armand Liangkai seemed articulate, not like an inexperienced coarse person. Martha glanced at him again, smiling. Then what did Imran ask you to bring? Upon hearing this, Armand Liangkai looked troubled. He bowed again. Please forgive me, Phil. Imran strictly instructed that only you may open it. No one else can reveal it beforehand. Yuhua leaned close to Martha, grinning. Imran must be trying to surprise you. Martha smiled sideways at her and waved her hand. Fine, bring it over then. Yuhua took the tray from Armand Liangkai and placed it before Martha, who swiftly lifted the cloth. The hall was still dim, illuminated only by candlelight. In the flickering shadows, the head of Wang Han, eyes wide open, appeared along with a blood-soaked tongue beside it. Instantly, Martha let out a startled "oh!" and fainted to the ground with eyes rolling back. The door closed, leaving only Branson and Alicia in the room. The youth stared at him without blinking, then spat out two words after a long pause, corrupt ruler. The hatred for his family being exterminated. The humiliation of being tied up like an animal on the torture bed. It was palpable. Branson almost laughed. He had seen Ari before. 18 hands tall, with a full beard, a standard general's image. But this young man before him had rosy lips and white teeth. Even after enduring hardships recently, he still stood upright, exuding a frosty elegance and icy demeanor. He must have been pampered since childhood, a privileged child of heaven. No wonder Gabrielle thought of such a method to humiliate him. For a proud aristocratic youth like him, castration would indeed make life worse than death. Yet, in the previous life, Alicia was one of the few in the entire palace who never joined Dante or stepped on him when he became a prisoner. Can you read? Pointing at the towering pile of memorials on the desk, Branson said calmly, take a look. Alicia was startled, unsure what the corrupt ruler was up to. How could anyone else casually flip through Darnell's memorials? Was this a trick to frame him? His parents and elder sister wanted him to live, but what was the point of living if he became a despised eunuch, scorned by his former friends and isolated, and subjected him and his elder sister to endless humiliation? If not for Aries' loyalty and his sister's suffering in the Imperial Music Bureau, he would risk everything to bring down this emperor. He would fight this corrupt ruler to the death. The youth's thoughts were plain on his face, and Branson saw right through him. If it weren't for his promise to Claire, if it weren't for the fact that he hadn't betrayed him in their past life. Branson lifted his gaze wearily and pointed to the sword hanging on the wall. Hate me, do you? It's sharp. Here's your chance. Alicia. Chapter 7. Instruction 2. The tyrant's actions were always unpredictable. Kingston instinctively took a step back. He tilted his head to look at Branson, the clear demarcation in his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. His mouth almost bled from biting down so hard. Kingston glared at Branson and enunciated each word clearly. Do you think I dare not? The atmosphere immediately turned tense on one side. Branson propped up his cheek with one hand and slowly smiled. So, do you dare? Kingston. A proud teenager couldn't possibly endure this disdainful look. I certainly dare. The veins on the back of Kingston's hands stood out as he unhesitatingly drew the long sword hanging on the wall. SSSHHH. As the sword left its sheath, a cold light shimmered. A dark red bloodline ran along the blade, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart for an expression. But you should think carefully. This stab can never wash away the charge of treason against Ari. Regardless of whether Gabrielle is loyal or not, to perfect his reputation of loyalty and prove the Melvin family's guilt, he likely wouldn't let your sister in the music bureau go, nor would he spare your father and Ivor's bodies from humiliation. Every word cut deep, his voice slightly deeper, laced with laughter. Yet it felt like an extremely sharp hook, mercilessly carving and bleeding the heart raw. These words were like a thunderclap on a clear day. Kingston's body trembled, and his hand holding the sword quivered slightly. His father had devoted his life to loyalty and patriotism. How could he allow him to bear the name of regicide after death because of him? And his sister, the one who doted on him since childhood and willingly endured hardship in the music bureau for his sake. What would be her fate if he acted impulsively now? Suddenly, another faint sound of a blade piercing flesh reached his ears. stiffly turning toward the source of the sound. Kingston finally realized what it was. Lost in confusion and emotion, the blade had moved forward again slightly. Instantly, Kingston broke out in cold sweat. With a clang, the long sword fell to the ground. The young man emitted a choked sob. He muttered, "Kill me then." Hearing this, Branson laughed abruptly. Using his height advantage due to their age difference, he looked down at the youth mockingly. "Are you a woman?" Kingston was taken aback. Branson continued, "Isn't a ravished, virtuous woman often heard crying these words?" Kingston's face turned bright red. Feeling a surge of blood to his chest, he couldn't utter a word. With a swift kick, Branson brought the fallen sword into his hand as if it came alive. Being skilled since the Zhou dynasty was established through military might, Branson's physical abilities were quite impressive. Otherwise, when the rebels invaded, Martha wouldn't have needed to knock him out carefully to present him to Dante. The sword pressed against the youth's throat, staining a crimson hue on his neck. Branson calmly stated, "First, your life isn't worth much in my eyes, but I promised the Celia not to kill you. So, if you truly want to die, suicide is your only option." Upon hearing Celia, Kingston's gaze flickered, but he bit his lip firmly, saying nothing. Branson added, "Second, don't wear hatred and humiliation on your face when you lack the ability and courage, making a fool of yourself. Except for those who care about you, who else will consider your feelings? Third, carefully consider who you should truly seek revenge on, who gathered the evidence to accuse Ari of treason, and who wanted to make you less than a man." Kingston's pupils constricted. Branson promptly retracted the long sword. "Come back to see me only when you have thought it through. If not..." He paused, indifferent. "You can die however you wish, just don't dirty my place." Having said that, Branson turned to leave. Though he was only 5 years older than Kingston, in his eyes, the other was just a child. He didn't like coddling children, but then came a thud from behind. Branson halted mid-step and turned around. The previously straight spine bent as the youth's forehead touched the ground. "Please, Phil, spare my sister and let her leave the music bureau. I am willing to submit to your disposal without resentment or regret." Chapter 8 Breakfast 1. Branson quietly stared at Kingston, who was kneeling on the ground, for a while. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Subject to disposal? Without any regrets?" Repeating these 8 words, Branson softly said, "You were disrespectful to the cash just now. What if I still want to impose castration as punishment and chastise you?" Kingston's body trembled. A flash of fear flashed in his eyes, yet he did not get up but said, "Subject to Phil's disposal." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Branson say indifferently, "Catch it." Hearing the sound of a heavy object breaking through the air, Kingston raised his hand without knowing why, catching the long sword thrown by Branson. Even though he was kneeling, his action was clean and brisk. Although he had never really been on the battlefield, he had practiced martial arts since childhood, deeply inheriting his father's true teachings. Therefore, even after being hungry for many days and previously receiving the whip punishment, several people could barely hold him down. Given some time, his achievements would inevitably not be inferior to those of Ari, and might even surpass Ari. Such a young man, Gabrielle wanted him to become a eunuch. "Take this as a reward." Branson slightly curved his lips without any smile. "From now on, you will be a second-class guard beside me." Kingston widened his eyes in surprise. Branson ignored his reaction and continued, "As for other matters, I will see how you behave when you meet the Celia." When Claire woke up, Branson had long vanished from her sight. The empty bed retained only a faint scent of dragon musk, indicating that last night was not just a dream. She indeed stayed in the Weiyang Palace. Dazed, she instinctively sat up on the bed. Seeing Claire rise, the waiting maid immediately stepped forward, bowing. "This servant greets your Imperial Majesty Celia." Claire looked closely and recognized that it was the female official in charge of serving tea before the cash, Mia. Mia was 32 years old, the most senior female official beside Branson. It was said that she had taken care of him since he was a child, and was also the only female official who could chat with Branson. Her status in the Weiyang Palace could be imagined. All the eunuchs in Weiyang Palace were managed by Chief Supervisor Anselm, while maids were naturally managed by Aunt Mia. Branson had never let her serve any palace concubine, including Martha. Claire hurriedly got up to support her. "Aunt Mia, no need for such formalities." Mia repeatedly said, "Dare not?" She helped Claire sit back on the bed, smiling and saying, "This servant is humble. Celia must not do this. Please sit down." Claire had no choice but to sit back on the bed. "Where is Imran?" Mia replied, "Imran has some urgent matters to handle and will return soon. But before leaving, Imran instructed me to invite the Celia to have breakfast if she wakes up." After finishing speaking, she immediately instructed the palace attendants to serve the food. The maids entered one after another, setting a full table with breakfast dishes. It wouldn't finish even if 10 people ate together. Moreover, Claire was greatly surprised to find that at least half of the dishes were what she usually liked. Mia smiled and served Claire a bowl of clear bird's nest soup. "Celia, please try this bird's nest first. It has been simmered over a low flame for 3 to 4 hours. It's best eaten on an empty stomach in the morning and is beneficial for beauty and health." But Claire took the bowl and put it on the table, shaking her head. "I'll wait for Imran to come back and have breakfast together." She had heard that ordinary women always waited for their husbands to eat together, let alone Branson, the son of heaven. Whenever he wanted to dine in any concubine's palace, the concubine would not start eating until he arrived. Not to mention her as the Celia, she should set an example for the harem. How could she eat first? Mia said, "I naturally understand Phil's thoughts, but Imran sent people to ask your maidservants what you like, especially preparing this for you. If it gets cold, it would disappoint Imran. Please try some flavors, Celia." Imran said he himself does not follow rules. True feelings are not reflected in these complex rituals. In outsiders' eyes, you are his Celia, but in Imran's eyes, you are Carrie. Between husband and wife, being free and easy is the best. Sticking too much to etiquette makes things seem estranged. Claire. Silent for a moment, Claire then asked, "Did Imran really say these words to me?" Honestly speaking, she didn't believe Branson would say such things to her, maybe to Martha. Mia said, "How dare this servant deceive your imperial majesty?" After a brief pause, she added, "Phil sometimes has a bad temper, but that's towards outsiders, unfamiliar people, or people he doesn't like. For those truly close to him, Imran will protect them with his life." A truly cherished person? Claire muttered these words softly. Branson indeed has someone he truly cherishes, but how could that person be her? Having been well protected since childhood, Celia Claire was not a deep schemer. Mia saw through what Claire was thinking and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Given the long-standing estrangement between the Cash and Celia, Branson's sudden change would naturally cause doubt in anyone's mind, and it couldn't be rushed. So Mia changed the subject. "Celia, besides this, Imran also said that if you enjoy today's breakfast, he will reward the royal chef generously. Otherwise..." Claire pursed her lips, feeling a bit nervous, clearly fearing that Mia might say something like, "Execute with cudgels." Mia said, "The punishment would be a month's salary deduction." Upon hearing this, Claire sighed in relief. Such a punishment was relatively light. It was hard to change one's nature overnight, and she didn't expect Branson to suddenly become a saint. But to prevent the chefs from suffering needlessly, after a moment of silence, Claire finally lowered her head and tasted a spoonful of bird's nest. Indeed, it was rich and delicious, so she slowly finished the bowl and then had a few pastries she liked. Branson returned at this moment. He wasn't wearing the same clothes as when he left, but still in his usual attire. Claire seemed to sense something. She looked up and met Branson's gaze. Claire hurriedly stood and bowed. "Phil?" Branson stepped forward, took her hand and smiled. "Ah woo, you always do this. I've already said no need for such formalities." As he spoke, his eyes fell on the table. "How was the breakfast?" Recalling Mia's earlier words, Claire immediately replied, "Very good." After a pause, she added, "I ate quite a lot." Seeing Branson return, Mia immediately withdrew silently. Branson laughed and pulled Claire to sit beside him at the table. "Then tell me, which dish was the best? I want to taste it too." This question didn't stump Claire, and after last night, the two of them weren't as unfamiliar as before. She pointed to a steamer filled with various small pastries. "I think this spring roll..." As she spoke, she glanced towards the steamer, only to stop mid-sentence. Following the principle of eating no more than 3 of each item, despite the variety, there were only 3 pieces of each type. Just now, because Claire liked these pastries, she had eaten 2 in a row, and had even taken a bite of the last one. When Branson returned, she had simply put it down. Chapter 9. Morning Meal, 2. She couldn't possibly let Branson eat what she had already bitten. Claire's face flushed, and she shifted her finger slightly to point at a bean paste bun shaped like an animal. "This bean paste bun tastes the best." But Branson was not willing to let it go that easily. He curled his lips lazily. "Didn't you just say the spring roll was better, Claire?" He was asking knowingly. Claire pressed her lips together, about to speak when she saw Branson pick up the spring roll from the steamer basket and naturally took a bite. The spring roll was snow white, while his lips were bright red. In the faint morning light, there emerged an inexplicable sense of intimacy and ambiguity. Claire's breath hitched, her voice dropping a few notches. This one. I've already bitten into it." Under tension, she even forgot to use this concubine. Branson just made a soft, He put down his chopsticks and turned his head slightly. "So what?" Claire was stunned for a moment. Branson said, "Ah woo. I told you before, we are husband and wife. No need to be so calculating." Claire opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. At this moment, Branson leaned forward and sealed her slightly parted lips with a kiss, pulling back before she could react. Light as a dragonfly skimming water, with a touch of coolness like snow and a faint, ethereal plum fragrance. For a moment, Claire felt a buzz in her ears, turning her into a statue carved from ice and snow. Her ears throbbed. It took a while for her to realize belatedly that it was her heart pounding like drums. Branson looked at her quietly. "Dislike it? Dislike it? Dislike him?" When Branson asked this question, there was no fluctuation in his expression or tone, except his onyx eyes sparkled strangely, revealing a hint of emotion. He thought Claire might dislike him. After all, last life Claire said she would never meet him again in this life. Moreover, their only intimate moment was not pleasant at all. But if the other party really said the 2 words dislike aloud, Branson didn't know if he could continue this game of mutual affection. A wolf in sheep's clothing can never truly become a sheep. He was still essentially a madman. Since he was provoked, there was no way out. The wolf revealed its hidden claws, releasing a dangerous signal in this moment. Unfortunately, the poppy-like appearance mesmerized the prey. Claire felt as if she was drawn into those eyes. She closed her eyes slightly, trying to control her breathing so as not to break her voice when she spoke. Her face flushed red, and she enunciated every word. "I don't dislike it." Decisive and final. Dust settled. Laughter spread through his onyx eyes, covering up the bloodstains of war. Branson leisurely finished the entire spring roll and smiled. "These lips have been kissed by me. What does it matter if you've bitten the spring roll?" His voice was somewhat frivolous, yet because of his beautiful brows and eyes, it didn't seem offensive. Branson's mother was the most beautiful woman in Shangjing City, lowly born without much substance, relying solely on her beauty. Many renowned talents in Dajo praised her for being able to rival national beauties even in simple attire. Dajo's former emperor had very strong genes, his children resembling him in features to varying degrees. Only Branson looked like his biological mother. His appearance was bewitchingly beautiful, like a lotus crying with dew. As a prince, many scholars openly or secretly ridiculed him for having dragon-like elegance. After he ascended the throne, he killed quite a few people, and later on, people began to describe him as ruthless and cruel, none daring to comment on his appearance anymore. But undeniable, this face had immense destructive power. Just a few glances, Claire deeply lowered her head, unable to look further. The air froze for a moment. To ease the awkwardness and also to give herself something to do, Claire reached for a bean paste bun shaped like an animal and slowly ate it. Branson didn't say anything more but served her a bowl of soup. During this time, Claire wanted to bring up Kingston's matter several times, fearing it would be too late if she didn't act soon, making things irreversible. However, as it was their first meal together after marriage, she worried Branson would think she only cared about others and feared he would get angry. Branson naturally understood what Claire was thinking. Scholars were devious, but most warriors were straightforward, with many emotions written on their faces. Branson smiled. "Ah Wu, I have prepared a surprise for you." Claire was slightly taken aback, just about to ask what the surprise was when she heard Branson call loudly, "Come in." Outside the hall, someone responded softly. Claire instinctively followed the sound with her gaze and saw a young man in a sky blue guard uniform step in from outside. The youth wore his hair in a neat high ponytail, his complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes were incredibly bright, clear and upright. He exuded a lofty demeanor. Unlike Branson's stunning and exquisite appearance, even though there was still an undeniable sense of frailty, it could not overshadow his vibrant youth. His gaze paused on Claire for a moment before he knelt down and bowed. "This minister, Kingston, pays respect to Phil and Her Majesty the Celia." His voice was clear and crisp, like the clinking of jade. Ari was Carl's confidant, so the two families naturally were close. To Claire, Kingston was like her own younger Ivar. Now that she suddenly saw him, how could she not be delighted? She stood up from her chair, about to ask Kingston to get up quickly, but then remembered Branson was still there. It wouldn't be proper to give orders before him, so she turned her head toward Branson and said, "Phil, this is?" Branson lowered his eyes and glanced at Kingston. Kingston said, "Her Majesty the Celia, Imran has bestowed upon me the honor of becoming a second-class Imperial Guard." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Moreover, Imran has promised that as long as I can find evidence, he will exonerate my father." Claire was greatly surprised. Phil is willing to believe that Eustace was wronged? Previously, her father Carl had repeatedly submitted petitions pointing out the numerous doubts in this case, but Branson had paid no attention. She hadn't expected that he would not only change his attitude toward her now, but also alter his style of action compared to before. The Emperor's commands were as immovable as mountains. Once he issued an edict, it could not be changed regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Chapter 10 The Bodyguard. After a moment of silence, Branson said, "Oh Wu, I was indeed confused in the past, leading to my inability to see clearly. Now that it has come to this, a monarch should avoid changing orders at will. Without evidence, it would not be proper to rescind previous words. But rest assured, as long as he is truly wronged, one day, I will certainly give him justice." For Branson to say such things was unimaginable before. Claire's eyes were slightly sore. "This subject thanks Phil." As she spoke, she got up and was about to kneel. Branson reached out to support her. "I have already said no need for formalities." Claire thanked him again. She sat down again and looked at Kingston, who was still kneeling on the ground. She didn't say anything, but her eyes seemed to speak volumes. Her concern was evident. Branson coughed lightly. "Enough, you may rise." He was quite satisfied with Kingston's performance. He did not complain or act spoiled when he saw his patron, nor did he wear his dissatisfaction openly. Kingston said, "Thank Phil, thank Celia." He stood respectfully on one side after speaking. Kingston was the youngest son of the Melvin family, pampered from an early age, which had formed a fearless nature within him. Unfortunately, a sudden change brought him misfortune like a leaf tossed by wind and rain. Claire's gaze dimmed. She wanted to say something to him, but then saw Erwin entering in a panic. "Phil, Celia." Lady Inhua's personal attendant reported that Lady Inhua suddenly felt unwell and fainted. "Please go and take a look." Then, Erwin gave Branson a meaningful look. Claire was stunned, swallowing the words she was about to say. She instinctively looked at Branson. Really? From Erwin's actions, it was clear that Martha had been scared by the head and tongue sent earlier. Branson leisurely took a sip of tea. His hair flowed like a waterfall as he smiled and looked at Claire. "What do you think, Awu?" Claire said, "Since Lady Inhua is unwell, Phil should indeed pay a visit. This subject will return to Ichun Palace later on her own." Branson raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you at all jealous?" Claire replied, "I am the Celia and should set an example for all women." This answer was undoubtedly fitting for an empress. Branson's eyes were like deep, cold pools, revealing nothing of his mood. He praised, "Indeed, the Celia is gracious." After saying this, Branson turned to Erwin with a half-smile. "Tell the maid who delivered the message that since Lady Inhua is unwell, she should hurry and find a physician." "I am not a physician. I cannot treat her." Erwin agreed and retreated. Branson continued to dine with Claire as if nothing had happened. However, in less than a few minutes, Erwin hurriedly came back to report, "Phil, Left Chancellor wishes to meet you." The Left Chancellor was none other than Martha's father, Gavriel. Just as Martha fell ill, Gavriel immediately entered the palace. It showed how influential he was. Upon hearing Left Chancellor, both Claire and Kingston slightly changed color. Claire stood up and said, "Since Phil has official business, this subject will take her leave." Branson leisurely drank some soup, slowly putting down the spoon with a lazy tone. "It's chilly in the morning. Aren't you worried about Kingston? Now I have brought him to see you. Sit and talk with him, and have him escort you back to Ichun Palace later." Claire was slightly stunned and refused. "Junior is now a bodyguard for Phil, and it would be inappropriate for me to converse with him alone." Branson smiled. "You always lacked capable bodyguards around you, which was partly my fault. I know that Kingston has good skills, and most importantly, you two have a deep friendship. Having him by your side, you wouldn't feel out of place. Consider it as a form of compensation from me." Claire involuntarily held her breath. Branson looked at Kingston. "From now on, the Celia's safety will be entirely entrusted to you. Any mishap involving her, and I will hold you accountable." Kingston knelt down, bowing his head, and said in a deep voice, "I will protect Celia with my life." Chapter 11. The Test of Wits. After Branson sat down in the imperial study, Anselm had someone guide Gavriel in. Gavriel was dressed in a bright red prime minister's official attire. He had a fair complexion and a slender build, looking quite scholarly and gentle. Indeed, he bore the look of a typical intellectual. Upon seeing Branson, instead of kneeling, he only bowed politely and said softly, "Your servant pays respects to Phil." Seeing this, Branson couldn't help but frown slightly. Initially, he favored Martha alone and thus respected her father as well, so he decreed that Gabrielle did not need to kneel before him. Now it felt like he had hoisted the rock onto his own foot. Although displeased, Branson maintained an unperturbed expression on the surface. He smiled and said, "Prepare a seat for the left chancellor." Immediately, a young eunuch complied and brought in a chair. Gabrielle exchanged some polite words and took a seat. Branson then ordered tea to be served and chatted casually with Gabrielle about trivial matters. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed, and the interaction between Darnell and Minister seemed amicable, yet they avoided discussing official business. After about half an hour, Gabrielle took the initiative to probe. "I've heard that Consort Guifei is unwell. As a father, I truly miss her and wonder if Phil would allow me to visit her." By custom, relatives of palace consorts were not allowed to enter the palace freely. Even if Darnell allowed them to visit due to his favor towards a consort, visitors would usually be female relatives. However, as the left chancellor, Gabrielle held supreme power in court, and Martha enjoyed great favor from Branson. Thus, every 10 days or so, Martha would have messengers bring family members into the palace, making it almost routine for Liu family members to enter the harem as if it were their own home. So when Gabrielle made this request, he hadn't expected it to be denied. But upon uttering these words, Branson's smile immediately faded. He slowly sipped his tea and replied calmly, "Does the left chancellor doubt my intentions toward Consort Guifei?" Gabrielle was taken aback momentarily. He quickly bowed again and said, "I dare not, Phil. I merely miss my daughter deeply. Please forgive me." Though Gabrielle held a revered position in court, he was very affable and never put on airs. Many officials admired him highly, unaware that he was actually a smiling tiger and a treacherous wolf who meticulously eliminated anyone who opposed him, regardless of whether they were civil servants or military officers. Branson lazily curled his lips. "Just now, the royal physician informed me that Consort Guifei's illness stems from excessive worries over palace affairs. Naturally, she needs rest to recover without additional disturbances. Once she is fully recovered, I will invite you personally, Left Chancellor, so that you can reunite with your daughter. What do you think?" "Grateful," Gabrielle replied. "Thank you very much, Phil." Branson nodded. "As the Left Chancellor serves both country and people tirelessly, you may rest if there is nothing else." However, Gabrielle appeared hesitant. He added, "Please pardon me, Phil, but I have one more matter to discuss. I wonder if it is appropriate." "Really?" Branson smiled deeper, guessing what Gabrielle was going to say. "Please go ahead." Gabrielle stated, "I heard that Phil has appointed the son of the traitor Ari as an imperial guard?" Leaning his cheek against his hand, Branson responded languidly, "Yes, I thought his martial skills were impressive. It would be a pity if he became a eunuch, so I casually appointed him as a guard. Serving me remains the same either way. Does the Left Chancellor see any issue with this?" He seemed indifferent to political matters, just as always. "Naturally, there is an issue," Gabrielle answered seriously. "Phil, Ari betrayed the nation and should have been punished with the extermination of his clan. By sparing his son and allowing him to serve in the palace as a eunuch, Phil has already shown great mercy. How can we justify appointing him as an imperial guard? Moreover, most of our military officers are promoted from among the imperial guards, except those with hereditary titles or through the imperial examinations. This move appears more like a reward than punishment and could dishearten our key officials. Furthermore, the castration of Kingston was by Phil's decree. Changing policies frequently might invite ridicule." Gabrielle waited for a response, which did not come immediately. He glanced at the young emperor sitting behind the desk, finding him enigmatic in the morning light. Branson lowered his gaze. His eyes were deep and cold, hiding emotions no one could fathom. After a brief pause, he laughed indifferently and said mildly, "It seems the Left Chancellor keeps a close eye on my actions, always considering my interests." Gabrielle was startled. Branson continued, "When Consort Guifei fell ill, you knew immediately. When I appointed Kingston as an imperial guard without announcing it publicly, you were the first to know. I really don't know anymore whether this kingdom belongs to me or to you, the Left Chancellor. Is this land under House Shin or House Liu?" These words were heavy, causing Gabrielle's heart to freeze. Even though he now wielded immense power in the court, he was still a subject, and most of the military authority remained in the hands of Karl. If he were to be labeled as disrespectful to Darnell, or accused of plotting rebellion, the consequences would be dire. The imperial study fell so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. The young eunuch standing by dared not make a sound, but fortunately, wisps of fragrant smoke from the incense burner drifted gently through the air, permeating the atmosphere without letting it freeze completely. Branson's gaze fell on Gabrielle's face, his eyes cold and sharp like a thin blade pressed against skin. For all his youthful and handsome appearance, there was an underlying ruthlessness and ferocity in his eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Under Darnell's seemingly gentle but penetrating stare, Gabrielle could no longer remain seated. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and swore to the heavens, "Please, Phil, take note. I am loyal to the throne and the country. I would never dare to harbor any treacherous thoughts." Chapter 12 Siblings. After Branson left, Claire pulled Kingston closer and observed him closely for a while before her eyes couldn't help but redden. "How could you have become so thin in just a few days? Quick, sit down. Have something to eat first." A hint of warmth flashed in Kingston's eyes, but soon he took a step back and whispered softly, "This subject dare not offend Philoccelia." Claire was slightly surprised. She had treated Kingston like a real younger Ivar since they were young because she and his elder sister Ashlyn were as close as sisters. The two of them had always gotten along very well. She hadn't said much when Branson was here, but she didn't expect that after Branson left, Kingston would still be so distant with her. Claire's bright eyes fell on the young man's face, and she spoke gently, "Junior, are you blaming me for not saving your family, or your sister?" How could Phil think such a thing? Kingston shook his head. You've been busy working for me and my sister. If I have any resentment toward you, may I be struck by lightning and never find peace. He made the vow nonchalantly. Frowning, Claire replied, do not speak like that. Kingston bowed slightly. This subject misspoke. It seemed as if he had lost his youthful innocence overnight, becoming steady and mature. However, under such circumstances, this steadiness was truly heart-wrenching. Looking at the youth in front of her, Claire asked again, then what is it? Without waiting for Kingston to reply, she asked herself, Imran? The thick black eyelashes of the young man trembled slightly, like butterfly wings flapping. Kingston cast his gaze downward without speaking. Claire furrowed her brows. Junior, I know Imran's actions might seem a bit extreme, but he has also been deceived by others. I believe he will definitely give Eustace a fair resolution. Kingston remained silent for a long time. Then he finally said, if our family suffered unjustly, does it mean that we should humbly and gratefully accept Imran's promised fairness and live in fear and trepidation? People say the subject must die if Darnell orders it, but I cannot agree with that. If the ruler is wise, then subjects should naturally be loyal. But if the ruler is unwise or even foolish, should subjects still remain blindly loyal? Claire's body trembled slightly, revealing a look of sorrow in her eyes. She could not answer Kingston's question. Please forgive me, Phil. Kingston knelt on the ground. But please rest assured, these are only some outlandish words of sadness from this subject. My father and Elder Ivar are loyal and patriotic people, and I would never tarnish their names. Also, he paused. In my heart, you will always be my dear elder sister. No matter what you command, I will follow through with all my might, risking life and limb. Claire said, if so, why do you act so distant? Kingston was silent for a moment. After a short pause, he lowered himself once more. If Imran really wakes up, cherishes and treasures you, placing you in his heart and no longer listens to sycophants, I would certainly be happy for you. But to say something disappointing, can one's character easily change? Imran's actions are ambiguous. Even if you don't doubt him, you shouldn't immediately trust him completely. Moreover, Kingston lifted his dark, shiny eyes to look at Claire. Celia, in the past, I thought that as long as my conscience was clear, nothing else mattered. But now I realize it's not true. Although you and I share a relationship akin to siblings, and there is nothing inappropriate between us, other people might not think so. I am still guilty, and if I get too close to you, not only will it raise suspicions from Imran, but also from others in the palace. If those with ill intentions take advantage of it, harming your reputation, I would rather die 10,000 deaths than let that happen. At the last sentence, he referred to himself as this subject again. It seemed that one word built an invisible barrier between them. The Yellow River divided the lands into north and south. The border was distinctly demarcated. Even though they were near each other, they could never return to how things were before. Claire was dazed for a moment and wiped her eyes, and a drop of crystalline moisture lingered on her fingertips. Chapter 13 Bath 1. Giselbertfing Palace. Imran previously sent a guard to deliver the head and tongue of some despicable dog as a gift, nearly scaring me into fainting. Now that I am unwell, instead of visiting me, he reprimanded my father and even forbade him from coming to see me? What does he mean by this? The imperial physician had just left, and Martha's face darkened immediately. She couldn't figure out why Branson's attitude changed so drastically overnight. Lynn stood beside her, head lowered in silence. On the surface, Martha appeared delicate and fragile, but in reality, she was a ruthless woman. Previously, due to Lynn misinterpreting Branson's intentions, which caused Martha great shock, she had immediately ordered her arms to be pricked with needles upon waking as punishment. Her arms were now covered with tiny puncture marks, leaving her too afraid to speak freely. But staying silent clearly wasn't an option either. Martha glared at her coldly. Answer me, are you mute? Lynn's body trembled. Hastily, she replied, from what I can see, someone might have whispered something to Imran, causing him to harbor suspicion. Martha paused momentarily. Reflecting on recent events, a sinister look flashed in her beautiful eyes. You mean that fool Claire? Lynn shivered. Yes, your highness, think about it. Whenever Imran sees her, he usually avoids her like the plague. Why would he suddenly come close to her this time? It must be that she somehow bewitched him, and then instigated Imran to distance himself from you. Hemph, always pretending to be pure, and now seducing men with her charms. She also dared to sow discord between Imran and me. Martha felt more convinced the more she thought about it. Slamming her hand on the bedpost, she coldly declared, wait and see. How could years of affection between Imran and me be rivaled by her efforts of just these few days, let alone when I still have, back then? At this point, Martha paused, unwilling to continue further, angrily stating, one day, I will make this fool spend the rest of her life in the cold palace. Lynn hesitantly agreed beside her. After venting for a few more sentences, Martha's mood slightly calmed down. Has father sent any message to me? Lynn replied, Left Chancellor only instructed you to faithfully serve Imran and pay close attention to his activities. If you notice anything unusual, report back to him. As for court matters, he has his own plans, so you shouldn't involve yourself these next couple of days. However, Lynn hesitated again. Martha frowned. However what? Lynn said, Left Chancellor suggested that if we could cultivate an absolutely trustworthy person near Imran who can also gather information, it would be beneficial to avoid being caught off guard when Imran doubts us. Martha knitted her brows. I've been trying to find such a person by Imran's side for years, but it's extremely difficult. Though there are many maids and eunuchs in Weyang Palace, the ones who truly get close to him are only Ali and Anselm. Ali never leaves Weyang Palace unless she follows Imran, and even then, one barely sees her. And as for Anselm, Martha pondered for a moment. Although he is greedy, he never divulges any information about Imran. As for others, bribing them wouldn't help much. Lynn added, Left Chancellor also mentioned that if we can't get any leads from Imran, we might try starting with Cecilia, to understand how she managed to change Imran's mind. Martha was speechless. After meeting with Gavriel, Branson proceeded to the Giselbergenglue pond for a bath. This was a natural hot spring within the palace, screened by layers of artificial hills. The misty surroundings made everything appear vague and distant, resembling an earthly paradise. Even while bathing, Branson didn't allow anyone to assist him closely. Except for Ali leading two maids carrying trays standing not far away, everyone else waited outside the layers of artificial hills. This bath took longer than usual, nearly 2 hours before Branson slowly emerged from the pool. Ali received a tray of clothes from one of the maids and instructed them to stay put, handing the clothes to Branson herself. Throughout the process, she kept her gaze focused straight ahead, avoiding looking around. While dressing, Branson asked, "What was Gavriel's expression like when he left?" Ali replied, "The left chancellor shows no emotion." Branson nodded lightly, saying coolly, "Old fox." Ali furrowed her brows. Now that Gavriel controls the majority of the civilian officials in the court, Phil's sudden harsh words against him might create resentment and stir unrest within the court. "Everything needs to be broken before it can be rebuilt," Branson said with a laugh. "The civil and military officials in the court are mixed with good and bad elements. They have long needed cleaning up. I'm not afraid they will act now, but only fear they'll act like scared turtles, hiding until the critical moment when they stab you in the back. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Ali nodded. "This servant is just reminding Phil. Since you are well aware of it, I'm relieved." Branson smiled. "Thank you for your concern." His attitude was very courteous. Throughout his life, Ali had always been dedicated to serving him, never interfering in other matters and never opposing his decisions, regardless of right or wrong. Unfortunately, after he was drugged by Martha in his previous life, Ali also met her during the chaos. Thinking about this, a cold gleam flashed in Branson's eyes. He whispered to Ali, "By the way, Ali, there is one more thing I need you to handle." Ali paused briefly, then replied, "Please tell me, Phil." Branson said, "In the first box on the left side of my desk, there is a jade pendant you've seen before. Please secretly investigate who the true owner of this jade pendant is." Ali was somewhat surprised. "Isn't that jade pendant belonging to Consort Gue?" Branson's lips curled slightly without any trace of humor. "The jade pendant isn't hers. She snatched it from someone else. As for who, I don't know." "This?" Ali asked. "No wonder Phil suddenly changed your attitude toward Consort Gue. But how did you find out?" Of course, it was Martha who told him. After a brief silence, Branson lazily lowered his gaze and spoke expressionlessly. "It's inconvenient to say for now. Just trust that I haven't wronged her." "Understood." Ali said, "This servant will do my utmost to find the true owner of the jade pendant for Phil." Branson had already finished dressing by now. Following the custom, a maidservant should now present him with a cup of Yoli drunkenness. This wine was a rare treasure in the imperial palace. Having a cup after bathing would prevent catching a chill even in the coldest winter months. But despite Branson being fully dressed, no wine was served. This had never happened before. The palace maid knew Branson's temper all too well, and would never dare to be negligent. Ali frowned and called out to another maid holding a tray. "Why the dulling like before?" Trembling like floating leaves in the wind. Her voice was tender and charming, evoking pity. Mia immediately showed concern. Branson turned his head toward the sound, with deep, icy eyes under his dense, black eyelashes. The maid lifted her eyes in what she thought was the most beautiful pose. However, when their eyes met, she froze abruptly. The eyes gazing at her were cold, profound, and mocking. There was no pity or warmth in them. They looked at her as if she were an ant, not a human. All the romantic fantasies in the maid's heart vanished instantly. A tyrant being called a tyrant naturally has its reasons. The flash of blood and military might in those eyes was enough to make one overlook the face that surpassed 10,000 beauties. The maid hurriedly lowered her head. Panic-stricken, the hand holding the tray trembled violently. Clank! The tray fell heavily to the ground, spilling the wine all over. Mia could no longer tolerate it, and walked over to slap the maid hard across the face. Smack! A crisp, slapping sound rang out as Mia coldly said, "You are too bold to lose your decorum before Imran." Struck by the slap, the maid was bewildered. Her hands and feet went numb as she knelt down with a thud. Your servant, your servant." Her face pale. She was so terrified that she couldn't speak a complete sentence. Mia frowned and said, "What kind of job is the Protocol Bureau doing? Actually selecting someone like you to serve?" As soon as she finished speaking, she called out for the guards. "Bring her away. Give her 20 lashes." 20 lashes on a delicate young Eileen's body wasn't something to play around with. Being dragged away by the guards, the last trace of color left the maid's face. She struggled frantically and shouted, "You vile servant! You are the servant! I am not a maid. I am Phil's honored lady. I am Phil's Carla. You can't beat me. You don't have the authority to order them to hit me." Her voice grew louder and more shrill with each word. It turned out that it wasn't a maid losing decorum before Darnell, but a concubine trying to pass herself off as a maid to vie for favor. Mia's face turned extremely ugly. Branson suddenly said indifferently, "Bring her back." At this command, the guards immediately brought Carla back. Mia wanted to say something but kept quiet. Instead, she respectfully retreated behind Branson. These words, "bring her back," acted like a strong stimulant. Carla, tears. "No, Phil. It's not like this, Suddenly, the long pale hand exerted more pressure, pushing the jade flute deeper into her flesh, causing excruciating pain. Carla's voice cut off abruptly. "But," Branson leaned closer slightly. His pitch-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, his features strikingly beautiful, yet his eyes were covered with a layer of ice. "Since you are one of my honored ladies, 20 lashes would indeed be inappropriate." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Carla's eyes, amidst her terror. She knew it. She just knew it. With her appearance, Imran could never be so heartless to her. Imran would absolutely not. Suddenly, Branson's voice, laced with a smile, sounded beside her ear, akin to the cool night breeze. He said slowly, "Execute her by beating." Carla. Tears welled up instantly in her eyes, and her ears buzzed loudly as if she had suddenly gone deaf. Chapter 15 Request 1. The sound of the cane striking flesh was very dull. However, as the victim's mouth was gagged, no screams of pain were heard. Mia stood to one side, his expression somewhat complicated. Branson said indifferently, "Speak your mind." Mia lowered his head. "Phil is willing to take revenge for this servant, and I am naturally grateful. But Celia is kind-hearted. If she were to learn of this matter, I fear, a real dream." And this Branson before her seemed like a figment of her imagination. She blushed slightly, looked down, and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Phil, this subject?" Pausing for a moment, Claire bit her lip hard and mustered the courage to say, "This subject has another request." Seeing Claire biting her lip, Branson couldn't help but frown. He had already been very restrained. So why did Claire seem so nervous every time they were alone? Was he really that terrifying? Branson lowered his gaze and stared at her wet eyes for a while. Despite trying to hold back, he finally couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her ivory-like chin. The force was neither too light nor too heavy. Claire opened her mouth slightly, but the place where she had bitten her lip earlier was now oozing a small drop of red blood, trembling delicately. Branson's gaze dimmed. He wanted to kiss away that drop of blood, but was afraid of startling her. Finally, he gently tapped her forehead. "Why are you so nervous? Just say what you want. I won't eat you." After speaking, he pulled her to sit beside him at the table, didn't call for any maidservants, and poured a cup of tea for her himself. "Try this?" Claire took the cup, lowering her head. She slowly drank a few sips and found the tea to be rich and full-bodied, different from ordinary tea. After drinking it, her mood calmed somewhat. Only then did she say, "Thank you, Phil, for sparing Kingston and allowing him to continue serving as my guard." Branson smiled slightly. "You've already thanked me for this before. There's no need to thank me again," Claire whispered. "But Junior's sister is still in the music bureau. We grew up together like sisters. I can't bear to see her suffer such humiliation." Her meaning was clear. She wanted Branson to pardon Ashlyn and release her from the music bureau. Branson smiled. "Did Kingston ask you?" Though Branson's demeanor and tone hadn't changed, Claire's heart still skipped a beat when he mentioned Kingston, recalling his words to her. Claire glanced deeply at Branson, shook her head, and said, "No, he didn't mention anything about Carly. I know he didn't want to put me in a difficult position. These are my own thoughts." A hint of sadness appeared on her face, and she forgot to refer to herself as this subject. Seeing this, Branson felt a pang of frustration. An emperor by nature is suspicious. Though he occasionally had this trait, he knew that Kingston, despite being young and sometimes impulsive, was indeed clever and shrewd. With proper guidance, he would surely become valuable over time. Such a person secretly bring her out of the music bureau first, find a place to settle her down quietly, and let the dust settle for a while. If in the future Kingston proves capable, there will naturally be other arrangements. But if not, let Ashlyn find a place where no one knows her. At least she won't have to suffer from rumors and gossip. What do you think? After a brief silence, Claire replied, "Phil, this subject leaves it entirely to your discretion." Chapter 16. Petition 2. The next day, while Branson was having his evening meal, Anselm came in to report, "Phil, Kingston has arrived." Branson nodded slightly. "All right, let him in." Anselm responded, and went out to relay the order. Moments later, Kingston entered with his attendants. He knelt down and bowed his head, speaking softly, "Your subject greets Phil." Branson gave a faint acknowledgement with a mm, but did not ask him to rise. He said, "Do you know why I summoned you at this time?" The young man's dark, thick lashes fluttered slightly as Kingston kept his eyes lowered, respectfully saying, "Your subject dare not speculate on Phil's intentions." "Is that so? In just 2 days, you seem much more sensible than before." Branson leisurely sipped his soup before putting down the spoon and lazily asked, "After I left yesterday, what did you say to the Celia?" Kingston's expression remained unchanged. "I thanked Her Majesty for her grace." Branson chuckled softly. "That's all?" Kingston continued. "And I asked Her Majesty to avoid suspicion with me, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble and make Phil suspicious." Upon hearing this, the smile on Branson's face almost couldn't be concealed. "You are quite straightforward, daring enough to speak such words directly to me. Kingston, don't think that just because you have the Celia protecting you, you can rest easy. I can appoint you as a guard, and I can also send you back to being a eunuch." "Because of that?" Kingston calmly replied. "Since Phil has already asked this question, if your subject were to hedge or remain speechless, it would truly be digging my own grave." Branson laughed again. "Being smart is good, but being too obvious about it is not." But Kingston shook his head. "It's not about being smart, but sincere. As Phil said, your subject's life and honor are now entirely in Phil's hands, so I dare not conceal anything." Branson said slowly, "No second thoughts?" Kingston whispered, "There is resentment, but no second thoughts. My father and Ivar's are all loyal and patriotic. I wouldn't dare betray them." For a while, there was silence above him before a faint voice came, "Look up." Following the order, Kingston lifted his head. Unfortunately, neither could read any emotion from the other's eyes upon their gaze meeting. Branson had a pair of eyes that seemed to smile yet contained deep feelings, smiling even when angry, with even deeper emotions when laughing. As long as he didn't want to show it, no one could tell what he was thinking. Surprisingly, Kingston also managed to hide his thoughts. At their first meeting, this young man's eyes were still filled with humiliation. Now, those hatred and humiliation had vanished, leaving clear and bright eyes that seemed to see through everything. Branson was wary of Kingston, but what he said in the Imperial study wasn't false. When one has power and status, they can act on their grievances and repay kindness. But when lacking capability, one shouldn't wear their emotions on their face, or they invite humiliation. But he didn't really expect Kingston to take it to heart. A spoiled youth usually harbors an indelible pride, like his deceased elder Ivar's. Yet, he never expected this youth to actually apply what he learned, making him look at him with new eyes. Fine. I will take your words as truth. Branson gently curved his lips. Get up. It's a reward for you. Speaking of which, Branson pointed to a cup of wine on the table. Consider it. A chance for Kingston and for his younger self. Kingston stood and drank without changing his expression. Then Branson said, there's another matter. Yesterday, the Celia mentioned hoping that I could release Ashlyn from the Imperial Music Bureau. What do you think? When Ashlyn was mentioned, the composure on Kingston's face finally showed a crack. Beneath others' roofs, one must bow. Branson, after all, was Darnell above all. Even if he couldn't kill him, cursing him as a tyrant 10,000 times wouldn't change the treason charges against his father and Ivar's and would implicate Claire and the Schwe family who were doing their best for him. However, he could humble himself, pretending he was already dead, but he didn't want his sister to fall into a similar predicament. Yet this was a hard question to answer. If he left it to Branson's decision, Branson might suspect he was lying. But if he spoke frankly and faced rejection again, it might leave no room for maneuver. But since Branson asked this, it probably meant there was a high possibility of agreement. Silent for a moment, Kingston knelt again. Your subject begs for Phil's mercy and also thanks the Celia for her grace. Is that all? Branson took a cup of wine and drank it, casually remarking, won't you take this opportunity to express your loyalty? Kingston whispered, your subject is naturally loyal to Phil, but not because of this matter. That's well said. Branson said with a sigh and a smile, go back quietly and change your clothes. Follow me out of the palace in half an hour. As for Sylvia, you figure out an excuse yourself. Just make sure she doesn't worry. Kingston did not ask for reasons, but only bowed his head, respectfully. Wherever Branson went, he followed, and he was extremely concerned about Branson's safety. Although Branson often thought he was mainly afraid of losing his reliance, considering their long-term bond, he turned a blind eye to his misdeeds. Branson waved his hand. Enough. Stop wailing. Get up and speak. I have things to tell you. If you delay my affairs, watch your skin. Hearing this, Anselm quickly covered his mouth, trembling as he stood up. He pinched his fingers delicately, shouting hoarsely, why your majesty? Under the flickering lamplight, his face, greasy and shiny, looked almost edible. Branson. He shouldn't have named him Anselm in the first place. He should have called him Living Treasure. Branson said, to prevent anyone from spying within the palace, you don't need to follow this time. Call Keenan to come and serve as usual. Chapter 17. Leaving the palace. 1. Upon hearing this, Anselm could not help but be stunned. But didn't Phil say earlier that he was a prime suspect and needed to be thoroughly investigated? Keenan was one of the chief guards among the Imperial Guards. This person is 32 years old this year, with remarkable abilities. Moreover, he is the only one among the 3 chief guards without any family background, which is why Branson has always trusted him more in handling affairs. What no one expected was that it was precisely during this outing that problems arose. Coupled with Martha constantly whispering beside him, even though no concrete evidence was found, Branson still became distant from Keenan in height, with a dark complexion, broad shoulders, and a thick waist. Unfortunately, his face bore clear signs of fatigue, indicating he hadn't been having an easy time these past few days. Keenan knelt down and paid homage to Branson. This humble minister pays respects to Phil. The eunuch who delivered the imperial decree was extremely tight-lipped, leaving Keenan uncertain about the sudden summons. He couldn't hide the deep anxiety in his eyes. Throughout history, Emperor's suspicions could mean life or death. Branson nodded faintly and got straight to the point. Take a few people and accompany me out of the palace. This came as a complete surprise to Keenan. Due to Branson's unexplained assassination attempt, Keenan's movements had been restricted upon returning to the palace, not even allowed to leave his room for several days. He had never imagined that Branson would once again order him to leave the palace. Surprised as he was, Keenan immediately replied, Phil just survived an assassination attempt. If we really must leave the palace, taking just a few people might not be appropriate. Throughout history, sending small troops into dangerous territories has always been better done with quality over quantity. Besides, the more people you take, the larger the target, making it easier to attract attention. Branson glanced at Keenan with lowered eyes and said calmly, Keenan, I trust you. You won't let me down this time. The other guards were spread out, closely observing the surroundings, watching for anyone suspicious. Just then, a commotion arose across the street, followed by faint sounds of an argument. The crowd suddenly stirred, and Keenan immediately became alert. Looking in the direction of the noise, he saw an elderly vegetable seller accidentally dirtying the clothes of a man dressed in brocade. The elderly man had white hair and beard, clearly showing his advanced age. His legs were also not in good condition. He approached the brocade-clad man with great apprehension, trying to help clean the man's clothes, but was kicked hard, falling to the ground. Get lost. How dare you touch a young master like me, you old dog. The elderly man immediately spat out blood. A little Eileen who was with him burst into tears. Seeing the little Eileen, the expression on the brocade-clad man's face turned strangely when he saw her. He leaned over and whispered something into the ear of a servant beside him. The servant immediately went over and grabbed the little Eileen by the arm, lifting her up. Our young master's clothes are too expensive for you to repay in several lifetimes. You should be chopped up and fed to the fish. But since our young master is so kind-hearted, you can pay back using this little Eileen. The little Eileen was terrified and struggled fiercely. But how could a 6 or 7-year-old Eileen match a grown man in his 20s? She received a slap on the face and instantly quieted down. The elderly man, who had been kicked to the ground, shakily got up to grab Adeline. Brittany! Brittany! Give Brittany back to the old man. Before he took 2 steps, he was pushed back to the ground by the brocade-clad man, losing 2 front teeth. This brocade-clad man obviously came from a wealthy and powerful family. Although there were many onlookers, no one dared to step forward. Melvin Josiah was always straightforward. Seeing this, he burned with rage but dared not act rashly for fear of compromising Branson's safety, only able to snort indignantly. Branson acted as if he hadn't seen anything, continuing to walk and leisurely fanning himself. Only Kingston, unable to bear the heart-wrenching cries of the little Eileen, picked up a few pebbles and threw them at the brocade-clad man and the servant without being noticed. He had practiced throwing stones day and night since he was 4 or 5 years old, making his throws quick, accurate, and forceful. Just as the brocade-clad man was gloating, he suddenly saw a flash of cold light before his forehead started to throb with pain. The servants suffered similarly, both developing red lumps on their heads. Enraged, the brocade-clad man looked around angrily, but couldn't determine from which direction the pebbles had come. Knowing his weakness, he quickly led his minions away. The elderly man hugged his granddaughter. They wept together. After the brocade-clad man left, some people stood up to condemn his disgraceful actions. Some placed a few copper coins next to the elderly man, sighing for him to buy some food or hot porridge. There are no absolute good or bad people in the world. Like most people express their kindness when there is no danger, or when it doesn't affect their own interests. Branson glanced sideways at Kingston with a half-smile. Behind the mask, Kingston couldn't see Branson's expression, nor could he read any clear emotion from his eyes. He bowed his head submissively and apologized. Just now, I acted rashly without the young master's permission. Please punish me. Outside, Kingston addressed Branson as young master, and played the role of his attendant. Knowing better, but acting recklessly deserves harsher punishment. Branson lazily laughed and casually asked Kingston, "What do you think your punishment should be?" Kingston. Chapter 18. Leaving the palace, 2. Under the mask, Kingston almost pressed his lips into a line. The tyrant was undoubtedly very difficult to serve, and the questions he asked were extremely hard to answer. If the punishment was too light, Branson would be unsatisfied. If it was too heavy, it would be hard on him, as he might not be able to bear it. Although his own death was not a matter of great importance, he now carried the honor of his father and elder Ivar, as well. Branson's gaze landed on the signboard of the brothel. Kingston's pupils constricted slightly, and his body trembled involuntarily. Heaven and earth. His elder sister was here. Branson seemed completely unaware of Kingston's disturbance. He whispered something to Keenan, then swept past the moonlit path, walking into the bustling pleasure quarters without looking back. Keenan followed closely behind. A glimmer of indecipherable light flashed in Kingston's eyes as he clenched his lips and hurried after them. In a place like this, appearances dictated everything. Branson dressed modestly this time, entering among the rich and powerful princes without causing much fuss. This was exactly what he wanted. Keenan discreetly found the Madame Lu, and arranged a secluded, elegant room for Branson using his high-ranking military credentials. Although Alejandra did not know that Branson was the current emperor, her years of experience allowed her to see that his status was extraordinary. Thus, she also sent 4 beautiful young Eileens to perform for them. Each Eileen held either a lute or a guqin. After bowing, they began playing. The performers and their music were indeed excellent, but Kingston's mind was in turmoil, making him unable to appreciate it. Branson watched disinterestedly for a while before waving them off. Silence returned to the elegant room. Branson leaned lazily by the window, looking down. From this vantage point, he had a clear view of the main hall, while remaining hidden from others due to the design. Often, wealth and power meant privilege. Branson smirked coldly, catching sight of Kingston out of the corner of his eye. Despite trying to control himself, the trembling fingers betrayed the youth. Branson smirked. Do you know what day it is today? Anyone with sharp eyes could see that heaven and earth was unusually busy today. They had already encountered several familiar faces in just a short while. All important officials, some even friendly with Ari. Kingston lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before finally saying, I don't know. Branson replied, today, heaven and earth will auction off Ashland's first night. The rule is simple, highest bidder wins. At this, Kingston suddenly looked up at Branson. Since that day in the Imperial study, he hadn't looked at Branson with such a gaze. But the look quickly faded, so fleeting that anyone with poor eyesight might think they were hallucinating. Unfortunately, Branson's eyes were excellent. Yet, he wasn't offended. Even tamed beasts show their claws sometimes. And this was still a cub. Only when Kingston could remain calm in the face of collapsing mountains would he truly need to worry. Branson chuckled lightly. I allow you to bid. Kingston paused. But I have no money. The Melvin family had been completely ransacked, and he was abruptly taken into the palace. Not to mention silver. Even the clothes on his body were bought from a shop at Keenan's arrangement for his departure from the palace, which essentially meant Branson had paid. Branson gave a glance to Keenan who stood beside him. Understanding immediately, Keenan took out a box from his chest and placed it on the table. Branson said, open it and take a look. Kingston. Chapter 19 Serenity, 1. Inside the box was actually a banknote worth 100,000 taels of silver. Although it was common for the music bureau to auction off the first night with a courtesan to gain profits, the highest price ever paid for one did not exceed 100,000 taels of silver. This was only because 2 idle rich heirs couldn't agree and bid against each other. Though a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, spending too much money on a courtesan's first night was obviously not worthwhile. Everyone has a balance in their heart. If nothing unforeseen happens, using this 100,000 taels of silver to buy Ashland's first night would be more than enough. The long, dark eyelashes of Kingston fluttered slightly as he gently lowered his eyes. No matter what Branson was up to and what he would demand in return for today's 100,000 taels of silver, it would be worth it if it could save his sister. Kingston wanted to kneel down to express his gratitude, but Branson waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, there are no such formalities out here, so don't bother. As he spoke, he extended his hand and pointed to the seat opposite him. Sit. This naturally could be considered a very high honor. Kingston was slightly stunned. After a moment of silence, he shook his head slightly and whispered, how can there be a place for me in front of Phil? I will stand. Branson chuckled. He lowered his head and slowly sipped some tea without insisting, do as you wish. At that moment, accompanied by a pleasant zither melody, an overwhelming cheer suddenly erupted from outside. Kingston's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly walked to the window to look down. He saw a group of elegantly dressed young gentlemen surrounding a stage in the center of the hall. On the elevated platform stood a woman wearing a light veil, dressed in golden attire, holding a pipa and playing it. The clear and graceful sound of the pipa played neither hurriedly nor slowly, very moving, showcasing the player's superb skill. However, those who were knowledgeable in this art would detect the sorrow and resentment hidden within the melody. It was a love-laden tune, but deep inside the player's heart was pain, despair, and desolation. Like a lone traveler covered in wounds, finding no way out. Originally leaning lazily by the window, Branson showed a bit of interest upon hearing the melody and looked out again. When the music finished, the hall fell into a brief silence. The manager of Tiangong Renjian, Marianne, smiled and walked up to the stage at this time. She reached out and removed the veil covering the woman's face, revealing a delicate and beautiful countenance. This woman was a beauty, rarest of all. She carried an indomitable spirit unique to daughters of military families, appearing especially cold and charming among the paper and wine intoxication of Tiangong Renjian. Marianne said, "This is our new Eileen Jintz, and today is her first day receiving guests. Thank you all for your patronage." For women, whether they were daughters of officials or Eileens from poor families, entering the music bureau meant starting a new life. They would discard their original names and take another floral name, and Jintz was Ashlin's name in Tiangong Renjian. Most of the noble sons present knew her identity. A cold beauty falling into the dust world added an extra thrill compared to being with women already in the business, making everyone's blood boil instantly, just like water dripping into boiling oil. The atmosphere heated up again. "We know. Faster, Marianne. We can't wait anymore." Yes. 5,000 taels. I'll offer 5,000 taels. Don't delay anymore. Start quickly." In such situations, bidding usually started at 1,000 taels. Hearing the starting price was already at 5,000 taels, Marianne's face nearly split with joy. She exclaimed, pulling Ashlin's hand forward, "A gentleman offers 5,000 taels. Any higher bids?" Another person said, 6,000 taels. I'll offer 6,000 taels. Do you think you can win the beauty with just 6,000 taels? It's not that easy. Someone else said, I'll offer 10,000 taels. Marianne beamed with delight. All right, 10,000 taels once. Any higher bids? Seeing his beloved older sister being auctioned like a commodity on stage, Kingston placed his hand on the windowsill, veins subtly visible on the back of his hand. However, he didn't immediately join the bidding but fixed his gaze on Ashlyn on stage. He noticed that Ashlyn seemed indifferent to the bidders but kept staring at a corner in the northwest, so he followed her gaze. Branson raised an eyebrow and also looked in the direction Kingston was gazing. There stood many young gentlemen, one of whom caught Branson's attention. Ashlyn's former fiancé, now the ministerial undersecretary of the Ministry of Personnel, Otto. Seeing this person, Branson curled his lip in a somewhat mocking way and said slowly, "Otto." On the very first day of the Melvin family being stripped of their assets, he became engaged to the direct youngest daughter of Minister of Personnel Clayton. Now, with Clayton's support, he has become an undersecretary of the Ministry of Personnel. It's unlikely he will participate in the bidding this time. Having said that, Branson shifted his eyes. Supporting himself on the windowsill with both hands, he shouted loudly, 100,000 taels. This matter could not afford any mistakes. He had to overwhelm these people with his bid right from the start. Chapter 20. Giselbirding Lawn 2. The moment Kingston bid 10,000 taels, people exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned tense again. Truly befitting of a noble daughter, Jinsua. Your worth is indeed formidable. Don't worry. Your Adela, will never treat you unfairly in the future. Adela held Ashlyn's hand, laughing as if she had just caught a walking gold ingot. 10,000 taels. The gentleman from room 9 bids 10,000 taels. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? Seeing that the bidding was almost over, Adela said, first call for 10,000 taels. Second call for 10,000 taels. Third. Just as she was about to say third, a high-pitched voice interrupted. 15,000 taels. This announcement stunned everyone present. All eyes followed the voice to see a man in his late 30s. He had a slightly flushed complexion, a tall and muscular build, and wore very neatly, clearly indicating he was well trained. Behind him were 3 or 4 people, each carrying a box. Inside each box were thick stacks of silver bills, amounting to at least 2 or 3 matched the strength of Keenan, who was in his prime. But with one being naturally powerful and the other enraged, they both tumbled to the ground in a fierce struggle. Keenan continued to pin down Kingston's hands while the latter gritted his teeth and thrust his knee into Keenan's abdomen, then tried to push himself up with one hand. An expert only needs to make a move to know if the opponent is skilled. In the few moments of their rapid exchange, Keenan was secretly amazed. He thought, truly worthy of being a general's son. If he were just a few years older, it might be difficult to predict the outcome. Keenan lost himself in the fight for a moment. He reached out with his large hand, grabbed Kingston by the collar, dragging him towards him, while using his other hand to press against the teenager's throat, forcing his head back. Say it again, go back? Keenan thought this move would secure victory. However, with his throat compressed, Kingston found it hard to breathe and became even more defiant. He bit down on Keenan's hand. He bit so fiercely that Keenan gasped. Holding Kingston's collar, he tried pulling him away. Open your mouth. But Kingston, seemingly furious, refused to let go. The pain was excruciating, and Keenan almost wanted to slap him away. Yet when he looked into the boy's eyes, he hesitated. Those eyes were filled with a desperate hopelessness that didn't belong to a 14 or 15-year-old. Fortunately, the guards outside heard the commotion and rushed in. They collectively managed to restrain Kingston. His mask fell off during the struggle, and one of the guards slapped him across the face, turning his head sharply. The guard then coldly said, "Impudent. How dare you act out before him, Ron?" He raised his hand again, preparing to strike. Keenan, whose hand was now bloodied and torn, quickly whispered, "Stop." The guard hesitated, then reluctantly stepped aside. Keenan glanced at Branson, who was sitting beside him, and hesitated, saying, "Phil, he acted on impulse. Could you possibly punish him lightly?" At this moment, Blood was still dripping from his hand. Kingston looked up at him with a touch of surprise. Branson did not respond but ordered his men to press Kingston to kneel on the ground, then said, "Did you complete the task I just assigned you?" Keenan nodded and signaled to a guard standing at the back. The guard took out a booklet from inside his robe and respectfully presented it to Branson with both hands. "Phil, this is the list of all those who participated in the bidding and their bids. As for the person who paid 150,000 taels for Miss Melvin's first night, I have discreetly inquired and confirmed that he is under the service of Ethang." Ethang, Titus, was Branson's royal uncle. This year, he was nearly 60 years old, had no remarkable ability or ambition, and his only hobby was playing with women. Therefore, when Branson's father was still emperor, he treated this incompetent Ivar quite well to earn a reputation for benevolence, often rewarding him. He even allowed him to keep a private army within his residence. Now that Titus was willing to pay 150,000 taels for Ashland's first night, was it merely for pleasure, or did he have ulterior motives? Branson curled his lips into a smile. He glanced at the kneeling youth, lifted his hand, and poured the remaining tea in the cup onto Kingston's face. The tea flowed down his neck, leaving 2 tea leaves on his cheeks, making the youth look extremely disheveled, yet he kept his head lowered without a word. As if awaiting execution, Branson suddenly felt a mix of anger and amusement. "Calm down now." Kingston remained silent. He was doing his best to suppress his temper, but that was his own sister. To watch his own sister being taken away and defiled brought pain far worse than 1,000 cuts. Branson spoke calmly. "I am going to visit Uncle Nathaniel at Nathaniel Guangfu. Are you coming with me, or do you want to return to the palace to accept punishment?" Kingston. Chapter 21. Nathaniel Guang 1. Kingston was slightly stunned. When encountering nobles with high status who couldn't be present in person, the music bureau could certainly send someone to their door. Ethang Titus certainly wouldn't come to this, heaven on earth, personally, so Marianne would definitely send Ashland over. Clutching his cold fingers, Kingston bit his lip and said, "Does Imran still trust me?" Branson laughed but didn't directly answer Kingston's question. Instead, he said, "This is your last chance. If you can't control your temper, there's no need for you to continue as an imperial guard. The office of ceremonial rites would suit you better." Kingston. The office of ceremonial rites was responsible for managing eunuchs and palace affairs. Branson's meaning was very clear. If Kingston made the same mistake again, he could just roll back into the palace and become a eunuch. Talent is precious, but a disobedient talent is more troublesome than a mediocrity, because a mediocre person doesn't have much capacity to get into trouble, but a talented one does. Kingston struggled to raise his eyes and met Branson's gaze. After a moment, he silently bowed down again. Kneeling before Branson, he kowtowed. "If I offend again, I will willingly accept whatever punishment Imran sees fit, without any complaints." Branson's late-night visit undoubtedly startled Titus, who was about to take a beautiful woman home. He was already old and hadn't attended court for many years, nor did he concern himself with political matters anymore. Indeed, even when young, he hadn't really cared much. The late emperor kept such a useless Ivar around merely to showcase his benevolence and kindness by letting Titus live idly, hoping it would prevent him from causing more trouble. At this moment, Titus, supported by 2 slender, beautiful servant Eileens, entered the main hall. His face full of excitement, he grabbed Branson's hand and said, "Shingzi, you came to see Uncle this late at night? This Nathaniel Guang Palace feels honored to have such a distinguished guest. Haha, come in, come in. Let Uncle get a good look at you." Shingzi was Branson's courtesy name. Nowadays, in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, those who dared to call him that could be counted on one hand. Ethang Titus was naturally one of them. Even though Branson had become Darnell, Alan still treated him as his nephew, using familiar terms and not considering formalities. However, Branson wasn't bothered by it. Since Titus didn't attend court, they only saw each other 2 or 3 times a year at major banquets, exchanging no more than a few words. What the late emperor didn't mind, Branson similarly ignored. As long as Titus didn't stir up trouble, Branson treated him as a wealthy idle man. Who could blame his luck? Born as a high-ranking prince, with a powerful maternal family, people like him started from where others spent their whole lives trying to reach. But now, Branson discreetly observed his uncle, of a celestial being. "Even I, as an emperor, can't help but envy you." Using something finer than Darnell implied overstepping boundaries. If anyone else heard this, they would likely be frightened out of their wits. But Titus acted as if he didn't understand Branson's implied rebuke. "Of course. This tea is brewed with snow water collected from plum blossoms by myself. I only managed to collect 1 jar, and I wouldn't have taken it out if you hadn't come." Hearing this, he laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Shingzi, you are always busy handling myriad state affairs. Of course you can't be compared with us idle people who do nothing all day." Branson sipped the tea again with a smile. "Uncle's praise is too much. You were diligent for the country in your youth, and now you should take care of yourself and enjoy your twilight years." Titus waved his hand, unashamedly saying, "These are all things I should do. But now it's the era of young people like you." At this point, Titus couldn't help sighing deeply. "After all, I'm getting old. In recent years, I obviously feel that my energy has greatly declined. I don't want to go out anymore. It seems that refusing to accept old age just won't work." His expression suddenly became filled with sadness. Branson comforted him gently. "Uncle, please don't say that. You remain strong despite your age. How could ordinary people compare?" Titus shook his head. "Enough. We haven't met for a long time. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. My dancers have recently choreographed a new dance. Would Shingzi be interested in watching it with me?" He didn't mention Branson's reason for coming and enthusiastically changed the subject to music and dance, as if Branson had come solely to visit him late at night. Branson smiled softly. He politely declined. "Thank you very much for the invitation, Uncle. If you invited me, I shouldn't refuse. But I came here today because I have something to ask. I really have no interest in watching dances." For a king to use such courteous words as ask, even to royal relatives like Titus showed considerable respect. Titus immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, Xingzi, what are you talking about? Between us uncle and nephew, there's no need to use the word ask. If you have something to say, just speak up. Rest assured. As long as I can help, I will never hesitate. Chapter 22 Sincerity Prince 2. Titus spoke with resolute determination and a bold spirit, yet his eyes gleamed with a calculating light. Branson smiled and said, if so, then I shall thank your royal highness in advance. Titus lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. Branson did not urge him, focusing solely on drinking his tea. Only after nearly finishing his cup did he call out again, Uncle. Reclining in his chair, Titus said, Xingzi, this puts me in a difficult position. Caring for the people and being concerned about national affairs are undoubtedly good deeds, which I'm truly glad about deep down. But if the Ministry of Revenue has no money, how can I conjure money out of nowhere? Is that not reasonable? That is indeed reasonable. Placing the teacup on the table, Branson smiled and said, so, after much deliberation, I decided to increase revenue and cut expenses by reducing the royal household's expenditures, thus contributing to disaster relief. Since ascending the throne, when had Branson ever shown concern for such matters? Titus was taken aback. Xingzi indeed governs diligently and cares for the people. This is a blessing for all the citizens. Branson continued, but one person's effort alone is but a drop in the bucket. Hence, I must come to you with thick skin, seeking Uncle's support. I wonder if Uncle would be willing to lend some silver on a personal basis, to ease my burden somewhat? Do we need to talk about borrowing between us? Logically speaking, if Uncle has the means, he would surely support you fully. But, the crux of the matter lay in this, Titus covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice. But this vast estate requires enormous expenses, and I have always loved beautiful women, which leads to constant overspending. He showed a look of difficulty. Xingzi, as close relatives, I'm not afraid to say it. I have already begun maintaining the household expenses through pawning items. I had thought of asking you for help, but I couldn't bring myself to open my mouth. As he spoke, he even wiped his eyes. Keenan, who stood behind Branson, was a straightforward man. Although he dared not express himself outwardly, he cursed, shameless, inwardly upon hearing Titus's words. A man who didn't blink an eye to spend 150,000 taels on a courtesan's first night actually had the nerve to claim he was broke. Is it really like that? Branson's face revealed surprise. Today, someone at the Imperial Teaching Bureau bought Ares' daughter's virginity for 150,000 taels, and he claimed to be from your residence, carrying a waistplate identifying him as from the Nathaniel Palace. Does this mean, Uncle, that you were entirely unaware of this? One of my subordinates? Titus was greatly shocked. How could I know I instructed them to do such a thing? Moreover, 150,000 taels. No courtesan is worth that much. Xingzi, you must investigate thoroughly. This might be a malicious slander against me. Branson laughed. Slandering the imperial family is a crime deserving severe punishment. It must be investigated properly to find out who dares to do such a thing. Kingston, bring the person in. Someone responded from outside, and shortly afterward, a young man brought in a bound middle-aged man. This middle-aged man appeared as though he had just gone through an intense struggle, with disheveled hair, disordered clothes, and bruises on his face. But it was still not hard to recognize him as the person who had bid for Ashlin's virginity earlier. Seeing Titus, the man's face immediately lit up with an expression of frantic joy. Your Highness, please save me. Your Highness, hurry and save me. After speaking, he pointed at Kingston, his eyes flashing with a vengeful light. This little brute who knows where he came from. Silence. Titus's face changed slightly, but quickly reverted to its usual state. He walked briskly to the man and delivered a harsh kick to him. Alden, what exactly did you do? Imran said you went to the teaching bureau and spent 150,000 taels on a woman's virginity. Did this happen? The expenses of the Wangfu are already tight. Where did you get so much silver? Hearing the words Imran, the man was stunned. His face, originally flushed, gradually turned purple. He was originally named Sungang, a household slave of Nathaniel Palace. Because he had trained since childhood and possessed considerable skills, surpassing several ordinary people at once, he caught Titus's favor. His surname was changed to Sean, thus becoming Alden. Many of Titus's less than honorable tasks were entrusted to him. Alden's complexion shifted from red to purple, then from purple to black, like a colorful palette that had been overturned. After a long while, he stuttered, to this. Pardon me, Your Highness. Please pardon me. It was I. I saw that woman was beautiful, and I got greedy, selling 2 vases from the mansion. I just wanted to indulge myself first. Titus instantly gasped in shock. His body swayed. He raised his hand to point at Alden, but couldn't utter a word for quite some time. 2 maids quickly came over to support him. Chapter 23 Handling 1. Titus clutched his chest and kicked Alden. You this dog slave. How could I have trusted you so much? You actually dared to do such a shameless thing behind my back. Alden lay on the ground, sobbing profusely. Spare me, Your Highness. Branson watched this farce with cold eyes. Titus stomped and pounded his chest. Xingzi, it's all because your uncle has become senile, not knowing such a person appeared in my own residence, even troubling you. How ashamed I am. After a moment of silence, Branson laughed softly. So, this really isn't the intent of my uncle? Titus denied outright. Of course not. Of course not. How could I spend so much silver to buy a courtesan? The smile on Branson's face immediately turned grave. He lightly tapped the table with his index finger and said slowly, deceiving superiors and subordinates, secretly stealing and selling off the master's possessions. Our great Joe cannot tolerate such stubborn slaves. Keenan immediately stepped forward. Phil, Branson calmly ordered, go and imprison his family. The men will be beaten to death, and the women will be sold into slavery. Upon hearing these words, countless red blood vessels burst in Alden's eyes. With a strained neck, he gasped, Phil, Your Highness, this is solely my doing. It has nothing to do with my family, Your Highness. Nathaniel King Titus wiped his eyes. Shinxi, this dog slave truly deserves 10,000 deaths. I'm deeply disappointed and frustrated, but he has served me for so many years. Surely, there's no need to implicate his family? Uncle has a kind heart, but sand doesn't mix well in my eyes, Branson remarked casually. If today's incident isn't strictly punished, tomorrow the slaves in Uncle's residence, taking advantage of your good nature, will follow suit. Branson smiled. Indeed, we are one family. In court now, only Uncle thinks for me so wholeheartedly. However, Titus's heart leaped again. Branson looked embarrassed. To put it frankly, it's hard to speak. Can Uncle help me reach 300,000 taels? When Branson spoke, Titus's heart dropped again. 300,000 taels was a heavy hit, but still within his capacity. He gritted his teeth. All right, 300,000 taels. Branson lazily chuckled and looked down at Alden kneeling on the ground. In appreciation of my uncle pleading on your behalf, I'll spare you this time. Don't forget to thank my uncle. Alden loudly exclaimed. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Your Highness. Titus's face remained stern, coldly scolding. Don't thank me. I merely can't bear innocent people suffering. According to your deeds, any punishment is deserved. Alden repeatedly confessed his guilt. Branson adjusted his sleeves. Enough. Since he's your man, Uncle, I'll leave it to you to handle. Thank you, Phil. With the maidservant's support, Titus wobbled back to his chair. Although this dog slave acted recklessly and deserves death, please forgive this old man's offense, but I have something pressing on my heart. Branson smiled. Speak your mind, Uncle. Titus spoke with tears in his eyes. Although my talent may be somewhat mediocre, I have always been loyal to the late Emperor and Phil, with undivided heart. I only wish for harmony among Evars and uncles and nephews. This is witnessed by heaven and earth. Besides, I am now over 50 years old. I don't know where I incurred Phil's suspicion, to the extent of having someone monitor me. I've always been a hot-tempered person since childhood. Even the late Emperor knew this. If Phil doesn't explain today, I might as well smash my head against a wall and join the late Emperor underground, proving my innocence, rather than being constantly suspected and monitored, unable to rest peacefully every day. Branson's face showed confusion. Uncle, please get up. I naturally trust Uncle. Why would I send someone to spy? How could you say such things? It wasn't so easy to pin the label of forcing his own uncle to death on him and provoke criticism from officials. Titus wept bitterly. If not because Phil sent someone to spy, how did Phil find out about the matter right after Alden bought that woman's virginity, even before he brought her back to the residence? Originally, it was because of this. That really is a misunderstanding of me by Uncle. Branson glanced sideways at Kingston and said gently, this boy is Ares' youngest son, who now serves as a guard beside me. He missed his elder sister very much and asked for leave to go out of the palace. Alden's actions were discovered by him and reported to me. Titus said, the identity of guests at Heavenly Joyful Paradise is a secret. I suppose this dog slave wouldn't be stupid enough to expose himself while doing such things. So, how did this boy discover it? Kingston suddenly said, I couldn't bear to see my sister humiliated and got into a fight with them, accidentally discovering the Nathaniel King's insignia on one of them. That's when I reported it to Phil. With a few words, he took all the responsibility. Titus coughed violently, seemingly disbelieving. Once they enter the music bureau, their lives are no longer under their own control. It has long been a tradition that music bureau auctions happen as a matter of course. Since this boy became Phil's guard, how can he disregard the rules and do such things? Today it's Alden, but what if it's someone else? Will he also act so recklessly? Such behavior, where does it place Phil's dignity? And the dignity of our great show? As soon as these words were spoken, Titus actually knelt down with a thud. Phil, although Alden is indeed at fault, Phil cannot tolerate such unruly and reckless people around you. They must be punished severely. Chapter 24, Resolution 2. Titus spoke with great fervor and emotion, tears streaming down his face. Branson smiled softly and said in a gentle tone, in fact, even if Uncle hadn't said anything, causing a misunderstanding between me and Uncle. Now, I sentence you to 50 cane strokes. Do you accept this punishment? Kingston bowed his head and said flatly, your subject accepts the punishment without any objection. Branson's tone suddenly turned cold. Good, so be it. Keenan, give him a good beating. Keenan bowed and asked, does Phil want this to happen here or outside? Branson replied, naturally, it should happen here so Uncle can witness. Then he hesitated. But now, since Uncle cannot bear scenes of bloodshed, wouldn't it be inappropriate to do it here? Today, he seemed particularly considerate. Titus lightly coughed and waved his hand. Better outside. Let Corey accompany him. Corey was the steward of Titus's residence. Branson nodded gently. As Uncle wishes. He waved his hand. The guards immediately came forward and quickly dragged Kingston out of the hall. Keenan ordered men to tightly bind Kingston with ropes, then lay him face down on a blood-stained punishment bench. Throughout the process, Kingston remained silent, showing no struggle or change in expression, his lowered eyes concealing the darkness within. After everything was prepared, Keenan leaned close and whispered quietly, endure it. Kingston closed his eyes, slightly nodding, silently mouthing, thank you. Keenan said nothing more. And come to countless times from the excruciating pain. At this moment, drenched in sweat, he lay on the punishment bench, veins bulging on the back of his hands, and his lips bitten until they were bloodied and swollen from enduring the agony. And despite his faint breaths, he was still coughing incessantly. Blood froth trickled down from the corner of his lips, staining the youthful chin, white as jade, with red. Keenan fell silent for a moment, then smiled and looked at the stunned Corey beside him. Since His Highness ordered Shin Manager to come along to watch, wouldn't it be better if you personally inspected the punishment? To avoid thinking later that I went easy on him. I cannot afford to bear such accusations. No need at all. What's there to inspect after being beaten like this? Corey waved his hands repeatedly. This old servant absolutely believes in Lord Lee's fairness and integrity. Only then was Keenan satisfied. He ordered the guards to untie Kingston, take him inside to kowtow to Imran and his highness. Although Kingston was still conscious, not only could he not walk in himself, even the slightest movement would feel like his bones were being drilled into and needles piercing through him. 2 guards had to support him as they walked in, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The scene was heart-wrenching. Keenan said, "Manager Shun, let's go inside together to report back." Chapter 25 Treating Injuries 1. In Prince Titus's room, Titus dismissed everyone, leaving only Corey in attendance. The carefree demeanor he usually displayed had been torn apart, and his expression turned grim. "Did you see it clearly?" Corey hurriedly replied. "I saw it clearly, absolutely clearly." Every blow was struck as commanded, without any leniency. There was blood all over him. After a pause, he added, "Your Highness, it seems that although Darnell sent people to borrow money, this incident involving Alden at the Bureau of Music was not intentional on his part. He still cares about you as his paternal uncle and doesn't want you to feel estranged. That's why he didn't hesitate to order the beating." Upon hearing this, Titus's mood lightened somewhat. That's better. So what if he is Darnell? This prince is genuine royalty and his elder relative. Our great Zhou has always governed with benevolence and filial piety. No emperor in history would dare to treat their elders unfairly so openly. Even the late emperor treated me well. I don't believe he truly disregards his own paternal uncle. But, speaking of this, Titus felt some pain. 15,000 taels spent on the Bureau of Music, plus another 30,000 taels later on. For those efforts, I couldn't even play with that charming beauty. All I did was have that ignorant little brat beaten. Even if the beating was severe, it feels like this prince lost out. A son of a criminal, his life isn't worth 45,000 taels. Corey tried to soothe Titus. He's just an ungrateful dog. If you tell him to laugh, he laughs. If you tell him to cry, he cries. After 50 strokes, he'll be half dead if not entirely. Why should your highness, with such noble status, bother with such a dog? That's indeed true. Titus nodded with a smile. With my status, how could I stoop to dealing with a slave? I might as well let him live. Then he complained, truly, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have listened to Ethan and acted on impulse. Not only did I fail to get the beauty, but I also got entangled needlessly, all while Branson took advantage of me for such a large sum. And, suddenly, a doubtful look flashed across Titus's face. Corey, why did Branson suddenly start caring about the famine victims in Changzhou? Didn't he always delegate such matters to Gavriel? Corey lowered his head. This old servant dares not guess rashly. Perhaps. After a pause, he said, Your Highness, could it be that Darnell has had a change of heart and wants to be a wise ruler? Ha 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 ha. Titus burst into laughter, patting Corey's shoulder with his chubby hand. Corey, you're no spring chicken. How can you still have such naive thoughts? You know who Branson is. As the son of a dancer, he bears the responsibilities of a prince but enjoys none of the privileges. His rise to power was entirely by his own efforts. If he wanted to be a wise ruler, he would have been one from the start. Since he didn't, it shows he never had the intention. How could he suddenly change now? Corey shook his head. Then this old servant truly cannot understand why. I can't either. Titus said, Fine, go invite Ethan to visit our mansion. Tell him we've prepared new dance performances by our dancers and wish to share them with him. When Kingston returned to the palace, he had already developed a high fever. His burning fever made his mind clouded. In his dreams, he alternated between scenes of the Melvin family being stripped of their assets and times of playing with his Evars. His second Evar held a long sword, making graceful sword patterns effortlessly. He extended his hand towards Kingston. Come on, let's go hunting outside the city. Just as Kingston was about to say, Sure, a deeper voice came from nearby. Hunting? Have you seen what time it is? Alexandria told me to bring you back for dinner immediately. She personally made dumplings. Huh. His second Evar yawned lightly. Big Evar, you go eat first. I'm not hungry yet. With that, he made a silly face at Kingston. Go back to eat first. Next time we'll play together. Then, he swiftly vaulted over the waist-high railing and disappeared before his big Evar could reach him. His big Evar stomped his feet in anger. Each one runs faster than a monkey. Junior, go back first. I'll fetch your third Evar from the training ground. Kingston also jumped down from the railing. Roscoe, let me go instead. You finally have a day off. You should spend more time with sister-in-law. Roscoe froze for a moment, an unnatural expression flashing across his face. Did Darren say something to you again? No. Seeing Roscoe's expression, Kingston couldn't help but laugh. He waved at the other. Roscoe, I'll go call Tony back for dinner. With that, he rushed out in a hurry to find his third Evar, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Nowhere at all. Kingston began to get worried. He shouted loudly, Tony, it's time to go back for dinner. But no one answered. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of galloping hooves coming from the distance. The sound grew closer and closer, and Kingston instinctively looked in its direction, only to see countless officers holding torches and iron chains. What were these people going to do? Why had they barged into their home? As he was distracted, he heard the cries of women rising and falling around him. Hearing these cries, Kingston felt inexplicably anxious. Just as he wanted to locate the source of the crying, he suddenly saw an officer pulling on his sister-in-law's hair and dragging her away without hesitation. His sister-in-law was 3 months pregnant. Kingston's heart dropped. His first reaction was to rush over and stop it. But unexpectedly, the officer who had his sister-in-law suddenly drew a knife and ruthlessly slashed down. Blood splattered, like rain falling in midair. The slightly pungent liquid flowed down her neck, and with a heartbeat like a drum, he froze on the spot. He knew what these officers were doing now. Kingston abruptly opened his eyes, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Like a fish out of water, he lay on the bed, gasping for breath in heavy pants. At the same time, behind him came light footsteps. A moment later, a long, pale hand reached out from behind him, holding a cup of tea. Chapter 26. Treating Injuries, 2. Kingston was momentarily stunned, then belatedly felt a burning sensation in his throat. However, he stared coldly at the cup of tea without making any move. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out beside him. "What, are you waiting for the cash to feed you personally?" Kingston still didn't react. The pain from the wounds rubbing against his clothes was excruciating, and even slight movements caused an unbearable agony. His body alternated between cold and hot spells, but all these combined paled in comparison to the pain brought by that dream. If it were possible, he would rather die under the sticks, in exchange for his father and mother, for his elder Ivar. There was a brief moment of silence in the air. After a while, the hand reached out again. The teacup touched Kingston's already cracked lips. The youth pressed his lips almost into a line. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Branson. "Phil, I have accepted the punishment of your sticks. There is no need for sweet water." His voice was hoarse and rough, different from his usual tone. "So be it, as you wish." Branson stared at him for a moment, then casually placed the tea on the table and said indifferently, "This is something you willingly accepted. Complaining now seems a bit too late." A moment of silence followed, then Kingston whispered, "Both thunder and rain come from the grace of heaven. How dare I complain? But this lowly subject does not wish to trouble Phil to serve me tea personally. Calling yourself a subject one moment and lowly the next. It's also not like you truly consider yourself lowly. Keenan has quite some experience with court bastings. These wounds look severe, but they are only skin deep and won't damage your bones. It will just take 10 days or so to heal properly." Branson sat down gracefully. "This caning could have been avoided, but if I had protected you entirely, people might suspect this was a setup, thus raising doubts about Ashlynn's suicide. Whether she can change her identity easily and live a new life remains uncertain. Besides, Titus is notorious for being petty and narrow-minded. If you don't let him vent today, he will find ways to make you suffer later." Branson smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "Dealing with despicable people should be done thoroughly. If killing is possible, do it so he can't seek revenge. If not, it's best not to offend them excessively, as it's repulsive." He seemed worlds apart from the one who ordered the flogging at Nathaniel Palace. When treating someone well, he makes you feel like basking in a spring breeze. But when he wants to harm you, he leaves you restless day and night. Though the hall was warm like spring, Kingston felt icy cold at his fingertips. His whole body ached as if run over by a cart, and waves of anger and resentment surged within him, making him recall that dream, the bloody scene, and the gleam of knives. Yet he had to suppress all these emotions forcefully. Branson's current gentleness made him feel more tormented. In pain, one naturally craves warmth, even just a little. This tyrant in front of him seemed to have grasped this point precisely. Every time he resolved to treat himself as a soulless object, the other party would remind him that he was still human, and it made him feel wronged, angry, and unwilling. He needed someone to confide in, but the man before him was certainly not that person, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. The hand hidden in his sleeve clenched and unclenched several times. After taking a deep breath, Kingston said, "Phil is the ruler. Your thoughts do not need to be revealed to me, your subject. I have only one question for Phil." Branson tilted his head slightly and said slowly, "Ask." Kingston stared into Branson's eyes and asked softly, "Is your trip to Nathaniel Palace for silver truly for the relief efforts in Changzhou?" Branson laughed slightly. He said slowly, "Rest assured. I may not be a good person, but at least I keep my word." After a moment of silence, Kingston said, "Then this subject will express gratitude on behalf of the people of Changzhou." As he spoke, he attempted to force himself up to kowtow. Branson gently pressed on his shoulder and effortlessly returned him to the pillow. "Enough, stay still. If you continue, Isabel will surely blame me silently when she sees you tomorrow." Kingston shook his head. "This matter was due to my rashness. I accept the punishment willingly. It has nothing to do with Phil. Tomorrow, I will explain to Her Majesty the Celia. She will not blame you." Branson smiled but remained silent. Just then, Anselm led the servants in to deliver medicine to Kingston. Because Branson usually did not allow anyone to serve him closely when he was candied fruit. Only then did he realize who had offered it to him. Kingston's body stiffened, and when he looked up, he saw a pair of eyes cool like snow. A lazy voice sounded beside his ear as the clearly defined fingers picked up another piece of candied fruit. "Do you want another one?" Kingston pressed his lips together. Branson often seemed contradictory. He could effortlessly switch between being gentle and brutal. As an emperor, he appeared completely natural doing such things, as if he didn't feel at all that he was degrading himself. In reality, not only the supreme ruler, but even ordinary imperial relatives would pride themselves on their status, and never willingly do things like serving tea or passing water. Especially since although Kingston now served as a guard, he was still essentially a person under punishment. Chapter 27. Movement 1. The next day, Keenan began to raise donations from the ministers under the pretext of disaster relief in Changzhou. He went personally with the Jinwu guards who were responsible for protecting the palace. When encountering those who tried to plead poverty dishonestly, he would produce ledgers showing their or their descendants' lavish spending at brothels, and declare that Ethang, Titus, had taken the lead by donating 300,000 taels. It was incomprehensible to have money for brothel visits, but not for aiding the court's disaster relief efforts. Moreover, as a member of the royal family, Titus set such an exemplary precedent. How could these officials, as loyal subjects, not follow suit? As a result, despite their complaints, the ministers reluctantly dug deep into their pockets to contribute to Branson's treasury, with larger amounts reaching close to 100,000 taels and smaller ones no less than 2 or 3 tens of thousands. In total, they managed to gather over 2 million taels. Branson sat in the imperial study, looking over the lengthy list of donors, and remarked lightly, "Not bad." Keenan said, "Thanks to Phil's wisdom." Branson lazily lowered his eyes, his lips curving slightly in a half smile. "Though I think I am wise, wisdom isn't self-proclaimed. There's no need to say such things in the future. Let's talk about real matters. He tapped his finger lightly on the desk. With such a grand arrangement, a special envoy must be appointed. Who do you think is most suitable among the current ministers? This was undoubtedly a tough question. Keenan pondered over all the officials he knew, and concluded that the answer was no one. Today's high-ranking officials were either greedy, incompetent, or scheming. Those willing to genuinely work for the people's welfare were few, and even fewer gained Darnell's trust. But Keenan did not dare voice this thought. Many truths, even if known by everyone, could not be spoken aloud. Branson gave him an answer, you. Keenan felt a sharp jolt at his temple, almost unable to believe his ears. What did Phil say? Branson repeated very patiently, I said, you. Keenan knelt down with a loud thud, trembling. Your subject lacks talent and virtue, and may not be fit for this important task. Moreover, it might not gain acceptance. Imperial guards did hold ranks, but were different from the civil servants. They were mainly tasked with Darnell's safety, and rarely involved in other matters. Delivering edicts was manageable, but sending guards for major affairs like disaster relief was nearly unheard of in the Great Zhou dynasty, unless they were given official titles first. Branson wasn't surprised by Keenan's refusal. He did not comment, merely saying coolly, although we have raised this much silver, I am not happy about it. Do you know why? Pausing for a moment, Keenan shook his head. Please forgive my ignorance, Phil. Where are you ignorant? You are overly cautious. Branson shook his head. Because it also means there are too many corrupt officials in the court, and too few trustworthy ones. If we send someone casually, regardless of whether it's 2 million or 20 million taels, by the time it reaches Changzhou, it would likely be reduced to a trickle. With no one else trustworthy in the court, I trust you. I know you will not embezzle, and will not treat lives carelessly. You will do your utmost for disaster relief. Keenan widened his eyes slightly. When he first entered the palace, he had been full of ambition, thinking he could achieve great things and become a beloved official. But it was so difficult. Without money, power, or connections, one could hardly advance in the palace no matter how capable. He was the oldest and best martial artist among the 3 guard captains, yet held the lowest rank. Even his position as captain came from accidentally saving the previous emperor, otherwise, it wouldn't have been his turn at all. Even the hottest heart cools over time. But now, Branson's high regard rekindled his passion. He bowed deeply, your subject will not disappoint Phil. At the same time, at the Prime Minister's residence, Gabrielle sat in the main seat, flanked by 5 officials, all significant figures in the court. But all wore worried expressions on their faces. Minister of Personnel Austin spoke first. Prime Minister, what is the intention behind Imran's actions? Gabrielle sipped his tea and replied slowly, Imran cares for the common people, which is a good thing. We, as his subjects, should support it fully. Why should you worry so much, Minister Sure? Austin remained silent. Instead, it was Leo, the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple, who wore a pained expression and said, it is certainly good that Imran cares for the common people. However, we ministers also have parents to support and children to raise. Our silver isn't something that just blows in with the wind. To tell you the truth, my wife has finally become pregnant after all these years, and she fancies eating some bird's nest, but I can't bear to buy it for her. So what? Is it really worth your concern? A distinguished Chief Justice, only concerned about such trivial matters. Gabriel shook his head. Just so happens that I have some blood swiftlet nests sent by the esteemed concubine from the palace. You may take them back for your wife to consume. How can I accept this? Leo looked extremely shocked. He stood up and repeatedly refused. How can I, a lowly official, take away what Prime Minister cherishes? Sit down, sit down. Gabriel waved his hand. I don't like eating such things anyway. Keeping them would be a waste. Since I'm giving them to you, you should take them, but remember not to act this way again. Imran is still young and can easily be deceived by villains, leading him to act impulsively. Although we ministers face difficulties, we must understand and counsel Imran more. He will eventually understand us. Leo sat down, deeply grateful. He wiped his eyes. No wonder Imran relies so heavily on Prime Minister. You are truly devoted to Imran, working tirelessly for him. The others chimed in agreement. But unexpectedly, Gabriel sighed softly. Isn't this what ministers should do? However loyal I may be, I fear I cannot match certain ill-intentioned individuals who play tricks before Imran. This clearly had hidden meanings and finally touched on the main topic of the day. Austin, the Minister of Personnel, immediately asked, what does Prime Minister mean? Have you discovered something? Gabriel replied, I've heard that recently Imran has suddenly favored the Celia, even pardoning the castration punishment of Ares' son due to the Celia's plea, appointing him as an imperial guard. Upon hearing this, the room fell into an oddly tense silence for a moment. Everyone exchanged glances, all feeling astonished. Leo remarked, the Cash and Celia have been known to be at odds for a long time. It seems odd that Imran would suddenly change. There might be something fishy going on. Gabriel let out a long breath. That is precisely what concerns me. By principle, the affairs of Imran's harem should not be meddled with by us ministers. However, if someone harbors ill intentions and plays underhanded tricks behind the scenes, we cannot remain indifferent. We cannot allow wicked people to deceive the Cash and act tyrannically. His gaze slowly swept across the room, speaking in a grave tone. What do all of you think? That is naturally the case. Leo was the first to stand up and declare, if Prime Minister has any instructions, please command me. I will follow your lead faithfully. With his lead, the others also stood up. Yes, I will follow your lead faithfully. Chapter 28 Movements, 2. Although Kingston's injuries did not affect his bones, he would need at least 10 to 15 days to fully recover. Such a long time made it impossible for Claire, as the Celia, to hide this from everyone. Upon learning that Kingston had been punished by Branson for making mistakes, Claire hurriedly led her entourage to the Weiyang Palace. Kingston was still unable to walk. However, to prevent Claire from worrying and fearing blood staining his clothes, he wore a dark black robe, and despite his weakened state, attempted to get up to greet Claire with a bow. Claire quickly went over and held his hand. Quick, don't move. Be careful not to aggravate your wounds. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Kingston didn't insist on getting up. Instead, he let himself lie back down and smiled. Phil, don't worry. I'm fine. This time I offended Ethang and caused him to lose so much money, so he must be seething. Hence, I had to pretend to be more hurt than I am to give him some satisfaction. In reality, I wasn't beaten too hard, and Imran even sent me imperial physicians and used the best medicine. In a couple of days, all more days. If I appear fine, someone might not be happy, causing more trouble. It would be better if people know Imran did not spare any punishment. Her eyes became slightly moist, but Claire didn't argue. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, make sure to send a message to Iku and Palace. You mustn't hide it from me, understood? Kingston smiled. Phil is just like my own sister. How could I possibly hide things from you? This sounded warm and natural, yet not like the Kingston she knew before. Previously, he would only make a funny face and say, got it, big sister Sylvia? Claire took a deep breath and suddenly felt suffocated in the room. She couldn't stay there anymore. Junior, I'll go back first. Kingston suddenly said, since you've come here and it's getting late, why not wait for Imran and have dinner together? Claire froze, then lowered her head, silent for a long while. Branson truly treated her well now, yet, she was still afraid. Afraid of the nightmares from their wedding day. Afraid that Branson's tenderness was just a dream that would end someday. And afraid. Her gaze fell on Kingston, dimming. To endure 50 court canes without showing any signs of injury, how lenient could they have been? He should be at the prime of his youth, full of vigor and spirit. Yet now he was like this. He couldn't feel wronged. He couldn't feel resentful. Even if he did, he couldn't show it. No matter how much she tried to convince herself otherwise, Claire still felt uncomfortable, feeling the unpredictability of Darnell's heart. Claire didn't know how to face Branson. Deep down, she knew she was someone who wore her heart on her sleeve. Kingston noticed her expression and softly said, Phil, I have a request. Will you agree? Claire was taken aback. What is it? Tell me. Kingston said, I hope Phil will not be upset because of this matter, and will not blame Imran because of this. In the end, Claire stayed as Kingston suggested. During the waiting period, she did not remain in Kingston's room but borrowed the small kitchen in Weiyang Palace to prepare 2 dishes with her own hands. Her cooking skills naturally could not match those of the imperial chefs. She could only make very ordinary home-cooked meals. But Kingston loved these when he was a child. She hoped to bring him some warmth of home as much as possible. However, she had not cooked since entering the palace, and compared to before, she inevitably felt a bit rusty. After everything was almost ready, Claire stood by the stove to familiarize herself with the situation, then gave instructions without lifting her head for the maidservant to bring over the shredded carrots she had just cut. As soon as she spoke, a hand reached out from the side, picking up the plate of shredded carrots and placing it right in front of her. It means to be a gentleman, and even if I did, I wouldn't care. I do things according to my own heart. For instance. As he spoke, he leaned down slightly, locking eyes with Claire. It seemed he was about to kiss her. Claire's breathing paused. Her body stiffened, unmoving. The faint smell of cooking oil permeated the air of the small kitchen, making Branson's plum blossom fragrance, cool like snow, even more pronounced. The distance between them had already become infinitesimally small. Their lips were just a breath apart, but the kiss didn't fall. Claire's palms were sweating profusely. She had closed her eyes instinctively, but after waiting for so long with no response, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her eyes again. Phil. MMM. At that very moment, a hand hooked under her chin, and she felt something wet touch her lips, forcing its way past her teeth in a dominating manner. With a clang, the utensil she was using slipped from her hands. Claire seemed so tense that she didn't know where to put her hands or feet, completely passive as Branson deepened the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, when Claire was almost about to faint from the exhilarating sensation, Branson finally let her go. But letting go only made things worse. Claire felt weak all over, barely able to stand. The moment Branson released her, she staggered and fell forward. A low exclamation escaped her lips as she directly landed in someone's arms. Instantly, the overwhelming scent of plum blossoms mixed with dragonchen fragrance enveloped her, making her shudder all over. For some reason, Branson always carried a faint, cool scent of plum blossoms, which he sometimes tried to cover with dragonchan but could still be smelled when they were close. Branson held her gently, whispering, "Be careful." Claire's face flushed red, as if she had a fever. In a tiny voice, she said, Thank you, Phil." Her voice was badly pitched. The moment the words left her mouth, her ears buzzed, and she immediately covered her mouth. Branson laughed again. After a moment, he leaned close to Claire's ear and asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Pausing for a moment, he added, "Do you like it?" Claire was stunned for a second, realizing only now what Branson meant by his 2 questions. Her face grew even redder. She neither nodded nor shook her head, standing there like a statue. But this time, Branson wasn't going to let her off easily. He stared at her insistently, seeming to demand an answer. After a long silence, Claire slowly shook her head and then slowly nodded. This was the first time such a thing had happened between her and Branson. It felt rather good, like floating among clouds. Layers of laughter rippled in the young emperor's eyes. He puzzled. "What does this mean? I don't understand. Why did you both nod and shake your head?" Hearing this, Claire's eyes flickered violently, seemingly wanting to glare at him but not daring to. Getting the answer he wanted, Branson lightly curled his lips, finally ceasing his insistence. He looked at the plate of shredded carrots he had placed on the stove earlier. "Why did you suddenly think of making these?" Claire was stunned for a moment, biting her lip without speaking. She had originally planned to make them for Kingston. Would Branson get angry if she said that? He probably would. She didn't want to lie, especially not to Branson. She had always wished for honesty between them, even though they had been married in name only for a long time. Branson reached out and ruffled her hair, laughing. "What? Is this question so hard to answer?" Claire's breathing became quicker, yet she remained silent. Branson said, "Just say what you think. I won't get angry, Claire." It was as if he had seen through her thoughts at once. After a moment's silence, Claire said, "I'm sorry." She apologized before answering the question. Branson smiled again. "What for?" Claire replied, "Yes, it's for." Her voice became smaller and smaller under Branson's amused gaze, and she couldn't bring herself to say Junior. Yet sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. In a way, not saying it also counted as saying it. A glint of in her eyes and blurted out unconsciously, "Really? A gentleman does not jest. Of course it's real." Branson laughed softly. "Isabel, I know you're upset about him and might even be mad at me, thinking I am heartless towards him. But Kingston's personality, needing some polishing now, might not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, even if the Melvin family has been wronged, apart from me, probably no one else would be willing to keep a potential risk who doesn't wish to hide his sharp edges. Of course, if you still feel uncomfortable, I will pay more attention in the future." Claire lowered her eyes and didn't speak. Branson held her hand. "Isabel, I don't mind if you're upset with me, but..." He paused for a moment, then continued, "At least don't stay upset for too long, okay? Claire." Throughout history, the dignity of an emperor was never to be questioned. Though she didn't know why, Branson could do this much for her, making such a promise, which, to anyone, was beyond reproach. Claire nodded slightly. "Okay. Good, Eileen." Branson tapped his own lips. "Prove it." Chapter 30. Cooking 2. Her gaze followed his long, elegant fingers and rested on his moist, thin lips. Claire was taken aback for a moment before she finally understood Branson's meaning. Unwilling to spoil his mood, though feeling shy inside, Claire tiptoed and kissed him on the lips, but due to nervousness, this kiss was slightly off, barely landing on the corner of his lips. Then she rubbed her burning cheeks and deliberately avoided Branson's teasing eyes. "It's getting late. Phil should go back to the palace and rest first. I'll cook." MMPH. Before she finished speaking, Branson pulled her back again. He laughed and said, "Though it isn't being made for me, I certainly can't let you do all the work alone. I'll help you." Crazy as he was, ruthless as he could be. Yet when he decided to charm people, almost no one could dislike him. At these words, Claire felt both surprised and guilty. "Phil, with your precious body, how can you do such things?" Branson laughed. "What? Are you underestimating me, Awu? Afraid I might ruin your cooking skills?" Claire shook her head. "Of course not." Branson laughed once more. "Then don't refuse, Claire." Originally, Claire planned to simply fry 2 or 3 dishes, but with Branson joining in, 2 or 3 dishes were clearly not enough. After racking her brain, she managed to make 4 dishes and a soup, a plate of scallion fried mutton, a plate of carrot stir-fried eggs, a plate of sweet and sour shredded potatoes, a plate of shiitake sliced winter melon, and a bowl of fresh bamboo shoots and ham soup. These dishes, if served in an ordinary household, would be considered rare delicacies even during festivals. However, in the imperial palace, they seemed rather humble. By tradition, even if Darnell couldn't eat them all, his dinner must include at least 32 hot dishes, each one prestigious, not to mention various fruits, sweets, and soups. Looking at the few dishes she had prepared, which weren't particularly presentable, Claire frowned slightly, feeling that they were too simple. She whispered, "Phil, I think these dishes are too few. Should I ask the royal chefs to prepare a few more?" "Phil? Phil?" After calling twice without response, Claire suddenly smelled a fragrant aroma of roasted meat. Startled, she turned her head and saw someone offering her a plate of roasted lamb leg. Although there wasn't much for Branson to assist with besides passing dishes, he didn't idle. Instead, while Claire was cooking, he took the opportunity to roast lamb leg. Branson smiled gently. "I haven't roasted meat in many years, so I wonder if I've gotten rusty. Try it and see how it tastes." Claire obediently picked up chopsticks and daintily tried a piece, then widened her eyes slightly. The roasted lamb leg tasted incredibly delicious. Honestly speaking, it was no less exquisite than what the royal chefs could produce, perhaps even better. But she had never heard that Branson knew how to cook. Princes never needed to cook. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt that this man still had many unknown facets. Claire felt a mix of emotions. She sincerely said, "This is the most delicious roasted lamb leg I've ever tasted. But when did Phil learn how to cook like this?" "In Azar as a hostage." Branson replied casually, "Life as a hostage wasn't easy. If I didn't do it myself, no one else would help me." He mentioned it so nonchalantly as if it were a trivial matter. But upon hearing Azar, Claire felt a sudden pang in her heart and couldn't help but frown. When he was young, Branson had been sent by the former emperor to Azar as a hostage for 3 years, which she naturally knew. The soil of the Zhou dynasty was fertile and wealthy, but Azar, neighboring the Zhou, had very barren land and scarce grain production. Therefore, Azar's army would frequently invade or raid the borders of Zhou, plundering women and resources, leading to continuous warfare between them. Due to the lack of food and clothing year-round, the people of Azar were fierce and brutal, believing in the rule of the strong, using violence against violence. Both commoners and soldiers fought to the death. In comparison, despite the Zhou dynasty's military origins, its generals and soldiers had become increasingly complacent due to their comfortable lives over the years, especially during Cash Ushvin's reign. Though Ushvin became emperor because of his mother's noble background, he was weak-willed by nature, lacking ability, jealous of talent, and unwilling to listen to others, insisting on making all decisions himself. Faced with the increasingly rampant and unchecked aggressive actions of Azar, not only did Cash Ushvin fail to take any effective measures to deal with the situation, but he also constantly retreated, stating that for the friendship between the two countries, as long as Azar guaranteed that it would not invade the borders of Zhou in the future, Zhou could send supplies annually. And to show sincerity, a princess should be sent for marriage alliance. After multiple discussions, Azar accepted the proposal put forward by Ushvin. However, they were not satisfied with just sending a princess for the marriage alliance. The men of Azar loved warfare. They regarded relatively weaker women as goods for exchange, believing that a woman was no different from a sheep or an ox. Even if she were the daughter of an emperor, whose status was higher than other women, she was merely a tool for matrimonial alliance. Sending a princess from Zhou for marriage alliance was equivalent to delivering another piece of merchandise. They demanded that a prince be sent to a czar as a hostage. In the minds of the czar people, princes were naturally much more prestigious than princesses. Only by sending a prince to a czar as a hostage could the sincerity of Zhou be demonstrated. Chapter 31. The Past. However, this matter immediately stirred up a huge commotion in the imperial court of Great Zhou. Although Great Zhou did not treat women as merchandise like the czar tribes, an imperial princess, no matter how esteemed her status, would eventually have to marry, and her children would bear another family name. Ultimately, only princes could inherit the throne and rule over the land of Great Zhou. Therefore, sending a prince to the czar as a hostage was entirely different from sending a princess. Even though Darnell favored peace and most of his trusted officials supported it, the court was in uproar over whether or not to send a prince to the czar as a hostage, and which prince should go. Most of Achilles' concubines were daughters or sisters of high-ranking officials. These officials were usually timid and hesitant on matters of state, but they became brave when their own interests were involved. They feared that the prince they supported might become a victim of political struggles, affecting their prospects for advancement. They argued daily in court, giving Achilles a headache, leaving him without appetite or sleep. He compared his several sons, and finally, upon the advice of his intimates, chose Branson. This was undoubtedly a decision that satisfied everyone. Branson's mother was merely a dancer with no power or influence in the court. Due to her limited background and perspective, she did not know how to cultivate alliances among the officials. She had obtained her position as Kiera solely through her incomparable beauty and Achilles' affection. But beauty and a man's favor are undoubtedly the most unreliable things in this world, especially when Yates is an emperor who has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. When Achilles first saw Kiera, he was awestruck by her beauty. Thus, all other beauties faded away before her, and lavished all his attention on her alone. Despite the opposition of the ministers, he elevated the low-born dancer step by step to a consort position. It was impossible that he had no feelings for her at all. However, it was equally impossible that he harbored deep feelings for her. At least no woman could compare with his empire and wealth. Although Achilles lacked competence in some areas, he was clear on this point. For Achilles, the most important thing in the world was himself first, and his imperial throne second. As for the rest, if a beauty was gone, he could always find another. If a son was lost, he could still have more. As long as he could have more, it wasn't too big a problem. Even though this beauty was exceptionally beautiful, after seeing her face for 10 years, and with the wear of childbirth, no matter how well preserved she was, she could not match her youthful bloom, tender enough to squeeze out water. Comparing the two, Achilles did not hesitate much. He ignored Kiera's desperate pleas, and chose to sacrifice Branson to gain temporary peace with the czar. A prosperous era needs beauties to embellish it. If his empire fell into chaos, even a beauty might not be retained. Wasn't Yang Guifei the best example? Faced with Darnell's merciless decree, Kiera could do nothing except kneel and beg during the day and cry in her palace at night. Even after Darnell sent word that if she continued acting irrationally, he would never enter her palace of reaching harmony again, she dared not even cry or plead. The situation was settled, and Achilles' mind was made up. She couldn't lose her son, and then also lose his favor. Having struggled at the bottom for so long, she knew clearly what mattered. As for this outcome, the young Branson had no power to resist. In peacetime, he was ridiculed as the son of a dancer, but when the country needed him, he became a precious prince nurtured by all under heaven. For the sake of the nation and its people, he had to take the lead. It was a destiny he could not escape as a prince with no background. No one knew what exactly happened to Branson while he was in the Azar, and Claire didn't see him when he returned to court. She only heard from private inquiries that most of those who accompanied Branson to the Azar either died, went mad, or were crippled. Only Mia and Anselm remained relatively normal. But Mia was no longer unblemished, and Anselm was emaciated, her body barely holding onto her bones, as if a slight breeze could blow her away. From then on, the child who once sought help to bandage a wounded rabbit vanished from Claire's memory. Branson, understanding the intentions of the late emperor, helped eliminate his enemies with ruthless efficiency, quickly becoming a right-hand man to Achilles. His time in the Azar was undoubtedly a past he did not wish to revisit. At that moment, hearing him casually mention it, Claire felt extreme frustration deep inside and secretly regretted that she shouldn't have added one more word out of curiosity. Without picking up on the topic, she picked up a chopstick of the just stir-fried dish and directly offered it to Branson's mouth. Phil should also come and taste what this subject has cooked. Given Claire's usual personality, she would never dare to make such a bold and intimate move. But now, her only thought was to steer the conversation away from the previous topic, so she didn't care about these things anymore. A hint of smile rippled in Branson's eyes. He didn't say much, just slightly lowered his head, ate the food Claire fed with her hand. Claire was nervous when feeding, but he ate very naturally. The gesture seemed ambiguous under the swaying candlelight. Branson's greatest ability lay in his mastery of controlling his temper. Claire had nowhere to put her hands and feet. She retracted the chopsticks in her hand and asked tremblingly, "How does Phil find it?" Branson smiled and said, "Very good. Do you want to try to?" As he spoke, he actually fed the dish to Claire's mouth as well. There was no reason for Claire to refuse at this point, nor could she possibly refuse. She also laughed and ate the dish Branson fed her. The taste was ordinary. Of course, it wasn't bad, but frankly speaking, it couldn't compare to the delicacies from the imperial kitchen. She thought this was the end, but unexpectedly, Branson's gaze fell on another dish. The meaning was self-evident. Claire remained silent for a while, then again picked up a chopstick of food and offered it to Branson. Branson lowered his head to eat as before, and then fed her in return. Then came the third dish, the fourth dish. After tasting each dish, Claire ladled out a bowl of fresh bamboo shoots and ham soup, spoon by spoon, feeding it to Branson. Naturally, Branson wasn't idle either. He similarly ladled a bowl of soup and fed it to Claire spoon by spoon. If anyone else were present to witness this scene, they would be astonished beyond measure. Such back and forth feeding initially made Claire feel uncomfortable, but gradually she got used to it after doing it several times. The two finished a bowl of soup by feeding each other. Claire said, "Phil, we should still send the dishes to Weiyang Palace first and then use them. Staying here in the small kitchen all the time isn't proper." Of course, Branson did not oppose this idea. He nodded, "Okay. Also let some be sent to Kingston." Claire froze, not expecting him to remember this. Indeed, these dishes were originally meant for Kingston, but Branson suddenly came over, and both of them had already eaten. Although only 2 chopsticks had been used, it wasn't too noticeable. But since she cooked personally, it was meant as a gesture of care. How awkward it was for the group. Even in the palace, only the cash, Corina, and high-ranking consorts could enjoy them. And every year, it was just a taste. There wouldn't be much more. Branson instructed these items to be delivered to Kingston, and his intention was clear. Upon hearing this, Claire couldn't help but feel alarmed in her heart. She instinctively wanted to speak up to stop him. "Phil?" Branson smiled as he held Claire's hand. "A little food is nothing significant. I tasted your sincerity and naturally want to reciprocate. Awoo, please don't refuse me any longer, or I might really get upset." Hearing Branson put it this way, Claire didn't dare refuse further. Her lips moved slightly, and finally, she lowered her head with red cheeks and said, "This subject thanks Phil." Erwin tried hard to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth, deeply bowing his head. If it weren't for his large belly that prevented him from bending lower, his head would have almost touched his feet. Fruits like lychees and cherries were indeed precious and naturally available in the palace, but they were always prioritized for Martha. The Corina could also receive some, but others could only dream of them. Now, they were being sent to a guard as if they cost nothing. That day, although Kingston had received corporal punishment, being a mere guard, he could have been placed anywhere. Yet Branson quietly arranged for him to stay in the Weiyang Palace Annex, and personally oversaw the imperial physician's treatment and medication. Despite his tough words, Branson was afraid of accidentally injuring him too badly, unable to explain to the Celia. Claire and Kingston might not know this, but as Branson's close attendant, how could he not? How could Branson's actions be those toward a mere guard? Especially considering that Kingston came from a family of sinners. Although Branson used to be gentle with Martha, Erwin felt it wasn't quite like this kind of gentleness. Moreover, Martha was charming and adored Branson passionately, always trying to please him in different ways. Whenever she saw Branson, her smile never faded. It was only natural for Branson to like her. Gentle, beautiful, considerate, understanding, trying her best to please her husband. All men in the world would like such a woman. However, Claire was clearly not like this. She was shy, cold-tempered, incapable of coquetry, and did not know how to flatter others. In recent days, Branson seemed to have been patiently indulging her all along. His temper had become almost non-existent. This left Erwin feeling incredibly astonished. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out why Branson had suddenly changed. He asked Mia about it, but Mia also didn't know, only giving him a meaningful look, urging him to serve the cash and the Celia well. He would certainly serve the cash well. As for the Celia, whoever Branson favored, he would serve diligently. Previously it was Martha, now it's Claire, and perhaps there would be someone else in the future. To him, it made no difference. Erwin pinched his fingers gracefully, agreed, and immediately instructed people to pack the fish soup and side dishes into a food box, preparing a whole large bowl of cherries to send to Kingston later. However, after all instructions were given, Erwin did not immediately retreat. He rolled his eyes, smiling apologetically at Branson and Claire. "Phil, Celia, I see that the weather today is especially cold. You both have spent so much time in the kitchen, and your bodies must have picked up the smell of cooking oil. If you could soak in the Jizzlebringla pond, it would be the most comfortable. You can have a good sleep when you return." Claire. Upon hearing this, Claire's already flushed face turned even redder. But because Erwin had been with Branson since childhood, she couldn't say much. Although the bathing places for the cash and his consorts were separate, all women in the harem were the cash's women. She couldn't enter Branson's bathing area at will, but Branson entering hers would not be an issue. It wasn't impossible for the cash to favor a consort in the hot spring pool. If Branson really, how could she possibly refuse? The scene from their wedding resurfaced in her mind, and Claire unconsciously tightened her cool fingers, biting her lip hesitantly. Branson raised an eyebrow, looking at Erwin with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Then he turned his head, staring into Claire's eyes, slowly saying, "What do you think, Ah Wu?" After a pause, without waiting for Claire's response, he added, "If you're unwilling, don't force yourself." Those eyes, carrying laughter, hid the coldness, leaving only mesmerizing light. Suddenly, Claire felt a rush of dizziness, as if her ears were buzzing, blurry and unfocused, unable to regain clarity. After a moment of silence, Claire bowed her head and said in a low voice, "This subject leaves it to Phil's discretion." Chapter 33, Bathing Together, 1. After finishing their evening meal, the Cash and Celia made their way to Jizzlebringla pool together. The Cash's bathing area was separate from that of the concubines, separated by a rockery. However, upon arrival, Branson held Pepper's hand with a smile. "Oh, aren't you going to help me undress?" Pepper was taken aback. She had expected Branson might make some move, but she hadn't thought he would be so eager. Biting her lip, she replied, "But Phil's bathing area is not in the same place as the concubines, and hasn't Phil always?" Though no one knew why, it was common knowledge in the palace that Branson did not allow anyone to assist him while bathing. Even Mia only approached to hand him clothes after he was done. Rules are made by people. We are already husband and wife, so why can't we bathe together? Unless... Branson suddenly paused and didn't continue. Pepper asked instinctively, "Unless what?" A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, while the moon hung high in the sky. Moonlight bathed the ground. Suddenly, Branson, with an attitude that brooked no refusal, reached out and caught Pepper's wrist. He lowered his head and said slowly, "Unless finds me repulsive." Wei Young Palace. Considering Branson and Pepper's current concern for Kingston, Baron decided to personally deliver the prepared food to him. As soon as he stepped into the side hall of Wei Young Palace, however, he saw Kingston standing by the window in just a thin robe, the window partially open. Though the hall was warm, it was cold outside, especially at night, and Kingston had just recovered from a fever. The cold wind blowing in wasn't a trivial matter. If anything happened to him again, Pepper would worry, and Branson would be upset. He'd be left feeling terrible. Baron immediately clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Ouch!" He quickly ordered someone to close the window tightly, then pulled Kingston away. "Attendant Melvin, what are you doing? You just recovered from a fever, and now you're standing here in the cold wind? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" His anxious voice was sharp and high-pitched, making everyone's ears ring. Seeing Baron, Kingston was also slightly surprised. He didn't respond but lowered his eyes and softly asked, "Lord Baron, why did you come here personally? Did Imran have any orders?" His attitude was very polite. Baron was momentarily stunned. The young man's complexion was pale from his injuries, but this made his lips appear even redder, his hair blacker, looking breathtakingly handsome. A beauty that left one speechless. Though they were different in style, even Baron, who had seen all sorts of beauties in the palace, couldn't help but admit that this young man, like Branson, had striking good looks. When he lowered his gaze, he became particularly likable. Was Branson's leniency towards Kingston partly because he saw a bit of himself in the young man back when he was similar? Baron scrutinized Kingston a few more times. "Get back to bed." Having suffered severe corporal punishment, Kingston couldn't sit or lie down properly and could only lie on his stomach. No wonder he felt suffocated enough to stand by the window in the cold. As Baron spoke the word bed, he paused, then directly pulled Kingston back to lying on his stomach. He coughed twice and continued, "Attendant Melvin, Her Majesty the Celia has been thinking about your injuries. She worries about whether you eat well, so these foods are what she instructed me to bring over." While speaking, he took the food box from a palace maid, placed it on a small table beside the bed, and took out the fish soup, side dishes, and cherries. The fish soup and side dishes were made by Her Majesty herself. Except for the cherries, which were rare, the other dishes were common styles found among the common folk. Seeing this, Kingston's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, recalling events from his childhood. But he pursed his lips and remained silent. He hadn't eaten much all day, neither mood nor appetite. Noticing he didn't move, Baron urged, "Try it. See how it tastes. Don't let Her Majesty's efforts go to waste." He picked up the chopsticks and handed them over. Seeing Baron's eagerness and unwilling to disappoint Celia Pepper's kindness, Kingston reluctantly ate a few bites despite having no appetite. However, the taste was surprisingly good. It seemed as if guessing his lack of appetite. All the dishes were designed to clear the palate and stimulate hunger. Even the fish soup wasn't greasy. After a few bites, he really started to feel a little hungry. "How is it?" Baron asked. Kingston nodded. He truthfully said, "Very good. Please convey my thanks to Her Majesty for thinking of me." Baron smiled satisfied. His eyes almost squinted due to his fat face. "Eat more. Her Majesty will be happy if you eat more. This doesn't need to be said, does it?" After a moment of silence, Kingston indeed lowered his head and started eating bite by bite. After all, he was a military general by origin and still in his prime, so he ate at a good pace. The fish soup and side dishes were quickly finished, but he only touched 2 or 3 cherries from the bowl. Baron glanced sideways, roughly understanding the issue. Cherries, such precious fruit, were not something even the Celia herself often enjoyed. They surely weren't ordered by Pepper, and Branson's gifts didn't interest him much. Thinking of this, Baron's smile wasn't as ingratiating as before. Even if Kingston didn't know, everything was made personally by Branson. Such immense favor had never been bestowed upon anyone else, yet this boy showed such disrespect. Having served as the chief eunuch in the palace for many years, used to giving orders, no matter how timid Baron appeared before Branson, he certainly wasn't mild-mannered when dealing with others. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So, he forced a laugh and turned his gaze toward Kingston. "These cherries don't suit Attendant Melvin's taste?" Caught off guard by Baron's sudden change in demeanor, Kingston looked up at him with some confusion. It was evening and inside the hall, so Kingston hadn't tied up his hair. His black hair cascaded over his shoulders like an ink waterfall, making his slender wrists appear delicate, and his eyes, usually bright like stars, now carried a hint of bewilderment. Baron had intended to scold him, but as soon as he looked into those eyes, suddenly he found himself unable to speak. Chapter 34 Bathing Together, 2. Claire almost trembled as she helped Fife undress. In truth, Fife's physique absolutely matched his appearance, but the moment she saw his muscular and taut body, Claire's pupils shrank. There were countless gruesome and terrifying scars on Fife's body, yet she had never known. On their first night together, the room was dark with the lights off. Even if the lights hadn't been turned off, it wouldn't have mattered, because Fife hadn't taken off his shirt at all. Claire originally thought that Fife detested her, but now it seemed she finally understood why Fife disliked being served up close. Her fingertips trembled as they touched a scar on Fife's shoulder, frowning tightly and softly saying, "Phil?" Knowing what she was thinking, Fife lowered his head to look at the scar on his shoulder, indifferently saying, "When I first entered Azar, their third prince felt whimsical and wanted to test my courage, shooting me with a crossbow. His archery skills were poor, and the arrow passed through my shoulder. Was it really due to poor archery skills, or a deliberate attempt to give him a hard time? To see him humiliated?" Fife spoke casually, but Claire drew in a sharp breath. Her gaze, now frantic, fell on another scar on Fife's waist. This scar was very large, and thus especially noticeable. Following Claire's gaze, Fife looked down and smiled indifferently. "The great general of Azar invited me for tea, but his servant clumsily spilled a whole pot of freshly boiled hot water over me." Of course, whether it was truly clumsy was quite intriguing, considering it never happened to anyone else in all those years. In the hazy mist, Claire inexplicably felt her eyes become moist. Her fingertips moved lower, accidentally touching Fife's chest, where she felt some unevenness. Upon closer inspection, she found another scar there. Compared to the other scars on Fife's body, this one wasn't particularly noticeable, just a fine line, yet its proximity to his heart made it exceptionally dangerous. If it had been slightly off, it might have ended Fife's life. Thinking about this possibility, Claire's expression darkened as she softly asked, "Did the Azar people do this too?" Her voice carried a coldness even she didn't notice. In fact, Claire, who often rode horses and hunted with her Evars in her youth, inherently possessed a fierce aura, which she deliberately suppressed as she grew older, knowing her destiny to marry into the imperial family. Still, it occasionally surfaced unknowingly. However, Fife shook his head this time. He held Claire's hand. During the autumn hunt in the 19th year of the late emperor, he was attacked in camp. At that moment, I happened to be by his side, so I took the blow for him. Cash Jianning was incompetent and paranoid. He despised his mediocre sons while secretly fearing his more capable ones, worried they might aspire to seize the throne. Everything has two sides. Returning with too much brilliance and power only deepened Cash Jianning's distrust. He found Fife's blade both sharp and useful, but he also feared this sharp and efficient blade might one day turn against him. Cash Jianning kept Fife close, making him do tasks but not granting him any more authority. Until this particular stab. This stab nearly killed Fife, but it also shattered Darnell's doubts like an icebreaker, finally giving the dormant tiger wings. The sensation on his chest snapped Fife back to reality. He paused for a moment. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Claire had pressed her face against his chest, gently rubbing her cheek against the scar there. This was unprecedented. Claire's voice was slightly choked. "Phil, you've suffered." Hearing this, Fife suddenly laughed. He lifted Claire's face, staring into her eyes seriously. "Ah woo, don't pity me. I'm telling you this, not to gain your pity." A tear slid from the corner of her eye, leaving a shimmering trail on her porcelain-like cheek. Claire looked at him blankly, speechless. Fife said, "These scars on my body are left by the Azar people, but also by the royal family of Dazhou, the former crown prince, the former empress, even the late emperor, all played their part. And then there are the scholars who kill with words, and the generals who humbly ask others to sacrifice for peace while bowing to enemies. I can clearly tell you, I want this throne, but from the day I ascended, I never once thought I'd be a wise ruler. I've decided to treat this empire as a game." Branson's eyes and brows held a smile, his demeanor and tone gentler than ever. Amidst the passionate entanglement, spring was in full bloom. Yet Claire couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. She instinctively wanted to avoid Branson's gaze, but he held her face, refusing to let her look away. The moonlight, perhaps too dim, made his crystal-clear eyes seem hazy with a light mist. His voice was slightly hoarse, almost like a whisper in a dream. "Ah Wu, I know you're afraid of me. I admit, I have a vengeful nature. But I swear." His long, dark eyelashes trembled in the night air, like butterfly wings fluttering. Branson lowered his gaze and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. "No matter how vengeful I am, I will never vent it on you again." Claire froze. She had never seen Branson like this. The young Branson was very quiet, forced by Celia Lee who had great hopes for her son, to the point where he didn't confide in anyone, seemingly detached from the world. After returning from Azar, he killed people with a laugh, toyed with flowers and the world alike, and watched the world with cold indifference. He allowed no one to enter his heart. But now, this man rested his chin on her shoulder. They were close, their breath mingling. He said, "Ah Wu, from now on, don't be afraid of me anymore. Everyone can fear me, everyone can dislike me, but not you. As long as you're not afraid of me, I'll do as you wish and be a wise ruler." These words were calm, yet the aftertaste left in the air felt like it stole one's breath. In an overwhelming shiver, clothes were stripped away without her noticing. The sensation of skin touching skin was so intense that it wasn't until she heard the sound of water that she realized Branson had pulled her into the pool. Branson pressed the back of Claire's head, his damp lips brushing her earlobe. He whispered softly, "Ah Wu, will you agree?" Agree to what? To agree to his earlier words? Or to agree to sink with him at this moment? At this unusual sensation, Claire became dazed and disoriented. In wave after wave of trembling, she nearly lost the strength to speak, holding onto Branson's neck tightly, restraining the surging waves of bashfulness. To Branson, her actions were akin to a coy invitation. With increasingly heavy breaths, he leaned down and made the most solemn vow at her neck, or the third day at latest. When she sent someone to summon Branson, regardless of the reason, or even without any reason, as long as they said, "The noble consort Mrs. Imran," Branson would immediately rush to her presence no matter what he was doing. Upon mentioning her father's knee problem and expressing a desire to invite imperial physicians for diagnosis, the next day, Branson not only sent the physician over, but also decreed that Gavriel be exempt from kneeling before Darnell. These favors were countless. But now? How many days has it been since Branson last stepped into her Giselbertfang palace? Even when she was unwell, he did not visit. Not only did he not come himself, he even forbade her family from visiting her in the palace. In this harem, without Darnell's favor, no matter how magnificent the palace is, it was as good as a cold palace. Although her past glory had not faded, and her father, Gavriel, still held power, the Department of Internal Affairs did not dare discriminate against her, nor did they brazenly please Claire. Where had all those exclusive privileges gone? What happened to those rare fruits? Fruits that used to be prioritized for her were now directly distributed under the Celia name to the 6 palaces. For example, yesterday's freshly delivered cherries. She, as the noble consort, received only 2. Previously, she could eat bowls of. A brief moment of confusion followed by a hazy recollection of the scandalous scene in the pool and her own trembling breaths and choked sobs. Claire's heart suddenly raced as she struggled to sit up in bed. The silk quilt slipped off her, and Claire turned her head slightly to see Branson sleeping beside her. He was still asleep. With the aggressive aura gone, his features softened under the flickering candlelight, resembling the shimmering spring waves of the evening region, somewhat akin to his original self. Instinctively, Claire reached out her hand, slowly tracing the contours of Branson's face, inch by inch, as if trying to etch his appearance deeply into her heart. After a long while, Claire finally withdrew her hand. Worried about waking Branson, she quietly slipped out of bed, carefully watching the red candle on the windowsill. A moment later, feeling a slight weight on her shoulder, a pair of hands reached around from behind to encircle Claire's waist. Immediately after, a man's lazy voice whispered in her ear, "What are you looking at?" The final word was slightly raised, carrying an indescribable smile, like a hook that stirred her heart, making it difficult to suppress. Claire suddenly turned around. Branson seemed to follow her, hastily putting on his clothes with the buttons still undone. His robe hung loosely, revealing exquisite collarbones, and his dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, mesmerizingly captivating. No wonder the late emperor was captivated by Sheridan. Such extraordinary charm would make even a sage lose their mind. Claire tried hard to steady her heart, which was nearly disrupted again by Branson's effortless charm, and pointed to the red candle by the window. "Phil, I just thought this looks very nice." In common marriages, dragon and phoenix candles would be lit, but during her wedding with Branson, the room was pitch black. Perhaps it was human nature to never be satisfied. Once you have one thing, you wish for another. Although she now understood the reason, there was always a hint of regret. Their grand wedding didn't feel like a grand wedding. Branson gently curled his lips. He held Claire's hand and placed it on his chest, softly calling her name. "Sylvia." Claire softly, Ed. Branson smiled and said, "As long as you're willing, from now on, every night we spend together will be our wedding night. As long as you're willing, from now on, every night we spend together will be our wedding night." As soon as these words were spoken, Claire felt a sudden ringing in her ears, as if she couldn't hear anything else. Each word made sense, yet together, they became incomprehensible. Amidst the drum-like heartbeat, a sip of warm wine flowed down her throat, and once again, their breaths intertwined inseparably. Claire was deeply embraced by the man. Her eyes flushed red as if she was melting into a pool of water. She had been a reserved person since childhood, not particularly fond of matters between men and women, but the man before her always managed to stir her emotions uncontrollably. Chapter 36, Sudden Change. Gabriel was truly an extremely patient person. He showed no dissatisfaction with Branson's series of actions, did not hint for his followers to pressure Branson, and instead generously supported Branson's disaster relief efforts, earning unanimous praise from both the court and the people. The following half-month passed without incident. Even Martha, residing in her Giselbertfang palace, grew increasingly quiet day by day, neither vying for favor nor causing trouble. She went to Sinang Palace every day to serve the Corina with a plain face. The current Corina of Great Zhou was none other than Branson's biological mother, the former Cassius Sheridan. Despite her lack of education or cunning, she achieved this position purely through the prestige accorded by being Darnell's mother. Since becoming the Corina, she had instantly become the most esteemed woman in the palace. Apart from enjoying her luxurious life, she did two things daily. First, she secretly kept male favorites. Second, she would nitpick at the women in Branson's harem, living in constant fear during the days beside the former Cash. Fear of being overshadowed, fear of losing favor, fear of living worse than a dog. Though she once had glory, it left her unable to sleep peacefully night after night. Now, having finally reached the pinnacle, she naturally wanted to display her authority as Corina. For this mother who came from humble beginnings and was blinded by wealth and power, Branson did not have many demands. As long as she did not provoke Martha, he let her do as she pleased. Martha had always kept her distance from the Corina. Though the Corina still retained her charm and was still striking when elaborately dressed, time had not been kind to her. No matter how well she cared for herself, she could not match the youthful beauty of young women. Beauty was her only means of survival. Having fought for her husband when she was young, she now competed for her son in old age. Therefore, she hated beautiful young women even more and especially resented those who were favored by Branson. Martha possessed all these qualities and was thus regarded as a thorn in the Corina's side. Despite valuing her reputation for virtue, she would not foolishly confront the Corina directly. Yet, she now rushed to the Corina's palace impatiently. This was indeed unusual enough to make Branson uneasy. He did not believe this signaled submission by Gabrielle and Martha after their supposed despair. If they could remain unperturbed by his indifference, why would they have concerns of benevolence and filial piety? As Branson's birth mother, the Corina was untouchable. Even Martha could not challenge her directly back then. With Claire's nature, confronting her head-on would put her at a disadvantage. Why didn't the guards stop them? Though his voice was calm, his dark eyes hinted at sharpness, making anyone who met his gaze feel a bone-chilling cold. How could they not try to stop them? But the Corina was so intimidating, they couldn't hold her back. Still, it's not fair to blame the guards, Mia explained. Consort Guifei has a virtuous reputation, but the Corina has a temper and is your birth mother. Without your command, who dares offend her easily? Hearing this, Branson's lips curled slightly without any smile. He softened his icy gaze and asked calmly, "Where's Kingston?" Mia sighed lightly and said, "As soon as the Corina entered Ikuin Palace, she demanded to slap Celia Melvin without any explanation. He blocked her, but given that the Corina is a woman and holds her position, he didn't dare really lay hands on her, so he ended up at a disadvantage." Branson gave a nonchalant with no discernible emotion. After a brief pause, he tapped lightly on the sedan chair with his index finger and said, "Have someone prepare my horse." The palace roads were complex and not suitable for riding horses, but Branson, relying on his superb horsemanship, galloped swiftly. It wasn't long before he arrived at the gates of Ikuin Palace. Inside, the sound of a clear shattering of porcelain was heard. A few steps forward and reached out to help Claire up. Martha's face instantly changed. Seeing that Branson did not seek her permission, the Corina, who had been drinking tea, frowned fiercely. She slammed her teacup onto the table with a clunk, saying sternly, Cash, you must not. But before she could finish, Branson had already lifted Claire from the ground without hesitation. The Corina's voice abruptly cut off. Chapter 37 Deception. Branson turned to Kingston and rebuked him. Fool. Did I not ask you to protect the Celia? This is your protection? Why are you just kneeling foolishly? What if you injure your knees? How many lives do you have? Facing Branson's relentless reprimand, Kingston bowed his head and whispered, yes, this subject deserves death. Then he immediately stood up, helping Claire sit down beside him. Claire held his hand, her eyes lingering with concern on his slightly swollen face and knees. There were 2 bloody scratches on the right side of his cheek from the armor, and a large area of his knee was soaked with blood. It was unclear if any porcelain shards had pierced his flesh. Claire's expression darkened. She had kept Kingston by her side to protect him, but in reality, it was this young man who had been shielding her. She couldn't even let him sit down at times like these. Kingston shook his head almost imperceptibly, signaling that he was fine, then stepped back a few paces, standing respectfully behind Claire. In just half a month, he seemed to have already taken on the demeanor of a seasoned guard, protecting offense throughout history, and emperors have not hesitated to execute an entire clan for it. This wasn't merely targeting Claire but intended to implicate her entire clan. He knew that Gabrielle and Martha could not be so docile. As expected, they were striking hard after staying silent. Corina raged. Phil, tell me, isn't witchcraft a crime worthy of exterminating 9 generations? I've been wondering why you've been favoring the Celia recently. Perhaps you've been bewitched by this wretched woman. She trembled with rage while speaking, obviously infuriated. I only have one son, Darnell. How can he be harmed by a despicable woman? Before Branson could respond, Claire hastily said, Alexandria, I truly did not commit this act. Corina slammed the table again and angrily shouted, silence! This was found on your bed. You wretch, how dare you lie? Do you think everyone here is a fool? Claire's expression changed, and she started to kneel again. Branson gave Kingston a glance from behind her. Kingston extended a hand to support Claire and whispered, is Her Majesty feeling unwell? Please be careful. In reality, he gently pressed her back into her seat. Claire glanced at him, pursed her lips, and remained silent. Seeing this, Corina felt even more displeased. Branson glanced sideways at Claire, seemingly surprised. Seal off the news first, confining Her Majesty to Ikuan Palace, to prevent General Xue from worrying about Adeline and making any rash decisions. Though seemingly pleading for leniency, this also implied that General Xue might be leveraging his troops to strengthen his position. Martha always tried to portray herself as kind while sowing doubts in others. However, the Corina did not detect the hidden intentions in Martha's words. She thought Martha was merely being too kind-hearted and was dissatisfied. Celia, this is really a bad idea. Witchcraft is an offense that cannot be taken lightly. No wonder Darnell's harem is in turmoil under your management. Martha shivered and respectfully replied, this subject has sinned. Branson slowly picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, lazily saying, Celia naturally possesses benevolence, which is her strength, and thus why I trust her in everyday matters. If she lost this quality, she would no longer deserve such trust. His words were loaded with hidden meanings, causing Martha to feel a chill. Then Branson laughed. This matter is significant. Did you inform anyone else before coming to the Celia's palace? Martha paused, shaking her head. As Phil said, this matter is significant, so I have strictly sealed the information. Apart from those present here, no one else knows. Branson asked, not even the Prime Minister? Martha responded, of course not. Branson remarked appreciatively, good. Celia handles matters with such caution and propriety, truly winning my heart. I have not misjudged you. Pausing for a moment, Branson continued, Alexandria mentioned that this doll was found on the Celia's bed. I am curious, since matters in the Celia's palace are quite private, how did they come to Alexandria's and Celia's attention? The Corina answered, it was her palace servants who were dissatisfied with her actions, and came to inform me and Celia out of a desire to atone for their sins. Branson lazily looked down at his tea. Anselm, bring them in for me to meet? Anselm nodded, and went to pass on the order. Soon after, 2 guards brought up a 16 to 17-year-old maid. She knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to the Corina and Branson. Your servant, Shirley, pays homage to Imran and Her Majesty the Corina. Branson said indifferently, look up. Though his tone carried no clear emotion, it compelled obedience. Shirley almost unconsciously raised her head. When their eyes met, she suddenly looked into a pair of deep, cool eyes. Chapter 38. Shirley. Shirley shivered slightly, a hint of panic flickering across her face, but overall she remained surprisingly composed. Branson remarked indifferently, it was you who discovered the Celia practicing witchcraft in the palace? Shirley pursed her lips. A moment later, she prostrated herself again. Yes, this servant is responsible for cleaning in Her Majesty's palace. I've often noticed that Her Majesty doesn't act openly and straightforwardly, which made me uneasy. But as the mistress, Her Majesty is always treated with respect, and I didn't think much of it. However, unexpectedly, while cleaning Her Majesty's bed 2 days ago, I found this lethal item by accident. She bit her lip fiercely. I've heard about witchcraft from older servants in the palace before, and the more I thought about it, the more frightened I became. Therefore, I reported it to Corina and noble consort, asking them to decide what should be done. Although Claire had always been kind to her subordinates, hearing this suddenly made her both angry and anxious. Her originally pale cheeks flushed red. Shirley, have I ever wronged you? How can you accuse me like this? Shirley refused to meet Claire's eyes. Phil has never wronged me, and I know this action is disloyal to you. But black is black, and white is white. No matter how well you treat me, right and wrong cannot be confused. I can't stand seeing Imran being deceived by you. Today, I'm willing to die to atone for my sins and prove that every word I said is true. With that, she abruptly stood up and dashed toward the wall before anyone could react. The suddenness of her actions, coupled with her clear intention to die, caught everyone off guard. If she died, everything would become unclear. Claire was equally shocked. You mustn't. Her first reaction was to stand up from her chair and try to stop Shirley. But things happened in an instant, and Shirley moved so quickly and nimbly that no one could catch her in time. However, just as her forehead was about to collide with the wall, a powerful force gripped her wrist, almost crushing the bones. Next, her body stumbled backward and was thrown to the ground. At the same time, the Cash's cold, indifferent voice rang out. Restrain her. Two fierce-looking guards immediately followed the order and forced Shirley to kneel on the ground. One of the guards grabbed her hair, forcing her head up. Shirley's forehead was bleeding profusely, and the blood kept streaming down, covering her entire face, making even a daytime scene look terrifying. This clearly demonstrated her resolve. Had it not been for Branson's quick reflexes, she would have surely lost her life. The Corina clutched her chest and took a sharp breath. After a moment, she sighed. Cash, how many people would willingly sacrifice their lives to frame someone? This servant is so loyal to you that she is even willing to die. Aren't you going to realize it and stop being deceived? You are the Cash, and any woman you want will be yours in the future. But I only have you as my son. You mustn't be so foolish and ruin your own future. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She was well-preserved and accustomed to luxury, looking like she was only in her late 20s despite being over 40. Her crying had an air of sorrowful beauty, causing all the guards in the room to lower their heads deeply. Claire slumped into her chair, nearly exhausted. Martha crawled a few steps to the Corina's feet. She grabbed the hem of the Corina's dress and whispered, Corina, please calm down. Our great Zhou dynasty has always governed with benevolence and filial piety. The Cash is a most virtuous and filial person. He would not bear to see you saddened. But the Cash and the Celia are also deeply in love. Isn't it difficult for him now? Branson casually wiped his fingers with his sleeve, watching this farce coldly. Martha's attempt to mediate only strengthened the Corina's resolve. She slapped the table loudly. Today, even if it displeases the Cash, I must punish this lowly servant. Guards. No one moved after her words. The guards looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Silence filled the room, and even a pin dropping could be heard. As the Cash's birth mother, the Corina's words were never disobeyed when Branson wasn't present, but now that he was here, he was the highest authority. The Corina was so furious that she almost fainted. She stared at Branson, trembling. Cash, why you? Has your power grown so strong that you truly intend to disregard our years of mother-son affection for this lowly servant? Do you want me to bump my head against the wall and let the whole world talk about your lack of filial piety? Branson slightly turned his head and looked at the Corina with an extremely gentle gaze. Alexandria, you are overthinking this. Of course I respect you. If Celia Xue is indeed so foolish, not only would you not tolerate her, but I could not either. However, everyone here knows that witchcraft is a serious matter. We cannot hastily conclude based on just one person, one servant. We must thoroughly investigate to ensure we have irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, as noble consort said, General Xue has contributed significantly to the state, and this might discourage loyal hearts. Unexpectedly, this sudden turn of events left the Corina momentarily stunned. Then what does the Cash think should be done? Isn't it simple? Branson smiled. This maid is indeed loyal, but who she is truly loyal to is something I have doubts about. Here's what we'll do, Anselm. Anselm pinched his fingers elegantly. Phil, this servant is here. Branson instructed, send people to investigate this maid's family background thoroughly. Bring all members of her family, regardless of age or gender, to the Ministry of Punishment. Have her watch as they are interrogated one by one. When only she remains, if she still does not change her statement, it will prove her unwavering loyalty to me, even disregarding her own life. Only then will I follow the Corina's advice and severely punish Celia Xue. Chapter 39, Heart's Craft. In the Great Zhou, not just anyone could become a palace maid. All of them were from reputable families. It would be effortless to investigate. Upon hearing this, Sharon's face immediately turned ashen. She hadn't fainted when she hit her head and bled, but now she nearly lost consciousness. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she cried out hoarsely, Phil, I am loyal to you with all my heart. Moreover, since ancient times, only those who have committed major crimes are sent to the Xinqing office. You can't involve my family just because you favor Corina? Branson smiled. If you are truly loyal to us, you should remain steadfast unto death and unconditionally follow our imperial edicts, dedicating everything to us. Do you still have doubts? You mustn't think about ending your own life anymore. If you do commit suicide, we would naturally continue to interrogate your family, seeing what more we might find. After saying this, he seemed somewhat weary, waving his hand. Enough, take her away. She shouldn't stay in front of us any longer. Sharon looked at Claire with utter despair. Corina, it is this servant who has wronged you. Whatever punishment you wish to impose on me, I will accept willingly. I beg you, for all the years I've served you, plead with Imran to spare my family. Before Claire could speak, Kingston, standing behind her, spoke loudly. You dare to falsely accuse Corina like this, and yet you still hope she'll plead for you? Or perhaps, you know how benevolent she usually is, which is why you act so recklessly. Kingston's words were sharper than ever before, stripping away the last bit of color from Sharon's face. Her body softened, collapsing to the ground, and was quickly dragged out of Ikuin Palace by the guards. Silence once again enveloped the hall. Branson propped his cheek with one hand, leaning against the table. Alexandria, will you wait here for the results or return to Sinang Palace to rest? The Corina's expression was now unbearably grim. She neither said she would leave nor that she would stay, only continuously sipping tea. Her meaning was clear. Martha trembled and said, if Phil treats the maid this way, even if she changes her statement, people will likely think you coerced a confession. The concubine noble has already sealed off news. Who would think we coerced a confession? Branson chuckled. The concubine noble herself? Martha's body stiffened. Your subject dares not. No need to fear. We naturally know you wouldn't dare. Branson glanced at the group of kneeling and trembling maidservants, his gaze settling on the leader among them. We remember that you are the maid personally attending the concubine noble. How are you serving her? Why haven't you hurried to help her stand up after letting her kneel on the ground for so long? People who know understand it's due to your negligence. Others may think we are unduly harsh on the concubine noble. This maid was indeed Lynn. Hastily scrambling over, she helped Martha up, repeatedly apologizing. Your servant deserves death. Your servant deserves death. Sitting on the chair, Martha grabbed the teacup on the table to hide her inner turmoil, which roiled like a turbulent sea. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall stagnated. Everyone's expressions were different, restless, and uneasy. Only Branson drank tea leisurely and contentedly. After about an hour, Anselm returned with news, reporting that Sharon had confessed and taken her own life, claiming that because Claire was always frugal and gave insufficient rewards to the palace staff, she had no money to send home for her ill Ivor's medical treatment, leading him to become mentally incapacitated. Thus, she harbored resentment and concocted this plan to frame Claire. Sharon took full responsibility. Finally, Anselm presented her written confession to Branson, his voice high-pitched. Sharon requests Phil to scatter her ashes to vent the Corina's anger, only asking that you spare her family. Branson lazily raised his eyes, glancing indifferently. The confession was not written with ink but with blood, dripping red and shocking to behold. Normally, this scene should have evoked some empathy. However, Branson's expression remained icy, his eyes filled with faint mockery and ridicule. He laughed slightly, gesturing for Anselm to show the confession to the Corina and Martha. Anselm presented the blood-stained document to the Corina and the concubine noble. Sitting on the chair, Martha's face was expressionless, saying nothing. The Corina's teacup fell to the floor with a clatter, visibly shaken by Branson's actions. Branson's lips curved into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He slowly said, So, are the Corina and concubine noble satisfied? The Corina took a deep breath, her well-maintained hands trembling uncontrollably, clearly seething with rage. Branson's behavior unmistakably told her. No human evidence, no physical evidence mattered. He had no doubt about Claire, and he absolutely would not allow anyone to question Claire. Pursuing this further would only harm their mother-son relationship and possibly damage her dignity as Corina, with no other effect. After a long while, the Corina finally steadied her heart. She didn't look at Claire or Martha again but said, Cash, this Corina has something to say to you in private. Branson smiled. He knew it would come to this. His mother might not have read many books, but she always knew how to act prudently. For anything that could harm her own interests, she would think thrice before doing so, even without him saying much. In the dead silence where even the sound of a needle falling could be heard, the young emperor's attitude was as gentle as a spring breeze. He replied, All right. The palace maid swept away all the scattered porcelain shards on the ground, and Ikuin Palace regained its tranquility once more. Claire, with a difficult expression, sat in her chair for a while before softly saying, Junior, since Corina and Cash just left, summoning a physician now may be inconvenient. Roll up your trouser leg, let me take a look at your injury. She had learned some methods to treat bruises and injuries while at home, which made dealing with common external wounds manageable for her. However, Kingston shook his head. It's just a minor scratch. Phil doesn't need to worry about it. I can apply medicine later by myself. Claire was taken aback, knowing he was trying to avoid suspicion, so she didn't insist, merely exhaling deeply, Junior, bear with it a little longer. I will definitely find an opportunity to request the Cash to send you out of the palace, even if it means having you stay with my Ivar first, letting him teach you martial arts. Kingston lowered his head, saying, But I don't want to leave the palace. I wish to stay here as a guard. That's foolish talk. Although being an imperial guard is indeed a viable path, this palace is truly suffocating. One person slaps you, another lashes you, not only unable to retaliate, but you must still smile at them. At least she was still the Celia, and Branson wasn't as cold to her as he used to be. But Kingston was different. Perhaps Branson sending Kingston to her side also hoped that he would protect her at crucial moments. This was too cruel for this young man. He should have been someone to be cherished and loved, able to enjoy life like riding swiftly through Chang'an under the spring wind. Yet now, everything became nothing. Claire sighed lightly, Junior, I know you're worried about me, but, as she spoke, warmth flickered in her eyes. You've seen it. Cash now always protects me. After a moment of silence, Kingston whispered, Seeing Queen Alexandria's hardships turned into happiness, I am naturally glad for you. However, after this incident, I am really concerned. This shows that, whether in the front court or the inner palace, almost intoxicating. The moment the Corina stepped into the palace, a young boy dressed in white knelt forward. This boy looked no older than 15 or 16, extremely handsome, his eyes filled with emotion. He wore golden bells on his wrists and ankles that jingled whenever he moved. The sound was clear and pleasant. However, Branson frowned slightly. Though both were attractive and of similar age, Kingston exuded straightforward youthful energy without a trace of femininity, whereas this boy was the opposite. Dressed in women's clothing, he could easily pass for a woman. Despite being a rare beauty herself, the Corina still favored this type of beautiful youth. The boy soon kneeled before Branson and the Corina, bowing his head. Your humble servant pays respects to the Corina and Imran. His voice was equally enchanting. Unfortunately, the Corina felt a tightness in her chest and had no mood for such charm. Before Branson could speak, she kicked the boy, sternly ordering, blind and witless creature, get out. She had been the previous emperor's plaything in her youth, and these boys were merely toys for her pleasure. Startled, the boy shuddered reflexively and hurriedly crawled out of Sinang Palace. The tinkling of bells lingered mockingly in the air. Seeing this, Branson chuckled softly. With no one else present, he did not pretend to invite the Corina to sit, but instead calmly seated himself in a chair, saying offhandedly, Speak your mind, Alexandria. His smile hid icy indifference. Chilling and intimidating. The Corina, her beautiful face contorting with fury, snapped, "Branson, I am your birth mother." She even stopped addressing him as Emperor. Branson laughed again. Once his laughter subsided, he nodded slightly and spoke gently. "There's no need for you to remind me, Alexandria. You becoming Corina is proof enough." Beneath his polite tone lay biting sarcasm. Since returning from Azar, every private encounter between mother and son was like this. Though Branson granted her honor and respect in public, there was no warmth left between them. Suppressing her anger, the Corina adopted a gentler tone. "Ranner, I know you harbor resentment over past events, but surely you understand I had no choice. The late emperor had already decreed, leaving me powerless. In the imperial harem, we were already isolated and destitute. If I hadn't seized the late emperor's favor, no one would have acknowledged us. You witnessed how I grieved and wept back then, didn't you? Ranner, how could I not care for you? You are my only son." Touched by her words, tears streamed down her beautiful face. Her long, dark lashes fluttered, and Branson suddenly laughed. He slowly said, "So, Alexandria knows you only truly cared about your only son, not Darnell." Stunned, confusion. Chapter 41. Alexandria and Son. Every word was piercing. Corina's body swayed, pointing at Branson but unable to speak. As for conscience, Branson's gaze swept over this bedroom adorned more luxuriously than any concubines, and he half smiled. "A mother knows her son best. You did not err, Alexandria Celia. Indeed, I have no conscience. Not only do I lack it, but I am also utterly unfilial. Otherwise, how could I have allowed you to keep male consorts after the late Cash's passing, showing him such disloyalty? The imperial dignity must not be infringed. To him, this would be an unparalleled disgrace. I still remember that besides Alexandria Celia, the one the late Cash cherished most was Yelena. Yet, due to suspicion of her affair with a palace guard, she was mercilessly sentenced to death by him. And that guard suffered the cruelest Lynchie execution, sliced 3,600 times until nothing remained but bones. Need Alexandria Celia assistance in recalling those details? Corina." The hairs on her body stood on end. She stepped back a few paces and leaned against the table, trying to maintain her composure. "Branson, are you resolve? It shows that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Since Alexandria wanted glory and status, desired a son who would become the supreme ruler, how could you expect this son to always consider filial piety and obey you in everything? After all, haven't you heard before that there's no father-son bond in the imperial family? If there's no father-son bond, how can there be a mother-son bond?" With these words, Corina seemed unable to support herself anymore, collapsing into the chair behind her. Branson stood up, slowly bowed to Corina. "That's all I have to say. If Alexandria still cares about the last trace of maternal affection, please remain law-abiding. And don't believe the instigations of ill-intentioned people. Otherwise, if what Alexandria does isn't something I wish to see, the consequences won't be what you want to see either." After leaving Corina's palace, Erwin immediately greeted with a pinched finger, "Phil." Branson gave a faint hum. Erwin asked, "Is Phil going to Ichun Palace?" Branson glanced at him, smiling faintly. "What do you think?" Though gentle, Erwin shivered instinctively. He immediately pinched his finger and announced loudly, "To Ichun Palace." When Branson returned to Ichun Palace, he didn't ask the guards to announce him but entered alone. However, upon stepping into the gate, he found no servants around, and Claire was sitting by the window, lost in thought, looking profoundly weary, clearly still troubled by today's events. After a moment of contemplation, Branson walked over, covered Claire's eyes with his hand, and smiled. "Guess who I am?" Claire. Caught off guard by sudden darkness, she jumped, only to hear Branson's childish question. She played such Guess Who games when she was a child. Claire tried to pull down the hand covering her eyes, but after several attempts, Branson's hand didn't move an inch, as if welded to her face. Meanwhile, the laughter-filled voice behind her repeated, "Guess who I am." She never thought that Branson could have such a childish side. Claire was both amused and exasperated. "How old is Phil this year?" Silence followed for a moment behind her, then came a lazy reply. "About 3.5 years old. How does my lady plan to coax me?" The word, "my lady," lingered in her ears. In an instant, Claire felt a buzzing in her ears as her cheeks flushed red once more. Her eyes widened helplessly. Immediately afterward, her wrist was seized, and she collided heavily into the man's chest. The smell of dragon's breath incense and enchanting plum blossoms enveloped her, cool yet entangled. At the same moment, a faint cool touch on her lips felt incredibly natural, just a light touch. But Claire felt as if her mind had gone blank. She heard his gentle laughter in her ear. "Oh woo, don't be us." Martha looked at Erwin's chubby face, hating him deeply. It hadn't been easy for her to cultivate and win over these people, and changing them now would mean starting all over again. Martha gritted her teeth. But Erwin interrupted her with an, "Oh." He pinched his fingers elegantly, and the fat on his face jiggled. "Noble consort, Imran is truly thinking of you. He fears that one day you might also encounter a heartless servant like Shirley, leading to false accusations. Then even with 100 mouths, you couldn't explain yourself. How can you not understand Imran's heartfelt intentions?" Martha. Chapter 42. Turmoil. In the secret room of the Chancellor's mansion, Gabrielle was in discussion with a man fully draped in a black cloak. He frowned deeply. Is what Andre said true? Could it be false? Andres' expression was solemn. Though Imran has not issued an edict to revoke the consort's authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces and her benefits remain unchanged, he has replaced most of the guards and maidservants in the consort's palace. This shows that Imran now harbors suspicions towards consort. It is due to our family friendship that I risk my life to inform you, Chancellor Liu. Please take precautions as soon as possible to avoid a disaster. After a long pause, Gabrielle sighed. From this, it appears Imran has indeed been deceived by villains. Your sincerity and deep friendship will never be forgotten by Gabrielle. Please accept my bow. Saying so, he attempted to rise to bow down. Startled, Andres hurriedly stopped him. He said, "The Chancellor is the same generation as my father. Do not do this. Now is the time to think of countermeasures. We cannot just sit here and wait for doom. As I, Gabrielle, have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the court and Imran, being suspected like this truly breaks my heart. From now on, I'll only focus on my duties, leaving all other matters to Imran." Shaking his head, Gabrielle whispered a few words into Andres' ear. Hearing this, Andres' face changed slightly. He pondered for a moment, seemingly disagreeing with Gabrielle's idea. If this tactic was used on the previous emperor, it might work, but I must say something disrespectful. The current emperor is insane. Otherwise, he wouldn't do so many things. If the ministers in the court really take mass leave en masse, what if he gets angry and dismisses or kills them? Wouldn't we be seeking death ourselves? He won't, Gabrielle said calmly. Fife may be crazy, but he isn't stupid. If he really intends to seize power, he will realize that he currently has no one to rely on. Even the best chef can't cook without rice. Once he conducts, Gabrielle would find plenty of reasons to delay. On the 5th day, Branson, kindly, sent imperial doctors to treat each minister who claimed illness. After dispatching them, he turned and dismissed the session once again, leaving behind a group of ministers looking at each other uncertainly. However, shortly after returning to the imperial study, Anselm came to report that Celia requested an audience. Branson had just sat down and was idly flipping through a book when he heard this. He looked up with a smile. Why not invite the Celia in immediately? Anselm answered in a high-pitched voice and hurried out to welcome Claire. Branson hadn't visited Claire's Ichun palace for 2 or 3 days. Claire thought his mood must have been terrible these past few days. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the imperial study, she saw Branson greeting her with a smiling face. He caught her hand and laughed. "Claire, you've come at the right time. Right now, the royal kitchen has prepared some fresh dim sum. Come try them with me." Claire was slightly stunned. Given the situation, even if Branson wasn't angry, he couldn't possibly be happy. But he seemed completely unfazed, just as he had promised her before. A complicated emotion flashed across her eyes. Claire pursed her lips slightly. "I also made some pastries for Phil." Branson laughed. "Then I will eat a few more pieces." The two sat by the table, each eating a few pieces of pastry and chatting idly. Claire felt as if 2 flames were burning on her cheeks. She whispered, "Although these people shouldn't be punished too heavily, they can't be left unattended either. This subject believes." Pausing here for a moment, she continued, "Phil should still hold the imperial examination and select more virtuous ministers." The smile on Branson's face became gentler. "Is this a Wu's idea?" Claire blinked her eyes. She was no longer like before, afraid to say anything. "Of course it is this subject's idea. Didn't Phil once say you hoped I wouldn't be afraid of you?" Branson rested his hand on the table and laughed for a while, until Claire could no longer bear it and softly called out again, "Phil." He then held her hand and said, "Oh Wu, let me be frank with you. It's not that I don't want to hold the imperial examination, but as you can see, under the current situation, there aren't many people I can trust. Even if we held the imperial examination, most of the examiners would belong to Gavriel's faction, and those selected would likely align with him, which would only embolden him. And now I have the reputation of being a tyrant outside. Even if there are truly virtuous ministers, they may not dare to come forward." At this point, a hint of derision flashed quickly across Branson's eyes. Many things had already been done. He rose to power through countless corpses and white bones. Was he supposed to suddenly repent and reform? It couldn't be that easy. He wasn't so naive. The hardest thing to predict in this world is the human heart, and the most difficult thing to win over is also the human heart. To regain lost hearts requires a price. Claire was slightly stunned upon hearing this. This was something she hadn't really considered. She couldn't help but frown. Then what should we do? She looked genuinely worried. Branson said coolly, "To deal with someone like Gabriel, one must have a person of higher virtue and prestige to rally against him." Claire's eyes lit up. "Does Phil have anyone in mind?" Branson curled his lips. Just as he was about to speak, Anselm came in at this very moment to report that the court physicians who visited the ministers' residences had returned. Immediately, both Branson and Claire stopped talking, with Claire giving Branson a concerned look. Branson faintly said, and asked, "What's the situation?" Anselm replied, "According to the court physician's report, all the ministers fell ill due to the cold weather and caught a chill. It's not serious, but they shouldn't go out immediately and need several days of rest in their residence." Branson smiled and lazily commented, "That's quite coincidental. Did all the court physicians say the same?" "That's not exactly the case." Anselm, pinching his fingers in a refined manner, shook his head. "The court physician who saw the Minister of Rights reported that he isn't sick, just eating too much tonic food and staying home without moving, so he has become too fat to walk." Claire, who had been fed many pastries by Branson earlier, was feeling a bit thirsty and drinking tea when she suddenly heard this statement from Anselm. Unable to hold back, she spurted out the tea. A long and graceful hand reached over to pat her back. Branson laughed. "Take it slowly." Claire blushed. This subject showed improper decorum. Branson responded lazily, "How is this improper decorum? A Wu is truly sincere. When someone displeases her, even breathing is a mistake. When someone is cherished, spitting out tea becomes sincere behavior." For Anselm, who was forced to watch the Cash and Celia show affection for each other, it was unbearable. But this wasn't necessarily bad. At least Branson, who doted on Claire, became more humane. He seemed more like a real person instead of an emotionless statue high above everyone else. Anselm looked somewhat excited. With the diagnosis from the court physicians, Phil can publicly accuse this Minister of Rights of deceiving Darnell. You can tear him apart. Humph, let's see if they still dare to be so arrogant. Upon finishing, Anselm suddenly realized the entire Weiyang Palace was silent. Claire looked at him in surprise. Branson reverted to his usual half-smiling expression. In an instant, Anselm felt a thud in his heart. Even if he knew what Branson would do, he dared not give opinions on such matters before. Recently, even though Branson's mood wasn't good, he didn't often lash out, causing Anselm to lose himself a bit. Anselm dropped to his knees with a thump. This servant spoke out of turn. This servant spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Phil. Please forgive me, Her Majesty the Celia. As he spoke, he extended his chubby hand to slap his own face. Of course, he didn't hit hard. If one didn't listen carefully, the sound of slaps wouldn't be heard. He was bold in a way, but his fawning nature never changed. He would tremble at the slightest hint of trouble. Yet if you said he was timid, every time he punished himself, he managed to cut corners. Branson watched this oddball, and felt both exasperated and amused. He waved his hand. Enough. Stop hitting yourself. Keep it quiet and bring that court physician here to see me. I have questions for him. Unexpectedly, Branson did not get angry over the minister's excuses for absence. Instead, he issued an imperial decree expressing his concern for these ministers, granting them medicine and tonics. This gesture undoubtedly made Gavriel's party privately pleased, thinking it was a compromise from the cash. However, the next day, Branson did not appear in the imperial court again. The palace rumor spread that Imran had caught a cold, with a high fever that wouldn't subside, needing at least half a month of rest. As queen, Claire personally entered Weiyang Palace to serve him during his illness, refusing to see anyone else. During Branson's recuperation, all matters of state were handled as usual by Gavriel. Such trust and delegation almost made Gavriel believe that any distance or suspicion were just his own imagination. But at the same time, Branson also made two surprising moves. Branson did not ask Sun Shen, the chief judge of the Imperial Medical Bureau, to treat him. Instead, he appointed a very young new court physician. This person was named Zoltan, only 23 years old this year. His medical skills were quite good, but being from a humble background, he lacked connections in court, so he never had a chance to rise. And there was another matter. Since Keenan had gone to Changzhou to relieve disaster, the position of chief guard of the Imperial Guards was temporarily vacant. Branson did not find someone to fill this vacancy. But now, he suddenly decreed to promote Kingston, who had only been a second-class guard for a short time, to the chief guard of the Imperial Guards, responsible for guarding Weiyang Palace and Ikuan Palace. During Branson's 15-day recovery period, absolutely no one was allowed near Weiyang Palace. Considering his age, experience, and current status as the son of a convicted official, Kingston had no connection to this position. This naturally caused discontent among many scholars led by Gavriel and many Imperial Guards, even inciting students from Guozijian to kneel before the palace gates, begging Darnell to rescind the order, arguing against trusting and heavily relying on the son of a convicted official. Fortunately, many generals, led by Karl, strongly supported the move, barely suppressing the protest. Chapter 44. The General. That evening, the residence of General Karl welcomed two unexpected guests. Branson and Claire's sudden visit, without warning, almost stunned everyone in the residence. As a general, Karl had many military affairs to handle every day. Since Branson and Claire's visit was unexpected, he was not at home. Ironically, Matthew, who usually didn't stay much at home, surprisingly did not leave the mansion this time. Matthew was the only son of Karl and the elder Ivar of Claire. When Karl was absent, Matthew naturally had the final say in the entire residence of the great general. Since Branson and Claire came for a secret visit, to prevent the matter from leaking out, Arjun, the steward of the residence, hastily dismissed other miscellaneous people, invited Branson and Claire to sit on the main seats in the hall, and urgently sent someone to ask Karl to return home. At the same time, he went to find Matthew to come over. Though he was smiling, it seemed to contain an underlying sarcasm. Seeing this, Claire immediately stood up from her seat, her face filled with anxiety. Brother? Branson held her hand and gently pressed her back into her seat, calmly instructing the guards. Stop, you must not offend Mr. Xue. Hearing Branson speak, the Imperial Guards were momentarily stunned, then quickly retreated behind him. This young man was indeed Matthew. Now Matthew was kneeling while Branson stood, but he did not immediately kneel down to pay homage. Instead, he slightly lowered his gaze and looked at Branson. When their eyes met, it was as if sparks flew even in the air. Branson did not miss the profound coolness in his eyes, and he also saw the piercing coldness in Branson's eyes. Although Matthew was a military officer, he was not rash. The old steward standing beside him could not fathom what he was thinking and broke into a cold sweat instantly. He hurriedly whispered, "Young general, hurry and pay your respects to Imran and Her Majesty Queen Consort." After a brief silence, Matthew knelt down briskly. "Your servant Matthew pays homage to Imran, pays homage to Her Majesty Queen Consort. I am delighted to see the presence of Imran and Her Majesty. I apologize humbly for not removing my weapon earlier. Please forgive me." His voice was clear and showed no sign of panic. When he finished speaking, he remained kneeling on the ground without getting up. It was an attitude of respect and submission. Yet it also seemed like unbending pride that could not be suppressed. Similarly, from a military family, Kingston was a carefree and spirited young man, but Matthew was different. He was like an eagle soaring high in the sky. Just as Branson disliked seeing Claire in the previous life, he also did not like seeing Claire's Ivar. There was an unrestrained vigor in Matthew that even Branson felt envious of. For example, at this moment, even his act of kneeling to pay homage flowed smoothly without any hint of servility. General Karl, wielding military power, was aware that it might arouse Darnell's suspicion. To avoid suspicions, he never took Matthew to the battlefield. Even though Matthew was called to Alexei, he held a leisurely position in the capital with nothing significant to do. But in the previous life, when Karl was trapped, not only did Branson refuse to send reinforcements, but he also ordered strict surveillance on the entire residence of the general. It was Matthew who rode out of Shengjing alone and galloped to the border, coordinating left and right, ultimately achieving a narrow victory despite being attacked from both sides. In the end, he won with fewer troops and successfully repelled the enemy, even shooting the enemy commander. Regarding how Matthew managed to achieve these seemingly impossible feats, the hardships he endured were not known to outsiders, but from then on, Matthew became famous for this battle. His prestige in the army surpassed even General Karl. Unfortunately, in the end, Karl succumbed to his injuries, and Matthew led the elite forces of the Shui family into the deep mountains, never returning to court. In the previous life, when the rebels stormed the palace, the women in the harem were either killed or taken away to be concubines, but they left Queen Claire alone. They neither dared to kill her nor dared to force her, mainly out of fear of Matthew, which gave Claire the chance to secretly escape from the palace. Looking at the young man kneeling on the ground, Branson's lips curled with an ambiguous smile. To him now, Matthew was somewhat like he had been to Achilles back then. Indeed, he was a very sharp and useful knife, but it was impossible to confirm which way this knife would point. Loyal ministers sometimes approached royal authority with nearly ridiculous obedience and reverence, and that was exactly the kind of people the court needed. But Matthew was definitely not one of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the courage to ride out of Xinjiang alone, nor the ability to turn a hopeless situation around and repel the enemy. Even more so, he wouldn't have ignored the court's orders after his victory and led his trusted subordinates into the mountains. If he were loyal, he indeed had the ability to protect the Jiangsan of Great Zhou, but if not, he would be a major threat to Darnell. From Darnell's standpoint, a naturally rebellious minister was more terrifying than an incompetent one. Branson said nothing. The entire hall was dead silent, with a heavy, almost oppressive stillness. He knew Matthew must be deeply dissatisfied with the Melvin family affair. Claire glanced at her Ivar with some concern, then looked at Branson and whispered softly, "Phil." Lightly tapping his index finger on the desk, Branson suddenly chuckled. A moment later, he slowly said, "Grant a seat for Mr. Shui." Chapter 45, Clash. Matthew differed from other generals. Gifted since childhood, he not only mastered military strategies but could also recite the 4 books and 5 classics by heart, making him a versatile talent in both literature and martial arts. Moreover, his extensive travels had endowed him with knowledge of many strange and wonderful tales from the common folk. Therefore, as long as political matters were not involved, his conversations with Branson were rather harmonious. The two sat together chatting amicably. Matthew's words were humorous and witty, while Branson listened attentively with a smile, occasionally adding a sharp comment that struck to the heart of the matter, piquing Matthew's interest to continue their conversation. This scene of mutual respect and warmth between the sovereign and minister left the onlookers stunned. Even Claire was greatly surprised, and her heart, which had been anxious since returning to the general's mansion, finally began to ease. She knew Branson did not like her Ivar. Similarly, Matthew did not like Branson. Her Ivar had always disliked restraints. Yet, due to Darnell's suspicions, he felt restrained. In his younger years, he could still leave Jingqing to travel and enjoy himself. As he grew older, however, Branson became increasingly wary and distant because of his closeness to Gavriel. To avoid causing trouble for their father, Matthew had no choice but to hide his brilliance, staying in Jingqing daily and mingling with the idle sons of nobility. Though Matthew never voiced it, as his sister, Claire could clearly see the pent-up frustration in his heart. If not for Karl's constant teachings, Matthew would have never submitted to Cash Branson, let alone with the Melvin family issue complicating matters. When the Melvin family incident occurred, Karl suddenly had Matthew severely whipped for being unruly. The reasons behind this puzzled Claire deeply, leaving her uneasy. She would never forget the spring day when she was 7, following her mother and Matthew to Jingqing Temple outside Jingqing to offer incense. It was the season of blooming peach blossoms, and the temple was bustling with devout men and women kneeling and praying before the shrine. Claire knelt with her mother, but Matthew did not kneel. This unusual act naturally drew attention, including from the abbot of Jingqing Temple, Ernesto. Ernesto could not help but ask, "Little layman, why do you not kneel?" To which Matthew calmly replied, "I only know how to seek within myself, not from others." Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. At just 9 years old, Matthew already carried an incomparable demeanor and grace. Claire always understood that her Ivar had an unyielding spirit. If he did not truly submit, he would never be content serving beneath anyone. Apart from fearing it might cause Branson's suspicions, this was one reason why Karl never took Matthew to battle. A father knows his son best. As a minister, loyalty to Darnell is paramount, but once Matthew held military power, if the court's orders did not suit him, he might not obey. Previously, Branson never summoned Matthew, and Matthew avoided him as much as possible. They had no chance to interact privately, so any animosity remained suppressed. However, this time, Branson personally visited the general's mansion, bringing the two face to face. No matter who upset whom, she found herself caught in the middle, troubled. Yet, seeing Branson and Matthew transition from tea to wine, laughing and chatting as if they were close Ivars, Claire wiped her eyes, suspecting she might have overthought the situation. It seemed not only Branson's character had changed, but her Ivar, after 5 years apart, was also different. Relieved, she sighed. Regardless of their true feelings, at least they were getting along on the surface. However, the elderly steward Arjun was worried. Seeing Branson and Matthew drinking cup after cup, he repeatedly urged, "Young general, this wine is too strong. General Shui has yet to return. Perhaps you should both drink less." Matthew could drink without falling, even outmatching most in the army. Branson's capacity was unknown, but he likely couldn't match Matthew. If Karl didn't return and Matthew drank Branson into humiliation, what would happen? Initially, Matthew ignored Arjun's advice, but after the 9th warning and with Claire joining in, he finally set down his cup with a laugh, sighing, "Drinking at home has its drawbacks. There are always people nagging, preventing one from enjoying oneself fully. My apologies to Imran." "How could it? This just shows that someone is thinking of you." Branson idly played with the wine glass in his hand. "But while 1,000 pieces of gold can be easily obtained, a true friend is hard to find. It's rare for us to hit it off like this. Getting drunk once in a while is no harm." Matthew chuckled heartily at this. His thin lips curved slightly as he slowly replied, "Phil's words are truly as refreshing as spring breeze." To be considered a confidant and soulmate by Phil is an honor I will never forget. I entrust my life and everything to Phil and will dedicate myself fully until death. In the flickering candlelight, their gazes met again, calm on the surface but with hidden undercurrents surging beneath. A tiger, even when still possessing its claws, would never lower its head or show subservience and flattery. It remained fearsome, much like the fiery red attire. He was born with a natural radiance that drew attention wherever he stood, without doing anything. But only the two of them understood this unspoken truth. The delicate wine glass spun lightly on Matthew's ivory-like fingertips. Branson turned his head slightly, his bright eyes twinkling with a faint smile. In a lazy tone, he said, "Of course, I know of your loyal heart. Just moments ago, he was young master. Now he had become your beloved minister." In Great Zhou, Darnell would call only extremely high-ranking or specially favored officials in such a way, which was considered an honor. Regardless of sincerity or pretense, both showed genuine respect on the surface, as if they were truly close friends who complemented each other perfectly. Matthew fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. His love and hate were clear, but performing for appearance's sake was something he had to do. Following one's heart was always so satisfying. Yet why did everyone always choose the unavoidable? Raising his cup once more, he slowly said, "I shall drink 3 cups to show my gratitude to Phil for trusting me." However, Branson smiled and caught his wrist. Good wine should be shared with a true friend. If you wish to show your sincerity, this cup is too small. Pausing briefly, Matthew glanced at him and laughed. Phil is right. He then asked Arjun to bring larger bowls and indeed drank 3 full bowls in one go. Chapter 46, Drunkenness. Upon hearing that the Cash and Celia had suddenly arrived, and that his typically defiant son happened to be there as well, Carl hastily put down his official duties, wishing he could grow wings on his ribs to fly back home at once. He nearly fell over in shock when he stepped into the main hall. The air in the main hall was thick with the smell of alcohol, and countless empty wine jars were scattered on the ground. Branson and Matthew sat opposite each other, each still holding a jar of wine. Claire sat beside them, her face full of worry. They started with wine cups, then switched to bowls. Finally, they drank directly from the jars. No one could stop or dissuade them. When someone tried to stop them too firmly, Branson would come over with a smile and give a loving kiss. It was fine when no one else was around. But now in front of Matthew, seeing her Ivor's eyes filled with indescribable amusement, Claire's cheeks flushed redder than if she had drunk herself, and she closed her mouth without another word. Old Steward Arjun wiped the sweat off his head and hurried over to Carl, whispering, "General, you're back." Imran and young General got carried away. No one could stop them. They looked like they both had quite a bit. Unexpectedly, Branson's drinking capacity was whispered, "Phil." Branson closed his eyes slightly and chuckled softly. Although his mind was still clear, his body was less under control than usual. He inexplicably wanted to laugh, finding everything amusing. He had indeed drunk too much, giving his pale face a rosy flush. When he laughed lightly, there was an air of charm about him. No one had seen him like this before. In Azar, he was often forced to drink, so to save face, he trained his tolerance until he could drink several jars without showing any sign of intoxication. This was the first time anyone had managed to get him this drunk. Carl bowed cautiously again, begging for forgiveness. Branson waved his hand with a smile. "My great general is too formal. It was I who invited Jonathan to drink. How is this related to him? Isn't it awkward for me? Isn't that right, Jonathan?" Jonathan was Matthew's courtesy name, given by his teacher in childhood, rarely used outside his family. From scholar Shue to minister, and now from minister to Jonathan. Their relationship seemed to have advanced rapidly in one evening. Carl was slightly stunned, instinctively looking back at his son, who lowered his gaze obediently. Matthew's expression remained normal, but his eyes glistened faintly, indicating he had also drunk a fair amount. He slowly curved his lips upward, compliantly saying, "Phil is a gentleman, and I will accompany you even at the risk of my life." That night, Branson and Claire stayed overnight at the general's residence. They stayed in the room where Claire lived before her marriage. Though Claire had been married for 5 years, her chamber was cleaned daily, and all items except those taken to the palace were still there, including cosmetics regularly replaced, reflecting Carl and Carrie's love for their daughter. Claire was seated at the dressing table by Branson, looking at her reflection. Branson sat beside her, watching her. At one moment he picked up a flower hairpin to place in her bun. At another, he took a jade-like decoration to stick on her forehead. Perhaps due to drinking too much, Branson seemed particularly lively today, unwilling to rest. At that moment, a rare youthful vigor appeared in him. Claire caught his hand, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. "Phil." At that moment, Branson picked up a rouge paper and handed it to her with a smile. "Oh woo, this color suits you very well. Try it." Rouge paper was used by women in Dazhou as lip rouge. Not wanting to dampen his spirits, Claire hesitated for a moment, then took the rouge paper from Branson's hand, lightly pressing her lips to the paper. Branson indeed had an excellent eye. Even just a casual choice made after drinking could be incredibly accurate. Under the flickering candlelight, Claire's lips, dyed by the lip rouge, appeared lustrous and alluring, making the person in the mirror look even more enchanting. It was clear that this color truly suited her perfectly. Claire froze for a moment, a strange feeling suddenly welling up in her heart. She lowered her head and asked subconsciously, "Did Phil often watch others apply makeup before? Otherwise, how could he have such an accurate eye?" Her tone was sour, as if she had spilled a vat of vinegar. The words had barely left her mouth when she realized they were inappropriate. Unfortunately, it was too late to take them back. She pressed her lips together and fell silent. Though women should be magnanimous, especially as the Celia who set an example for all women, the thought of Branson doing the same thing with someone else still made her feel uncomfortable. Branson was slightly taken aback. If it were in the past, he would immediately understand the source of Claire's sudden disappointment and find countless ways to make her happy. Though he was a tyrant, that didn't mean he lacked understanding of human nature. On the contrary, He understood it better than anyone and could read people's thoughts better than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived in the harem of Dajo or among the Azar tribe, eventually obtaining the throne. The difference lay in whether he wanted to please the other person or not. For most people, he neither wished nor cared to go through the effort. But today, he was slightly slow on the uptake. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door outside. Then a gentle female voice down and rushed out as if escaping. However, this brief episode caused the mental preparations Claire had just made to shatter instantly. She became even more depressed. Meanwhile, a warm sensation touched her forehead. Branson was trying to apply flower stickers to her again. Claire pressed her lips together. She pulled his hand away. Phil, this subject is somewhat tired. Please have your soup first. After you've had it, rest early tonight. This time, her disappointment was too evident. Branson stared at the soup on the table for a moment, pondering hard about the reason for Claire's change in attitude. From that sentence, after applying lip rouge to this bowl of soup, only when he belatedly realized Claire might be unhappy about something did Branson's shoulders twitch slightly, laughing uncontrollably. Claire was puzzled by his laughter, frowning slightly. Staring into her eyes, Branson calmly said, "Ah woo, from now on, I won't have anyone else in my sight." Branson's eyes were very beautiful, especially now misty with moisture, giving them an almost irresistible innocence. Under the gaze of those eyes, Claire was momentarily stunned. Upon careful reflection, Branson's look at the maidservant earlier really wasn't anything special. Or rather, his look at most people was similar to how he'd look at a tree or a pin, cold and indifferent, like winter wind. Only now, looking at her, it was different. In an instant, Claire felt all her unhappiness and jealousy vanish. She smiled with pursed lips, just about to speak when she suddenly felt dizzy. When she regained her senses, she found Branson carrying her on his shoulder. Claire's heart skipped a beat. Struggling, she exclaimed, "Phil, don't move." Branson strode towards the bed, excitement barely concealed in his tone. "Ah woo, now I will prove to you that every word I just said came from my heart." Meanwhile, in the palace guard quarters, bang! A calloused hand slapped heavily on the wooden table, causing the wine in the bowl to sway violently. "I really give up. Think of us Evars who have been toiling here for 7 or 8 years, diligently serving every day, still just a third-class guard, not even a second-class one yet. And that brat, not even fully grown, gets a shortcut to the top." In a simple 2-person room, the candlelight flickered dimly. A guard around 27 or 28 years old, red-faced from drink, sat leaning on a chair, full of resentment. "Tell me, by seniority or age, what does that brat have to be the head guard?" "Wang Evar. Wang Evar." A younger guard quickly interrupted. "Talk less. This isn't a joke if someone hears. Who cares if he's a general's son? Not comparable to us." "Screw the general's son. He's a traitor. What kind of general's son is he anyway? We're better than him." "You're too nice, Prince Elton." The guard called Wang Evar spat viciously on the floor, slurring his words. That brat was destined for castration, and now, because of pleasing Imran and Her Majesty the Celia, he rides on our necks. Even we have to bow to him. I can't swallow this. Before he finished, a subtle sound came from outside, like someone struggling. Brother Wang was prone to losing control of his mouth when he drank too much. He had been speaking with righteous indignation when this sudden sound caused him to shiver violently, sobering him up by half instantly. The guard called Henley similarly turned pale. These words could be spoken privately among themselves, but if certain meddlesome people overheard and spread the gossip until it reached Kingston's ears, it would not be a laughing matter. No matter whether they were convinced or not, the other party was already seated in that position. According to regulations, the head guard had the authority to punish other guards, administering any beating under 40 strokes at will. Of course, many of the guards before Darnell were children of nobility. Even if they committed a mistake, the head guard would have to give them face due to their powerful backgrounds. But for someone like them with no connections, they could only be at the mercy of others. With just an arbitrary charge, receiving 40 strokes would leave them half dead. Brother Wang and Henley exchanged a glance. The two of them tiptoed to the door and suddenly flung it open. Cold air rushed in like a knife slicing through, but there was no one outside. Chapter 48. Choice. "Don't get me wrong. Why did you drag me here? I'm going to stand up for you." Anselm, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusingly, said angrily, "Listen to what they're saying. That's an imperial edict. How dare these lowly servants talk back? Do they have a death wish?" Actually, imperial guards had their own living quarters in the palace. However, before this, Kingston had always resided in the Weiyang Palace or Ikuan Palace, never coming here. Now that he had become the chief guard, it was unknown why he insisted on moving here, ignoring all advice. Before leaving the palace, Claire Lynn repeatedly instructed Anselm to take good care of Kingston. Anselm agreed without hesitation. This time, seeing Kingston's determination, Anselm personally escorted him back. However, when they reached the entrance of the guards' quarters, Anselm suddenly felt unwell. After attending to his needs, he overheard those 2 third-rank guards talking as he passed by their door. Armandrius. Anselm wanted to confront them but was pulled away by Kingston. The long, thick lashes concealed Kingston's thoughtful gaze as he leaned. "But the more she does, the less I can act without rules. Criticism toward me is fine, but I can't let her face criticism because of me. Besides..." He paused here, and didn't continue. Anselm instinctively asked, "Besides what?" Kingston smiled. In the darkness, his eyes seemed even brighter. "The more they doubt me, the more I need to make them respect me." What Kingston didn't tell Anselm was that Branson had privately met him in Ikuan Palace before leaving the palace. That day, upon entering the room, he saw Branson writing at the desk. He was momentarily stunned and then immediately knelt down, paying respects. "Phil, this subject pays homage." Branson continued writing, not responding. Kingston pursed his lips and respectfully knelt beside the desk in silence. After a while, Branson put down his pen, looked him over, and casually pointed to his boots without speaking. Kingston lowered his gaze slightly and slowly approached, using his sleeve to wipe the boots. Only then did Branson say coolly, "You've grown more steady than before. Get up." Kingston answered softly. Standing up, he stood respectfully to the side. Branson said, "Last time, the Corina and the consort visited Ikuin Palace, slapping you and making you kneel on shards. That must have been hard on you." His tone softened, as if truly sympathizing. "Someone else will eventually do for you." Perhaps in Phil's eyes, I am merely an insignificant ant. Gripping his slightly cool fingers, Kingston said, "But I will not rely on others for everything." Branson raised an eyebrow. "So this is your answer to me?" Kingston replied, "Yes. Junior, you must know that this is not a test but a sincere and only chance I offer you." Branson added, "If you choose to stay, even if you die in the palace one day, do not harbor any resentment towards me." Silent for a moment, Kingston knelt again. "I will have no resentment." Could he really abandon his entire family and live a carefree life? Wait for Fabio and Claire to take revenge for him? Impossible. As soon as he spoke, a sheet of paper fluttered lightly in front of him. Branson smiled. "Good. Then I'll give you two choices. First, continue staying by Iwu's side as your second-class guard. Where you go from here depends on your luck and ability. Or, after Dennis Prince left, his position has been vacant. I can promote you directly, giving you an instant rise to power. This is the Imperial Edict for the appointment." Using his finger to touch the paper on the ground, Kingston's gaze flickered as he softly asked, "What does Phil want me to do?" He was not naive enough to think that such an instant rise would come without a price. At least 1/3 of the current Imperial Guards are close to or have already pledged allegiance to Gavriel. Branson stated, "Whether through coercion or persuasion, by my return, I need at least 1/3 to willingly support and follow you. Otherwise, your days will not be easy. I do not need a waste around me. Are you still daring to accept this task? It's not too late to regret now." Holding the paper in his hand, Kingston suddenly laughed softly. The sound was very light, almost dissipating as soon as it was uttered. Immediately after, he prostrated himself without hesitation. "I thank Phil for your grace." Chapter 49 Collision 1. Although he had gone to bed late last night, Branson woke up before dawn due to his nearly atrocious routine that had been cultivated since childhood. Because of the hangover, he felt a faint headache, but he was already fully sober. In order not to wake Claire, he silently got out of bed, put on his clothes, opened the door and walked out. The guard standing by the door immediately bowed to Branson. Branson pointed at the door and made a gesture for silence. The guard understood, and they moved aside to talk. This guard was named Lee, who was Keenan's apprentice. Before going to Changzhou, Keenan recommended him to Branson, assuring his reliability. So Branson brought him along during this secret departure from the palace. Branson said, "Have you found out what I asked?" Lee replied, "I have. Matthew's room is not far from the Celia's room." After a brief pause, he added, "But Matthew did not return to his room last night." Branson softly responded with a rising tone, obviously a question. Lee continued, "General Schwepp punished him to kneel in the ancestral hall all night. I guess it might be because he drank with you." Hearing this, Branson couldn't help but laugh slightly. Carl really knows how to handle things. This little matter even I don't mind, yet he insists. I wonder how such a personality can raise a son like Matthew. Anyway, you stay here to guard the Celia. I'll go and take a look. Lee was slightly taken aback. Phil cannot go alone. At least take 2 guards. No need. Thinking about the red-clothed youth who was so free-spirited, a hint of inexplicable pleasure crept into Branson's voice. He looked down at his fingertips and slowly said, "Too many people would make it less fun." Although it was said that Matthew was being punished in the ancestral hall, Branson did not find his figure when he arrived at Schwepp family's ancestral hall. He only saw 2 sleeping servants at the gate, probably responsible for watching Matthew. Unfortunately, they failed. Standing in the ancestral hall, Branson was not surprised at all. Matthew's rebellious nature wasn't just against imperial power. If he thought Carl's punishment was unfair, he wouldn't openly rebel but would defy in a covert manner. At this moment, there was a light creaking sound from the nearby window. Branson instinctively turned to look, only to see a figure in fiery red. One inside, one outside. As they faced each other through the window, both were stunned. A moment later, Matthew climbed through the window deftly and stood in front of Branson. They stared at each other for a moment. Matthew smiled casually. "Is Phil specially coming to check if I'm well punished?" Without anyone else around, he didn't even bother to kneel. Branson replied leisurely, "Why can't you interpret this as my caring for talent and personally coming to check on you?" Matthew laughed. He raised an eyebrow. "While Phil lounges on soft pillows with beauties in your arms, I was forced to kneel in the ancestral hall all night, waiting in broad daylight for Phil's visit. Does this count as care?" Branson curled his lips. "Then what should it be called?" "Charity." As Matthew spoke, he walked to the center of the ancestral hall and knelt without hesitation. "Does Phil think I look like a beggar? So arrogant?" Branson said lightly, "Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Carl all these things?" "Fearful? Yes, there are many things I fear. Not only this. I fear pain, I fear death, but still, I face the whipping when it comes. Fear has never saved anyone for eternity. So what use is fear?" Matthew had a bit of a rascally gleam in his eyes. "If Darnell orders me to die, a subject must comply. My life is in Phil's hands. Naturally, whatever game you wish to play is up to you. Isn't that right?" What a pitiful speech. Branson looked down at his fingertips, a faint mockery passing through his eyes. "Do you mean to say that if I order you to die, you'll submit willingly?" "Of course." Matthew answered without hesitation, smiling sincerely. "Am I not always loyal, ready to spill blood for Phil?" Whoosh. With the sound of the sword unsheathing, Branson bent down and pulled out the scimitar hanging at Matthew's waist. Suddenly, the cold glow was dazzling. Branson praised, "Indeed, it's a fine blade." The sinister aura rivaled the sword hanging in his study. Matthew said casually, It's just something I carried around casually. Since Phil finds it pleasing, it's also an honor for this blade. Please do take it. The scimitar rested against his neck, the edge pressing into his skin. A wrong move could result in a bloody wound at any time. A smile hovered on Branson's lips, and a mischievous gleam flickered in his eyes. You're quite generous to let me take it just because I like it? He lowered his gaze and stared into Matthew's eyes with a casual air. But don't you know what else I find more pleasing to look at? The height difference between them, one standing and one kneeling, created a palpable sense of pressure. Yet Matthew showed no visible reaction. Even while kneeling, he exuded only respect, with no trace of submission. His eyes met Branson's steadily. Despite perhaps harboring some reluctance now, Matthew was still fundamentally obedient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the blade to press against his neck. Or perhaps, like Kingston, Matthew also faced a dilemma. The entire Schwe family and those he cared about were his constraints. Otherwise, with his ability and resolve, in the previous life, he wouldn't have endured until General Karl was gravely injured before finally leading troops away. Suddenly, an extremely radical thought flashed through Branson's mind. For such a dangerous person, besides attempting to win him over, he could strike first before any rebellious thoughts took root. Of course, Claire would certainly blame him, maybe even hate him. Since he cared so much for Kingston, how could he not care for his own Ivar? However, he had the rest of his life to appease her. He could give Claire a chance, just as he had given Kingston, to see if she would still be able to bring herself to kill him afterward. A hint of cruel excitement flashed rapidly in Branson's eyes. At this moment, Matthew's voice sounded. His tone was emotionless, as if nothing unusual was happening. If Imran finds it pleasing, you can take it. Reason returned slightly, and Branson hesitated. Having lived another life, he couldn't act the same way as before. Moreover, Matthew had weaknesses. As long as the Schwe family existed, as long as Karl was unharmed, and Claire was safe, those weaknesses would remain. There was no need for him to escalate things yet, nor was there any need for him to personally kill Matthew. Achilles feared a too-sharp blade, but he wasn't Achilles. Abandoning a knife simply because it was dangerous was short-sighted. Achilles was a peaceful emperor who feared danger and all unknowns. But he walked on the edge of cliffs daily. Should he fear a blade turning against him? The more dangerous and fierce the blade, the more intriguing it was to him. Holding the scimitar tightly with his long pale hand, Branson slowly withdrew it and extended his other hand toward Matthew. The meaning was clear. Matthew's tone remained calm, but he didn't take his hand. I am being punished. Branson's lips curled without humor, his attitude sharp. Do you care? Matthew didn't change expression. His answer was decisive. Of course. Otherwise, why would I kneel here? Just as Branson was about to remind Matthew that he hadn't been here earlier, he suddenly heard several cat meows from the window he had climbed through. First, people in the mansion knew about this, and all were George's trusted confidants. Naturally, this servant had no clue about it. Seeing an unfamiliar face, he became wary. Matthew said, This young sir is one of us. Speak your mind. What happened to Blas? The servant naturally did not doubt Matthew's words. He immediately said, Young general, please help think of a solution. Today is Blas's mother's birthday. He took his son to the outskirts hoping to hunt some game for dinner, but ended up quarreling with local bandits who captured him. They demanded his family deliver 100 taels of gold within an hour to the woods on the outskirts, or they'd feed him to the tigers on the mountain. But how can Blas's family afford so much money? Forget 100 taels, even 1 tael is beyond their means. His mother and wife have already fainted several times from crying, threatening to bash their heads against walls. And now, precisely at this time, Matthew glanced at Branson, who stood beside him with a half-smile, then spoke to the servant in a low voice. All right, I understand. You go first. I need to talk to this young sir alone. Hearing this, the servant looked at Branson again. Though puzzled about what they were doing together during the day in the shrine, he still nodded and withdrew. Before leaving, he added, Time is pressing, young general, please act quickly. The window was... I've taken a leisure post in the Imperial Guards, spending my days drinking and playing cards. I'm nearly laid to waste. Phil deals with state affairs daily. Why trouble yourself over a mere idle soldier? I'd die 1,000 deaths rather than lay hands on you. About going out together, Matthew remarked coolly, You've seen it yourself. After drinking last night, I knelt until my knees ached today. If I really took you out today, I might not keep my skin intact. If you truly want to end my life, just give me a swift cut and spare me the pain. Grant me a loyal name and erect a monument for me, and in the netherworld, I'll gratefully bow to your boundless grace. Well done, indeed. A man of both literary and martial talent. You not only excel in martial arts, but also have a mouth that won't let anyone off easily. Heart-wrenching words, tear-inducing sight. Every word seemed respectful, and his attitude wasn't overtly insolent, yet Branson could see through his defiant spirit, a thorn that couldn't be bent or broken, and the distance beneath his courtesy. Ultimately, he wanted nothing to do with him. Branson's expression wavered between a smile and a sigh. Is this truly what Bodhi thinks? Matthew answered resolutely, I swear to heaven. If any word is false, may I die a miserable death. Branson chuckled softly. Such oaths from others might have convinced him to some extent, but, in his past life, Matthew knew the situation was perilous, but still dared to go alone to Shangjing and to the frontier. Wasn't it because he had already resolved to die a certain death, determined to be wrapped in horsehide and returned? Such a man. What does he fear about not dying well? Chapter 51 The Duel 1. Dark, thick lashes drooped, concealing the indistinct thoughts in Branson's eyes. With a half-smile, he said, It's not necessary for you to have an unlucky end. Even if Bodhi can bear it, I cannot bear it either. Let me put it this way. As he spoke, Branson's gaze fell on Matthew's face. Speaking of appearance, Matthew was actually on par with him. He bore a closer resemblance to Allison rather than Noah, but uniquely inherited the imposing momentum that had been honed by Noah on countless battlefields. A sharp and lethal aura could be sensed around his eyebrows and corners of his eyes, giving off an almost demonic beauty that was glaring like scorching sunlight. No one would dare describe Matthew with words like dragon-bearing and phoenix demeanor even when he was young. A tiger, no matter how handsome, remains a tiger. Apart from the fact that Matthew had to rein in his talent over the years due to Branson's suspicion and hints remained underappreciated, he was truly blessed with innate gifts, including family background and appearance, all of which were top-notch. The former spectacle of riding a horse leaning against the slant bridge, being greeted by red-sleeved women from every floor, was something even Branson had heard about in the palace. So, what was the thing he cared most about? Life and death? Branson believed that Matthew did not want to die, but he also believed that Matthew was not afraid of death. Threatening Matthew this way would not have any effect on intimidating him. A faintly cold, mocking smile curled up at the corner of his lips, yet Branson's tone was nearly as gentle as possible. Bodhi is so loyal to Darnell. I am also deeply comforted. If so, just kneel down and bark like a dog. If it pleases me, I will immediately return by the same path, pretending that I never came here today, leaving you free to do whatever you like. What do you say? Not only that, I swear to you, if I don't abide by the vow, let me meet an untimely end. Matthew. As the words fell, the surrounding air instantly became quiet. Matthew slightly turned his head and remained silent. Branson raised an eyebrow. Well, you've said plenty of sweet words, but there is no actual action. How can I believe you are telling the truth? After a moment of silence, Matthew leaned back a little more. He had been half reclining against the windowsill, and now his back almost rested against the window. This subject has always been dull-witted and has never learned to bark like a dog. Perhaps Phil can find someone to teach me first. As long as I can learn it, I will surely make Phil satisfied. The window creaked open slightly again with an almost imperceptible creak, almost undetectable. But Matthew's body suddenly swayed, as if he was about to flip out of the window. At the same moment, a flash of cold light blocked the way. A crescent-shaped blade swept smoothly in Branson's hand. His eyes held a mocking look. I wonder how far you think you can go pretending to be humble. But in the end, just these two despised knives? Matthew, for Wu's sake, I've shown you enough sincerity. But if you refuse my offer and insist on choosing punishment, do you really think I can't find your weakness? Matthew slightly sidestepped. Several streaks of light filtered through the gap in the window, casting a shadow on his face that made him look ethereal and beautiful. Due to the backlighting, his expression was hard to discern. He replied mildly, Phil does not lack people who can act obediently. If you really want to hear dogs barking, there must be many willing to comply. One less won't matter. Moreover, with you holding the knife now, my life is in your hands. Why push me so hard? Fabio, why pretend to misunderstand? Branson stared into Matthew's eyes. No one else is present here except you and me. Let's speak openly. I know you don't look at me favorably, and neither do I. But the land under heaven belongs to the king. Since I can tolerate you, shouldn't you control your temper and endure me? Matthew spread his hands, his gaze falling on the crescent-shaped blade in Branson's hand. My blade is already in Phil's hand. Isn't that enough compliance? Verbal obedience means nothing. Branson slowly continued. I need not only your endurance but your heartfelt acceptance. You should willingly regard me as your master. From where Branson stood, Matthew's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course, Phil is my master. Otherwise, you wouldn't have my sword in your hand, pointing at my neck. But since you distrust my loyalty and my vows, what should I do? Must I carve out my heart to prove it? When you're loyal, naturally, I'll trust your loyalty. Branson approached Matthew and swiftly returned the knife to its sheath at Matthew's waist. With both standing, they were nearly eye to eye, making it easy to look each other in the eye. He scrutinized the incomparably handsome youth before him, a half-smile curling his lips. Now, I'm temporarily not Darnell, and you can temporarily not be Fabio. So, I want to do something I've always wanted to do. Of course, you can too. I always keep my word, no jesting. This statement sounded peculiar. Matthew was slightly taken aback. Then, a black shadow flashed before his eyes as Branson ruthlessly swung at his face. Out of instinctive response to danger, he turned his head to avoid it and reached out to grasp Branson's wrist. Unexpectedly, Branson's reaction was also astonishingly quick. Seeing that his slap had missed and Matthew was trying to catch his wrist, Branson immediately blocked it with his own hand. However, despite not having a robust physique, Matthew was far from weak. The moment their arms touched, Branson felt like he had hit an iron wall, causing him to wince in pain. Back then, although Branson wasn't officially an Imperial Guard, he often worked alongside them while being close to Achilles. Although faced with a small setback now, he did not retreat even half a step, instead sidestepping and grabbing Matthew's arm, trying to throw him to the ground. It was naturally impossible. Years of basic training had made Matthew as stable as Mount Tai. With a heavy drop, the situation became a deadlock. Matthew's gaze was dim, covered with a faint layer of frost. For all this time, did Phil want to have a fight or simply beat me up? Of course, just as you thought. Branson almost pressed his lips into a line, but there was laughter in his eyes. There's no need for redundant questions about what both of us know. We can settle old scores today, for they might never be settled otherwise. Silent for a moment, Matthew whispered, Phil should always keep your word. Branson laughed. Certainly. To make Matthew genuinely submit, he did not necessarily have to be superior, but he definitely could not be inferior in every aspect. As soon as these words were spoken, Branson felt a powerful force pushing against his arm. Matthew was trying to flip him over. Feeling himself almost uncontrollably falling down, Branson felt a sudden dread. He did not dare to take anything lightly. With a sudden jerk, he broke free from Matthew's grip and mercilessly kicked out. Both were in their early 20s, full of vigor, and they were engaged in close combat within a limited space. Holding back would mean disadvantage, so when they started fighting, it became fierce beyond control. Every unintentional collision was torturous, let alone real strikes. Branson began using only 70 to 80% of his strength, but eventually, every move became full force, growing more aggressive. Matthew's strength also increased round by round. Initially, he was mostly defensive, trying to subdue Branson. However, as the fight escalated, he switched to an offensive stance. Branson kicked towards Matthew's chest again. This kick was swift and brutal, powered by his entire body. If it landed, it could likely cause immediate spitting of blood. In such a scenario, others would surely dodge, and Matthew had done so previously. But this time, his gaze was cold and unyielding. He caught Branson's calf midair. This grip was like steel hooks, instantly halting Branson's movement. Next, he felt himself being lifted into the air. Matthew intended to throw him to the ground. Branson's eyes grew stern. He was not willing to concede, but with no support in the air, he relied on his shocking core strength to wrap his legs around Matthew, pulling him down as well. Fights among Azar people, which Branson had seen many times, were always ruthless. There was no sense of martial righteousness once they were on the ground. He continued to suppress Matthew with his legs to prevent him from getting up, then struck Matthew's jaw with a heavy punch. If this punch landed on someone else, they would either pass out or cry out in agony, essentially ending the battle. However, Matthew met strength with strength. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Branson felt an overwhelming force coming at him, and the world spun around as they instantly swapped positions. Chapter 52 The Duel, 2. Matthew panted a few times and did not throw another punch at Branson. Instead, he slowly said, "Phil, I have overstepped." Branson furrowed his brows slightly but remained silent. He had already exerted all his strength. But what about Matthew? It seemed that he had used all his strength too, but was this really his full power? Based on his experience fighting for his life, Branson vaguely sensed that even during the fiercest moments of the fight, Matthew was still holding back. After a moment of silence, Branson suddenly chuckled softly. He said warmly, "I said, there's no Phil right now." Moreover, his gaze fell on the bruise on Matthew's jaw, and he continued gently, "If we must say who came out worse, it was still you this time." His expression was utterly sincere, without any trace of anger from losing. Matthew was momentarily stunned. Compared to him, Branson's face was indeed very misleading. As long as Branson didn't pretend to be cold or distant, he could easily make people like him. Branson understood the rough course of events from Matthew's account. The Raphael mentioned by the servant was originally also a soldier in the Imperial Guards. He had limped on one leg after a mission. Logically, in such circumstances, he should have been given a lump sum as settlement before being sent home. However, because the Ministry of Revenue constantly complained about lack of funds, often dragging payments for the Imperial Guards, leading to daily expenses barely making ends meet, Raphael received only a pitiful handful of copper coins and was dismissed perfunctorily. Previously, while serving as a soldier, he could earn some fixed money, 2 meager porridge meals a day barely supporting his family's expenses. Now, having been discharged, it meant losing all economic sources. With elderly parents and young children to support, and a limping leg making many tasks difficult, he wasn't as nimble as his teenage son who occasionally went up the mountain to hunt wild rabbits, adding meat to the family pot. After quitting military service, his family had to add an extra mouth to feed, resulting in extremely tough living conditions. Even his sister, who should have been married, was unwanted due to the extreme poverty of the family, and ended up taking to singing on the streets for a living, only to be seized by a dissolute second-generation rich man and made into his 29th concubine. To save his sister, with nowhere else to turn, Raphael approached Matthew. Matthew was the commander of the Imperial Guards, but not of Raphael. He was in charge of a group of idle aristocratic young men. Most of the Imperial Guards were stationed outside Shenzhen, responsible for guarding the areas around the capital. They weren't idle, but that was what lower-ranking soldiers did. The Imperial Guards, like the Palace Guards, provided a career path for noble offspring, away from Darnell's direct scrutiny, thus relatively safe. After all, Palace Guards needed to be somewhat perceptive and skilled. If they bungled something under Darnell's orders, they would risk more than just corporal punishment or execution. Their entire family might suffer. But the Imperial Guards were different. Court matters were complex, everyone here worked together, always crossing paths, so mutual respect was essential. In short, most of the young nobles who joined the Imperial Guards were essentially family troublemakers, hooligans, or layabouts. They excelled at causing trouble, nothing else. They definitely didn't come here to endure hardships, but merely to gain prestige, receive easy money, and live leisurely lives, occasionally gathering to fight when bored, which made them hard to manage. Being the leader of these people required substantial background and authority. Otherwise, it meant endless stress and problems, with them disregarding you and treating you poorly, lacking leader's dignity. After 3 successive commanders within 3 months failed, Carl could find no suitable candidate and reluctantly appointed Matthew. This department usually didn't do much. Handing over tasks to these idle aristocrats was futile, risking more injuries and subsequent troubles. Thus, as a commander, Matthew had plenty of leisure time, mostly accompanying the aristocratic youth drinking, playing cards, and visiting brothels, ensuring they didn't cause too much trouble. Hence, though part of the Imperial Guards, no one ever saw Matthew performing official duties. He was either invited to drink at someone's house, hunting with others, gambling during the day, or carousing at night. Having little interaction with Raphael and others of his ilk in the Imperial Guards, Raphael didn't dare approach him either. But after his sister was abducted, and his father died after being set upon by dogs when seeking justice, Raphael, desperate, sought Matthew on a last-ditch effort, kneeling and begging for help. Chapter 53, Cooperation. Ascari approached Matthew for a very simple reason. Because the young ruffian who had abducted Ascari's younger sister was from the Imperial Guards, and it was well known that these people, however arrogant they might be in private, would absolutely not dare to challenge Matthew. Ever since Matthew became the commander, no matter what they did at home, once they came to serve in the Imperial Guards, they had to abide by the rules he set. In the end, Matthew helped him rescue his sister and gave him a considerable amount of money to hire doctors to treat his mother, who had been bedridden for years. As for the rogue youth, to prevent the Zhou family from being hated by his family, Matthew didn't punish him immediately but let another rogue youth fight with him over a woman, resulting in one of them breaking a leg. Of course, Matthew did not go into detail about these matters with Branson and would not tell him all his thoughts. He simply stated briefly, since I knew the Zhou family was struggling, I often sent some silver to help them and promised that if they encountered any unsolvable problems, they could come to me. Branson asked, what do you plan to do now? Matthew replied, naturally, we need to raise money and send it to those bandits. Branson raised an eyebrow and said, you really plan to pay the ransom? Hideout, and then act accordingly seemed wiser. Branson said, but don't you think something feels off? Matthew replied, such as? Branson said, those who become bandits are typically destitute and desperate. They should understand Ascari's financial situation well. The high ransom demand suggests they either have no intention of releasing him or don't fully grasp the living conditions of the people in Dazhou. Matthew smirked without humor. It's like, why don't they eat meat instead? Branson laughed. Favio, I'm talking seriously here. I am too, Phil. Even a man of 1,000 pieces of gold won't sit where the roof tiles might fall. Matthew slightly tilted his head and slowly said, precisely because there are inconsistencies. I asked Phil to stay safe on your throne and not get involved. Yet, Phil still can't fully trust my loyalty. Branson said coolly, I trust Bodhi's abilities and believe that you would protect me with your life at any time. That is your true loyalty, isn't it, Bodhi? Matthew paused, then laughed softly. He said, of course. As long as I have breath left in me, I will protect Phil with my life. That's settled then. Branson glanced at him with an amused look. With your promise, I can rest easy. As for the ransom, Branson smiled, there's no need for Bodhi to spend your own money. I will cover it. To avoid alarming the bandits prematurely, besides himself and Branson, Matthew only brought 6 others, including the servant who delivered the message earlier, and the rest were elite guards from the general's residence. The servant delivering the message looked at Branson in surprise upon seeing him, saying, young general, we are going to negotiate with bandits. Is it appropriate to bring this young master along? He didn't say exactly what was inappropriate, but his expression clearly conveyed his concerns. An overly handsome person may seem weak, and he thought Branson would be a liability. Branson stood beside him, silent. People always judge others by their appearance, mocking him as majestic and graceful before knowing his identity, and many looked down on him. Previously, he would have been angry, but now he no longer cared. Matthew patted the servant on the shoulder and said earnestly, Dewey, how many times has the Alexei told you that judging people by their looks is the most foolish thing? This young master may look handsome, but in fact, even our Alexei would humbly admit he falls short. Dewey opened his mouth wide with an ah, clearly still not believing it, but since Matthew had said it himself, he nodded dazedly. Matthew added mildly, go apologize to Lord Seven. With so many people around, they naturally couldn't call Branson Phil, but calling him by name wasn't appropriate either. As Branson was once the Anatole, Matthew simply called him Lord Seven. This made Dewey lift his head sharply, surprise flashing across his face. Although Matthew was the Alexei, he never put on airs and got along well with all the servants and guards, so they were not reserved with him and usually said what they thought, occasionally teasing him. And he never got angry, let alone demand a serious apology. However, while Matthew didn't have heirs, it didn't mean he lacked authority. His status and abilities were clear for all to see. By status, he was the son of a general. By ability, he stood head and shoulders above everyone else. Seeing Matthew speak, Dewey dared not say anything more and meekly apologized to Branson. Lord Seven, it's my fault for not recognizing you properly. Branson waved his hand with a smile, showing no resentment. It's nothing. In fact, Branson felt that if he hadn't known about Matthew's actions in his past life, this demeanor could be quite deceptive. At least this defiant man could really lower his stance and naturally place himself in the role of a minister. They then went to Ascari's home first. On the way, Branson gave Matthew a half smile and spoke softly enough for only the two of them to hear. It's rare to see Bodhi so strict. Are you truly doing this for me, or are you afraid I might be in a bad mood and kill someone? Matthew replied, Phil is wise and knows better than to blame those who are unaware. There's nothing to fear from your ministers, but looking down on others is unacceptable and should be apologized for. Otherwise, today you may not hold it against him, but one day he might offend a noble and you'll still have to clean up his mess. Branson had always found military officers lacking in sophistication, speaking bluntly and often being difficult to listen to. Now encountering such an anomaly as Matthew, he realized how impressive it was. A military officer's formidable combat power combined with the intricate ways of a scholar. No wonder he could turn the tide and retreat the enemy army in his previous life. Matthew's words were flawless, and Branson smiled without further investigation. Chapter 54. The Zhou family. The Zhou family's home was truly destitute. When Matthew and Branson stepped into the house, they were immediately met with a choking dustiness and the sound of a woman's weeping. An elderly woman with graying hair lay listlessly on the only bed in the room. Next to her on the floor sat another woman with tangled hair. Both had red eyes from crying uncontrollably. Not far away, a boy around 12 or 13 years old held the hand of an 8 or 9-year-old Eileen, his face filled with worry. He seemed eager to console but afraid to do so. As soon as he saw Matthew enter, he quickly pulled Adeline over and knelt down, kowtowing. His voice carried a sobbing tone. He choked out, Lieutenant General, please save my father. They said they're going to feed him to tigers. Matthew bent down to help him up, his manner very gentle. Ewan, don't be anxious, I've brought money. With that, he gestured to Dewey beside him, who immediately signaled for someone to bring in a large chest. Upon opening it, there revealed an entire box full of white silver coins. Ewan had never seen so much money before and was stunned, eyes wide open. The atmosphere in the room momentarily froze. In the next moment, the elderly woman with graying hair and the disheveled woman supported each other over, kneeling before Branson and Matthew. They repeatedly kowtowed, addressing them as benefactors. These two were Zaire's mother and wife. Their kneeling caused Ewan and the little Eileen to kneel again. Being a military general, Matthew had never favored formalities since childhood. He disliked being kneeled to, nor did he wish for people to kneel to him readily. He used both hands to support Zaire's elderly mother, then gently said, "Auntie, please don't. Man Song and I serve in the Imperial Guard together. It is only right that we should help each other." Though they served in the same Imperial Guard, one was in command. Though currently not on duty, he led a group of wealthy and pampered young men who all walked with authority in the camp. As their leader, when Matthew gave orders, even leaders of other units took notice. The other was an insignificant soldier, whose resettlement fee could be delayed at will. There was no comparison. Branson glanced at Matthew, then moved forward to help support Zaire's mother, smiling, "Auntie, saving your son is our priority." Upon hearing this, the sobs of Zaire's mother and wife paused. Zaire's mother looked fearfully at the youth before her, who looked like dew-drenched hibiscus flowers, feeling dizzy. Despite her lack of worldly experience, now in her old age, she had a nearly instinctive sensitivity to danger. Even though she didn't know why, she felt inexplicably scared and cold upon seeing Branson. "Rescue. Yes, rescue." Zaire's mother muttered, "Claire, come rescue Man Song with me." Without hesitation, she grabbed her daughter-in-law Claire's hand, ready to walk out shakily. Matthew quickly stopped her. "Auntie, you're too old. Please don't trouble yourself. Since Ewan was with Man Song when they encountered the bandits, he should just go with us." Hearing this, the tearful Claire suddenly stammered, But, Ewan is our only male child. Man Song has already been captured by the bandits. If something happens to Ewan..." At this point, Claire couldn't continue. "We won't be able to live either." She grabbed the little Eileen's hand. Or, you can take Adamaris to save Man Song." Branson. Matthew. Even the royal family favored boys over Eileen's, yet princesses still received luxurious care and education. Compared to the rustic life here, it was a world apart. However, they couldn't argue with an uneducated woman. Matthew pretended not to hear. He asked Ewan, "Are you going with us to save your father?" Ewan nodded heavily and loudly said, "I'll go. I want to go." After he spoke, Claire swayed violently, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Just as Matthew predicted, only two dagger-wielding bandits waited in the woods, both appearing to be underlings. Dewey and a guardsman carried the chest forward with Matthew and Ewan to negotiate. The remaining 4 guards stayed behind to protect Branson. Although Branson himself was skilled in martial arts, Darnell would never allow him to be without protection. This time, Branson didn't insist otherwise. Hidden among the trees, he watched the negotiations between Matthew and the bandits. At first, everything went smoothly. Upon seeing the silver and hearing the story Matthew had rehearsed with Ewan, one of the bandits sprinted back to send news. After about half a candlestick burn, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as 20-some people rode over. The leader was a burly man with a full beard. This man looked extremely ferocious, wearing armor and wielding a gleaming great saber. His appearance alone could silence crying children. And Zaire was actually tied up and dragged behind this man's horse. His face was covered in blood from the violent dragging and collisions. He had fainted and appeared to be barely clinging to life. Seeing this terrifying scene, Ewan's face changed drastically. "Father!" he shouted, seemingly wanting to rush forward. But Dewey and another bodyguard pulled him back, leaving Matthew standing alone at the spot. Matthew slightly tilted his head back, smiling innocently and purely in the faint morning light. "Sir, I have brought 1,000 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold as agreed. May we have our man back now?" Because the other party was sitting high on his horse, Matthew had to lift his face to make eye contact, revealing his smooth, white jawline that shone like jade. His neck looked as if it could be snapped with just a pinch. Chapter 55 Bandits. The leading burly man, upon seeing such a handsome youth before him, couldn't help but whistle twice and laugh loudly. "It's no big deal to let that dog go. But, not only must the silver be left behind." His eyes scanned Matthew's face as if he were an object. "You also have to stay and serve us as a slave. Bow down and lick our boots." The air of nobility around Matthew was hard to conceal. They loved humiliating such people. And surely, more wealth could be plundered from him. Laughter erupted in waves around them. Only Matthew remained unperturbed. "It seems you gentlemen intend to break your word." The burly man shouldered his saber, snorting with disdain. "Talk about honor with bandits? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey." As soon as he finished speaking, over 20 bandits scattered to surround Matthew and his companions. 2 of them dismounted to lift the chests, while the burly man rode forward to seize Matthew by the shoulder. Zaire, still being dragged behind the horse, slammed his forehead into a rock. His body spasmed violently, and blood spurted out instantly. Ewan screamed, "Father!" Dewey pulled him back forcefully. At the same moment, the burly man saw a flash of red before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, Matthew was gone. He was stunned. Then he heard the horse neigh in agony, its forelegs bending, landing with a thud on the ground, throwing his bulky body to the earth. Blood spurted like a fountain. The huge head, eyes bulging, arched through the air and rolled onto the ground. Matthew stood nearby, sword in hand. Drops of blood slid down the blade, converging into a terrifying line of red due to the speed. All this happened within just a few breaths. Horse slain, man dead. No one saw how he moved, or even how he drew his sword. A strange silence fell over the area. Both the bandits and Matthew's men were momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, Matthew's guards were the first to recover. They lifted Zaire, who was near death, and slowly retreated with Dewey. Be ordinary bandits. No wonder they didn't flee after their leader was killed. Moreover, the bandits had not one but 3 crossbows. With 3 crossbows in hand and Matthew injured in the right arm, the situation shifted drastically. Even with his nimble body and strength, it would be impossible for Matthew to hold out for long. Seeing the Alexi in danger, Branson's surrounding guards could no longer contain themselves. They glanced at each other and prepared to rush out. But Branson said, "Stay put. Crossbows are lethal. You're not as agile as Matthew." You'll only create chaos outside. Matthew had repeatedly instructed them to obey, Lord Giselbert. The 4 guards looked at each other, all thinking Branson was afraid to die. That doesn't mean we can just stand here and watch. One of the guards, short-tempered, immediately protested. How has our Alexei treated you? How can you prioritize yourself when he's in danger? I don't care. I won't let our Alexei face this alone. As he spoke, he stepped forward. There were 2 faint clicks, and Branson unhesitatingly dislocated both his wrists, shoving him to the ground. Never did they expect that the person they were ordered to protect would take action against them. This sudden turn of events left the other 3 guards speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Branson took a bow off one of them's backs. Archery isn't that simple. With so many people moving around up ahead, and although the distance wasn't too far, it certainly wasn't close either. Under these circumstances, whether they could hit the target was secondary. A slight misstep might result in friendly fire or expose their position. Once the crossbows started firing, those with regular bows would be at a disadvantage, which was why they hadn't attempted to shoot arrows. The guardsmen immediately became anxious. There are our men over there. Don't shoot recklessly. Whoosh. A cold arrow aimed at one of the bandits holding a crossbow. Branson squinted his eyes slightly. In the next moment, the arrow tore through the air, piercing straight into the temple of that bandit. The body fell off the horse with a thud. Before anyone could react, the second arrow arrived, striking the second bandit holding a crossbow. Once again, it hit the temple. The last bandit holding a crossbow turned pale, but after 2 consecutive arrows, he finally determined the direction from which the shots were coming. He raised his hand without hesitation. Thwip. The third arrow flew like lightning, piercing his temple as well. Chapter 56, Crossbow. Without the crossbows, the remaining dozen or so bandits were quickly dispatched by Matthew and Branson as easily as slicing through melons. Dewey carried the barely breathing Franklin, taking him and Doggy back to the Joe family first. A soldier rushed off in a panic to fetch a doctor. However, Branson and Matthew did not leave immediately. Their previous suspicions were correct. These bandits were clearly not normal. Matthew ordered his men to collect the 3 scattered crossbows on the ground, and then instructed them to search each bandit thoroughly to see if there would be any other findings. During this time, he and Branson sat under a tree, looking down at the arrowhead still lodged in Matthew's shoulder. The situation had been too urgent earlier, only managing to break the arrow shaft without removing the arrowhead. The pain was excruciating, akin to being flayed alive. Matthew drew his curved saber from his waist, attempting to dig out the arrowhead. Branson suddenly said, "Go find a doctor for treatment. Staying here won't be different." Matthew paused slightly, then chuckled softly. He slowly replied, "If I go back and let Phil stay behind to deal with the aftermath, I fear I wouldn't die from the arrow wound, but rather from General's whip directly." Branson was slightly taken aback. Although Danadal, Carl, was loyal, he was also rigid and stubborn, training his son just like his soldiers. Matthew, as his son, didn't get many benefits, instead taking on all the dirty and hard work. Any slight misstep would result in a beating or whipping. Moreover, Danadal believed that leaders should set an example, especially being impartial. So to demonstrate his fairness, whenever his own son made a mistake, the punishment would always be harsher than others. No peace or prosperity, but for the freedom to strike down his enemies as he pleased. So, he was a tyrant. He never tolerated anything. The young man's voice snapped Branson back to reality. Matthew smiled and said, "Phil's archery saved me just now. I thank you sincerely." "Unnecessary." Branson glanced sideways at him and softly replied, "Even if I hadn't acted, you wouldn't have died. It's just that your soldiers are too noisy." As he spoke, his gaze fell on a soldier sitting under a nearby tree, whose wrist he had just dislocated. The others were busy carrying out tasks assigned by Matthew, while this one sat there listlessly, knowing the danger, knowing certain death, yet still rushing forward selflessly to shield Matthew from the arrows. Rash? Indeed. But disregarding his imperial status, how many could be so rash for him? Following Branson's gaze, Matthew calmly said, "He showed disrespect to Phil. I'll punish him when we return." Branson smirked, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Punish him by making him apologize? Matthew lounged lazily. Make him endure the cane until Phil feels better. Branson scoffed. Which I saw me angry? Thinking Matthew would argue, Branson was surprised when the other readily admitted, "I was wrong. I will punish myself too upon returning." If Phil really wanted to beat someone, there would be no need for assistance. Branson turned his head, his eyes landing on Matthew's face. It was still cold outside, yet sweat dripped profusely from Matthew's forehead, a clear sign of agony. Yet, Matthew sat here chatting with him nonchalantly. What use would flogging be to a man like this? Branson lowered his eyes and said lightly, "Lieutenant General, you should take care of your own injury first. If you really get killed by an arrow, the century-old reputation of the General's manor would be ruined at your hands. My great general might even regret not having whipped you to death personally." At this, Matthew suddenly bit his lip and laughed. There was a touch of nonchalance amidst his pain. "I have the majesty of Phil as my protection, not to mention this one arrow. Even a few more wouldn't matter." Branson froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and touched Matthew's shoulder. As expected, his fingertips felt damp. It wasn't blood, but water. More precisely, it was sweat. In the middle of a bitter winter, his clothes were drenched with sweat. If he weren't very exhausted, Matthew wouldn't sit here and just let the soldiers conduct the search. Wiping away the moisture from his fingertips, Branson took Matthew's saber into his own hand lazily. "The majesty of Phil, of course, will protect you. So, are you going to find a doctor to remove the arrow now? Or should I play doctor for once and practice on you? Does Imran plan to treat me personally?" Matthew yawned and smiled. "That would be an honor. Why would I need a doctor then?" He seemed to truly trust him. Branson silently watched the young man in front of him. Because he wore red clothes, Matthew's injury didn't look obvious. The bloodstains on red clothing weren't as shocking as on other colors, giving an illusion that the injury wasn't serious. Just like Matthew himself. When his sharpness wasn't visible, He gave off a warm and approachable vibe. But was that really the case? Using the saber, Branson lifted the fabric covering Matthew's shoulder, revealing the gruesome wound. Although he had mentally prepared, when he truly saw the injury, he still couldn't help but frown. The arrow shaft had been chopped off, and the arrowhead was deeply embedded in the flesh. It was absolutely impossible to pull it out directly. Otherwise, it would damage the tendons and cause continuous bleeding. The skin around the wound needed to be cut open first before extracting the arrowhead, provided the arrowhead hadn't pierced too deep or at a tricky angle. If not treated by a specialist in treating sword and arrow wounds, ordinary doctors might not dare to attempt it. Branson hesitated for a moment. He had treated arrow wounds before, but that was 7 years ago. Noticing Branson's hesitation, Matthew chuckled. Perhaps I should do it myself? I actually have some skills in dealing with such injuries. Branson glanced at him. Directly cutting it out with a knife? Matthew replied. Isn't that how doctors treat it? Branson responded. Your injury is so severe that a military doctor might not even dare to touch it. That was the truth. As the lieutenant general, if any mishandling resulted in Matthew's death or injured his hands, making it difficult for him to draw a bow or wield a sword, who could bear that responsibility? So, Branson looked up at him. You never intended to see a doctor, did you? Chapter 57, Heart-to-Heart Talk. Matthew said offhandedly, the doctors treat such wounds by cutting them out as best they can. It's all the same. Branson remarked, at least they have years of medical experience. Matthew replied, does Phil know how much a palace physician or a military doctor earns annually without corruption in our country? And how much an ordinary doctor can make each month after deducting costs? Branson was taken aback. Then he heard Matthew continue, court judges earn 50 taels per year, ordinary imperial physicians 30 taels, and medical officers 20 taels. Imperial physicians stand before Phil and might catch your eye one day, so their salaries are generally not reduced. But it's different for others. As for military doctors, their annual income used to be the same as medical officers, but because the Ministry of Revenue always claims poverty, it has been refunding in court. Do you remember what you said then? Branson. What did he say a year ago? When pleasing Martha meant providing a golden mountain. Branson rubbed his forehead and tried to recall. He said, do I not know that the court's silver is actually being used by the general to win people's hearts? Branson was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, he whispered, Jonathan, are you blaming me? I dare not. I'm merely speaking the truth about facts. Matthew explained, in fact, if not for Phil's relentless pressure, I would never have spoken these words, lest you think I am defaming the Grand Secretary's honor. After all, as a grown man, constantly reprimanded by you does not look good. Each of his words seemed submissive, yet subtly sharp, just like the man himself. Some people exude hidden darkness and inferiority even when displaying authority. Others remain clear and honest, no matter how hard you press. Branson laughed. You always claim I do not trust your loyalty, yet have you ever truly trusted me? Looking into Matthew's eyes, he continued, I may have acted improperly in the past, but people change. I no longer trust Gavriel. By personally bringing Sylvia here to the general's residence, wasn't I hoping we could give each other another chance? Pausing, he added, since you remember what I said a year ago, you should have heard about recent events. Even if I wish to punish Gavriel, who could replace him? Matthew. After a moment of silence, Matthew replied, does Phil refer to the minister's feigning illness? If it concerns warfare and defending the country, I will serve you faithfully. However, I am powerless concerning civil matters. You're too modest. Branson noted, you are not only the son of a general, but also Linus's last disciple. Even your courtesy name was given by him. Linus, the previous chancellor of Dazhou. This man served 3 dynasties, teaching countless students. More than half of the capable ministers in the court were once his disciples. The prosperity of Dazhou during his tenure was unparalleled. Even in disaster years, households still had enough grain reserves to survive without famine. But when other countries invaded the borders back then, Achilles advocated peace, while Linus, though a civil official, was a staunch proponent of war. He believed that Dazhou had been established through military conquest and could not afford to foster such undesirable fengqi. In the face of foreign invasions, he insisted on using strong measures to drive them out, and he frequently advised Achilles accordingly. This led to endless disputes between Darnell and his minister. Achilles became greatly displeased with this situation. Due to Linus's high prestige and contributions to the court, he couldn't severely punish him with Gavriel. This demonstrated Linus's sharp judgment in assessing people. Linus once advised Achilles that Branson was too emotionally driven, having an extreme personality lacking the gentle, broad-minded disposition befitting a noble gentleman. Therefore, he was unsuitable to inherit the throne. Although Branson placed Linus in opposition to himself due to this statement, he could not deny that it was the truth. If only this person could be brought back now, just his rallying cry would suffice. With merely his former students, there would be no shortage of capable individuals. Chapter 58, Secret Message. When Branson suddenly mentioned Linus, Matthew was momentarily taken aback and then gave a wry smile. Phil, the left chancellor is now in his prime, but my teacher has already turned 83 this year. At 83, even if Branson and Gavriel hadn't marginalized Linus back then, he would have been due to retire anyway. It was just that this loyal old minister could not bear the suffering of the people and wanted to strive a little longer. Unfortunately, the cash's favor cannot be regained. All Gerald had to do was hold onto his own position and ensure his wealth and power without caring about the lives of the people. Branson was an outright tyrant. Even though Gerald did not strive for governance excellence, he still cared about his reputation. Branson, however, treated the country like a game. He sought only personal indulgence and did not care about historical condemnation. Hearing this, Branson fell silent for a moment. He said, Bodhi, but I believe his heart has not changed. What if it has? What if it hasn't? Matthew spoke slowly. Phil, my teacher entered officialdom at 25 and has served in the court for 54 years. He dedicated the majority of his life to the court, creating a time when no one picked up what others dropped on the road. Doors were left unlocked at night, and everyone lived in abundance. But now, he is elderly, often ill, and has faced the cold treatment of the late emperor and you. Yet, you still want such an old man to help stabilize the country? Branson looked at him quietly. You dare to criticize the late emperor, Fabio. You are bold. Yes, I am bold, Matthew said indifferently. But my teacher is by nature obstinate, and always speaks his mind, bolder than I am. If Phil cannot tolerate these few words from me, why go through this trouble? After all, Phil is the son of heaven, and the anger of the son of heaven strikes fear into the hearts of all. Branson smiled. Bodhi, are you afraid to? Matthew sighed. How can I not walk on thin ice every moment? Though this showed weakness, it wasn't entirely false. He was indeed formidable, unbeatable by ordinary men. 1-on-1, 10-on-1, or even 100-on-1, he could handle them. But what about 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000? What if powerful factions use loyalty as a pretext to attack him? A warrior's blade is visible, sharp, and deadly. But a scholar's weapon could be a pen, paper, or even a word, more deadly in ways unseen. Power struggles in the capital were intense, with everyone plotting against each other. One misstep could turn someone into a sacrificial pawn in power struggles. Take Ari, for instance. The charge of treason pinned this loyal man permanently on the pillar of shame, with no defense available. As their gazes met, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. A cold breeze brushed past their faces, ruffling black hair. Fabio, I wish to see him. Introduce me, Branson said after a while, chuckling softly. Leisurely, he continued. Do you know why I came to speak with you first instead of directly ordering Schuyler to command you? Matthew tilted his head slightly but remained silent. So Branson went on. To show my sincerity and not force things too much. I hope you will think carefully and willingly assist me. You can also use your student identity to persuade Linus. After a brief silence, Matthew sighed lightly. Phil, it's not that I don't wish to obey your command, but a twisted melon never tastes sweet. How can we know unless we try? And besides, Branson whispered, even if it turns out bitter, it was planted by us. Shouldn't we taste it ourselves? He was someone who wouldn't turn back until hitting a wall. Matthew was stunned for a moment. Swirling a dagger on his fingertips, Branson refocused on Matthew's shoulder. Before this? He smiled faintly. Since you feel there are no good doctors in the army, let me be your doctor this time. Anything was better than letting Matthew treat himself. After bandaging Matthew's wounds, the guards had finished searching all the bandits' bodies. One of the guards stepped forward to report, other than crossbows, there is nothing else on the rest. Only the leader carried an additional crossbow and a letter. Please review it, Alexei. Saying this, he handed the crossbow to another guard and presented the envelope with both hands. Matthew took it and passed it to Branson. Branson didn't hesitate and, wiping the blood off his hands with his sleeve, opened the letter. He was instantly stunned. The whole thing was indecipherable symbols. They looked like writing, but having seen documents exchanged between the Zhou dynasty and multiple countries, none matched this one. He passed it back to Matthew. Unfortunately, Matthew couldn't make any sense of it either after a long look. In the end, he folded the letter. Why don't we keep it for now and find an expert later? Branson waved his hand. You keep it, since he had already read it anyway. Moreover, those civil officials in the court now, even if they are not Gavriel's people, at least fear him. If he couldn't understand it, there would be no way for him to ask others to look at it. It was better to give it to Matthew. At least, as Linus's last disciple, his literary talent was not undeserved. Matthew nodded and didn't refuse. All right. After saying that, his gaze fell back on the 4 crossbows. Branson understood his meaning immediately. These crossbows are very well made, definitely not ordinary. One of them is for me. As for the other 3, keep them in the army, hand them over to the people who make bows and arrows for research. Matthew replied, yes. Matthew, as Alexei, was not an incompetent person, yet he consulted Branson about everything, which made the few royal guards curious and somewhat dissatisfied. However, people admired strength. Due to Branson's awe-inspiring power when killing bandits just now, none of them dared to express their dissatisfaction. Not to mention the guard whose wrist had been dislocated by Branson, and had also received some indifferent scolding from Matthew. Though not harsh, Matthew seldom scolded anyone. Once they had decided, the few of them did not delay any further, and went to the General Donghua mansion together. On the way, Matthew didn't forget to ask someone to buy another red robe from a ready-made clothes shop to change into. But just as he led the people into the back door of the mansion and instructed the few royal was gentle, yet it left an inexplicable sense of awe. Arjun stammered, yes, yes. In the main hall, after exchanging pleasantries, Branson and Noah sat drinking tea together, with Claire sitting beside Branson for company. Only Matthew remained kneeling. As expected, Noah was furious that Matthew had taken Branson out, especially after hearing they had encountered bandits, which made him even angrier. Since these bandits' identities were questionable and required more attention from the general, along with the captured crossbows being kept in the military, Branson and Matthew did not hide the incident from him. However, they only mentioned accidentally encountering the bandits, not intentionally seeking them out. Hearing this, Noah felt alarmed, angry, and terrified. Alarmed by the fierce and mysterious bandits outside the capital, fearing foreign spies might have infiltrated to spy on Zhou's secrets. Angry that Matthew not only ignored his orders to stay in the temple and kneel as punishment, but dared to take Branson out, leading to such danger. Terrified by the possibility that if Branson were injured by the bandits' crossbows, the consequences would be unimaginable. Branson took a sip of tea and said with a smile, today's incident was indeed due to my lack of foresight. I insisted on going out with Jonathan, making it difficult for him to refuse. Now, he has to bear the punishment, which makes me uneasy. Setting protocol as a barrier. Compared to Noah, Gavriel was much more adept at understanding Darnell's intentions. Although Branson trusted Gavriel heavily due to Martha, Gavriel almost never opposed him directly. Thus, Branson found Noah extremely annoying. He even thought that Claire's strict adherence to protocol, always reminding him to rule diligently and care for the people, must be influenced by Noah. In his previous life, Branson would have stormed out, but this time, that wasn't an option. Face had to be saved. But the whipping couldn't happen. Although he disliked Matthew and wanted to punish him, once he declared no punishment, it could not be otherwise, even if Noah was Matthew's father. At this moment, Noah's guards were already dragging Matthew away. In front of Noah, Matthew was even more convincing, offering no defense or plea, just obediently following the guards. However, their eyes met as he stood up. Matthew undoubtedly possessed striking eyes. The upward slant at the corners of his eyes and the contained brilliance made them striking. Even if a faint layer of frost seemed to linger deep within, it couldn't hide the brilliance that moved one's soul. In that fleeting glance, Branson felt there was much in Matthew's eyes that was indescribable and inexplicable. It wasn't complaint, nor blame. It was the accumulation of resentment and unwillingness suppressed day by day, the mocking look he had towards the world. Branson placed the teacup in his hand with a click on the table. Lowering his gaze, he said, "Hold on." The footsteps of the guard hesitated. Dana frowned and said, "Phil." This time, Branson didn't let him continue, but slowly said, "Does the Grand General know why I came to your residence after leaving the palace?" Dana was taken aback. Of course, he wanted to know. So early in the morning, he went to see Darnell, never expecting that Branson, after drinking so much with Matthew yesterday, could still wake up so early today. He not only failed to find anyone in Claire's room, but also discovered that his son, who should have been kneeling in the ancestral hall, was missing too. How could this not cause worry? Matthew spent his days associating with frivolous young men, which naturally gave him an unconsciously fierce and intimidating ruffian air. Who knew when he might offend Branson? Deep down, Dana did not want Matthew and Branson to be together at all, let alone both disappearing early in the morning. After a moment of silence, Dana set aside the matter of punishing Matthew for now and replied, "Please enlighten me, Phil." Branson sighed softly. "These past few days, you've witnessed what's happening in the court. I am truly angry and annoyed but have no solution. Does the Grand General have any good ideas to alleviate my concerns?" Dana looked puzzled. Indeed, he was also worried about the large number of ministers taking leave these days. But as a military general, however, whether it was a momentary inspiration or a sudden enlightenment and reform, it was a joyful thing if Darnell had this intention. Scholar Aston immediately rose and said seriously, "Phil is wise. But may I ask who Phil refers to? I will spare no effort to invite him to Phil's court. This person is someone General obviously knows well." Cash Branson smiled and said, "It's none other than Master Jonathan's teacher. I deeply regret what I did back then, which is why I plan to invite him back to court." "Axel?" Scholar Aston initially showed a look of joy, but then frowned when he heard this. "Phil, if I'm not mistaken, Axel is already 83 this year. It may not be suitable." Given Kendrick's age, Scholar Aston considered himself a junior compared to him. Moreover, it wasn't appropriate for Kendrick to continue serving in the court. Furthermore, Kendrick was even more stubborn in some aspects than Scholar Aston himself. Once there were policy disagreements, he would quarrel with Darnell, which led to the late Emperor Bryce's disdain for him. Now that Branson was even harder to please than Bryce, if there were conflicts between the monarch and minister again, how could an elderly man like Kendrick withstand Darnell's wrath? He might even risk his life. After all, Kendrick was a respected senior who devoted himself wholeheartedly to the country and its people. Scholar Aston couldn't bear to see him come to a bad end. This reaction was entirely within Cash Branson's expectations. Branson calmly replied, "Of course I know what the general is concerned about, but I believe wisdom does not necessarily diminish with age. In ancient times, Evzia didn't become prime minister until he was 80. At this age, Axel is not too old but rather just right." Hearing Cash Branson compare Axel to Evzia, Scholar Aston was speechless. Then he heard Cash Branson continue, "Ultimately, suitability depends on the person's willingness. Though there may have been misunderstandings between us, surely he, with his dedication to the country, cannot bear to see the people suffer. Isn't that so, General?" Hearing this, Scholar Aston could only bow in agreement. Branson added, "Indeed. What I did back then was not proper, and it often troubles me. That's why I also need Jonathan to mediate. If he is punished by you after already being injured, it might hinder my affairs. These things are obvious to those who know the general well, knowing you to be impartial and fair in rewarding and punishing, but if someone doesn't understand." At this point, Branson paused slightly before continuing, "They might think you have ulterior motives and punish your own men especially harshly to gain fame." Scholar Aston's expression changed, and he knelt again. "Please, Phil, understand. I absolutely do not harbor such thoughts." Branson lifted him up with both hands and smiled faintly. "Of course I understand the loyalty of the general. You are overly cautious. However, although virtues and faults cannot be equated, atoning for one's faults with merits has been practiced since ancient times. If Jonathan can bring back Axel, cleanse the corruption left by Gavriel, and restore the grandeur of Dejau where no lost property is picked up on the road and doors remain unlocked at night, that would truly be a great service to the state. Such true achievements far outweigh any hollow reputation." Branson's voice was extremely persuasive, and Scholar Aston's eyes widened, feeling stirred by his words. If that is the case, this minister will certainly serve Phil with all his strength. After leaving the main hall, Branson entered Matthew's room for the first time. Compared to Claire's room, Matthew's was simpler, exuding a faint aura of martial prowess. Branson looked up and carefully observed a hard bow hanging on the wall. It was not something an ordinary person could draw. This bow was given by the late emperor during a hunt in the past. "I've never used it, so I hung it here." Following Branson's gaze, Matthew explained briefly, "Would Phil like some tea?" As he spoke, he picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea for Branson. "Thank you." Branson chuckled, taking the cup of tea Matthew handed him. The empire was founded on horseback. If I recall correctly, this bow was used by the founding emperor of Dejau, weighing 210 pounds. No one has been able to draw it since, yet the late emperor gave it to you. He paused for a moment, then continued, Actually, the late emperor always appreciated you. I even think that if you were a prince, this empire might well belong to you now. This was undoubtedly a huge provocation, one that would have frightened anyone else to death on the spot. Yet, Matthew merely sat lazily in his chair. A woman's heart can be as venomous as a wasp's sting, but compared to Phil's words now, it seems quite insignificant. Given the late emperor's nature, he even harbored wariness towards his own royal princes. How genuine could his appreciation for me possibly be? It was no more than a show for outsiders. Branson said, Fabio, you truly dare to speak. Why speak in codes when talking to someone who understands clearly? Matthew smiled. Phil has taught me how to avoid a flogging, and I am grateful for it from the bottom of my heart, never daring to forget. Branson looked at him. Everything I said today in front of Scholar Aston was sincere. After a moment's silence, Matthew said, in fact, Master currently resides in a small alley in Shangjing City. I can take Phil there, but I hope you can agree to one thing of mine. Branson replied, speak. Matthew continued, if Master only, talking endlessly whenever someone came to visit him. He, however, never mentioned national or political matters. The elderly man had been deeply hurt by Darnell's cold-heartedness. This was why Matthew ultimately decided to bring Branson to meet Linus. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it. Linus's heartache might only be resolved by Achilles or Branson. Of course, Achilles was out of the question. As for Branson, it turned out that if Branson wasn't being troublesome, he wasn't so unbearable after all. If he truly wanted to invite Linus back, he would certainly charm him with smooth words. Linus gripped Matthew's hand with his withered, veined hand and said warmly, Bodhi, no matter what, you must have dinner here today. I'll ask them to prepare some dishes you like right away. Afraid that Matthew might refuse, Linus didn't wait for his reply and immediately called out, Ernest, Ernest. A middle-aged man in his 40s ran over. What is it, elder one? Linus said, we have a guest, so add more dishes for lunch. He then listed 4 dishes, all of which were Matthew's favorites, and also ordered a small pot of wine. Matthew's eyes flickered. Teacher, isn't this too much trouble? Linus's appetite had worsened with age. He mostly ate congee and light side dishes. The difference was that the congee at noon was slightly thicker than in the morning and evening. Not at all, not at all. Linus smiled and said, today is rare and joyful. I will eat more too. It's not just for you. Ernest, hurry up and prepare. Ernest promptly agreed and left. Matthew did not protest further. After a moment of silence, he continued, Teacher, I brought another person this time. Who is it? Your friend? Linus paused and instinctively looked around. Where is he? Why haven't you invited him in yet? Don't let him stand outside in the wind. Just as he spoke, a soft laugh echoed from outside the yard. Following the laughter, a young man clad in a black cloak slowly entered the courtyard. This youth had striking features, resembling a vibrant spring scene amidst the desolate surroundings. Yet, due to his clear, waveless eyes, he did not appear feminine. Cold and distant yet alluring, elegant yet nonchalant. Even the most discerning I couldn't help but admit that this young man possessed a likable appearance. However, the moment Linus saw him, his pupils contracted sharply, standing motionless for a long time. On the contrary, Branson bowed slightly. It has been many years. Seeing Premier One in good health gives me great comfort. Silence fell over the courtyard. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a brief moment of dead silence, Linus suddenly knelt to the ground with a thud. Your humble servant pays homage to Imran. The originally pleasant meal became somewhat solemn. State affairs to handle. Phil should quickly return to the palace and not trouble yourself over this insignificant being. From the moment they sat down until now, though no word farewell was spoken, every sentence seemed to imply a farewell. Branson let out a soft sigh. He said gently, Scholar One, besides visiting you, I have come here today because I wish to ask something of you. For Branson to use the word ask meant that anyone else would either be overwhelmed by gratitude or terrified. Yet Linus merely wiped his eyes. Phil is the son of heaven, while this humble servant can barely get out of bed. How could I possibly be of any help to Phil? Please do not say such things. Otherwise, this humble servant will be too ashamed to show my face. Another indirect refusal, neither too hard nor too soft. After being rebuffed repeatedly by Linus, Branson fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. I know Scholar One is still hurt by past events, and indeed, those events were due to my mistakes. Phil is the son of heaven. Linus's silvery beard trembled slightly. How can the son of heaven ever be wrong? The son of heaven is also human. Why can't he make mistakes? Branson looked at Linus, his eyes like crystal-clear jade, now dark as a deep pool, making it impossible to read the emotions hidden within. He smiled faintly and said slowly, back when I was still a prince, I often heard Scholar One say, to recognize one's mistake and correct it is the greatest virtue. Have you forgotten that saying? Linus was taken aback. He remained silent this time. So Branson continued, I have recognized my past mistakes and resolved to set things right. Can Scholar One really not let go of your prejudices from back then and lend me a hand once more? Linus was speechless. Even if what Branson said was true, even if recognizing and correcting one's mistake was undeniably wise, how could years of injustice and the lives of loyal ministers be so easily dismissed with mere words? Moreover, who knew if Branson's current words were sincere or just a fleeting impulse? The other party was Darnell, the ruler of this land. But they, on their part, had only their unwavering loyalty. Seeing his expression, Branson said coolly, to Scholar One, this might be a gamble. But this gamble isn't just for one person, or even for the throne of Great Zhou. It's for the common people, for all the persistence and dedication you've invested throughout your life. Is it really not worth taking one last bold stand? Linus couldn't help but close his eyes, the veins standing out on his withered hands. Though Branson's words seemed heartfelt, they were equally heart-piercing, piercing his heart. He dreamt of a prosperous and peaceful nation, where the people lived happily. This was his lifelong pursuit. Yet, despite his efforts to be a wise minister, the person before him was not a wise ruler. Even if the words spoken now were sincere, imperial intentions were unpredictable. A few empty promises left him unsure. At 83, he wasn't afraid of risking one more time. But his students couldn't afford to. Including Fabio, each of his students had been painstakingly nurtured by him. They were men of passion and loyalty. They could die on the battlefield, they could shed blood for great Joe, but they shouldn't perish in court intrigues, nor be sacrificed by a monarch's suspicions. In a daze, Darnell's voice rang in his ears again. To show my sincerity, please accept this humble bow from me. For the sake of the common people, please believe in me once more. When he came back to his senses, he saw Branson already kneeling on the ground. Chapter 62, Brother and Sister. Branson was already kneeling, so Matthew naturally couldn't continue sitting, and immediately knelt down as well. Gustav turned pale with shock. His aged body trembled violently, nearly causing him to fall off his chair. No matter how brutal Branson was, he was still Darnell, the most revered person in all of Dazhou. Only others would kneel before him. He would never kneel before anyone else. The weight of this act was immense. After a momentary silence, Gustav fell to his knees opposite Branson with a thud. With tears streaming down his face, he grabbed Branson's hand, sobbing, Phil, this old minister has devoted his heart and soul and decades of life to the empire of Dazhou. Do not deceive this old minister. Branson calmly looked at Gustav. Compared to the elder's agitation, he remained extraordinarily composed. Then, sharp gravel cut his fingertip, and a drop of blood fell to the ground. Branson said, I swear by this blood. I speak nothing but the truth. This was the most solemn vow in Dazhou. Good. Tears streaked down Gustav's cheeks. But please grant this old minister 9 days, after which I will surely give Phil an answer. When they returned to the residence of the Grand General late at night, Matthew and Branson each retired to their respective rooms. Matthew pushed open the door and found Claire waiting for him inside. After a brief pause, he strode over to sit beside the table, teasing her. So, seeing that Imran hasn't returned all day, you didn't stay in your room awaiting his return, and instead thought of coming to see your poor unloved Ivar? Claire blushed slightly from his words, lowering her gaze and softly saying, Brother, you always lack decorum. Seeing his usually aloof sister displaying such a maidenly demeanor, Matthew knew that she and Branson had indeed grown closer recently and weren't just putting on a show for others. He felt more reassured. He laughed loudly, then stood up and gave Claire a respectful bow. Military camps have made me loose-lipped. Don't take offense, sister. Claire quickly pulled him back down to sit. They chatted idly for a while, with Matthew deliberately amusing her by recounting interesting stories. Soon enough, he managed to make Claire smile broadly. They hadn't seen each other for several years, and even during these few days back home, they hadn't spoken much. Additionally, Claire wasn't the type who could easily converse, making them feel somewhat distant. But now that barrier was gone, and they were back to the scenes of playful pursuits from their childhood. Holding a steaming cup of tea, Claire occasionally picked up nuts from the table, completely relaxed. Brother, was this trip relatively smooth? It went fine overall. Matthew smiled ambiguously. It seems like Imran has changed a lot. Upon hearing this, Claire paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, it feels like a dream, but it's a good change, he added. I never imagined there would be a day like this, she remarked wistfully. There was much reflection in her tone. Matthew slowly sipped his tea. Indeed. Now that you're in the palace, Father in Alexandria and I can rest easier. Take care. We'll be here supporting you. His tone carried a compelling strength. Claire nodded, then added, You too, brother. You really frightened me those past 2 days. Imran is the rule, you agreed. Chapter 63, Jean Ji. Upon Claire's instruction, it wasn't long before the Imperial Guard brought Zoltan to Matthew's room. The moment Matthew saw him, his eyes lit up as well, not because this man was exceptionally handsome, but because there was an innate righteousness in his gaze that commanded respect and trustworthiness. Zoltan knelt and paid his respects to Claire. Phil. Claire replied, There's no need for formalities. Please rise. She then introduced the two men. Zoltan bowed deeply at Matthew. Junior General. Matthew returned the greeting with a smile. Physician Eve, you are too polite. Because Claire was present, after exchanging pleasantries, Zoltan put down his medical bag and went into the inner chamber to inspect the wound on Matthew's shoulder before examining his pulse. After checking the pulse, Claire immediately asked, Physician Eve, how is my Ivar's injury? Phil can rest assured, Zoltan reassured her with a smile. Junior General has always been robust, and the wound was treated properly and promptly. Although he may run a slight fever over the next couple of days, I will prescribe some medicine for him. As long as he takes the medication on time and changes the dressing regularly, there should be no serious complications. However, he must pay attention to his recuperation. For a while, he should not engage in strenuous activities with his right arm, avoid spicy and stimulating foods, and under no circumstances should he drink strong alcohol until the wound heals. He meticulously gave many detailed instructions, so much so that Claire had someone fetch paper and pen to note them all down, ensuring they would inform Carl to supervise Matthew. At first, Matthew listened attentively, but soon couldn't help laughing. Physician Eve is truly meticulous. Look at me, jumping around like nothing happened. You can't say that, Zoltan said seriously. Though Junior General's injuries aren't fatal, they are far from minor. Relying on your youth and good health isn't wise. Running out in cold weather while running a low-grade fever and drinking whenever you want. Have you thought about the consequences of such actions? At best, the wounds will hurt when the weather turns bad, affecting your archery. At worst, it could lead to infection, which might even be life-threatening. One reason is that I serve Imran, and it's my duty to ensure you recover fully. Secondly, every physician has a heart for their patients, and I naturally hope that Junior General will heal quickly and suffer less pain. So before you fully recover, you should follow my prescriptions and heed my advice. You cannot take your injuries lightly just for momentary comfort. If you cannot abide by my instructions, I will go to Imran now and apologize, stating that I am unable to treat your injuries. Hearing that Matthew had a persistent fever, Claire cast a slightly reproachful glance at her stubborn older Ivar and reassured Zoltan again. You have my word, I will ensure someone keeps an eye on him. Matthew. Never did he think his casual remark would result in such a long speech from Zoltan. Surprised for a moment, he laughed and replied, Physician Eve is right. I was thinking too simply. From now on, I will certainly follow your recommendations. His tone was sincere. Only then did Zoltan's attitude soften again. He explained, This isn't meant to make things difficult for you, Junior General. Sword wounds are never trifles. You've read many military books. You should know how many heroes have lost their lives due to such wounds throughout history. As he spoke, he opened his medical kit and took out a small porcelain bottle. Here is my personally formulated wound ointment. Please change it daily. Matthew accepted it gratefully, saying, Thank you. Zoltan wrote another prescription. Please also take the medicine on time. If the fever persists, it could be dangerous. Worried about Matthew's condition, Claire immediately took the prescription and said, I'll find someone to prepare and boil the medicine right away. Zoltan replied, Thank you, Phil. Claire hurriedly left to arrange for the medicine, leaving Matthew and Zoltan alone in the room. Once they were not discussing medical matters, Zoltan's demeanor became gentler. They chatted casually for a bit. Upon learning that Zoltan met Kingston daily, Matthew naturally inquired about his recent well-being. At this mention, Zoltan paused briefly before replying, He asked me to pass 2 messages to Junior General. He told me that everything is fine in the palace, and he hopes Junior General doesn't worry. Also, he hesitated slightly, then continued, He said he remembers your teachings and will never let you down. Matthew smiled and nodded. I've always believed in him. Zoltan was slightly taken aback. If Kingston did not have deep feelings for Matthew, he would not have specifically asked him to deliver these 2 messages. However, compared to Claire's concern for that young man, Matthew seemed somewhat indifferent. Zoltan hesitated and said, Doesn't Junior General have anything you want to convey to him? That 15-year-old boy was now struggling alone in the palace, surrounded by skeptical eyes and voices, making even an outsider like him feel it was difficult. He entrusted me to tell me these things, which means he has his own plans. Matthew replied calmly, As the saying goes, only the wearer knows if the shoe fits. Apart from wishing him well, there's nothing I need to advise him on. But if he encounters any difficulties in the palace, please let me know through someone reliable if you have the opportunity. From now on, he would be a protective older Ivar. Whoever dared to look down on his younger Ivar, or make him suffer would have to answer to his sword first. Chapter 64. Secret Plot. In the Prime Minister's mansion, inside a secret room. Seeing a man enveloped in a black cloak walk in, Gabrielle immediately stood up to greet him. Chase, how is it? Have you obtained any reliable information? Chase sighed and shook his head. Ever since Imran ordered Kingston to be in charge of the defense at Weyang Palace, the Imperial Guards have sealed off the entire palace in recent days. Even those from the Imperial kitchen can only deliver tea and snacks to the entrance, which are then personally delivered inside by Kingston. As for the little eunuch who examines Imran, he too is well protected. Lately, I've had no opportunity to gather any intelligence. Gabrielle frowned. Imran suddenly promoted that boy. I doubt he has earned the respect of his men. Surely there must be someone under him causing trouble? Hearing this, Chase couldn't help but sigh again. He said, Let's not even mention it. I originally thought that Ari, being so crude, would surely have a son who was just as simple-minded. Who would have thought that this kid turned out to be so cunning? After becoming the head guard, he did not hire anyone with status or background. Instead, he chose those without power or connections. Even if they are dissatisfied, none dare to make a scene. Gabrielle remarked, That's not too difficult to handle. If they're unhappy deep down, their work won't be sincere, and lack of sincerity means opportunities for us. After all, even iron can only forge so many nails. Chase sneered. Initially, indeed not many were dedicated. But this kid has real patience. People openly or covertly mocked him, yet he never retaliated. He didn't seek special treatment either, treating everyone equally. You know those people, Prime Minister. They've been looked down upon in the palace, even by maids and eunuchs. Now, encountering someone who treats them like Ivars and isn't condescending, they're willing to go to great lengths to repay his kindness. So, in this way, he managed to win over a group of people, turning Weyang Palace into an impregnable fortress. If Ari were half as smart as his son, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up being executed along with his entire family. Gabrielle pondered for a moment, then laughed coldly. Chase, I recall that youngling Marquis' son is now a first-class guard in the palace, correct? Chase nodded. Indeed. However, this descendant considers himself extraordinary, always flaunting his family's achievements within the palace. I never let him approach Imran, fearing he might lose control and show disrespect. Why do you bring him up now? Gabrielle stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Every creature has its nemesis. Sending the son of youngling Marquis to deal with that boy would be most appropriate. They follow Kingston merely because they think he can lead them to success. Once we take him down, letting his followers realize he's just another royal lapdog unable to match the noble heirs, their resolve will dissipate. When that happens, they'll be powerless against us. Prime Minister, truly brilliant. Chase's eyes lit up. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Let's teach this boy some humility. Becoming the chief of all Imperial Guards is not easy. He is 29 years old, comes from a prominent family, and went through much effort to obtain this position. Even Keenan, who once saved Imran, was tolerable. But now, an inexperienced brat shares equal rank with him. Naturally, he wants to teach the other a lesson. However, Kingston handles matters impeccably and follows Cash Branson's orders closely guarding Weyang Palace, leaving no room for opportunity. Hearing Gabrielle's suggestion, he became energized and turned to leave. Chase, hold on. Gabrielle hurriedly stopped him. This boy is indeed troublesome and needs to be dealt with. However, what matters most to us is understanding Imran's intentions. Although he entrusted me with managing state affairs while recuperating, this action is highly unusual. It leaves me uneasy. We need to prepare for both scenarios. If things go well, we proceed as usual. If not, we must ensure our own safety. Chase agreed, naturally, but I believe Imran cannot cause much trouble now. Even including Keenan and Changzhou, he has few trustworthy aides. Otherwise, with his character, why would he yield to the Prime Minister? Gavriel replied, one must always be wary of others. You're right, Chase conceded. Lord Zhou said, then what are your further instructions, Prime Minister? Gavriel handed a sealed letter to Lord Zhou and whispered, deliver it secretly to Ethan. On this day, as Kingston was leading his men out of the guard post, just about to head to Weiyang Palace for shift change, he saw a group of people walking towards him. The leader was a young man around 22 or 23 years old, with decent looks, straight nose, square mouth, and a full forehead. However, there was a cold, sinister light in his eyes, and the way he looked at people was condescending, radiating arrogance and disdain from head to toe. Kingston naturally recognized him. It was Germain, son of the current Yongning Marquis. Speaking of the Yongning Marquis estate, it was one of the most prominent families in the Great Zhou dynasty. Their ancestor had fought alongside the founding emperor, displaying extraordinary bravery, earning this hereditary Marquis title. Clearly, their forebear was an admirable man. However, by the reign of the previous Kashik, Kingston laughed, since I stand here, higher than you, by Imran's command, we do the same job, and I am your superior. If I am a servant or a toy, then who is nobler? Isn't that so? Chapter 65, Provocation. Germain was the son of Anika. Although Branson and this aunt appeared harmonious on the surface but not in heart, they were still somewhat related. So wherever Germain went, he was always admired, never hearing such words. His face changed abruptly. You, son of a criminal, thing that deserves to be cut into pieces, you dare compare yourself to me? You sure have some nerve. If I don't beat you until you're crawling on the ground for scraps today, you'll never know who's the dog. With these words, Germain took large strides forward, grabbing Kingston's collar and throwing a punch at his nose. The punch carried immense force, showing no mercy. It would break his nose if it hit. A cold light flashed across Kingston's eyes. As a descendant of a military family, receiving meticulous guidance from his elder Ivars and Matthew since childhood, even though he was still young, he wasn't easily handled by anyone. Even Keenan had to use considerable effort to subdue him, not to mention someone like Germain, a noble raised in luxury. In response, he grabbed Germain's arm, performed an over-the-shoulder throw, and with a bang, threw him to the ground. Dust flew everywhere, also stunning all the onlookers. Everyone instinctively stepped back, covering their faces to avoid the flying dust. At the same time, the sound of swords being drawn rang in everyone's ears, as a cold blade pressed against Germain's neck, stopping his frantic attempt to get up. Everything happened too quickly. From Germain grabbing Kingston's collar to Kingston throwing him down and pressing the sword to his neck, it only took a few breaths. People remained in shock, unable to react. The sword Kingston wore was the very one bestowed upon him by Branson in the Imperial study. It had likely taken countless lives, exuding an ominous and bloodthirsty aura. Feeling the cold, sinister chill on his neck, Germain shivered, losing half his audacity. While he was afraid that Kingston might accidentally sever his head, he still put on a front and shouted, "Dog slave, your grandpa is the illustrious son of Zahir. If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, your grandpa will make sure you die without a..." Before he could finish place of burial, a sharp pain came from his neck, sending a tuft of hair floating down. Germain clutched his bleeding neck, his voice cutting off. Dead silence filled the area. Amidst the silence, Kingston slowly said, "I certainly understand your prestigious status, but bluntly speaking, if you wish to remain in brutality, fear of power, and fear of those willing to risk their lives." Intimidated by his skill and authority, most people felt intimidated. Losing limbs, or even life here wouldn't be worth it even if they eventually managed to kill Kingston 1,000 times over. After all, a son of a criminal's life couldn't compare to theirs. The crowd parted, making way for him. Kingston sheathed his sword with a smile. He leaned down, staring into Germain's distorted face, whispering close to his ear so only the two of them could hear. "My family is down to just me. I'm a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. I'm waiting for you, waiting to see how you'll make sure I die without a place to bury. Germain." Giselbert Feng Palace. What? With a slap on the table, Martha glared and asked in fury, "Kingston hit Germain? He's the son of Marquis Yongning. How dare this dog slave?" Since Branson had issued an order to replace her palace guards and maidservants, her temper had become increasingly volatile. She often beat and scolded the palace attendants, gradually losing the facade of virtue she once maintained. Donghua was startled by the sound of the slap and immediately fell to her knees with a thud. "Phil, please calm down." Martha saw her terrified state and barely suppressed her anger, asking, "What's the situation with Germain now?" Donghua replied. It kicked Donghua to the ground. She tore off her false facade and shouted sternly, "Send word to Ethan. Tell him I want to see him." Chapter 66 today. Although Zoltan was young and somewhat conservative, his medical skills were truly impeccable. Under his care, Matthew recovered at an astonishing rate. Although he wasn't completely back to normal, his right hand could function without exerting too much force, far exceeding initial expectations. Therefore, despite being managed meticulously by others, it was still worthwhile. Finally, the day came for the meeting with Egbert. Around the hour of snake, 9 to 11 o'clock, Branson and Matthew once again arrived at the courtyard where Egbert lived. However, even before they reached the gate, they heard melancholic and mournful sounds of a flute. Upon hearing the flute, both Branson and Matthew couldn't help but pause simultaneously. Branson's eyebrows slightly raised. As a prince, even if he wasn't proficient in the 6 arts of a gentleman, he still had some knowledge of them. He almost immediately recognized that the person playing the flute was incredibly skilled. Matthew was also surprised. Being Egbert's disciple, he naturally knew the 6 arts well, and since childhood, he enjoyed traveling widely, broadening his horizons. Yet, he had never heard anyone play such a heavenly melody. They exchanged a glance and Branson smiled. It seems Mr. One also knows how to play the flute. Matthew shook his head softly. Master has always focused on state affairs and does not concern himself much with these things. Meaning it wasn't Egbert. Curiosity piqued, they quietly walked towards the courtyard. What greeted their eyes was still desolation. But under a tree that had shed all its leaves stood a beauty. The beauty had a slender figure and snow-white skin. Her raven hair fluttered with the wind. When it came to stunning and exotic beauty, no one could compare to the Corina in her prime. But in terms of ethereal and extraordinary beauty, even Martha at her peak would be a notch below this person. Unfortunately, the beauty was confined to a wheelchair. White jade marred by dust. Truly regrettable. The moment Branson and Matthew stepped into the courtyard, the beauty lifted her head as if sensing their presence. 3 pairs of eyes met, and the flute music stopped. After a brief silence, the beauty held onto the wheelchair and slowly knelt on the ground, whispering, "This humble citizen, Forrest, pays respects to Phil." Her voice was clear and resonant, like pearls colliding. But unmistakably, it was a man's voice. Branson gave Matthew a look. Matthew immediately stepped forward and helped him back onto the wheelchair with both hands. Now facing each other directly, the face previously half hidden in shadow fully revealed itself, causing Branson and Matthew to be momentarily stunned. Years of immobility had made the man appear somewhat thin and pale, yet his exquisite features did not make it to the capital for the imperial examinations. Everyone assumed the top position would surely belong to him, but unexpectedly, something went wrong on the journey, leaving him unable to walk ever since. With a crippled leg, he could no longer take part in the imperial exams. The Xie family, unwilling to have a limping heir with no future, removed Juan's name for flimsy reasons. The youthful, clear voice brought Branson's thoughts back. Forrest smiled, neither overly humble nor arrogant. Juan indeed exists, but I dare not claim to be the top talent of Evenan. Branson chuckled. How do you know I'm Darnell? Aren't you afraid of paying respect to the wrong person? Master said that Phil would come today. Forrest lowered his gaze. To avoid any mishap, he described the general appearance of Imran. As he spoke, Egbert wobbled out of the house. Jean Chow? Before he finished, he saw Branson and immediately fell to his knees with a thud. Phil. Branson personally helped him up, speaking kindly. Mr. One, being advanced in years, please don't kneel in private meetings from now on. Egbert replied sternly, that is unacceptable. Propriety cannot be neglected. Seeing his insistence, Branson relented. After paying his respects, Egbert introduced Juan to Branson and Matthew. He concluded by saying, Phil, these past few days I have thought this over. Even if I can rally my former students to serve the court, an imperial examination will still be necessary for propriety. But whatever the case, without money, we will be hindered everywhere. Therefore, the first step is to cleanse the Ministry of Revenue and find out where all this silver has gone. One could not participate in the imperial examinations due to his leg, but his capabilities are unquestionable. These past few days I have been waiting for him. I hope Phil can authorize him to investigate the Ministry of Revenue's accounts over the years. Branson smiled and replied, no problem. Speaking, he looked at one sitting calmly in the wheelchair. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Xie. If you can clear up the deficit in the Ministry of Revenue, it will be a great contribution from you. He was exceptionally courteous. One remained unperturbed. He lowered his gaze slightly, no longer looking directly into Branson's eyes as a sign of respect. It is an honor to serve Phil. I do not dare to claim credit. Branson smiled and said, Mr. Xie is too modest. Pausing for a moment, he then turned to Egbert. Since Mr. One left, the position of Right Chancellor has been vacant. For now, we need Mr. One to bear with us for a few more days. The next morning, at the Ministry of Revenue, the Minister of Revenue hastily dressed up, leading everyone to receive the imperial edict in the main hall when they saw a young man sitting in a wheelchair, and behind him stood a boy around 12 or 13 years old, exquisitely carved like jade. However, at this moment, almost no one noticed the boy. Almost all attention was focused on the young man in the wheelchair. He was a stunningly beautiful young man, yet pale and frail. He seemed better suited to sit behind curtains in a high tower, nurtured in opulence rather than being here in the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue. In that instant, countless eyes stared straight at him as if hoping to bore transparent holes through him. This young man was Juan. Facing so many predatory, almost devouring gazes, he showed no discomfort whatsoever, and instead gently said, Minister Yang, please receive the imperial edict. Chapter 67. Killing Intent. 1. At the Chancellor's mansion. What? The cash suddenly sent someone to investigate the Ministry of Revenue's accounts? Gabriel slightly frowned, looking at the flustered Undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue before him. Who did he send? The old accounts of the Ministry of Revenue are piled up like mountains. No matter who he sends, they won't be able to find anything in a short time. By then, I will have ways to cover it up. Why is Dalen so nervous? If it were anyone else, you wouldn't be afraid. The Undersecretary wiped the sweat from his forehead. But, Your Excellency, it's Jaden. Do you mean that Jaden who could recognize 1,000 characters at 3 years old and had a photographic memory since childhood? He cleared all the Xie family's accounts single-handedly. In just half a day, he has already checked 1/3 of the accounts. At this rate, by tomorrow morning at the latest, he might clear all the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue. If he really finds discrepancies, we can't explain where those large sums of silver went. Then, the entire Ministry of Revenue will be in trouble. Who did you say? Gabriel almost thought he was hallucinating. Jaden? Wasn't he cast out from the Xie family due to his crippled legs and disappeared long ago? How did he pop up from nowhere? Might it be an imposter? Not likely. The Undersecretary said, there are candidates from his batch still in the Ministry of Revenue, all confirming it's him. As I thought, waiting passively has never been the Cash's style. He's not the kind of person who would easily compromise. Gabriel stroked his beard, with a sharp look in his eyes. To think that the Cash has gone to such lengths as to bring out Jaden. But does he really think that one person can set his mind at ease? Foolish, wishful thinking. The undersecretary's eyes lit up. So your plan, Your Excellency? There are ways to deal with military officers. And there are ways to deal with scholars too. As he spoke, Gabriel made a gesture of cutting his throat. If he could be crippled once, he can certainly be killed now. The undersecretary turned pale. But if something happens to him in the Ministry of Revenue, the cash may hold us accountable. The petty-minded are not true gentlemen. Without poison, no man is a real hero. At this point, why fear accountability? Gabriel said, tell Dalen to relax as long as nothing suspicious is found in the accounts. I'll take care of the rest. Good, with your words, I'm completely reassured. The undersecretary said, I will immediately inform Lord Yang of your intentions. At noon, an unexpected visitor arrived at the gates of Weiyang Palace. Ethang Titus. He was aggressive, and being Darnell's paternal uncle, the imperial guards at the gate dared not let him enter but also couldn't stop him, so they hurriedly called Kingston over. Titus narrowed his eyes, staring at the young man across from him, his anger boiling. He stared coldly at Kingston for a long time before sneering. After receiving such severe corporal punishment, you're still jumping around so lively. I wonder if it's because the imperial guards were too gentle, if your life is too worthless. Of course, my life is cheap. Pausing for a moment, Kingston respectfully replied, and thanks to Prince's protection. This humble attitude slightly cooled Titus's anger. He scoffed, I wouldn't protect a dog like you. Then, Titus pushed the youth hard on the shoulder. Get out of the way. I need to see the cash. But Kingston didn't move an inch. He said softly, please forgive me, Your Highness. The cash has decreed that during his convalescence, only the palace staff is of someone's low status, nor would he flatter anyone due to their high status. He exuded a fiery passion. Apart from the fact that he was too outstanding and thus envied by some, he could actually win the hearts of most people. Titus frowned and shrugged off Matthew's hand. Why did you come to the palace? During the reign of the previous Emperor Achilles, in order to show his benevolence towards his subordinates, he often summoned sons of ministers for guidance, especially Matthew. He even made the princes learn from Matthew frequently. However, since Cash Branson ascended the throne, Matthew had never entered the palace again. When encountering large palace banquets or hunting activities, he avoided them whenever possible, sparing no effort to stay out of Branson's sight. Don't mention it. Matthew shrugged. Imran has been unwell these few days, which worries my father every day. So he insisted on bringing me to the palace to kowtow to Imran. But these stubborn guards wouldn't even let us through the door, wasting our loyalty. He paused, then turned to look at Titus. Your Highness came to visit Imran too, right? Titus slightly hesitated. Before he could speak, he saw Matthew's smiling face turn serious. Turning to Kingston, Matthew said mildly, Melvin attendant, I have something to say to you. Your loyalty to Imran is commendable, but one shouldn't be too rigid. Refusing entry to my father and me is one thing, but Ethang is Imran's own uncle, closely related. How can you turn him away? Then he affectionately took hold of Titus's arm, steadying him gently, saying with a smile, he's young and stubborn. Your Highness shouldn't mind. It's rare to have a prince like you in the court, broad-minded and virtuous. If anything happens to you, it would be a loss not only to Imran but also to the entire Zhou dynasty. Titus was stunned by Matthew's words, wanting to reprimand Kingston but finding that Matthew had already said everything. If he opened his mouth now, there would be nothing left except insults. But a broad-minded prince certainly couldn't start cursing. After a moment, Titus sighed, no wonder the previous emperor liked you. Indeed, you're well-mannered. If you were here today, I wouldn't have gotten so angry. My personality may be troublesome, but at least your Highness doesn't mind. Matthew laughed heartily, then turned to Kingston. Why are you still standing here? Go inform Imran that Ethang has come to visit. Given Imran's benevolent and filial nature, as long as he's not bedridden, how can he refuse to see his own uncle? Kingston pursed his lips slightly and softly replied, yes. He then bowed deeply to Titus before turning to enter Weiyang Palace. Rarely seeing your Highness makes me miss you greatly, Matthew smiled. Would you like me to accompany you to sit in that pavilion? Titus. Chapter 68. Kill Intent, 2. Kingston stepped into the gates of Weiyang Palace just as Claire was helping Branson change his clothes, his hairpin still intact, clearly indicating they had only just arrived. Kingston immediately knelt and bowed. Phil, your imperial consort, Ethang has come. He is now waiting outside the palace gate. After giving a brief account of the situation, he concluded. Branson chuckled lightly. All right, I know. I'll meet him later. Glancing at Claire, he added, you've worked hard these past days. Rest first. That evening, at the Ministry of Revenue, Jaden sat behind a mountain of ledgers in the office, flipping through them one by one. His speed in reviewing the accounts was astonishingly fast, organizing them methodically as he went along, achieving the efficiency of over 10 people. At this moment, a 12 or 13-year-old boy approached with a teacup in hand, speaking softly, Master, it's already dark outside. You've been so engrossed in your work that you haven't even had a sip of water. Have some tea first to moisten your throat before continuing. This was the same boy who pushed Jaden's wheelchair during the day. Jaden put down the ledger he was holding, took the teacup from the boy, and smiled slightly. Thank you. His smile was remarkably beautiful. Although once it might have hidden a sharpness befitting a young man's success, it now softened into a captivating warmth. Even after seeing it countless times, the boy couldn't help but momentarily lose himself. His lips moved, beginning to speak, Master. Before he could finish, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning around, he slapped the nearby deputy minister on the face. I told you to assist Mr. Xia properly. Where is he? He's a royal envoy appointed by Imran. If anything happens to him, can you take responsibility? His voice, sharp from fear, made the plump face quiver uncontrollably, covered in perspiration. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Deputy Minister Hank covered his face, stammering and unable to respond. Dalen, infuriated by the sight of Hank's face, clutched his chest and shakily ordered the attendants. Find him, hurry. Deep down, he still harbored hope. What if Jaden hadn't escaped either? Then he could report that Jaden died heroically resisting the intruders, and the Chancellor would certainly cover for him. Seeing Dalen's urgency, everyone quickly agreed and scurried off to search. However, at that moment, a faint rumbling sound of wheels approached, followed by a clear voice from the distance. No need to look, my master is right here. Everyone froze instinctively at the sound. Turning towards the voice, they saw the same boy pushing Jaden in his wheelchair approaching slowly. Jaden looked well rested today, as if he had slept soundly the night before. He smiled gently. Minister Yang, what's going on? Why such a commotion early in the morning? Dalen barely suppressed her to saying that, always leave some room for future encounters. It's best not to take things too far. Allow me to speak frankly. Your current weak state might be because you have always been overly sharp and unforgiving. Thank you for your concern and reminder, Sir Yang. Jaden chuckled. However, he tilted his head slightly. One point that Sir Yang may not have gotten right is this. Although I am lame now, I am not weak. Otherwise. Suddenly, his voice dropped so low that only the slight movement of his lips was visible, but no sound could be heard. But looking into those beautiful yet merciless eyes, Harry understood what he meant. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many people? In a daze, the sound of wheels started again. It was a faint sound, but it felt like thunder striking his ears. Harry suddenly snapped back to reality, only to find Jaden nowhere in sight, leaving behind only the bewildered guards. Harry's body went limp, and with a thud, he sat down on the ground. The Undersecretary of Personnel, Hank, jumped in surprise and quickly knelt down to support him. Your Excellency, are you all right? It's over. All over. Completely over. Harry's eyes were vacant, his heart dead. What kind of beauty is this? A madman, clearly. Harry's words became prophetic. He was indeed finished. In just one day and night, Jaden had sorted through the accumulated old accounts of the Ministry of Revenue, revealing several large-scale mutable. Although the Lu Shizu faction was helpless against the punishment of Harry and the two deputy ministers, they clung to Jaden, arguing that Great Zhou governed based on filial piety, and Jaden, having been expelled from his family for disrespecting elders, lacked the moral integrity to serve in office. They also insisted that Great Zhou's ancestors did not allow a crippled person to serve in office, trying their utmost to remove Branson's newfound ally. Court officials knelt inside the palace gates to appeal, while students from the Imperial College and scholars outside the gates joined them, vowing to die for righteousness, creating a greater uproar than the previous opposition against Kingston. At its core, Kingston was ultimately a military general, whose main duty as an Imperial Guard was protecting Darnell, without involving himself in court affairs. However, Jaden was a genuine scholar, and the role of Minister of Revenue directly impacted Great Zhou's economic lifeline. Branson's unprecedented promotion sparked unprecedented crisis among many aristocrats in Shangjing City. Unexpectedly, Cash Branson abandoned his previous lenient approach. He first promoted Matthew as deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, ordering him to drive away the kneeling students and scholars outside the palace gates. Then, he issued an edict for the ministers kneeling inside to return home. Any who disobeyed would be charged with defiance, immediately dismissed from office, and exiled to their original homes. When the decree to disperse the students and scholars came down, Matthew was chatting idly with Linus. After the Imperial messenger left, he glanced at the edict and quirked his lips in a half-smile, saying, Teacher, as I said, promotions don't come so easily. From the looks of it, if it weren't for this kind of thankless dirty work that offends people, it wouldn't have fallen on me. Dispelling a group of future officials who were currently defenseless required extreme caution. Even a minor misstep could lead to harsh criticism and tarnish one's reputation for life. Still, you can't say it like that, Linus sighed. While some among them are supporters of Lu Shizu, most are merely being misled. It wouldn't be right to use violence to drive them away. Imran knows only you would not act recklessly. Matthew raised an eyebrow, half-jokingly. Teacher, you're really considering everything for Imran now. I just speak my mind, about matters, not people. As long as Imran wishes to be a wise ruler, I will naturally do my utmost to assist. Linus coughed, then slowly stood up, shaky on his feet. Come Bodhi, I'll go with you. After such a long period of idleness, it's time to get moving again. Chapter 70 Kneeling Appeal, 2. When Matthew led the Imperial Guards to the palace gate, he immediately saw Gabriel, dressed in his bright red chancellor's robe. This man was accustomed to pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Therefore, he indeed had a fine son. Gabriel sighed. Relieving Darnell's worries is naturally my duty, but our great Zhou has always had an ancestral rule forbidding disabled individuals from participating in the imperial examinations, let alone serving in office. Moreover, our dynasty has always upheld filial piety. Jaden was once expelled from the Xie family for disrespecting elders, so it's no wonder these students are furious and refuse to serve alongside such a person, strongly urging Imran to follow the ancestral rules. Matthew nodded slightly. Since Imran has entrusted this matter to the Imperial Guards, I will handle it. The night is cold and damp. Chancellor, being a pillar of the state, you should go back to rest early lest you catch a chill. So, what does my esteemed nephew plan to do? Gabriel didn't use his official title but opted for a more intimate address. Although these people have yet to hold official positions, they are all future pillars of the state. If there's a confrontation and someone gets hurt, it might affect your reputation in the future. You have a bright future ahead. Why take on such an ungrateful task? His words were heartfelt, embodying the demeanor of a kind and loving elder. Thank you for your concern, Chancellor. Matthew smiled. I only know that disobeying Darnell's command is not an option. Anyone who defies the imperial decree is acting foolishly, and that responsibility falls on them alone. Their eyes met. In Matthew's eyes, Gabriel saw a sharp, icy gaze hidden beneath his courteous exterior, indicating lethal intent. After a brief silence, Gabriel chuckled. He stared directly into Matthew's eyes and slowly said, Very well. My esteemed nephew is indeed loyal and dedicated. Imran has gained another valiant general. Thank you for the compliment, Chancellor. Matthew replied politely. Shall I send someone to escort you back home to rest? No need. Gabrielle's eyes glinted faintly. All the future pillars of our great Zhou are here. I cannot rest until I see them safe. In that case, Chancellor, please do as you see fit. Matthew laughed softly. Bring a chair for the Chancellor. We can't have him standing all this time. The guards complied promptly, setting up a chair for Gabrielle. Gabrielle gave a hollow smile. With so many students and examination candidates kneeling, how can I possibly sit down? You should take the seat instead, nephew. How could I sit before the Chancellor? Matthew didn't rush to give orders to arrest anyone. Instead, he engaged Gabrielle in casual conversation. Unlike most straightforward generals, Matthew was an exception. As a result, Gabrielle found it harder to gauge Matthew's intentions. Before long, a palanquin appeared under the moonlight. When the curtains parted, an elderly man in a bright red chancellor's robe emerged. Upon seeing this person, Gabrielle's pupils contracted. He involuntarily took a step back, almost unable to believe his eyes. Linus. When the news arrived that the students and examination candidates outside the palace gates had been persuaded to leave by Linus and Matthew, Branson was playing chess with Jaden in the Weiyang Palace. He turned his head and looked at the young man opposite him, who held a chess piece gently, smiling. The court is in chaos over you, yet you remain unperturbed. Aren't you afraid that I might really remove you due to ancestral rules? What if I stay calm? And what if I lose my temper? Even if I lose my temper, what needs to happen will still happen. They would still use rules to pressure you. Jaden placed a piece on the board. If they wish to find fault, they always can. Whether I win or lose, I accept it gracefully. Winning and losing with grace? Branson lowered his eyes slightly and glanced at the chessboard. A person who wins 6 games straight isn't suitable for such humility. Jaden smiled gently and said, in fact, Phil plays chess excellently, but because you desire victory too much, it has become counterproductive. They exchanged a glance and then laughed together. Branson remarked coolly, 7 years ago, I once imagined what you would look like, but, his gaze fell on Jaden, you are completely different from what I imagined. Stunned, his eyes moved to the chessboard, and he laughed heartily, throwing the chess piece back into the box. All right, turning defeat into victory. Impressive. Your chess skills are worthy of a national master. Phil flatters me. I am not worthy of such praise. Jaden smiled faintly, then about the request I made to Phil? No jest between monarch and minister. Saying this, Branson turned his head to look at Kingston, who stood quietly beside him. Have the officials kneeling outside left? Kingston replied softly, replying Phil, after those students and candidates left, most of the officials withdrew, but there are still 7 or 8 who haven't left. They insist that the ancestral rules cannot be violated. Branson grunted in response. Without asking who these people were, he directly said, then revoke their previous statements and dismiss them all from office. And, Branson lazily added, proclaim my decree. The imperial examinations should primarily select talent, regardless of social status, and should not exclude anyone solely because of physical disability. From now on, these 2 rules are abolished. Not only will those with mobility issues be allowed to participate in the exams, but even performers, musicians, and descendants of slaves, as long as they possess genuine talent, can all take part and serve in office. Chapter 71 Bait. Kingston responded with a single word. Without any extra words, he bowed to Branson, took the imperial edict, and left upon receiving the order. Though they both served beside Branson, unlike the chatterbox Anselm, Kingston only spoke when asked by Branson, almost remaining silent otherwise, carrying out orders with utmost efficiency. Jaden turned his head slightly, watching Kingston's back quietly, then suddenly said with a smile, he harbors resentment towards Imran. Not having resentment would be abnormal. Branson toyed with the chess piece casually, half smiling. By keeping him around, I naturally accept his resentment. Jaden sighed, Imran truly has a broad mind. Branson smiled, indeed, as the top scholar of Evenan, your flattery is truly skillful. If not for my self-awareness, you might have made me quite conceited today. As the candle flickered, their gazes met, locking for a moment before they couldn't help but laugh. Jaden whispered softly, in fact, it wouldn't be hard to dispel his resentment against Imran. Gabrielle's death is insignificant. Understanding Jaden's meaning, Branson spoke frankly, however, this old fox is too cunning. He always stays behind the scenes, only giving ideas and letting others take the brunt of the action. To issue an edict to execute him justly and openly, there is a certain difficulty. He curled his lips lazily, you should know that since I promised Prime Minister want to be a wise emperor, I can no longer issue decrees to kill or destroy families on a whim. Not to mention someone who everyone considers a meritorious official. Jaden smiled gently, whispering, please lean in. I have something to say. There was no one else present. Seeing Jaden's mysterious manner, Branson raised an eyebrow and leaned in as requested. Jaden whispered something in his ear. Branson laughed, are you sure? Jaden replied calmly, with soldiers charging forward, how could the commander need to step in? Besides, though Gabrielle is sly, he is not the general. After all, a hint of sharpness lingered in his smile. No matter who wields power, the person sitting on the dragon throne must bear the surname Shun. If we truly want to catch a big fish, how could we hesitate to use bait? These past few days, observing from the sidelines, it seems someone cannot contain themselves. It depends on whether Imran is willing to give them the chance. The chess piece spun between Branson's fingers as he looked at Jaden. You really don't seem like Kendrick's disciple. Scholar Favio was chosen for his genuine loyalty. Jaden sipped tea leisurely. Political storms are no less fierce than battles. The unseen blades hurt people more deeply. If no one takes on the role of executioner, how can Imran sit stably on the throne? Even though Branson mercilessly dismissed 7 high officials, Jaden lived up to his reputation as the top scholar of Evenan. With Kendrick's guidance and Matthew's assistance, the court did not suffer any impact despite so many positions being vacated. Even though the stack of memorials on Branson's desk remained towering, they were now neatly categorized by Jaden according to submission time and importance. Urgent matters needing immediate attention were placed in one pile. Routine daily affairs were sorted into another. Pure greetings and flattering messages formed another pile, occupying most of the desk. Thanks to Jaden's diligence, Branson's efficiency in handling state affairs increased significantly while the workload was greatly reduced. Meanwhile, under Kendrick's supervision, the second imperial examination since Branson's enthronement was being held vigorously. Thanks to the edict calling for talents from all backgrounds, many commoners also participated, making it an unprecedented spectacle. Since then, although Gabriel had not fallen into complete disfavor like Kendrick once did, his power had been drastically reduced. He no longer wielded the influence he once had in the court. Branson also reclaimed control of the 6 palaces from Martha and handed it back to Claire, intending to surprise her. However, it ended up backfiring slightly. As the daughter of a military general and inexperienced in palace management, Claire became busier than Branson during this period, even spending less time accompanying him. As for Kingston, although he was now the head guard, he was still instructed by Branson to protect Claire after returning to the palace, leaving Branson often idle in Weyong Palace, staring at Anselm without much company when he didn't feel like summoning other consorts. As the saying goes, a broad mind leads to a corpulent body. Recently, Branson has not been as cruel as he used to be. Occasionally accompanying him in the palace were Matthew and Jaden, who are both exceptionally intelligent individuals, making interactions with Branson completely stress-free. This was entirely unlike other officials who either appeared overly serious or excessively timid during their audience. Apart from discussing state affairs, one accompanied him while riding horses, shooting arrows, and even catching fish in the river, while the other excelled at playing music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and literature. No matter what whimsical idea struck Branson, he could join in without trouble, even saving the need to invite musicians after listening to his performance. Thus, Anselm, who rarely felt personal pressure, grew even fatter. Standing before Branson, he resembled a moving mountain, his layers of fat trembling, causing Branson's eyes to hurt just by looking at him. Branson had repeatedly advised Anselm to eat less, but each time, Anselm would clutch his hands in a delicate manner and sob that he was unworthy of his position. Knowing that Anselm had suffered from hunger during his days in Azar, Branson eventually gave up on this matter. Branson ascended the throne. He rarely visited the palace due to impatience with paying respects. Lately, however, he had been coming to the palace frequently and staying for a couple of days at a time. Though the vast palace had plenty of rooms, no one enjoyed seeing an unpleasant person around all the time. Branson had little rapport with this Ivar. Initially, he tolerated him briefly, but later simply handed him over to Fabio and Jaden. When they were unavailable, the task fell to Anselm. Now Aslan had become the biggest obstacle to Anselm's weight gain journey, causing him physical disgust at the mention of his name. Sure enough, Branson then said, "Tell him I am busy with official matters and have no time to see him. You will accompany him for a tour of the palace, then escort him out." Chapter 72, Wine Banquet. On one side, Anselm, looking gloomy, accompanied Selin Aslan on a stroll through the garden. On the other side, Matthew was invited by a group of wealthy young men to join a wine feast at Shirley Zue Chunfeng, 10 miles of drunken spring wind. Since becoming the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, although Matthew had gained partial control over the troops, his actual duties within the guards hadn't changed much. That group of pampered young men needed someone in charge. If he didn't handle it, there would be trouble. Although his relationship with Branson seemed to have improved somewhat compared to before, the lingering grievances still existed, so they kept their distance from each other. Except for occasionally entering the palace to accompany Darnell or visiting Claire, he mostly spent his time outside the palace, indulging in pleasure and revelry with others. Shirley Zue Chunfeng could be considered the most luxurious tavern in the entire capital, built alongside the water. At night, it was brilliantly lit on both sides, and various beautifully decorated boats dotted the river, ready to invite beauties for boat rides when the mood struck. It rarely entertained anyone who wasn't of high rank. Matthew rode his horse all the way to the main gate of Shirley Zue Chunfeng, where an attentive servant immediately came forward to take the reins and smiled apologetically. "Young general, you've finally arrived. My master has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me." Today's host was Honest, the second legitimate son of Minister of Personnel Clayton. His family were all civil officials, except for him, who was restless and loved martial arts. Too troublesome to keep near Darnell, they found ways to place him in the Imperial Guards. Following this servant upstairs, Matthew paused as he lifted the curtain, taken aback by the scene before him. Today's gathering was surprisingly large. The seat of honor was occupied by Ethang Titus, and the others seated undoubtedly were all sons of officials. "General, come, sit quickly." Seeing Matthew, Honest hurriedly stood up to greet him. Originally seated next to Titus, he now gave up his position, even though another spot next to Titus was also empty. Matthew smiled without showing any surprise. "You are the host today. How can I make you give up your seat? I'll sit on the other side." "What formality is this between us?" Honest waved his hand and winked at him meaningfully. "His Highness still has some distinguished guests." Titus also chuckled. Yes, hurry up and sit down. Everyone here today is our own people. Let's not be restrained." With that said, Matthew had no choice but to sit down. Just then, the curtain was lifted, and someone else entered. No, more precisely, 2 people. A 12 or 13-year-old boy was pushing a man in his 20s. It was none other than Jaden. Now, only the seat next to Titus remained empty, which clearly was reserved for him. Seeing him enter, Honest quickly introduced him to everyone. "This gentleman is currently a favorite of Imran, the newly appointed Minister of Revenue Siejuzhong. For him, Imran has revised the long-standing imperial examination system of Dezhou and frequently invites him into the palace. I assume everyone recognizes him. Today I specially invited him here to cultivate relations among us." As these words echoed, a wave of laughter rippled through the crowd. If in the court, even with poor private relationships, everyone would maintain decorum. But here, gathered were a group of typically arrogant, unruly young men. They wouldn't understand complex relationships no matter how much one explained. Initially, it took considerable effort for Matthew to subdue them. Now, as their eyes fell on Jaden, They didn't give him any face at all, scrutinizing him like an object of inspection. Especially Titus. Titus was known for his preference for beauties. His mansion housed more beautiful women than perhaps even Darnell's harem. Any woman he set his eyes on usually couldn't escape him. Suddenly seeing Jaden, he felt none of the beauties he had seen before could match this person. Staring at Jaden's face, he sighed regretfully after being lost in admiration. Pity, pity, what a pity. He repeated pity countless times. Someone nearby laughed and asked, why does your highness feel so pity? Titus shook his head and sighed, Grant's appearance. If she were a woman, what need would there be for courtesans? Perhaps she was born with the wrong gender. How could this not be a pity? With the prince setting the tone, the others became emboldened, erupting in raucous laughter. Who wouldn't agree? What exquisite looks, Master Sia. Laughter rang out continuously. Even before a single cup of wine was drunk, everyone seemed already intoxicated. Matthew frowned slightly and glanced at Jaden. However, his face remained faintly smiling, as if he couldn't understand their insinuations, saying lightly, Your Highness flatters me. Here, I offer you this cup. Indeed, he shows good judgment today. Titus laughed heartily. Come, I'll drink this cup. Seeing the party's own attitude, everyone finally lost their last bit of restraint and started toasting Jaden one after another, with words growing more unbearable. Only Matthew noticed. The young boy standing behind Jaden remained silent the whole time, but his right hand, hanging down, was clenched into a fist, with veins protruding on the back of his hand. Chapter 73. Humiliation. In fact, Matthew himself didn't say much throughout the event. Jaden had been getting closer to Branson these days, but unless necessary, he did not have much interaction with Jaden. After all, while he could skillfully dance around issues, it didn't mean he enjoyed doing so. He served Branson because the latter, by mere luck, held the title of emperor and married his own sister, thus demanding a response. If he didn't need to respond, naturally, he wouldn't. He and Branson were not of the same kind, nor was he the same as Jaden. The latter also wisely did not approach him uninvited. However, he disliked such occasions. Because of Linus, even if he was reluctant to admit it, Jaden could be considered one of his own. Even more so because this lofty humiliation and mockery disgusted him to the core. Though trapped in a cage, his passion had not cooled. He couldn't ignore the oppression that was so near. During the event, their eyes met several times. Although they separated immediately, Jaden always greeted him with a smile and friendly gaze. The wolf hid its claws perfectly, appearing like a sheep in disguise, almost convincingly. Just that point made him stronger. Matthew lowered his eyelids and used his chopsticks to eat silently for a few bites. At this moment, a man beside him slurred, I hear Mr. Sia is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, far surpassing the ladies in brothels. It's rare that everyone's spirits are so high today. Why don't you play us a tune to enliven the atmosphere? Before he finished, there was a muffled thud, and the speaker cried out, holding his head. At the same moment, a wine cup clattered to the ground, and priceless liquor spilled everywhere. The person hit wore an angry expression. He stood up abruptly, intending to curse aloud, but stopped mid-sentence when he saw where the cup came from. His eyes widened in shock. Young General. Titus also looked puzzled at Matthew. He asked with slight displeasure, Bodhi, why did you do that? Apologies, Your Highness. My hand slipped. Saying this, he leaned lazily back on the chair, looking at the man who had been hit with a half-smile. Enjoy singing, do you? All right, sing. I'll listen. Let's critique your performance together. See how you compare to the ladies in the pleasure quarters. If you sing well, there will be a reward. His tone was carefree and full of mockery. It seemed he faced a courtesan rather than the son of a minister. Amidst stifled laughter, the man covered his head and gradually blushed. But since the words came from Matthew, he dared not retort. Fabio was renowned in Shangjing, not just for his amiable and generous reputation, but also for his fearsome and terrifying name. If you respected and honored him, he would be close and evenly with you. But if you overestimated yourself and ignored him, he could make you learn humility instantly. As the atmosphere grew tense, the curtain moved again, revealing a thick-browed, large-eyed young man with a robust physique. This young man had a decent appearance, but nothing particularly remarkable upon closer inspection. He couldn't compare to Branson, Matthew, or Jaden, but this also made him less intimidating. And his greatest advantage was his fair complexion, which gave people a sense of honesty and reliability. People couldn't help feeling close to him. Seeing him enter, the atmosphere in the pavilion paused momentarily. For the newcomer was none other than Branson's half-Evar, Ethan Dante. Unlike the cruel and violent Branson, the irascible Aslan, and the hedonistic Titus, only he could truly deserve the title of wise prince. Had it not been for Dante's mother being too simple and unremarkable in appearance, failing to win Cash Ushvin's favor, perhaps Branson's throne might have been in danger back then. Everyone stood up except for Ethan Titus and the disabled Jaden, greeting him respectfully. Dante responded kindly to each, especially warmly towards Matthew and Jaden. Seeing his attitude, no one dared act rashly anymore, all becoming subdued. Ethan Titus grunted. He drained a cup of wine, patting his round belly. What are you doing here? It seems we are fated to meet. Destiny brought me to share drinks with all of you. Dante politely smiled. To ask for a cup of wine from Uncle. Would Uncle grant it? A cup of wine? Why not? Unfortunately, it isn't my treat today. Titus pointed to Honest beside him. Ask the host. How could Honest refuse? He immediately had someone add a seat for Dante, right between Titus and Jaden. This move effectively blocked most of the prying gazes directed at Jaden. With Matthew's bold act of throwing the wine cup earlier and Dante's overt and covert gestures of goodwill, anyone who dared to provoke Jaden now would be considered foolish. The atmosphere at the gathering finally became harmonious and enjoyable. Several hours later, the guests and host were thoroughly pleased. Politely declining Dante's invitation to gather again at my residence, Matthew led his horse out onto the street. The cool breeze blew, and as he gazed at the resplendent lights stretching for miles, he felt a slight tipsiness creeping up. He was far from his limit, but today's drinking session felt somewhat stifled. Not bothering to mount his horse, he strolled along leisurely, leading the horse. A panting voice came from behind. "Young General, please wait. Please wait." Matthew paused mid-step and turned around to see a young boy, about 12 or 13, running towards him. His face as fair and delicate as jade. It was the same boy who had pushed Jaden's wheelchair. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there something you need?" Observing the exterior reveals the interior. Despite being with Jaden, this boy was much more genuine and straightforward than the other. His simplicity lay in his obedience, lacking any ulterior motives. The boy slightly steadied his breathing before whispering, "Young General, my lord asks you to wait. He thanks you for your bravery today and wishes to invite you home for a cup of sobering tea." As he spoke, he extended his hand, pointing to a rather inconspicuous carriage around the corner. Matthew followed the direction of his finger. The curtain of the carriage was slightly lifted by a slender, pale hand with distinct knuckles. Through this narrow gap, Matthew met a pair of eyes shimmering with moisture. The corners of those eyes were gently upturned. Endless tenderness lingered in their depths, and a smile as gentle as water graced them. Chapter 74, Testing. Those eyes once held boundless tenderness. But at this moment, amidst the laughter and chatter on the pleasure boat, the sweet and rich scent of cosmetics carried by the breeze only highlighted the coolness and distance in his eyes under the night sky. In the midst of worldly affairs, yet transcending them. No wonder he was called a beauty. No wonder Titus, who had been through countless battles, felt so much regret and sighs. Although it was an act of humiliation, it wasn't solely for that purpose. Matthew lowered his gaze and said softly, "Thank your young master for me, but there's no need for the hangover remedy." He spoke gently to the young man, not because of his youth but out of respect. "I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. This amount of alcohol means nothing to me." Unbeknownst to him, his words made the young man's face turn sour as he clung to Matthew's sleeve. "Please follow me, Alexei. My young master ordered that if I fail to bring you over, I'll be punished with hand slaps." His body shuddered slightly at the thought, as if he truly feared being beaten. Matthew raised an eyebrow. He teased half-jokingly, "I didn't know your young master is so formidable. In that case, don't follow him anymore. Come and serve me, your Alexei. I won't punish you, and I'll even take you horseback riding in the suburbs." The young man froze for a moment, then burst out like a startled little beast. "I refuse. I followed my young master since childhood and will continue to do so. Don't go telling him such things. Forget it, I won't invite you anymore." As he spoke, he turned to run back. Matthew, who had never been rejected like this before, was taken aback for a moment before pulling the young man back. Matthew looked down. "But he will punish you." Unexpectedly strong, Matthew's grip prevented the young man from escaping. Reluctantly, he conceded, "It's all for the best." Matthew laughed suddenly. "If I return with your young master and have the hangover remedy, I promise not to mention what happened just now. Deal?" The young man's eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" "Of course." Matthew extended his hand. "A gentleman's word is his bond. Let's seal it with a handshake. My young master was right. You are indeed a good person." The young man shook hands with him, dragging Matthew toward the carriage. "Get in the carriage later, and I'll take care of your horse." Amused and bewildered, Matthew asked, "What's your name?" Despite his own striking appearance, the young man seemed invisible next to Jaden, rarely speaking. It took this long for Matthew to finally ask his name. The young man paused mid-step and turned back. "Sieyun, Dwayne." Matthew was momentarily taken aback. By now, they had reached the carriage. Dwayne opened the door for him. "Young General, please get in." Matthew thanked him and entered the carriage, sitting opposite Jaden. The carriage door closed, and it began to move slowly. Though they were both students of Wenrumsong, this was their first private encounter. Jaden leaned lazily against the window, smiling. He said warmly, "Today, I owe you my gratitude, Alexei. You truly are someone who acts on impulse." However, pausing, he shifted the topic abruptly. "Your smashing of the wine glass nearly disrupted someone's performance, making it impossible to finish the show. How could it?" Matthew yawned, deliberately avoiding his watery, affectionate gaze. "The smashed wine glass turned it from saving you to saving both of us, solving two problems at once." Jaden chuckled. "I thought you didn't understand, but you see everything clearly. Originally, it was a revolting feast." Matthew remarked coolly, "I just don't understand why Lord Xie, knowing it was a feast designed to trap us, would still come here willingly to be humiliated. I never wanted to cut on ties. They can even turn against each other for power, let alone a sister. If the general truly values sibling bonds as you say, then why would you still harbor resentment toward Darnell when Imran and Celia share such deep affection? Have I ever harbored any resentment toward Darnell?" Matthew's smile was like faint mist in the night air. "Mr. Xie, your words might make one think you're trying to sow discord. I do things without seeking returns, but I don't appreciate being repaid with ingratitude. Do you agree?" Jaden was unperturbed. "It doesn't matter if the general has reservations in your heart. What matters is whether Darnell sees you as someone who harbors resentment. If the general trusts Ethan more, then I have nothing more to say. But since you know Ethan isn't worth relying on either, why not try to trust Darnell a little more?" Matthew shrugged, suddenly finding it a bit amusing. The world's greatest folly lies in choosing the less rotten cabbage between two rotten ones. Couldn't he just refuse both? But these thoughts could never be shared with Jaden. Even though they tacitly understood each other, that thin veneer couldn't be broken. His relationship with Jaden hadn't reached that level yet. Seeing him silent, Jaden continued, "Talking to you today isn't a threat and doesn't require an immediate response. It's just a friendly suggestion and reminder. People tend to sweep only in front of their own doors. Your willingness to help someone you're not so familiar with shows some genuine courage and loyalty. I sincerely thank you and hope you won't waste your talents in Shangjing." Chapter 75. Worldly Affairs, 1. Jaden slightly lowered his head as he spoke, moonlight seeping through the window gaps and shining upon him, making his beautifully shaped neck appear even more pale and fragile. He looked utterly gentle and harmless. Unfortunately, those who believed it would find themselves in dire straits. Jaden said, "Young general, eagles should soar in the sky. Jingxing is a place I wish to stay, but it shouldn't be your quagmire. Without showing Darnell your true loyalty, you will never reach your full potential as deputy commander of the Imperial Guards." Then, he smiled very gently, as you once said, "Your father serves the country faithfully, and the Celia accompanies Darnell daily. What can you do? No matter how hard you try, you'll only make things harder for yourself. Too much force brings humiliation. Too deep feelings lead to an early death. Too much wisdom ends in harm." After a long silence, Matthew suddenly laughed lightly, then slowly said, "Mr. Xie has been so open-hearted with me. Reciprocally, I also have these 12 words for you. Since ancient times, serving Darnell is like living with a tiger. It's not easy at all. I appreciate your advice." Jaden nodded slightly, smiling. "Your wise words, young general. I shall remember them always." A brief silence fell between the two before Matthew finally asked, "Mr. Young General, we're here, get off quickly." Then the door opened, and Dwayne reached in to assist Jaden. Matthew put out a hand to stop him, smiling. "It's rare to meet Grant. Why would I need your help? I can manage." Dwayne was somewhat stunned. He glanced worriedly at Jaden. "But?" Jaden also smiled. "With young General here, what are you still concerned about? Go inside and prepare some sobering soup. Otherwise, if you offend our honored guest, I won't forgive you." Dwayne blinked, looking at the harmonious scene between Matthew and Jaden, then finally said, "All right." Being young, after speaking, he skipped merrily towards the door. Watching his retreating figure, Matthew suddenly said, "Dwayne, I like this name." Already with blood-stained hands and involved in warfare, still wishing for peace around him? Jaden joked, only liking the name, not the person. Matthew turned to look at him, saying indifferently, "He's fine too. Indeed, he lives up to his name." Jaden smiled. If young General likes him, bringing him around often for guidance would be his fortune. "Don't say that. With someone as talented as you here, what can I guide?" Matthew helped him down while saying, "Teaching him to indulge in pleasures and drinking, picking fights with others over nothing? That would ruin his future." Jaden looked at him and suddenly said, "You're in a bad mood today, young General." Matthew was startled. Then he heard Jaden continue, "Even if it's a banquet of ambush, it's not set for you. So why take it so personally?" Matthew did not respond. There was silence behind him. Had it not been for the steady movement of the wheelchair, Jaden might have thought Matthew had already left. The cold wind blew fiercely, moonlight illuminated the ground, covering everything in frost. Feeling a bit cold, Jaden lowered his eyes, gripping his icy fingers. Finally, the young man's defiant voice sounded in his ear. "Can't I just stand up against sycophants?" That night, when Branson arrived at Ikuan Palace, Claire was still busy. On her desk were stacks of ledgers detailing the past year's expenses for food, clothing, and various expenditures of palace concubines and servants. Branson helped her sit down on the chair and massaged her slightly sore shoulders and neck. "I told you before, the light is not good at night, so don't always look at these things. If you really want to see them, you can do so during the day." At first, Claire found it very unusual for Branson to massage her, feeling that as an emperor, it wasn't proper for him to serve her. But now she had grown accustomed to it. She sighed softly. "I rarely dealt with these matters in the past, nor did I manage palace affairs. I didn't know that matters in the harem could be so complicated. If I don't work diligently now, I fear I'll be completely clueless." The pressure on her shoulders became slightly heavier. Branson whispered, "This is my fault." Hearing this, Claire grabbed his hand and turned her head. "Phil, when I say this, I don't mean to blame you. I just need some time to adapt." "Sure, you can take your time adapting." Branson held her hand tightly. "I just can't bear to see you always working so hard. Entrusting these matters to you is only to let everyone in the harem know how much I value you. It's not necessary for you to handle them personally. Or, one is quite skilled at accounting and administration and knows how to behave appropriately. Let him assist you for a while. You can ask him if there's anything you don't understand or are unsure about. That won't do. Previous dynasties have always done it this way. How can I alone find it tiring? There's no such reason. Since I am Phil Celia, what I should do, I must handle personally and never delegate it to others." As for Lord Xie, Claire spoke seriously. "No matter how capable Lord Xie is, he is still a man and an outsider. Without kinship, how can I frequently meet with him? Although Phil trusts him, rules must still be observed. Without rules, there can be no order." She still retained her methodical nature. "AI, Wu, you are becoming truly regal, even teaching me with such formality." Branson smiled. "Fine, then neither anyone else nor Juan will help you. I will assist you personally. Tell me, after managing the palace affairs for some time, what thoughts do you have?" They were extremely close, and the fresh and enchanting fragrance of plum blossoms from Branson's body was refreshing and soothing. Even insensitivity has its charm. In an instant, Claire felt intoxicated and her heart skipped a beat, nearly bumping into the southern wall. Chapter 76. The World of Love, 2. Claire blushed and lowered her head. After a long while, she whispered softly, This subject indeed has some thoughts." Although Branson had repeatedly stated that she didn't need to refer to herself as this subject in private, when it came to serious matters, she would occasionally revert to this form of address. Branson moved around to sit opposite Claire and reached out to cup her face, saying, So my dear, tell me about it." Their eyes met. She was close enough to be enveloped by the faintly cool, crisp breath like snow, close enough to see the young emperor's thick, dark eyelashes clearly. Claire's face instantly turned even redder. She pulled away Branson's hand that was holding her face and tried to keep her expression serious. "Let's talk about serious business, Phil. Don't play around." Branson chuckled softly. A moment later, his long, thick lashes quivered slightly as he blinked his eyes and slowly said, Okay, my dear. His voice was gentle, clean, and obedient, but there was a captivating hook in those glass-like eyes. Was this still the feared tyrant who struck fear into the hearts of many? Clearly, it was a seductive demon. Claire's hand almost involuntarily trembled, momentarily forgetting what she was going to say. She only vaguely thought, no wonder some people love beauty more than power. Perhaps it's not that the other party is too frivolous, but that the beauty is too enchanting, too alluring. As long as Branson was around, she found it hard to concentrate on palace affairs. Branson waited quietly for several breaths. When no further words came from Claire, he looked up to see her with dreamy eyes and a flushed face, resembling an invitation amidst the flickering candlelight. A faint smile flashed across his eyes. Branson reached out and pulled Claire into his arms, kissing along her cheek down to her collarbone. Claire's hairpins were slightly loose, her clothes disheveled. In the midst of her barely controlled breathing, she glanced at the table piled high with ledgers and finally remembered she had something important to say. Phil, this subject still has official business to attend to. Amidst a dizzying whirl, Claire let out a cry and tightly hugged Branson's neck. With everything set, how could Branson care about anything else? He picked her up and headed toward the bed, saying, we can discuss official business tomorrow. He lowered his head and lightly nipped at her earlobe. It's already late. My dear, why not make the most of this beautiful time? As the words fell, Claire's body landed on the bed. In their intimate kiss, she tilted her head back slightly, her cries and resistance stifled in her throat. Her body tingled as if touched by electricity, leaving her with no desire to resist anymore. When she woke up the next day, it was indeed well past noon. Lying in bed with a shy expression, Claire felt like every part of her body was falling apart. Branson seemed to have boundless energy. No matter how many times this happened, it always ended up this way. At this moment, Branson was lying beside her, smiling as he watched her. Claire, feeling too shy to look up, grabbed the blanket and covered her head. Unfortunately, this attempt to hide was rather foolish. The next moment, the blanket was pulled away, and Branson's innocent-looking face appeared before her. His gaze was pure, yet there was a nearly contented joy in his eyes and corners of his mouth. Ah Wu, why are you still so shy? You don't like it? Don't want it? 3 consecutive questions, each one harder to answer than the last. Claire glared at him, though her glare lacked any real intimidation. Branson laughed. Leaning down, he stole a kiss from her lips. After a night of intimacy, the kisses became tender and lingering, more comforting than seeking. Branson said, my dear, I'm wrong. Admitting his mistakes but never changing. Whatever happens next, it will happen the same way again. Gradually understanding his routine, Claire leaned against his chest without hesitation and half closed her eyes. I'm hungry. Branson laughed again. No problem, your husband will serve you food. Saying this, he indeed called for the palace servants to bring food. All else was fine, but the bowl of pumpkin oatmeal millet porridge right in the center of the table stood out. Branson personally served her a bowl and then smiled. It's just the right temperature. Would you like to try? As he spoke, he brought the spoon to her mouth. Claire took a sip from his hand and found it refreshing and tasty. Next, he offered her a bite of crispy lotus root slices. Without needing to ask, Claire knew these dishes weren't prepared by the imperial kitchen but made by Branson himself early that morning. These days, she had discovered Branson's almost intolerable habit. No matter how tired he was or how late he slept the night before, he would wake up exactly on time, undisturbed by wind or rain, thunder or lightning. And once awake, he wouldn't go back to sleep. Claire had often wanted to ask him about it, but worried that this habit, like his injuries, hid painful and heart-wrenching memories. She didn't want Branson to relive those unpleasant pasts. The more she interacted with him, the more she understood that this man was merely using a tyrant's mask to conceal his own pain. A slight unusual touch on her earlobe brought Claire's thoughts back. Branson smiled and asked, how does it taste? Claire nodded with a smile. Phil should try it too. After saying that, she ladled another bowl of porridge and fed Branson spoon by spoon. Since he enjoyed such games, she would accompany him. After feeding each other the whole bowl of porridge, Claire's attention returned to the mountainous pile of palace affairs before her, and Branson finally did not disturb her anymore. Claire said softly, Phil, recently while reviewing the accounts, I noticed that the expenses for food, clothing, and daily necessities of the consorts in the harem are extremely luxurious. Whether it's makeup money or daily dishes, they far exceed the actual required amount. This is a very large expense in the harem, and it is also wasteful. Why don't we reduce their quotas by half and convert them into silver, then distribute some to the lower-ranking palace maids and eunuchs so that their lives can be better? What do you think? Ah Wu is indeed kind-hearted and frugal. Branson smiled. We can indeed save a lot of silver, but these rules have been carried on since the founding of Great Zhou, and no one has ever changed them. Do you know why? Chapter 77 Palace Affairs 1. Claire was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, Branson continued, though there are many dishes served as examples, it's not like we just throw away what's left uneaten. These can be distributed to the maids and eunuchs below. If the senior maids and eunuchs cannot finish them, then naturally the junior ones will also get a share. But if this were silver? At this point, Branson curved his lips. Even disaster relief funds are subject to embezzlement at every level. How could these silver coins reach those lower-ranking palace maids and eunuchs? At that time, not only would the concubines whose shares have been reduced feel dissatisfied, but their junior maids and eunuchs would also harbor resentment. Hearing Branson's words, Claire knitted her brows. She was somewhat worried. So, these allocations shouldn't be cut. Of course they can be. Branson smiled. But don't do it under your own name. You can find someone else to take responsibility for this. As for those lower-ranking eunuchs and maids, directly giving them silver is definitely not feasible. If you truly want to help them, you could occasionally arrange for the distribution of less valuable clothes, items, or food. Claire blinked her eyes. Less valuable? Branson nodded. I heard that once there was a corrupt minister whom Darnell sent to provide disaster relief. Yet he added stones and sand to the gruel given to victims. When questioned by others, he defended himself quite strongly. Do you know what he said, Awu? Curious, Claire asked. What did he say? Branson replied, he said that doing so was precisely for the sake of the victims. Only by making the gruel unpalatable could he prevent opportunists from taking advantage, leaving the food for those who truly needed it. Though this man was indeed corrupt, I believe he had a point in this matter. As the saying goes, a fine jade invites envy. Good things always invite competition. For those who can't compete, if you give them something too valuable, you might unintentionally bring them harm instead. Claire nodded in deep agreement. Phil makes sense. Branson chuckled and ruffled her hair. Claire then asked, then how does Phil think one should manage subordinates? How should I manage all these people in the harem, keeping them orderly and performing their duties properly? Branson paused. This is profound knowledge that requires personal insight. Otherwise, no matter how much others explain, it remains mere theory. Claire looked at him. Could Phil elaborate a bit? Branson said, speaking roughly. He tilted his head and slowly continued. When it comes to managing subordinates, it varies from person to person. Lure those chasing fame with reputation, entice those seeking profit with gold, promise a bright future to those valuing power, and show true sincerity to those cherishing righteousness. But the most crucial point is clear rewards and punishments. If someone breaks the rules, you must not show leniency or be soft-hearted, or else others will see you as an easy target. Claire blinked again. But isn't Phil yourself not fond of following rules? Branson laughed. Before becoming emperor, wasn't I very obedient? Despite all the dirty and tiring tasks piling up, when have you seen me quit? Whenever he talked about past experiences, he always spoke lightly, as if it didn't bother him at all. Claire was taken aback, feeling a mix of emotions. Branson curled his lips. All right, no rush with these matters, let's take it step by step. Want anything else to eat? She was already quite full. Lately, she had gained more weight due to being well fed by Branson. Claire shook her head and hinted, Phil, this concubine still needs to review the accounts. Branson seemed completely oblivious to her hints and suggested enthusiastically, since there's no morning court today, why don't I stay here with you while you work on it? Claire pursed her lips. It wasn't that having Branson around was bad, but with him nearby, looking at his face that could bewitch the country, she couldn't concentrate on her work. She wanted to handle things independently and hoped to help Branson rather than always staying under his protection. At this moment, Kingston came in to report, Phil, Celia, a little eunuch responsible for cleaning the imperial garden, just reported that this morning he found. His eyes unconsciously swept over the leftovers on the table, and he suddenly stopped speaking. What did he find? After waiting for some time without hearing the rest, Claire urged, Junior, speak your mind. There's no need to be so reserved before Phil and me. She glanced at Branson. Isn't that right, Phil? Indeed. Branson smiled. The Celia is correct. There's no need to be so formal. Speak freely. In front of Claire, Branson had always treated Kingston kindly, almost like an elder Evar to a younger sibling. Kingston gave a low reply, and then stood up to say, that little eunuch found one of Phil's consorts drowned in the pond of the imperial garden. What? Upon hearing this, Claire immediately stood up from her chair. She hadn't been managing palace affairs for long when such a critical incident occurred, and the victim was Branson's concubine. Branson pulled her back down. Awu, don't panic yet. Calm down and find out what exactly happened before drawing any conclusions. Compared to Claire, Branson seemed much more detached regarding this matter. Or perhaps, he was indifferent. In his harem, apart from those selected through imperial conscription, there were also women sent by various officials' families. Just among those holding ranks high enough to preside over a palace, there were over 20. As for lower ranks like consorts, honorable ladies, and attendants, they were too numerous to count. Moreover, Branson used to exclusively favor Martha. To avoid making her sad, unless she persuaded him strongly, he seldom visited other consorts. Therefore, he hadn't even met most of them since they entered the palace. Officially, they were his women, but in reality, they were no different from palace maids in his eyes. If not for their attire, he might not recognize them as his consorts if he passed them in the palace. Claire steadied herself. Junior, please explain in detail. Which consort is it? When was she discovered? Didn't anyone accompany her? Kingston replied, it's a consort surnamed Liu who resides in the Fanglan Palace far from the Weiyang Palace. The eunuch found her body in a pond of the imperial garden this morning. However, she had been submerged for some time, and her clothes were disheveled. Regarding her attendants, pausing for a moment, he continued, according to Liu Consort's attendants, she was deeply distressed due to longing for Phil after a long absence. She slipped out of the Fanglan Palace when her attendants fell asleep, so no one noticed. I've already ordered that these attendants be detained. If Imran and Phil want to question them, we can do so anytime. Hearing the phrase, longing for Phil after a long absence, Claire gently bit her lip. After a moment of silence, she glanced at Branson, her meaning clear. Branson held her hand and softly said, Ah Wu, perhaps it was just an accidental drowning. Clutched in Olive's palm. Claire asked, what is it? Kingston replied, this item is of great importance. I dare not speculate without Phil and Her Majesty's inspection. With that, he lowered his head slightly and presented a small, exquisite jade pendant. Seeing the jade pendant, Claire couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This jade token was the identity marker of the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty. The jade was smooth and lustrous, but the character, Yu, engraved on it stabbed painfully at this moment. Yesterday, Anselm took Aslan touring the garden, and today, Olive died in the imperial garden clutching Aslan's identity marker. What would the general public think? What could they possibly think? Younger Ivar forced himself on Darnell's woman and killed her out of anger when she refused. A scandal of unimaginable proportions. An unspeakable disgrace. Even though Olive was just a low-ranking noble consort, since she had entered the palace and held the title of noble consort, she was Branson's woman, the Cash's woman. Could the Cash's woman be violated so easily? Such an offense would not merely be against a woman, but also the dignity of the cache. Branson might not care about the death of a mere noble consort, but Aslan's actions were a direct affront to imperial authority. If Aslan wasn't punished, what would become of the cache's dignity? Even the late cache Achilles wouldn't have tolerated such behavior. But if he wanted to justifiably kill Aslan without being accused of fratricide, he would have to expose this scandal, which would equally tarnish the imperial dignity. In the dead silence, Branson suddenly laughed lightly. Looking at Kingston, he said coolly, "Go and invite Selen into the palace." "Phil, this?" Pausing for a moment, Claire pressed her lips together and then addressed Kingston. "Junior, who has seen this jade pendant so far?" Kingston answered, "The physician who conducted the autopsy and the imperial guards accompanying me." Claire frowned slightly. "Phil, this matter involves your Evar. It is a significant issue. If we were to conclude based solely on this jade pendant that Selen is responsible, wouldn't that be too hasty? At least he is a major suspect." Branson's lips curled up slightly in a barely perceptible smile, as cold as the chilly morning wind, sending a chill down one's spine. Now that this incident involves Selen, it is no longer just a matter of the harem. "I will handle it personally." As he spoke, he gently squeezed Claire's hand, his slightly cool fingertips lightly brushing her palm, causing her an inexplicable shiver. Yet, the culprit seemed completely unaware. Branson looked into Claire's eyes and smiled. "Arwu, rest assured, I know what I'm doing." After a moment of silence, Claire nodded gently, whispering, "All right." Branson turned to Kingston again. "Before inviting Selen, summon Jaden into the palace first." Kingston never expected that when he arrived at Jaden's residence, he saw Matthew before even meeting Jaden. Matthew was blushing while helping a 13-year-old boy draw water. She must have said something amusing to make him laugh uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. That boy was Dwayne. After Jaden became the Minister of Revenue, Branson originally intended to grant him the mansion previously owned by Yang Dajian, but Jaden insisted on living in a small courtyard in Shangjing City, renting a small house and refusing other servants, taking only Dwayne and a coachman with him. Dwayne often accompanied Jaden into the palace. Although he rarely saw Branson, he frequently encountered Kingston. He greeted Kingston warmly. "Junior, you're here? Is Imran summoning Master Sierra again?" It felt like they had been childhood friends. Startled for a moment, Kingston smiled back at Dwayne. "Yes, Autry." He responded appropriately to Dwayne's enthusiasm, neither overly intimate nor distant. Then he turned, bowed slightly to Matthew standing nearby, and whispered, "Young General." Since he entered the palace, he changed from addressing her as Brother Bodhi to Young General. Matthew smiled and replied, then said to Dwayne, "Since Imran needs him, go and invite your young master." At this hour, he should have woken up from his drunkenness. "I'll entertain here." "All right, Young General, I'll go now." To his surprise, Dwayne listened to him quite well, agreeing and skipping off to invite Jaden. Despite his young age, he had excellent bearing. He stood straight as a pine tree and walked with the grace of the wind. Armadale of youthful vigor, he even surpassed many princes in Shangjing City. It was clear how much effort Jaden had put into raising him. Kingston slightly tilted his head, vaguely thinking, in youth, one knows not the taste of sorrow. Always something to envy. Chapter 79 Selen, 1. Kingston looked at the youth's back, and after a while asked, "Why is the Alexei here with Minister Sia?" Matthew adjusted his brow, laughed in a muffled voice, and said, "I drank too much. Fortunately, he took me in. Otherwise, I might have slept on the street last night." He had come to drink Xingjiu soup, but ended up drinking more wine again, playing drinking games. The former top scholar of Evenan lived up to his reputation for literary talent, as Jaden had made him completely drunk. Of course, Jaden was also thoroughly drunk thanks to him, but mostly because Sia's alcohol tolerance wasn't as good as his. Kingston said in a low voice, "Although the Alexei has a great tolerance for alcohol, you should still drink less usually." Slightly turning his head, Matthew smiled and said, "Sure." After speaking, he stretched out his hand and heavily patted Kingston's shoulder. "Great, indeed. You have matured a lot. After a few more years, you might even bury me on the beach." Kingston froze, instinctively using his old way of addressing him. "Brother Bodhi, you're joking with me again?" "This isn't a joke." Rarely being serious, Matthew said, "Junior, this is my expectation for you. Don't look up to me. Instead, think about how to surpass me. The army doesn't need any outstanding individual, do you understand?" Kingston didn't answer. He fixed his gaze on Matthew and suddenly said, "Brother Bodhi, you haven't taught me your counterattack yet." That was Matthew's original and best move. Hearing that, Matthew laughed and said, "There's nothing special. Come over. Let me teach you." Finishing speaking, he suddenly reached out and held Kingston's shoulder, then said sternly, "Draw your sword." This attack came too unexpectedly. Shocked inside, Kingston almost unconsciously drew his sword according to the order. It was very fast. In an instant, a flash of cold light flashed. However, Matthew was faster. The next moment, together with a strange, numbing feeling at his wrist, the long sword slipped from his hands, caught by Matthew. At the same time, a saber was placed at Kingston's neck. Matthew flicked his wrist, sheathing the sword smoothly and returning Kingston's sword to his waist, then looking at him and saying, "Did you see it clearly?" Lowering his eyes to check the handle of the sword at his waist, Kingston gently shook his head and then nodded after a moment. Only then did Matthew withdraw the saber, smiling and saying, "My Evar is indeed smart. Go back and practice well. When you can avoid that strike just now, this move will be almost perfected." Kingston responded, and after a moment, whispered to Matthew, "Brother Bodhi, aren't you curious about why Imran summoned Jaden into the palace?" Since he mentioned this, it definitely wasn't for poetry or chess discussion. Matthew shook his head. "If he hasn't sent anyone to inform me, then there's no need for me to know. Even if I truly need to know, it shouldn't be told by you. Junior." Pausing here, he added, "Since you chose to stay by his side, then temporarily be satisfied with being his guard. Don't make him feel like you are someone else's informant. It's not worth it for these little things. He knows in his heart that you're close to me, but if you really make him confirm this personally, he might not be very happy." Our cash. Matthew smiled ambiguously. If you want to be happy, first make him happy. Kingston nodded. Matthew lazily curled his lips, reverting to his usual careless demeanor. All right, enough talk. Jaden is coming soon. Greet him for me, and thank him for yesterday's hospitality. If there's a chance in the future, I'll return the favor. As for today, I won't disturb him visiting the cache. The falsehood might come up someday, leaving Phil with the bad reputation of harming your kin. So even executing Selin might not benefit Phil. What would truly benefit Phil is to make this troublemaker start causing trouble for others instead. Branson raised an eyebrow. Is that possible? Jaden glanced down at the chessboard. A snake is most vulnerable at its middle section. Let's intimidate him first. Speaking, he whispered a few words into Branson's ear. Branson curled his lips. Aslan is too rash. Doing this might push him to desperate actions. The easiest people to deal with in this world are brutes. Jaden laughed. If he really does act rashly, Phil can convict him under the charge of attempted assassination, making it an uncontestable fact. Chapter 80. Selin, 2. As they walked deeper into the less frequented parts of the palace, Aslan couldn't help but frown. He stopped and said, if the cache wishes to see this prince, shouldn't it be in the imperial study or Weiyang Palace? Why would it be in such an out-of-the-way place? Anselm, holding his fingers in a delicate manner, replied, Your Highness doesn't know. But these past 2 days, the cache has suddenly taken a liking to watching operas. That place has a particularly large stage, making the performance quite unique. So on a whim, Imran thought of inviting you to watch together. Though Anselm's explanation was full of loopholes, given that since his ascension, Branson had often acted unpredictably and disregarded minor rules, and Aslan himself tended to be careless about details, he did not doubt Anselm's words. Thus, he followed straight to the entrance of Fanglan Palace. However, as soon as Aslan stepped inside Fanglan Palace, something felt amiss. The reason was clear. Fanglan Palace was in terrible disrepair, with accumulated snow forming ice patches from lack of cleaning. In the courtyard center indeed stood a large stage, but its condition after years of neglect made even stepping on it risky. Aslan eyed the massive stage suspiciously. The cache listens to opera here? Indeed. Anselm laughed so hard his eyes narrowed almost shut. Please come in quickly, Imran is waiting for you. He gestured towards the room. Since he had already arrived, despite his doubts, Aslan decided to go in. After all, it was broad daylight and within the palace walls. He didn't think anything dangerous could happen. Yet, just as he stepped inside, before seeing Branson's figure, his foot stumbled over something. Aslan instinctively looked down to find a woman with a pale complexion and swollen body staring up at him. Her eyes wide open, glaring at him chillingly. Though it was daytime, thick curtains blocked the windows, casting the room in darkness. Only 2 candles emitted a faint light, with a faint damp moldy smell detectable. Aslan jumped in fright. Turning to leave, he found the door already closed. His expression changed subtly, and his first reaction was to kick the door open. But at that moment, a light laugh came from behind. What's the rush, ninth brother? Since you're here, why don't we sit down and have a cup of wine together? The voice was very familiar. Aslan turned sharply, only to see Branson standing by the table. Branson, the Anatole, and Aslan, the ninth prince. Thus, Branson always referred to Aslan as ninth brother. Seeing Branson under these circumstances actually relieved Aslan slightly. With furrowed brows, he looked at Branson seriously. What is this all about, Roscoe? It should be I who asks what ninth brother is doing here. Branson glanced lazily at the fallen woman on the ground. This is one of my favored concubines, found drowned this morning in the pond of the Imperial Garden. When she died, her clothes were in disarray, and she held ninth brother's identity token. Ninth brother has been visiting the palace more frequently lately. I thought it was to cultivate Evarly affection. Yet yesterday, you wandered through the Imperial Garden, and today my concubine is found dead in the pond, clutching your token and half-dressed. Shouldn't ninth brother explain this? What? Aslan was shocked. He immediately denied it. Absolutely not. I don't even recognize this woman. Is that so? Branson leisurely took a sip of wine before slowly asking, then where is ninth brother's identity token? At this, he slapped a jade token onto the table. Seeing the token, Aslan's pupils constricted, speechless for a long while. It was indeed his token. He had realized it was missing after returning home last night, thinking he might have dropped it somewhere, intending to have someone search for it once he entered the palace. He never expected such an incident to occur. After a day's silence, Aslan's dark face flushed red with anger. He glared fiercely at Branson, a trace of hostility in his eyes. You want to harm me? That was the only conclusion he could draw. The person in the entire palace most likely to wish him dead was undoubtedly his Emperor Half-Ivar Branson. Otherwise, who else would have a reason to frame him, a prestigious prince? Want to harm you? Branson suddenly laughed, as if hearing a great joke. Aslan, during my 5 years on the throne, haven't we lived peacefully? You've been entering the palace frequently lately, yet when have I ever forced you to do so? Weren't you willing to enter the palace on your own accord? Armander Thermore, you can't even keep track of your own belongings, yet you blame it all on me? Aslan, do you really think I constantly look at you unfavorably and am always seeking ways to harm you? But aren't you overestimating your significance a bit? If I wanted to kill you, I would just do it. Why go through the trouble of setting up such a scheme, risking both my dignity and authority? While speaking, Branson kept smiling, but his eyes swirled with a dark, ink-like expression that bore no trace of humor. At this moment, one seated and the other standing, Aslan should have been in the dominant position looking down from above. Yet, in the flickering candlelight, their eyes locked, and Aslan could clearly see the cold disdain and faint mocking smile at the corner of the young emperor's lips. All the captivating charm in his features had now turned into chillingly sharp blades, each one threatening life. The most terrifying aspect of Branson was not his apparent ruthlessness, but rather his deep-seated menace concealed in his demeanor and tone. It usually stayed hidden until the moment he decided to let it surface, revealing its deadly impact. A bone-chilling coldness crept up Aslan's back, causing him to involuntarily step backward. Then he felt a wave of frustration at his sudden, uncontrollable fear. Aslan shouted almost desperately, "But I didn't. I'm not someone who is obsessed with women. Even if I were, I wouldn't act so recklessly." The woman lying on the ground, at best average-looking before, now appeared grotesquely swollen and unrecognizable. "How do you explain your—" However, instead of getting angry, Branson raised an eyebrow with interest. "You prefer fighting me rather than revealing your true purpose for entering the palace?" Having said this, Branson laughed softly, nonchalantly adding, "Fine, then come forward. Kill me, and the throne will be yours." Chapter 81 Heart Affairs 1. Lady Zella's room had no charcoal fire lit, and the temperature inside was almost the same as outside, with waves of coldness permeating the air. With his elbow pressing against Aslan's neck, Branson forced him down on the table unceremoniously. His gaze was as clear and cold as a lake covered with frost. "I remember that when I was still a prince, Ninth Brother's martial arts skills were quite proficient. How come now, after living in luxury for so long, your skills have all been eaten by dogs?" Aslan's slightly dark face almost turned purple, with red bloodshot eyes. The Great Zhou dynasty was established by cavalry conquest. Although Cash Bryce himself wasn't particularly skilled, he set strict requirements for his sons and often tested their lessons. Dissatisfaction would result in harsh reprimands, so the prince's martial skills were generally passable. Being tall and muscular, Aslan stood out even more among them. However, since becoming a king, without Cash Bryce testing his lessons, and surrounded by sycophants who only knew how to flatter, day and night indulging in revelry with him, his skills inevitably declined as of his visit to the palace. He might be used by others, yet given his prideful nature, he wouldn't willingly follow anyone's orders. Branson furrowed his brow slightly. In a flash, he chuckled lightly and said slowly, "I didn't expect that my ninth brother would be such a man of sentiment and righteousness. Do you think I don't know why you came to the palace? I just gave you an opportunity to admit it face to face for our Evarhood. You say repeatedly that you don't look up to Lady Zella, but in the end, you are still coveting my women. Since you won't speak, I'll order her to be brought here for a face-to-face confrontation, and then, according to father's old rules, she will be dismembered before your eyes." Upon hearing this, Aslan struggled fiercely, opening his eyes suddenly. "If you dare to touch a single hair of Holly, I'll fight you to the death." Their gazes clashed abruptly. Aslan's expression turned grim, and he immediately stopped talking. The air became deathly silent. After a long while, Branson laughed. "That's amusing. Since she's mine, why shouldn't I? She has to kneel and thank me for her death. Anselm." Immediately, a response came from outside. Anselm, with his finger in a delicate pose, ran in with a fawning smile. "What does Phil command?" Branson said. "Go check all the names of the palace consorts. Any names containing the character Ro, or those whose nicknames contain Ro, bring them all blood." Was he despicable? Surprisingly, Branson did not feel offended in the slightest upon hearing this. A gentleman sees only gentlemen, and a small man sees only small men. "If you truly think I am despicable, perhaps you should look for the reasons within yourself," Branson said lazily. "Aslan, I'm not afraid to tell you that today I didn't want to kill you, but it's not because I couldn't. If you don't speak honestly here, no one can save you." Nearby in a plum grove not far from the Fragrant Grove Palace, Jaden was sitting beside a stone table, sipping tea, while Kingston stood beside him. Jaden turned his head slightly and looked at him, smiling. "The Cash is not here. There's no need to be so formal. Why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea together?" Kingston was taken aback, and then shook his head. "The Cash has ordered me to protect Minister Xia. Standing is enough for me." He appeared very conscious of propriety, but such a young person was too easy to understand. His likes and dislikes were too clear. Even though he wanted to emulate Matthew, he lacked the latter's ability to be suave and worldly. When rejecting someone, Matthew would often still make them feel warm and close, as if he really wished to join them but just couldn't find the time. In contrast, Kingston exuded distance. Although he didn't say so, his manner and actions clearly communicated refusal. But it wasn't hard to understand. This young talent, born with an exceptional aptitude for martial arts, was also extraordinarily handsome and the youngest son. He must have been the most beloved in his family. No matter how hard he struggled, how could he willingly endure humiliation? Jaden laughed softly. To some extent, he and Matthew were both making the same mistake. They knew being sincere and straightforward would cost them, yet they especially favored such youths and subconsciously nurtured those around them into this kind of character. He had cultivated Dwayne. Hadn't Matthew also cultivated Kingston? Just as Matthew could see through his gentle facade to the trap beneath, he could also see the genuine feelings hidden beneath Matthew's impartial exterior. Compared to Claire, anyone would feel that Matthew treated Kingston more indifferently, accepting the title young general calmly. Yet he was the one who truly cared carefully for the youth's emotions. Without uttering sorry, or apologies, or loudly proclaiming his helplessness, he always stepped forward when faced with attacks. Jaden sighed inwardly. He poured another cup of tea, pushed the teacup on the table towards Kingston, curved his lips gently, and spoke warmly. "Actually yesterday, the young general mentioned you to me. Don't you want to know what he said?" Kingston. Chapter 82 Heart Concerns 2. Kingston was taken aback again. Jaden seemed even gentler when he smiled. He appeared delicate and harmless, with his eyes filled with compassion. "Sincerity, that's a long story. I can tell you if you have the patience." His voice was very melodious, having a mesmerizing allure that was hard to resist. Even before starting the story, it had already sparked curiosity. Or perhaps, with this face and captivating voice, even reciting boring texts would make him more appealing than other scholars. Kingston's gaze lingered on Jaden's face for a moment before shifting away to avoid any offense. he replied. If Mr. Xie is willing to speak, it is what I most desire. Outside, the daylight was beautiful, but not a single ray of sunlight penetrated into the room. There was only the flickering light of candle flames. There was also a corpse with wide-open eyes, making the originally cold room even more sinister. Branson leaned lazily against the table, listening to Aslan recount a love story that he found anything but touching. Just as he suspected, Aslan often entered the palace lately because of a woman. When it came to matters of the heart, one really couldn't control it. Having seen countless types of women as a prince, Aslan used to be a frivolous playboy. Yet he was captivated by one woman. They met under blooming crabapple flowers. Her gentle smile and fleeting look captured Aslan's attention forever. However, the woman Aslan yearned for was sent into the palace by her power-hungry father to participate in the imperial selection and eventually became Branson's concubine. This was one of the significant reasons for Aslan's growing resentment towards Branson. Indeed, men dreamt of drinking and sleeping with beautiful women, while ruling over the world upon waking. Those with power thought about women, and those with women craved power. No one could be an exception. Aslan's eyes were red. He glared at Branson and rasped, I merely heard that Rower has been ill recently and bedridden, so I couldn't help but come to check on her. She knows nothing of this. If you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I won't let you off, even in death. Branson didn't respond. The Holly Aslan spoke of, Branson remembered. This woman's full name was Kaylee, with an average family background. She was now his noble consort Rome. Her title was given casually by him. Yet, from this title, one could vaguely perceive her extraordinary beauty. By Branson's standards, with his own dazzling good looks, anyone worthy enough for the title of noble consort couldn't possibly be ordinary. No wonder she could bewitch the worldly experienced Aslan into infatuation. However, what left the deepest impression on Branson wasn't the woman's appearance. It was Martha's ostensibly magnanimous advice. In showing generosity, Martha would often advise him to spend nights in other consorts' palaces. Among them, noble consort Rome would be mentioned 2 or 3 times out of 10. At first, he did visit noble consort Rome's palace a few times, but the consort never showed much enthusiasm. With Branson's nature and Martha always close to his heart, gradually he stopped calling her for his favors or entering her palace at all. Now thinking about it, did Martha always know about Aslan's feelings? And was his so-called magnanimous advice also intended to create a rift between him and Aslan? This woman was always in cahoots with Dante, trying to scheme against him at every turn. Branson suddenly started laughing silently. He was handsome, and his voice was pleasant to listen to. However, for some reason, Aslan felt chills run down his spine from his laughter. A sense of unease welled up in his heart. Staring at Branson, Aslan furrowed his brows fiercely. What are you laughing at? She is my concubine. Of course I can spare her. Branson poured him a cup of wine personally, then said slowly, But, ninth brother, between you and her, only one can live. By this time tomorrow, if I don't hear news of your death, or if you attempt to pass on any information to others and try to pin the crime of harming your own Evars on me, then the one who will die is likely to be her. Aslan's expression changed slightly. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, Branson didn't give him the chance. Branson stood up. He reached out and patted Aslan's shoulder, leaving behind a cold and indifferent, take care, before turning around without looking back and pushing open the door. Chapter 83 Cold Plum 1. The moment the door opened, light finally streamed in from outside. But having been in the dark for too long, his eyes struggled to adjust. Branson stood at the doorway, pausing slightly. Aslan called out to Branson again. His eyes were bloodshot with alarming redness. You truly will let Holly go? With just that sentence, Branson knew Aslan was seriously considering his proposal. All because of a woman. No wonder Jaden advised against killing. Even if Aslan could succeed to the throne one day, he would be nothing more than a puppet emperor manipulated by others. A trace of ridicule flickered in Branson's eyes. He turned his head, staring into Aslan's eyes, and slowly said, Of course, a monarch never jests. As soon as Branson stepped out of the room, Anselm immediately came forward. He squinted at the room, lowering his voice. Phil, how should we handle it? Anselm's voice was always high-pitched and fine. It was rare for him to lower it so much, making it sound oddly amusing. Branson glanced down, catching a glimmer of satisfaction in Anselm's nearly slitted eyes. Aside from being the chief eunuch, Anselm was no different from most of the other eunuchs in the palace. He was timid, vindictive, greedy, and quick to retaliate for the smallest grievances. He often took advantage of his position to bully younger eunuchs. His reputation was sullied, and he lost everything. Former comrades who once addressed him as Evars now hid in the shadows, mocking and cursing him like venomous snakes. Yet it was his fiercest opponent who gave him an arrow and pulled his hand, urging him to stand up. Human hearts are strange things. Even with perfect acumen and extraordinary talent, they cannot be fully controlled or understood. Some remain strangers till old age. Some become friends at first sight. Some help you despite little acquaintance during your hour of need. Others, no matter how sincerely you treat them, act like wolves that can never be tamed. In short, sincerity doesn't always meet sincerity. It might just meet dog lungs. Jaden concluded the story lightly. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, On the day I left the Xie family, only Autry, then 7 years old, was willing to follow me. From that day on, he became my Evar, my only kin. His eloquence far surpassed Aslan's. While Aslan's self-perceived love story failed to move Branson, Jaden's tale undoubtedly touched Kingston. Despite his pretense of indifference, he was still fundamentally the fearless, passionate young man he used to be. His dream was to roam the world and defend justice alongside Matthew and his Evars. Not to waste away in the cold, heartless palace. Such a young man, even drenched himself, still wanted to offer shelter, explaining anything to him. His dark cloak swished through the air in a sharp arc as Branson turned and walked in another direction without getting any closer. He moved so quickly that Anselm had to scramble to keep up. Phil, that's not the way back to Weyong Palace. It sits. It was the direction toward Ikuan Palace. Anselm's voice was drowned out by the fierce winter wind. Chapter 84 Cold Plum, 2. Because she kept thinking about the matter between Aslan and Candace, Claire was distracted all day and couldn't focus on her palace duties. She couldn't figure out how Branson would handle this situation. In the past, Branson would have definitely issued an order to execute without hesitation. But now he is quite different from before, so perhaps he won't do it this way anymore. However, if he lets it go easily, it would undermine his authority and encourage Aslan's arrogance. Claire was absent-minded, not even noticing when ink dripped from her brush onto the paper, creating a large blotch. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt her hand become empty. Looking up, she indeed saw Branson smiling at her. When the two of them were alone together nowadays, Branson seemed to be constantly regressing, often doing things that only teenagers would do, such as snatching the brush. Claire blushed and instinctively reached out to grab the brush from Branson. Phil, stop messing around. What's fun about a brush? Give it back to me. Ah. Branson reached out and pinched her chin lightly but firmly. Then he bent down in front of her. Come up here. I'll give it back once you're up. Claire. Branson carried Claire through the corridor outside Ikuan Palace. Wherever he went, the guards and maids immediately lowered their heads and knelt down, forming a long line, not daring to breathe loudly. Could ordinary people witness such a scene? Would they be beheaded by the fickle emperor just for watching? Likewise, Claire also didn't dare to breathe heavily. She had thought Branson would only play around with her inside Ikuan Palace, but never expected him to actually carry her out casually like this. Moreover, Branson's height was impressive. When he carried her, it made her stand out even more among the kneeling servants. After several futile struggles, Claire could only lower her head, her face red with embarrassment, wishing she could bury her face in Branson's hair. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito buzz. Phil, please put me down. So many guards and maids are watching. This is not proper. Why fear? Branson walked leisurely, saying as he walked, I'm carrying my own wife. If they like to watch, let them. Has there ever been a rule in our Great Zhou that prohibits a husband from carrying Carrie outside? Claire was speechless. Indeed, the Great Zhou did not have such a rule, but she believed this must be because none of the ancestors imagined having an emperor like Branson. Helplessly, Claire said, at least take me back, or find somewhere private. In public, I'm too embarrassed. Her voice trembled. Fear nothing. They dare not look nor speak. After a brief pause, Branson didn't say anything more but gently bounced her. Tell you what, Awu, call me husband a few times, and if you make me happy, I'll take you to see the sunset somewhere quiet. After a moment of silence, Claire bit her lip and softly said, husband. Branson turned his head and asked, puzzled, what? Another brief silence. Claire slightly raised her voice and repeated, husband. Branson said, still can't hear you clearly, with an innocent tone. This time, the silence above her head was longer. Suddenly feeling a sharp tug on her ear, Claire enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Who? Husband. Seeing that Claire was about to snap, Branson smiled gently, deciding to quit while he was ahead. He slowly said, all right, hold on tight. The last two words were drawn out. Wife. Claire froze for a moment, then felt a rush of wind in her ears as Branson started running. His tall stature and long legs made him run like a gust of wind. The kneeling guards and maids thought they had seen Darnell and Empress just moments ago. Yet now they looked around in bewilderment, wondering if they had dreamed it all. Erwin came running up, shaking, to clean up the mess caused by Branson's capricious actions. He kicked each servant fiercely, sternly ordering them never to speak of today's events. Though they ran further and further away, they still encountered several groups of patrolling guards. However, Branson was too fast and agile, and with someone on his back, no one noticed him. Winter had little bloom, but the plum blossoms were in full bloom. Branson brought Claire to the largest plum grove in the palace. The sky was painted red by the setting sun. The scent of plum blossoms wafted through the breeze. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether the fragrance came from the plum blossoms or Branson. Claire's mind was in such disarray that her steps became even more chaotic, and she nearly tripped over herself several times if not for Branson's support. In the end, Branson could only press her against a plum tree, staring at her without blinking. His gaze seemed as if it wanted to devour her whole, piece by piece. Though the weather was still very cold, fine beads of sweat formed on Claire's forehead. Perhaps from running too fast and too urgently, Branson's body temperature was much higher than usual. A drop of moisture slid from his forehead, leaving a faintly shimmering arc on his cheek. Claire couldn't help but reach out to wipe it away, but her wrist was caught by Branson. The setting sun cast a rosy hue over his eyes. The plum blossomed. She heard the chief eunuch of the Celia's palace scolding someone harshly. His words were foul, calling someone lowly and inauspicious. She thought it must be some clumsy little eunuch being reprimanded. But hiding behind a tree, she saw a black-clothed youth, not much older than herself. Pale-faced, he leaned against a tree, blood dripping from his right hand like rain. It looked painful, yet the youth seemed completely unfazed, his beautiful features stark and cold like a blade in the night. That was their first encounter. Chapter 85, past 1. Claire felt she had never seen such a gaze. She had never seen anyone who could seamlessly combine the two completely opposing words, unblemished and astonishingly beautiful. Though he had a face that could take one's breath away, his downcast eyes revealed a detached indifference that seemed to look down upon all living beings. Thus, even though Branson was handsome, his cold demeanor, like snowflakes falling soundlessly, made him anything but weak or effeminate. When they first met in the imperial garden, Claire hid behind a large tree, watching through the flying peach blossoms and a distance of several steps, this very peculiar young man. From the very start, she tried to help him. Unfortunately, Branson refused. During this period, Branson was incredibly hard to approach. His mother wanted him to gain prominence to win more favor from Achilles, unaware that such exposure would invite overwhelming hostility and ostracism. It could be a cup of cold tea. It could be a bowl of spoiled rice. Or perhaps a stone falling out of nowhere while walking. At worst, it could be scolding and beatings. But he mustn't report or retaliate. Even as the son of Darnell, hitting one prince today and another tomorrow was unthinkable. Even the crown prince wouldn't dare openly offend all his Evars, let alone Branson, a prince of humble status. Perhaps to protect himself or due to prolonged exclusion making him aloof, he distanced himself from everyone, especially those Eileens who harbored feelings for him. Competition seemed innate. No matter how young, no man could accept his love interest being kind to others. A single shy glance from Eileen could make Branson's next half-month miserable. Except for one lucky chance, Claire found no way to get close to this young man. Moreover, countless experiences told her that even if she got close, there would be no meaningful interaction. Talking to him, 10 sentences, he might respond with none. Mostly meaningless ahas. Giving him gifts, he would never accept them. If someone insisted, the moment they left, he'd discard the gift. Everyone has their pride. Claire truly couldn't bring herself to make any further gestures under these circumstances. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Their interactions were minimal, barely speaking a few words. Everything seemed like her own infatuation amidst that shower of peach blossoms. Everything changed after Branson returned from Azar. The once quiet boy suddenly became highly sociable and adaptable. He made each of his Evars despise and underestimate him, yet become dependent on him. Because his ideas always gained Achilles' favor, many of the princes, who considered themselves above certain tasks, never refused him. Moreover, as he grew older, he was no longer the naive child who would retaliate in kind for every slight, with all emotions written on his face. These princes despised Branson as their Evar, but thought it excellent to have him as an advisor. They were willing to court him and show some patience. Meanwhile, Branson no longer rejected Eileens who approached him. He no longer held back with his affection. He offered them honey, but inside hid deadly poison. These beautiful young Eileens became part of his revenge plan, turning into the sharp blades that lured his Evars into self-destruction. His true heart and affection were scarce. So scarce that they could only be fully given to one person. Everyone else was like straw in his eyes. Sadly, Claire didn't know this at the time, and even now, she couldn't fully grasp it. She thought Branson's cruelty stemmed from being misled. But in reality, Branson had always been a lucid madman. Everything he did was part of an intense revenge. It was his wild indulgence after years of suppression. Claire knew none of this. Thus, she acted stubbornly. Thus, she threw herself into the flames, falling into the trap set by the hunter. From then on, long winter nights and lonely lamplight became her constant companions. She never imagined it would come to this. Even now, despite Branson treating her without any faults, she often woke up startled at midnight, as if everything were just a dream. She couldn't understand why Branson had suddenly changed. At this moment, the clear sensation on her lips brought Claire's wandering thoughts back. Branson was indeed very patient with her now, but years of habit meant this patience was very limited. If he didn't receive a response for too long, this game of mutual affection might end any time. Dark ink-like waves surged in Branson's eyes as he bit her lip in punishment. He secretly resolved that if Claire's answer wasn't satisfactory, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 whole days. Yet, the natural shyness of women made Claire unable to confess her long-standing one-sided infatuation or find any touching excuse. So, in a haze of confusion and dizziness, she blurted out a poorly thought-out reply, handing Branson a good man card. She said, "Phil, I like everything about you. You're a good person." A gasp escaped her throat. This sentence cost Claire a small price. Branson bit her shoulder. Then, lowering his eyes to look at her, almost stubbornly, he said, "I'm not a good person." Chapter 86 passed, too. As Branson spoke, his eyes, like cold snow crystal, flashed with a horrifying madness. Claire's pupils contracted. Branson slowly said, "Oh woo, what if I am not a good person? What if I am very wicked, cruel, and cunning? Or perhaps," he stared into Claire's eyes, "what if one day I am no longer Darnell? If one day everyone despises me and betrays me, would you still be willing to follow me?" She didn't expect Branson to suddenly say such things. Looking into those eyes which flickered with a hint of madness, Claire was momentarily stunned. Her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to speak, but in the end, she remained silent. The scent of dragon saliva and cold plum flowers enveloped the air like an avalanche. Despite the freezing weather, a nearly scorching heat surged from her fingertips through her entire body, making Claire feel fusing to raise her head. Branson tried to coax her to repeat, but she wouldn't lift her head from his embrace no matter how he tried. Regaining his composure, he became extremely cautious. Branson patted the woman's back and smiled. "Oh woo, lift your head. Look up at me." Incredibly gentle and tender. All traces of madness vanished, replaced by a warmth so overwhelming it could drown a person. Claire finally couldn't resist lifting her head, meeting Branson's eyes that sparkled like myriad stars. At the same time, a luxurious black cloak landed on her, perfectly wrapping around her. Though the north wind was biting, this place was warm like spring, protecting her from the chill. The young man's moist lips slowly descended upon hers. The fragrance of plum blossoms was crisp and enchanting. In this boundless moonlit night, passion began to grow. When Branson carried Claire back to Ikuin Palace again, she was already sound asleep in his arms. By now it was completely dark outside. Seeing Branson, Erwin came running over, calling out loudly. He stumbled along, only barely kept from falling by the supporting eunuchs beside him. "Phil, my ancestor. Why have you and Her Majesty the Celia only returned now? I'm really worried sick." Ever since Branson started favoring Claire, he seldom acted impulsively like this. Erwin's voice was still shrill, and Branson slightly frowned, motioning him to be quiet. Then he looked down at the sleeping woman in his arms. Claire stirred at Erwin's shout. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Without opening her eyes, she lazily turned in Branson's arms, murmuring drowsily, "Husband." Her voice, slightly hoarse, differed greatly from her usual tone, filled with lingering passion. Claire was completely wrapped in the black cloak, only revealing a part of her flushed face. Startled, Erwin quickly covered his mouth, bowing deeply. Branson chuckled softly. Ignoring Erwin, he lowered his head, touching Claire's cheek with his forehead, gently comforting her until she fell back asleep. Only then did he carry her to the bed. Erwin followed Branson closely the whole time. Only when they reached the outer chamber did he dare to speak. But his voice was still very soft. Phil, I've done everything you asked me to do. Are you still going to Consort Rung's place tonight? Previously, Branson had told him that he would visit Consort Rung today, but given the current situation, it was uncertain whether Branson was still in the mood. Of course I'm going. Branson smirked. If I don't go, wouldn't this play be less interesting? Erwin didn't understand what he meant, and could only humbly reply with a yes. That evening, Nathaniel Wangfu welcomed an unexpected guest. Dante personally greeted him laughing. My ninth younger Ivar honored us with your presence. This certainly brightens up my mansion. He appeared very enthusiastic. Although Aslan was always proud and indifferent, not taking anyone seriously, he considered himself more on par with Dante in status compared to Branson, who was born of a lowly, dancer's son. So occasionally, the two would gather for a few drinks and some idle chatter. Aslan pursed his lips, then laughed heartily. I came to find fifth brother for a cup of water wine. I wonder if fifth brother will treat me? To say such things, am I so stingy that I can't even offer a cup of water wine? Dante held onto Aslan's hand. Come, let's drink until we fall asleep. Chapter 87. Thoughts, 1. At the same time, at Lingyu Pass on the Great Periphery, the cold wind was biting, and yellow sand filled the sky. In Ethan's mansion, there was festivity, but in the border town that had just experienced another wave of attacks by the Azar people, there was only sorrow and gloom. More than 10 young men lay dead in a row. Some had lost arms, others legs, and the most unfortunate did not even have their heads. The villagers nearby looked at these young men they would usually meet from time to time, and now turned into cold corpses under the Azar's blades. The elderly and children wept loudly, their cries piercing the heavens and darkening the earth. Some called for their fathers, some shouted for their sons. And there were those who wailed pitifully for their husbands. In the air, heavy with the stench of blood, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. The Azar people often came to raid for food in the past, but they would only take what they could find, without hurting anyone if there was no resistance. However, due to the non-action of the border troops, the behavior of the Azar people had become increasingly worse over the years. They would snatch away beautiful women and kill agile young men. Every time they plundered, it was a catastrophe for the neighboring villages. Just then, there was a commotion not far away. A group of about 10 people, holding shovels, surrounded an old man in his 50s as he walked over. This old man surnamed Elton had lived here since birth. Because he read a few books when he was young and gained some knowledge, he was chosen as the town head. His own son also died 2 years ago under the blade of a Azar soldier, while trying to hide a few more mouths to feed. Town head. Seeing him come over, everyone crowded around. The old man nodded. He glanced at the line of dead bodies and sighed deeply. Everyone, help out and bury them. Beside him, a dark-skinned woman sat down on the ground with a thud, pounding her thighs. Last year, it was my eldest son. This year, my second. One daughter-in-law was snatched away by the Azar people, and the other fled in fear. Now, only my husband and I are left. How can we go on living? I don't want to live either. Someone might as well kill me too. As she spoke, she tried to bang her head against a nearby rock. Startled, the town head hurriedly ordered someone to stop her. Wiping his eyes, which had begun to cloud over, he grabbed the woman's hand with his bony, frail one. Hattie, don't cause any more trouble. I know you're heartbroken, but who here isn't? As for me, Boyd was also my only son. He died before turning 18. And my poor daughter, she was violated by over a dozen Azar soldiers on her wedding day. But what can we do? The soldiers are cowards, smaller in courage than mice. And the court doesn't value our lives, using us peasants to cushion the hooves of the Azar horses. The veins on the old man's hands stood out as he seemed to be persuading not only the woman but also himself. But even so, we must carry on, right? Saying this, he pulled over a little Eileen of about 4 or 5 who was sobbing violently. The town head pushed Adeline's hand into the woman's. If you really feel lonely, why don't you adopt this little Eileen? Otherwise, she is too young to survive on her own. The little Eileen raised her tear-streaked face, crying, Auntie, please let me stay with you. Just give me a meal. I will do anything. If you're unhappy, you can hit me to vent your anger. Despite her tender age, she had matured excessively early in her struggle against hunger and cold. Stunned, the woman held Adeline's hand and burst into tears anew. The next day, Claire woke up to a shocking news delivered by Kingston. Selin Aslan died suddenly last night at Ethan Dante's residence. Claire was being attended to by maidservants for her morning grooming. Upon hearing the news, she felt a lurch in her heart and leaned forward slightly. The maid responsible for her hair accidentally tugged painfully at it. Ouch! Claire exclaimed. After Branson's unreasonable actions, who in Ekuan Palace didn't know the status of Celia Claire and Cash's heart, pulling out a hair from Celia's head could lead straight to the execution ground. Scared, the maid fell to her knees, begging forgiveness. I deserve death, Phil. Please forgive me. Usually kind to the servants unless they committed serious wrongs, Claire couldn't help but smile and cry at the sight of the maid terrified. Since she moved herself initially, she comforted the maid, helped her up, and told her to rest. She then looked at Kingston with a serious expression and whispered, Does Imran know about this? After what happened yesterday afternoon, Aslan actually died suddenly at Dante's residence that night. Although she didn't know how it was done, Claire thought Branson must be behind it. Kingston gently nodded. Imran was shocked by the news and deeply grieved. He immediately issued an edict, ordering Enzo to take Ethan into custody at the Imperial Interrogation Office for strict questioning to find out the truth of Selen's sudden death. Enzo should have already arrived at Ethan's mansion by now. Looking at Kingston's solemn face and hearing those 4 words, deeply grieved, which sounded like a joke, Claire's hand trembled, and she swept a red gold bead hairpin from the table to the ground. Ignoring it, she stood up abruptly and walked out. I want to see Imran. When the Imperial decree was delivered to the great general's mansion, even Carl felt greatly astonished. He laughed as he dismissed the palace guard who delivered the decree, then said to Matthew with a serious look, Odie, this is no easy task. If it were easy, how could it fall on him? Matthew held the decree, silently grumbling in his heart while smiling at Carl. Phil's decree cannot be disobeyed. Father, don't worry. I have everything under control. There was not a hint of worry on his face. Carl patted his son heavily on the shoulder. Go ahead. The Imperial guards flooded into Ethan's mansion, alarming everyone in the courtyard. The women were panic-stricken, herded outside onto the empty ground where they huddled together. Under a strong commander, there are no weak soldiers, except for some truly unworthy rich heirs. All the troops under Matthew were fierce like wolves and tigers. People accustomed to luxury had never seen such a spectacle and were terrified. Dante emerged from the house. He was impeccably dressed, exuding composure and grace even in this situation. He showed no sign of anxiety. Even Matthew had to admit that although Dante might not be genuinely kind-hearted, he was patient and competent. Unfortunately, he encountered Branson, a madman who always plays against the rules. What brings you to my mansion, Alexei? Dante stopped before Matthew, looking calm. If I had known you were coming, I would have prepared wine to welcome you. He remained courteous towards Matthew. Matthew bowed in respect to Dante. Apologies, Your Highness. Selen passed away suddenly for no apparent reason, causing great distress to Imran. The Cache has ordered me to escort you for interrogation and to thoroughly search your residence for any clues. That is reasonable. Dante looked around slowly. Selen was also my Ivar. I cannot bear to see him die innocently. I will fully cooperate with Imran and you to find out who has such a cruel heart to harm Selen and involve me in this matter. He raised his hand and called over the elderly butler, Uncle Yong, please guide Enzo. Ensure they search thoroughly. See if we can find any clue about Selen to clear my name. An elderly man with gray hair answered and shakily came forward. Since Dante appeared so confident, it seemed unlikely that anything incriminating would be found. Matthew bowed again. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Highness. I have arranged a carriage for you. Please accept this inconvenience and sit in the carriage for now. Chapter 88 Thoughts 2. Claire hurriedly arrived at the Imperial study but didn't see Branson. Instead, she first encountered a young man sitting in a wheelchair. The young man turned his head at the sound. Their eyes met. A gentle breeze blew outside the window, and sunlight fell on his eyebrows and eyes. Like an inkwash landscape painting, a transcendent being, serene and aloof. Though completely different from Branson, he too possessed unparalleled celestial beauty. Claire involuntarily caught her breath. The young man was not flustered upon seeing Claire. He smiled faintly as if in mist and inclined his head slightly toward Claire, speaking gently. Phil, Minister Jaden greets you. Though his voice was cold, it sounded like the melodious dripping of a spring, unusually pleasant to the ear. Claire snapped back to her senses and replied without retreating. Minister Xia, there's no need for such formality. Do you know where Imran is? Jaden chuckled lightly. Imran was deeply grieved by the sudden death of Selen Wang, even soaking his robe with tears. He has gone to change. Claire was taken aback. She did not believe Kingston's claim that Branson was grief-stricken. Yet hearing these words from Jaden made her feel as if she had witnessed the Cache's sorrow and fraternal bond firsthand. Then Jaden spoke softly. Since Her Majesty is looking for Imran, I shall take my leave now. Hearing this, Claire hurriedly shook her head. Minister Xia must have something important to discuss with Imran. My matters are not urgent. I can come another day. With that, she turned and left the Imperial study without further ado. Jaden coughed lightly. Her Majesty has left. Won't Imran come out now? After a moment of silence, Branson emerged from the inner chamber. Jaden said, Phil killed 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminating Selen Wang and imprisoning Ethan Wong in the Supreme Court. Why not share this achievement with Her Majesty and celebrate together? Instead, you chose to avoid her. Branson did not answer Jaden's question. He lazily sat down in his chair and drawled, You and Fabio both have big guts. Didn't Phil also play a trick on me? Jaden spoke gently. Ethan Wong is different from Selen Wang. After years of careful planning, he wouldn't lack influence. Imprisoning him in the Supreme Court won't eliminate him. Branson laughed. If I feared remonstrance, Minister Xia would not be here today. Remonstrance isn't what's frightening. Rebellion is. Phil caught Ethan Wong off guard this morning. He hadn't time to react before you imprisoned him. But if given a chance to catch his breath, he will find countless ways to clear himself. Or at worst find a scapegoat to shift the blame or even 20 times as much. Apart from bribes, where did all that missing money go? How can we be sure it didn't end up in the pockets of the Azar people? The Great Zhou never allows princes to establish fiefs or split the territory. So Dante and Edmund found other ways to hold military power. Dante serves as Edmund's protector inside, while Edmund, on the outside, is Dante's greatest support. But what does Edmund's defending at Lingyu Pass truly mean? Has he fought to keep the empire safe? Or has he used silver and the lives of border residents to buy peace? Branson looked directly into Jaden's eyes. With your intelligence, how can you not understand? If Edmund remains quiet, let it be. But if he shows any unusual moves, it's a perfect opportunity to capture both him and Dante in one stroke. As for the Azar, Branson slightly curled his lips and chuckled softly. He said, if a battle is inevitable, why wait until they are fully prepared? Why not start now? His voice was very soft, but it carried a killing intent like the sound of snowflakes falling rustlingly. Chapter 89. Sharpness 1. When talking with a smart person, the greatest advantage is that you don't have to spell everything out. Yet they always catch the deep meaning hidden in your words. After a moment of silence, Jaden said, combat capability of the border guards has significantly deteriorated compared to before. The soldiers and generals in court have lived in luxury and cannot endure the hardships of the frontier sandstorms. Initiating war now isn't the best timing. Branson countered, then when will be the best timing? Jaden, you've been the Minister of Revenue for quite some time. According to the agreement, it's not just the Azar in the northwest, but also the Xiongye in the southwest, and even the Dongli 12 prefectures skilled in naval warfare. His knuckles tapped one by one on the points marked on the map. How much wealth does the Great Zhou send to these neighboring countries each year? You should have a number in mind. Given such expenditures, how many more years do we need to wait for the best opportunity? Even if I am willing to wait, are the Azar willing to wait? Is the Xiongye willing to wait? Are the Dongli 12 prefectures willing to wait? Branson looked at the youth before him quietly. Do you think they care only about these things and have never coveted the land of the Great Zhou? Phil, 5 years, full 5 years. Jaden suddenly smiled. His smile was gentle, his eyes like the misty rain of evening, tender yet indifferent. Whether it's the Azar, the Xiongye, or the Dongli 12 prefectures, have they just started coveting the territory of the Great Zhou today? Branson did not answer. So a moment later, Jaden softly said, perhaps it's not too late. If Phil had considered this 5 years ago, the situation might not be so passive now. Who says this man lacks true emotion? Facing imminent danger, one learns whether he is truly weak or strong. Branson laughed lightly. My dear minister, are you blaming me? Of course not. Jaden replied, I blame myself. Even if I sacrifice myself, I cannot lead cavalry to fight for Phil, helping achieve the grand plans. Please forgive my incapability. That sounds insincere. Branson lazily raised his hand. Back then, I said that by keeping Kingston by my side, I accepted his resentment. By keeping you close, naturally, I accept your dissatisfaction and the fact that you secretly think I'm an incompetent emperor, but have no choice but to serve. Jaden was slightly taken aback. Just as he wanted to deny, Branson continued, but Jaden, regarding those close to me, I can't tolerate anything except betrayal. One unfaithfulness and trust is lost forever. Back then, I didn't force you onto my ship. You came willingly for whatever reason. No matter what, you cannot leave. If you choose to stay, you will be my Ivar in life and death. You can show me your true temper without restraint. Even if you break a cup here, outside this door, you'll still be my Ivar in life and death. But if you retreat, you'll be my sworn enemy. For enemies, especially clever ones like you, I will never be merciful. Their gazes locked again. Branson curled his lips. Having spent this time together, I believe I understand you fairly well. Presumably, you know my temperament too. You should know I mean every word. Phil is indeed straightforward and domineering enough. Jaden suddenly laughed. With such words, I truly have nothing left to say. Branson personally poured a cup of wine for him. So, what's your answer? Jaden didn't hesitate with Branson either. He took the wine cup and drank it in one go. How can Phil trust that I am on the same boat as you? Firstly, you just said that if Prince Shun's accusations don't land on Russell, they will eventually fall on me. This time, he overestimated himself, thinking he would face no real danger. But now that he has been put under investigation by the Censorate Bureau, there is no way out for him. Branson continued, secondly, bind Fabio to my ship as well. Danadal is getting older every day. Since I have decided to wage war, I can't be without a capable general. You flatter me too much. Jaden sighed, leaving aside Ethan, let's just talk about Fabio. He isn't someone who can be manipulated at will. If he doesn't want to board your ship, not even putting a knife to his neck would change that. If you try to force him, beware when the ship starts leaking. If it were easy, why would I need you? Branson smiled. This isn't only for me but also for the countless people living on the borders. Grant, I admit that I made mistakes in the past, but now I am sincere about correcting them and fulfilling Wu's expectations. No matter what you've experienced before, I believe your heart isn't dead. You won't disregard the lives of innocent civilians, nor would Fabio. Since we agree on this point, why should we be trapped in mutual suspicion? Branson spoke clearly. I have always been fair. Today, if you show me true loyalty, tomorrow, I will repay you in kind. Jaden played with the wine cup in his hands, silent for a long time. Branson didn't rush him. Holding up another cup, he laughed. Do you want more? Jaden caught Branson's hand. Branson looked up at him. Their eyes met. The Imperial study was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a moment of silence, Jaden slowly said, in warfare, speed is of the essence. If Ethan must die, it should happen today, before anyone realizes. Without a head, a snake cannot move. Without a leader, birds cannot fly. At that time, any attempt to dissuade, or to bring troops into the capital by Russell will be futile. No matter how powerful he is, it will all be meaningless. As for Fabio, Jaden paused. Who masterminded the Melvin family incident? Gabrielle was merely the pusher, but who was behind the scenes? Who could secretly obtain those letters sealed with the Azar Khan's seal and transport them to the capital, hiding them in Ares' drawer? Has Phil carefully thought this through? Branson replied, naturally, it must be someone close. At the border, Russell had the opportunity. In Shangjing, Ethan had the opportunity. They can't escape suspicion and have the strongest motive to eliminate those loyal to Phil. Jaden said, it cannot be denied that Fabio values friendship deeply. His bond of Ivarhood weighs 1,000 pounds. If Kingston holds the knife, then he will join your ship, willingly or not. Branson. Chapter 90. Revealing the sharpness, 2. Cash Oswald raised an eyebrow. You mean I should have Kingston kill Dante? Of course not. Jaden said, if Phil were to do so, Fabio would never be loyal to you for the rest of his life. What I mean is, have Ethan admit to framing Ari and lure Kingston into killing Ethan himself. Oswald was slightly stunned. You really have high hopes for this emperor. How could Dante possibly admit to such a thing? Jaden smiled. Phil forced Selen to die in Ethan's residence. Can't you force Ethan to admit to framing Ari? Oswald frowned slightly. He had hit Aslan's weakness, but how could Dante fall for it so easily? After a moment of silence, Oswald slowly said, "What if I say I can't?" Jaden sighed softly. "Phil's sincerity, I believe. My sincerity has also been given to Phil, but ultimately, how far this boat can sail depends on your skill as the helmsman. Let me speak frankly, Phil. There are no geniuses who always listen to others. Those who do are called puppets. This world has many blunt knives that can still be lethal after some sharpening. Don't try to wield too sharp a knife if you lack the skill. It can hurt others, yes, but you might also hurt yourself if you're not careful." Oswald lazily remarked, "Shouldn't a minister help alleviate Darnell's worries?" "Of course ministers should," Jaden replied gently. "However, I can be at a loss, but Phil cannot. You are Darnell of a nation. If I fail, the worst outcome is my own death. But if Phil fails, you won't be able to subdue the ambitious, power-hungry individuals and support the crumbling state." His voice was very soft, like a tender whisper, yet subtly carried an unexplained chill. "Some things can remain unspoken among us, but some things are like thorns in the flesh, which will fester until they consume everything. If Phil truly wishes to use Favio or Kingston, then give the Melvin family justice. Don't just let them promise their change of heart and ask them to prove themselves. Otherwise, even if someone expresses loyalty to you, can you truly trust them?" When he finished speaking, there was a long silence in the study. After what seemed like an eternity, Oswald suddenly said, "Actually, when you aren't pretending, you're somewhat closer to what I imagined, looking more pleasant." Jaden lowered his eyes and curved his lips without any real smile. "This subject thanks Phil for your praise. Since Phil is sincere with me, there's no need for me to hold back." Oswald also smiled faintly. A moment later, he slowly said, "Jaden, I will make you genuinely convinced." Jaden replied, "Then this subject will wait and see." At this moment, Anselm suddenly came in and reported, "Phil, Abigail has come again to bring you some pastries." As he spoke, he placed a very exquisite food box on the table. Oswald was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled at Jaden. "Speaking of which, my beloved Abigail excels in making pastries. Minister, would you like to share some with me?" Jaden shook his head. "I have no fortune to enjoy her culinary skills. Please excuse me, Phil. I must take my leave now." "Very well." Oswald didn't detain him, immediately ordering someone to escort Jaden out respectfully. Anselm sensed that the atmosphere between the two men was different from before and pinched his fingers elegantly, asking, "Phil, you and Minister Sia." Tapping lightly on the desk, Oswald suddenly chuckled softly. He didn't answer Anselm's question but leaned over and whispered something into Anselm's ear. "Go tell her that I very much like the pastries made by Abigail and invite her to Wei Yin Palace for a chat." Since the day Oswald hastily left Giselbert Feng Palace, this was Martha's first time entering Weiyang Palace. She lifted her head and slowly looked around, noticing significant changes in the furnishings of Weiyang Palace. The large incense burner in the center was no longer burning incense but displayed various seasonal flowers and fruits instead, whose fragrance replaced the scent of incense. Partly because of thriftiness, partly because she didn't enjoy the smell, Celia Clare's Ikuan Palace had never burned incense either. This palace, the man living in this palace and his tenderness were supposed to belong to her. Intense hatred and jealousy welled up inside Martha, causing her to bite her lip unconsciously. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, bringing a cool breeze. The wind carried the fragrance of plum blossoms. The cold and crisp scent seemed almost bewitching. A warmth rose on her cheeks, and Martha's heart skipped a beat. Turning around, she indeed saw the tall figure of the young man approaching. Because there was no early court today, Oswald wore his usual attire, with jet black hair flowing like a waterfall and features resembling a painting. Even though she had seen him countless times, Martha was still momentarily stunned by his appearance. After a brief daze, Martha knelt down and paid her respects. She spoke softly, "Phil, this servant has come to see you." The beauty knelt on the ground, her head slightly lowered, revealing her slender and vulnerable neck and a waist that seemed barely able to be held. It inadvertently evoked pity. Beauty was Martha's trump card. Gentleness was her weapon, attracting men to follow her one after another. Her thick, dark lashes fluttered lightly as Oswald glanced at the beauty with fair skin and jade-like bones, then walked behind the desk and sat down. He picked up a brush and said indifferently, "Get up. The Emperor is going to write, and needs you to prepare the ink for me." He was so cold it was infuriating, as if all the tenderness of the past had dissipated like clouds and mist. Chapter 91 Strategy 1. Thelma was stunned. A slight fondness creeping over her nose, and an inexplicable sense of weight rose in her heart. She hated Branson. She hated him so much it made her teeth itch. But at the same time, she was unwilling to let go. She couldn't believe that Branson could discard her so easily. In what way was she inferior to that bitch Claire? Her nails dug fiercely into her flesh as Thelma clenched her teeth and stood up. Walking to Branson's side, she reached out to take the ink stick on the desk. However, before her fingertips touched the ink stick, her body swayed suddenly, then she fell towards Branson's arms. But she didn't succeed. Today. With these words, he bent down slightly and leaned closer to Thelma. "I remember the word for crown Ethan should be Mingxian, right?" Unexpectedly mentioning Dante, Thelma's gaze flickered. "What does crown Ethan's word have to do with me?" Why did Phil suddenly ask this? "What do you mean it has nothing to do with you?" Branson said coolly. "If it has nothing to do with you, why did you repeatedly mention it even in your dreams?" "What? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." As soon as these words were spoken, Thelma heard a buzzing sound in her ears. She knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing. "Please see clearly, Phil. My mind and body belong to you. How could I shout another man's name in my sleep? There was absolutely no such thing." "So Celia noble consort means," Branson said softly, "I am lying and accusing you of having an affair with my own Ivar?" Thelma froze for a moment. No man could tolerate his woman harboring thoughts of another man, especially not when Branson was an emperor. If this was true, then Branson's recent abnormal behavior could all be explained. He wasn't indifferent to her anymore. Rather, he could not tolerate her thinking of Dante. If she could prove to Branson that she had never had any entanglement with Dante, she could reclaim everything that belonged to her from that bitch Claire. Numerous thoughts flashed through Thelma's mind in an instant. Please see clearly, Phil. I admit that when I was young, I did indeed have childhood affection with Crown Ethan. But I swear to heaven that after I entered the palace, there was no place in my heart for any other man besides Phil. These words weren't entirely false. Before marrying Branson, she had indeed been deeply infatuated with Dante and disliked Branson's cruelty. What she hadn't expected was that despite Branson's cruelty, he never lashed out at her. Facing a handsome and considerate husband who was gentle and submissive to her, fulfilling all her wishes, how could she remain unmoved? Once believing her heart was a stone, the feeling of falling in love came involuntarily. This man in front of her could make her tremble, yet also bring her joy. Really? Is that so? Branson said slowly. Then how would you explain the incident when we were ambushed by assassins outside the palace? Thelma bit her lower lip tightly. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. Seeing Phil injured, I wish to take the blow myself. There must be a spy among those around you. Sniff. Suddenly, a strong force under her chin forced her to lift her head to meet a pair of eyes carrying a cold smile. Branson said slowly, I didn't know Celia, noble consort, was so loyal. Are you truly devoted to me with no other thoughts? His tone seemed somewhat softer now. In his glass-like eyes, frosty ripples shimmered, flowing like water. Yes, yes. Not having heard such gentle words from Darnell for a long time, Martha's eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. She hurriedly said, in my heart, there has always been only Phil. A faint smile flashed in Branson's eyes, but he neither confirmed nor denied Martha's statement. He curved his lips and said, last night, Selin died unexpectedly at Nathaniel Wong's mansion. So this morning, I ordered Nathaniel Wong to be taken to the censorate for investigation. Martha was slightly stunned. A cool touch came from her fingertips as Branson took her hand, just like they used to be intimate. Rui, I am the son of heaven. I can accept everything about you, but the one thing I cannot tolerate is that you harbor thoughts of another man instead of me. Martha opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, wanting to reaffirm her loyalty to Branson, but his gentle stroking of her soft, rosy lips made it impossible for her to speak. Branson slowly continued, I originally thought to cut ties with you from now on, but looking at the pastries you've sent these days and recalling our memories, I couldn't help but feel reluctant. The cold, clear scent of plum blossoms filled the air, no longer masked by the imperial incense, making it even more alluring. Using the most passionate tone they shared, his eyes held hooks that captured her soul, every word making Martha tremble. Branson excelled at learning. As long as it benefited him, he could adopt the strengths of others. He mastered Jaden's skills and put them to use similarly. So he was exceptionally gentle and innocent. His face was written with profound love. The sweetness in his voice made people uneasy. Martha stared into Branson's eyes, almost drowning in the tender affection, finding not a hint of insincerity. In her dazed state, Branson spoke gently, Rui, because I like you, I won't hold your past against you. But you must prove to me that your actions match your words, proving that you have never harbored thoughts of Nathaniel Wong. As he finished speaking, he pointed to the desk beside him. Martha blinked in confusion. Instinctively following the direction of Branson's finger, her pupils constricted. On the desk lay 2 imperial edicts. One promoted her to Celia, noble consort, second only to the Empress, while the other demoted her and banished her to the cold palace. At the same moment, Branson's seductive voice echoed in her ears again. He slowly said, Rui, whether we remain close or part ways forever lies in your decision. This is your only chance. Martha isn't insane. Why would he kill Selin? If Selin had died in the palace, I might have believed it. That's exactly what I think. Glover continued, Ethan must have been set up. To avoid any mishaps while he is in custody at the censorate, we must go to the palace immediately and get Ethan out. Otherwise, if this becomes a precedent, the Cash's blade may fall upon the royal clan. All right. I will change clothes right away and go with you. Titus hurriedly walked towards the door but then stopped. No. Glover was confused. What no? Titus slowly sat back down. Regardless of our beliefs, Selin did die at Ethan's residence, so it's not unreasonable for Ethan to cooperate with the investigation. Rushing to the palace demanding Branson release Ethan might provoke an excuse to block us. Then we won't be able to speak freely again. Glover frowned. Then what should we do? Titus rubbed his big belly. Doesn't your family have the iron voucher of immunity granted by the founder of... Glover paused. Your Highness, anything else? Titus looked at the panicked and sweating face, shook his head disappointedly. The current nobles of Great Zhou lacked the caliber of their ancestors. Branson was not someone to be underestimated. Titus suspected that if Glover recklessly brought the iron voucher to the palace, he might not save Dante but lose the family heirloom. That would be losing both ways. Titus slapped his thigh. Send James. James, Glover's great-grandfather, was 86 years old this year, older than Linus. Glover was unfit for his role, and while his father held some prestige, it was far from what their ancestor had. Due to health reasons a few years ago, he could no longer lead troops and had to retire early to ensure the command stayed within the family, letting Glover inherit the title. But James was a true hero. In today's Zhongyong Marquis mansion, only this man had the courage and audacity to awe Darnell. The censorate. Imperial prisons were always much better than those for commoners. The cell was as warm as spring. Dante sat on a bed padded with thick mattresses, without shackles or chains on him, and there was an incredibly lavish spread of wine and food before him. Even in prison, this meal would be equivalent to several months' worth of provisions for an average household. However, Dante had little appetite. He frowned, unable to figure out why Aslan would suddenly die at his residence. Even if someone wanted to kill Aslan, given his personality, how could he willingly accept death? But one thing was certain, Branson was definitely involved in this. Dante raised his head and slowly drank a cup of wine. At that moment, the candle on the wall flickered, breaking the almost stagnant silence. and a series of footsteps echoed from outside the cell. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, maintaining a steady and calm pace even in this underground dungeon, exuding an aura of profound stability. Chapter 93 Lure the Enemy 1. Dante instinctively turned his head toward the voice and saw a young man draped in an exquisite black cloak appear in his line of sight. The prison cell was dimly lit, but the flickering candlelight cast on the youth's face, making even the first glance leave one awestruck by his enchanting beauty. No matter how many times Dante had seen him, he had to admit that his seventh Evar truly possessed a peerless appearance hard to find in this world. How many people must have been deceived by this innocent-looking exterior, losing their lives without ever realizing it? Placing the wine glass on the table, Dante gave a silent laugh. This place, the Department of Torture, isn't exactly a fine destination. Why does Phil deign to visit such a lowly place? Just by steadiness alone, Dante was far superior to Aslan. Branson quietly gazed at Dante, looking at the man who, in his past life, had ordered his limbs severed and then decapitated him, remaining silent. He thought, after all, he was someone who held grudges tenaciously. Reigning in the pretense of gentleness, those eyes, originally as clear as crystal, now became the frost and snow atop Mount Tion for 10,000 years, bone-chillingly cold. His gaze was too sinister. For some reason, Dante suddenly felt that when Branson looked at him, it didn't seem like, if it truly wasn't you, I will personally apologize. What do you think? Aslan is already dead. How could there be a confrontation? Dante's expression darkened. Even if Selen died violently in my mansion, our Nathaniel Wangfu has thousands of people. Without solid evidence, how can you easily kill me? Dante, you are indeed very capable. I believe you have 10,000 ways to clear yourself. But don't forget, you're standing before a widely known madman. Branson lifted his head and burst into laughter. You shouldn't have entered the Department of Torture. Now that you're here, aren't you like fish on my chopping board? If not now, when should I kill you? Wait until you escape unscathed? Or wait until you smear me again? Dante. If anyone else had said such things, Dante wouldn't have taken them seriously. As a prince, who would dare kill him so casually? But at this moment, Branson exuded an eerie vibe. His demeanor and tone were filled with ominous killing intent. Branson slowly walked outside the cell bars, and a thin blade slid out from his sleeve. In the next moment, a flash of cold light, and the chains above the cell clattered down. The soft sound of click echoed loudly in this moment. A shadow loomed over Dante as Branson stood before him. Leaning slightly forward, Branson lowered his voice. But actually, even if you resist... Dougie's eyebrows twitched sharply. He angrily retorted, Branson, don't slander me here. Am I slandering you? Branson couldn't suppress his laughter. Does fifth brother remember who Martha is? Her confession is right here. Every word on this document was written by her own hand. Take a good look. Surely you can recognize her handwriting. As he finished speaking, he slapped down a piece of silk cloth. In the flickering candlelight, bloodstains could be faintly seen. This was actually a blood letter. Chapter 94 Luring the Enemy 2. Dante's brow furrowed slightly. He picked it up and glanced at it. Then a flash of malice quickly passed through his eyes. But he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Absolutely not. Nothing written here is true. Besides, I don't even know if this was written by the concubine or not. Even if it really was her, the concubine is your woman. Naturally, she would say whatever you tell her to. Dante flatly denied everything. However, Branson did not get angry. He sat down leisurely opposite Dante, casually picked up the wine jug on the table, and poured himself a cup of wine. To so cleanly break ties with someone you grew up with and once cherished, fifth brother, you truly have a heart of stone. No wonder it was Dante who seized the throne in the previous life. Before the realm and the imperial position, beauties were always stepping stones to Dante. And what Martha loved most was herself. She wanted to marry only Darnell seated on the dragon throne. So she flattered and fawned over Branson when he ruled and threw herself into Dante's arms after he led rebel forces into the palace. Now, these two indeed made a perfect match. Dante stared unblinkingly at Branson and said emphatically, this prince has no improper relationship with the concubine. Fine, it doesn't matter if you refuse to admit it. Branson finished his cup of wine and smiled. Would fifth brother like to know why Aslan died in your mansion? Would you like to know why I no longer trust Gavriel? And would you like to know why your maternal grandfather, the former loyal and brave marquis, suddenly broke his leg, causing you to lose a major support in the struggle for succession and ultimately miss out on the throne? Upon hearing this, Dante was momentarily stunned. His hand under the table twitched visibly. You are willing to explain? Of course. When the map is exhausted, there's no need to hide the dagger anymore. Branson chuckled. Why don't we play a game? In such circumstances, he still had the mood to play games? Though feeling a vague discomfort, Dante subconsciously asked, what kind of game? Branson clapped his hands lightly twice, and a royal guard entered the cell, placing a chessboard in pieces on the table, along with pens, ink, and paper. Aslan sneered, fairness, there will only be you and me here. If fifth brother doesn't trust me, you can check. After a moment of silence, Dante indeed stood up and looked around. In the narrow corridor, besides the guard who brought the chessboard, there was indeed no one else. Dante asked again, what about him? If he helps you, it's still 2 against 1. That's simple. Branson lazily replied, I've shown my sincerity. As long as fifth brother writes the letter, I will also ask him to step back. With the letter in your hands, you wouldn't fail to destroy it if I go back on my word. Dante stared at Branson for a long time, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. Finally, he picked up the pen on the table, wrote a few lines on the paper, and held it up for Branson to see. Fifth brother is indeed prompt. Branson curled his lips and said to the guard, you may also leave. The guard bowed and quickly retreated. Both men sat back down, placing the imperial edict and Aslan's letter in the center of the table. Branson politely offered, shall fifth brother make the first move? Despite his politeness, Dante did not reciprocate. He immediately placed a piece on the chessboard. Branson smiled, raising his hand to respond. Placing another piece, Dante looked at Branson and said, I have a question for you. Branson replied readily, of course you can, but I have a rule. You ask me one question only after answering one of mine, and you may choose not to answer, but never with lies. If the other party finds out the answer is false, the game ends immediately. No problem. Dante said, let me start. Branson curled his lips and made an inviting gesture. Dante asked, how did you make Aslan die in my mansion? Branson answered, suicide. Why would he listen to you? Branson said, that's your second question. Dante was taken aback. All right, you go first. Branson smiled. Did you and Martha ever conspire together? Looking down at the chessboard, Dante pressed his lips together and said, yes. After a pause, he added, how did you discover there was something between us? It was simple. She inadvertently called your name in her dream, Branson said casually. Since then, I began to be wary of her. So, did you ever truly care about Martha? Compared to Dante's seriousness, Branson's attitude seemed casual, as if they were chatting over daily matters. Dante was stunned again, then replied, yes, but not much. An expected answer, Branson laughed softly. Dante placed a piece on the board, blocking Branson's retreat. Now can you tell me what exactly you used to threaten Aslan? He loved a woman. In that regard, he was far more devoted than you, Branson said, with a hint of teasing in his voice. However, Dante did not respond. After an intense battle, Branson's white pieces were now increasingly in a passive position. Dante's attention had almost entirely shifted from the questions to the game. He did indeed care about the truth. But to him, power meant everything. Victory was always more important than the truth. Brother 5, don't just focus on playing chess. It's my turn to ask again. Branson smiled. How did those letters to the Azar end up in Ares' drawer? Dante's hand paused midair as he was about to place a piece. Branson had already suspected a connection between him and Martha, and even obtained her confession. Admitting this matter wouldn't make much difference. But the issue with Ari was different. If he told the truth, it would not only mean admitting collusion with the Azar to harm Ari, but also expose his plans. Yet, he couldn't lie completely. Dante's gaze swept across the imperial edict on the table before returning to the chessboard. Although he had suffered some losses himself, Branson's white pieces were clearly trapped. It wouldn't be long before he could win. Soon, he could. In a daze, Dante felt as if he could already see himself seated on the imperial throne. Chapter 95. Anxiety, 1. His heart pounded wildly, and Dante suddenly felt a bout of breathlessness, his head spinning. Instinctively, he said, Lady Ari has a maid named Ruthie. Before he could finish, Dante's heart skipped a beat. He abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at Branson. Why had he suddenly mumbled something he hadn't intended to say? Vaguely sensing something was amiss, Dante shivered involuntarily. He gritted his teeth and threw a difficult question back at Branson. In the 19th year of the late emperor's reign during the autumn hunt, he was attacked in camp, and you even shielded him from a knife. Who were those assassins working for? Casually placing a piece on the chessboard, Branson curled his lips without any amusement. It was me. He wouldn't leave his future entirely to the unpredictable emperor. Though Dante had suspected it at the time, he never found evidence. Now hearing Branson admit it so straightforwardly, Dante felt a thunderous roar in his ears. Compared to Branson's calm demeanor, he clearly seemed to be at a disadvantage. Branson attempted to overpower him with sheer momentum. He coldly stated, assassinating Darnell is a capital offense. Branson smiled, colluding with the enemy, framing loyal ministers, that's also a capital offense. Brother 5, why mock me by comparing yourself favorably to a worse offender? He continued, where's that maid named Ruthie now? After a moment of silence, Dante frowned and replied, Giselbert New Town in Shangning County. Then, he asked Branson a question just as aggressively. At first, both maintained some restraint, but as they delved deeper, the questions grew more challenging. They touched upon the true causes of death for the previous crown prince and empress, each other's allies and confidants, their future plans, and finally, secrets they couldn't share with anyone else. But not all the answers were entirely truthful. Many were half-truths designed to mislead. They had to appear real enough to fool yet fit into the other's narrative. Without clear thinking, one could easily misidentify friends as foes and enemies as allies. As they spoke, the chess game intensified. Dante's advantage gradually faded, while Branson's white pieces hinted at a potential counterattack. Seeing the situation turn critical, Dante felt icy cold, his chest heaving with turbulent blood. A hint of blood escaped from his throat. He clutched his chest, barely able to control himself. Admitting it, Dante was indeed far more talented than Aslan in terms of intellect and ability. However, his biggest flaw was his smooth sailing over the years. No matter what he wanted, there would always be someone supporting him and paving the way. He had never experienced failure and could not tolerate doubt. These things would chip away at his confidence, leaving him confused and lost for a while. Thus, Dante cared deeply about this chess game, both for the imperial throne and for his pride. This was a common issue among those who held high positions. Branson Shea to take effect. Killing with psychological warfare. This was a brilliant interrogation technique devised by a barbarian magistrate, specifically for hard-nosed criminals unafraid of physical torture. Branson had also experienced it firsthand and knew its power well. However, after being exposed to it countless times, he was no longer afraid of this aroma. Amidst the deafening cries of battle, Dante spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared in anger, "No, I have not lost. It is you who has lost. I am Darnell." With those words, Dante lunged forward, attempting to seize the imperial decree on the table. But Branson would not let Dante succeed. Grasping Dante's shoulder, Branson yanked him back forcefully. At this moment, he finally asked the question that mattered most to him. What agreement did you reach with the Azar? What was the price for their cooperation? In his previous life, when the Azar invaded, Noah suffered severe injuries, and Matthew fled into the mountains with his trusted followers. Not long after, Dante led troops to force the abdication. Looking back now, the actions of the Azar seemed deliberately tailored to pave the way for Dante. Combined with the numerous secret letters stamped with the Azar King's seal found in Ares' drawer, Branson could not believe that Dante didn't need to make some significant promise. Amid waves of dizziness, even though his inner self fiercely resisted, Dante subconsciously gave an answer. Ceding 16 border cities. Upon hearing this, Branson's gaze turned sharp. Although he had suspected Dante must have colluded with the enemy, Branson never imagined that Dante's throne was purchased with nearly 1/4 of the territory of Great Zhou. At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the front corridor. Kingston's anxious face suddenly appeared within view. Phil, loyal and valiant Marquis James, seeks an audience at the palace. Ministers Wan and Liu are also coming along and will soon be outside Weiyang Palace. Please return to the palace quickly. Kingston tried to keep his voice as low as possible, but during the struggle with Branson, Dante faintly heard the words, loyal and valiant Marquis. His previously dazed eyes suddenly lit up. In just a few moments, he showed signs of regaining his senses. Dante's strength surged. He screamed loudly, Branson, my maternal grandfather, the loyal and valiant Marquis, holds a hereditary iron tablet. You cannot kill. Plop. Accompanied by the sound of the wine jug smashing heavily onto the table, shattered porcelain deeply cut into his throat. At the same moment, blood spurted out, and Dante fell silent. Say, Nathaniel Wong committed suicide, but at the last moment changed his words. Your subject stayed with Phil in Weiyang Palace and saw nothing. Branson suddenly laughed lightly. Removing the shards from the youth's throat, Branson straightened up and handed them over to Dante. With a cold gaze, he glanced one last time at the pale-faced corpse, then calmly said to Kingston, get up and let's go. Kingston watched the young emperor's figure, but didn't immediately follow. He couldn't help asking softly, why? Bringing him here obviously had a purpose, likely to make him understand the truth about what Dante did to his family, or perhaps to have him be the weapon used for killing. But why did Branson change his mind at the last minute? Kingston did not believe Branson spared him out of kindness. Branson paused mid-step. After a brief pause, he turned back with a smirk, saying, Kingston, I've told you before, being smart is good, but flaunting your intelligence isn't. Even if you guessed correctly, you shouldn't show it. Kingston pursed his lips and said nothing. Branson continued, but it does show you're much more straightforward than Fabio. Kingston remained silent. This comment could be taken as praise or as sarcasm. Kingston admitted he wasn't as composed as Matthew, a trait of his personality. Even as he tried to accept his fate, deep down he still felt aggrieved and resentful. Such feelings might one day bring about his downfall. Branson curled his lips slightly. That's why I'm willing to tell you. In a lazy tone, he added, although I detest those old-fashioned ministers who are always resistant to change, they got one thing right. Branson's voice carried a strangely captivating power. Kingston asked involuntarily, what did they say? Branson answered slowly, a country's territory, not an inch can be ceded. Kingston was slightly startled and subconsciously clenched his cold fingers. So many soldiers had given their lives defending the borders. Wasn't this what they all strove for? Yet these words came from a tyrant who seemed to treat the kingdom as a mere plaything. The youth's lips moved slightly, wanting to say more, but Branson had already turned away without hesitation. From afar came the order, follow me. Branson personally received James in Weiyang Palace. Though 80 years old, the veteran general, with white hair and beard, still possessed bright and piercing eyes. When he met Branson, he showed no fear and did not need Glover's support. The loyal and brave Marquis was very old, yet his spirit remained robust. Even Branson had to admit that among the current generation, only this man truly lived up to the title. Indeed, he was once a hero, but even heroes grow old, no matter how much they resist it. After exchanging courtesies, Branson smiled and invited everyone to take their seats. Without the ferocity shown before Dante, Branson now appeared disarmingly charming. Although James was no longer the loyal and brave Marquis, out of respect for this seasoned general who had fought for decades, after some courteous exchanges, Linus and Gavriel insisted that James take the seat of honor. True to his nature as a military man, he accepted gracefully and directly. After everyone had taken their seats, James did not bother with pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. The sudden death of Selin at Ethan's residence has already come to this old minister's ears. Phil, who showed deep Evarly affection towards Selin, is indeed a model of benevolence. However, Ethan is also Phil's sibling. I believe that before we have concrete evidence proving that Ethan was responsible for this, it would be prudent to temporarily confine Ethan in his mansion to avoid giving the impression that Phil cares only for the deceased Selin but not for the living Ethan. Indeed, old age does bring wisdom. These were words soft yet firm. Though he did not directly plead for Ethan, he subtly accused Branson of hypocrisy, using the dead Ivar as an excuse to harm the living one. What important matter could it be to warrant the personal visit of Lord Ho? It turns out it's about this, Branson said with a perfectly eased the tension to ensure no awkward silences. Even seasoned veteran James had to admit that if Branson wanted, he indeed had a good handle on human psychology and was indeed very composed. Given time, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. After chatting for a while, Branson looked at James with a smile. He suddenly changed the topic and slowly said, the old Marquis has been loyal to the country and devoted to the monarch, truly admirable. I still remember that several decades ago, during the internal turmoil of our Great Zhou, it was the old Marquis who led the army to quell the unrest, saving tens of thousands of lives. Isn't that so? James was slightly stunned by this sudden mention. What Branson mentioned was indeed an honorable achievement, but he remained silent. Then, Branson turned his head slightly and continued, at that time, the rebels kidnapped the old Marquis's only son and forced him to surrender. But unexpectedly, the old Marquis did not hesitate and chose to eliminate his own kin for the greater good, shooting his son himself, thus crushing the rebels. Later, I heard about this incident and admired you as a great hero. James still did not speak, and the atmosphere became strangely heavy. One cannot have both fish and bear paws. He gained fame through this battle, but it was also his lifelong pain. Branson's key stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Regardless of the reason, such behavior from a nearly 50-year-old marquis was undoubtedly impolite and ungraceful. Everyone was speechless, their gazes falling on him. Despite James's composure, he could not help frowning at his descendant's indiscretion and sternly said, "Showing disrespect before Darnell, what kind of decorum is this?" Though his voice was not loud, it carried an authority. Glover feared his grandfather, but he was even more terrified of his 80-year-old great-grandfather. At this moment, recalling the heart-stirring scenes in the Imperial Penitentiary, he could not care about anything else. Glover shakily stood up from the ground, wiping the sweat dripping down his forehead, and gasped hoarsely, "Ethan is dead. Ethan died in prison." For a moment, it felt like a thunderbolt on a clear day. The air was frozen in an eerie stillness. His son died on the battlefield. His grandson lost a leg. His great-grandson was no good. And now his great-granddaughter's son had died young. Time had eroded his once iron-hard resolve. Upon hearing of Dante's death after remembering his own son whom he killed with his own hands, James finally could not hold back a series of violent coughs. He grabbed the back of the chair, and his aged voice carried an indescribable authority. Who dared to commit murder in the What it meant for time to relentlessly pass by. Matthew did not need to do anything. Just standing there, he won. This was the kind of person who could stand undefeated on the battlefield. His authority followed him everywhere. Unassailable, and dare not be assailed. Unlike Glover, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the king sitting lazily on the high dais, his final gaze settled on the bold and unruly young man in red. James had to admit, perhaps he really was old. New talents would rise in the world, but they were not among his descendants. A suffocating heaviness pressed on his chest. James's always straightened body suddenly swayed uncontrollably. Then he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 98. Heartrending, 2. The sudden spitting of blood and unconsciousness of the elderly, loyal, and valiant Marquis James undoubtedly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Glover shouted, "Great-grandfather," and then rolled his eyes up, falling to the ground with a thud beside James. What a truly laughable farce. Matthew's unexpected appearance achieved an effect beyond imagination. Branson's lips curved slightly as he glanced sideways at Matthew when everyone was in disarray, calling for doctors to treat James and Glover. As if having eyes on the back of her head, Matthew turned around at the same moment. When their eyes met, no words were necessary, everything was tacitly understood. Branson politely invited Gavriel and Linus to first escort James and Glover back to the loyal and valiant Marquis residence and dispatch physicians to care for them properly. He dismissed all other personnel and stood on the veranda of Weiyang Palace to admire the scenery with Matthew. Branson gazed at the wind chimes hanging in front with Claire and said calmly, "Nathaniel Wangfu can be searched again. All assets confiscated for the National Treasury, intimates interrogated after being detained. And also," pausing for a moment, Branson continued, "loyal and valiant Marquis residents must not be spared either. Glover is our greatest breakthrough. While Dante erased evidence thoroughly, Glover cannot do so. Sitting quietly at home, yet a pot drops from the sky. How innocent your subject is. Not only must I aid in making Imran's loyal old Marquis spit blood, but now I have to go into someone's house and show off." Sighing, Matthew said, "It seems that Phil will never let this matter rest until the last bit of use has been squeezed out of me." Branson looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "Don't you want to restore the Melvin family's innocence?" "Of course, how could I not? If I didn't wish for it, I wouldn't be here today." Matthew also looked at Branson and said calmly, "But there is one thing, which I believe Imran got right. Therefore, there was something very important he needed to do now." Branson was taken aback for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. "What did I say correctly?" Matthew slowly replied, "Not an inch of the country's territory can be given up. This is what border soldiers strive for their whole lives." Upon hearing this, Branson suddenly laughed softly. He indeed had not thought wrong. Aslan loved beauty, and Dante craved power. However, countless battles and schemes could never sway Fabio. The only thing that could make him set aside past grievances and stand forward was righteousness and the rise and fall of the world, which every commoner had a responsibility toward. Matthew smiled too, but no emotion could be heard in his voice. Now that the court is full of both good and bad elements, Ethan's death will inevitably not escape Buster Giselbert's notice. Once Ethan is dead, it equals cutting off Buster Giselbert's retreat. He would definitely rebel rather than wait passively for his doom. If he really decides to lead troops into Shangjing, it doesn't matter much. After all, Shangjing is heavily guarded. Besides the Imperial Guards and the tens of thousands of Imperial troops responsible for guarding the capital, there are also the large-scale Imperial forest armies. From Linyu Pass to here is a long distance. Even if Buster Giselbert arrives here, they will just be exhausted troops. But, at this point, Matthew shifted his tone. "Have you considered another possibility?" The air seemed to turn tense. Branson and Matthew looked into each other's eyes, neither speaking. After a while, Branson finally whispered 8 words. "Buster Giselbert submits the pass, surrenders to the Azar." Since Dante could promise to cede 16 border cities to the Azar after ascending the throne, it wasn't surprising if Edmund submitted Linyu Pass to surrender when he realized there was little chance of victory. Turning to gaze at the distant sky, Matthew breathed deeply and bluntly said, "Linyu Pass has always been strategically important, easy to defend and hard to attack. It is a natural barrier against the Azar people and prevents them from marching straight through. If this pass falls, tens of thousands of border residents may suffer slaughter." After a pause, Matthew added slowly, "We cannot lose this city." Branson curled his lips, not committing. "What does Bodhi think should be done?" Matthew lowered his eyes. "If Phil truly trusts me, please give me an army. Let me take it to Linyu Pass. If Buster Giselbert has no intention of submitting the pass, that's best. But if he intends to sell out for survival, I will eradicate the traitors for the country." Branson remarked coolly, "How many men do you need? 10,000 or 20,000? Under the assurance of Shangjing's defense, the most I can spare is that number." You should know better than I do. Any more requires a decree to summon troops from the regions, which would take too long and lacks justification without war. Matthew was slightly stunned. A hint of faint amusement flickered in his eyes. A moment later, he shook his head. A lone army penetrating dangerous territory should prioritize quality over quantity. Moreover, the more people there are, the slower the marching speed and the grander the momentum, making it easier to arouse suspicion. If Russell indeed intends to surrender the pass, by the time I arrive at Linyu Pass with troops, it might be too late. It's better to act under the radar. This argument was certainly reasonable. Sending a large army of 10 or 20,000 to the border would raise suspicions even if Dante hadn't died yet, especially for Edmund upon hearing the news. It might push him into a corner where he decides to surrender the pass to the Azar sooner rather than later. If Matthew really wanted such a large number of troops, his intentions might not be as pure. Branson slightly turned his head, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. So, how many do you need? Though he believed he had been quite strict with the demands, Fabio always managed to surprise him even more. He was also curious what this surprise would be. Matthew extended his hand, signaling a number to Branson. Branson guessed, 8,000? Since Matthew thought 10,000 was too much, it certainly wouldn't be 80,000. Yet Matthew still shook his head. Considering the dangers at the border, 8,000 was already a considerable number. In Branson's estimation, even 20,000 would be within a normal range. Branson frowned slightly. 800? Chapter 99 Utilization 1. Linyu Pass was a key fortress on the frontier, garrisoned by more than 100,000 troops. As the commander of Linyu Pass, Edmund naturally controlled most of the military power. Although Branson absolutely trusted Matthew's capabilities, he couldn't be so reckless as to send such a small contingent. In his previous life, though Matthew had indeed stormed the frontier alone, it was during a time when Karl led the army into battle, and many of his old subordinates remained at the border. In times of crisis, those people would naturally obey orders from General Matthew. But things were different now. While the title of Alexei carried much weight in the luxurious capital city of Shengjing, in the windswept desert of the borderlands, titles like this were merely an embellishment. What truly mattered was power. Without sufficient power to intimidate others, even a low-ranking soldier might defy their superior. Because they often faced invasions by the Azar tribesmen, soldiers lived on borrowed time, knowing that stripping off their armor one day didn't mean they'd still have it the next day. Thus, their temperaments were naturally fierce. Otherwise, with Edmund's royal status and his years spent fortifying Linyu Pass, he wouldn't just control half of the military power there. Even so, controlling half was still a headache enough. Matthew was new to the place and brought only a few people. The frontier guards, even if not entirely loyal to Edmund, likely wouldn't bow to the title of Alexei. Matthew might face a dilemma with no one willing to assist him. Branson couldn't help but wonder whether Matthew's request to take so few men was out of genuine confidence or fear of raising suspicion. Given their long-standing distrust, in his previous life, he hadn't even allowed Matthew half a man. This time around, things could only proceed slowly, without rushing. Matthew wasn't like Claire. Sweet talk wouldn't work much on him. Sensing Branson's concern, Matthew chuckled. This trip is merely to prevent Russell from surrendering the pass. It isn't yet a war, and I believe not all the soldiers at the border wish to surrender. So, 800 men should suffice for now. If not, I will certainly ask Phil openly. But these 800 must be chosen freely from the Imperial Guard and the Royal Guard. Would Phil agree? Why would I withhold even 800 men? You may choose from the Imperial bodyguards. Branson lazily said, but if you leave, who will raid Nathaniel Wangfu and Zhongyong Marquis residence? Who will dare to interrogate current Marquis Glover? I can't do it personally. Even weakened, a camel remains larger than a horse. Nathaniel Wang was a relative of Darnell, and although Glover lacked ability, he was still a Marquis. Anyone timid wouldn't even dare think about investigating them, possibly even treating them lavishly to avoid asking any meaningful questions. Wouldn't Minister Xie be the perfect choice? He is a civil official, but in terms of scheming, few can match him. Even I must admit defeat. Matthew coolly said, being just a Ministry of Revenue official is a waste of talent. He should be given tough tasks to prove himself, thereby gaining authority to eventually succeed Chancellor Left. We need to avoid another incident where officials and students kneel in protest. Branson laughed. The 6 ministries have their own responsibilities. As Minister Xie is in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, leading raids or conducting interrogations would be overstepping his bounds. The Imperial bodyguards serve directly under Phil. Since Phil is the head of state, what question of overstepping? Matthew replied, let the Imperial bodyguards handle the searches while Minister Xie offers advice and assistance. The Imperial bodyguards? Branson asked, who does Bodhi favor? Kingston? Can you bear to let him go? A hint of teasing was in Branson's voice. Those who truly understood Matthew knew how precious Kingston was to him. Even Claire couldn't compare. What is there to hesitate about? Matthew replied coldly, if Phil offers him the opportunity to gain experience, it is his fortune. However, the situation within the Melvin family is unclear, and he is still entangled in controversy. Assigning everything to him might raise suspicions about Phil's intentions and tarnish Phil's reputation. Despite favoring Kingston, Matthew's words were flawless. Branson lazily curled his lips, deciding not to press further. But the backgrounds of the other 2 guards are complex, and they might not follow my wishes. The more complex their backgrounds, the more weight their words carry, and the more credible the truths they uncover. Only then can others not question Phil's impartiality. Matthew said, I have always felt that in this world, there is actually no one who is completely useless. As long as Phil can use them appropriately and in the right place, even if it's an enemy, it might bring unexpected results. Because many things can be done by enemies, but not by our own people. After a moment of silence, Branson said warmly and with a sigh, Fabio, sometimes you are also quite crazy. Matthew curled his lips slightly but remained silent. Amadeus. Philip. Branson then chuckled silently and softly uttered 2 names. Which one? Leaning against the pillar lazily, Matthew played with a fallen leaf he had somehow acquired, saying, This is something Phil should not ask me but should ask the person who does your bidding. Whoever Minister Xie finds easier to control, that would be the choice. Imran wants my young master to lead people to search Nathaniel Wangfu and Zhongyong Marquis residence? Duane looked at Kingston, who delivered the imperial order, full of surprise. But my young master is a civil official. Who would he lead? This should be done by military officers, shouldn't it? Jaden covered his face with his hand and gently coughed, saying softly, Autry. His tone was very gentle. Yet, Duane dared not speak further and could only stand behind Jaden with a slightly pained expression. Kingston bowed toward Jaden and whispered, Imran will send imperial bodyguards along. Minister Xie only needs to provide assistance from the side and, if necessary, support them. With so many soldiers and bodyguards around, why would a civil official need to support them? Upon hearing this, Duane couldn't help but comment sarcastically, Junior, are you going with my young master? He seemed eager for Kingston to accompany him. Though their interactions were not frequent, Duane felt an inexplicable closeness to Kingston. Kingston was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Imran has appointed another head of the guard to go with Minister Xie. Then, he leaned close to Jaden's ear and whispered a few words. Naturally, this was a difficult task that would make people displeased. However, Jaden only laughed lightly and slowly said, Very well, please convey my gratitude to Imran for trusting me. Chapter 100. Exploitation, 2. What? Ethan committed suicide at the Imperial Censorate? James spat blood and fell unconscious? Titus was greatly surprised upon hearing this. How could Ethan suddenly commit suicide? And he left a confession as well. Is your information reliable? Corey nodded and said, Absolutely true, Your Highness. This news was just delivered by the Left Chancellor's messenger. Ethan did indeed die in the Imperial Censorate. Armanderthermore, Imran has dispatched people to raid the prince's mansion and confiscate all his property for the state treasury. Ethan is a genuine member of the royal family. Branson actually dared to do this. What does he intend? Titus furrowed his brows fiercely. Who did Branson send to search the prince's mansion? I don't know exactly who it is, only that they are Imran's personal guards. Corey also had a worried expression on his face. First Selen, now Ethan. This old servant fears that Imran intends to target the Imperial clan. We can't let this happen. Titus pressed his chest and said, Send someone immediately to inform Russell to make preparations. I'll go check out Ethan's mansion myself. Who would dare to raid even a prince's home? When Titus arrived at Ethan's mansion, the Imperial guards had already finished inventorying items and were preparing to leave. The mansion was in disarray. In the midst of the mess, Titus unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, one of the 3 commanders of the Imperial guards. Philip. His father was a close confidant of Duke Glover, thus naturally maintaining a close relationship with Ethan Dante. Titus assumed Branson would send Kingston to search Ethan's mansion, intending to intimidate him thoroughly. However, he never expected it to be Philip. As Philip stepped out of the mansion gate, he met the stunned Titus face to face, his own expression equally complex. He bowed to Titus and whispered, Your Highness. Titus regained his composure and waved his hand. Why is it you? Philip smiled bitterly. By the Cash's decree, I was ordered to lead the search. How could I dare disobey? Implied was his reluctance. Titus glanced sideways at the ravaged estate. So how did it end up like this? Even if it was a search, making a show would suffice. Philip replied, The Cash instructed that since Ethan plotted against his Evars, the matter is extremely serious. The search must be thorough, not letting even a brick or tile escape scrutiny. If the Cash says no bricks shall be spared, then not a single one shall be overlooked. Titus's lips moved, about to say more when the sound of wheeling carts came from behind Philip. Following the sound, Titus saw Jaden sitting in a wheelchair. As always, he appeared frail but gentle and harmless. Your Highness. This facade was so deceptive that Titus had never taken Jaden seriously. Seeing him here, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Titus looked at him. What are you doing here too? The Cash decreed that I assist, Jaden explained. I thought an official like me would be unnecessary here, neither helping nor adding trouble, but unfortunately, Imperial orders cannot be disobeyed, so I came along with Lord G. May I ask why your Highness is here? Originally wanting to remind Philip whose side he was on, Titus found himself unable to speak openly with Jaden present. So he coughed twice. Just looking around. Then please feel free, Your Highness, Jaden smiled. Lord G and I have duties to attend to and can't stay long. Despite trying to hold back, Titus couldn't resist. Rubbing his large belly, he slowly said, Jaden, some tasks done wrong may leave you without a place to rest. People like you, why take such a difficult path and endure these hardships? To Titus, beauty should sit quietly behind curtains, exuding grace and charm. Although his words carried a hint of disdain, Titus genuinely meant them as concern. He felt no hostility towards Jaden's face. Had Jaden been a woman, he would already be in his grasp. Despite being a man with crippled legs, a pity, he was once the renowned talent of Evenan, knowledgeable and considerate, unlike those pedantic scholars who would react as if deeply offended by any jest. Such a person, kept as a plaything, would add a unique charm. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Seeing the distasteful gleam in Titus's eyes, Jaden acted oblivious. He slightly curled his lips and said gently, I will bear Your Highness's advice in mind. His eyes were lethal. They laughed even when angry, softened with affection when calm, irresistibly stirring the heart. Titus's breathing hitched, and in a daze, he bade farewell to the other party. Only when he came to his senses did he realize that the person had already walked far away. A cold wind blew past, suddenly making him shiver uncontrollably. James's fainting was truly due to extreme anger and anxiety. Glover's fainting, however, was half for show. Alone, it was difficult for him to face Branson and Fabio. He wanted to use this as an excuse to escape from the Wei Yong Palace. But what he never expected was that Branson's sword would also fall on him so abruptly, and the one sent to arrest him was the son of his confidant. The chains clinking as they hung on him. Glover, pushed along by the Imperial guards, finally couldn't hold back his curses, accusing Philip of being ungrateful. Philip stood under the eaves, listening to these scolding words, his face turning ghastly as if he were being tortured. He ranked middling among the 3 commanders of the Imperial guards, and never thought such a hot potato would land in his hands. Branson was Darnell after all, and no matter what, he could not openly disobey the Imperial edict. He could only secretly let things slide a bit. Even Titus didn't say much, but Glover was always one who wouldn't understand, showing no appreciation for his predicament. No matter how he handled this task, he would be damned if he did and damned if he didn't. After a moment of contemplation, Philip frowned and instructed the nearby Imperial Guard. His Excellency is a pillar of the nation. Before sentencing, he cannot be treated so rudely. Go. Remove the shackles from His Excellency. The Imperial Guard agreed and was just about to pass on the order when he heard a very gentle voice saying, "Hold on." As soon as those words were spoken, the air suddenly became heavy. Philip looked at Jaden, a clear trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Does Master Xie find this improper? Chapter 101. Imprisonment. 1. How could Philip not know that Jaden was actually sent by Branson to monitor him? As the captain of the Imperial Guards, he naturally had far more interactions with Jaden than Titus did. Philip understood one thing. Anyone who could maintain a good relationship with Branson definitely wasn't an easy person to deal with. Thus, no matter how gentle and harmless Jaden appeared, he still harbored wariness towards the other party. But if Jaden kept interfering with his decisions, then he wasn't someone to be trifled with either. He would certainly have to show Jaden his strength. Noticing the hostility emanating from Philip, Jaden remained calm and said, "Ultimately, Director G is the primary person in charge of this investigation. I merely provide assistance on the side, so of course I will prioritize your opinion. Even if I find something inappropriate, you don't need to take it too seriously." Philip. Jaden had actually said what Philip intended to say, leaving Philip momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, his attitude softened slightly. "Then may I ask what Lord Xie means by this?" Jaden didn't answer immediately, but subtly glanced at the few Imperial guards standing beside Philip. Having been around the palace for so long, none of them were simpletons. Even with just a casual glance, Philip instantly understood Jaden's implication. He pondered for a moment, then quietly instructed the guards standing beside him to step back a bit. After all, Jaden was a scholar with poor mobility. Even if they were alone, he posed no real threat. The Imperial guards obeyed and stepped back. Philip said, "Lord Xie, you can speak now." Jaden replied, "It's nothing much. As colleagues in office, I'm simply offering a friendly reminder to Director G. From ancient times to the present, any matter involving royalty is never small. I believe you understand this well. Imran insists on strict handling, yet loyal and valiant Marquis believes he shouldn't suffer innocently. Director G's decision to remove the chains, though minor and without ill intent, clearly doesn't align with Darnell's command for strictness. As for whether the loyal and valiant Marquis will appreciate your favor." At this point, Jaden paused, leaving the sentence unfinished, instead saying, "In this world, we can't have both fish and bear paws. We must at least gain one. If you end up being criticized by everyone, it will indeed be lamentable." At this moment, Jaden's usual gentleness seemed to be partially dispersed by a cold breeze, leaving only vague traces of smiles in his eyes, as if covered by a thick layer of cold fog, making it hard to discern his true thoughts. Philip was slightly taken aback. Although Jaden spoke indirectly, he obviously grasped the meaning. His words might have had a hint of provocation, but they were also truthful, reflecting his long-standing concerns. His father, as Glover's close aide, meant Philip knew Glover well. Glover was not only lacking in ability but also narrow-minded, and always held grudges. By removing the chains, he would naturally offend Branson, and given Glover's personality, he might not appreciate this favor. In that case, wouldn't he end up being criticized by everyone? If it were a big matter, it would be understandable. However, precisely because it seemed like a trivial matter, it became more difficult to handle properly. Not handling it might offend one party, but doing it would offend both. It wasn't worth it. Though he thought this way internally, he couldn't voice it. Philip instinctively wanted to rebut Jaden's words, but before he could speak, Jaden laughed and said, "Taking away the loyal and valiant Marquis allows me to report back to Imran. It's rather stuffy here. I'll go outside to breathe some fresh air. How to proceed, please decide for yourself, Director G." With that, he actually summoned an Imperial guard and had them wheel him out, leaving Philip alone in place. Philip looked at the slender back view of Jaden, his expression complex. People often have a contrary nature. If Jaden had been insistent, Philip might not have listened despite some reasonability. But Jaden's casual tone, as if it were a passing comment, forced him to reconsider carefully. An Imperial guard's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, should we remove the shackles from Lord Marquis?" At this time, Glover's angry shouts hadn't stopped, and his words indirectly implicated Philip's father, accusing him of poor upbringing. Philip rubbed his temples, taking a deep breath. Moments later, he said, "Let's leave it as it is." Since Glover wouldn't appreciate the gesture, there was no point risking displeasing Branson. Meanwhile, at the small parade ground, even Branson had to admit that Matthew had an exceptional eye for talent. Despite selecting only 800 men from the vast ranks of the Imperial Guard and the garrison, each one of these 800 could be described as outstanding. With proper training, they would all become formidable generals in due time. Seeing such a team, Branson's doubts were somewhat alleviated. He smiled and said, "When do you plan to set out, Bodhi?" "Speed is essential in military matters. The sooner, the better." Matthew replied, "We can also act according to circumstances." Pausing for a moment, he added, "However, please keep my whereabouts confidential, Phil. If anyone inquires, tell them I have another assignment. Otherwise, if news leaks to the border, it might raise suspicions among Russell, which would be counterproductive." Branson nodded. "Rest assured on this matter. Bodhi, I entrust Ling Yu Pass and the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians to you." At that moment, the usual laziness and carelessness he showed to the public disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness in his tone. A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and even 100 deaths cannot change it. This was undoubtedly a weighty trust and responsibility. Slightly stunned by Branson's sincere gaze, Matthew knelt down. Given Darnell's words, loyalty must be shown at such a moment. However, Matthew did not kneel. Branson grabbed his hand, stopping his action. Matthew was once again taken aback. As he looked up, he met Darnell's eyes. Those eyes, like clear blue jade, sparkled with warmth, devoid of their usual coldness and menace, revealing a rare sincerity and integrity that moved the heart. Branson said softly, "Loyalty isn't expressed through kneeling. You need not kneel in private anymore." When he decided to be charming, it truly felt like basking in the spring breeze. A strange sensation stirred in Matthew's heart. After a brief moment, he chuckled and stood up. "Very well, thank you for your understanding, Phil." Mia, who stood beside, personally held a tray and served them 2 cups of wine, whispering, "Phil, young general, please enjoy the wine." Branson first handed a cup to Matthew, and then picked up the other one himself. "Bodhi, this mission must be kept secret. We can't send you off openly. Let me toast you before you depart." Without hesitation, Matthew drank the wine in one gulp and smiled. "Good wine. Thank you, Phil." Branson also finished his drink in one go. Matthew gave him a respectful salute. "Please rest assured, Phil, I will not fail you." The wind tousled his hair, and as his voice faded, he mounted his warhorse without looking back, galloping away in the interplay of light and shadow. 800 soldiers followed closely behind him, like tigers released from a cage. Though only 800 strong, their momentum seemed unstoppable, rivaling that of an army of thousands. Even Mia couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Chapter 102 Imprisonment 2. The convoy proceeded all the way to the outskirts of Shangjing City when Matthew suddenly pulled his horse to a stop. Killian, who was riding beside him, immediately asked, "Young general, do you have any orders?" This man was a guard from the Grand General's mansion and naturally understood Matthew's thoughts better than others. "I need a stronger team. Time is tight. 800 men are still too many and can't be trained in time. We need those who already have some foundation." Matthew said, "Suspend our march. Find a place to rest and regroup. I want to select 80 more out of these 800. Killian. In the Imperial study, the Emperor has Nathaniel Wong's confession letter, but it's still insufficient," Jaden slowly said. "Now that loyal and valiant Marquis has been imprisoned, to prevent troubles from the Shen clan's kin, Phil must interrogate Glover and find concrete evidence to silence public opinions. Otherwise, killing or imprisoning a royal relative will surely cause internal strife within the Zhou dynasty." Branson smiled. "Then it falls upon you, Grant." Jaden shook his head. "It's not that I'm unwilling to help Phil, but as Minister of Revenue, I've already made many people dissatisfied. Even if I obtain a confession from loyal and valiant Marquis, many will suspect it's coerced, making it hard to gain general acceptance." Branson watched him quietly. "Who do you think would be more suitable then?" Jaden calmly replied, "Philip's father is close to Glover. He led the search and capture this time. So, he is more appropriate. If he can get the confession, truth will be truth. Even falsehood could pass as truth. This move by Phil is indeed brilliant. The idea was Favio's, and Philip was your choice. The credit for this cannot be claimed by me," Branson lazily said. "Issuing an edict to let Philip arrest people won't be refused by him even if he's unwilling, but if he were to conduct the interrogation, he'd definitely delay it somehow. At most, I can demote him but can't push him too much. But if no valuable information is obtained from Glover, he can't be held for long." Before Jaden could respond, Anselm came in and reported, "Phil, Ethang and several lords request an audience." Branson chuckled lightly. "Sure enough, the first troublemakers are here before we finish talking." Gently tapping his finger on the desk, Jaden said, "I can talk with Philip, but Phil needs to detain the Shen clan's kin to buy me a few days. Also, 2 imperial edicts are needed." Their eyes met. Branson slightly curled his lips. "No problem." "What? You want me to torture loyal and valiant Marquis?" Philip looked extremely displeased. "The Yuan family has been loyal through generations. How can Lord Xia coerce a confession? It's absolutely impossible. Following an order to search and arrest was one thing, but torturing Glover would never be agreed to by his father either." "Please calm down, Sir G." Jaden slowly took a sip of tea. "We're not really going to torture the Marquis, just going through the motions." Philip was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Jaden said calmly, "As I mentioned before, matters involving royalty aren't trivial. Now it's between Imran and Ethan, along with the entire loyal and valiant Marquis estate. No matter what you or I do, or offend any side, it puts us in a difficult position. To avoid blame, we need to show Imran we've tried our best to interrogate while also demonstrating to the Marquis how much risk we're taking to give him leeway." Philip furrowed his brows, suspicion flashing in his eyes. "Lord Xia has a plan?" Jaden replied, "No real torture is necessary, but sending the Marquis to prison for a brief ordeal will make him witness the suffering of prisoners. This way, when Imran asks, we can justify our actions without appearing incompetent. And seeing the condition of those prisoners, the Marquis will understand your efforts and acknowledge our protection." After pondering for a moment, Philip found Jaden's reasoning quite sound. If he did nothing and treated Glover well, even if they didn't lose their heads, he couldn't keep his post as commander of the guards. He looked at Jaden. "Why is Lord Xia helping me like this?" "It's helping you, but also helping myself." Jaden sighed softly. "You know why Imran sent me, a civil official, to assist you. This position is hard-earned for me. If I don't deliver results, I might not hold this office for long." Such frankness from Jaden left Philip silent for a long time. A shadow of indiscernible emotion flashed in his eyes. With Lord Xia's talent and appearance, even if you don't hold the position of Minister of Revenue, there would naturally be many people willing to accept you, for example. Philip paused. "Isn't it true that Ethang appreciates you quite a bit?" Jaden gave a light laugh. He slightly turned his head, a trace of barely noticeable mockery flashing in his eyes. "So, Lord G, a distinguished man, enjoys being a bird caged at someone's whim?" Philip was speechless. Any man with even a shred of pride would not be willing to accept such humiliating recruitment from Titus. No matter how good-looking Jaden was, he was not a woman after all. Silence hung between them. After a while, Philip suddenly asked, "Why did Lord Xie come to Xingjing City?" "It was a coincidence," finally replied slowly, "Then let's do as Lord Xie suggests." That evening, Glover sat glumly in his cell. Though it was a prison cell, it had clearly been specially cleaned, making it very tidy and neat. Just like Dante back then, he too was treated with fine wine and food. But Glover had no appetite whatsoever. In such a situation, even if rare delicacies were placed before him, he wouldn't be able to eat them. He kept shouting to see Philip. Unfortunately, silence reigned around him, and no one responded. After an unknown duration, footsteps suddenly sounded nearby, each step resonating ominously, creating an almost suffocating pressure. Glover instinctively lifted his head. He saw a dark-skinned but relatively young guard approach the cell. The key turned with a click in the lock, and the cell door immediately opened. The guard looked at Glover and said, "Your Grace, Lord G wants to see you. Please follow me." "Lord G? Philip?" Glover stood up abruptly, brimming with arrogance. "Perfect, I want to see him as well." Glover made up his mind to give Philip, the ungrateful traitor, a good scolding. The guard did not respond to Glover's words, and only led him out of the cell. They walked a long distance. On both sides were torture chambers where bloodstains covered the walls and various grotesque instruments hung around, looking shockingly gruesome. Finally, Glover couldn't bear it anymore. "Stop. No more." Being a seasoned marquis, his shout still carried considerable authority. The guard paused in surprise and then said, "Does your Grace not enjoy hearing about it? Then I'll stop." He fell silent as promised. Glover's expression darkened. "Did Philip send you to bring me here? Why to this desolate place?" The guard was taken aback again. He turned his head, looking at Glover matter-of-factly. "Of course, we're coming here for interrogation. What else could it be?" Hearing this, Glover's heart sank. His pale lips trembled. Just as he was about to say something, a sharp and piercing scream echoed from ahead. It was so terrible it didn't sound human, but rather like some wild animal. Someone is being tortured ahead. His Excellency should take a look. As the guard spoke, he dragged Glover to the front of a torture chamber. Indeed, someone was being tortured inside. A fatty man was rolling around naked on a red-hot iron plate. Not only was the iron plate scorching hot from the fire beneath it, but it also had sharp spikes densely covering its surface. The man's throat emitted pig-like screams, his face contorted like a vengeful ghost. He tried to crawl up and escape, but two guards were pulling him with iron chains, dragging him back and forth on the iron plate. In no time, the once smooth skin of the man became unbearable to see, and the air was filled with a foul burnt smell. Witnessing such horrors, Glover's body trembled, and the last bit of color drained from his face. Just as he wanted to say, "Don't look anymore, let's go," he heard the guard's voice by his ear. "His Excellency, I heard that Lord G will use this torture on you during the interrogation later. How terrible does it seem?" "His Excellency? His Excellency?" The guard called out twice, but got no response from Glover. He frowned, turned his head, and saw Glover sitting on the ground, pale-faced, with a large wet patch under him. The smell of urine, burnt flesh, and damp mold mixed together, creating an overpowering stench. Even Glover himself couldn't help but retch a few times upon smelling it. This was just looking. How could a high-ranking general who commands troops be so frightened that he wet his pants? General dies after hundreds of battles. How could he lead troops like this? Wouldn't he be scared into fleeing in panic? The guard was slightly stunned, then immediately shouted loudly, "Come here! Come here quickly! Dag is not feeling well." The sound traveled far. Immediately, a cacophony of footsteps came from ahead. After all, Glover was a high-ranking duke. Though he lacked courage, his pride was very high. How could he tolerate so many people seeing him in this pitiful state? He immediately quivered and stopped them, saying, Don't. But the guard paid him no heed. Before Glover could finish saying call for help, the guard had already run far away. Chapter 104 Estrangement 2. Philip, waiting in the interrogation room for Glover, never expected to see a brave and loyal marquis being carried on a stretcher, having been scared into wetting his pants. Seeing the usually neat and tidy Glover in such a miserable state, Philip felt a sudden uneasiness in his heart. He hurriedly stood up and walked to the stretcher, whispering, "Your Excellency." Slap. The crisp sound of flesh hitting flesh interrupted whatever Philip was about to say. At the same time, Glover's hysterical curses rang out again. "Philip, you ungrateful wolf. Ask your conscience how this marquis has treated you and your father. How dare you torture me? Call Cody over. Let him witness what his son has done." Glover's sharp voice echoed through the prison cell, while no one dared even breathe heavily nearby. A moment later, Philip kept his head turned sideways, slowly wiping away a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. Claire waited very late in Weiyang Palace, but Branson did not return. Mia, standing beside her, whispered, "Lately, there are many affairs in the court. Phil may not know when he can return. Celia, why don't you have some dinner first?" Claire gently shook her head. "No, I'm not hungry. I want to wait for Imran. Once or twice wouldn't matter, but it shouldn't always be her who eats first." Seeing her determined attitude, Mia sighed inwardly and gave up, waiting with Claire. After a while, Claire looked up at Mia and said, "Aunt Mia, I can wait for Imran by myself. You don't need to stay here with me. Go have your meal first." Whenever Claire came to Weiyang Palace, if Branson was there, he naturally accompanied her. But if Branson wasn't around, Mia would come to keep her company. Since Claire hadn't eaten, neither had Mia. Mia smiled and shook her head. "Thank you for your consideration, Celia, but I'm also not hungry. I'll wait with you for Imran." Over these days, Claire found Mia to be an extremely gentle and considerate woman. Not only thorough in actions but also soft-spoken in speech, and Claire gazed at Mia's face, thinking, she is also incredibly beautiful. Though now 32, she does not look inferior to many consorts in the palace. She isn't the type that grabs attention instantly like Martha, but undoubtedly very captivating upon closer inspection. The only flaw was the lingering signs of hardship and sorrow in her eyes. Claire believed this was probably related to her experiences with Branson during the war. Over the years, regardless of how fierce and moody Branson became, he never mistreated those who or ate eunuchs to tie Branson up with ropes and throw him into a pond. No matter how good a swimmer you are, being tied up renders any skill useless. Furthermore, Branson was constantly forced by the Corina to study statecraft and military strategy, neglecting swimming. His swimming skills were quite average. If not for a young Eileen jumping into the water to save him, he would have nearly drowned. The Eileen was truly a rare kind-hearted person, doing good without expecting anything in return. After saving Branson, she left. At that time, Branson was dazed from inhaling water and didn't see her face. He only woke up to find half a jade pendant in his hand, which must have broken accidentally when she saved him. Although only half of the jade pendant remained, and she might not stay by his side, Branson secretly searched for its owner ever since. The jade pendant was with Martha. From then on, Branson poured almost all of his genuine feelings into this woman. Martha thought her actions were flawless, but with Branson's sharpness, how could he not see through her pretended virtue? How could he not see her methods to harm other favored consorts? He just didn't care. As long as Martha said she didn't want Branson to favor anyone else, then the harem would be rendered useless. In fact, even if Martha hadn't said those words, the harem was basically useless anyway. And thrashed him badly across his palms. His hands swelled so much that they were painful to use for several days, thus causing Branson to weave far less from then on. But there was no way Mia would tell Claire all this casually, even if it needed to be said. It would need to come from Branson himself and not her mouth. Therefore Mia just smiled and said, now that Imran is older, it's natural that he would dislike childhood amusements such as these. But, at this juncture, she paused before saying, there's still a little rabbit woven by Imran in my quarters. Does Phil want to take a look at it? I can fetch it over for you. Claire's eyes sparkled at this but then blushed bashfully and said, wouldn't that be too much trouble? Compared to Martha, Claire was genuinely candid like a blank sheet of paper, making interactions with her very relaxing indeed. In fact, when Branson doted on Martha, he had once proposed having Mia accompany her, but Mia had never quite loved doing so. Branson naturally noted her reticence, and did not mention the matter again after that. How troublesome can this be? It's just a walk away. Mia smiled faintly, then please wait here for a moment, Phil. Saying that, she stood up and performed a salute to Claire before turning and leaving. Immediately the grand palace hall fell silent, as Claire sat alone on her chair, lost in thoughts while staring at the spread out dishes. Actually, she had wanted to ask Mia about this question since long ago, always wanting to get to know Branson better. It's just that she could never bring herself to open her mouth. Today, she finally summoned up her courage under threat of punishment for being late. Mammals beside the Corina even stood vigilantly nearby with wooden planks, striking Branson anytime they felt he appeared sleepy or distracted. Also during the years in Azar as a hostage, princesses differed from princes. Naturally, princes themselves were not all the same either. Lacking connections within the court, when Achilles and the court ministers chose accompanying staff, they had been rather perfunctory with Branson. The people of Azar intended humiliation. Those accompanying him were all of mixed intentions, ineffective, providing hardly any substantial support. Basically, almost every single thing required Branson to handle personally. As his own flesh and blood, provided Branson's behavior was satisfactory, the Corina wouldn't treat him poorly in terms of clothing and food. The people of Azar, however, paid no regard to that. So Branson similarly rose early every day to handle all sorts of dirty and tiring work. Habits formed through nature. With the passing of time, he definitely became accustomed to waking at a particular time every morning, unable to fall asleep once awake. Seeing Mia's contemplative expression, Claire felt her heart sink. It seemed her previous guess was likely accurate. Claire whispered, Aunt Mia, are there difficult secrets involved? Mia hesitated and said, this? Before the word was fully out, a voice laced with laughter suddenly came from outside the hall. What are you talking about? Tell this to me as well. How is that? As the words fell, spotless cloud-patterned brocade boots stepped in, and Branson walked into the hall. Claire and Mia hurriedly stood up. Mia bowed respectfully to Branson. Phil. Branson placed his hands on her shoulders and laughed. I said no need for formalities in private. Even Sylvia has remembered this, yet you are still as formal. Mia shook her head. This servant and Celia naturally don't. Before Mia could finish her sentence, Claire quickly smiled. If you speak like this, Aunt, it seems too distant between us. Now Claire felt that truly everything had two sides. Although Branson didn't like following rules and often acted surprisingly, which seemed rebellious to others, in another way, he could also be considered very sincere and straightforward towards his people. For example, throughout dynastic history, imperial consorts were not allowed to meet with officials outside the court. This rule existed not only to prevent passing messages, but also due to concerns over emotional relationships between concubines and other men. After all, no man would tolerate their women flirting with other men, even if he himself didn't have much fondness for her. Caches were even more suspicious by nature. But Branson was different. If Claire really wanted to meet with an outsider, he would never object. Just like he wouldn't oppose Jaden assisting Claire in managing palace affairs just because he was a man, and he never concealed his closeness with Mia before Claire. He always tried his best to give enough trust and respect to the people he cared about. Seeing both Cash and Celia speaking thus, Mia could only nod, saying, all right, this servant will remember. Pausing for a moment, she added, since Phil has returned, this servant will take my leave. Claire smiled. With so many dishes here, why don't you join us, Aunt? Mia shook her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. Before she finished speaking, Branson had already pulled Claire down to sit with him, smiling at Mia. Come sit down, there's no one else around. Since both the Cash and Celia insisted, Mia had no choice but to sit down beside them. Branson picked some of their favorite dishes for Claire and Mia, placing them in small plates in front of them, then curled his lips into a smile. Now you can tell me what you were discussing earlier. Mia and Claire exchanged a glance, Then Claire held up the little rabbit made of willow branches in her arms. Earlier, Aunt Ollie showed me this, saying it was woven by Phil. Chapter 106, Ingenious Repartee 2. Seeing this rabbit, Branson was slightly stunned, a swift and complex emotion flashing across his eyes. He glanced sideways at Mia and said indifferently, "It's casually made, not even worth much. It's quite troublesome for you to still keep it." Branson had a solitary personality in his childhood, not fond of talking with others. So he would weave small animals out of willow branches during his idle time, chatting with these little animals. He particularly liked to use some shiny objects to decorate the eyes of these little animals because he felt that once they had eyes, these little animals seemed to come alive. But later, most of them were burned by order of the Corina, and the few remaining ones were also burned by his own hands. That fire burned away the last bit of innocence in his life. The path he was walking on was one filled with blood and thorns. He no longer needed such things. He never wove again. But he did not expect Mia to still have one. "This is Phil's sentiment. I naturally have to keep it," Mia's gentle voice echoed in his ear. "Moreover, Her Majesty the Celia likes it very much too." Branson was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. He looked at Claire. "Really? Sylvia?" These 5 words were spoken with lingering emotion. His crystal-like eyes were tinged with a hint of ambiguity and flirtation. Mia was still here. This rogue was indeed a rogue. With this fleeting thought, Claire's cheeks turned hot. She bit her lip and nodded. But her gaze wandered. Branson chuckled softly. "No problem. Then I'll make more for you in the future, however many you want." The next evening, Dwayne wheeled Jaden back to their residence. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw an uninvited guest sitting beside the desk. They were once very familiar with this person's identity. Philip, the head guard of the Imperial Guards. Philip was originally playing with a sharp, bone-carving knife in his hand when he noticed Dwayne pushing Jaden inside. His gaze suddenly shifted over. As someone who had served Darnell for years, he exuded a formidable presence. His gaze fell upon Jaden like 2 icy spikes, making one feel cold all over. Few people could withstand Philip's gaze, but Jaden merely smiled faintly. He coughed lightly and spoke gently. "What a distinguished guest. Long Ning, go and brew some tea for Lord G." Though Dwayne was straightforward by nature, he wasn't foolish. He knew brewing tea was just an excuse. The real intention was to send him away. And he also realized Philip didn't mean well, especially with a knife in hand. Pleasant conversation might be fine, but if things turned violent, Jaden's courtyard lacked guards and would be no match for Philip. Therefore, Dwayne only agreed with a sound but lingered without moving. Jaden called out again, "Autry." Despite the unchanged tone, Dwayne, who grew up with Jaden, could detect the subtle difference. He wouldn't defy his young master's wish, even if he believed Jaden was choosing a dead end. Dwayne pursed his lips. He whispered another, "Okay," then turned towards the door without looking back. However, a flash of cold light at the door forced him back. Philip didn't come alone. Dwayne's expression turned cold as he glanced sideways at Jaden. "Looks like Lord G doesn't want tea." Jaden chuckled lightly and said indifferently, "If so, there's no need to brew it. Autry, come here." Dwayne nodded silently and stood behind Jaden. In the past, Dwayne always followed Jaden quietly, unnoticed, hence Philip never paid much attention to him. But now, this young man, though not yet fully grown, remained calm under pressure, clearly surpassing many aristocratic heirs in Jingxing. Not to mention how easily the loyal Marquis was frightened into wetting his pants in the Criminal Investigation Office. Philip couldn't help but glance at Dwayne a few more times. But once Dwayne stood behind Jaden, he lowered his head obediently without speaking. Thus, Philip's attention quickly returned to Jaden. With a slam, he placed the bone-carving knife on the desk, then looked at Jaden mockingly, slowly saying, "I've interrogated all the guards on duty yesterday. I wonder where did the guards who took the Marquis for interrogation yesterday come from?" Jaden tilted his head slightly, showing a trace of bewilderment. Since the person was detained in the Office of Cautious Punishment, the guards are naturally from the Office of Cautious Punishment. Why should you ask me instead of them? Philip locked eyes with Jaden. So articulate, it only took a few words to scare the Marquis into wetting his pants. I looked through that group of trembling cowards and couldn't find such a talent. As he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, approaching Jaden ominously, and spat out coldly, "Jaden, you schemed against me." One seated, one standing. The height disparity created an immediate sense of pressure. The atmosphere froze instantly, so silent even a pin could be heard dropping. The candlelight flickered inside the room, casting alternating shadows on Jaden's side face. He fell silent for a moment before laughing lightly. "Yes." Sitting casually in his wheelchair, Jaden showed no sign of panic. "I already told you, Director G, if one does not work for oneself, heaven will destroy and earth will eliminate. In this court, for fame and fortune, for a position second only to Darnell and above all others, who doesn't want to scheme against someone? Do you think you're immune? Don't you also want to scheme against me?" A faint smile hovered at the corners of the young man's lips, neither fully formed nor entirely absent. Jaden's eyes glinted with derision. "What you should truly consider is why you let yourself be so easily schemed against by me. If the loyal Marquis had any trust in you at all, then what you call my scheming today would merely be a ridiculous joke. Director G, today, someone took the loyal Marquis to see to and with a narrow mind, jealous and envious of talent. Lacking capability himself, he needed someone else to handle his affairs, so he couldn't employ a useless person. Yet, he feared that someone with high status would be hard to control. After careful consideration, he chose Philip's father because the latter had no background. No matter how capable he was, he could never overshadow Glover. Social hierarchy has always existed since ancient times. These aristocrats naturally looked down upon commoners from the bottom of their hearts, especially someone like Glover. No matter how much he restrained himself, he would inevitably reveal his disdain. For instance, if the one handling interrogations was Fabio, even if Glover were furious, would he dare to curse or strike out? Even if it weren't Fabio but Kingston from before the Melvin family fell, Glover would still have to be wary. As soon as Jaden spoke, Philip's expression became even worse. How do you know these things? There are no impenetrable walls in this world, Jaden replied. Where there are people, there will be gossip. Sir G might find this shameful and wish to keep it hidden, but some enjoy stirring up trouble and turn it into a laughing matter. Instead of wondering how I found out, you should calmly think about how to mend the rift between you and Dag. Philip glared at him coldly, saying nothing. Though Jaden's words cut to the core, his manner remained gentle. Having served as a royal guard for many years, Philip had seen numerous cunning strategists, but he had never encountered anyone like Jaden. Jaden's strength lay in his eyes, his face, even his entire being made one unable to hate him. And every word he spoke was indisputable. As he himself said, it was sowing discord, yet it was also speaking bluntly. The raging anger in his chest subsided slightly, but Philip persisted. Jaden, I admit you're very capable, but if you think a few words can create a rift between me and the Zhongyong dukedom, you are sorely mistaken. His expression and tone were contemptuous. However, his grip on the dagger loosened slightly. Jaden chuckled softly. I only mean to give you a friendly warning. He gently straightened his sleeves and said coolly, in this bustling world, all actions are driven by self-interest. The power and wealth Dag offers you and your father, others can provide as well. Would you rather be a well-dressed dog, summoned at will, or soar high in rank? It all depends on your choice. Philip stared at him coldly. For some reason, Jaden's words left Philip's expression wavering again. He tightened his grip on the bone-removing dagger once more. Watching that dagger, which seemed ready to pierce Jaden at any moment, Dwayne appeared calm on the surface, but her heart nearly leaped into her throat. However, from start to finish, Jaden's expression never changed. His gaze was gentle, almost compassionate. Your father is a close confidant of the Zhongyong dukedom, and no one knows Dag's character better than you. Philip's face turned ashen. If he hadn't understood too well that Glover's narrow-mindedness made him unreliable, even if he helped him through this crisis, the humiliation of wetting his pants in prison would not be easily forgiven. Retaliation would surely come later. Why would he personally appear here and waste words with Jaden otherwise? I do understand Dag's character. A flicker of incomprehensible light flashed in Philip's eyes as he slowly said, but does Sir Xia understand the current emperor's character? Is allying with him what Sir Xia calls soaring high in rank? Philip is usually a cautious person. In the past, he would never have spoken like this in front of Jaden, indicating that he was now far less composed than he appeared. He was already wavering between Glover and Branson. Over the years, Branson's ruthless reputation had taken root deep in his mind, so he did not dare to switch allegiance easily. Jaden smiled slightly. He didn't immediately answer Philip's question but instead said, have you ever played Jadestone gambling? Philip was momentarily stunned. Jaden continued, spending a large sum of money on a stone whose true value is unknown. If you win, you get unimaginably wealthy overnight. If you lose, you're left with nothing. This not only requires exceptionally keen eyesight, but also the courage to stake everything on one throw. Leaving aside for now the characters of Marquis Zhongyong and Imran. Following the Marquis, the wealth and status of the Ji family have reached their peak. It can either remain stagnant or start to decline, but following the cash means it's just the beginning. Philip still didn't speak, and his hand gripping the dagger handle didn't loosen either. But beads of sweat began to form in his palms. Jaden's voice was filled with allure. Sir Ji, heroes are born in chaotic times. The current situation is indeed perilous, but it is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you hesitate out of fear and do not move forward, you will miss this chance and regret it later. Then, you will face not only Imran's displeasure, but also the long-suppressed wrath of Marquis Zhongyong. On the surface, Philip held the knife, making Jaden appear the weaker party, but in reality, he was the one who truly controlled the situation. He had already seen through Philip's mental knots and weaknesses, continuously guiding the other's emotions. Though the room wasn't hot, sweat started dripping from Philip's forehead. Jaden was right. His father had endured years of servitude before Glover to achieve his current position as an intimate confidant. However, given Glover's narrow-mindedness, any further advancement would be nearly impossible. Glover would never allow any subordinate to surpass him, let alone someone from a humble background. If no change. Chapter 108. The Human Heart, 2. Having thought this far, Philip finally made up his mind. He looked at Juan. All right, Your Excellency Xia, I will assist Imran in interrogating Marquis Zhongyong. The moment Philip spoke, Dwayne, standing behind Juan, let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully exhale, Philip added, but Your Excellency must secure an assurance for me from Imran. Dwayne lowered his head and pouted. Typical, no movement without bait. Of course. Juan said gently, then, may Lord Ji receive the imperial decree. Philip was momentarily stunned. What? Juan pulled out a bright yellow silk scroll from his sleeve. Imran decrees that Lord Ji, having succeeded in interrogating Marquis Zhongyong, shall be specially ennobled as Viscount Tysonlai and appointed as the commander of cavalry, a third-rank post. Please, Lord Ji, have a look. The bone-carving dagger in Philip's hand clattered to the ground. His hand trembled as he took the bright yellow silk scroll from Juan. His pupils shrank as he saw the words written on it. According to the regulations of the Great Zhou dynasty, no one outside the royal family could be ennobled as a prince. Marquises were mostly passed down through generations within powerful families. Their ancestors were generally founding heroes who had made great contributions to the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. Thus, an imperial bestowal of a viscountcy by Darnell was already an unparalleled honor. Moreover, while the commander of cavalry shared the same third-rank status as head of palace guards, the latter held actual power. If Juan's words earlier were the stepping stones to persuade Philip, then this edict from Branson was like a blazing fire, burning away Philip's last wisp of hesitation. Philip gripped the edict tightly, a trace of evident madness flashing across his eyes. Slowly, he said, please inform Imran that I will take Marquis Zhongyong's confession and come thank him. Philip left with satisfaction. Dwayne rushed over from behind and grabbed Juan's hand, his eyes red. Master, that was too dangerous. That man was full of hostility. He didn't seem like a good person at all. What if he had suddenly stabbed you with the knife? You underestimate your master? Juan curled his lips, his slender, jade-like fingers lightly pressing Dwayne's eye corner. What do I always teach you? Men don't shed tears easily. If you really cry, then I won't need you anymore. Even knowing it was a joke, Dwayne hurriedly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. He still needed to protect his master. He couldn't act like a young Eileen crying at every little thing. Dwayne frowned. But master, you were so straightforward in persuading him to betray Marquis Zhongyang. What if he just agrees superficially but doesn't exert effort? Juan shook his head slightly. Autry, you should understand. I'm not persuading him to betray Marquis Zhongyang, but giving him an excuse to do so. Suspicions had arisen. Old grudges ran deep. Resentments had accumulated. Just a bit of external force would make it happen naturally. Dwayne was stunned for a moment, repeating softly, an excuse to betray Marquis Zhongyang? There are no guards in this yard. If he really wanted my life, he would hire a few assassins instead of coming here himself, unnecessarily drawing attention. Juan remarked indifferently, since Philip came personally, it means there's something to talk about. That dagger was just used to scare and probe. In the officialdom, there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends. He already has thoughts of rebellion. I merely pushed him along the way. Meanwhile, at Nathaniel Guang Palace, Titus and several marquises were discussing matters together. Marquis Youngning Christian frowned. Though 10 days is not much, it's obvious that Imran is stalling for time. Prince, shall we continue waiting? What else can we do if not wait? The situation occurred so suddenly that we also need time to prepare. Otherwise, if things really escalate and we seek help, it might be too late and we might suffer greatly. Due to the affairs concerning Dante and Aslan, Titus felt both uneasy and increasingly cautious. Moreover, since Branson clearly gave them a 10-day period, promising to release him without a confession, and issued an imperial order for Philip to interrogate Glover, it was considered a face-saving measure and a concession to them. Titus touched his large belly. Branson sent Philip to interrogate Glover. But Philip's biological father is one of Glover's confidants. How could he side with Branson? 10 days, or even 100, wouldn't change anything. Everyone found this statement convincing. Only Marquis Wu and Wu Giselberding expressed concern. Although that's true, this matter is too significant. I think we should proceed cautiously and remind Cody. Titus nodded. This, of course, the prince will inform the Zhongyong Marquis residents. Everyone then engaged in a lively discussion before each returning to their respective residences to prepare. Titus summoned the steward Corey. Secretly, you deliver this letter for me. Corey hesitated. Your Highness, wouldn't this be too risky? With a sword hanging over our heads, doing nothing would be the real risk. Titus gave a cold snort. If by the end of the 10 days, Branson honestly releases him, that would be best. If he delays further, then I'll give him a taste of my strength. Corey. Chapter 109 Interrogation 1. In the Imperial Study, Grant has indeed gained my utmost favor. Branson supported his cheek with one hand, leaning lazily beside the desk. Even though these past few days he and often can't sleep at night, he merely worries about delaying matters for Phil and has been enduring it. Previously, whenever Jaden and Branson deliberated in the Imperial Study, Dwayne usually did not stay by their side. Even when he occasionally did, he remained silent. It was rare for Branson to hear him speak. Originally, Branson thought he was nervous before Darnell, but now hearing his clear enunciation and orderly narration without any sign of nervousness even before Darnell, he couldn't help but view him more highly. Branson gently said, if that's the case, why didn't you say anything earlier? I'll have a royal physician examine you. Jaden coughed lightly. Autry is young and tends to exaggerate things. I know my condition. There's no need to trouble the royal physician. That won't do, Branson laughed. Since I've said we are Evars in arms, how can I remain indifferent seeing you unwell? Why not? As he spoke, he turned to Dwayne. Autry, lead a few Imperial guards to the Imperial Medical Bureau and fetch the royal physician Zoltan to treat your young master properly. He spoke to Dwayne very politely. Dwayne slightly started. With Branson's reputation for cruelty and making Jaden undertake dangerous missions, he originally had no particular fondness for Branson. However, he never expected him to be so approachable. Most high-ranking officials in Shangjing had been poured down. It was them feeding him water. In the past, he would never accept such humiliating treatment, but at this moment, thirst overpowered his pride, forcing him to struggle to open his mouth to catch the spilling water, disregarding the mess it made. Before, no matter how he begged, the jailers would not provide extra water. After drinking the water, Glover finally regained some strength. He shakily grabbed the other person's clothes, using the faint light of a candle to see their face. It was better not to have looked. As soon as he saw it, the long-lost anger surged up once again. He panted heavily, staring with bloodshot eyes, almost grinding his teeth to dust. Ji, Anyang. At this moment, Glover's fury reached its peak. Upon uttering these 3 words, he didn't know where he found the strength to sit up abruptly and raise his hand to slap Philip again. Philip turned his head slightly, easily evading the slap from Glover, then caught his hand, saying calmly, My lord, you're exhausted. You should lie down and rest immediately. Apart from a few extremely prominent second-generation loafers who came to court just to pass the time, most Imperial guards were still skilled to some extent, let alone Philip as the captain. This grip was incredible. Even without much force, it made Glover's face twist in pain. Glover grunted, struggling hard to pull his hand free. But Philip's hand was like an unshakable steel hook, making it futile no matter how hard Glover tried to break free. The pain dispelled the drowsiness, and Glover's eyes blazed with fury. He began cursing loudly. Philip, what an ingrate you are. If it weren't for me lifting you and your father out of that pile of scum and granting you wealth and honor, would you have dared to dream of becoming the captain of the guards? You'd probably still be licking boots somewhere obscure. Glover cursed with gusto, growing more vulgar, not noticing Philip's eyes turning increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, Philip laughed heartily. His laughter echoed through the empty cell, like a vulture preparing to feast. Glover swallowed, his curses gradually diminishing in the midst of this laughter. He had never thought about improving himself, but spent his life trying to train wolves into dogs. But wolves are wild and wouldn't easily bow to incompetent people. A chill ran up his spine. Glover stammered, "What are you laughing at?" After a while, Philip's laughter subsided. Looking at Glover's filthy face, he said seriously, "Has my lord finished cursing? If not, you can continue. It won't hurt me. Why should I care about a dying man? What do you think?" Upon hearing these words, Glover's pupils contracted. Terrified and bewildered, he stared at Philip. "What do you mean by this?" Philip did not answer him but turned and said to the outside, "The loyal and brave Marquis unfortunately fell ill and died in prison. Take him out and bury him somewhere." Though his voice was low, it struck like thunder. Philip was going to bury him alive. Glover shivered violently, nearly biting his tongue. His eyes bulged as if they might fall out, and he gritted his teeth. "Philip, I am an official of the Imperial Court. You dare." Before he could finish speaking, 7 or 8 burly guards rushed in and, without a word, pinned Glover down and dragged him out. Glover struggled fiercely, but his martial skills were rudimentary, and now weakened by illness, he was no match for these strong men. In no time, he was dragged outside. Chapter 110 Interrogation 2. Philip had always been respectful in front of Glover, but now Glover was experiencing this person's ruthlessness for the first time. He originally thought that Philip absolutely did not have the guts to do such a thing. It was just meant to scare him. But who would have thought? The other party actually buried him as promised. When the soil reached his knees, Glover was still in high spirits, loudly cursing at Philip and his father. By the time it reached his waist, he lost all courage and could not help but beg for mercy. By the time it reached his chest, Glover's voice was hoarse from shouting. An overwhelming wave of fear surged over him, nearly drowning him. If he could move, he would have knelt before Philip right there and then. Glover cried bitterly, pleading pitifully, Anyang, Anyang, for the sake of how I've treated you and your father decently all these years, spare me this time. It's my fault. All those years were my fault. Fault? Ha 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 ha. A shiny dagger flashed past Glover's eyes, and Philip laughed heartily. So the Marquis still knows wrong? He waved the dagger back and forth in front of Glover, shaking his head with a sigh. Pity. It's too late. Seeing the sharp dagger in Philip's hand, Glover felt his heart almost leap out of his throat. His gaze shifted to Philip's smiling face, and he muttered softly, You're crazy. You're crazy. Yes, I am indeed crazy. Philip said with interest, serving under someone like the Marquis, not going crazy would be abnormal. Glover. How dare you? How dare you? Glover tried to muster the last bit of authority to intimidate Philip. You kill me, the Zhengyong Marquis mansion won't let you off. My nephew Russell will also never let you off. When that happens, you'll have to accompany me in death. Your entire family will have to accompany me in death. Ah? Slap. The sound of a slap landing on flesh echoed. Even when Philip slapped casually, it was stronger than Glover's enraged slap. Glover screamed, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Philip admired his bloodied face, a sense of vengeance bubbling up within him. Marquis, why do you always say such absurdly stupid things? He wiped the blood off Glover's face, his eyes twinkling mockingly. Why wouldn't they let me off? Marquis, didn't you yourself say that I'm your confidant? My father was promoted by you. Why would I want to harm you? How dare I harm you? If you die here, what does it have to do with me? With those words, Glover swallowed, the last bit of color draining from his face. He shouted in despair. What do you really want? What do I want? Philip laughed. Isn't it obvious? Of course, I want you dead. As he spoke, he glanced around coldly. What are you all standing there for? Fill in the soil quickly. Send the Marquis on his way properly. Everyone answered in unison, resuming the task of filling in the soil. Glover was instantly terrified out of his wits. At this moment, even his last thread of hope vanished. If Philip had killed him swiftly, he might not have had time to be afraid. But this method of being buried alive slowly tormented him, inch by inch, amplifying his fear. His fragile sanity, already weakened by days of torture, crumbled completely. The desire to live had never been so intense. Glover stared wide-eyed, screaming hysterically, Anyang, Philip, I was wrong, truly wrong. Spare me. If you can spare me, I'll do anything, anything at all. At that moment, he seemed like a helpless animal, stripped of all his former arrogance, leaving only bone-chilling fear and sobs. Philip waved his hand, signaling the people to pause filling the soil. Really? Anything? Glover finally breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded frantically. Yes, yes. Anything, anything at all. Philip tapped Glover's face with the dagger. Glover shivered in cold. Then he heard Philip say slowly, Let's hear 2 barks from the Marquis. Glover froze, his expression momentarily contorted. How could a proud Marquis like him bark like a dog? Before he could think further, Philip's expression changed. He coldly ordered, Keep burying. Another inch, and it would reach his neck. Glover's heart sank, and he broke out in a cold sweat instantly. I will. I will. Saying this, he immediately started barking woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Philip laughed heartily. After laughing enough, he commanded, Now shout 3 times that you are a dog. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. But this time Glover dared not delay for a moment. He shouted 3 times, I am a dog, with his already hoarse voice. Philip reached out to pat Glover's head. Unforgivable. No more of this. Let's march our troops to Shangjing and teach him a lesson. General Zhang, please sit down. Russell Edmund sat solemnly at the center. Lingyu Pass is too far from Shangjing. Marching into the capital rashly may not be wise, and if my 5th Evar is still alive, it would be worth it. But now. He paused without finishing, but everyone understood. Since Dante was dead, marching into the capital made no sense and might even lead them into a trap. The giant named General Zheng added, "Then what's your plan, Your Highness? I can't swallow this indignation." This person was called Seamus, truly fitting his name, being tall, dark, and muscular. Edmund did not answer Seamus's question. Instead, he turned slightly and looked at the first person sitting on his left. This man had a wax-yellow complexion, with a sharp face resembling a monkey's. Short and frail, he wore the smallest armor, which swung loosely on his skinny frame, making him look like a frail, wind-blown sickling. Yet his beady eyes gleamed shrewdly. His name was Imeldag Longfei. Though unremarkable in appearance, he was Prince Edmund's top strategist, full of cunning schemes. Many rebellious commanders at Lingyu Pass were dealt with by his advice. Regarding the death of Ethan at the Imperial Punishment Bureau, everyone had voiced their opinions except him. He remained composed, sitting silently without uttering a word. Seeing Edmund looking at him, Imeldag Longfei knew it was time to speak. Clearing his throat, he said, "It's hard to believe the deaths of Selin and Ethan within days are unrelated to the Hunjur. Both princes are of royal blood and cannot die so unjustly. We must demand justice from the Hunjun." "Do you need to say this?" Seamus grumbled. "But if we can't march to Shangjing, how do we seek justice?" Almost saying nonsense. Imeldag Longfei's small eyes turned toward Seamus. He grinned, revealing yellow teeth, but said nothing. Though Imeldag Longfei appeared as thin as a scarecrow, his sinister grin chilled even the rugged Seamus to the bone. Unable to accept being intimidated by such a weakling, Seamus angrily began to retort, "You?" Prince Edmund tapped the table, interrupting Seamus. "General Zheng, listen to General Imeldag finish." Imeldag Longfei always spoke ambiguously, liking to create suspense before revealing his depth, a trait Edmund was already used to. Lingyu Pass was on the border, constantly facing invasions. Soldiers often faced death, making most wild and untamed. Compared to the armies in Shangjing and various regions, the frontier troops showed little reverence for imperial authority. Here, no matter how prestigious one's lineage, without power, they were nothing. Even a lowly soldier dared to defy what Edmund intended. When Dante was alive, they could assist each other. But now that Dante was dead, he, who controlled the border troops, had become an eyesore to Branson. He could not just sit back and wait for his doom. And Dante's death must be avenged. Only, as a prince, he couldn't bring himself to personally admit to surrendering to a foreign power. This needed someone else to say it for him. Imeldag Longfei's suggestion came at just the right time. His words were undeniably impressive. Edmund felt very satisfied. Since Branson acted without humanity, he shouldn't blame him for being unrighteous. Once he allied with the Azar and marched into Shangjing, he would also get a taste of being an emperor. After a moment of silence, Edmund said, "General Imeldag's words indeed make sense. However, if we want to seek aid from the Azar, I'm afraid one person will not agree." Chapter 112, The Stratagem, Part 2. The person Edmund mentioned is named Francisco, the commander of Lingyu Pass. This man is 35 years old this year. Born and raised on the border since childhood, he joined the military at 15 and has guarded the frontier for exactly 20 years. During this period, he accumulated numerous merits and gradually rose from an obscure private to a general. His prestige in Lingyu Pass is extremely high. If it were not for the imperial court's rule against granting military authority on the border to outsiders, Francisco would have been a strong candidate to succeed the previous commander. Even if Francisco is not the main commander, as long as he raises his arm and calls out, at least 1/3 of the people in Lingyu Pass would follow his command. Most of them are soldiers he has personally led over these 20 years. They form the backbone force defending Lingyu Pass. Due to Francisco's rebellious nature, when Edmund first arrived, he considered intimidating him by killing him to establish his authority. However, because of the special nature of the frontier troops, they do not truly revere imperial power. Killing their respected leader recklessly would not serve as a warning, but could lead to mutiny. As long as Francisco remains, he can keep those people in check, preserving his strength while using them to fight battles and defend the border. After all, as a general, Francisco thinks more strategically than a common soldier and would prefer not to rebel if he doesn't have to. But if Francisco were really killed, those people would definitely not listen to Edmund's orders, making it harder for him to cultivate his own power base in Lingyu Pass. Thus, this matter was put on hold. Over the years, both sides have achieved a rather delicate balance. Edmund does not interfere with Francisco. Francisco focuses on leading the troops to defend Lingyu Pass. Lingyu Pass is his life's work. Behind it are his family and friends. Defending this city means protecting his family and friends. He cannot afford to retreat even half a step. Therefore, if one were to surrender the pass to the Azar, Francisco would undoubtedly be the biggest obstacle, and it would likely result in an uncertain and bloody battle. This is what troubles Edmund the most. Your Highness need not worry. Just go ahead and contact the Azar and invite them into the city for a drink 3 days from now. Guessing Edmund's concerns, Imeldag Longfei grinned proudly, revealing his yellow teeth again. As for that person you mentioned, I have a perfect stratagem to pull the rug from under him, ensuring his demise without a trace. Years of plotting have finally borne fruit, and now it's time for Imeldag Longfei to make his name known. 3 days later, evening. The soldiers guarding Lingyu Pass saw dozens of corpses lined up on the ground and could not hide their indignation, clenching their fists so tightly they cracked. For some reason, the frequency of the Azar's raids on Lingyu Pass had increased significantly over the past few days. Almost every day, their losses were several times greater than usual. In just 3 days, they lost thousands of Evars, which was unprecedented in the history of the border army. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air, creating a deathly silence. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the front corner, and a group of soldiers quickly made way for an officer who strode forward. The man had dark skin and stood nearly 9 feet tall, resembling an iron tower. His face was rugged and resolute, with eyes like lightning. He should have been a handsome warrior, but a grotesque, twisted scar ran from his forehead to his jawline, covering half his face, making him appear terrifying. This man was none other than Francisco, the commander of Lingyu Pass. Seeing him approach, the soldiers standing before the corpses immediately stepped aside to form a path, lining up neatly and shouting in unison, "General!" Their voices resonated like thunder. Francisco nodded but said nothing. Instead, he walked to the bodies and crouched down to examine them closely. Casualties in war are inevitable, but he knew his own troops well, and this number of casualties was far from normal. A soldier couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, saying, "These Azar are too much. General, let's attack their camp outside the city and avenge our fallen Evars. We'll show them not to be so arrogant." His angry shout boosted morale. More and more voices roared in agreement. Yes, attack their camp. Avenge our Evars. The crowd was roused. After examining the soldiers' bodies, Francisco slowly stood up, his cold gaze sweeping across everyone present. His expression became more ferocious, and the scar on his face seemed even more fearsome. Suddenly, Francisco drew the large saber from his waist and slashed off the helmet of the soldier who had first stepped forward. The helmet rolled across the ground, and the soldier's face turned pale. Others were also shocked. Francisco cursed angrily. "You say they died at the hands of the Azar? Then come and see. Look at their wounds." Speaking, he fiercely grabbed the soldier whose helmet he had just slashed off and hurled him in front of the dozens of corpses. All of them struck dead center with one blow. "I ask you, what kind of enemy can be this formidable?" Francisco pointed at the crowd one by one. You? Can you? Francisco's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. If it were true combat on the battlefield, it would be impossible for everyone to be struck dead center with one blow. Moreover, most of the dozens of bodies lying on the ground weren't ordinary soldiers, but small commanders leading several or even dozens of men, each of whom could fight 10 or even 100 enemies alone. For this situation to occur, it was very likely due to being ambushed by someone they trusted. Perhaps, the Azar soldiers who kept attacking these past few days were merely a decoy, to cover for the real murderer. In an instant, fiery rage blazed in everyone's eyes. In their minds, traitors were 10,000 times more detestable than enemies. Dying by an enemy's hand was honorable, but dying by the hand of a comrade who once fought together was nothing short of a travesty. A mockery. The greatest mockery ever. Not only a mockery, but until the traitor was identified, everyone was under suspicion, each bearing the possible guilt of killing their Evars in arms. Utter disgrace. Red veins bulged in everyone's eyes. Bang! In the dead silence, punctuated only by faint battle cries, a thunderous sound shattered the night sky, exploding in everyone's ears. At the same time, two deputy generals rushed over with their troops beside Francisco. Hoofbeats stirred up dust as one of them raised his arm and shouted, "Enemy attack! Someone has opened the city gates and let the Azar army into the city." Bang! Amidst the deafening roar, the deputy general's voice seemed distant and unreal, like a gory dream shattered by gunfire. A flash of cold light cut through the air, the sound of swords being drawn toward the air. The moon was obscured by clouds. No one retreated. Without hesitation, everyone unsheathed their blades in unison at that moment. Disgrace must be washed away with blood. Francisco swung his blade heavily, roaring a single word from deep within his chest. Kill. Chapter 113. Cavalry 1. At the same time, on top of the city wall, the shouts and cries of battle below were deafening, blood and flesh flying everywhere. But Russell Edmund was smiling as he accompanied the Azar representative observing the battle. This person was about the same age as Edmund, completely covered in a floor-length black cloak, with a doll-faced mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. But even in those eyes, ambition and desire could not be concealed. Azar people were naturally belligerent. This was their longing for the splendid territory of Great Zhou. He would destroy this supposedly impregnable Lingyu Pass, slaughter all the men who would not submit to the Azar cavalry, and send the women and supplies into the military camp. Then he would trample the entire Great Zhou underfoot, incorporating it into the Azar territory. As long as he captured this city, as long as this city fell, the Azar army could march straight through. Edmund had no idea what the other person was thinking at that moment. He was focused solely on his own concerns. "General Apollon, I wonder when the Azar can lend me troops?" This person did not give his name but was called General Apollon by everyone. Edmund referred to him as such too. Apollon was the surname of the Azar imperial family. This person's identity was undoubtedly high-ranking. General Apollon continued to stare intently at the scene below, responding coolly, "Russell, rest assured. Once the Azar army enters the city successfully, none of the promised benefits will be lacking." Saying this, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Spattered everywhere. His deputy Iof galloped over urgently, his face full of anxiety. "General, I don't know why, but many of our men are suddenly suffering from stomach trouble." "What?" Walt's scarred face twitched. After felling an enemy soldier, he growled, "It must be spies meddling with our food. Once I find them, I'll flay their skin, gouge out their eyes and light a sky lamp." Finishing his words, Walt raised his arm and roared, "Brothers, follow me and kill the bandits." Bodies and arms flew around him as Walt's generals found themselves surrounded by tens of enemies each. Walt swung his saber, slicing down several foes. The Azar soldiers were much fiercer than Edmund's men. One Azar soldier, ignoring the intestines flowing from his gut, screamed as he clung tightly to Walt's leg. The battlefield situation changed rapidly. Walt slashed the man in two, feeling a cold wind against the back of his neck almost instantly. Someone was ambushing him. With years of experience in warfare, at this critical moment, Walt rolled on the ground without looking to avoid the attack. However, another Azar general's saber descended immediately after. Blade gleaming before his eyes, Walt saw the bearded face of his attacker. Was he going to die here? Walt tilted his head back, his tiger-like eyes flashing with confusion. Swoosh! A blade tore through the air, sharp, piercing the night. At that moment, the Azar general froze, eyes wide with disbelief. An arrow had pierced his throat, entering from the front of his neck and exiting from the back. The arrow came from outside the city. Walt was stunned. A soldier ran up, nearly crying from joy. His voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. "General, reinforcements. There are reinforcements." After a brief silence, Walt threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Brothers, follow me and fight." "What is that?" Edmund and General Apollon stood on the city wall, having an excellent vantage point from above. They saw a squadron of cavalry charging like the wind from afar. There weren't many riders, but their speed was astonishing. Just as it seemed Walt was about to be driven into a desperate situation, there was no room for any hesitation. Edmund's expression changed slightly. "Stop them. They must not enter the city." Seamus strode over, his voice thick and deep. "Your Highness, I volunteer." Edmund nodded. "Good. General Zhang, take 3,000 men out of the city immediately." Seamus accepted the order and left. General Apollon stared intently at the cavalry, a sudden foreboding filling his heart. At this moment, Seamus had already rushed out of the city to intercept them. The two forces met head-on. Seamus's side had an absolute numerical advantage. Yet in close combat, the enemy moved like tigers among sheep, striking down without mercy or hesitation, causing heads to fly everywhere and blood to rain from the sky. A chill shot up Seamus's spine, sending unprecedented horror through him. He roared and lifted his massive mace, using all his strength to bring it down on the leader of the opposing force. Seamus was a fierce general under Edmund, capable of wielding immense strength with his arms, having slain countless enemies. The mace whistled through the air as it came down. He fully expected the opponent's head to splatter open this time. However, when the heavy mace hit the ground with a bang, he still didn't see the anticipated result. Shock washed over him. Suddenly, Seamus realized his body was no longer visible. His head spun and landed on the ground. His bulky body was trampled into the mud by horses. A force of 3,000 men was utterly routed by just a few dozen riders in moments. Edmund's face turned deathly pale. General Apollon leaned on the battlement, looking down. His eyes were dark as he stared at the leader of the opposing force, coldly asking, "Who is he? When did the great Zhou have such a terrifying general? With someone like this, when would they ever be able to conquer Shengjing?" Veins bulged on Edmund's hands, but he remained silent. The cavalry reached the city, grinding his teeth to powder. "You traitor, Fabio! My Ivar treated you well, yet you conspire with that Hunjun, Tyrant, to ruin my plans. Just wait until I leave the city." "Impossible, Your Highness." Imeldag Longfei's small eyes looked especially shrewd in the night. "Absolutely not, Your Highness. The dozens we've faced are already terrifying. Don't even mention the larger forces behind them. We must conserve our strength for future battles. To avoid being trapped inside Lingyu Pass, we should retreat immediately." Since Karl never brought Fabio on campaigns, his name wasn't well known among the border troops. At most, the border generals had heard that Karl had a son but had never seen him in person. However, the army from Shangjing knew him by reputation. Now, seeing such an overwhelming force, they were already intimidated before the battle began. No one was willing to be cannon fodder for Fabio. Everyone agreed unanimously. General Imeldag is right. His reasoning makes sense. "Please retreat quickly, Your Highness and General Apollon." "It's no good. Edmund and the Azar barbarians are trying to escape." Francisco's eyes were bloodshot with rage. "Let me lead the men to slaughter them completely, even if it meant treason." The prince wouldn't hesitate. But unexpectedly, Matthew shook his head. "Generally, Lingyu Pass is crucial. Let the defeated enemy go." Then, he leaned close to Francisco's ear and whispered something softly. Francisco's eyes widened suddenly, revealing a mix of admiration and disbelief. After a moment, he spat on the ground and stomped his feet, pounding his chest. "Unfortunately, this lets that beast Edmund off too easily." He hated traitors more than he hated enemies, especially since Edmund's betrayal caused heavy losses to his troops. He wished he could devour Edmund's flesh raw and drink his blood. Matthew's gaze fell on the city wall, and he slowly spoke. "Perhaps not." When he left the capital, he brought with him the hard bow bestowed by Achilles, which no one else in Great Zhou could draw again after him. Now, Matthew took out the bow, drew it smoothly, and aimed the cold arrow at the two highest-ranking figures on the city tower. Swoosh! The bow sounded like thunder striking. The arrow traveled undiminished over such a long distance, simultaneously hitting Edmund and the enemy leader. The enemy forces immediately fell into chaos. Heroes only respect other heroes. Even years later, people remembered this scene vividly. They remembered the celestial soldier descending from the sky. They remembered the arrow leaving the string to slay their enemies. The battle reached its climax at this moment. Every heart raced with excitement. The army became a boiling cauldron under Francisco's lead, shouting together, "Long live! Long live Lingyu Pass! Long live the Alexei!" Tens of thousands of voices echoed as one. The sound shook the heavens. This youth, barely in his 20s, conquered the hearts of these iron-blooded soldiers with overwhelming might. The 10-day period arrived quickly. Yet, Branson did not show any sign of letting Glover go. Instead, he allocated a large sum of money from the Ministry of Revenue under Xie Jingzhao's management, busily preparing for the Corina's birthday and dispatching people to collect treasures from various regions. It was as if he had forgotten Glover in prison. Yet, the Corina's birthday was still 7 months away. Moreover, Branson and the Corina did not have a harmonious relationship. In the past, these arrangements were handled by consort Martha. Branson merely made an appearance at the banquet. Branson's actions were clearly perceived by others as an attempt to delay time due to the lack of evidence. On the 13th day, Titus led numerous prestigious members of the Shen clan and nobles to gather in Weiyang Palace, intending to pressure Branson. Among them, at least half were senior to Branson, even higher in rank than Titus every 3 times to invite him out of retirement, to let him take charge of the overall situation. After all, Although Jeffrey did not interfere in other matters, he could not tolerate the indiscriminate massacre of the Shun clan's kin. It also related to the well-being of his descendants. Though Jeffrey was indeed old, precisely because of this, his status and prestige were sufficient. And the most formidable was his royal whip. Others would incur the death penalty for striking Darnell, but not Jeffrey. As for whether Branson might secretly harbor resentment, that was not within Titus's considerations. Besides, Jeffrey was different from Aslan and Dante. To kill such a respected and venerable prince was practically impossible, otherwise, it would bear the charge of filial impiety, possibly even questioning the legitimacy of the imperial throne. After waiting for some time, a sharp voice of an eunuch suddenly echoed outside the palace gate. The cash has arrived. Chapter 115. Accusation 1. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy, and everyone looked towards the main gate in unison. Indeed, they saw the young emperor stride in. The emperor has many beauties in his harem, generation after generation, so it's natural that the royal family would not lack handsome men. However, no one could compare to the stunning charm of the person before their eyes. The morning light was perfect at this moment, casting flickering shadows on his face. It truly embodied the saying, radiant as a jade tree standing tall. Everyone held their breath in awe. Branson couldn't help but be stunned by this sight as well. He didn't wait for others to greet him with respect. Feel free to speak. Jeffrey said directly, Phil, do you know what information has been obtained from the detention of the loyal and valiant Marquis Glover? I thought it was something else. It turns out it's about this. Mentioning this matter, Branson's smile faded slightly. After a brief pause, he slowly said, originally, I trusted the character of the loyal and valiant Marquis. Arresting him was just going through the motions. But I didn't expect Glover to confess many secrets. As a young emperor inexperienced in such matters, I am at a loss on how to handle this situation. Who would have thought that my uncles would come now? This way, we can discuss it together, and I hope you all can give me some advice. Upon hearing these words, there was a moment of silence in the Weiyang Palace. People showed various expressions on their faces, and the atmosphere became heavy immediately. Matters in court were complex, intertwined like threads pulling on each other. They exerted so much effort for Glover, not only because they wouldn't allow Branson to easily harm royal relatives, but also because many had personal dealings with Glover. But most people still believed Branson was exaggerating. Many things could only be done behind closed doors, and couldn't be openly discussed. Glover, as long as he wasn't foolish, would never confess anything that could harm himself. Jeffrey was also surprised upon hearing this. Phil, may I know what the loyal and valiant Marquis confessed? Branson shook his head and laughed bitterly. Logically speaking, since old Prince asked, I should tell you honestly, but what Glover did is really hard for me to express. Let's do it this way. Saying this, he suddenly raised his voice. Philip, come here. Upon hearing his name, Philip entered and greeted Branson and the present members of the Shun clan. Branson said, Philip, show the confession signed by the loyal and valiant Marquis to old Prince and the uncles first. Philip responded and took out the confession from his robe, respectfully handing it over to Jeffrey. Jeffrey took the confession suspiciously, unfolding it to read carefully. His expression grew increasingly grim, and by the end, his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Others observing his reaction felt more uneasy. Someone couldn't help but ask, Old Prince, what does the confession say? Jeffrey shook his head without answering and indicated Philip to pass the document to everyone else to read one by one. Those who saw the confession changed their expressions dramatically. Some even began to sweat profusely. Each page of black ink on white paper wasn't just exposing Glover's crimes, but also implicated many people present. Embezzlement, bribery, trafficking government positions, treason, slandering loyal officials. Each item was shocking and punishable by death. When the last person finished reading, the last trace of a smile, a meaningful glance. If Philip admitted to using corporal punishment, they could insist it was a forced confession and nullify all charges brought by Glover. However, Philip did not understand his implication and cried out in protest. Your Highness, I would never dare to subject the Marquis to corporal punishment. If no corporal punishment was used, how could the loyal and valiant Marquis confess to this? He's not a fool. There must be some intrigue here. At this point, Lord Yongning Christian turned to Jeffrey, who had been silent all along. Hold your Highness, say something fair. Jeffrey frowned. Phil, should we meet with the loyal and valiant Marquis? That's natural. Branson curled his lips. Philip, go and bring the loyal and valiant Marquis before us. Philip obeyed and left. After about the time it took for incense to burn down, there came a sound of chains rattling. The loyal and valiant Marquis Glover appeared with disheveled hair and shackles on him. His lips trembled, eyes clouded, and face pale as a sheet. However, his legs were nimble, and his clothes clean, indicating he hadn't suffered much. Branson told Philip, question him again in front of these uncles. Philip nodded and read each line of the confession aloud, asking Glover after each sentence if it was true. Glover seemed terrified of delay, nodding vigorously. With each nod, the hearts of those present sank further. These secret dealings naturally remained hidden. Unless Glover confessed, Branson would have no way to fabricate them. Apart from Philip reciting the charges, no one in Weiyang Palace spoke, the atmosphere unusually grim. If these charges were confirmed, even they would suffer severe consequences. Who cared about Glover? Prince and Esau slammed the table and protested first. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Glover, to save yourself, you dare to defame royalty. Previously, I thought you were wronged and wanted to clear your name. Now it appears that you are truly evil-minded. Esau, an older Evar to the late Emperor Achilles, was more temperamental than both Titus and Achilles, quick to anger like a short fuse. With him taking the lead, others came to their senses. They stood up one after another, denouncing Glover as if they had forgotten why they came. Branson watched from above. The initial coldness disappeared, and his expression became gentle like spring breeze, yet his eyes carried a deeper meaning. A few days ago, he and Jaden had a conversation in the Imperial study. Branson lazily flipped through the confession. This implicates more than half of the imperial relatives. These people have money and power. If they unite in desperation, it will be a headache for me. Royal princes and commoners are equal before the law. Jaden smiled mockingly. If even I don't believe it, Phil wouldn't either. As long as your royal Evars and uncles haven't plotted rebellion or colluded with foreign powers, you should give them some face. Branson raised an eyebrow. So many crimes. You mean to keep quiet about them? Address the critical ones. Jaden replied. As for the rest, let them know you are aware. This way, instead of causing trouble, they will assist in punishing the loyal and valiant Marquis household, eager to punish Glover who spits blood to defame. Branson responded, I'm afraid they'll feel threatened and fiercely protect Glover. After all, Philip has frightened him into a confused state. Jaden shook his head. No one knows pain until they experience it themselves. As long as Phil shows leniency, most won't risk their fortune and glory. Once it touches their personal interests, Glover is nothing more than a negligible ant in their eyes. The Imperial study fell silent for about the time it took to finish a cup of tea. Branson quietly looked at Jaden and softly uttered one word, gamble. Jaden's thin lips curved slightly. Yes, gamble on their unwillingness to take the risk. Chapter 117 The Outcome, Part 1. Inside Weiyang Palace, everyone was seething with anger. These past few days, every time someone dared to doubt Glover's confession, Philip would use all sorts of bizarre methods to torture him. Several people quickly agreed with Titus. Yes, I believe your highness is right. The young emperor, however, still looked lazy. He laughed at Titus. Then, according to Uncle Wong, how can we prove the sanity of the Marquis of Loyalty? Titus rubbed his big belly, trying to think of ways to buy some time when suddenly he saw Anselm crawling in. His sharp voice echoed through the hall. Phil, news from the frontier. Russell has rebelled? Everyone was taken aback by the sudden news. Some couldn't hold back and shot up from their seats. What? Prince Geoffrey frowned and ordered, sit down. Seeing that Geoffrey spoke, these people reluctantly complied and sat back down. Weiyang Palace fell into dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Branson took the war report from Anselm, glanced over it himself, then handed it first to old Prince Geoffrey before passing it around to the others one by one. Any hope that had begun to rise in everyone's hearts was immediately quashed. The news of Russell Edmund surrendering and betraying the pass arrived neither early nor late, but precisely at this moment, indirectly confirming Glover's confession. It added fuel to the fire. Observing everyone's expressions subtly, Branson said calmly, now, does anyone still doubt the authenticity of this confession? No one spoke, and an intense atmosphere settled over Weiyang Palace. A few lowered their heads, and some even involuntarily revealed murderous looks in their eyes. Human nature is inherently selfish. When it comes to matters concerning one's own life, who cares about external threats? However, Branson seemed completely unaware of the turbulent undercurrents in Weiyang Palace as he watched the reactions of everyone present. Those of you here are either my uncles and elders or pillars of our court. I don't care what you've done in the past, nor do I care if Glover's confession is true or false. If you're willing to swear loyalty to the great Zhou dynasty and to me from now on, everything will be forgiven. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Branson swiftly tore the confession into shreds. Chapter 118. The Outcome, 2. In an instant, it was as if a drop of water had hit boiling oil. Everyone's face showed shock. Branson continued, but everyone must also give me some face. If you continue to pay lip service while secretly defying, don't blame me for not showing mercy. What does Phil mean by that? Prince and Esau stood up first and pledged, we are all one family. Naturally, we will stand together no matter what. Glover is a despicable man who has been corrupt and colluding with the enemy, framing loyal officials. His crimes are unforgivable. We request Phil order the extermination of the Zhongyong Marquis family and have Glover suffer death by slicing. Please clear the names of those falsely accused, as you suggest, relying on your efforts entirely. He then ordered Erwin to fetch the 4 treasures of the study and wrote out the document, handing it over to Esau. The emperor's courteous attitude greatly pleased Esau, who gladly accepted the task. Indeed, they protected each other within the officialdom, entangled in mutual deceit. Yet from the moment Glover betrayed them, he became nothing more than a dead man in their eyes. Standing nearby, Philip's gaze flickered with complex emotions. Glover was merely a coward who acted tough. He could feign loyalty or betray at will, but he had no real power to resist. However, the new master he had allied himself with was far from easy to handle. Branson could bestow him power and status, yet he must also demonstrate his value and loyalty to secure his position. Philip understood the depth and guile hidden beneath Jaden's gentle and harmless exterior, and witnessed Branson's skillful manipulation of hearts and situations. He would do everything possible to avoid becoming an enemy of such people. Under Philip's silent signal, Glover was dragged out of Weiyang Palace by guards who treated him brutally. Even though his senses were somewhat dulled, he still retained an almost instinctive sensitivity to danger. He struggled. He wanted to shout, but his mouth was gagged. His limbs were held down tightly. He was nothing more than fish on a chopping board. Fish on a chopping board have no right to struggle or cry out. Chapter 119. Execution Ground, 1. Regarding the seizure of assets, Prince and Esau acted with astonishing efficiency. Within an hour of Cash Branson issuing his decree, the once grand and imposing loyal valiant Marquis Manor had turned into a living hell. Servants and female members of the household were temporarily imprisoned in the Sky Dungeon, while all the males were shackled with heavy iron cuffs and escorted to the market square to await beheading. This even included the old loyal valiant Marquis James. Although he had been enraged to the point of spitting blood by Branson and Matthew's combined efforts, his decades-long reputation on the battlefield still held sway. Facing imminent death, he was fearless. James cursed loudly amidst the terrified weeping of the womenfolk, creating a deafening cacophony. He not only cursed Branson for being ungrateful, but also directed his curses at Esau and the other royal relatives who had come to confiscate their belongings. How could such noblemen tolerate such insults? Especially considering Esau was quick-tempered. In the past, he gave James some face because he was useful. Now that Ethan is dead and Russell has rebelled, Glover dared to betray them. What sort of despicable old man is this? Esau's face darkened as he reached for a guard saber. Glover betrayed his country for personal gain, and you, old rascal, still dare to act so brazenly. Watch me. Philip gave a subtle signal to one of the guards beside him. The guard understood and immediately stepped forward to stop Esau, whispering, "Your Highness, please calm down. Imran has already ordered these people to be publicly executed. Why rush? Perhaps." As he leaned in closer, he whispered a few more words to Esau. Esau paused, then burst into laughter. "Good idea. What's your name?" The guard bowed slightly. "Your humble servant Vernon." Never heard of him. Certainly not from a prominent family. Esau patted him heavily on the shoulder, his attitude cooler but still appreciative. Promising. He then ordered the surrounding guards, "Go and muzzle those dogs. Stop their barking." The guards responded promptly. Muzzles were for animals. Insulted and humiliated, the Yuan clan members struggled and cursed. Each received a slap. Among them, old loyal valiant Marquis James struggled the most fiercely. Despite his 80 years, his eyes burned with a terrifying ferocity, and he still possessed considerable strength. The guard tasked with muzzling him hesitated, intimidated by the old man's vigor. Enraged, the young guard lashed out, striking James several times across the face. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, a gruesome sight. Lord Xia. Lord Xia, this is... Jaden curled his lips into a faint smile. Glover has already confessed. It was he who conspired with Ethan and the Azar to frame Eustace. Now that his entire family is to be executed, your father's wrongful accusation will soon be cleared, and it will console those spirits who were wrongfully harmed by them. He handed a cup of wine to Kingston and spoke gently. "I thought it might be better for you to see this with your own eyes. Junior, you wouldn't blame me for acting on my own accord, would you?" Kingston did not answer immediately. He tilted his head back and drank the cup of wine in one go, then shook his head. "Of course not. Lord Xia cares so much about me. I am grateful beyond words. How could I blame you? I only regret not being able to cut off their heads myself and scatter their bones to ashes." This time, he made no attempt to conceal the ferocity and murderous aura in his eyes before Jaden. Indeed, he had once been a precious young master pampered by all, but he was never like Hayes. He feared no blood, nor showed mercy to enemies. Jaden laughed. He pulled Kingston to sit by the window, his attitude even more affectionate than before. "Come, let's watch together. I've never seen such a scene." On the execution ground, Esau sat smugly in the center. After the imperial messenger finished reading Cash Branson's edict, he began to recite their crimes one by one. The crowd gathered more and more, surrounding the entire street, leaving no room to move. The members of the Yuan family knelt in a line before the platform, each guarded by an executioner with a fierce face. Apart from old loyal Marquis James, who wore a look of fury, everyone in the Yuan family displayed signs of terror. If it weren't for the mouth restraints, they probably would have cried out loud uncontrollably. Since the Dazhou dynasty hadn't carried out the death by slicing for a long time, and the process was too lengthy and impractical, Branson didn't really order Glover to suffer this cruel punishment. Instead, the sentence was decapitation. This form of execution was simpler than slicing, yet the condemned would not die immediately. They would still endure this excruciating torment while fully conscious. The executioners unceremoniously stripped the members of the Yuan family down to nothing and pressed them under a massive guillotine. Due to their lives of luxury, they looked soft-skinned and tender, like pigs awaiting slaughter. Some were even frightened to the point of urinating themselves, urine trickling down their legs and forming small puddles. James struggled at first, but upon seeing how cowardly his descendants were, despair flashed in his now dimmed eyes. At Esau's command, the executioners shouted in unison as they swung down the guillotine blades. Blood splattered onto the ground, reducing the 20-odd people of the Yuan family to mangled flesh. Pain contorted their faces grotesquely, yet they were not dead. They had some time left to experience this unbearable agony. The simultaneous executions caused the air to be filled with a horrifying stench of blood. Rotten eggs and rotting vegetables rained down. Witnessing this scene, people pointed fingers, whispering among themselves. Their expressions alternated between fear and excitement, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. These people had often oppressed the common folk without remorse. They deserved this outcome. A few children, aged 7 or 8, ran over with buckets of excrement and splashed the contents onto the Yuan family members. They writhed in pain. Once high and mighty, commanding wind and rain, they now rolled and wailed amidst filth and dust. Chapter 121 Scheming 1. At the wine house, the execution ground was brutal and bloody, but in the elegant room where Kingston and Jaden sat, there was an atmosphere of peace and harmony as if time had slowed down. A cup of wine was once again offered to Kingston. Jaden said gently, "How do you feel?" Kingston stared into his eyes and gulped down the wine without hesitation. "Refreshing." But after a pause, he added, "But it's not enough. The loyal brave Marquis Mansion and Ethan might be the masterminds behind everything, but Gavriel, who impeached and framed his father, would not be spared either." And the youth's gaze turned back to the execution ground. Although the Yuans perished in agony, it was mainly Branson and Jaden who were responsible for their deaths. He had to take revenge with his own hands. Jaden chuckled softly. He slowly said, "Junior, as a friend, I must remind you that while taking revenge personally is indeed satisfying, remaining pure and letting others fight your battles can also be a wise choice. After all, you are now the only male heir of the Melvin family. Safety comes first. The waters in Jingxing run too deep. Avoid unnecessary entanglements if possible." "I am not saying safety isn't important," replied the youth, "but I cannot dishonor my family, nor my father and elder Ivar." There was a chill like frost in his eyes. Gazing outside, he said calmly, "Sir Xia, thank you for your concern. Of course, I don't want to die, but I also don't want to live a cowardly life forever. waiting for fate to bring my enemies to justice, hoping a stone from heaven falls on them, and then tell myself justice has been served. Fabio's teachings certainly sharpened one's words. Jaden couldn't help but laugh silently. Suddenly, Kingston turned to him with a serious expression. Circia, I think you should remain pure. In both appearance and temperament, he truly resembled a celestial being descended from heaven. But this opulent and corrupt Jingsheng was like a vast mud swamp, tainting even the purest white. Jaden's smile paused briefly. He wasn't afraid of schemes and plots. He had emerged from a world of blood and storms, but sincerity terrified him. However, this pause was so brief it was almost imperceptible. Soon, Jaden resumed laughing. Thank you for the compliment. After a moment, he added, Junior, I believe you will soon have your wish. Inside a secret chamber at the Chancellor's residence. What? Gavriel leaped up from his chair. Lord Zhou, how could such a big event happen so suddenly? No prior notice at all? The Emperor kept it tightly under wraps. Lord Zhou exhaled heavily. Yithang led the nobles to Weiyang Palace, only to find they had walked into a trap set by Imran. Glover exposed all his sordid secrets. Gavriel frowned deeply. The Emperor really tore up the confession and promised to drop the charges? Lord Zhou nodded. If not, how could Princeton have gone to arrest people at the loyal brave Marquis's mansion personally? Imran must have feared the princes. Gavriel's expression grew grave. Did you see Glover's confession, Lord Zhou? I wasn't present then, and don't know the specific details, Lord Zhou replied. But it was essentially a list of Glover's crimes. You needn't worry too much, my lord. Since Darnell gave his word, he won't go back on it. Otherwise, the princes wouldn't sit idly by. I merely wanted to let you know. After a moment's silence, Gavriel said, Very well, thank you, Lord Zhou. I know what to do. That's good. Lord Zhou stood up. The palace situation is different now. From what I've observed, Philip seems to have sided with Darnell. Since you are aware, I won't stay longer. Gavriel nodded. I appreciate your loyalty, Lord Zhou. I will repay your kindness someday. He escorted Lord Zhou out and immediately summoned a trusted aide. He whispered, Tell my wife and son to prepare light luggage. Tonight, we leave the city under cover of darkness. Chapter 122 Scheme 2. When Claire hurried to the Weiyang Palace, Geoffrey and Titus had just left. Branson was lounging in his chair. Ignoring that Claire was still followed by a few maids, he smiled and stretched out his hand to her. Oh woo, come here. Under Darnell's penetrating gaze which seemed like it could see right through her, Claire blushed slightly. She quietly instructed the maids who dared not even breathe loudly to leave, before she slowly walked over. Under Branson's unashamed gaze, these few short steps were walked by Claire with great anxiety and nervousness as she lightly held up her dress hem. Though Carl was stubborn and old-fashioned, Matthew was much like Branson. Unconvinced as the Empress, she spent considerable time on grooming every day. It's okay. Branson grinned lazily and said, I'll personally serve my lady in combing your hair later. These words he spoke were so intimate and affectionate that there was an almost invisible yet captivating air of flirtation around him, coupled with a mix of love and desire that made people shudder in those crisp, charming plum blossom scents. He really excelled in these matters of tenderness and passion. Even his words and a glance were irresistible. Looking into those eyes filled with teasing amusement, Claire's palms were sweating nervously, her heart thumping like a small deer inside her chest. Seeing herself about to surrender once again under his pressure, Claire lowered her eyes, avoiding that gaze that made her emotions surge uncontrollably, then tried to calm down and said, Your subject has heard that Yithang also invited old Duke Geoffrey. Did they make things difficult for Phil? They did have the intention. Branson hooked her chin, forcing her to look at him. Then, he smiled and said, But, my lady, does your husband look like he's easy to bully? This devil. He was always pushing her boundaries. Claire thought angrily. Just looking into Branson's eyes made it hard for her to think straight. After a silent moment, Claire pressed her lips together into a line and put on momentarily escaped from her throat. A misty layer veiled her eyes. Branson held the hand clutching the quilt, kissed her fingertips gently while whispering lovingly, urging her to abandon her usual propriety, to indulge with him. She knew his tricks, but she couldn't help herself. She could not refuse. That evening, at the Prime Minister's residence, Gavriel had just finished arranging affairs in the mansion and sat down to catch his breath when there was a sudden frantic knock on the study door. He frowned and just as he said enter, a servant rushed in. Lord Prime Minister Melvin, Kingston has come. Gavriel was slightly stunned. He and Kingston had blood-deep enmity between them, and this unexpected visit was entirely out of his expectation. But he did not reveal it on his face and instead put on a warm and welcoming demeanor. Really? We have an honored guest. Hurry and invite him in. Just as he finished speaking, a black leather boot stepped into the doorway, bringing in a strikingly young man. In that fleeting moment, Kingston met Gavriel's gaze suddenly. Even after becoming the head guard, Kingston mainly stayed close to Claire for protection. This was his first close encounter with Gavriel. Gavriel couldn't help but be startled. It had only been half a year since the Melvin family was raided, yet the changes in him were monumental. He still wore his hair in a high ponytail with a headband, looking quite youthful. But the former signs of impatience due to youth were gone. The light in his eyes sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky under the dim candlelight. For a moment, a faint hint of smile flashed across Kingston's eyes. Facing his sworn enemy whom he wished to tear apart, he hid his hatred and murderous intent perfectly, giving Gavriel no clue whatsoever, and remained polite. I've come uninvited. Please do not be offended, Prime Minister. Gavriel. Chapter 124. Intent to Kill, 2. Prime Minister Gavriel rose personally to greet the visitor. How could this be? Scholar Melvin is now a favorite of Imran. Your visit to my humble residence brings glory and brightness here. Come in, please sit down. The two men sat down according to host-guest protocol as servants brought tea. Gavriel did not ask about Kingston's intentions, but continuously praised him for his youthful accomplishments. Kingston responded calmly, It's said that accompanying Darnell is like being with a tiger. You, Prime Minister, must understand these intricacies better than me. The grandeur you see is just for others. In reality, isn't it all walking on thin ice, every step carefully taken? Take the massive Zhongyong Marquis Manor, which also ended up with the entire family executed. Now I have opened my eyes and only focus on serving Imran properly, without concerning myself with other matters. Hearing Kingston mention Glover, Gabrielle's heart sank instantly, but he maintained his composure. The Yuan family chose the wrong path and deserved their fate. However, Scholar Melvin has turned things around and gained Imran's trust. How can we compare? Kingston's slightly upturned eyes had an icy chill. He smiled. Speaking of this matter, I owe much gratitude to you, Prime Minister. Without your rigorous training back then, how could there be this Kingston today? I feel your kindness day and night and dare not forget it for a moment. The more he spoke, the more Kingston seemed intent on causing trouble. Gabrielle's heart almost sank to the bottom. He discreetly gave a signal to a servant standing at the door. Understanding, the servant quietly left. Gabrielle smiled and continued chatting with Kingston, probing cautiously while concealing his true feelings. After a while, Kingston suddenly said, Prime Minister, what you don't know is that I encountered something unusual today. Gabrielle paused and subconsciously asked, what unusual thing? Kingston's eyes held a faint smile. He slowly said, while out of the city today conducting some business, I came across a suspicious group of people. Upon questioning them, guess what? They claimed they were from your household. Gabrielle's heart skipped a beat. And then? Kingston studied Gabrielle's expression. He suddenly smiled. What could the Prime Minister's family members possibly be doing outside the city this late? As soon as I heard those people dared to impersonate government officials, they must have nefarious intentions. So, I ordered their heads cut off and sent them to the Jingzhaoyin office for thorough investigation. I specially came here to inform the Prime Minister. Gabrielle. Kingston's eyes held contempt and disdain, making anyone uncomfortable. Feeling a strange metallic taste in his mouth, Gabrielle saw a shadow of Branson in this young man before him. An ominous feeling flashed through his mind, but he forced himself to remain calm. Don't joke with me, Scholar Melvin. Even as an Imperial Guard, you cannot indiscriminately kill innocent people. Prime Minister is a pillar of the country. How could I dare to joke with you? Kingston replied coolly. Imperial Guards are responsible for Imran's safety. Any matter involving Imran cannot be treated lightly. Those people acted suspiciously, dressed plainly yet carried substantial amounts of gold and silver. Their arrogant attitude during questioning clearly showed they did not respect Imran. Would honest citizens act like that? As he spoke, he called a palace guard waiting outside. This guard held a tray covered with a cloth. Kingston said, one person was even more audacious, claiming to be your son, Prime Minister. Therefore, I brought his head here for your personal inspection. With that, he lifted the white cloth from the tray. A face full of terror appeared, causing a shocking visual impact. Clang. A teacup hit the floor, shattering into pieces. Gabrielle's body swayed and with a thud, fell off his chair. Chapter 125 Swift Knife 1. Lord Gabriel had many wives and concubines in his household. Besides his legitimate daughter Martha, 3 other daughters were born to his concubines. But he only had one son, Callum, who was the legitimate Evar of Martha. This son was the apple of Gabriel's eye. Therefore, his first instinct at any time was to ensure this son's safety. Seeing his son's terrified face now, Gabriel's complexion turned pale, unable to maintain his calmness any longer. He gritted his teeth and said, Kingston, you dare to take lives so frivolously. Today, I will have your life. As he spoke, the sound of swords being drawn echoed incessantly, like tearing silk. The Imperial Guard stationed outside sounded grave. Your Excellency, we are surrounded. Although Gabriel was a civil official, it did not mean that he had no thugs in his household. On the contrary, he had a particularly large number of them. All disguised as ordinary servants, they were hidden in case of emergencies. With a light tap on the table, Kingston calmly picked up his teacup. Why is the Prime Minister suddenly so furious? Could it be that this truly is your son? Gabriel glared at Kingston, his eyes filled with venomous hatred that made one shudder. Kingston seemed unaware of this. He smiled and said, that's quite strange then. Why didn't your honorable son stay home to live in luxury? Why would he sneak out of the city at midnight and engage in such suspicious behavior? Moreover, I found him timid and easily frightened, spilling everything without needing torture. He even cried for his father when asked a few questions, nothing like the Prime Minister's esteemed self. Each word cut deep. This was the only precious son he had, naturally treated as if he were made of glass, afraid to let him get involved in bloodshed and turmoil. Gabriel looked at the young man before him with an icy gaze, as if looking at a dead man. Had he known it would come to this, he shouldn't have let him become a eunuch. He should have sent him to the underworld with Ari. Kingston poured the tea on the ground. He confessed many things unfavorable to you, which I thought were false accusations. But now it seems they might be true? Gabriel bellowed fiercely. Kill him! I'll reward 1,000 gold pieces. Everything happened in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, several dark figures broke through the door, rushing towards Kingston amid the flashing knives. But Kingston was faster than them. Almost at the same moment, blood splattered onto the... Unclear about your relationship with the Celia? As a Prime Minister, Gabriel's words were powerful, able to twist black and white effortlessly. Bang! A punch hit his nose, making blood spurt from his mouth and nose, stopping his speech abruptly. Chapter 126, Swift Saber 2. Kingston bent down slightly, staring into Gabriel's eyes. Under the dim candlelight, the youth's excessively handsome features took on a bloodthirsty and grim look. Gabriel, you have hidden fugitives under the nose of Darnell, used the excuse of moving your family to escape, and now you dare to defame the Corina. You deserve nothing less than death. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth as Gabriel stared fixedly at the youth's silhouette. Traitor! Traitor! Kingston, don't be so arrogant. I am a key minister of the court. You, just a palace guard, dare to concoct charges against me. Once the princes and ministers learn of this, they will never let you off, and you will die miserably. But they might not get the chance to know. A sigh wafted with the wind, spreading tranquility in the chilling silence. Suddenly, the sound of wheels was heard. A teenager around 13 or 14 years old pushed in a young lord dressed in light blue-green robes. Despite his inability to move easily, the young lord was like bright jade, cold as the moon, and even his casual expressions exuded captivating grace. But as he appeared, the air inexplicably froze for a moment. Moments later, Gabrielle gritted out 3 words. Jaden. Several hours earlier, outside Shangjing City. The carriage contains Gabrielle's wife and son. Watching the rapidly departing convoy, Kingston frowned and said, Lord Xie, did you know they were going to escape tonight? I didn't. Jaden replied, but with Buster Ning and Prince Zhongyang Ho's estates having run into trouble one after another, Gabrielle has lost his backing. He won't just sit idly by. He must take action. So these past days, Imran has secretly dispatched people to watch the Prime Minister's residence, waiting for this day. Kingston was slightly taken aback. Jaden chuckled lightly, Junior. Although Gabrielle is the left chancellor, in terms of nobility, he naturally cannot compare to Buster Ning and Ethan. But this man is exceedingly cunning. All wicked deeds involve his planning, but he never leads the charge, remaining neutral. You've read Glover's confession too. Even if it were enforced strictly, Gabrielle could at most be seen as misled, wrongfully harming loyal subjects, which wouldn't warrant execution. Severe punishment would strip him of his post, while lenient punishment would demote him. Let's speak plainly. I know this isn't the outcome you want, but now an opportunity has come. Kingston gazed ahead, softly saying, Chapter 127, Heart-stopping, 1. Why did Kingston suddenly launch an attack? How did he find out that he had let his only son leave the city at night? Who was plotting behind him? The answers were now clear. Spitting in the direction of the young man, Gabrielle glared fiercely. Juan, it's you causing trouble. In this world, there are only victors and vanquished. Today you sit on high, changing the winds as you will. Tomorrow you might be the one being overturned. Prime Minister, why get so angry? At this point, Juan turned his head slightly and said coolly, Isn't that right, Lord Zhou? The moment the words Lord Zhou left his mouth, Gabrielle couldn't help but hesitate slightly. He instinctively raised his head and saw a man standing in the shadows. Atman, the son of Jingyang Marquis, and also one of the commanders of the Imperial Guards, Amadeus. Gabrielle's expression froze for a moment. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed, Amadeus replied with a mocking smile. What Lord Xie said is true. After all, walking by the riverbank often enough, who doesn't get wet eventually? Today you overturn others effortlessly. Be careful not to become the one being overturned someday. Juan chuckled lightly. Lord Zhou's wise words. Xie Mao shall remember them always. But regarding these mysterious thugs from the Chancellor's residence, I fear it will trouble Lord Zhou to interrogate them. That day, they had used this tactic against Philip. A trace of viciousness flashed in Amadeus's eyes. Before he could speak, Gabrielle laughed loudly. Lord Zhou, Gabrielle, have nothing to hide. Go ahead and interrogate. Imran indulging small people in power, harming loyal officials, he will regret it one day. Poof! Blood spurted out as Gabrielle's head, still wide-eyed, fell to the ground. The laughing expression on his face hadn't even faded yet. A youth stepped on the rolling head with one foot. He held a long sword, his robes stained with blood, his gaze under the flickering light carrying a menacing aura rising from the depths. It happened too quickly, stunning everyone present except Juan. The detained servants of the Zhou family trembled in fear. Even Duane, standing behind Juan, opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen such a side of Kingston. There was a moment of deathly silence in the air. Amadeus's face turned livid as he gritted his teeth. Kingston, how dare you? As long as Gabrielle was alive, there was still a chance for a comeback. But now, a once mighty figure on the court stage ended like a joke. Once gone, no one cared about the dead anymore. Amadeus shouted sharply to his subordinates. Guards, arrest him. A pack of fierce Imperial guards rushed in. Kingston sneered, lifting his head casually. Intangible but very real. In his fleeting gaze, everyone felt an awe-inspiring and lethal menace. This was no longer the straightforward and somewhat impulsive youth of before. This was another Branson. At this moment, Amadeus suddenly felt incredibly absurd. Kingston was Gabrielle's greatest threat. But wasn't he also a threat to Darnell? He hated Gabrielle. Didn't he hate Branson just a little bit too? Impossible. But what was Branson doing? He was actually mentoring the other relentlessly. The Emperor didn't need ministers with their own thoughts. Masters don't need slaves with their own ideas. Masters just needed obedient slaves. This was an unspoken understanding among everyone. But every time Branson suppressed Kingston, it was more like honing. This wasn't like master and slave, nor king and subject. It was like Elder Ivar and Younger Ivar. Except this Elder Ivar acted aloof, unwilling to show his emotions. Without changing his expression, Kingston retracted his sword. Stepping over the corpse on the ground, he walked step by step toward Amadeus. Chapter 128, Heart-stopping, 2. In just about half a year, Kingston had shot up significantly and could almost look Amadeus in the eye. Kingston looked at the man before him and smiled. Phil is the ruler of this nation, with authority that cannot be challenged. Gabrielle assembled ruffians under the sun of heaven's nose, plotting against us, and now he has insulted Phil. Should Lord Zhou not think that he deserves death? Amadeus was silent for a moment. Then he said coldly, whether he should be executed can only be decided by Phil. How can you act on your own accord? The Imperial Guards take direct orders from Imran and should be his blade, ready to relieve his worries and protect his reputation. Otherwise, what good are we? Wiping away the last trace of blood from his fingertip, Kingston said calmly, I am but an individual, naturally unable to match Lord Zhou, son of the Jingyang Marquis, in status. I did kill Gabrielle. If you wish, you may also take my head right here. I stand before you. Come. People tend to lose their reason when they're enraged. If things escalated to violence, Amadeus might do anything. However, the calmer Kingston acted, the more Amadeus hesitated. If Gavriel were still alive, they would have continued the confrontation. But Gavriel was now dead. An unexpected and absurd end. That put Amadeus at a complete disadvantage. He failed to protect Gavriel. Killing Kingston now would place him in an even worse position. After years in the palace, Amadeus knew well Darnell's temperament. Regardless of what Branson truly thought, his actions always conveyed importance. Not everyone had the honor of receiving Darnell's personal sword. In a sense, Kingston, wielding the sword of the Son of Heaven, was indeed Darnell's confidant. As long as Darnell remained emperor, his authority must not be violated. To risk harming one of Darnell's men over a dead person? That would be utterly futile. Gradually, Amadeus's mind, clouded by anger and shock, calmed down. Jaden interjected at this moment. Even in this tense atmosphere where swords might cross at any moment, his voice was gentle and soothing. We are all loyal subjects. Why should we be so hostile? Let's sit down and discuss this calmly. His tone was neither raised nor harsh, yet it had an inexplicable force that commanded attention. Everyone's eyes turned involuntarily toward him. Amadeus laughed suddenly, though the laugh was dark. Are you planning to handle me like you did Philip, Tyrant? Under the vast sky, every inch of land belongs to the king. By the sea and rivers, every subject serves the king. Jaden smiled faintly. We serve Imran together. I invited Lord Zhou here today because I trust you. If everything is open and honest, why talk about handling? Unless Lord Zhou harbors ulterior motives. His words sounded like a joke, but they sent chills down one's spine. Although Jaden hadn't been in Shengjing long, he was already deeply involved in major events. The only people who share secrets are either allies or corpses. Amadeus knew clearly that both Jaden summoning him here and Kingston killing Gavriel in front of him were designed to bind him to them, making others see him as a co-conspirator against Gavriel. Especially given what happened to Philip, he wasn't entirely certain that he wouldn't change sides. Thus, seeing Gavriel die before his eyes made him realize he had misjudged the situation. Staring at the young man in the wheelchair before him, Amadeus finally said, I am, of course, absolutely loyal to Imran. It was the only answer he could give at this moment. Jaden curled his lips. Of course, I trust Lord Zhou. He gestured for Amadeus to follow and invited again. Shall we speak privately? This time, Amadeus did not refuse. Watching the two enter the inner chamber, Jaden's subordinate asked Kingston, Lord, what should be done with Gavriel's family? Should they be temporarily detained? Looking in the direction Jaden and Amadeus had gone, Kingston remained silent for a while before saying indifferently, there's no need to detain them. Just kill them all. Chapter 129 Probing 1. While everyone in Shengjing City was still unaware, the Chancellor's mansion was burned to ashes. Gavriel and his family were all victims. Jaden personally wrote a memorial detailing how Gavriel had transferred his household wealth under cover of night and instructed thugs to commit murder to eliminate witnesses, submitting this information to Branson. Branson was greatly shocked. However, with both witness and material, a teenager in his mid-teens with ambitions reaching for the heavens, considering himself among the best, might even have despised entering officialdom. Unfortunately, reality crushed his pride. In places too corrupted, purity itself becomes a sin. Branson's gaze fell on the unusually handsome young man before him. As if through the flute music, he saw the once proud son who cried bitterly after realizing he could never stand again. In a way, they were similar people. They had both killed their former selves out of deep-seated frustration. Branson waved at Anselm and softly said, I know. Waving meant dismissing Anselm. But did I know mean he would go or not? Logically speaking, given how much Branson had favored Martha over the years, even though his affection now wasn't what it used to be, he should still meet her, especially in her current state. However, Anselm didn't dare ask and quietly retreated. The door opened and closed, bringing a cool breeze. At this moment, Jaden's tune gradually softened and finally fell silent. Branson pushed a cup of tea towards him and smiled. This is your favorite. Would you like to try? Jaden thanked him with a smile and accepted the tea. Some people remain strangers despite knowing each other for years. Others become close friends instantly. At some point, when they were alone together, they became as familiar as one. The unspoken four words were, including you. Jaden understood his hidden meaning. It was a warning from an emperor, yet also an olive branch extended towards him. They did not have to be limited to being sovereign and minister, but could advance further to become Evars. The boy once trapped in the deep palace was actually very lonely, seeming to be surrounded by Evars. In fact, he faced enemies all around. He could only rely on himself. Even for those around him, he could only provide protection without showing any signs of fatigue. Perhaps even Branson had not realized that deep in his heart, he wanted a comrade who was equally capable, an Evar in arms. However, Jaden did not think he was that person. As sovereign and minister, their relationship was clear. He could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. All he needed to do was let Branson see his value and loyalty, and they could coexist harmoniously. But if they were to be Evars, it would require complete openness and trust, life and death together. They must cross the dangerous threshold. It could be an opportunity to stand equal with an emperor, or an endless abyss. But once set upon this thorny path, there could be no retreat. His hands already stained with blood, involved in killings, skillfully maneuvering in the field of fame and fortune. Only a small amount of sincerity remained at the tip of his heart, which he could not give up easily for prospects. Jaden's smile was thin as he ignored Branson's underlying message and said softly, by right, as the Cash's concubine, Phil's woman, I shouldn't comment casually, but I must say now, she doesn't seem like someone who would easily give up. Branson laughed. Do you think her illness is a scheme against me? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Jaden said, but given how this chess game has developed, Phil can afford to be heartless towards the imperial concubine, but cannot let her escape control due to underestimation. In the evening, Kingston came out of the guardhouse as usual and led people to the Ichun Palace for duty. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly heard a stream of curses coming from a small grove ahead. From a distance, it wasn't very clear, but vague terms like dog slave and despicable could be heard. It seemed another senior eunuch was bullying junior eunuchs again. Kingston frowned slightly. This kind of thing was common in the palace, not strange at all, impossible to eliminate completely, but if seen, he would intervene within his ability. He had witnessed too many human coldness and warmth, vicissitudes of life, no longer the young man who would sacrifice everything to uphold justice for others. But he still wanted to express his kindness to others as much as possible. Thus, he instructed the guardsman beside him in a low voice, "Go check what's happening." Understanding the hint not to recognize the person, Kingston took 2 steps forward and carefully examined the young eunuch's face under the moonlight. This was indeed a very young face, not much older than him, yet it had already been marked with the traces of time and vicissitudes. Young, yet old, bizarre and eerie. Under the moonlight, the two stood facing each other. Kingston wore the attire of an imperial guard, with a round jade pendant hanging from his waist. The jade was smooth and fine, clearly no ordinary piece. Gifted by Branson. Although Branson neither treated him warmly nor kindly when Claire wasn't around, he never neglected Kingston's needs for food, clothing, or daily necessities. The favor and trust bestowed by Darnell and Empress undoubtedly boosted his standing among the distinguished imperial guards. Even Philip and Biff couldn't belittle him. Amidst the clear moonlight covering the ground, the slender figure of the youth towered like tall bamboo in a dense forest. This made the plight of the eunuch before him seem even more wretched. As if unwilling to be looked down upon, the young eunuch straightened his hunched back awkwardly under Kingston's gaze. Dignity and shame had bent his spine. This was the first time since being castrated he stood so straight. At this moment, Kingston finally recognized who the other party was. He was Wayne, son of the former Grand Judge of the Supreme Court, his childhood neighbor and playmate who had vanished mysteriously when they were young. Kingston had once asked his elder Ivar about it. His Ivar told him that it was because Wayne's father retired and returned to his hometown, so they all left Shengjing. But later, Kingston learned that this was not true. Wayne's father was framed by vengeful nobles due to his straightforwardness in judging cases and was charged with corruption, leading to the extermination of his entire family. This happened during Achilles' reign, almost forgotten by people today. Kingston had always thought Wayne was dead, but he never imagined that he would end up in the same situation as him. Reason told him he should respond immediately and not continue staring at the other party, but this person before him reminded him once again of the past pain and despair. So he understood Wayne's pain and despair. He didn't know how to comfort him properly without seeming disrespectful. Having followed Branson and Jaden for too long, even though Kingston's heart was stormy, his face remained calm. But Wayne couldn't bear it any longer. Such a stare felt excruciating. From a stylish and carefree young nobleman, he had become a grotesque being, neither male nor female. His once proud self-respect was trampled. He faced his radiant former playmate, carrying filth and scars all over his body. There was still an unshakable stench of urine from cleaning the latrine just now. Too painful, too painful. His long-dead self-respect revived at this moment. Wayne averted his gaze hurriedly under Kingston's gaze, trembling as he tried to back away. However, Kingston held him and gave him a hug after so many years apart. Chapter 132. An Old Acquaintance, 2. Branson ultimately went to see Martha. Palace maids and eunuchs knelt on both sides, heads bowed in silence. The vast Fengshi palace was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Martha was sleeping in the inner chamber. Her personal attendant, Amber, lifted the curtain and guided Branson into the inner room. It was stiflingly hot inside, and as soon as he entered, a pungent mix of medicinal smells and heat waves hit him. Amber whispered, "Phil has arrived." Due to the curtain's obstruction, Branson couldn't see Martha's current appearance, but only heard her faint lead the others away. "I need to speak with Imran alone." Amber agreed and led everyone out. Only Martha and Branson were left in the inner chamber. Martha moved slightly. After a moment, she sat up from the bed, reaching out to pull back the curtains. The woman on the bed had long, black hair cascading like a waterfall. She hadn't applied any cosmetics, her face pale without a trace of color, yet still possessed a delicate beauty. She looked pitiful. Even in this state, Martha remained beautiful. Her gaze fell on Branson's face, and she spoke softly. "Phil, why did you come now?" She used the tender tone she would employ when flirting with him during their passionate times. Given the situation, she was incredibly composed. Facing this woman whom he had adored for years, Branson suddenly found it absurdly laughable. Martha's acting was indeed superb. Yet could he have really not sensed her heartlessness and ambition for power in his previous life? Of course not. But knowing it was an act, knowing Martha wasn't an innocent person, he still willingly stepped into her scheme, just to repay her assistance and give closure to their childhood friendship. In the end, he realized it was all a complete farce. Between him and Dante, regardless of who won or lost, it was merely a matter of the victor and the vanquished. But Martha had deceived his one-time sincere heart and mercilessly trampled it. What truly made him resentful and unwilling to let go was that in his previous life, he didn't completely lose to Dante but rather to his own misplaced trust. Branson sat down by the desk, offering no lengthy explanations, only saying indifferently, "I've been busy with state affairs." The candlelight illuminated the young emperor's face, accentuating his dignified handsomeness, though a hint of frost lingered in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Martha pointed at the tea and pastries on the table. "These focus on recuperating. Now, there are only 2 of us here. Are you still going to speak such formalities to me?" Martha bit her lip fiercely and said mournfully, "Kingston is just a royal guard. Without Phil's instructions and protection, how could he act so arrogantly?" Chapter 133 Trust, 1. Branson gave a light laugh at the words. His gaze fell on Martha. "What Celia Noble said, is it blaming this emperor?" Martha bit her lower lip tightly. She stared directly into Branson's eyes, and suddenly a sharpness like a blade flashed in her gaze. "This concubine is reminding Phil that if you favor and trust the Celia, I as a palace concubine do not dare to comment. But you extend your affection to Kingston, nurturing him despite everything. Aren't you afraid he might harbor hatred for you due to the Melvin family's affairs? In the end, wouldn't this be akin to raising a tiger to bring about one's own peril? Branson looked down at her silently, without a word. Of course, he knew that Kingston hated him. But what did it matter? The vast imperial court and the sprawling palace were filled with those who despised him. Kingston's hatred was straightforward from beginning to end. It was far better than dealing with someone who sweetened their words, but stabbed you in the back. He had no intention of deliberately getting close to Kingston, but considering Claire, he didn't plan to make things harder for him either. He kept his promise, treating Kingston like a younger Ivar. It all depended on how far Kingston could go based on his own abilities. Caches never showed their emotions easily, and Martha couldn't guess what Branson was thinking when he looked down silently. Though the palace hall felt as warm as spring, Martha's fingers were icy cold. At this moment, she truly detested Branson, yet she tried hard to keep her voice steady. Moreover, to please the Celia, Phil hasn't required Kingston to undergo castration and kept him close to her. You suspect this concubine and Ethan, but you must not forget that the Celia is still young and vibrant, while Kingston is also youthful and vigorous. He looks the way he does. If they ignite like dry firewood and kindling, by then it will be too late for you to regret. Her voice rose sharply on the last sentence. No man could accept his woman being ambiguous with another man. As long as doubt was planted in his heart, even if Branson didn't believe it now, it would always be a sharp sword hanging over his head. Branson lifted his head to look at her, his eyes deep as night, making Martha catch her breath, inexplicably feeling some fear. The long-suppressed heavy air in her chest was hard to vent, and she felt indescribable powerlessness and fatigue, covering her chest and exhaling deeply. The room fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, the corner of Branson's lips slightly curved, leaving it unclear whether he was smiling or not. He tilted his head slightly and said lightly, Kingston is indeed excellent, but this emperor and the Celia are husband and wife. Husbands and wives should trust each other. If we have to suspect each other over such matters, then what kind of couple would we be? Back when the witchcraft incident happened, this emperor already told the Corina that I trusted the Celia. Now telling this to Celia Noble, it remains the same. I believe in the Celia and that she and Kingston have nothing between them. Trust? Martha was utterly stunned, never expecting Branson to utter such words. These two words were light, but for an emperor, they weighed 1,000 caddies. Branson watched her quietly and said gently, if all Celia Noble wanted to say was this, then you should rest well. With that, he stood up without hesitation and turned to leave. Branson. Seeing Branson about to leave, Martha could no longer suppress her pent-up hatred. Her chest heaved violently, and tears streamed down her face. You trust the Celia? Then what about me? Were all those years of your favors just an act? Why are you so heartless to me? At this point, won't you even give me an explanation? Branson didn't stop walking. As he was about to walk out of the inner chamber, Martha leaped off the bed. Staring at Darnell's handsome and upright back, she cried bitterly, Branson, being this cold-hearted, someday the Celia's fate might not be any better than mine today. Her words finally made Darnell pause. Chapter 134 Trust 2. Branson turned around, glanced down at the beauty kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently, the imperial concubine thinks too much in her illness. You should worry more about yourself. He had no intention of explaining anything to Martha. He did not need her guilt, nor did he need her remorse or change of heart. He was not even bothered whether this woman had ever been sincere to him. From the moment Martha betrayed him, all her thoughts and emotions became irrelevant to him. Martha's expression bordered on Feng Kong mania. She reached out to grab Branson's clothing, but Branson walked too fast and disappeared in an instant. Lynn ran in from outside to support Martha. Worried and frightened, she said, Phil, why are you sitting on the ground? Let me help you back to bed. Martha slapped her hand away, her eyes red and voice rasping. Branson, you're so heartless. I will not let you off. I will make you pay. With that, she whispered urgently into Lynn's ear for a few moments, then urged her. Go quickly. Go quickly. This. Looking at the youthful boy before him, Zensaku chief eunuch Isaiah was drenched in sweat. Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling to do you a favor. If you fancy another servant, feel free to take them. I would not dare refuse. But Hardy was personally ordered by the late emperor to be sent to the penal office to do the hardest labor. Without an imperial decree, I truly cannot allow you to take him. Kingston frowned but said nothing. Though he knew Isaiah spoke the truth and was not exaggerating, he still felt aggrieved. Ever since Kingston entered the palace, his rise had been meteoric, almost unimaginably swift. Branson insisted on promoting him despite objections. Now that Ari had hope for exoneration, who would dare offend him? Seeing he did not speak, Isaiah pleaded. I truly have no choice, sir. Perhaps you can think of another solution and not make things difficult for me? Isaiah's expression was ingratiating, tinged with fear. A cool evening breeze blew past Kingston's flushed face, making his chest feel tight. Though he wanted to yell at Isaiah, he held back. He hated people who wielded power through others. Yet wasn't he doing the same? These people's servility towards him stemmed from Darnell's favor. But that very thing he despised most had now become his ladder to success, his means of survival. Once, he longed to grow up, thinking adulthood would bring freedom and fulfillment. But now he realized growing up was painful. It meant compromising with people he disliked. It meant abandoning former beliefs and principles. Forcing a smile, Kingston said, I didn't mean to cause you trouble. Can you just let him stay with me tonight and return tomorrow? His words were polite and tactful. Having spent time with Jaden and read more books, he carried an air of erudition along with his inherent charisma. Few in Shangjing City truly regarded eunuchs as equals. Feeling respected, Isaiah relaxed and sized Kingston up subtly. This boy was indeed handsome, with clear features and sharp contours. Under the moonlight, even standing casually, his posture was impeccable. Compared to him, the other hard-working eunuchs seemed like mud underfoot. Chapter 135 True or False 1. After a moment of silence, Isaiah could not help but say, "My lord, please do not take it amiss that I speak out of turn. Although that matter has been over for several years now, Hardy was indeed despised by the late emperor. The late emperor wanted people to mistreat him and treat him as less than human. With your bright future ahead, you can have any servant you desire. Why must you get entangled with a lowly eunuch like him?" However, these words received no response from Kingston. Isaiah could not help but raise his head to glance over, only to see Kingston expressionlessly smoothing his sleeves under the moonlight, his knuckles faintly pale. Isaiah was taken aback. "My lord," Kingston replied, "thank you for your concern. Public official Lee, I will keep your words in mind." Although his words were courteous, there was a barely suppressed bitterness in his voice. What Isaiah said reflected what most people thought deep down. Contemptuous and disdainful gazes would always be cast upon those below. Superiors viewed inferiors as mere ants. Unconsciously, Kingston tightened his grip on the jade pendant hanging at his waist. He had once felt those gazes upon himself too. After the fall of the Melvin family, former friends who had once treated him as close as snakes avoided him. Otto, who had sworn eternal love to his sister and vowed never to marry anyone else, without hesitation chose another prestigious noblewoman from a powerful family as Carrie. Because of the relationship between their two families, Kingston had seen Otto more than once. Even today, he still could not understand how the man who once looked at his sister with nothing but admiration could bring his own highborn fiancée to witness other men bidding for the first night with his sister. Kingston took a deep breath. He detested power. He wanted to be an upright person, but power gave him things that integrity alone couldn't. Power and status could truly change people beyond recognition. Sensing the chilliness in the young master's tone, Isaiah felt a sudden coldness down his spine. He did not dare to continue. Weyong Palace. Mia presented tea to Branson and asked, "Since Imran knows that the jade pendant does not belong to Celia Chiaro, why have you never mentioned this matter to her? Having desires makes one vulnerable." Branson accepted the teacup and took a sip before smiling. "Martha isn't stupid. The jade pendant is her greatest leverage. She certainly won't admit it easily. Even if she did, since she lied to me before, I cannot be sure that the person she now claims is the owner of the jade pendant truly is. Instead, it might give her another chance to confuse and deceive me. If he were to make another mistake and find someone fake, it might cause discord between him and Claire." Over these past days, he had finally come to a clear understanding. In his previous life, he had been overly fixated on the jade pendant, neglecting the people around him, leading to repeated self-deception and indulgence in Martha's manipulations, treating her every wish as gold, ultimately falling deeper and deeper into her web. Not this time. If the true owner of the jade pendant is happy and fulfilled in this lifetime, there's no need to disturb them under the pretext of repayment. If they are not faring well, then he would offer appropriate assistance, but not boundless favors. He should care for and value someone who reciprocates his concern and stirs his affection, not merely a jade pendant that carries symbolic meaning. Mia whispered, "In that case, this servant will continue to pay attention on behalf of Imran." Branson laughed in response, "But there's no need to force it. Whoever that person may be, I wish them well from afar." As he smiled, the air of hostility dissipated. Clouds parted, rain ceased, and ice melted. Mia's breath caught. At this moment, she seemed to see through countless layers of mundane life, catching a glimpse of that youthful soul who had once harbored undying passion. Chapter 136 True or False 2. Wayne stood awkwardly in the neat and tidy room, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. When Kingston was absent, his back curved again. He timidly glanced around. Although he had now fallen from grace and turned into a despised little Yao Zi from the once carefree young Master Yao, he had still once been at the pinnacle of society, and his discernment remained. The room was simply decorated, with little ornamentation, but the flowers on the windowsill were always fresh, clearly frequently replaced. The teapot and cups on the table were exquisite, made of high-quality white jade porcelain, a rare treasure not available for purchase in civilian markets. A few books were placed on a small cabinet by the bedside. The pages were somewhat old, as if they had been read many times. However, Kingston never really enjoyed reading. He could wield weapons energetically, but when it came to attending school lectures, he would either skip classes or fall asleep. Wayne subconsciously took a few steps forward, picked up the books, and flipped through them briefly. The top book was underscore, followed by two other classics. Underscores would blame me. An eerie silence filled the air. At this moment, Wayne was hunched over, completely embodying the demeanor of a servant. Once in the mud, dignity and pride became worthless. Kingston wiped his face with his hand. He pulled Wayne to sit beside him at the table. "You're not a servant, and I'm no nobleman. We're friends. We promised to be friends forever. Have you forgotten?" Within a few short days, Lingyu Pass became impregnable under Matthew's defense. Fabio's name soon appeared on the imperial desk of the Azar King. This young man, barely in his mid-20s, not only won the hearts of the iron-blooded soldiers of Lingyu Pass with his absolute strength, but also quickly became a thorn in the side of various powerful lords. Wherever Matthew went, he received adoring gazes from the soldiers, led by Francisco. Francisco, who had always looked down on court-appointed commanders, almost revered Matthew as an idol. "With just 80 men, we drove those barbarians to their knees, even shooting down Edmund and the Azar envoy. I've never fought such a satisfying battle. General, you will surely go down in history." Chapter 137. Choice 1. Famous in history? Looking at the faces before him, flushed almost scarlet with excitement, Matthew couldn't help but laugh humorlessly. The Azar had suffered such a huge loss. How could they possibly let it go? Now was merely the calm before the storm. It probably wouldn't take long for the Azar army to come back with a vengeance. When that time came, they would be faced with tens of thousands of furious soldiers. Under his leadership, the soldiers at Lingyu Pass could certainly defend the city conservatively without any problems. It was absolutely impossible for the Azar to breach the city. However, Lingyu Pass's ability to sustain itself was too weak. It relied entirely on external supplies for provisions and military needs. Now was the season when grain was running low everywhere, unable to accumulate large stocks. Once the enemy army surrounds the city, provisions and military supplies will not be able to enter. Then they won't even have to attack the city. Their opponents would be besieged to death within 2 months. Even the most skillful housewife can't cook a meal without ingredients. If it really comes to this, the only method is to abandon the city and break through the siege before their resources are depleted. But if so, while the strength of the border army would be preserved, the tens of thousands of civilians in the border region would inevitably face a tragic end of being slaughtered. The foundation of Dajo's rule would also be greatly shaken. The moon was obscured by clouds. Matthew raised his eyes to gaze at the dark sky, his eyes like a bottomless abyss, ambiguous and obscure. He hoped he hadn't misjudged Branson this time. On the 7th day after Gavriel's death, an urgent confidential report reached the capital overnight, placed before Cash Branson's desk. Matthew shot dead Russell Edmund and the envoy sent by the Azar, regaining control of Lingyu Pass, which completely infuriated the Azar imperial family. It was rumored that the one killed by Matthew was none other than the 9th prince of the Azar, Apollon Gisselberding, an influential figure in Azar. Moreover, General Imeldag Longfei, under Edmund, had defected to the Azar, accusing Branson of being deranged and harming his own Evar. The Azar took this as a pretext to mobilize an army of 800,000 to attack Lingyu Pass in the southwest. This was not unexpected by Branson and Jaden. Or rather, since Matthew left Shengjing, they had been waiting for this day. The troops honed their skills and stockpiled food. Everything proceeded systematically, just waiting for the auspicious day calculated by the Board of Astronomy for General Karl to lead the troops into battle. 5 days before the departure, Branson and Jaden sat together to review the route map for the expedition against the Azar presented by Karl. By the hour of dog, Anselm suddenly entered to report that Marley from Claire's palace requested an audience. Lately, Branson had been extremely busy, significantly reducing his intimate time with Claire. They hadn't seen each other for 2 days. Branson thought Claire might miss him, so he immediately ordered Anselm to bring the person in. However, seeing the flustered Marley, he felt something was amiss. Sure enough, upon seeing Branson, Marley didn't speak immediately but instead knelt down with a thud and started weeping loudly. Branson exchanged glances with Jaden, then said sternly, "Speak your mind." Marley shuddered uncontrollably, and then said, "Phil, Queen Consort, she just ate some pastries, and I don't know why, but she suddenly started coughing up blood." The candlelight flickered in the hall. Branson's eyes swept over Marley. His expression seemed still gentle, showing no sign of impatience, but the warmth of spring turned into frost in an instant, frightening Marley so much that she shuddered uncontrollably. She lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift her head. The majesty of Darnell never lay on the surface. Even a slight hint of it could terrify people to their core. Chapter 138 Choice 2. Seeing Jaden come out from the Weiyang Palace, Dwayne hurriedly ran over. He took the wheelchair from the eunuch's hands and whispered with a worried face, "Young master, you're finally out. Why did Imran leave with his people while you were still inside?" Although Branson always appeared very approachable in front of Jaden, due to his reputation for being tyrannical, whenever Jaden came to pay homage, Dwayne couldn't help but be slightly anxious. After all, But Zoltan suddenly paused. He looked troubled, lowered his head, and did not continue. In this situation, no one dared to speak if he didn't. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Branson gazed down at the pale woman on the bed. Gripping Claire's hand tightly, he said warmly to Zoltan, "Jean Ji, your ability to save the Celia is a great service to me. Speak freely, do not hold back." Hearing this, Zoltan hastily said, "Dare not," then pursed his lips. "When I examined Celia earlier, I found she has been pregnant for over a month. The poison not only harms her, but has also affected the fetus. If we insist on saving the child, it will greatly impact Celia's health. Therefore, I need Phil's decision." As he finished speaking, Zoltan knelt down and confessed, "I have sinned." Apart from his superb medical skills, what distinguished Zoltan from other doctors was his directness. Upon hearing this, Branson felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had always hoped that Claire would bear their child, but this unexpected news came under such dire circumstances. Closing his eyes briefly, Branson asked, "Does the Celia know she is pregnant?" Zoltan shook his head. "Celia fell unconscious immediately after being poisoned and did not know about this." "Then let's keep it from her." Branson continued, "Her health must always come first. As for the blame for abandoning the child, he would bear it." Chapter 139 Interrogation 1. In the dead of night, the side hall of Ikuin Palace was brightly lit. The maids and eunuchs of Ikuin Palace knelt all over the floor. Everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to take a deep breath. Only Marley knelt at the front, trembling and pleading for Phil's mercy. The Emperor's affection for the Empress was evident to all. Today was her turn to serve Claire during the meal. Now that the other party had suddenly been poisoned and spat blood, if Darnell became enraged, she would surely have no place to bury her body. Even though Branson was extremely angry and anxious inside, he remained outwardly calm. He slowly said, "All of the Celia's drinks and foods must be tested with silver needles before they can be consumed." "Were these pastries tested before being presented to the Celia?" "No, never. Before. I also reported this to Phil previously." Marley's body trembled violently as she sobbed while explaining, I don't know why, but recently the Celia has always enjoyed eating jujube cakes from Yapin's High outside the palace. These snacks were personally bought by Lord Melvin. I had suggested testing them, but the Celia said it wasn't necessary." As she finished speaking, Marley's forehead heavily hit the ground. Lord Melvin is deeply trusted by the Celia, buying like a statue made of wood or clay. Seeing Kingston's expression, Branson became even more furious. He waved his hand, ordering the Imperial Guards to take everyone except Marley away for strict supervision, then mercilessly threw the teacup on the table at the young man's forehead. Bang! Instantly, a large piece of the forehead broke open, scalding tea water streaming down his cheeks and into his clothes. Even Marley, watching from the side, couldn't stop trembling. But Kingston remained silent. The silence in the hall became palpable. A pin could be heard falling. Branson himself had shattered the teacup on the table. His index finger lightly tapped the table, holding back his anger as he asked Kingston, "Did you buy the pastries the Celia used from outside the palace?" After a moment's silence, Kingston finally bowed his head and replied hoarsely, "Yes." Pausing for a moment, he could no longer hold back and asked, "How is the Celia, Phil?" Chapter 140. Interrogation 2. Branson did not answer Kingston's question. He slightly lowered his eyes, staring at the kneeling youth for a long moment before slowly asking, "Other than you, who else touched the pastries?" Though Kingston had failed to protect Claire and deserved punishment, Branson did not believe that he had intended to harm her. Kingston's thick black lashes flickered, but he remained silent. Branson said coolly, "Mute?" Kingston pressed his lips together. Apart from this minister, no one else touched them. Without regard for the wound on his head from the teacup, he knocked his head hard on the ground toward Branson. This minister failed to protect Her Majesty the Celia. "Please grant me the death penalty, Phil." The air turned deathly silent after his words. Branson frowned deeply. In consideration of Claire, he had suppressed his anger again and again. Yet he did not expect Kingston to be so unappreciative, even daring to hide something from him in such a situation. Yupin's was an old shop in Shangjing City with a high demand for pastries, which took a long time to make. They were made in advance on the same day due to limited quantities and first come, first served policy, with no certainty about who would buy which batch. If poisoning occurred before making the pastries, it wouldn't just affect Claire's portion. He had already sent people to thoroughly investigate, but all others who ate the pastries were fine. Moreover, the shopkeepers, apprentices, and pastry chefs at Yupin's were all apprehended by Philip for rigorous interrogation, yielding no useful information. Given Philip's abilities, there were only two possibilities. Either the suspect was extraordinarily resilient, or they truly had nothing to do with it. But how could there be so many such tough men in the world? Thus, the problem likely lay with Kingston. His reaction was indeed abnormal. If not for harboring suspicions and feeling guilty toward Claire, why would he not focus on finding the poisoner but instead seek death? Branson lightly curled the corner of his lip. "Wanna die?" The sound of the sword being drawn from its sheath tore through the air, creating a heart-stopping tension. Branson drew a blade from a palace guard's waist, lifted the sword, and walked to stand before Kingston. Looking down at the pale youth, he smiled. "No problem, I'll oblige you." Without Kingston, he could still find the culprit. Their eyes met, and Kingston saw the murderous intent surging in Branson's eyes. Claire's poisoning and the impending loss of their child stirred the deep-seated brutality within Darnell. Almost simultaneously, the gleaming sword descended. Kingston knelt on the ground. He didn't beg for mercy or dodge, simply lowering his eyes, awaiting death. But after waiting for a while, the expected pain did not come. His head was still attached, as were his limbs, but large clumps of black hair and a broken blue sash fluttered down. Yet, the hair and sash weren't his. At this critical moment of life and death, someone rushed forward to block Branson's cold sword for him. Kingston's heart suddenly tightened. In this cold, merciless palace, besides Claire, who else would risk their life to shield him from an enraged monarch? Amidst Marley's uncontrollable cry of shock and the guard's rebukes, Kingston suddenly looked up and saw another slender figure standing in front of him. The gleaming sword now rested against this person's neck, causing their originally neatly tied black hair to scatter. Large clumps of black hair also fell around his feet. He was trembling slightly, but he did not step back. Stunned, Kingston involuntarily shouted the name. "Dwayne?" Chapter 141. Protection 1. The candle flickered, casting an even colder light on Branson's face. A king's wrath makes the world mourn in white. The cold blade pressed against Dwayne's neck as if it had frozen all the blood in his body. Fear suddenly overwhelmed him. At the same moment, the urgent voice of Kingston rang in his ear. "Autry, move away quickly." Branson was furious now. He could do anything at this moment. However, Dwayne did not move. He did not even look at Kingston. His eyes remained fixed on Branson without blinking. Cold sweat drenched Dwayne's body. He felt that once he averted his gaze, he would never have the courage to meet Branson's eyes again. Seeing Dwayne not moving, Kingston grew increasingly anxious and attempted to get up to pull the other person away. Branson said coldly, "Hold him down." As soon as the words fell, two Imperial guards moved forward, forcibly holding. Branson watched him silently without speaking. Despite his inner tension, Dwayne spoke clearly. Seeing Branson silent, after a moment, he continued, "I beg Phil to allow my master to speak with Junior alone. My master wishes to help alleviate Phil's concerns." The sword did not leave Dwayne's neck. A faint smile played at the corner of Branson's lips, his voice lazy, revealing no emotion. He said slowly, "I didn't know your master is such a do-gooder. Since one has taken on so much responsibility, I will give him this honor. But being good isn't that easy. If nothing useful comes out of it, not only will I kill Kingston, but I will also take your life. Dare you agree? If not, just step aside." "I dare." Gripping his icy fingers tightly, Dwayne loudly declared to Branson, "If my master fails to get what Phil wants, then I accept death without complaint." Philip rushed in at this moment. Worry lined his face as he reported, "Phil, we've just received news that Giselbert Palace is on fire." It did not catch fire earlier or later, but precisely at this moment. After Philip finished speaking, the air froze for a second. Branson laughed indifferently. After a brief pause, he withdrew the sword from Dwayne's neck. "Tell Juan that I'm handing over Kingston to him. Let him interrogate as he pleases." With that, Branson turned sharply and walked toward the door, pausing briefly as he passed Kingston. He kicked Kingston on the leg coldly and said, "Go kneel outside Ikuin Palace. Don't get up until the Celia wakes up." Chapter 142. Protection 2. Winter days gradually passed, but the night wind was still quite cold. Kingston, wearing a thin shirt, knelt in the funko, involuntarily shivering. Suddenly, there came the sound of wheels behind him. Dwayne pushed Juan to come before him. Juan looked down at him with eyes that were still very gentle, without any blame, only a faint trace of concern. Kingston lowered his head and suddenly felt a lump in his nose. He didn't dare to look into Juan's eyes anymore because it would remind him of his mother. In childhood, no matter how naughty he was or how big a trouble he caused, his mother always looked at him like this. Ari was a strict father who would punish his son for even the slightest mistake with whips and boards. However, Lady Melvin was always gentle. Every time he was punished for a mistake, Lady Melvin would put medicine on his wounds while looking at him like this. Kingston, of course, knew that since Juan entered the palace, he had intended to pull him over. But he never thought that Juan was willing to risk offending Branson to save his life. He used to think he had many friends he believed could be life and death friends. Yet when things happened to the Melvin family, he realized that anyone who could secretly come to see him or lend a hand was already extremely rare. He slightly pursed his lips and said in a choked voice, "Lord Xie, thank you and Autry today. You didn't have to take such risks for me. Since we are friends, why so formal?" Juan chuckled lightly. And Imran didn't really mean to kill you. Otherwise, given his temper, not even I could save you, let alone Autry. Kingston remained silent. Juan slowly said, "But it's understandable that Imran is angry. Now he still patiently comes to ask you himself, which can be considered exceptional kindness." Stopping here, he paused before continuing, "Junior, I shouldn't tell you this, but now I must. Do you know, although Celia's life is not in great danger, her child may not survive." Kingston's pupils constricted. What? The Celia? She is pregnant? He indirectly harmed Claire's child? After a long silence, Kingston said hesitantly, "Lord Xie, you shouldn't have let Autry save me. You should have let Imran kill me to repay the child in the Celia's belly." Hearing this, Juan's lips curled without any smile. "Are you willing to trade your life for the real culprits?" Kingston was slightly startled. Then he heard Juan say again, "This is like drinking water. Each person knows their own coldness and warmth. If you decide so, I have nothing more to say, as long as you believe you can face Enzo and also feel worthy of the Celia's long-term concern." Finished speaking, he waved his hand as if unwilling to say more. "Autry, since Lord Melvin doesn't appreciate it, let's just go." Juan had always been very intimate in addressing Kingston. Hearing him suddenly change the address to Lord, Kingston was stunned. It wasn't merely a change in title, but the beginning of estrangement between them. Before today, he could calmly face Juan's closeness or distance. But after today, it was hard for him to accept losing this friend who stood up for him in difficult times. Apart from his elder Ivar and Fabio, no one else would do what Juan and Dwayne did for him. Chapter 143 Error 1. Dwayne was also stunned. He stood there looking at Kingston, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Junior, I really don't understand you. If you truly knew nothing, it would be fine. But if you knew something, why did you cover for the people who harmed Corina? It's clear they didn't care about you when they used you to hurt others. Yet you still want to maintain ties with them?" Even Dwayne could see this truth. Under the moonlight, Kingston's face turned pale. He bit his lip tightly, a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. But Jaden didn't give him time to hesitate. The man who always seemed gentle could be more ruthless once he decided to act coldly. One moment, Jaden was looking at him with concern, and the next, he simply left without a word. Dwayne made no move, and without further ado, Jaden began pushing the wheelchair himself. This startled Dwayne. Though he wasn't entirely submissive to Jaden, he complied immediately. "Sir, let me do it." Seeing Dwayne push Jaden away, Kingston fell silent for a brief moment. Moments later, he looked at Jaden and said, "Mr. Xie, it's not that I wanted to hide anything from you. I was just foolishly used by someone else. It's too embarrassing to admit." After saying this, he suddenly knelt down and bowed deeply to Jaden. Jaden was taken aback. "Why are you doing this? You don't need to bow to me. I can't help you much." "Mr. Xie, please don't misunderstand. I'm not asking for your help." Kingston shook his head. "I'm not ungrateful. I remember what you and Autry have done for me. You can ask me anything, and I will tell you." Princess Claire's Equine Palace was far from Consort Martha's Giselbertfang Palace. By the time Branson finished arranging things for Claire and arrived here with people, the formerly magnificent palace had already become an inferno. Such a big incident in the Imperial Palace brought out Kingston, Philip, and Callan. The two were directing the guards and servants to pour water using any available vessels, but the fire was too intense, and their efforts proved futile. Seeing Branson, Philip and Callan came over to greet him together. Despite being seasoned in the ways of the world, they managed to stay composed amid chaos, directing rescue efforts methodically. Reflecting the flames in his eyes, Branson asked coolly, "Where is the Imperial Noble Consort?" Philip and Callan exchanged glances, then Callan replied, "Earlier today, the Imperial Noble Consort dismissed all her attendants except her personal maidservant. By the time the fire was discovered, it was too late. No one could rush in due to the immense heat. May Imran forgive us." There was something Callan didn't say. Because of Claire's poisoning, everyone had been on edge, and security wasn't as tight as usual. Branson curved his lips slightly, his gaze cold. He murmured softly, "All the servants were driven away by the Imperial Noble Consort, so no one noticed the fire in time?" Even though his anger was boiling like waves, he still grasped the critical point sharply. Philip confirmed, "Yes, verified information suggests that the fire was likely started by the Imperial Noble Consort herself." Looking at the palace consumed by flames, Branson chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with a subtle sense of pleasure. How could anyone find joy in such a situation? Anselm, tense and sweating profusely, trembled as he called out, "Phil." Branson didn't respond. He had always watched Gavriel closely but had underestimated Martha. This woman not only harbored ambitions but also had cruel and poisonous methods. In her previous life, Martha hadn't hesitated to betray him during the rebel invasion, turning to Dante. This life, she didn't collapse after Gavriel's death. Martha used the opportunity of Claire's poisoning to divert his attention, meticulously planning this massive fire. Was this merely a setup for suicide? Impossible. Philip, convey my order to seal the 4 gates. Branson instructed calmly. Inspect all incoming and outgoing vehicles. Chapter 144 Error 2. Wayne. Jaden slowly repeated the name, a hint of peculiar expression flashing in his eyes. You're sure that the only person who touched the pastries was him? Kingston nodded. Since those pastries were meant for Her Majesty the Celia, I was always very careful and would never let anyone else touch them. But this time, I just felt. He paused, lowering his gaze, his voice bitter. I just felt that we were friends, and friends should naturally be honest with each other, so I didn't guard against him. Jaden smiled faintly, looking gentle under the moonlight. All right, I understand. After speaking, Jaden whispered something into Dwayne's ear. Dwayne agreed and then looked at Kingston. Junior, Lord and I are leaving now. Don't worry, we will definitely help you. Autry, thank you and Lord Sia for speaking up for me. I'll remember your kindness. Kingston pressed his lips together and said, but indeed it was my negligence this time, not protecting Her Majesty properly, causing such a big incident, even leading to the loss of the child in Her Majesty's womb. No matter how Imran deals with me, I can't accept it. Please don't do anything dangerous like before. Even if Branson might not really want his life out of respect for Claire, when someone is enraged, they can't be judged by normal standards. There's no reason he should make Dwayne pay for his mistakes. It's not dangerous. Dwayne scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Our Lord said Imran likes bold people. As long as their hearts are true to him, he wouldn't chop off heads randomly. I trust our Lord. Kingston was slightly taken aback. He looked at Jaden with a complex expression. Jaden covered his mouth and lightly coughed. Autry. Dwayne immediately replied, yes, Lord. I understand. Let's go. Having said that, he winked at Kingston and pushed Jaden away without another word. Kingston watched them walk away silently, then couldn't resist asking, Lord Sia, did I make a mistake? He thought that with similar circumstances, Wayne would empathize with him. They could support each other, understand each other. These days, he has been cautiously trying to make sure Wayne could feel a bit of warmth in this cold palace. He had even been thinking about helping Wayne leave here. Wayne could have refused his goodwill, but he couldn't understand why his sincere treatment led to such deceitful exploitation. Wayne clearly knew how important Claire was to him, yet used his hands to harm Claire. It wasn't just taking his life, but also devastating his heart. He poured all his sincerity into Wayne, but got nothing but total deception and betrayal in return. Wayne's actions turned him into a ridiculous clown, harming someone very important to him, making him unable to face Claire, and ashamed to look at Matthew. The wheelchair stopped again at Jaden's signal. He spoke slowly. If I must say, I think you did nothing wrong. Being honest with people certainly cannot be considered a mistake. Speaking here, Jaden slightly turned his head and glanced at the disheartened youth. His voice showed no emotion, but not everyone deserves honesty. If you can't distinguish, giving away your sincerity recklessly is indeed very foolish. Chapter 145 Heart to Heart 1. Philip led people to check all vehicles entering and leaving the palace, not even sparing those carrying chamber pots, but found no trace of the Celia consort. She must have left the palace before the fire at Giselbert Feng Palace started. Jaden lowered his eyes and said, Phil, we were a step too late. With a slender finger tapping lightly on the table, Branson gave a humorless laugh. You also think Martha is still alive? Jaden replied coolly, yes, but now it's pointless to lament. I had the poisoner brought in. Perhaps he knows something. Should Phil meet him personally? He was just a lapdog for Gavriel and Martha. I don't have the heart to see him. Branson rested his chin on one hand, his expression filled with weariness. Leave it to Philip for interrogation. Once he has spilled everything, sentence him to death by slicing without sending him to Kaisher Ko. Just have the palace people watch over this. Jaden said, I would actually like to have a few words with him. Branson was slightly taken aback. You're taking on more responsibilities lately. Jaden softly said, his father did nothing wrong back then. To end up like this, he is truly a pitiful person. Woody simply chose the wrong side. Winner takes all, loser gets nothing, Branson sneered. At that time, the former emperor was obsessed with the pursuit of immortality, already neglecting state affairs. Factions in the court were fierce, villains wove false charges, and royal prisons flourished. Several princes got involved as well. In the palace, only the strong survive. There's no place for pity. Besides, I've seen Woody myself, too righteous but lacking in power, always pretending to be the champion of justice for the whole world. His fate today isn't unjust. If you want to see that slave, I won't object, but Kingston being foolish doesn't mean you should follow him. That slave can't be trusted, and will surely become a hidden danger in the future. I cannot tolerate him. Jaden smiled. Please rest assured, Phil. I understand this clearly. Before today, I was certainly at ease. But after today, I need to consider carefully. Branson slowly said, if Fabio did this to protect Kingston, I could understand. He and Awu watched Kingston grow up, but what connection do you have with Kingston? Making someone close to you take such risks. It's probably just because you feel sorry for the Melvin family. He curled his lips. Speaking of which, this makes you stronger than Fabio. Without today's incident, even I thought you were trying to win over Kingston, but it turns out you really are favoring him. Jaden smiled. I'm actually thinking about Phil. If Phil harms him in anger, Celia will not be happy seeing you take revenge for her. She will secretly weep. For good deeds, reward should be given. For faults, punishment must be administered. Awu has a kind heart, but as the ruler of a nation, how can everything be easily forgiven? Branson turned to observe him. And you know that these formalities are what I hate the most to hear. The two stared at each other for several moments. Finally, Jaden sighed lightly. There's no favoritism here. Phil can see that Kingston is straightforward. Both he and Autry are still children to me. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and may easily believe others. Even Phil is the same. Aren't you? The lazy demeanor disappeared from Branson, yet he didn't appear angry, just calm. Only you dare say such things. Just speaking the truth. Jaden calmly said. If this hadn't involved Celia, would Phil have been so angry? But if I may speak boldly, Kingston bears responsibility, but the greatest responsibility lies with Phil yourself. Branson. Chapter 146 Heart-to-Heart Talk, 2. Not expecting such a remark from Jaden, Branson was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Phil should understand that what they actually want to target is not Her Majesty the Celia, but rather, they want to use her as a means to get to you. Jaden explained. Before marrying Phil, Her Majesty the Celia was an independent and capable general's daughter. But after marrying Phil, she became a pampered flower in a greenhouse. Under Phil's protection, she turned into a fish in a pond or a bird in a cage, completely stripped of her ability to protect herself. So, all those who find Phil difficult to deal with will eventually aim their attacks at Her Majesty the Celia. Have you ever considered whether this is the first time someone has set a trap for Her Majesty the Celia? Are all the plots and targeting she faced due to inadequate guards? Or does Phil bear no responsibility at all? Branson suddenly chuckled softly. His dark eyes swirled with intensity. So, it all boils down to my fault in the end? Instead of blaming Kingston, I should blame myself? I dare not say so, Jaden replied calmly. But truly loving someone isn't about treating her like a bird in a cage. If Phil truly cherishes Her Majesty the Celia, either don't let others see your favoritism towards her, or make her genuinely stand by your side. Otherwise, today they can achieve their goals through Kingston's hands, and tomorrow they can do the same through any attendant in the Yichun Palace. In that case, Phil would always be unprepared. No one else dared to speak such words. Branson silently gazed at the young man before him, saying nothing. When he wasn't smiling, he resembled a snow-covered blade, cold enough to chill one's heart. Yet Jaden showed no fear. I know these words are unpleasant to hear, but they come from my heart. Of course, Phil can execute Kingston today, or even all those who failed to properly protect Her Majesty in the Yichun Palace. But can you guarantee that such incidents won't happen again? Will you be able to find another person as loyal as him? To others, Her Majesty the Celia is just a master, but to Kingston, she is family. She also genuinely cares for him, and he will never fail to guard her with all his heart. Because of that, I have tolerated him greatly. Branson slowly said. However, he was so easily deceived by someone he hadn't seen in years, revealing everything without a hint of caution. He is utterly unfit for important tasks. Jaden laughed softly. Phil, everyone makes mistakes. Moreover, whether he can be used or not should be decided by those who employ him. Why not ask Her Majesty the Celia directly before making your decision? You're already so biased toward him yet refuse to admit it. Branson said lazily. Fine. Since Sylvia regards him as a younger Ivar, I'll give him another chance. But you'd better remind him more often. If he dares to do something like this again, even if I spare his life, I will make sure he wishes he were dead. Also, at this point, Branson's gaze grew icy cold. When punishing that servant, bring Kingston along so he can witness it. It might help him realize the severity of the situation and stop causing trouble. Just Kingston? Or do you wish for me to join as well? Jaden smiled. Actually, Phil doesn't need to do this. Let me speak frankly. I saved Kingston partly because of his family's injustice, but mainly because of his unwavering loyalty despite adversity. Wayne doesn't possess such qualities, and I wouldn't protect him otherwise. Branson looked at him, neither confirming nor denying. The Emperor's eyes held a chilling scrutiny, but Jaden seemed oblivious, replying calmly, There's one more thing. Regarding Her Majesty the Celia's pregnancy, I would like to meet Dr. Eve and speak with him. May I have your permission? What did he mean? Branson was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Jaden, laughing softly. Of course. Chapter 147. Night Conversation, Part 1. Kingston knelt alone in the night, when suddenly a very light tread of footsteps sounded behind him. He had thought Branson had returned, but to his surprise, it was Dwayne who came back with a basket in his hand. However, this time Jaden did not come with him. Dwayne walked over and knelt down beside him. Kingston was stunned. Autry, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Joining you on your knees. Dwayne placed the basket on the ground and pushed it toward Kingston, smiling. Junior, I brought you some food. Try it. Kingston's eyes fell on the basket, then he pursed his lips. Autry, thank you, but I'm still being punished. The weather is quite cold tonight. Wearing so little while kneeling here, you must eat something. Besides, Imran only said you were to kneel as punishment. He didn't say you couldn't eat. It's fine to have a bite. Dwayne pulled out a tofu skin bun from the basket. I made these myself. No one has tasted them except for my young master. Give me some face. Upon hearing that they were made by Dwayne himself, Kingston did not want to dampen his spirits and took the bun reluctantly. Then he said again, Autry, don't kneel here. Go sit under the porch for a while. It's all right. I'll chat with you here. Two people together won't be too boring. Dwayne pointed at the bun in Kingston's hand. Try it quickly. It won't taste good once it cools down. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Kingston nodded and began eating bit by bit. The taste was somewhat unexpected. He hadn't expected that despite being young, Dwayne had excellent culinary skills. Dwayne glanced sideways at him a couple of times and smiled. Kingston froze, his expression showing confusion. Swallowing his mouthful of food, he asked, What is it? Dwayne laughed. Nothing. It's just that your mannerisms don't seem like those of a military general, but rather like someone from a prestigious scholarly family. Did you specially study these manners from a teacher? Generals, often on the battlefield, usually behave more casually and boldly, but even while kneeling, Kingston's posture was exceptionally dignified, especially when eating, looking very refined. Descendants of noble families are trained meticulously in their manners, from not talking while eating or speaking during rest periods, to walking postures, even the gestures and pace when drinking tea or eating, all follow certain rules. In contrast, although martial families also value decorum, they tend to be more casual. Kingston's eyes flickered. All these were drilled into him by Branson. He nominally served as an imperial guard, but in Ikuan Palace, besides protecting Claire's safety, she would not allow him to do anything else. Not only that, Claire even invited tutors to teach him literature and martial arts, striving to make his life as it was before joining the palace. This was Claire's heartfelt care for him, but it clearly didn't fit the regulations. Those who could be tutors in the palace were not ordinary people, and only princes could attend their lectures. Others, no matter how honored their status, could only be the prince's companions. But Branson had no princes to tutor at present. He really did not want to appear so special, so he refused Claire's kind intentions many times. Yet, perhaps because Claire mentioned this to Branson, rejecting her resulted in Branson personally coming to teach him whenever he had free time. Of course, there are many rules in the royal family, but these were things Kingston did not want to tell Dwayne. He pursed his lips without saying a word. Fortunately, Dwayne was only asking out of curiosity. Seeing Kingston not responding, he soon turned his attention back to the bun Kingston had just tried. How does it taste? Delicious. I've never eaten a tofu skin bun so special. Kingston certainly did not hesitate with his praise. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he looked at Dwayne. Autry, I didn't expect your skills to be so good. Did you learn from Lord Xia? Dwayne paused for a moment before replying. Not exactly. My young master doesn't know how to cook at all. It was Master Armand who taught me. Kingston was taken aback, instinctively asking, Master Armand? The Armand family that doesn't get along well with the Evenan Xia family? Chapter 148 Night Talk, 2. As the former and current top family in Evenan, the Armand and Xia families have had endless disputes over fame and profit for many years. Their conflicts have escalated to such a degree that even Kingston had heard about it in Shangjing City. Therefore, upon hearing Dwayne mention Master Armand, he immediately thought of the Armand family. But on second thought, it seemed unlikely. Given the poor relations between the two families, it was natural that their descendants would not get along either. Logically speaking, there should be no private interaction between them, let alone teaching Dwayne how to cook. How deep would that friendship need to be? Seeing Kingston's surprise, Dwayne couldn't help but laugh. It is indeed someone from that Armand family. He's a great person, with no heirs at all. He and our master are kindred spirits. I was rescued by both of them, but Master Armand couldn't bring me along, so our master brought me back to the Xia family. As for other things, I can't tell you without master's permission, nor should you mention this to anyone else. His words were truly straightforward and sincere. Kingston forcibly suppressed the complicated emotions stirring in his heart and nodded. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone else. After a pause, he asked again, Autry, why did you say you were saved by Lord Xia? Weren't you with him since childhood? It's like this. Mentioning himself, Dwayne shrugged. I started following our master when I was 7. My biological parents might have been too poor, so they gave me up for adoption when I was about 2 or 3. The adoptive family treated me well at first, but then they suddenly had their own child and started treating me poorly. So, I ran away from home and happened to meet our master. He described it casually, summarizing everything as simply, not too good. But Kingston knew very well that if it were merely, not too good, young Dwayne wouldn't have run away alone at such a tender age, let alone use the word, rescued. If not for living in dire straits, why would Jaden need to save him? Kingston pursed his lips and didn't press further. Sorry, Autry, I shouldn't have brought up your painful past. No problem. All that happened long ago. Dwayne said, what's done is done. Those who don't care about me are not worth my attention. I just focus on serving our master well. The genuine sincerity in the youth's expression made Kingston pause momentarily. He admired Dwayne's broad-mindedness, while feeling a pang of sadness. If Wayne had half of Dwayne's qualities, perhaps today wouldn't have come to this. In terms of discernment, both Branson and Jaden were far superior to him. He was utterly inadequate. Noticing Kingston lost in thought, Dwayne waved his hand in front of him. Junior? Junior? What are you thinking? Kingston snapped back to reality. Smiling, he shook his head. Nothing. Just think what you said is right. Really? Then don't always look so down. Dwayne said, as our master often says, not everyone is trustworthy. Though a bright and cheerful youth, his demeanor and tone at this moment carried a shadow of Jaden's influence. Chapter 149 Favor and Intimidation, 1. Kingston was slightly taken aback by the words. He gave a bitter laugh. Autry, I'm not afraid to say it now even if it makes you laugh. But I truly can't understand where I have wronged him so much that he would do such a thing. Wayne had endured hardships and humiliations in the palace for many years, with countless people bullying him. Yet he did not seek revenge against any of them, showing that he wasn't narrow-minded. Even during their interactions later on, Kingston felt that Wayne's fear towards Cash Gerald and Branson far outweighed his hatred. He didn't really have a heart to retaliate against Branson, but such a person could trample his trust and sincerity without hesitation. Dwayne slightly turned his head. He looked at Kingston, a troubled expression showing on his face. Actually, I don't quite understand this either, but my young master told me that maybe it's because you were supposed to become like him, but in the end, you didn't, so he envied you. Kingston was stunned. He pursed his lips, saying nothing. So Dwayne continued, but there's nothing strange about it. Few people envy or resent those they can never catch up with no matter how hard they try, but many envy or resent those within reach around them. There are plenty of people who think this way, including me. Kingston softly, Ed. Dwayne shrugged, like when I see other children cared for, wearing new clothes, and eating delicious food. I also feel uncomfortable. Although not everyone will scheme against someone better than themselves, two people with vastly different situations find it hard to be close friends, let alone very close ones. Otherwise, there would be imbalance. The difference is, some can control themselves and won't harm you, while others can't. Could it really be as Dwayne thought? Did Wayne do this out of jealousy? He didn't resent those who bullied him, yet he was jealous that Kingston wasn't castrated and didn't become a eunuch like him. Kingston wanted to refute Dwayne but couldn't come up with any convincing arguments. If Wayne still considered him a friend even a little, why would he carelessly endanger his life, giving no hint whatsoever, and use his hand to poison Claire? That was clearly an attempt to take his life. If Dwayne hadn't stepped in, even if Branson didn't want his life, he would likely sever a hand or a leg out of rage. As a military general, that would make him useless. Kingston looked up at the sky, speechless for a long time. A cold wind blew past, and instead, it carried the amusement of a vengeful ghost watching its prey's final moments. Under such scrutiny, Dwayne's face turned pale. He didn't immediately respond to Branson's question. Having been by Branson for so long, Kingston remained calmer. Without showing any alarm, he blocked Dwayne, then knelt before Branson. Phil, I have failed to receive my punishment properly. Please forgive me. Is that all your crimes? Branson chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his voice. Kingston, you owe too many people for still having your life today. Spare your worthless sympathy and open your eyes to see who truly deserves your trust. I promoted you not to let you foolishly offer sympathy. If you use your eyes to provoke me again, I wouldn't mind having someone gouge them out. Kingston pressed his lips together and whispered, yes. Ignoring him, Branson raised his gaze to Dwayne, who was now behind Kingston, and said lazily, do you plan to kneel here with him? Realizing the question was directed at him, Dwayne hesitated for a moment, then patted his chest and said, of course, as friends we share both joy and hardship. A trace of worry flickered in Kingston's eyes. He whispered, Autry, go back and take care of Lord Sia. Don't stay here. I can handle this on my own. But Dwayne, cheeks puffed out, refused to budge. My master told me the poison that afflicted Her Majesty the Celia. Branson looked at him. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? Zoltan knelt down, pulling up his robe. Please forgive me, Phil. This herb is extremely rare. One might not find even one in 1,000 years. Although the poison that struck Her Majesty would not be lethal, it was urgent, requiring immediate action, so we could not afford to wait. I never thought Lord Sia would have it. Even Branson was quite astonished that Jaden could present such a unique herb. A slight smile curled on Branson's lips as he glanced sideways at Jaden. Before he could speak, Jaden coughed gently, saying, Phil, please do not blame me for not presenting it immediately. His gaze was gentle yet serene, making Branson feel as if all his thoughts were exposed. Why did Jaden keep such a miraculous herb, and why did he not give it to him sooner? Doesn't he understand what he wants? Yet, even if he understands, will he refuse? Though close companions, Branson indeed admired Jaden, but when it came down to making a choice, he had to prioritize family ties. Claire was Carrie. She carried his child. He had to protect them from harm. Branson chuckled softly. He gazed straight into Jaden's eyes, which were both tender and cold, and slowly said, you overthink it, my minister. How could I ever blame you? All I wish is how you want me to thank you. This implied Branson was willing to let Jaden make demands, and as long as they were within his limits, he would agree. Jaden almost instantly caught the hidden meaning. He smiled. Could it be that I no longer need to accompany Kingston to witness the execution by slicing? Branson was slightly taken aback. He raised his eyes and silently observed the young man before him. After a moment, he smiled faintly. Of course, how he dies is up to you. Jaden shook his head with a disappointed smile. I thought Phil would at least hand him over for me to deal with. Public matters should be treated officially, while personal matters personally. Regarding the reasons why he must die, I explained them clearly just now. Branson remarked indifferently, I believe you're a reasonable person, and I trust you will understand. Jaden paused briefly. Branson stared directly into Jaden's eyes. In that instant of eye contact, he suddenly reached out and touched Jaden's shoulder lightly. He laughed softly and then continued gently, I promise you won't regret your decision today. For the first time, he did not call himself the Cash. Born in the snowstorm, grown amidst frost, disliking loneliness, he had endured solitude since childhood, treading over countless white bones to reach the highest position. But it wasn't what he wanted. The unattainable things of youth trapped him for life, and the same trap continued in this lifetime. The two were closer than usual now, and the usually intense scent of dragon saliva incense on Branson's robe seemed less potent today. It couldn't cover the fragrance of plum blossoms, nor could it conceal his ethereal, ice-like elegance. There was a sudden sense of being surrounded by ice and snow, admiring plum blossoms. After a brief silence, Jaden couldn't help but laugh. But behind the laughter, there was a faint and barely noticeable tinge of melancholy. He had kept this herb for a long time, ever since he left the Sia family 7 years ago. Although it never served the expected purpose, it remained a symbol of hope. But now, Jaden did not finish his train of thought. He looked at Branson and whispered, Of course, I trust Phil. Some words cannot be spoken too clearly. They can only be understood between two hearts implicitly. Chapter 152 Interrogation 2. Department of Cautious Punishment. Philip sat impatiently in front of the interrogation table, watching as his subordinates wrapped a red-hot iron chain around Wayne's body. Along with the unbearable smell of burning flesh, Wayne let out a shrill scream and fainted once again. The head official Renee, who was in charge of accompanying the trial, smiled nervously and said, My lord, if this continues, we might actually beat him to death. In my opinion, after all this torture with nothing coming out of it, it seems he really has nothing to confess. He is merely a servant doing tasks for others. Even if there were any secrets, he wouldn't have been told. Philip looked down at the confession on the desk, tapping his index finger rhythmically against the tabletop, coldly smiling. It's truly unwise of you despite serving as an officer here for so long. You shouldn't be saying this to me, but to Imran to see if he finds this confession satisfactory. Startled for a moment, Renee hurriedly stood up and apologized to Philip. Forgive me, my lord, I've been thoughtless. After a brief pause, he continued, however, continuing like this isn't feasible. This scoundrel is skin and bones. He can't bear such severe torture. He glanced towards Wayne, whose nails had all been pulled off and whose body was covered in dirt and stench, hardly any intact flesh left, clearly barely clinging to life. This is nothing. Just a starter for him, Philip sneered. He turned to the guard beside him. Is the medicine you prepared ready? The guard nodded, taking a small vial from his robe. I fetched it from the Imperial Hospital long ago. Renee took in a sharp breath. He had heard of this medicine before. This was a secret concoction of the royal family of Great Zhou, specifically for loyal agents, allowing them to reach peak potential when consumed during crises, making Chapter 153 Warmth 1. Philip sneered as he poured a ladle of salt water over Wayne. If only you had been this defiant back then. You should have smashed your head and died. Why come to the palace to become a detested eunuch? What do you want to see him for? Want to take advantage of him again after once already? The tone was filled with ridicule and disdain. Wayne bit his lower lip hard. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Despite being in extreme pain, nearly numbing all over, he still hoarsely argued. I didn't. It was out of necessity. Obstinate. Philip said coldly. Continue the torture. The Imperial Guard standing nearby responded, but was about to carry out the order when a laughing call came from not far away. Minister G. The efficacy of Jaden's herb was indeed extraordinary. Although Pepper should have taken 2 or 3 days to regain consciousness, she woke up that evening. But due to the severe poison she had suffered, she still felt dizzy and confused upon opening her eyes, and even had a slight fever. Pepper's mind was still rather muddled. She vaguely tried to turn over, only to abruptly realize that she wasn't alone in bed, but was held in someone's arms. Branson had stayed awake throughout the night, hugging Pepper absent-mindedly. Just as he was feeling slightly drowsy, Pepper moved, immediately jolting him out of his light sleep. He gently patted her back twice, soothing her with a soft voice. Ah woo, lie still. It sounded like he was talking to a child, which would normally make Pepper feel embarrassed. But not today. Her mind wasn't clear yet. Seeing it was Branson, Pepper subconsciously calmed down a little. She looked listless, burying her face in Branson's chest and softly calling, Phil. Just 2 simple words. Yet they felt as if they belonged to another lifetime. So many emotions welled up within her. Although she was muddled, she vaguely remembered being poisoned. Feeling guilty for causing trouble to Branson, she didn't wish to say anything apologetic as it might ruin this intimate moment. Branson chuckled softly. He adjusted Pepper into a more comfortable position and whispered intimately to her, Don't think about anything, just rest well. When you're better, I'll take you outside the palace to see the lanterns. Without lifting her head, Pepper hummed in agreement softly. She murmured quietly, When I was sick as a child, my mother used to hold me like this too. Branson laughed. What am I supposed to reply to that? But Pepper seemed to be talking to herself. Ignoring Branson's question, she continued, Alexandria used to sing songs to me. I miss listening to her singing. Branson paused. After a moment, he stretched out his hand, tucked the strands of hair that fell across Pepper's cheek behind her ear, and stared at her pale profile. He then softly hummed a few lines of a song. The melody was lingering and touching, as pure as spring rain in March. At this moment, the last hint of ferocity in his eyes disappeared. A thick wave of exhaustion washed over him. Surrounded by his soothing singing, Pepper couldn't help but close her eyes and fall asleep again. She was still uncomfortable, but right now, she seemed to immerse herself in an unusual joy, savoring an incomparably sweet moment. Chapter 154, Warmth 2. Branson was like a bright moon hanging high in the sky, always appearing cold and distant. Yet he concealed his aloofness and indifference so tightly that Claire could only see his tender affection. He was an irresistible temptation that one couldn't refuse. Every call of ah woo from him seemed to carry hooks, stirring Claire's heart uncontrollably. His ambiguous sweet nothings came easily, occasionally seeming frivolous, but when he opened his arms, they were nothing but reliable. He turned hardened steel into soft fingers. Claire was deeply entangled, unable to resist, hopelessly lost. She huddled in Branson's embrace, pressing her face tightly against his chest. In dreams, she murmured with him intimately. Branson looked down at her with a slight drop of his eyes. Even though Claire had fallen asleep, the singing did not cease, lingering softly in the bedroom draped in gossamer curtains, like a spring breeze brushing past her temples, dispersing sorrow and parting blues. Heart-stirring. Wayne's lips were cracked and parched. Every inch of his body throbbed with excruciating pain, as if he had been thrown on a busy road and repeatedly trampled by passing carriages, feeling like he might shatter at any moment. He wished he could pass out right away, but the medicine Philip made people feed him kept him painfully awake. At this moment, all the other people responsible for the interrogation had left the cell, leaving only a strikingly handsome young man sitting quietly in a wheelchair. Wayne recognized him. Most people in the palace now knew that Branson trusted Jaden immensely. He also knew that the books in Kingston's room were given by Jaden. This wheelchair-bound youth was undoubtedly very formidable. Bound to the torture frame, Wayne hung his head motionless. Blood droplets fell from his body, splashing on the ground with a plop, shattering the eerie silence filled with the smell of blood. Looking at this almost blood-soaked little eunuch, Jaden spoke gently. I have investigated Yaudaren's case, and indeed he has been wronged. These past years, you must have suffered. Jaden's voice carried an enchanting power. Never expecting his first words to be these, Wayne froze momentarily, feeling inexplicable soreness in his eyes. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the youth before him. The other's expression and tone were equally gentle, like a ray of light, contrasting sharply with the bloody, dark dungeon. Wayne croaked, Sir, are you here to interrogate me? His voice was hoarse and grating, like a knife scraping rough stone. Jaden's care did not lower his guard. Jaden smiled. Of course not. He said calmly, G-Sir is responsible for the interrogation. Why would I come to show off my skills? I just have a bit of curiosity about you, so I have a few questions. Wayne was taken aback again. Everything should be told already. It was to avenge my father. Should do. Jaden smiled. As a son, avenging your father is only right and proper. If it were me, I wouldn't let it go either. Wayne. Seeing Jaden act unpredictably, Wayne felt even more uneasy. He gritted his teeth hard, enduring wave after wave of intense pain, enunciating every word carefully. Does Sir think what I did was right? Right, why not? Jaden looked at him. Repaying grievances is a righteous deed. If your father knew, he would rest in peace. Then Jaden changed the subject. But I wonder, what grudge do you have against Kingston, that you would plot against him regardless of his life? Chapter 155 Suspicion 1. Jaden's voice carried a faintly sarcastic tone. Wayne's face was deathly pale. He bit hard on his chapped lower lip. Would your excellency come personally to this filthy prison today, just to stand up for him, Kingston? Having served as a eunuch in the palace for many years, he inevitably picked up numerous bad habits, his gaze naturally turning sinister. Common faults of an ordinary eunuch. Self-abased, dark-hearted, and suspicious. He had almost all of them. Jaden laughed softly. He said slowly, don't misunderstand. His utterly bloodless face showed a fierce resentment. Don't say that. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he enunciated every word. My father was wronged, and so am I. We shouldn't be treated like this. Do you know how I lived these past years? They didn't treat me as a human being at all. They all treated me like a dog that could only crawl on the ground. Wayne glared fiercely at Jaden. Don't look at me like that. You think you understand me now, don't you? Kingston. Yes, I hate him. So what if I hate him? Why? On what grounds? The Emperor treats him like a prince. You favor him too, and give him those books. How am I any less than him? If he were in my place, he might do exactly the same things I did. Speaking these words seemed to exhaust all his strength. Veins protruded on his forehead, and he started coughing violently. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, hitting the ground, looking frightening. Yet there was no trace of fear on his face. At this point, he knew his fate. He knew Branson would never spare him. So Philip got nothing out of the interrogation. Jaden watched him speak through gritted teeth with cold indifference and said calmly, he won't. Wayne froze. Chapter 156 Suspicion, 2. On what basis are you so certain? Wayne's face was now frighteningly pale, but he still gritted his teeth and forced out the words, Lord Sia. Jaden, do you really think you're some kind of good person? You sent those books to Kingston. Whether he read them carefully or not, I don't know, but I have read every single one of them thoroughly. All your annotations, I can recite them backwards. He continued. Even if it means alienating close kin, even if it means committing wrongs, do not hesitate. This is something you wrote, isn't it? If it weren't for this sentence, I might not have been so resolute. As he spoke, there was a twisted satisfaction on his face. A hint of surprise flickered across Jaden's eyes before he couldn't help but laugh. I really shouldn't take credit for that. That line came from the ruthless official Lane. Moreover, since you say you can recite my annotations backward, did you forget or miss the 4 characters, cannot act recklessly that follow? Wayne was taken aback. You're lying. I didn't see those 4 characters. Jaden didn't argue with him but called someone in and whispered a few words in their ear. The person agreed and left. After a while, they returned with the very book Wayne had mentioned. They flipped through the pages, pointing out the 4 characters Jaden had spoken of. Wayne's pupils constricted. Why hadn't he seen it before? Jaden said coolly, that's the biggest difference between you and Kingston. He sees only kindness, but even when I show you kindness, you intentionally misinterpret or simply ignore it. The young man holding the book chimed in, exactly. You're just trying to justify your crimes. Don't blame our master. Besides, just because someone writes that murder is not a sin, does that mean you should go find someone to kill too? Choices are made by oneself. Even I know that much. Are you really so incapable of distinguishing right from wrong? Wayne's throat tightened. He wanted to argue but found himself speechless. Autry, Jaden said gently, go ahead and leave. I need to talk to him. Dwayne didn't want to leave, but since Jaden had spoken, he nodded reluctantly and backed out unwillingly. The prison cell was once again left with only Wayne and Jaden, but neither of them spoke. What else do you have to say to me? After an eternity of suffocating silence, Wayne finally broke the quiet. Are you going to mock me further? Accuse me more? Show how superior you are. At this point, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Go ahead. What else do I have to be afraid of, now that I'm in this state? No one can wake a person who pretends to be asleep. If you have no intention of repenting, others' mockery serves no purpose. Jaden softened his tone and shook his head. Knowing you are doomed, you no longer care about anything, but even in death, there are countless ways. One could end it quickly with a swift blade, or slowly, slice by slice. A bead of sweat appeared on Wayne's forehead. Do you think by saying this, I'll be scared? Beg for mercy like a dog? Don't dream of it. I am a man. He clenched his teeth. Even if you make me a eunuch, I will still be a man. He is a human being, not a dog. He had long grown tired of groveling like a dog. Chapter 157 Sincerity, 1. Finished talking? Jaden looked at him calmly. Is there anything else you want to say? Goss's throat moved slightly, but he didn't speak anymore. He stared coldly at Jaden, suspicion and vigilance swirling in his eyes like surging tides. He still couldn't quite understand what Jaden was really up to. Jaden said indifferently, there's no need to be so vigilant. As you've said yourself, you've fallen to this state. Nothing is scary. Fire. Now you side with the imperial concubine. Jaden slowly curled his lips. If you want to seek justice for your family, you can tell Kingston and Celia. They will definitely offer help. However, you chose to frame those who genuinely cared about you, helping your enemy achieve their goals. Do you really care if your father receives justice? Goss was dumbstruck. What did you say? He struggled to open his eyes wider, his voice carrying a touch of hysteria. You're lying. Jaden, you're trying to deceive me again. What does my family's matter have to do with Gavriel? You said he was only a minister of personnel then. What could he do? That's a lot. Gavriel didn't have as much power back then as he does now, but the Ministry of Personnel handles the promotion and selection of officials. People wanting to flatter him are countless. At that time, although you weren't very old, you were at least aware of things. Try recalling carefully who was responsible for raiding your home and reporting your father. Jaden took out a scroll from his chest and said slowly, Gavriel's mansion has a secret room. When I searched it together with Kingston, we found many interesting things inside. Would you like to see? Goss's expression gradually sank, but he remained silent. Jaden didn't force him, just called in several bailiffs to take him off the rack, then put the scroll next to him and said lightly, since you have nothing else to say, I've expressed my words here. Whether you choose to look at it or not, it's up to you. Chapter 158 Sincerity, 2. This is what you really want to say to me, isn't it? Without the shackles restraining him, Wayne could only lie in a wretched state on the dirty ground, his wounds scraping against the rough floor, the pain tormenting him until he trembled all over. Wayne's voice was abnormally hoarse. You want to sow discord between me and the imperial noble consort. You want to find out her whereabouts. Jaden laughed lightly. A little kindness may turn into hate. Although you are willing to work for the imperial noble consort, I guess she hasn't given you much favor, at most just lent a helping hand once or twice. I admit I wanted to ask, but how much does the imperial noble consort actually trust you? Would she tell you where she truly intends to go? I don't think so. Wayne was stunned. Jaden looked at him, his tone soft and almost compassionate. Don't think everyone is so bad. Things have reached this point. The value you can provide is limited. I merely want you to die with clarity, not letting jealousy and hatred cloud your mind, mistaking enemies for benefactors. Saying this, Jaden's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Otherwise, how could you face your whole family? How could you face those sisters of yours who were reduced to servants or even prostitutes? After today, they might also be implicated because of you. Cruel. Too cruel. Who says that civil officials lack the fighting spirit of military generals? They know all too well how to stab people to death with invisible knives. Truly killing without spilling blood. Wayne clenched his teeth. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether the physical pain or Jaden's words were more unbearable. The other party was trying to make him a foolish joke. His nearly collapsed mental defenses left him utterly defeated, only able to muster all his strength to throw away the scroll Jaden had placed beside him. Then, in vain, he repeated again and again, You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Yes, I lied. Jaden looked at his pale, bloodless face and laughed pleasantly. If thinking so makes you feel better, then so be it. As he spoke, he no longer glanced at Wayne and gestured for the bailiff to push him out. Seeing Jaden actually intending to leave without hesitation, Wayne suddenly shouted uncontrollably, Why? Why? You care so much about Kingston yet treat me so cruelly? Is it because I'm a eunuch, so I don't deserve it? He grabbed his messy hair like a madman, madness and resentment flashing in his eyes. Just because I'm a eunuch, you all don't see me as human, but I used to be just like you. The year I was sent into the palace for castration, I passed the imperial examination, topping the list. He should have had a bright future. So what? Jaden chuckled. Your suffering wasn't caused by me nor Kingston, nor Her Majesty the Celia, and not even Imran. Still, I'll repeat, if you can seek revenge on the real culprit, regardless of success or failure, I would respect you as a true hero. But why let others pay the price? Everyone has their own struggles. I don't look down on eunuchs, but... Pausing for a moment, Jaden slightly lowered his gaze, looking at Wayne with no hint of a smile on his lips. To be honest, I do look down on you. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Do you know why I understand you so well and can quickly uncover so much about the Yao family? Wayne was slightly startled, remaining silent. It was Kingston who asked me to investigate. Jaden whispered, he has always hoped that one day he could bring justice to your family. Chapter 159 Change, 1. The air fell into an eerily oppressive stillness. Under Jaden's gaze, Wayne's forehead began to trickle with sweat droplets. He mumbled, You're lying. You just want me to regret it. Jaden laughed and said indifferently, Think whatever you want. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling the jailer to push him out. I admit that I was jealous of him, but I never thought of killing him. When he reached the cell door, Wayne's hoarse and weak voice suddenly echoed behind Jaden. The Corina originally gave me a deadly poison that would kill on contact, but I switched the drug, because I knew as long as the Celia doesn't die, Darnell wouldn't dare to kill him no matter how angry he is. He would only make him suffer a little. So what? The wheelchair stopped at the entrance of the cell. There was no discernible emotion in Jaden's voice. He slowly asked, Are you telling me these things because you want me to pass them on to Kingston? Wayne looked at him, with a flash of venomous resentment in his eyes. Due to castration, even his voice had gradually become very effeminate. Director Xia, will you tell him? After a moment of silence, Jaden sighed lightly. No. One act of womanly kindness is enough. So that's it. In pain all over his body, Wayne took a deep breath. Director Xia, after reading so many books of yours, do you still not know how heartless you are? I'm only telling you that I am in no way inferior to you. It's just that Darnell is foolish, corrupt officials dominate, and it's a time I should not have been born in. The sorrow and resentment in his voice were palpable. Jaden chuckled, honestly speaking, you are indeed more capable than your father. If the 15-year-old me could come to Xinjiang back then, I would certainly be friends with you. Friends? Wayne sneered, muttering, Unfortunately, there's no if in this world. Yes, there isn't any if. Jaden softly said, So we were destined not to be friends. As the words fell, the prison door clanged shut, drawing a distinct boundary between them. The next day, Kingston followed the attendant into the room, knelt down to salute Queen Tyra. Phil, this subject pays respect. Tyra was half reclining against the headboard, drinking ginseng soup. Upon seeing Kingston enter, she immediately put the soup on the side table beside her. I've said before, don't bow privately from now on, get up quickly. Saying this, she got out of bed to help him up. Both the attendants serving Tyra and Kingston were shocked. Kingston disregarded other concerns and hurriedly stood up, gently pushing Tyra back onto the bed. This matter is entirely my fault. Phil has suffered so much because of me. I can hardly redeem this sin. Please do not do so again, otherwise, I will really be too ashamed. Tyra gestured for the maids around her to step away. Then she gently pressed her lips, shaking her head. Don't say that, I also neglected. It's not your fault. Saying this, she sized up Kingston a few times. Junior, did Imran punish you because of this? Kingston shook his head. Imran is benevolent. He only scolded me a few words. Hearing this, Tyra couldn't help but smile bitterly. From their interactions these days, Branson's temperament was quite familiar to her. He was definitely not merely scolding him a few words as Kingston claimed, But Tyra did not delve further into it. She held Kingston's hand and said warmly, Junior, even if Imran is angry with you, it's all because of me, don't blame him. Imran should punish me. Knowing that Tyra didn't believe his words, Kingston looked straight into her eyes without rebuttal. Sister Wu, of course, I won't blame Imran. On the contrary, Imran's punishment makes me feel better. Chapter 160. Change of Circumstances, 2. Claire couldn't help but frown at the words. She pressed her lips together and said, Dell, don't talk like that. Kingston lowered his eyes and said, Big Sister Wu, the things I say are from the bottom of my heart. I know you care about me, and you haven't held a grudge for me poisoning you. But, as he spoke, he knelt down again, bowing his head to Claire. One must be rewarded for contributions and punished for mistakes. Since this is my responsibility, I will bear it. Moreover, although Imran was angry, he really didn't make it too hard on me for your sake. So, Big Sister Wu, please take care of yourself and don't worry about me anymore. I can take care of myself. Claire. The moment Kingston left Ekuan Palace, he saw Dwayne panting and running towards him, waving as he ran, Junior! Junior! Kingston paused in surprise before hurrying up to ask, Autry, what's wrong? What's so urgent? Dwayne clutched his chest, catching his breath for a moment before saying, Junior! I just heard Philip say that Wayne had committed suicide in prison. Kingston's heart lurched, his pupils constricted. Although he felt deeply disappointed, the news was simply too sudden. He hadn't even had time to personally ask Wayne why he did those things, or if he ever considered him a friend even for a moment, or if the gift he promised during their last meeting was genuine. Even if the answers were negative, it would be fine. After all, he could finally put everything behind him. But Wayne's death was so decisive and silent that these questions would never get answered. Kingston instinctively grabbed Dwayne's hand. Autry, what happened exactly? Tell me quickly. At the same time, in the Imperial study, one side, Wayne slammed himself into the wall and died. It was rather tragic. Though he had indeed intended to let Wayne die by his own hand when questioning him to preserve some dignity, Wayne's quick and decisive suicide still made him sigh for a long time. But it's his own doing. His death is well deserved. Branson said indifferently, I heard that Wayne left a blood letter before committing suicide. Yes. Juan slowly said, nothing much else, but he wrote in the blood letter that Gabrielle is actually a spy sent by Huni to our Great Zhou. He was once the top scholar in Huni, having been dormant in Great Zhou for years with the true aim of plotting against its throne. Also, Corina escaped to join Huni. There was no expression on Branson's face. He slowly sipped his tea before asking, still no news about Martha? The capital city is too big to find one person like looking for a needle in a haystack. Considering the royal family's reputation, we also can't publicize her identity. If Corina wants to hide, it will naturally be difficult to find her in a short period. Juan's tone remained gentle. However, if Wayne's letter is true and Gabrielle is connected to Huni, I am more worried about another matter rather than the whereabouts of Corina. Hearing this, Branson faintly smiled without humor. Knowing each other well, Branson guessed Juan's thoughts. You think Huni might take advantage of our war with the Azar? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Juan said, Phil, though I do not wish to see such an outcome, given the chessboard Huni has laid out and Gabrielle reaching the position of Prime Minister, I have to be prepared for the worst. Now that we have focused almost all our energy on the war with Azar, if Huni sends troops at this point, it would certainly be very disadvantageous for Great Zhou. Not only will our initially sufficient military force and supplies need to be split, but our original plans will have to change. The general will have to lead the troops against Huni first, which complicates the choice of whom to send to support Lingyu Pass. Chapter 161. Xiongya 1. Although Branson had been secretly supporting Karl in reorganizing military affairs since his rebirth, the reduction of military generals' power started from Cash Achilles' reign, which gradually resulted in fewer competent generals. Decades of accumulated weakness couldn't be remedied overnight. There are still capable generals in the court now, but those who can lead troops and command respect besides Karl and Matthew are hard to find temporarily. Even with Matthew stationed at the border now, a remarkable commander isn't necessary. But the journey from Shangjing City to Lingyu Pass is long and dangerous, and it would be unwise to entrust this large-scale army to an incompetent leader. Jaden's concerns were also what Branson thought about. In his previous life until his death, Xiongyan never waged war against the Great Zhou among all its neighboring countries, making it seem the most peaceful one, which once made Branson feel puzzled. But if Wayne's blood letter was true, then Gabrielle's true master wasn't him or Dante, but Xiongya. In other words, Xiongya's peace might have been due to Gabrielle. Because of his trust in Gabrielle, and because of Gabrielle's immense power in the court, Xiongya harbored thoughts of taking over the Great Zhou territory without shedding blood. Xiongya was waiting for them to exhaust each other, so they could reap the benefits. But now, Gabrielle was dead. Would Xiongya remain peaceful? Would they become enraged due to the failure of their plan? If they really launched an attack now, Great Zhou would be attacked from both front and back, and he would surely shift from being proactive to passive. At this moment, a somewhat hurried knocking sound on the door broke the tense atmosphere between Branson and Jaden. Branson said, "Come in." Anselm immediately pushed the door open. The flesh on his face trembled, and quite unusually, he didn't even bother with his effeminate mannerism. "Phil, the Grand General is outside requesting an audience, saying there's important news to report." Requesting an audience at this time? Branson's gaze turned serious, exchanging a subtle glance with Jaden. He did not let Anselm pass on the message, but stood up himself, and went out to meet Karl waiting outside the Imperial study. Seeing Branson come out, Karl was about to kneel down and salute. "This minister greets Phil." Branson stepped forward to hold him up, saying gently, "Grand General doesn't need to be so formal. What urgent matter do you have to report at this time?" "Phil." Karl looked solemn, with evident anxiety in his eyes. "This minister just received a war report from the border, saying that Xiongya's army has suddenly crossed the border for unknown reasons, bringing along dozens of cannons and numerous muskets, besieging Pingliang Pass. The court must dispatch reinforcements promptly, otherwise, Pingliang Pass will fall." Jaden's prophecy came true. After Karl spoke, The air froze for a moment. A cool breeze blew through the tree branches, rustling the leaves. Shui Yuandao waited for a long time without getting a response from Branson, finally lifting his eyes to observe Darnell's expression. With the Azar army already pressing towards the borders, adding Shengya's offensive now was nothing short of adding frost to snow for the Great Zhou. During the reign of the former Emperor Achilles, such things were not unprecedented, but since Achilles and most of the court favored peace, the result was always ceding land and paying reparations to achieve temporary peace. Originally, before Pingliang Pass, there were several other defensive cities, but they were all ceded away by Achilles in this manner. Due to these cities falling into enemy hands, the importance of Pingliang Pass has now become comparable to Lingyu Pass in the northwest, serving as the final bulwark against Shengya's army. It must not fall and cannot be ceded again. They must fight this battle to the end. The Shengya have invaded our borders and must not be taken lightly. The contours of Karl's face showed resolve, veins protruding on his hand, and he declared resolutely, "This minister wishes to lead the troops and cut off the heads of the enemy, to uphold the prestige of our Great Zhou." His voice echoed through the sky, startling the imperial guards standing on either side, as if awakening a dormant beast. Chapter 162. Huni, 2. So the Grand General's proposal is that he leads troops to support Pingliang Pass first, while the Alexei defends Lingyu Pass to the death? One curled his lips slightly, with no discernible emotion in his voice. The Grand General, for the sake of the Great Zhou, is even willing to sacrifice his own son's life and future. Truly loyal and selfless, isn't that so, Phil? Branson shook his head and said, Lingyu Pass is currently experiencing a critical period. Fabio can at most hold on for 2 months. Even if he is indeed more capable than others, he can barely withstand 3 months. However, the Huni people still have cannons and muskets. In such a short time, Dana Dao will not retreat. Even if he is really willing to sacrifice his own son to protect the Great Zhou Empire, this is really an inferior strategy. There was one thing Branson didn't say. According to his understanding of Fabio from his previous life, if he truly couldn't wait for reinforcements, once it's confirmed that Lingyu Pass would surely be broken, the other side would never wait for their doom. The ruler's command is absolute, and a father's order must be followed. Such principles are just a joke to Matthew. Although Allah's words aren't entirely without effect on Matthew, he wouldn't always follow Allah's commands. One softly murmured, and after a moment added, all under heaven bustling for profit comes. All under heaven bustling for gain goes. No matter how big their appetites, they cannot immediately swallow the Great Zhou Empire alone. Perhaps we should fight them off one by one? What does Phil think? Why do you speak like this to me? Branson looked at him and said coolly, human greed and desire are endless. I am not the late emperor and will not make the mistake of ceding territory for peace or drinking poison to quench thirst again. At any cost, both passes must not fall into their hands, or it would truly be suicide. Speaking of this, he turned his head slightly, a faint smile flashing across his eyes. Besides, who says there is no one suitable as a marshal for the Great Zhou besides Allah and Fabio? I don't think so either. One raised his eyebrows slightly. So, Phil has someone in mind already. I shall listen intently. Branson supported his cheek with one hand, lazily leaning against the desk. Are you really unable to guess with your intelligence? One met Branson's gaze, seeing eyes as bright as glass filled with laughter. Bright as stars. After a brief daze, one shook his head, his voice void of any emotion. I really can't guess. Please forgive my stupidity, Phil. After a moment of silence, Branson suddenly laughed. He tilted his head slightly and slowly spoke to Juan, far away yet close at hand. Hearing this, one couldn't help but laugh lightly. Surely Phil isn't talking about yourself. Branson tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, the corners of his mouth curling up. Why? Do you look down on me? Of course not. Juan replied. When the late emperor was still in power, Phil's strength was evident. If it were a few years ago when you were still a prince, leading troops into battle would have been feasible. But things are different now. Branson raised an eyebrow. How so? Juan smiled. An ancient saying goes, a country cannot be without its king for a day. If Phil personally leads the army, there would be no one to anchor Shangjing City, and someone might take advantage of this weakness. Who says there's no one to stay? Branson watched him quietly. With you and Premier One in the court, I have nothing to worry about. Chapter 163. Loyalty, 1. Jaden remained silent. Branson pushed a prepared imperial edict in front of him, saying, the position of the left chancellor should have been given to you long ago. What was written in the edict was clear as day. However, there was no joy on Jaden's face. After a moment of silence, he pushed the edict back to Branson. Branson was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What do you mean? You don't accept it? Jaden sighed. Your subject suffers from leg disability after all. Branson frowned. That doesn't matter. You know I've never cared about such things. I know you don't either. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to Shangjing City at all. I said I would never let you regret it. Accept this edict, and from now on, you can fulfill your ambitions, return favors with favors, repay grudges with grudges. His way of referring to himself had changed again. A gentleman's word weighs more than gold. Though he wasn't a gentleman, he kept his word. Jaden felt a strange soreness in his eyes, slightly lowering his gaze. A fleeting trace of melancholy flashed through his eyes. Since Phil mentions ambition, do you know what my youthful ambition really was? Branson curled the corner of his mouth. It couldn't be to drink and lie on a beauty's lap, and upon waking wield power over the world. Jaden turned his head to look at Branson, and suddenly smiled. A touch of mockery flashed in his eyes. Why can't it be that? Does Phil think I should be a fallen immortal untouched by the mundane world? You are, in essence. The brush pen twirled casually between his fingers, and Branson wrote 4 sentences on the paper before showing it to Jaden. On the paper were these words. To establish a mind for heaven and earth, to secure life for the people, to continue the interrupted learning of past sages, to open up a peaceful era for future generations. Upon seeing those 4 sentences, Jaden's pupils constricted. Branson laughed heartily as Jaden remained stunned. Dwayne was like your younger self, so naturally, his ambitions are also your former ambitions. My guess, right or wrong? Jaden's eyes flickered. After a pause, he said, I didn't expect Phil to still be my confidant. This was obviously an acknowledgement. Branson smiled. So isn't the opportunity to achieve your ambitions here now? He looked at Jaden and slowly said, a jade even covered in dust remains a jade. I believe you are still that young man renowned across the land as the greatest scholar of Evenan. If you hate those who wronged you, go and kill them. Repay grudges and grievances, no need to suffer so much. Jaden smiled. The eternal ice beneath his gentle exterior seemed to thaw a little in that moment. Your subject thanks Phil for your good intentions, but I still cannot accept this position because someone else is more suitable. Hearing this, Branson could not help but be stunned. He said, in my eyes, no one is more suitable than you. Jaden shook his head. That's only because Phil hasn't met him yet. Branson finally grew a bit interested because of Jaden's certainty. Who is it? Jaden, who appeared gentle but was actually haughty, had never spoken so highly of anyone before. Phil must have heard of him. Jaden softly said, the third son of the head of the Armand family of Evenan, Armand E. Draper. Draper? Branson repeated the name slowly, then chuckled. I have indeed heard of him. His tone seemed playful. But I've heard. You two are at odds, water and fire. Neither can stand each other. At one point, you couldn't even be in the same room together. Since Jaden vanished, among the many talented scholars in Evenan, Draper soared above the rest. The Armand family quickly regained prominence, overshadowing the Sieh family once again, becoming the true top family of Evenan. One could almost say that without Draper, Jaden might not have faded from people's minds so quickly. What is that phrase? Resting his index finger lightly on the table, Branson sighed. If Howard was born, why was Jeremy? Chapter 164. Loyalty, 2. Phil, we were discussing state affairs, but now you're talking about personal relationships with me? Jaden drank a sip of tea leisurely. Regardless of whether the relationship between me and Draper is adversarial or irreconcilable, it doesn't change the fact that he is highly capable. As you know, the Shongyia have brought cannons and muskets this time. Our country has always been weak in this area. Even if a seasoned general personally leads the troops against these powerful weapons, we actually do not hold any advantage. This war will be difficult to win. But Draper, besides being talented, specializes in this field, especially in engineering blueprints for mechanical armor. The bows and concealed weapons designed by him have a long range and astonishing lethality, far surpassing the current military's outdated weapons. Moreover, after his improvement, the loading time of firearms has been shortened compared to regular firearms. On the battlefield, speed is indeed a crucial factor in determining victory or defeat. Jaden looked into Branson's eyes. Does Phil think that just on account of this, he isn't worthy of the position of Prime Minister? If what you say is true, he certainly is. Branson replied slowly, but if he really possesses such skills, there would be no reason for the Armand family not to know about it, nor should news of this remain unheard outside. How strange that only someone who is incompatible with him knows so clearly. He paused for a moment, teasing, could it be that your excellency has seen it with your own eyes? Branson always had an extraordinary sharpness. Jaden turned his head slightly, not answering. Their gazes met, but neither could read the other's expression. The atmosphere in the imperial study suddenly became heavy. After a long silence, Jaden supported himself on the wheelchair and slowly knelt down. Please forgive my deception, Phil. Branson was slightly taken aback. He stood up and personally helped Jaden to his feet. You can speak directly. I have said you need not kneel. After a moment of silence, Jaden suddenly raised his hand. The wide sleeves fell, faintly revealing a delicate and small black crossbow strapped to his wrist. The design of this crossbow was incredibly ingenious, able to automatically retract when not in use, tightly fitting to his arm. Unless one removes their clothes, even a thorough search wouldn't find it. A minister was not allowed to bring weapons to meet Darnell, let alone a dangerous crossbow like this. Jaden's action was almost akin to treason. However, Branson didn't get angry but suddenly laughed. So that's how you killed those assassins sent by Dalen in the Ministry of Revenue's office? Yes. Jaden no longer hid the truth. Given my current physical condition, I can't afford to lose my self-defense capability. I understand. Branson patted his shoulder. Now that you're willing to tell me voluntarily, it shows your honesty. If I allow Kingston to carry a sword before me, why can't I tolerate you? If you don't trust the person you appoint, don't use them. Likewise, if you appoint someone, trust them. Don't always keep distance from me. There was not a hint of resentment in his eyes. Jaden couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If Branson hadn't been born into the imperial family, subjected to oppression and humiliation, he could very well have been another Fabio. They both once lived at the peak, in the place closest to the light. Without unexpected incidents, they would likely both have become gentlemen. But they were pushed down by various absurd reasons into an abyss from which they couldn't recover, even after struggling to stand back up. Unbeknownst to Jaden's contemplation, Branson was already examining the crossbow on his wrist without reserve. So this crossbow was made by Draper? It seems that your relationship isn't as rumored. Chapter 165 Secret 1. In our youth, it's natural that we want to compete in everything until one of us admits defeat. Along with the long-standing, tacit animosity between our two families, it was destined that he and I would be enemies from birth. People assumed that he and Draper were always at odds, like fire and water never mixing. Or rather, they forced them into this adversarial relationship. But, Jaden looked at Branson and said calmly, later on, I have thought countless times about what truly defines a friend and an enemy. Why do my so-called friends only come around when I am wealthy and powerful, but scatter as soon as I fall on hard times? Yet my enemies act just the opposite. He has never gained anything from me, while I face doubts and the tenuous reputation of being the first talent all because of him. But when I was truly down and out, it was my enemy, who reached out to help me get back on my feet. He gave me this crossbow, preserving my last bit of pride and dignity. So, Phil, who do you think is my friend and who is my enemy? Branson fell silent for a moment, then laughed. You've got me thinking. I really should meet him sooner. Let me draft an imperial edict immediately to summon him to the capital. To his surprise, Jaden shook his head. Evenan is not close to Shangjing. The situation is urgent. Every moment counts. If Phil issues an edict, the imperial envoy will need to stop at every checkpoint along the way, which would delay things significantly. It would be better to use the golden token to summon him. Branson was slightly stunned. The golden token in Dazhou was a form of extremely special imperial edict, used only in emergencies. It required the messenger to travel day and night without stopping. Indeed, it was fast. But ever since the founding of Dazhou, anyone summoned to Shangjing by the golden token was usually suspected of wrongdoing. They were brought in quickly to prevent them from fleeing or acting recklessly upon learning the news. Moreover, the imperial envoy did not inform the person being summoned of the specific matter. So seeing the golden token was not good news for ordinary people. Some might even be scared enough to commit suicide upon seeing it. Golden token? Branson looked at Jaden with a smile tinged with amusement. There would be no problem issuing the golden token, but if he gets frightened and something happens to him, what then? However, Jaden's expression remained indifferent, revealing no emotion. He said calmly, Phil is overthinking this. It won't happen. Startled again, Branson lightly curled his lips. He lazily said, you're right. Someone you hold in such high regard can't possibly be an ordinary person. As he spoke, he called out to Anselm waiting outside, go fetch Lee. Lee was Keenan's apprentice who had been staying by Branson's side after Keenan left, and proved reliable in handling affairs. Anselm responded with delicate gestures. It happened to be Lee's shift today, so Anselm quickly brought him in. Lee knelt and bowed to Branson. This humble minister pays respects to Phil. He was only 23 years old, with a dark complexion. He looked like a very loyal and honest young man. Branson waved for Lee to rise, then said calmly, I have a task for you. Take the golden token to Evenan and summon the third son of the Armand family, Draper, to the capital. Upon hearing that the golden token was to be used, a look of surprise flashed across Lee's face, but he quickly composed himself and replied quietly, yes. Working beside Darnell, it was best to speak less and do more. Not everyone had Jaden's skills and courage. Branson glanced at Jaden. Is there anything else you need to tell him? Jaden leaned forward slightly from his wheelchair toward Lee. Time is short. Please hurry and return as soon as possible. And if anyone asks about the Cash's intentions, just say you don't know. Especially if someone from the Armand family inquires about me, please be vague. However, if Draper has any requests, please try your best to accommodate them. Also, at this point, he pulled out a letter from his chest and handed it to Lee. Please deliver this to him privately. Lee was taken aback. Then he hurriedly accepted the letter with both hands and bowed. Yes, please rest assured, Lord Xia. I understand these instructions well. This letter will certainly be delivered personally to Mr. Armand. Thank you. Jaden nodded slightly. That's all I have to say. Lee once again bowed to Branson. This subject will set off immediately. Branson waved his hand without saying much more. Go ahead. Watching Lee turn to leave, he picked up the tea from the table and slowly took a sip. The relationship between you and Draper is indeed quite interesting. Inviting him to Shangjing for a high-ranking position needs to be done in such a secretive manner, as if committing a crime. The matters between us are known only by him and me, and now by Phil. There's no need for others to complicate it. Jaden said indifferently. Phil knows that I have been at odds with him, but do you know why he has never pursued an official career? After all, I have a leg disability, but he does not. Branson teased. I've only heard that although he might be slightly inferior to you in scholarship, he is more aloof and does not crave worldly fame. Jaden laughed, a trace of mockery flashing in his usually gentle eyes. Initially, the reason he was always one step behind me wasn't truly because he was slightly inferior in scholarship, but because he was not the legitimate son of the head of the Armand family. The head's first wife came from the illustrious Marley Chui family. Her two elder sons were born before him, but failed the imperial exams repeatedly. Naturally, the illegitimate younger Ivar could not overshadow the legitimate sons, or the entire Marley Chui family. But his talents were undeniable and couldn't be wasted. He had to bring benefits to the Armand family, so he needed to replace me as the new leader of students in Evenan without posing any threat to the Marley Chui family. Otherwise, pausing here, Jaden resumed his usual tender demeanor. Without a smile, he softly said, Am I not the best precedent right now? Chapter 166, Secrets, 2. How many people in this world truly wish for you to live better than they do? These so-called prestigious families each harbor their own sinister intentions. Jaden curled his lips coldly. The most ridiculous thing was that he fell victim so easily back then, not because of any enemy, but it was those he thought were on his side. An overt attack can be dodged more easily. Covert strikes are harder to defend against. Who could always guard against a knife from behind? If Draper were arrogant, not only would the Xia family, who were enemies of the Armand family, be envious, but there would be envy within the Armand family as well. These so-called noble families today harbor filth and corruption. They should have been cleaned up long ago. Upon hearing Jaden's words, Branson remained silent for a long time. Rest assured, once I have the chance, there will naturally be a reckoning. Jaden smiled. I understand these matters myself. Just then, Anselm came in to ask if Branson wanted to be served dinner. Unknowingly, it was already time for dinner. Branson looked at Jaden. Then let's eat together. Jaden shook his head. Phil, I can return and dine by myself. I don't want to disturb you. You should go and accompany Her Majesty the Celia. The Celia must be accompanied, and you cannot be neglected either. As soon as he said that, Branson didn't ask for Jaden's opinion again, but directly told Anselm, have the meal served here, and let the Imperial Kitchen prepare a few more dishes to send to Dwayne. Anselm agreed and quickly went to arrange it. A while later, the Imperial cuisine flowed in one after another. It was still cold weather, making green vegetables hard to cultivate. Therefore, meat was expensive, and vegetables even more so. But on Branson's table, there was an abundance of both. Even the rice was the rare Beijing rice. Branson ladled some hot soup and pushed it toward Jaden. Although it is gradually warming up now, it is still cool in the evening. Have a bowl of hot soup to warm your stomach first. Jaden took the bowl and said, How can I let Phil serve me personally? There is no one else here. Branson said, why so formal? Eat quickly. Jaden smiled and did not argue further. Thank you, Phil. Noble etiquette dictates eating without talking and sleeping without speaking. During meals, they hardly spoke. Jaden ate a little of the beijing rice and green vegetables, but he barely touched the meat dishes. Branson was similar, only picking at a couple of nearby dishes before putting down his chopsticks. With such a full table, less than half of the dishes were touched by Branson and Jaden. Because there were too many dishes, the untouched ones were hard to notice, except for the lotus leaf soup that Branson had ladled for Jaden, which he enjoyed. He even ladled more, and a sweet steamed cheese also received a few extra bites. Jaden usually preferred lighter dishes and sweets. Branson noticed this and saw that Jaden was nearly done eating, then said, I remember there is a chef in the Imperial kitchen who makes excellent pastries, especially Southern-style pastries. I'll have him prepare a few for you to take back. Jaden thanked him warmly and then said to Branson, it's getting late. Please rest early, Phil. I won't stay longer. After all, tomorrow's morning court will not be peaceful. The princes and marquises certainly won't want war, especially a war with uncertain outcomes. And he paused for a moment and continued, if Phil really intends to lead the troops personally, it won't be a small matter. Jaden was subtly hinting that these nobles were used to their comfortable lives, and none of them wanted war. If Branson insisted on warfare, he would face significant resistance. Let the soldiers handle the troops, and build levees when the water comes. Branson said indifferently, when the late emperor was around, didn't I watch these people argue enough times? They only think about their own interests, and I know this clearly. I think, since Wayne has done such things, Darnell neither ordered his execution nor implicated his family. It's quite dignified and you, Junior, shouldn't grieve too much. I know, actually, I'm not sad. Dwayne was chatting with Kingston in his room when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Both of them paused subconsciously. Kingston got up and opened the door, revealing two eunuchs serving in the imperial court. Though they rarely spoke, they recognized each other's faces. Dwayne ran over. What's wrong? Is my lord looking for me, or does Imran need Junior? One of the eunuchs smiled and replied to Dwayne, neither. Lord Xie is dining with Imran and instructed us to bring these to young Lord Xie. Putting down the food container he was holding on the table, he took out a plate of tofu skin buns, a plate of chicken oil rolls, a plate of cold mixed cucumber threads, a plate of lotus root powder osmanthus sugar cake, along with a large bowl of sweet steamed cheese and various exquisite wheat flour fruits. Just in time. I'm indeed a bit hungry. Thank you, Phil. Facing Darnell's reward, Dwayne remained unperturbed. He smiled and said, would the two gentlemen like to sit down and have some? He was as sincere and generous as ever. But the two eunuchs trembled with fear and repeatedly waved their hands, saying they did not dare. The hierarchy within the royal family was so strict that there was no way for servants to dine at the same table as their masters, especially now that these two were especially favored by Darnell. Both caused the poisoning of the Empress, yet Wayne suffered a terrible death, while Kingston didn't lose even a hair. As for Dwayne, Branson was even kinder to him. No matter what it was, as long as there was something for Jaden, there would be something for Dwayne too. Having served in the palace for a long time, Kingston could easily see what these two eunuchs were thinking. He very politely helped them up and personally escorted them out the door. Once outside, the two eunuchs felt something heavy in their sleeves. They stopped to check and couldn't help but smile broadly. One of the eunuchs glanced towards Kingston's room direction and sighed. These two are truly kind and generous. If Imran is closer to people like them, wouldn't we, the servants, have an easier life? Who says not? To serve such a master is enough to make one laugh in dreams. The other eunuch echoed. That little Yao just didn't know good from bad. I heard that RNG ordered someone to throw him into the Lanzangong to feed wild dogs. Served him right. They laughed and walked away. That evening, in Ikuan Palace, Claire looked at Branson with evident concern. Phil, this subject has heard that Azar and Zaini have launched attacks simultaneously. Now in court, there are advocates for war and peace, but you haven't expressed your stance yet. How do you plan to handle this? Branson slightly raised his hand, removing the hairpin that held his hair in place, letting his raven black hair cascade down like a waterfall. He chuckled softly. I woo. This matter is well under control. You still need rest to fully recover. Leave everything else to me, okay? His voice rose slightly at the end, still carrying that gentle and affectionate demeanor. The candlelight flickered in the hall. His dark and thick lashes fluttered, his brows and eyes strikingly beautiful, filled with captivating charm. Chapter 167, Heart to Heart, 1. In the past, whenever Branson adopted this attitude, no matter what demands he made, Claire would hardly be able to refuse him. But this time, Claire lowered her head and remained silent. After a long silence, she suddenly said, if Imran feels that I am meddling in politics, then I will not ask anymore. Branson. Branson was silent for a moment before abruptly letting out a light laugh. He stood up and walked to Claire, gently pulling her into his arms. I'll woo, if you say so. It hurts me too much. I've never meant that. You and I are husband and wife. Of course, we can talk about everything. I've always just wanted to protect you from storms. As I said, you can boldly do anything you want. It doesn't matter if you act recklessly or are naive. Now that I have struggled to sit on this throne, can't I let the person I like do as they please? Claire was slightly stunned. Branson held her hand, his tone unreadable. But someone told me that what I do is wrong. I shouldn't make decisions for you all the time, and I shouldn't turn you into. Pausing here for a moment, he softly uttered 4 words, a fish in a pond, a bird in a cage. Branson slightly lowered his eyes and looked into Claire's eyes. Do you feel the same way, Awu? His eyes were too captivating. They sparkled with a smile when angry, and brimmed with affection when calm, shining brightly like cold stars in the dim light. Claire pressed her lips together, and instantly dared not look at him anymore. The more she looked, the more her heart raced wildly. She buried her face in Branson's neck, almost surrounded by the crisp, cool plum blossom fragrance. I know that whatever Imran does, it's all for my own good. A glint of amusement flashed across Branson's eyes as he lifted a strand of her hair. Really? After a brief pause, Claire's voice sounded again, somewhat muffled. But I really hope to stand by Phil's side, instead of being forever under your protection, and even, she paused, even becoming a burden to Phil. Before she could finish, Branson had already lifted her face and smiled. If you really think so, then first, you should learn what words can make me happier. If I'm happy, naturally I'll comply with everything you ask. Claire blinked blankly, looking somewhat dazed. What words? Branson's crystal-like eyes glistened as he quietly watched her. For example, you miss me very much and want to be by my side at all times. And another thing. As he spoke, he curled his lips, his gaze sweeping over the woman's rosy lips with a hint of ambiguity. Suddenly, his voice took on an intoxicating note. At this moment, you hope I kiss you. Claire's eyelashes trembled uncontrollably as she bit her lip. I miss Phil very much and want to be by your side at all times. And, gathering her courage, she added, and I hope Phil kisses me. Unexpectedly, Claire, who was usually shy, actually said it, leaving Branson momentarily surprised. Laughter rippled in Darnell's eyes. The next moment, Branson once again pulled her into his embrace, lightly pressing on Claire's rosy lips in an ambiguous manner, then gently lifting her chin. His movements were fluid and effortless, as though only someone well-versed in matters of love could execute them. Yet his expression was innocent, as if he knew nothing of worldly affairs. For some reason, he always seemed to effortlessly combine the contrasting qualities of coolness and allure, generating an almost incomprehensible charm that captivated one's soul. In this vaguely suggestive atmosphere, Claire was mesmerized by Branson's expression. She maintained her tilted head posture, not daring to move or speak a word, fearing that any movement would ruin the moment. The air between them seemed to freeze in their mutual gaze. Neither of them moved, but in the next moment, a wave of intense plum blossom fragrance washed over them, their breaths intertwining. Claire's lips carried a damp mistiness, and her eyes became moist. Her heart raced wildly, and she instinctively reached out to clutch Branson's shoulders, feeling as if she had forgotten how to breathe. However, it wasn't over yet. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sensation on her lips faded, but the damp warmth lingered on her throat, then on her collarbone. By the time Claire snapped back to reality from the nearly overwhelming sensations, she realized her nightgown had disappeared. She clutched Branson's hand tremblingly and called out tremblingly, Phil, not today. At least not now. She still had a lot more to say. After a brief silence, Branson held Xiaowu's hand tightly, intertwining their fingers. He quietly looked at the woman in front of him. The madness in his eyes was hidden in the semi-light and semi-darkness, veiled by the dampness, making him seem innocent and pitiable for no reason. His voice was as gentle as could be. He whispered softly, Ah Wu, I know what you want to say, and I'm willing to give you an answer. But before that, you need to give me an answer first. Claire blinked bewilderedly. What? Branson pulled the brocade quilt over her and said indifferently, There's something I haven't told you yet. Zoltan told me that you're pregnant. In an instant, an indescribable joy rose from her heart. Claire's cheeks, which were slightly pale just now, turned bright red with excitement. Really? We are going to have a baby? Pausing for a moment, she murmured, Actually, I felt it too, but I wasn't quite sure. Of course it's real. Branson's eyes curved slightly in the flickering candlelight, speaking warmly. Ah Wu, if I tell you, this child will be the future ruler of our great Zhou dynasty. Do you dare to respond? Chapter 168 Heart-to-Heart Talk, 2. The next day, Branson claimed he was unwell and did not attend the court for one day. He remained secluded in Claire's Yichun palace and did not come out until the third day when he finally attended the court. As expected by both him and Jaden, the early morning court session on the third day turned into a chaotic argument. Though many generals led by Karl strongly advocated war, and Linus also gave full support along with his disciples, the peace party led by the nobility of Great Zhou, which was established by the late Cash Achilles, could not be underestimated. Having gotten used to the opulent and peaceful days, they certainly did not want to exert themselves in warfare. They insisted that Branson handle this matter according to the old practices set by the late Cash Achilles, hastily dispatching envoys to negotiate peace with the Azar and Xiongni, send supplies when necessary, send beauties when necessary, and even if sending one or two cities away would not be an issue. After all, it wasn't their land being ceded, not the silver from their own hands, nor the beauties in their arms. But if things go awry and truly allow the Azar or Xiongni to reach Shengjing, harming their own interests, that is absolutely unacceptable. Even Prince and Esau and Ethang Titus, who had not attended court for many years, surprisingly appeared. They firmly opposed war between Great Zhou and the Azar and Xiongni, believing it would be futile, and accused Karl of grandstanding and arrogance, treating Great Zhou's sovereignty as a game. General, your words are very lighthearted, said Prince and Esau coldly. The border climate is harsh. Soldiers suddenly dispatched there will easily suffer from water and soil unsuitability, let alone now, with simultaneous attacks from the Xiongni and Azar, putting our country under pressure from all sides. You just talked without any preparation, wanting to launch a massive military campaign. So I must ask you, what do you plan to do after leading troops to fight against the Xiongni? What about Lingyu Pass? The Azar have raised an army of 80,000, while we only have several tens of thousands guarding Lingyu Pass. Do you leave your son to hold the fort to death? If you leave him to die there, can he really hold the line? Who can bear the cost of failure? If the city falls, though Fabio dies without regret, he would place Imran and the entire nation at risk. By then, you Karl would become a notorious sinner of Great Zhou. Once Esau finished speaking, many people behind him immediately echoed loudly, His Highness is right. This war cannot be fought. Most of these people were descendants of founding heroes of Great Zhou, but they had long lost the sharpness of their ancestors. Karl's face turned green with rage. Matthew was his only son. If he could, how would he want to take such a measure to place his flesh and blood in peril? But today's court isn't merely short of manpower, It also lacks capable generals due to late cash Achilles' preference for scholars over warriors, leading to numerous useless dandies filling military ranks who are incapable of real combat. Sending these sorts to assist Fabio would probably add more burden rather than help. But what if they pursued peace? Why has Great Zhou ended up in this dilemma? Because these past years, the court kept retreating, and all they got in return was escalated aggression. Weakness leaves no room for negotiation. Continuing this weak policy will not bring peace. It will only make them bolder. It will plunge hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians on the frontier into dire straits. He was a general. His duty was to protect the country. He could not stand by idly watching innocent people slaughtered. Generals die in countless battles. Facing the relentless questioning from the nobility, Karl's expression was stern as he uttered each word firmly. Better to die fighting than to retreat. Unlike Fabio, who was adept at diplomacy, Shui Yuandao was stubborn by nature. He wasn't good with words. This showed through various situations. But every word hit everyone's heart hard. Even Prince and Esau, who had been aggressively pressing his case, stepped back, startled by Karl's firmness. Christian, the Marquis of Yongning, who stood closest to Esau, hurriedly supported him. Your Highness, watch out. Esau, feeling intimidated by Karl, couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He yelled angrily, Karl, what are you trying to do? Are you planning a rebellion? Seeing the escalating tension between the two parties, Linus stepped forward at this moment. His hair and beard were all white now, and wrinkles covered his face. But he still stood tall and straight, just like his name, like a pine tree that had endured storms. He shook his wide sleeves and knelt down without haste to incompetent officials. A soft laugh suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Let the cash lead the troops. What do you think, gentlemen? When these words fell, the entire court fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, a series of gasps filled the air, with many even believing they had hallucinated. Esau asked in disbelief, Phil, what did you say? The wide sleeves fluttered as Branson slowly scanned the crowd. Speaking gently, I said, let the cash lead the troops. The clear voice of Darnell resonated in the hall. Each word carried weight. As Branson spoke each word, the air grew more stifling. By the time he finished, the entire hall became deathly silent once again. Not only Esau and others, but even the martial generals led by Shui Yuandao, who strongly advocated for war, were taken aback. Throughout history, emperors avoided dangerous situations. Although there were examples of emperors leading campaigns personally, most were well protected, with very few actually charging into battle. Karl had thought about letting Matthew hold his ground at all costs, but he never considered having Branson lead the troops. Karl suddenly whispered, Phil is the cash. Branson nodded proudly. He continued calmly, yes, I am the cash. The cash of Great Zhou. So no matter when, I cannot tolerate anyone to invade our borders. Branson was calmer than ever, with no trace of anger or harshness, but his eyes, like crystal, gleamed with sharpness and acuteness, causing unease in everyone's hearts. Chapter 169, Final Decision, Part 1. Ethang Titus's eyes darted around. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, he whispered a few words into Prince Yongning Christian's ear. Christian, upon hearing this, reluctantly stepped forward to present his memorial. He bowed his head deeply and spoke in a low voice. The nation cannot go a day without its ruler. Your subject dares ask Imran one question. If the cash plans to lead the army personally, who will be in charge of the court affairs during Phil's absence? Mentioning this matter, Branson suddenly chuckled lightly. His campaign hadn't even begun. Yet these people were already calculating down to the last detail. Branson slowly said, speaking of this, there is a great piece of good news that I must share with all of you loyal ministers. Cecilia is pregnant. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned once again. Branson, looking down from above, observed every person's expression in the hall and continued, before I lead the troops into battle, I should issue an edict now to designate the child in the Celia's womb as the Buster, with Prime Minister 1 as the Bjorn. During my absence on the campaign, the Celia will handle all court affairs under the curtain governance, while the Bjorn and his student shall assist. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. How can this be possible? Prince and Esau was the first to object. With an ashen face, he argued, even if the Celia is indeed pregnant, we don't know whether the unborn child is male or female, let alone their abilities and virtues. How can they be directly appointed as Buster? This action by Imran is frivolous. Uncle need not worry about the abilities and virtues. This child is the grandchild of the great general, who will certainly educate him diligently. As for Prime Minister 1, being a senior minister of 3 dynasties, his students will certainly not be incompetent. Moreover, this is only temporary. Upon my triumphant return, I will personally instruct the Buster. Branson slowly said, what's this? Has Uncle already determined that I won't return before I even set out on the campaign? This remark hinted at treasonous intentions. Even if Esau truly had such thoughts, he could not admit it publicly. Startled, he coldly replied, of course, that's not what I meant. Even if the Buster's virtues can be cultivated gradually, the gender of the Celia's child is unknown. If it turns out to be a Eileen, how could she be designated as stirred a storm in the court. Prince and Esau was furious. Let's put aside the issue of the Buster. Kingston is merely a young lad, and Jaden is just a civil official. How can they possibly be given command of Jingqing's military forces? This is absurd and laughable. This prince cannot agree. Ethang Titus also objected. Indeed, Star CI, there are many meritorious officials in the court. Kingston is too young and has no achievements to speak of, and Jaden is a civil official. Why should they take command of the Imperial Guards? This decision simply won't be accepted by the masses. Behind them, the Shun clan relatives and noblemen knelt in protest. Yes, Phil, this is really inappropriate. We beseech Phil to revoke your order. Since there are countless meritorious officials, Noah suddenly interjected. Then why not join me on the campaign? Upon victory, Imran will surely grant lavish rewards. Why fight over the command of the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Army? At the mention of military command, everyone became agitated, but the mention of joining the campaign brought immediate silence. A moment later, Esau, with his neck stiffened, said, "Anyway, this prince absolutely cannot agree to this. It's true that an emperor's words carry the weight of gold and jade, but allowing a mere child who still wears diapers to take command of the military. There is no such principle in the world. To let civil officials interfere with military affairs is even more absurd." Branson lazily leaned on the dragon throne, his expression indifferent. The emotions of the ministers did not move him at all. At this moment, he seemed like a deity looking down on all beings from the peak of the heavens, calm as if he were an outsider uninvolved in the matter. Yet, the current situation was clearly one he had created. Branson smiled slightly, his eyes lowered as he looked at Esau. "Uncle need not be so eager. Since Uncle disagrees with my choice, then may I ask what Uncle's opinion is?" Esau forced down his anger. Prince Yongning Christian and Trainan Wu Giselberding are both pillars of the state, descendants of our great Zhou founding heroes. I believe they should temporarily take charge of the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Army. This was indeed a hard proposition to refute. In terms of identity or experience, either Christian or Wu Giselberding would be more suitable than Kingston. Branson said indifferently, "It's true that Christian and Wu Giselberding are descendants of meritorious officials, but it has now been confirmed that Ares' rebellion was due to someone's plot. Can't Kingston also be considered a descendant of a meritorious official?" Esau gritted his teeth. He's too young and can't win the trust of others. As he spoke, the Minister of War Nathaniel Giselberding suddenly stepped forward to present a memorial. "Phil, Prince Anne's words make sense. Kingston is indeed young, lacking in experience. His promotion from a second-class guard to head guard has already been unprecedented. But the Imperial Guards always take orders directly from Phil. We have nothing to say about your decision. However, the control of the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Army concerns the safety of the entire Jingxing. Naturally, someone with more experience and prestige should be in charge. Kingston simply cannot command the respect of others." Titus coughed. "Yes, Star CI. We all understand that you feel wronged for Kingston and favor him. But only those who have fought countless battles can lead the army. Kingston has no accomplishments, and Jaden is a civil official. Using them instead of experienced generals will certainly dishearten everyone." This statement clearly implied favoritism by Branson. However, upon hearing this, Branson laughed loudly. "So this is what all of you think? You truly misunderstand me. Originally, I planned to choose another capable person from the army during the absence of the great general. But someone suggested this to me. This person has very high prestige in Great Zhou, so I really had to consider his idea. This was obviously nonsense." Apart from Branson, who always disregarded the rules and acted impulsively, even Linus and Noah would not propose letting a 15-year-old boy and a weak civil official command the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Army. Isn't this just asking to be drowned in Tolma? Upon hearing this, Esau immediately sneered, thinking today he would see who Branson would blame. "May I ask who this person is? Can Phil let us all meet this person?" Before Esau could finish speaking, a deep and resonant voice suddenly sounded. "It's this king." The voice struck like thunder, booming in everyone's ears. Chapter 170 Sealing the Fate, 2. In today's Great Zhou, apart from the Shin clan and its royal kin, who else would have the qualifications to call themselves Your Highness? But now, the descendants of the Shen clan and those founding heroes' offspring have been sinking into the quagmire of opulent wealth and luxury from one generation to another, with almost no one advocating for war anymore. Who had gone mad to stand on Branson's side? In that moment, everyone present involuntarily turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Then they all wore a look of surprise at the same time, because they saw a person who was almost impossible to appear here. Prince Tyson Jeffrey. The hero has aged. His face has been weathered by time, just as old as Linus. However, he wore a steel helmet, dressed in military attire, and held a golden cudgel in his hand that still shimmered, emitting a cold and heavy aura of killing intent. Seeing Jeffrey appear, almost all the officials present stepped back unconsciously. Esau and Titus were even more startled, eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What on earth happened? Jeffrey was clearly on their side. Why did he suddenly become a steel blade piercing toward them from Branson? One day ago, in the Ekuan Palace Annex Hall, Jaden quietly watched Branson and lightly laughed. "Phil sneaked me into the palace to say this? To have me and Kingston jointly take charge of the Imperial Guards and the Elite Guard?" "Yes," Branson said. "I've thought it over. Once I and Carl leave the capital, there will inevitably be people with malicious intentions eyeing the command of the Imperial Guards and the Elite Guard. These two positions are vital to the safety of Shangjing. They cannot afford to fail. Kingston is still young and impetuous, not thinking things through thoroughly. With you assisting, I can rest assured." Jaden curled his lips and said, "I really appreciate Phil's trust. In theory, I should indeed dedicate my life to Phil until death. But..." At this point, Jaden shifted his tone and said coolly, "Phil should naturally understand the biggest difference between civil officials and military generals. Compared to intrigue and strategy, what matters most to military generals is strength. As for me, objectively speaking, Kingston is overly young and has no military achievements. Even if the soldiers accept this fact due to Phil's imperial decree, they will surely be resentful. If any unexpected event happens, you cannot expect me to go to battle then. If you're determined to personally lead the troops, to ensure no trouble occurs, there must be a highly respected elder minister to oversee Shangjing. For civil officials, we have our teacher. You needn't worry too much. However, for military generals, you need a powerful ally." "I know very well." Branson slightly frowned. Speaking of seniority and prestige, Philip and Zhou Xuanqing are both more reliable than Kingston. Even if I bring them under control, I cannot completely trust them. Similarly, finding an ally is not hard, but finding an absolutely trustworthy one is rare. It's better to choose you in Kingston rather than ending up with someone who might cause trouble. Jaden smiled. Phil needn't be so pessimistic. Speaking of allies, actually, I have someone in mind. Branson was slightly stunned. Who? Jaden slowly replied. Does Phil remember when the Shin clan's relatives entered the palace demanding the release of Lord Fidelity and Courage Glover, and whom they asked to take charge of the situation? Old Prince Tyson Jeffrey? Branson raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. Impossible. After Jeffrey, the House of Tyson has gradually declined. The current generation's Prince Tyson lacks both scholarly and martial skills, struggling to guard the city. There won't be any significant achievements. Despite being old, Jeffrey is very clear-headed. Knowing his descendants are incompetent and unsure how many years he can protect the House of Tyson, he no longer involves himself in politics, hoping that regardless of who governs in the future, his descendants can live in peace and prosperity. Previously, he agreed to intervene only because he feared I would massacre the royal kin. But joining me would drag the entire House of Tyson into turmoil, which he wouldn't agree to. Regarding Branson's comments, Jaden made no comment but said, I once heard that the current Prince Tyson is not old King Jeffrey's preferred choice. You're quite well informed. Although puzzled by Jaden's sudden mention of this matter, Branson still said, to speak of this, it's like a story from the theater, destined for the decline of the House of Tyson. Jeffrey's consort was in poor health, giving birth to only one son, who wasn't competent either. But his grandson turned out to be quite extraordinary, named Jeffrey. Since childhood, Jeffrey was intelligent and talented, treasured by Jeffrey like a gem. He spent 3 days and nights looking through books before personally naming him Emilio. If nothing unusual happened, he would definitely be the next Prince Tyson. However, speaking to this point, Branson paused for a moment before continuing, I don't know if you know, but Lady Jeffrey was not a Syra from Shengjing City, but a maiden from Evenan. When she was 8 months pregnant, she missed her hometown so much that she became emaciated and could not sleep at night. Jeffrey did not want his beloved wife to suffer, so he took leave and personally accompanied her back home. Who would have thought they would encounter bandits on the way, leading to Carrie giving birth prematurely in a peasant's house? But that family was extremely wicked. Their daughter-in-law happened to give birth on the same day. They noticed that Lady Jeffrey was wealthy and influential, and unwilling for their own kin to endure hardship, they actually switched the two babies. Chapter 171. King Tyson, 1. After a moment of silence, Jaden asked, what happened next? Branson continued, at first, Jeffrey and Carrie didn't notice anything amiss. They even gave that family a large amount of gold and jewels as thanks and joyfully took the child home. But as the child grew older, people began to notice something odd. Not only was he dark and chubby, but also incredibly dull-witted. He couldn't recognize more than 2 characters in a day, and learning martial arts was even harder for him. He resembled neither his father nor mother, and his personality was domineering and unreasonable, often beating or scolding the servants. Although he was their biological son, Jeffrey and Carrie could not bring themselves to like him. Over time, Alanis became increasingly suspicious and secretly sent someone back to the peasants' neighborhood to gather information. It turned out they claimed poverty as an excuse and had given up their younger son, born on the same day, to another family far away. No one knew where exactly. But it was clear that when they parted ways, they were given a substantial amount of gold and jewels, so this family should not have been short of money. According to reports, their younger son had rosy lips and white teeth by the age of 2 or 3. He didn't resemble either parent and was remarkably intelligent, almost shockingly so. People compared him to a golden phoenix rising from a chicken coop, and this became a local laughing matter. Some even started speculating that this child wasn't of that family's lineage, suggesting he was born out of an affair. These rumors only stopped after the boy was sent away. Now Alanis was even more suspicious. She couldn't shake off the feeling that something was wrong. The day after the informant returned to Shangjing, she had Jeffrey summon a royal physician from the palace for a blood test to verify their kinship. Speaking up to this point, Branson suddenly laughed. Looking at Jaden, he said, you probably guessed the outcome, right? Jaden's lips curled slightly without any humor. He nodded gently. Of course. Branson said. Alanis fainted on the spot due to shock. Jeffrey personally led people to apprehend that family and set up a tribunal at their house. After interrogating them for a whole day and night, they finally confessed under torture, revealing the details of how they had given up the child. At that time, because the rumors were rampant, they feared exposure and simply wanted to send the child far away. Seeing a passing merchant without children, they agreed to let him take the child without asking for any detailed information about his background. However, with such a vast country like Great Zhou, finding a small child without a specific address is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Initially, Jeffrey refused to believe it, but despite severe torture, nothing more could be forced out of them. Recalling this, Branson shook his head. At the time, Alanis was pregnant. Her excessive grief led to difficult childbirth and massive bleeding, and the baby didn't survive either. Losing his beloved wife, Jeffrey was heartbroken and withdrew into Daxiangguo Temple, becoming a monk. Jeffrey never interfered with affairs of the Taisenyang mansion again after Jeffrey's departure into monastic life. Jaden asked, does Imran know if the child had any distinguishing features? So young, what features could there be? Nevertheless, Branson carefully recalled. It's said that Alanis once held the child herself. There seemed to be a butterfly-shaped birthmark on his shoulder. And, he paused, when they parted. The child clung to the pendant around Alanis' neck and wouldn't let go. She felt quite an affinity for the child, so she gave him the pendant. It was a piece of exquisite jade from another country, one of only 3 in all of Great Zhou, staying warm in winter and cool in summer, without causing sweat. It looked plain like a stone, and the family didn't realize its value when they gave the child away. That's all we know. Jaden, Ed, saying nothing more. Branson looked at him, half smiling. You've asked so much. You aren't thinking of telling me you know the whereabouts of that child, are you? Jaden also looked at him. What if I say yes? Branson laughed. To be honest, before Jeffrey renounced the world, if you could prove the child was truly his biological son, you'd undoubtedly be the greatest benefactor of the entire Tyson Wong mansion. But now, Prince Tyson has many sons vying for the position of crown prince, practically breaking their heads over it. Would he really give the throne to a nephew he's never met? If you dare to bring that child forward, he would absolutely be a thorn in the side of Prince Tyson and his numerous sons vying for the crown. As for whether he can help rally Jeffrey's support, it depends on the child's ability. He must not be inferior to the young Jeffrey back then. He has to at least give Jeffrey hope for reviving the Tyson Wongfu. Otherwise, do you think Jeffrey lacks a great-grandson he hasn't seen for over 10 years? Especially considering whether he is willing to go to great lengths for him despite his advanced age. Imran is indeed astute and frank enough. Jaden also smiled. Then I won't hide anything either. Do you think Autry could satisfy the old Prince Tyson? Branson raised an eyebrow. Are you really sure? Jaden replied, after hearing not only you know clearly, but I and he are also very aware of. Chapter 172, King Tyson, 2. Jaden's words were so direct that the atmosphere inexplicably froze for a moment. A moment later, Branson shook his head. I did not mean it that way. Don't misunderstand me, but... Pausing slightly as he spoke, he then continued, after all, he has been with you for so many years, from the Xie family to Shangjing. You have always taken him along. Can you now bear to part with him? Jaden curled his lips gently, yet no emotion was discernible in his typically gentle eyes. There is no banquet that does not eventually disperse. I can't keep him forever. Since this is his own choice, I naturally respect it. Good, then I thank you and thank him too. Branson reached out and placed a hand on Jaden's shoulder, smiling down at him. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest when things are going well. Let me join you in this gamble. King Tyson's manor. Dwayne stood outside the door, immediately lifting his head as Branson emerged. He whispered softly, Phil. Branson glanced down at him. The old King Tyson wants to see you alone. Everything that needed to be said, I've already conveyed. How far you can achieve depends only on yourself. Dwayne nodded. Thank you, Phil. As Branson moved forward, he stopped momentarily beside Dwayne. Can I ask why? The question hung without context. Yet Dwayne instantly understood what Branson meant. He pressed his lips together, whispering, Does Phil want to hear the truth or a lie? Although the situation was inappropriate, Branson almost chuckled at Dwayne's remark. What do you think? That being said, let me say something you may not like to hear. Dwayne took a deep breath. Every move Phil makes is a gamble, each one carrying the risk of loss. Unlike our young master, I'm not smart enough to read your mind. I don't know how confident you truly are. All I know is that I have only one young master, one Ivar. He had carried that exquisite jade for many years, never willing to part with it wherever he went. Initially, he didn't understand its meaning, merely treating it as a vague symbol of hope, thinking that holding onto it would somehow lead him home. Yet, when he finally grasped its significance, he realized that the family he once yearned for had long since lost hope in him. Still, he didn't feel overly sad about it. At some point, he had lost the longing for the past, nor did he wish to return, because he had been abandoned time and time again. He understood that human relationships were largely driven by self-interest. People came for gain and left when it was gone. Just like the family who adopted him had once genuinely loved him while expecting him to carry on their lineage. But once they had their own biological son, they discarded him without hesitation. And now, here at King Tyson's manor, he wanted a place, but to get it, he must prove both his identity and worth. Noble families have no use for incapable descendants. Only Jaden was different. Despite having no blood ties, Jaden treated him genuinely, like a younger Ivar. He had found the warmth he had always craved. All he wanted was to stay by his master's side, carefree and innocent. Why worry and compete so much? In the end, isn't everyone just a pile of bones after 1,000 years, glory and fame dissipating into thin air? He loved eating, sleeping, and playing. Being young, he could stubbornly persist despite repeated setbacks, laughing off every experience as a badge of honor. But it depended. If they had never come to Shangjing, his clear, frost-like voice echoed in Branson's ears. He softly said, Phil, I cannot let my young master be in danger. If he were Dwayne, he would stand behind Jaden. But if he became an heir of King Tyson's manor, he could shield his young master from harm. Branson smiled faintly. You're also taking a gamble. Dwayne closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the lingering tension in his gaze vanished like mist. He enunciated carefully, seeking fortune amid risks, learned from Phil. Since those dear to him faced stormy times, there was no need for him to remain untouched. Branson suddenly laughed lightly. Patting Dwayne on the shoulder, he remarked, courageous indeed. However, I must remind you, Jeffrey is not easy to deal with. Your young master might value your safety more than gaining you as an ally. Changle is his hope for you. His tone was sincere. While he manipulated hearts and schemes, he still believed in values beyond stratagems. When encountering sincerity, he would respond likewise. Dwayne was momentarily taken aback. Staring at his reflection in Branson's eyes, he suddenly smiled. Thank you for your concern, Phil. But this is also my expectation for my young master. I am willing to help my young master, and you, Phil. Dwayne entered the inner chamber following the attendant's guidance, and stopped outside the curtain when he reached it. He hesitated for a moment, then instead of moving forward, he knelt down respectfully, his head bowed low. Your Highness. Old King Tyson Jeffrey was sitting by the table at this moment. Though his features were obscured by the thin curtain, his figure remained strikingly upright. Jeffrey coughed slightly, his demeanor unexpectedly amiable. He paused briefly, then said gently, There's no need to be so formal. Come closer. Let this king see you clearly. Only then did Dwayne respond, standing up and walking confidently toward Jeffrey. He didn't seem overly tense. Yet he still adhered strictly to propriety, every move well measured, without a single misstep. After years with Jaden, etiquette had seeped into his very being. Even if his manner was casual, his poise was impeccable, on par with any nobleman raised in a prestigious family. When Jeffrey's gaze fell upon him, even his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He thought to himself that if this boy truly was Jeffrey's son, It was no wonder that family back then had been so eager to give him away. This youth bore a striking resemblance to Jeffrey, and also to his late wife, with sword-like eyebrows arching into his temples, a prominent nose bridge. Despite his young age, the contours of his cheeks were already sharply defined. All these features gave his face a rather sharp edge, but those upward slanting, captivating eyes seemed like a stroke of genius, adding a touch of beguiling charm to his otherwise stern appearance. Standing sideways, he looked like a cold, icy general. Turn around, and he became a refined young lord from the south of the Yangtze River. Seeing what seemed like the very image of his once beloved grandson before him, even Jeffrey, who had always been cold-hearted, was momentarily lost in emotion. He steadied his heart and spoke calmly. Imran told this king that you are Bridger's son? Bridger was the name Jeffrey had personally given Jeffrey after searching through books for 3 nights and days. To his surprise, Dwayne shook his head. He lowered his eyes and said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I have no recollection of anything before I was adopted. All I have is the jade I've carried since childhood. It might be, but it might not be." Jeffrey. Chapter 173 Yearning 1. Jeffrey was slightly stunned. Then how dare you stand before this prince? During the time when he first learned of the child's disappearance, Jeffrey had made a great effort to search for him publicly, making a big fuss about it. However, he never found the real child, but instead drew out a group of opportunists hoping to pass themselves off as the lost child. He ruthlessly executed several of them, finally quieting those who were blinded by immense wealth. Yet when these people saw Jeffrey, they cried genuinely and fervently, as if they were seeing their own father or grandfather, not like the one in front of him. So indifferent. So calm. With this thought, Jeffrey's gaze fell on Dwayne again. Dwayne said, "They say that leaves return to their roots. I've grown up seeing others enjoy family bliss, with kind fathers and filial children, yet I don't even know my origins. Of course, I'm not willing to give up. Even if there's just a slight possibility, I want to meet my family, to see the parents who gave me life." Having said that, he knelt down again, bowing to Jeffrey. "Your Highness is of noble lineage. I shouldn't trouble you with my personal desires. Please forgive my rashness and help clear my doubts." After he spoke, silence fell over the room. Though Dwayne didn't make eye contact with Jeffrey, he still felt an almost suffocating pressure inexplicably. Jaden treated him kindly, Branson treated him politely. If Darnell treats him this way, how could others not give him face? Apart from the time he went to rescue Kingston, this was the first time he felt such immense pressure. Jeffrey did not ask Dwayne to rise but slowly said, "This prince has seen that Linglong jade. It is indeed genuine, but Emilio is now a monk at Daxiangwo Temple, no longer part of the secular world. Everything in this prince's mansion naturally has nothing to do with him. If you were truly his biological child, what then?" Dwayne bowed deeply, saying resolutely, "I am willing to serve father." At the same time, in the guest room, Jaden picked up a pastry. "The pastries here in Prince Tyson's mansion are really good. Would Phil like to try some?" Tapping his finger lightly on the table, Branson turned to look at him and said indifferently, "No appetite." Hearing this, Jaden couldn't help but laugh softly. "Autry is practically raised by me, and I'm not anxious. Why does Phil look more worried than I am?" Jaden, you're quite a character." Branson smiled wryly. Given the current situation, it's almost certain that Prince Tyson will acknowledge him. But if Jeffrey refuses to join forces with this emperor, do you think he'll allow Dwayne to stay with you? That boy might end up eating vegetarian meals and chanting Buddha's name alongside Jeffrey at Daxiangwo Temple. Do you still have the nerve to say you raised him? There's nothing wrong with chanting and fasting. Jaden tilted his head slightly, his voice emotionless. Autry is young and naturally impetuous. Consider it a cultivation of his character, under the pretense of helping this emperor find allies. In reality, you want to send Dwayne away. Branson leaned across the table, staring into Jaden's eyes. "Jaden, you sure of something? Phil, this is a real injustice." Jaden calmly ate a piece of pastry before continuing. "The old Prince Tyson is a hero. Heroes belong on the battlefield, not rotting in luxury. Naturally, I hope he would be willing to stand with us, but there's no general who wins every battle. Winning always comes with losing. If Autry can persuade him, that would be good, and I'd be genuinely happy. But if it doesn't work out..." He curled his lips. "Since I've already boarded Phil's ship, of course I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly. But finding a place where my Ivar can settle down, isn't that a little private wish of mine worth forgiving? I thought I was conflicted enough. I didn't expect you to be even more conflicted than me." Branson suddenly laughed amidst the oddly frozen atmosphere. "If so, why bring him along in the first place? In a murky world, how clean can he remain? Does Phil think I haven't considered it? But it's hard to entrust him to someone else." Jaden shrugged, speaking gently. "Children are stubborn. Just mentioning it makes them feel abandoned. What could I do? If I started it, I should bear the responsibility. This time, he chose it himself. Once chosen, one must bear the consequences, whatever they may be. If he lacks this much resolve, all my years teaching him have been for naught." Branson was silent for a moment before saying, "Should I say you're too sentimental or too heartless? Sentimentality often invites annoyance from the unfeeling." Jaden reached for another pastry, smiling. "Actually, Phil is perfect except for your tendency to overthink things and make yourself miserable. Why not eat some pastries and chat with me?" Branson stared at him for a moment, ultimately still accepting the pastry. "So what happened to Dwayne and the family that adopted him later? How did you save him?" About this. Upon Branson bringing up this matter, Jaden slightly furrowed his brows, revealing a troubled expression. Branson raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why? Can't you say?" "It's not that I can't say." Jaden sighed. It's too disheartening when spoken of. Actually, the family that adopted Autry did have children, but no sons. Before he arrived at their home, they had already given birth to 6 daughters, named Melvindi, Lady, Nyindi, Pundi, while the other 2 had no names because the family was so poor they couldn't afford to raise them, and were thrown into a well after birth, drowned. After that, the family did not conceive again for 5 whole years. Branson was taken aback. At this point, Jaden shook his head. That family, unable to bear a son, found Autry unusually smart and clever, thus adopted him. At first, they treated him quite well, always giving him the best of whatever they had before selling or consuming it themselves. But who would have thought, only 3 months after Autry arrived, the female head of the household became pregnant again, giving birth to a boy the next year, naming him Alexei? When they didn't have a biological son, the adopted one was almost like their own. But once they had their own son, nothing could be better than that. From then on, Autry's days became predictable. Not only did he have to do the hardest work with those older sisters, but he also ate the worst food, and if the family mood was off, he'd frequently get beaten and scolded. The room fell silent for a moment. Branson teased. Then he couldn't take it. Ran away by himself and met you? Impossible, right? Of course not. In fact, if it were really so, I might Manchang, hardly, consider it a pretty decent story. But a child so young, even if he wanted to run, where could he go? At this point, Jaden's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. The boy they later gave birth to seemed like a natural villain, finding pleasure in bullying others from a young age. He beat not only his sisters and Autry, but also didn't spare elders or strangers. On the street, seeing anything in anyone's hand, he would directly rush forward to snatch it, daring to steal from people's homes by himself as young as 4 or 5 years old. Due to this, that family paid an untold amount of money, and even sold their eldest and second daughter to local gangsters, both dying shortly afterward from abuse. Silent for a while, Branson said, "And then?" Jaden replied, "That family doted on Alexei as if he were a precious treasure, never touching him regardless of how much trouble he caused, leading to him becoming increasingly audacious. At the age of 5, he killed a 6-year-old Eileen with a stone. The Eileen's family was relatively wealthy and loved her dearly, naturally unwilling to let it go. They refused any settlement and insisted on justice, demanding retribution. Having no choice, that family distanced themselves from all relations with Autry, denying he was their own blood, and pushed him out to take the blame." Chapter 174 Yearning 2. After a moment of silence, Branson let out a light, ambiguous laugh. He said lazily, "Then, you happened to pass by, took up arms to clear his name and gave him justice? So Dwayne, out of gratitude, followed you ever since." Though it was very rare for someone who had nothing better to do, but also had the ability to clear others' names, most people couldn't really expect such things. But it wasn't strange at all for Jaden to do this when he was young, and it would be quite a happy ending as well. Unfortunately, if it were true, Dwayne would have been too soft. Jeffrey wouldn't like someone who could only wait for others to save him. The event today was probably going to fail. Branson sighed inwardly. Jaden looked at him and asked instead of answering, "In fact, I want to know, what if Phil was Autry? What would you do if faced with such a situation?" Hearing Jaden suddenly ask about himself, Branson was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "According to this story you told me, if I didn't take revenge in the end, I would have lived in vain. Since right and wrong were inverted, human hearts unpredictable, and justice could not save him, he would certainly draw his sword and avenge himself. Or should he wait for them to get their comeuppance someday?" Jaden smiled and said, "It seems that compared to me, Phil's character is more in line with Jing Hong's." Branson raised an eyebrow and said, "How so?" Jaden sighed and said, "At that time, I was riding high on success, thinking I was the best under heaven. Not only did I challenge Draper in front of everyone, but I also competed privately. The plum blossoms were blooming beautifully at that time, so I made an appointment with him to go deep into the mountains to enjoy the flowers and recite poems, testing each other's literary talent and courage. The loser had to admit being inferior in front of everyone. Who would have thought that before we even saw the flowers, we witnessed a murder?" Hearing this, Branson couldn't help but look surprised. Did Dwayne kill that family? He said so, but Dwayne clearly wasn't such a person. Moreover, how could a child fight an adult? No, it wasn't like that. He just killed that boy. Jaden continued. The magistrate there had been incompetent for many years, leading to slackness among the bailiffs and dilapidation in the county jail. Since Autry was really too young, no one guarded against him. Somehow, he escaped from the prison in secret. That family's boy, though small, was much stronger than his peers. Their ages were almost the same. Knowing he didn't have the strength to strike successfully, Autry lured him into the mountains and trapped him. When Jing Hong and I heard the commotion nearby and went over, we saw Autry stab the knife into the boy's chest. Draper wasn't scared, but he got quite frightened. He was brought up as precious as jade by the CFA. Draper only competed secretly. This was their first real argument. Draper insisted that Dwayne did nothing wrong. That family and that child deserved death, but none of them were punished. It was unreasonable for the one who punished them to pay the price. If Dwayne couldn't be protected, sending him to the government was helping the wicked. Branson looked at him. Then why did you change your mind later, and even brought Dwayne with you, treating him like a beloved younger Ivar? Because Autry ran away again. At this moment, Jaden had a moment of distraction. Perhaps Jaden and I argued a bit too fiercely, not to mention he didn't think he was wrong at all. Even if he were, given his arrogance, he couldn't tolerate anyone accusing him of abetting the tyrant. Neither of them could persuade the other. Eventually, they tacitly agreed to each take a step back, pretending not to see anything and let Dwayne leave on his own. After all, the murder scene was deep in the mountains. If they hadn't happened upon it, no one would have discovered that Dwayne was the murderer. But none of them expected that before leaving, Dwayne left a letter asking Jaden and Draper not to argue over him, saying he was willing to turn himself in to the authorities. Chapter 175 True Intentions, Part 1. Draper almost never lost his composure in front of others. Even if people were rude to him, he remained calm and unperturbed. He always observed proper etiquette no matter the occasion. But on that day, after staring at the letter left by Dwayne for a long time, he finally sighed. Why put oneself in another's shoes? With that, he turned and strode away. One stood alone in the spot for a long time. One stood in the twilight, quietly watching the back of the youth who didn't look back. Somehow, he suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Their positions and stances were destined to be adversarial. Even if they secretly admired each other and felt a connection, there would eventually come a day when they would part ways. This was their fate, the responsibility they had to bear for enjoying their family's resources. When they abandoned this unacknowledged friendship from their youth, he could accept it calmly. But he hadn't expected it to happen because of this incident, because of a child they didn't know before. This was the first time Draper revealed his rebellious side in front of Juan. He was different from Juan. He was bound by the chains called family and rules. He laughed carefree, yet he wasn't content. Sadly, he couldn't break free, so he helped others break free. He clearly told Juan that if he were Dwayne, he would have made the same choice. Empathy. Juan silently repeated these 4 words in the dead silence. What if he and Dwayne switched places? What would he do? Would he just sit and wait for disaster? Or, if Draper were in this situation today, would he still insist on turning him over to the authorities without hesitation? Juan thought carefully and realized that maybe not. The realization sent a cold sweat down his back. He thought he was fair and impartial, upholding justice. But in reality, he might also treat people differently based on relationships. For a long time, even he hadn't noticed this harshness in himself, because he justified it under the name of righteousness. When Juan regained his composure and caught up with Draper, he found that Armand had already located Dwayne at the courthouse and promised to take him home. But bringing a stranger back to the Armand family was inappropriate, let alone a controversial one. He himself was entangled in controversies. The wariness of his stepmother, the jealousy of his siblings, allowed no room for stains or mistakes on his record. The price of being weak and incompetent was being bullied by others. And the cost of standing out too much was having everyone's eyes fixed on you, scrutinizing every detail to find your faults. Dwayne's issue wasn't major for Juan. Even if it caused trouble, the Xie family would spare no effort to help him resolve it at that time. But for Draper, it could become significant depending on who handled it. If he brought Dwayne home, it would be like voluntarily providing ammunition to those who hated him. Because of that letter, I didn't insist on my own view. Coming back to his thoughts, Juan said, in the end, I took Autry back to the Xie family and settled him down. Initially, I didn't treat him warmly. Yet he never resented me for keeping my distance. When I left the Xie family penniless, everyone rushed to seek their own future, but only he stayed with me, enduring my increasingly obsessive temper due to my inability to stand. At this point, he looked back and smiled at Branson. Looking back now, my temper was unbearable even to myself, yet he never complained. If I don't treat Autry well, then whom should I treat well? Branson. As expected, Jeffrey personally took Dwayne to meet Jeffrey, his biological father, whom he had never met. This was a man in his early 40s. He wore an exceptionally plain gray monk's robe, with a handsome face and composed demeanor, though his pallor and exhaustion were hard to hide. The room was equally plain, with almost no decoration, but filled with a pungent medicinal smell. Staying in such a room for a long time was actually quite tormenting. It slowly wore down one's spirit. Watching the blood in the bowl gradually blend together, Dwayne felt no significant emotional fluctuation. He knelt by Jeffrey's bed, vaguely thinking this might be the life he would lead for a long time. Contrary to Dwayne, when Jeffrey saw him, a trace of emotion flashed across his bloodless face. Although Dwayne resembled Jeffrey more, there was also a faint resemblance to Kimber in his features, especially in his mannerisms when he lowered his head. She was the wife Jeffrey had yearned for many years, perhaps due to a fatherly instinct, even without the blood test, just by looking at the appearance and mannerisms of the youth in front of him in response, and then asked, "How have these years been for you? How did the family that adopted you treat you?" Bad. They treated him very poorly. Although Dwayne never showed it, it didn't mean he had no complaints or felt no grievances. Killing an ignorant fool wasn't any sort of skill or accomplishment. It was his last resort, a desperate act born out of extreme duress. If not for Juan's upbringing and Draper's guidance, he might have already perished silently somewhere. But his instincts told him not to tell the truth. At least not at this moment. He didn't come here to complain about his hardships. Chapter 176 True Intent, 2. At this moment, Dwayne recalled the words Draper once said. Children's world discusses right and wrong. Adults' world talks about gains and losses. So many years without seeing each other, even if they are truly blood relatives, there would not be deep feelings, let alone care about his wage grievance. With Jaden around before, he did not need to think much about anything, just needed to obey. Because Jaden would never harm him. But now he is alone. No one will guide him step by step anymore. So he must be cautious at all times. Dwayne was highly concentrated. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. What did Jeffrey bring him here for? It definitely wasn't to hear him vent or express dissatisfaction. Not to mention, given Jeffrey's current state, can he afford emotional excitement? Feelings are cultivated. Jeffrey grew up with the old Prince of Tyson, Jeffrey, and they have a deep bond. But when it comes to Jeffrey, although on the surface, things seem okay, it's clearly much worse. If from a very cold perspective, if his return cannot comfort and ease Jeffrey, but instead makes Jeffrey uncomfortable, or even worsens his condition, what use does Jeffrey have for him? Even if his bloodline is true, he is just one of Jeffrey's many great-grandsons. He has no irreplaceability. An emperor personally designated crown prince isn't necessarily the future emperor. What benefits could his identity offer? Without Jeffrey's support and assistance, this is not his ladder to success, but rather his death warrant. Thinking everything through clearly, Dwayne knelt down. The events from my early childhood, I do not remember anymore. But as long as I can recall, the people around me have always treated me well. Jeffrey said, since they treated you well, why are you now with Jaden? Unchanged in expression, Dwayne replied, that family only adopted me because they had no son, but later they had their own child. Since they were not wealthy, raising two sons was too difficult, so I left voluntarily and became a book boy for young Master Xie. Though as a book boy, the master treated me like a younger Ivar. This answer was very clever. Although not entirely true, not a single word was false, and it made perfect sense. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Jeffrey breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he regained some vigor from Dwayne's response, getting out of bed and holding Dwayne's hand. Child, All these years, I've wronged you. If it weren't for my carelessness back then, you wouldn't have been wandering outside for so many years. Dwayne shook his head. Father, please don't say that. I know you have done your best. Jeffrey looked at him. Whatever you want, feel free to ask. I will do my best to fulfill it. Dwayne. What could he ask for? Naturally, to stand by their side and help his master. Dwayne almost blurted it out, but catching sight of Jeffrey standing silently nearby out of the corner of his eye, he instinctively stopped himself. Even if Jeffrey wanted to make amends for him, what can someone who can barely get out of bed do now? Still relying on Jeffrey? If Jeffrey knew he remained loyal to Jaden, would Jeffrey be displeased? Seeing Dwayne remain silent, Jeffrey asked again in a low voice, Child, what do you require? After a moment of silence, Dwayne replied, I have no other requests. I only wish to serve by my father's side and fulfill my filial duty. Jeffrey. Given Jeffrey's current lack of energy, he spends most of his day sleeping and cannot talk for long periods. So after settling Jeffrey to sleep, Jeffrey temporarily took Dwayne back to the Prince of Tyson's mansion. His attitude towards Dwayne remained gentle, yet his eyes flashed with an indiscernible light, truly worthy of being the first literary talent of Evenan. Jaden indeed raised you very well, so much so that it almost exceeded this prince's expectations. Before you returned, Emilio repeatedly told me that we should thank Jaden for his care of you over the years. You've been with him for so long. Do you know what kind of gift would satisfy him? These words were polite, yet Dwayne sensed something unusual, but could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Being still young and lacking experience, he couldn't figure it out. Thus, Dwayne deliberated and said, Master Sia has always cared for the country. He can't bear the turmoil and suffering of the people. This statement was almost explicit, except for the thin veneer still between them. Unexpectedly, Jeffrey neither agreed nor disagreed, only giving a bland compliment. Lord Sia's loyalty is admirable. His gaze fell upon Dwayne. Your filial piety is commendable. Emilio would be truly fortunate to have you as his son. If you're willing, from now on, you will be a young master in my Prince of Tyson's mansion. Your great-grandfather can't promise anything else, but I can guarantee that your future will be boundless. As for Jaden, your great-grandfather will find an opportunity to thank him for his years of care, and you should not pay attention to him anymore. This was actually asking him to completely sever ties with Jaden. Dwayne was slightly stunned and instinctively retorted, but young Master Sia has shown me mountain-like kindness. A flash of cold severity crossed Jeffrey's eyes. He slowly said, What does it mean by mountain-like kindness? You are the bloodline of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. No matter how precious Jaden is, he is just a subject. Can't you distinguish who is the master and who is the servant? You just heard that even your biological father didn't bear the heart to let you serve him. Yet you served by Jaden's side for so many years, any kindness should be paid off. Rest assured, although you spoke those words in front of Emilio, I fully understand what happened. None of the adoptive family who later took you in will escape punishment. Although Jeffrey was already very old, his presence remained formidable. His seemingly casual words couldn't conceal the icy menace in his tone. Dwayne instantly drew a sharp breath. But he wanted to say that Jaden had always been good to him and never made him serve. Though nominally Jaden's book boy, they mostly cared for each other. During the toughest times, even when there was only one meat pie, Jaden would save it for him. However, Jeffrey didn't give him a chance to speak. In consideration of Jaden's kindness towards you, I won't say anything about the past. But from now on, you must stay in the Prince of Tyson's mansion to study literature and practice martial arts. Do not leave home casually until you understand your own identity and no longer treat others as your master. The moment Jeffrey said this, Dwayne felt a buzz in his ears. He finally knew where it was wrong. Extremes beget their opposites. It seemed that in Jeffrey's view, he was overly cautious and smart. Chapter 177. The Game 1. A blank expression is a concealment. Concealment of one's true emotions. A sudden coldness indicates wariness. It shows a determination to maintain a distance between them. But just moments ago, Jeffrey's attitude toward him could still be considered gentle. Suddenly, Dwayne felt as if a large bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. Since he first met Jeffrey, all he thought about was winning his favor and pulling him into Juan's camp. But he overlooked a crucial factor. Could a 13 or 14-year-old child be this calm without someone directing him behind the scenes? Could he hide his way choose so effortlessly? Could he think through everything so thoroughly? If he cannot, then it's clear that Juan has ulterior motives, intending to use him and manipulate him into implicating Jeffrey. Yet he obeyed Juan unquestioningly, revealing his feelings for Juan were much stronger than his loyalty to Prince Tyson Yang's mansion. If he can, it means he's already too calculating and shrewd at such a young age. As a military general, Jeffrey hopes for promising successors, but dislikes cunning intellectuals who plot endlessly. He certainly doesn't want to see Prince Tyson Yang's future generation wither away under his scheming. Therefore, either way is enough to make Jeffrey wary of him, reevaluating his worth. When being obedient and sensible turns into having ulterior motives, when being considerate and filial turns into enduring humiliation silently, is he, in Jeffrey's eyes, a relative or an enemy? Even if Jeffrey won't kill him, he will never trust or nurture him again. He can no longer be of any help to Juan, and he will be trapped here like a caged bird. Dwayne made one wrong move, causing Jeffrey to have serious doubts about him. At this moment, two soldiers were already entering upon Jeffrey's command to take him away, politely yet irresistibly. He must immediately devise a plan. Otherwise, once he is dragged away, he will lose any chance to convince Jeffrey. But how could he possibly turn the tide by himself, at least without making Jeffrey blame Juan? Dwayne broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding with anxiety. Turning around abruptly, he looked at the two soldiers who were coming to take him and said coldly, "Both of you step back. I still have things to say to my great-grandfather." The momentum changed drastically, his phoenix eyes exuding power. Under his gaze, whether it was anger or something else, the two soldiers involuntarily halted their actions. At that moment, they seemed to see in this seemingly frail teenager the once battle-hardened Jeffrey. Seeing this, Jeffrey was taken aback as well, then he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such dignity and presence are not something everyone possesses. Some have it from birth, while others can only imitate awkwardly. If this child had stayed by his side since childhood, personally raised and educated by him, how could the mansion worry about lack of successors in the future? Unfortunately, Dwayne grew up far away and later followed Juan, a scholar. Now, he has long missed the optimal age for martial training. No matter how much guidance he receives now, he will never become a legendary general. Thinking about this, Jeffrey shook his head. What more do you have to say? Though he asked, he had already decided that if Dwayne says anything unsatisfactory, he would order him to be forcibly dragged away. Dwayne looked at him and said, "Back then, Master always opposed me claiming kinship. He said that after so many years apart, even blood relatives would not share deep bonds, and I returning would be like lambs entering the tiger's den, unsure of a good outcome." Jeffrey was startled. Dwayne continued, "But I never believed it. After all, blood is thicker than water. How could my own family not care for me? But now it seems I was wrong. I lived in fear, exhausting every effort to win your favor and my father's favor, even if it meant swallowing my pride. You ended up thinking I was servile outside and disgracing the mansion, since neither father needs my service nor you like me." As he spoke, he knelt down again and kowtowed to Jeffrey. "Please let me go. Pretend I was never your grandson. I will swear never to reveal this, on pain of..." Pausing for a moment, he enunciated clearly, "being struck by lightning and meeting a terrible end, even after death." "Enough." Jeffrey frowned angrily. "Our bodies are given by our parents. How can you make such a cursed oath? That is disrespectful." "Yes." Dwayne did not argue. After completing his kowtows, he lifted his eyes and stared straight into Jeffrey's eyes without fear. "Then what does old Wang Ye need to believe in my sincere intention not to tarnish the mansion's reputation?" It seemed he had begun to throw caution to the wind, discarding all his previous carefulness in an instant. Jeffrey's face was as cold as frost. Although he was now old, no one in Prince Tyson Yang's mansion had dared to challenge his authority like this, let alone staring at him so intently without blinking. Even the current Prince Tyson Yang would not dare to do so. In the silence where even a pin drop could be heard, Jeffrey said slowly, "The mansion does not allow its descendants to wander outside. The only truly trustworthy ones are the dead. Between the lines, either obey or die." Dwayne looked steadily at the imposing old man before him. Had he really had no expectations at all up until this point? Of course not. But it was all just a joke in the end. Dwayne smiled. "Fine. Since you say our bodies are given by our parents, I will return this life to my parents today, in gratitude for your great kindness." As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and swiftly drew a sword from one of the guard's waist. Everything happened too suddenly. Although Jeffrey was angry, he was only half-heartedly trying to scare Dwayne at that moment. His goal was to make Dwayne compliant. He never imagined that Dwayne would not utter a word of fear or pleading and directly attempt suicide with the sword. Seeing the sudden gleam of the sword, Jeffrey's eyes widened in shock, and he roared, "Stop him!" By the time the last word left his lips, Jeffrey did not care about anyone else. He immediately grabbed a teacup from the table and hurled it towards Dwayne's hand. Fortunately, he was extremely close to Dwayne at that moment, and he still had the martial prowess honed over decades of diligent practice. Despite his age, he managed to knock the sword out of Dwayne's hand at the critical moment. The long sword clattered to the ground. At that same moment, bright red blood began to trickle down the Salnanis' white neck, creating a shocking sight. Seeing the wound on Dwayne's neck, Jeffrey's pupils contracted slightly. Having fought on the battlefield for decades, his judgment was sharp. If he had reacted even a moment later, the sword would have been enough to sever the youth's throat entirely. Dwayne had shown no mercy to himself. Chapter 178 Gambit 2. Branson was talking to Jaden when he saw a palace guard rush in hastily. "Phil, Lord Xie, something is wrong. The old steward from Prince Tyson's residence has come to ask you and Lord Xie to come over." He said. Branson asked in a grave voice. "What did he say?" The palace guard replied. "He said young Master Xie suddenly got into an argument with the elderly Prince Tyson for some reason. In his momentary distress, he insisted on committing suicide, making quite a scene. Please come over and persuade him." Upon hearing this, the air seemed inexplicably heavy for a moment. Moments later, Jaden began coughing uncontrollably. Branson patted Jaden's back gently to help him regain composure, then whispered, "Don't worry. It might just be a misunderstanding." Jaden suddenly grabbed his hand. "I know Longning's temperament well. If no one pressured him, he wouldn't attempt suicide. Otherwise, how could he have sent Leighton to Prince Tyson's residence with peace of mind? He had thought that even if Jeffrey didn't like him and Branson, he would certainly protect Leighton." Branson looked down at Jaden, sighing inwardly. "It. Then take Leighton home. If I were you, I wouldn't leave someone I raised so hard to others to torment." With those words, Branson didn't wait for Jaden's reply, and left by lifting the curtain himself. Jeffrey watched coldly as Branson ordered the carriage prepared. "What is the meaning of this, Phil? This question should be asked by me." Branson turned to Jeffrey, giving a humorless smile. "My good intentions and Lord Xie's were aimed at reuniting your family. But you nearly lost someone's life within a day after receiving him. There is no such logic in the world. Since you don't cherish him, I will naturally take him back." Jeffrey gritted his teeth. "Why does Phil speak so nobly? Didn't you send him here hoping to involve my residence?" Branson raised an eyebrow. "Yes, old Prince discerns correctly. I did indeed have that intention. But I didn't force you to drink water like a stubborn ox. To win you over is true because I respect you as a hero. Sending Leighton back is also true because I respect you as a hero. You may not value Leighton or distrust him and refuse to acknowledge him. But why must you humiliate him until he sheds blood in your house? Moreover, since I brought him here, taking him back now is only right and won't bother you further." Jeffrey looked at him, enunciating each word. "He is this prince's great-grandson. What if this prince doesn't permit it?" Branson couldn't help but curl his lips. His tone was gentle, yet carried a piercing edge. How do you intend to refuse? The late ancestor granted the old prince a royal scepter. Is this the time for your instruction? The struggle between the old king and the new can easily lead to bloodshed. Seeing the tension escalate between the two, the old steward quickly stepped forward to mediate. Please understand, Phil. Young master is the only son of young master Emilio. The old prince dotes on him endlessly. How could he possibly make things difficult for him? The misunderstanding mainly stems from his sensitive nature. Misunderstanding the old prince's intentions led to this confusion. As he spoke, he desperately signaled to Geoffrey with his eyes. Old prince, isn't that right? Geoffrey stroked his beard and finally nodded stiffly after a while. Precisely. Who said anything about letting him die? I was merely educating him for a few words, and he started threatening me with his life. This is completely unreasonable. Actually, when Geoffrey saw Dwayne injured, he felt some regret. Martial skills could be cultivated slowly if lacking, but as a warrior, if one lacked courage and spirit, it would mean half the value was lost. In Geoffrey's eyes, those who fled in battle to save their lives, whether soldiers or generals, all deserved death. Despite Dwayne's impulsiveness, his fearlessness reminded Geoffrey of his younger self. Geoffrey had begun to genuinely accept and bow to Branson and Geoffrey. The old steward beside Geoffrey immediately held him back. Young master, you must rest. Dwayne glanced at Jaden. Jaden coughed lightly. Today, we have greatly troubled Prince Tyson. It's inappropriate to trouble his highness any further. I will take Autry home. The old steward looked anxiously at Jaden. Lord Sia, you brought young master here willingly. Why do both of you now say you want to leave? Geoffrey waved his hand to stop the old steward. Looking at Dwayne, he said sternly, is it your decision to leave? Dwayne nodded. Despite the old steward's attempt to stop him, Dwayne insisted on giving 3 loud kowtows to Geoffrey. But not to Branson, who was closer, who was distant. It couldn't be clearer. A lifetime hero, now controlled by a mere 10-year-old boy, made Geoffrey's face incredibly ugly. He sneered, all right, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. But Darnell and Lord Sia need to discuss important matters with me. They cannot leave. Dwayne was slightly stunned. Although Geoffrey did not speak plainly, everyone present, each sharp-witted, understood instantly. His words were clear enough. It felt like finding light at the end of a dark tunnel. This gambit ultimately succeeded narrowly. Geoffrey decided to stand by Branson. Affairs at one of the shops. It wasn't easy to find him. However, these past few days, his mother had been unwell, so he usually left later than usual. By the time Lee arrived, Draper had only just set out, making it relatively easy for Lawson to catch up with him. Lawson ordered his servants to stop Draper's carriage with a face full of anger. He then stormed over to forcibly pull Draper out of the carriage, while angrily scolding him. Draper, what have you done to make the Imperial Guard come with a gold medal to summon you? I warn you, if you drag us into trouble, I will never forgive you. Through Lawson's fierce reprimand, Draper understood the situation. Looking at his half-Ivar's face twisted with fear, he casually used his folding fan to fend off the hand pulling him and smiled. Without knowing the cause, why should Darren be so anxious? Rest assured, whatever their purpose, I take responsibility for my actions alone. In the worst case, the clan can disown me. He spoke politely and gracefully. There was nothing disrespectful about how he treated Lawson. But what Lawson despised most was this attitude of seeming indifferent to everything. Since childhood, no matter where, Draper always maintained this demeanor. Though Lawson was the legitimate son of the Evenan Armand family and the prestigious Giselberding Chui family, whenever the two stood together, people who didn't know the background would always mistake them. They would think Draper was the legitimate son and Lawson the illegitimate one. Even the name, Jinghong, was given by a renowned scholar from Evenan when he met the young Armand and was astonished by his extraordinary talent. Most noble families placed great emphasis on the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, deeming illegitimate children unworthy and unable to shoulder great responsibilities. This lack of serious cultivation felt like a tremendous disgrace to Lawson. So he scrutinized Draper closely every day, hoping to find some fault in him. Yet Draper's actions were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Moreover, his talent was genuinely exceptional. When Jaden was around, they could be considered equally matched. But after Jaden faded from public view, Draper became unparalleled among the literati and talented scholars in Evenan. For many years, no one could surpass him. Even the proud sons of noble families, who looked down on illegitimate sons, would restrain themselves before Draper, because Draper was incredibly adept at socializing. To Lawson, it seemed as if he spoke the language appropriate for whomever he was talking to, yet without a hint of flattery, earning favor with those self-proclaimed refined scholars who vied to accept him as a disciple. In essence, Draper was not only a key factor in balancing the relationship between legitimate and illegitimate offspring within the scholarly elite, but also a role model for commoners. He held significant influence in the lit going out, forcing him to study at home, and she had 2 of his favorite personal attendants killed. This led to an increasingly deep rift between mother and son. Lawson blamed all of this on Draper. Without Draper, he wouldn't have been constantly mocked and compared to an illegitimate son. Looking at Draper's calm face, all his pent-up resentment suddenly burst forth, and he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Draper's face. Draper turned his head to avoid it, grabbed Lawson's wrist, and smiled. Darren, what are you doing? He just lightly held on, but Lawson's entire hand felt as if it were frozen in place. His face turned red as he struggled with all his might to break free, but to no avail. Let go. Sure, I'll let go. Just don't be so impulsive again, Draper added with a slight smile. It's fine to quarrel among Ivars privately, but now that we have an Imperial envoy here, it wouldn't look good if word got out that we're fighting. Father might be displeased, and it would make us look foolish. Lawson. The mention of Aaron was enough to intimidate Lawson, and he immediately deflated. Noticing curious passers-by starting to glance their way, Lawson angrily pulled his hand back, his eyes flashing with malice. He gritted his teeth and said slowly, Draper, just wait, added a unique charm. When Draper greeted Lee and the others, his demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, striking just the right balance. It made everyone feel like basking in a gentle breeze. He neither showed fear because they were emissaries sent by Darnell, nor gave the impression that he thought highly of himself and looked down on others. Lee didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, and hurriedly stood up to return the courtesy. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere between them, Aaron also approached with a smile, ordering a feast to entertain Lee and his companions. Upon hearing this, Lee quickly waved his hand. Lord Armand, please don't trouble yourself. Imran has summoned third young master urgently to the capital. If there's nothing else, we should depart immediately. Aaron, after indirectly probing Lee for a while, found his responses always vague and ambiguous, revealing no useful information. Thus, Aaron only nodded regretfully, unable to say much more. Draper similarly did not comment much. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, since Imran has called me urgently, I cannot delay. May I ask if sir can allow me to go back to my room to pack a few clothes and bid farewell to my mother and elder sister? Of course, that's not a problem. Given Draper's request, Lee could not possibly refuse, especially since he had received instructions from Jaden before leaving the capital to meet Draper's requests as much as possible. Despite his anxiety, Lee remained courteous and told Draper, feel free to do so, young Master Armand. Just hurry back, and we will wait here. Draper thanked him with a smile. After greeting Aaron and the elders of the Armand family, he turned around and left the main hall. However, instead of going to his own room, he passed through several corridors and arrived at his mother's quarters. His mother, originally surnamed Zhou, named Zhou Panner, was sold to the Armand family as a young maid, later renamed Samara. Because of her extraordinary beauty and diligence, and her honesty unlike other maids who often harbored ulterior motives, she caught the eye of the old lady of the Armand family. During Angelina's pregnancy, the old lady instructed Aaron to take her as a concubine. After giving birth to their daughter Mercy, she was raised to the status of a consort. The air in the room was heavy with medicinal smells, and a maid in a green satin vest was frowning as she boiled medicine in the outer room. Seeing Draper enter, the maid was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. She hurriedly got up to greet him, speaking with a familiar tone. Wasn't young master going out? Why are you here now? Lady consort is still sick and dared not open the window, so it's stifling in here. Allow me to help young master remove your coat. The maid had a slender waist and sharp shoulders, and was quite beautiful herself. Angelina loved sending such types of maidservants to Draper's quarters, and even placed some in Samara's room, seemingly afraid of missing any opportunity to make Draper engage in romantic entanglements. In contrast, Lawson's quarters rarely saw any decent-looking servants, which further fueled his intense dislike of Draper. While talking, the maid extended her delicately painted fingers to help Draper take off his clothes. Draper's gaze flickered. In the next moment, he sidestepped the maid's hand and used his folding fan to lift her face. The maid froze. Following the force of Draper's action, she instinctively lifted her head and suddenly met his watery, mesmerizing eyes. A myriad of charm gathered at the corners of his eyes. His spirited expression was that of a carefree youth. The maid involuntarily held her breath. Under Draper's gaze, she hastily averted her eyes, almost fleeing. She dared not look again, as if one more second of looking might cause her heart to leap out of her chest. The corner of Draper's lips curled slightly. He bent down, his tone laced with a faint playfulness. Can't undress, can't undress. What if I can't control myself? His voice was like a breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers. It twisted and turned, intoxicating all who heard it. The maid was so embarrassed that her whole body began to tremble. She murmured softly, young master, half expecting Draper's loss of control. Draper was the dream lover of more than half of the women in Evenan. Whenever he wanted, no woman could escape unscathed from his advances. The maid's face flushed red, and she dared not look up. She didn't notice the growing chill in Draper's eyes. He tossed out this extremely flirtatious jest effortlessly, yet his gaze remained crystal clear, devoid of any affection. The maid waited anxiously for a long time, but instead of waiting for Draper's next move, she suddenly heard an angry female voice. What are you doing? The medicine is already boiled, don't you know to take care of it? In an instant, it felt like a thunderbolt on a clear day. The maid's heart skipped a beat as she snapped back to reality. Turning her head, she saw that the medicine on the stove had already come to a boil. Lost in her fantasies, how could she remember the medicine? She hurriedly scrambled to remove the medicine from the stove, but Draper stood rooted to the spot. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the woman standing by the door. The ice in his eyes melted instantly, and he spoke warmly, Sister. Chapter 181 Parting 1. This woman was none other than Draper's biological elder sister, Mercy. She was already 23 years old. By common sense, Eileen her age should have been married by now. However, the marriages of the secondary daughters were all under the control of Angelina. The few eligible daughters of Master Aaron were either given as tools for alliance marriage to septuagenarians or octogenarians who were on their deathbeds, or they were married to dissolute young men who indulged in drinking and gambling all day. Mercy's fiancé was 5 years older than she was, and was also a notorious second-generation rich kid with no fame. There had been numerous cases where his servants died while being pregnant. Upon learning that her future husband was such an unashamed scoundrel, Mercy felt her heart break into pieces. She wept and cried out to Aaron saying she would rather die than marry him, hoping to gain his sympathy. But it was all in vain. Aaron didn't care about a secondary daughter at all. Samara did care, but despite her beauty, she was naturally quiet and unsociable. Had she been in her prime 15 years ago, her words might have meant something to Aaron. But alas, Samara was now old and less attractive. The once beautiful maiden had become nothing more than a nuisance. As Aaron put it, a 16-year-old Eileen crying was adorable, but a 50-year-old woman still weeping was merely disgusting. Samara's pleas were entirely useless. It wasn't until this moment that Mercy felt an overwhelming sense of despair. She realized that there were only two paths ahead of her. Either get married, or die. Yet, she had just come of age. She didn't want to die. But when Mercy herself had already given up, she could never have imagined that Draper would fight for her to open up a third path. Without thinking too highly of himself just because of some knowledge. This method was truly ruthless. But apart from the two well-raised legitimate sons, Aaron actually didn't feel deep affection for his other children. If it weren't for Draper's astonishing talent catching Aaron's attention, he wouldn't have blinked even if Draper froze to death in the snow. He couldn't tolerate Draper's defiance. With clenched teeth, Draper agreed to Aaron's demand. However, he also proposed. No matter whether these tin shops turned a profit or a loss, they should ultimately be given to Mercy as a dowry. This really seemed like a desperate struggle, like making the best effort for Mercy even knowing it was helpless. These tin shops were perennially in deficit, so this time Aaron readily handed over the deeds to the tin shops to Draper, giving him a sweetener after dealing a blow. He waited proudly for his son to fail miserably after hitting rock bottom. However, the final outcome came as a surprise to everyone. Those tin shops indeed witnessed skyrocketing profits within a month, more than 10 times what they used to be. Following his astounding literary talent, Draper showed equally astonishing business acumen. Many people even believed he perfectly emulated the style of the first head of the Armand family. Before this, his achievements were considered unattainable heights for his descendants. Thanks to this incident, Mercy finally succeeded in canceling this loathsome marriage. Yet in the following years, she kept searching for a fiancé based on Draper's standards and never met anyone to her liking. Moreover, Angelina always tried to control Mercy's marriage to restrain Draper and found her nothing but undesirable candidates. So she lost interest in marriage. However, Mercy was not anxious. With the tin shops given by Draper as capital, she was equivalent to having a source of income. Even if she were to leave the Armand family one day, she would at least have a place to rely on. Mercy frowned and dismissed the maid before approaching and pulling Draper's hand, whispering, "Jing Hong, I heard that people from Shengjing City came with a gold medal to summon you. This is not a good thing. Do you know what this is all about?" "It's fine, sister," Draper smiled. "It's Grant. He asked an imperial guard to deliver a letter to me, requesting my help." Hearing Grant, Mercy's face suddenly blushed. She softly exclaimed, "Ah, it's him. Then I'm relieved. No matter what, he will never harm you." After a pause, Mercy added, "Did he tell you how he has been these years?" Seeing the woman's slightly bashful face, Draper's eyes flickered. The letter was brief, but he said he's doing well. "That's good." Mercy pressed her lips together. "Jing Hong, please convey my greetings to him when you see him. Also, take these 2 robes I made for him. He doesn't excel in such matters." Weeping every day like our sisters. I want to soar like an eagle across the sky. Let our business thrive throughout Evenan and beyond. Jing Hong, you once saved me from hardship, and today I want to tell you that whatever you do, just go ahead boldly. Your sister will support you all the way. I will be your assistance, not a burden. Draper. Chapter 182. Farewell, 2. Hearing this, a trace of a smile flickered in Draper's eyes. He said slowly, "Sister is a heroine, and with your assurance, I have nothing to worry about. There's only one thing. My departure may be long, and Alexandria has always been delicate. I fear she will need more support from you. Also, don't mention today's matter to her. Otherwise, it might easily reach father's ears and cause unnecessary trouble." Tia nodded. "I understand. I know Alexandria well. She believes in obeying her husband all her life, which can't be changed. Leave these matters to me. I will take good care of her." As they were talking, both suddenly heard faint, restrained sobs from outside the door. Draper was slightly stunned. He instinctively looked at Tia. "Sister, did something happen in the mansion?" Tia sighed lightly, then lowered her voice. "Let's not mention it. Not long ago, Natalia's maid came back with news that she has been very ill lately and may not recover. Sheridanu wanted to ask father for permission to visit her daughter at the Sun family. But when you received the imperial order, all the other check on Sheridanu first. This way, gossips won't spread lies about you caring only for your own glory. I won't come in with you." With that, Tia turned and left. Since the annulment of her engagement, Tia had transformed from her former frail self into someone decisive and efficient. Even in this moment of farewell, she avoided overly emotional words, which helped ease the parting sorrow. Watching Tia's figure disappear around the corner, Draper entered the inner chamber, lifting the curtain. The decoration inside was even more luxurious than the outer room. On the bed, swathed in flowing curtains, lay a woman. This woman was Zhou Panner, the birth mother of Draper and Tia, now called Samara. Samara wasn't asleep, but resting with her eyes closed. Hearing footsteps, she immediately opened her eyes. Draper smiled as he helped Samara sit up. "Alexandria, it's time for your medicine." Samara, having felt a slight cold recently and stayed indoors, was unaware of the imperial order. Seeing Draper, she was startled. She looked at her son, partly delighted and partly reproaching. I've told you before. I have maids serving me. If you have important matters, just go attend to them. Don't waste your time on me." "I was going to." After serving her the medicine, Draper explained calmly, "But the court issued an urgent order calling me to the capital, so I came especially to bid farewell to you." Samara, who grew up in poverty and had almost never left the enclosed world after being sold, was alarmed by the imperial order. She grabbed Draper's hand anxiously. "Did something happen? Is the court punishing you?" "Jing Hong, don't hide anything from me." Draper chuckled softly. "Alexandria, that's a habit you need to change." He remarked coolly, "Why can't it be that Imran heard of my talents and summoned me to hold an important post?" "Really?" Samara was taken aback. "But you've never participated in the imperial examinations. How could Imran suddenly think of you? Moreover, I've heard that the current emperor has a rather bad temper." Speaking to this point, tears rolled down her cheeks. Samara reached out to touch Draper's hair and said in a dazed manner, "Jing Hong, with your personality, I truly can't rest easy. A mother knows her son best. It was fine most of the time, but when Draper's stubbornness came up, he would even defy Aaron. Back then, for the sake of Tia, he infuriated Aaron so much. If it weren't for the fact that Jaden was at the height of his influence, making the entire CF family powerful and pressing the Armand family to an unprecedented low, and they needed Draper as a counterbalance, Aaron almost had his servants beat him to death. Even so, Draper still bore scars from the whipping. The wounds were so severe that the marks never faded. Now, going to the capital might be wonderful if everything goes well, but in the future, if there are disagreements, Darnell, being the supreme ruler, won't tolerate any defiance. This son is her life. Chapter 183 Return to the capital. Although Samara was beautiful, she had always been honest and simple, with no guile. Draper could basically tell what she was thinking at a glance. It was precisely for this reason that Joan did not feel wary of Samara despite her exceptional beauty. After all, back in the day, Master Aaron's maidservants were not limited to Samara alone. Over the years, some died, others were sold off, and still, others remained maids because they never bore children. In the end, only Samara managed to bear a child and became a concubine. Draper pretended not to notice Samara's anxiety and casually chatted with her. Though Samara was initially filled with worries, she could not resist Draper's extensive knowledge and eloquent speech. His vivid descriptions soon cheered her up. However, as she laughed, she sighed again. Samara looked tenderly at the handsome young man before her and softly said, "Jing Hong, it is I who have wronged you. If you had been born to the head of household's wife, you would surely have even more accomplishments today, and more people would pave your way." This was something she had often expressed from the bottom of her heart. In her eyes, Draper's greatest grievance was being born to her. Regarding talent and appearance, insight and ability, bearing and talent, what did he lack? Which of these did not match the demeanor of someone born into a noble lineage? The only thing he lacked was the identity of being born to the main consort. As a result, he had once been overshadowed by Jaden in every way, and now he faced wariness from his two legitimate elder Evars. Yet this was the one thing he could not control. Hearing Samara repeat this oft-spoken sentiment, Draper showed no emotional fluctuation and simply replied coolly, "Water overflows when it's full. Even legitimate sons are not necessarily a good thing. Alexandria, why do you keep worrying about things that cannot be changed? Besides, your devoted care for me has not gone unnoticed. Even if I had the choice, I would not choose Joan. Let's not bring this up anymore, Alexandria." Leaving Samara's courtyard, Draper immediately saw Aaron waiting in the yard. He was dressed in an exquisitely tailored dark blue cloud-patterned brocade robe, looking exceptionally prosperous and well off. Years of living in luxury had kept him in excellent condition, making him look like he was just over 40, even though he was already past 50. Despite reaching Samara's door, Aaron would not bother stepping inside, fearing she might pass on her illness to him. Years of relationship, yet so indifferent. Draper curled his lips slightly in mockery and then approached Aaron, bowing respectfully and whispering, "Father." His etiquette was impeccable, making the bow graceful and pleasing. Aaron hummed indifferently and said, "Done talking with your aunt?" Draper replied, "Yes." Aaron continued, "You should also pay respects to your mother. After all, she is your official mother. By custom, illegitimate children must call the official wife mother, and their own mother aunt." The way Draper and Mercy addressed their mother was only done in private. Publicly, they couldn't do so without inviting criticism. Initially, Samara was against them calling her this way, fearing it might cause trouble if it slipped out unintentionally. However, Draper was unconventional, and Mercy followed his Ivar's lead faithfully. Besides, if it came down to personal feelings, which woman wouldn't want her child to call her mother? Thus, Samara stopped saying anything about it afterward. Draper said, "I intended to go, but I just returned covered in dust. I feared offending my mother, so I planned to change clothes first." His words were carefully chosen, giving enough face to his official mother. Aaron nodded and said nothing more. Politeness was all it took since there wasn't genuine affection between them. There was an important matter he needed to discuss with Draper. "Those people in court are too tight-lipped. I tried prying, but couldn't find out why they summoned you to the capital with a gold medal. Do you have any idea?" After a moment of silence, Draper shook his head. "I've never been to Shangjing and have no acquaintances there. I am completely in the dark." Aaron said, "The incident involving Jaden in Shangjing once spread to Evenan. It seems he enjoys Darnell's trust, or else Darnell wouldn't have promoted him despite opposition. Therefore, you must be cautious in the capital, wary of Jaden trying to sabotage the Armand family out of revenge for the humiliation he suffered." Pausing here, Aaron added, "Jing Hong, no matter when, remember your identity and that the family's interests come first." Though Aaron's words were put mildly, they clearly meant, remember to share glory with the family, and bear any misfortunes on your own without implicating the family. The long, thick lashes of the youth drooped, shielding his dark, ink-like eyes, as well as the mocking intent hidden within. Draper replied with a light laugh, "I will surely keep father's teachings in mind." Draper's respectful attitude undoubtedly made Aaron very satisfied. He extended his hand, patting Draper's shoulder. "Jing Hong, among all my sons, you are the one I have always seen great potential in. You know that father has always wanted to register you under your mother's name and give you the status of a legitimate son. In the future, our Armand family's vast business would not be left without an heir. Unfortunately, your mother had a narrow heart, making you suffer these many years. But don't worry, once you return from Shangjing this time, no matter what others say, father will definitely give you the status of a legitimate son. The future inheritance of the Armand family will rightfully belong to you. No one shall oppose it." Though Aaron was cold-blooded, he wasn't stupid. He effortlessly painted a grand picture for Draper, appearing as a kind father. Anyone else would have already been moved to tears and sworn loyalty to fight for the family with their lives. Unfortunately, Draper saw through Aaron's character and didn't buy into his act. "Thank you, father." Even though he was inwardly frustrated, he still smiled. Ideally, before departure, I should listen more to father's teachings. At this point, Draper paused, his face showing difficulty. But the gold medal summons is urgent, lest we delay and anger the imperial envoy, so I can't delay too much. You think carefully. Aaron sighed. Since it's like this, go quickly then. Don't forget the family's grace towards you. After everything was settled, Draper came to see Lee and others. However, looking at the carriage before him, Lee couldn't help but feel a bit difficult. Mr. Armand, this carriage is really going to slow us down. Imran and Lord Xia are eagerly waiting to see you. This place is far from Shangjing. Do you know how to ride a horse? Thinking about it, for a scholar like Draper, not knowing how to ride a horse was quite normal. Lee added. Or maybe we can take turns riding horses and carry you along. Draper snapped open his folding fan with a pa sound and said with a smile, I actually do know how to ride, but I bow quite often. It might be inconvenient if carried along. As he spoke, he lifted the curtain with his fan, revealing two large trunks inside the carriage. And even more astonishing, sitting between the trunks were two beautiful women. One clear and gentle like a lotus just out of water, the other gorgeous and seductive like a blooming peony. Lee was taken aback. Draper chuckled. He tapped one of the beauty's chin with his fan. Let me introduce them to Sir Liu, my two personal attendants, Vonda and Luaneo. Upon hearing this, the two beauties smiled and got off the carriage, standing respectively on either side of Draper, gracefully bowing to Lee and the others, speaking in unison. Your humble servants greet all the lords. Their voices were charming, tickling the hearts of those present. Instantly, it seemed as if spring blossoms filled the garden. Several younger guards blushed instantly. Lee almost stuttered, Mr. Armand, this is... Jaden had been known for not indulging in women since entering Shangjing. Not only did he have no beauties, he didn't even have a nursemaid around. Who would have thought Draper was such a playboy? Draper laughed. These two have served me since childhood. I cannot live without them, otherwise I wouldn't eat or drink properly. Ah, by the way. Stopping there, he looked at Lee apologetically. Did Imran mention not allowing me to bring people into Shangjing? Lee thought, isn't it a bit late now to ask? Normally, anyone receiving a gold medal summons would be terrified, let alone bringing trunks and two enchanting beauties along. After a moment of silence, Lee took a deep breath and said, not mentioned, but he wanted to say that it would be inconvenient to travel fast with two delicate women. But before he could finish, Luaneo threw herself into Draper's arms, crying, don't leave us, master. We cannot live without you. Flower like Vonda, not having reached Draper first, grabbed his arm and wept, Master, take me along. If not, I'll cut my hair and become a nun. Draper, holding both women, looked at Lee helplessly. Sir Liu, what shall we do? Lee was dumbfounded. The last time he saw a beauty act this coquettish was a certain unnamed concubine in the palace, who ended up being ordered by Branson to be thrown into the river to feed the fish. Ever since Branson became close with Claire Chin, he especially disliked beauties who would cry uncontrollably at the slightest provocation. However, most men couldn't resist such temptation. Lee painfully swallowed all the words after, but, and said, traveling by carriage is laborious. I'm afraid these two young ladies won't be able to endure it. Vonda replied, I'm not afraid. As long as I can follow master, I'm not afraid of anything. Luaneo also chimed in, neither am I. Draper looked at Lee with an innocent smile. They say they're not afraid. Lee wisely kept silent. In the Armand residence, Joan's room, Joan was talking with her eldest son, Anthony, when her second son, Lawson, stomped in angrily and sat down, grumbling. Does that Draper really think our Armand family can't run without him? Acting so arrogantly, parading around with two maidservants. I just can't stand his haughty attitude. Seeing her second son's undignified demeanor, Joan frowned. You should spend more time reading books instead of quarreling with a bastard son. If you were any good, he wouldn't dare to look down on you. Lawson didn't like hearing this from Joan. He retorted, how am I not good? Anthony hurriedly advised, Second Ivar. Alexandria means you shouldn't compete with Draper. His mother was merely a servant who washed feet for Alexandria. Competing with him would only lower your status. Lawson fumed, but I just can't swallow this. Now, even if we call his mother a servant, if he gets Darnell's favor this time, father will surely force him to be a legitimate son. Then he'll be riding over all of us. Not so easy, Anthony sneered. Now, one of the Xie family is already a minister of revenue. I heard Yatesy people tried to reconcile with him on behalf of the Xie family but were rebuffed. Even one doesn't care about family ties anymore. Draper has been stealing his limelight for years. How could one not resent him? I suspect this trip to the capital might be one of Juan's schemes. Cash's favor? He'll be lucky to come back unscathed. Joan nodded. Indeed. Rongxing thinks things through thoroughly, which is exactly what I meant. And Shangjing is different from Yunnan, where power players are everywhere. Do you think you can simply charm your way through with mere scholar's integrity? With Draper's temper, once he sets his mind, even 9 oxen can't pull him back. It may be hard for him to offend someone, yet it's not too difficult either. You should think more about how to handle him when he rises to power, or how to kick him away when he gets into trouble. If he gains Darnell's favor, father might indeed make him a legitimate son. But if he loses Darnell's favor, father will abandon him without hesitation. Lawson frowned and leaned back in his chair, silent. Seeing he finally calmed down, Joan turned to Anthony. Rongxing, where did we leave off? Who did Draper bring with him this time? Before Anthony could speak, Lawson interrupted again. Who else? Those 2 personal maidservants of his. Such beautiful flowers stuck on cow dung, truly a waste. Draper is truly enjoying blessings from heaven. Those 2 maidservants are among the most beautiful in all of Yunnan. He had coveted them more than once, but always found it difficult to get his hands on them. Anthony and Joan pretended not to hear Lawson's last remark. Joan looked at Anthony, waiting for an answer. Anthony nodded. A flash of shrewdness crossed Joan's eyes, then proceed according to the plan. Chapter 184 Entrustment. Lawson's gaze shifted between Joan and Anthony, looking somewhat perplexed. Alexandria, eldest brother, how can I understand what you two are talking about? What kind of riddle are you playing? Anthony patted Lawson on the shoulder and said with an ambiguous smile, don't worry, you might know soon enough. He was also very curious. What would Draper's expression be like if she knew that one of her most trusted maids was actually their spy? Meanwhile, at Lingyu Pass, General Francisco was leading his men on patrol when a soldier came to report, "General, someone from Shangjing has arrived with an imperial decree. Please and young general come to receive it." Francisco was a blunt man, and his emotions were always written on his face. Upon hearing this, he frowned deeply. He showed obvious displeasure. At such a critical time, instead of sending reinforcements, they send envoys? You go to the headquarters and fetch young general. I'll first see what sort of person has come here. Historically, envoys sent from Shangjing were either eunuchs or imperial guards. Though each visit brought different individuals, all of them acted like lords, with their heads held high as if they could not look anyone in the eye. In the past, Francisco might have tolerated these people for a while, but now, with Izar forces threatening the borders and war tensions mounting, his temper had become much shorter. He had no patience left for those pompous envoys. Leading a squad of soldiers, Francisco stormed toward where the envoy was waiting, intending to give the envoy a rough welcome before Matthew's arrival. However, he paused in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. These soldiers looked strong and robust, with bright eyes and radiant spirits, almost rivaling the tough border troops. They were far superior to the usual delegates from Shangjing. The leader, however, appeared to be a frail young boy. He looked very young, probably around 12 or 13, or at most 14 or 15. His black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, and he wore a fitting black outfit. This attire only emphasized his rosy lips and white teeth, making him an exceptionally handsome young gentleman. However, a scar on his neck stood out alarmingly. Though it was mostly healed, anyone with some experience could tell that such an injury could easily have been fatal if mishandled. This boy didn't resemble an imperial guard or a eunuch. He more closely resembled a noble son. In Shangjing, noble sons were usually treasured and pampered. How could someone let such a precious young master suffer an injury like this? If injured so badly, wouldn't doctors be on standby around the clock? To let him travel to this barren and desolate frontier to endure harsh conditions? Francisco couldn't figure out the identity of this young man, and he was still pondering when the boy greeted him warmly. "Is this General Francisco? I've heard that you've bravely guarded Lingyu Pass for over a decade. Today, meeting you, I truly see that you are indeed a towering hero. Please allow me to bow to you first." With that, he bowed without hesitation. Over the years, Francisco had encountered too many lords, yet such polite behavior was a first. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given the envoy's respectful attitude and youth, Francisco's anger subsided by half. He quickly helped the boy up. "Please don't. May I ask who you are?" This young man was none other than Duane. Though the Prince of Tyson's residents had accepted him, openly acknowledging him would stir great turmoil in Shangjing. With current uncertainties, it wasn't wise to cause further complications, so Jeffrey had decided to keep Duane's true identity hidden for now, allowing him to continue following Jaden reluctantly. That sword injury might also be considered a blessing in disguise. Jeffrey's attitude had completely changed. He treated this grandson as a treasure. Even though he felt that following Jaden lowered Duane's status, he did not bring it up, fearing that Duane might demand to leave. With Branson's influence, the Prince of Tyson's residents might not be able to retain him. Moreover, given Duane's personality, even if they could keep him, Jeffrey dared not force him, worried he might hurt himself again unnoticed. Such an outcome would not only distress Jeffrey, but also potentially undo the slight improvement in Jeffrey's condition after seeing his son. Although Jeffrey reluctantly agreed for Duane to stay with Jaden due to recent events, with the ongoing border wars and Duane's injury not fully healed, he was still uneasy about sending him here. However, to simultaneously engage the Huns and the Izar, Matthews, and the Lingyu Pass garrison's attitudes were crucial. If they lost confidence and were unwilling to hold the line until death, the imperial court would be unable to reach them in time. Delivering an imperial decree wasn't a difficult task. It could be handled by an eunuch or a guard. The challenge was winning over the goodwill of the border troops. Envoys sent from Shangjing were often haughty, believing themselves superior once they arrived at the frontier. They frequently ordered around the local troops with disdain. Even Anselm, who served Branson, wasn't exempt from this attitude. It wasn't intentional but deeply ingrained in their mindset, often revealed unintentionally. This was also one of the main reasons why the border troops harbored no good impressions of envoys from Shangjing. Therefore, to avoid creating discontent among the border troops due to trivial matters, leading to internal strife at a critical juncture, Branson and Jaden deliberated repeatedly and decided that sending Duane would be the most prudent choice. At least Duane was tactful and thorough in his speech and actions, ensuring that the border troops would have no grounds for complaint. Duane naturally had no objection to Jaden's decision. He immediately sought out Jeffrey to explain the reason. Jeffrey had always been a decisive person throughout his life. Who would have thought that in his old age, he would be hesitant and unable to resist Duane, ultimately agreeing despite his reservations. He felt both relieved and worried. Relieved that this grandson resembled him when he was young, ensuring continuity for the family. Worried about Duane's lack of combat skills. Fearful that he might encounter danger. Jeffrey made only one condition. Having the personal guards from the Prince of Tyson's residence accompany Duane. These 3,000 guards were personally trained by Jeffrey, far superior to the troops in Shangjing, providing significant protection for Duane's safety. This arrangement was naturally agreed upon by Branson and Jaden. Branson immediately drafted the decree for Duane to leave the capital. Now, Duane introduced himself to Francisco, smiling. "I am just a nameless soldier serving Imran. Even if I told you my name, you wouldn't know me. This time, I volunteered to come because of my admiration for the border troops and young general's reputation." His sunny and open demeanor, free of any pretension, greatly pleased Francisco. Francisco waved his hand, his attitude much more gentle than before. "Envoy, please don't say such things. Come this way, I'll take you to meet young general." Half an hour later, in the general's tent. "Wait, keep waiting. How long do we have to wait?" A rough hand slammed heavily on the table, Francisco's dark face filled with anger. "The Izar army is pressing down, yet the imperial court acts as if it's a game. Yes. Just telling us to wait. Do they think war is a joke? The other generals behind Francisco were also arguing incessantly, their faces flushed with anger. Matthew watched them bicker for a while, observing everyone's expressions and attitudes before raising his hand to signal for quiet. Had it been anyone else here today, they wouldn't have been able to calm these enraged and iron-willed men. But after spending time together, Matthew's prestige and status in Lingyu Pass were unmatched, surpassing even the former Russell Edmund, with Francisco ranking lower. Thus, the moment he spoke, the noisy command tint instantly fell silent. All faced with the chorus of doubts, Matthew suddenly chuckled. His gaze swept around the room as he said slowly, "There's no need to worry about this. The duration of Lingyu Pass's defense rests solely in my hands. I say the city wall won't fall. The Azar will not set a single step inside." This was an outrageous claim. Yet, there was dead silence. Not a soul dared to refute him. Though Matthew seemed approachable and without airs, able to get along with anyone, when he exerted his authority, it truly struck fear into the hearts of all, making even the hardened veterans shudder. Despite being raised in luxury, his presence exuded a ruthlessness that even these veterans could not match. Some things just couldn't be argued against. This young man before them appeared born to lead. He didn't need to do anything more than stand there, radiating an aura and dignity that no one could underestimate. As for reinforcements, seeing no one spoke, Matthew paused for a moment before continuing. Behind Lingyu Pass are tens of thousands of innocent civilians. I know everyone has deep feelings for this fortress. Here, I pledge to you all. If we can endure this period, the Imperial Court will surely send strong reinforcements. And I, he declared solemnly, will stand with the city until the end. Each word fell heavy like water dripping into hot oil. Looking at the Alexei's handsome yet fierce face, though they had little faith in the typically weak court, everyone felt a surge of fervent passion. Francisco was the first to rise to voice his stance. This giant, standing almost 9 feet tall, robust as an iron tower, boomed in a resonant voice, swearing to follow the Alexei into battle, even unto death. His words echoed through the air, striking every ear. Next came another loud declaration, swearing to follow the Alexei into battle, even unto death. Then another, and another. Countless chests roared the same vow in unison, each voice louder than the last, spreading far and wide, stirring heaven and earth. Just as Matthew entered, Dwayne, who had been waiting inside, immediately approached. Young general, how did it go? Matthew gripped the handle of his saber, replying, tell him Ron I will lead the defenders of Lingyu Pass here, waiting for his arrival. Simple words, but immensely weighty. A promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold, unwavering through 100 deaths. Dwayne nodded gravely. Thank you, young general. Rest assured, I will deliver your message. Matthew's eyes inadvertently flicked over Dwayne's neck before he said calmly, also, tell my father that the weapons and armor have been stored away for years and are likely rusted. Our bows, crossbows, and gunpowder weapons are also weak and ineffective. Advise him to avoid direct confrontation until we ascertain the enemy's true strength. Do not advance recklessly out of impatience. There's no rush here. I will hold the pass. I will convey that to the general. At this point, Dwayne hesitated a moment and added, young general, there's one more thing. Matthew paused. Go on. Dwayne explained. Before leaving the capital, Imran told me to judge based on circumstances. If after delivering the imperial decree I find you still intend to retreat and preserve strength, there would be nothing more to say. But if you're willing to trust him and defend the city to the death, he asked me to give you something. Please wait. Finished speaking, he called in a guard and whispered instructions. The guard nodded and soon returned with a long box, placing it on the table before stepping back. Matthew glanced at the box on the table, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Dwayne opened the box, revealing a long sword within. Seeing the sword, Matthew's pupils constricted slightly. This sword should be familiar to you, young general, Dwayne remarked. He continued, Imran said this sword, like the bow you carry, belonged to the first emperor of Great Zhou. Whoever holds this sword is considered Darnell's proxy, empowered to act as if Darnell himself were present. Regardless of time or person, you have the right to execute first and report later. From now on, anyone you kill with this sword will be considered killed by Imran. Chapter 185, Arrival. According to the war reports from the front lines, the Huni people's firearms are indeed formidable. The troops of the Great Zhou dynasty have been on the defensive all along, unable to engage them head-on at all. The city walls have been bombed to pieces by cannons, and there is no time or opportunity to reinforce them. If the city walls collapse, it will be impossible to defend the city. Jaden sighed. It seems that if we don't have weapons comparable to theirs, even if the general leads the troops here, the chances of victory would be slim. Now we can only rely on Jinghong. Upon hearing this, Branson turned his head and glanced at Kingston, standing beside him. Draper hasn't arrived yet? Kingston shook his head. Phil, I send dedicated personnel to wait at the gate of Shengjing every day. As soon as Lee and company enter the city, they will report to you immediately. Branson frowned slightly. You go personally. As soon as Draper arrives in the city, bring him to see me immediately. Leading a group to the outskirts of Shengjing, Lee almost burst into tears of joy. Although Draper was doing well, her 2 personal maids were extremely hard to please. They insisted on having 3 meals every day without fail and insisted on staying at large inns so they could bathe and change clothes easily. If not allowed, they would cry and delay the journey more than expected. Now, seeing that they were less than half a day's journey from the city, Lee kept urging his men to hasten their pace to avoid any further troubles from the 2 maids. Unfortunately, all precautions couldn't prevent it. Passing by a breakfast stall, the carriage stopped slowly. Then came the sweet voice of Liu Imeldarong. Lord Liu, I'm a bit hungry. Let's have some breakfast before continuing our journey. Knowing they were only half a day away, thinking that it was better to yield a little for greater gains, Lee took several deep breaths and finally ordered the carriage to stop. The stall owner was an elderly man around 40 years old. Despite his age, he had enough experience. Although Li and his party were not wearing official attire, seeing such a grand procession, he quickly approached with a smile. What would the esteemed guests like to eat? As he spoke, Vonda and Lua Melderong stepped down from the carriage together. There were still a few customers at the stall, who suddenly stared at the two stunning beauties. The old man also stared, gasping in admiration, calling them celestial beings. The beautiful women gracefully walked up to him. Sadly, we're not celestials. Lua Melderong smiled. Elderly sir, prepare your best breakfast items for 20 people. There were 17 people in Li's group, plus Draper and 2 maids, making a total of 20. It was clear she included Li and his men. Li dryly said, the ladies and Master Armand can eat. We're not hungry. That won't do. Vonda shook her head. People need food as iron needs fire. Even in haste, eating is necessary. With that, Vonda stepped forward and handed a large silver ingot to the elderly man. He was taken aback. So much silver isn't needed, and I can't give change. Vonda softly said, keep the extra for buying tea leaves, elderly sir. Holding the silver, the elderly man thanked profusely and left. Watching from the side, Li felt quite conflicted. Though Vonda and Lua Melderong made many demands along the way, they paid for everything themselves, never asking for money from Li and his men. Beautiful women to look at, good food, and service. If not for the urgency of the mission, these days would have been exceptionally pleasant. The breakfast arrived quickly, steaming hot and quite tasty. Initially unaware of hunger, Li and his men now sat at 3 tables, eating voraciously. Vonda and Lua Melderong took the breakfast to the carriage to share with Draper. Just as they were about to finish, sudden noises came from ahead, followed by a few burly servants approaching. They surrounded 2 refined young men, each carrying a whip. Swinging the whips, they drove away the stall's customers. Our young master wishes to dine here. Scram. Don't disturb him. Seeing the arrogant attitude of these newcomers, Li frowned. Though he wanted to intervene, he was concerned about unnecessary complications during his mission, so he sternly told his men to leave. Unexpectedly, the wind lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing a glimpse of an exquisite face. One of the young men suddenly said, wait. He walked directly to the front of the carriage. Who's inside? Just now, they were too far away to see clearly. Now face to face, Li could not help but be startled as he recognized her. This person was not some young master but the legitimate daughter of Clayton, the Minister of Personnel, Leanne. As for the other one, his identity was also obvious. He was none other than Otto, Leanne's current fiancé. Li had met these 2 people when he accompanied Branson and Kingston to rescue Melvin Gisselberglam at Heaven on Earth. However, he did not have a good impression of them. Li was a man with very traditional thoughts. In his view, Otto betrayed his ex-fiancée, while Leanne, despite being from a prestigious family, frequented brothels and acted arrogantly. Neither seemed to be any good, but he did not want to offend them either. As his master Keenan once said, it's better to offend 10 gentlemen than 1 small-minded person. Otherwise, they might cause you endless trouble. Thus, Li suppressed his anger and said, she's my younger sister, and it's inappropriate for her to meet strangers. I apologize, young master. If a courteous person heard this, they would certainly not press further. Unfortunately, Leanne did not care. Beautiful women often feel jealous when they encounter someone more beautiful than themselves. That one glance made Leanne's heart sour with jealousy. She would not allow anyone to be more beautiful than her and felt an urge to do something. Just like showing off to Melvin Gisselberglam at Heaven on Earth with Otto. At that moment, the group of thugs accompanying Otto and Leanne surrounded the carriage. Leanne stared at the carriage and said with a pout, so what? Is your sister unsuitable to be seen by others? I insist on seeing her. With those words, she boldly went forward to lift the curtain of the carriage. After all, he was a royal attendant and needed to be cautious in front of Darnell, but outside, where had he ever been disrespected? How could he tolerate such disrespect? Li's temper flared up instantly. Unable to bear it any longer, he coldly said, block? Before he could finish his word, a light laugh echoed in his ears. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage opened by itself. The next moment, Leanne saw a figure flash before her eyes. When she regained her senses, she met a pair of charming eyes. Those eyes were slender, filled with countless smiles at the corners, bright and clear like jade, serene like the wind. One glance gave off an enchanting allure, making her heart pound fiercely. Originally, she intended to find fault, but unexpectedly, down came a young master so handsome that he was hard to find even with a lantern lit, making her fiancé, Otto, look like a dull ox by comparison. Or perhaps, in Leanne's eyes at that moment, only this person's eyebrows looked like real eyebrows, and only his eyes looked like real eyes. Leanne opened her mouth wide, her fair face turning red instantly. She lightly stomped her foot and softly asked, hey, who are you? Her voice was coquettish and seductive. Anyone who heard her speak would realize she was a woman. Otto stood beside her without speaking, but his face visibly darkened. Just a passerby. Draper snapped open his folding fan with a click and yawned lightly. Half covering his face with the fan, he lazily said, we are mere acquaintances. It is improper for a young master like you to casually lift the curtain of a carriage. Ladies are timid. If scared, my elders will surely punish me. If anyone else said this, Leanne would have dismissed it, but hearing it from Draper, she blushed and bowed her head to apologize. Sorry, indeed it was inappropriate. I'll be more careful next time. Please don't be offended, young master. The thugs who had been preparing to fight deflated and retreated. Then Leanne asked, may I know where you live? Are you from Shangjing? What should I call you? Too many questions from you, young master. Which one should I answer first? Draper chuckled and casually untied a sachet from his waist, throwing it to Leanne. I have important matters and cannot linger. The answers are inside the sachet. I hope we meet again with fate. After saying that, he gave Lee a look, turned around, and returned to the carriage, leaving with the group. Leanne did not ask anyone to stop them. She held the sachet, standing still, watching the direction Draper left, speechless, seemingly entranced. Seeing they had walked quite a distance, Lee approached the carriage worriedly and whispered, "Master Armand, you left your personal sachet. What if she finds you through it?" For aristocratic families, personal items often have special markings to prevent malicious people from stealing and selling them. Draper did not say anything. Instead, a woman's silver bell-like laughter echoed from the carriage. "Official Lou, please do not misunderstand. That sachet isn't necessarily something close to our young master's body. Indeed, to have one of our young master's personal items, does she really think she's worthy with her arrogant and domineering attitude?" Another alluring voice chimed in. "This sachet came from no idea which courtesan in a brothel. When our young master refused it, she cried and threatened to die. I found the scent quite pleasant, and the ingredients used were precious, so I decided on behalf of our young master to keep it. It just happened to be useful today. It was perfect for her." Giving a sachet from a brothel Eileen to a noble maiden? Lee was speechless, thinking that indeed under a capable leader there are no weak soldiers. These two maids of Draper were not ordinary people. They were truly vengeful and had eccentric ways. Moreover, Draper seemed to support their antics. By now, they finally reached the city gates of Shangjing City. Lee heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to instruct his men to enter the city, he saw a group galloping towards them. Recognizing the leader, Lee was slightly stunned. "Junior?" Kingston reined in his horse and, upon seeing Lee, immediately said, "Roscoe Liu, you're finally back. Why did it take so long? Imran is almost impatient. He ordered me to lead men out of the city to welcome you. Quickly bring Draper to see him." Upon hearing this, Lee inwardly groaned. He subtly nodded towards the carriage. Kingston looked over in confusion, only to see the carriage curtain lift, revealing not Draper but two beauties. These two beauties' eyes lit up at the sight of him. The more alluring one giggled. "Where did this young gentleman come from? Almost as good as our young master." The more refined one added, "Indeed. But he always wears a stern face, as if someone owes him money, nothing like our dear young master." It was the first time Kingston had been evaluated by two ladies, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He turned to Lee. "Brother Liu, where's Draper? Why are there two Eileens with you?" Before Lee could answer, Liu Waneo already laughed and said, "Young gentleman, we are the personal maids of the young master. You can bring him into the palace, but you must bring us too. We can't live without him." Kingston. Lee. After a brief silence, Lee patted Kingston on the shoulder. "Junior, since they seem to like you, and since you're here, why don't you handle it?" Branson was in Ikuan Palace watching Zoltan diagnose Claire when he saw Yuang Bao rush in hurriedly. With his usual pinched finger gesture, he said, "Phil, Her Majesty, Queen Kingston sent a messenger saying Draper has arrived. He will probably be in the palace soon." Claire promptly replied, "Then Phil should hurry. I'm fine here with Dr. Eve." "Leaving right after arrival?" Branson smiled. "We've waited for days. A few more minutes won't hurt. Let's wait until Dr. Eve finishes your diagnosis. The child in your belly is destined for the throne and very precious. I must treat it like a treasure, not to be neglected." There was another thing he didn't say. Draper delayed his arrival, just like Fabio, showing high-minded pride. Dealing with such people requires tact. Being disrespectful might make him insincere, but being overly polite might invite loss. Claire blushed slightly. "Phil, Dr. Eve and Director Yuang Bao are still here." She meant to ask Branson to tone it down. Zoltan continued diagnosing without looking up, as if completely oblivious to the imperial couple's playful banter. Yuang Bao chuckled, his chubby face jiggling. Covering his eyes with his pudgy hand, he whispered, "I saw nothing. I heard nothing." A clear case of protesting too much. Claire was at a loss for words. Branson laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with himself. After laughing enough, he turned to Yuang Bao. "Fine, you didn't see anything. Go down and send someone to invite Xie Jingzhao. Since he recommended him, it would be inappropriate to bypass him." Chapter 186, Reunion. Jaden encountered a troublesome person at the palace gate. Prince and Esau. Originally, they managed to coexist without any major conflicts. However, ever since Branson suggested handing over the command of the Imperial Guards and the elite forest army to Jaden and Kingston, and old Prince Tyson, Jeffrey, even stood up in public support, which made those peace proponents lose face. Esau, though not daring to do anything against his grandfather's generation like Jeffrey, would glare at Jaden or Kingston every time he saw them, as if there was some deep-seated enmity between them. Esau, being royalty, adhered to the principle that it's better to avoid trouble than to stir it, so Jaden and Kingston tried to steer clear whenever possible. Unfortunately, today, they inadvertently met face-to-face, making avoidance impossible. Seeing the aggressively blocking Esau, who might as well have written, "I'm here to start a fight" on his forehead, Jaden rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Normally, with his extremely deceptive appearance, he could resolve most troubles effortlessly. Even those who harbored intense hostility towards him would unconsciously lower their guard when facing him. For instance, Ethang, Titus. Though he despised Kingston, he had always been friendly towards Jaden, believing that he was merely forced into this situation by Branson. He had more than once expressed intentions of recruiting him. However, Esau was different. According to Branson, due to a young man stealing away his lover when Esau was young, tarnishing his princely dignity, Esau held a strong aversion towards handsome men. For Esau, Jaden's good looks were not a plus but a significant minus. With new grievances piling on old ones, it was odd for Esau not to seek trouble. Thinking thus, Jaden showed no signs of it on his face, greeting Esau with a smile, "Your Highness." His attitude was very amicable, showing no trace of animosity. Sure enough, Esau gave no face. He snorted loudly, "Indeed, Minister Xie is quite imposing, not even kneeling before this prince, just casually acknowledging me and considering it done. In the Great Zhou dynasty, everyone, except the Corina, must kneel before Darnell, and ministers must also kneel before princes to show respect for royal blood." But because Jaden had mobility issues, even Branson didn't insist on formalities from him, let alone others. Now Esau mentioned this, clearly aiming to embarrass him publicly. Jaden chuckled softly. not annoyed in the slightest. He calmly replied, I should indeed kneel before your highness, but my physical condition prevents me from doing so. Fortunately, Imran understands and has excused me from these courtesies. Upon hearing Jaden mention Branson, a glint of sinister displeasure flashed through Esau's already resentful eyes. He sneered at Jaden, chuckling coldly, don't try to use Imran to suppress this prince. Imran exempting you is merely due to his kindness and consideration for you, to faithfully serve the great Zhou. Who knew you would be so arrogant, deliberately disrespecting royalty? As Imran's uncle, I shall punish you for your arrogance. Saying this, Esau suddenly frowned and bellowed fiercely. Now, kneel before this prince immediately, whether you like it or not. Men, press him down to his knees. This cry sounded like a battle call, and 2 guards behind Esau immediately stepped forward, rudely trying to drag Jaden down. However, the imperial guards assigned to escort Jaden naturally wouldn't stand by idly and quickly intervened. The leader bowed deeply to Esau, apologizing. Please calm down, your highness. Minister Xia absolutely meant no disrespect. It's all a misunderstanding. Imran is eager to see Minister Xia right now. Please don't dwell on this matter. Usually, it was Kingston who went to fetch Jaden, but today Kingston had to receive Jing Hong, and Zhou Xianqin was busy on duty in the palace. Philip had been temporarily retaining the post of chief guard only due to a lack of suitable candidates, and unless Branson had tasks for him, he wasn't usually in the palace. If not for Branson's special attention towards Jaden, fetching someone shouldn't require sending the chief guard for such trivial matters. After all, the Imperial Guard served directly under Darnell, and few dare defend even an ordinary one. So Yuan Shua sent the highest-ranking first-class guard besides the chief to fetch Jaden. This man surnamed Yang, named Yang Tao, had more seniority in the palace than Philip, Zhou Xianqin, and Kingston. Unfortunately, he was a well-meaning old man who tried not to offend anyone and always diffused conflicts. If it were another day, sending him on such a task would have caused no trained silent. Humiliation, anger, and fear intertwined, leaving his mind blank, standing there motionless like a wooden statue. But Jaden didn't rely on him. When a scholar meets soldiers, logic won't prevail. Even if Philip and the others were here, it would be difficult. If Kingston were here, it would be even worse. Esau hated Jaden most right now. Next was Kingston. If Kingston stepped in to defend, he would end up suffering greatly. Since everyone would lose anyway, why should he hide behind someone else? Especially after what happened with Wayne, Kingston treated him like a real elder Ivar. Using Philip and Zhou Xianqin was acceptable, but pushing his own younger Ivar into danger wasn't an option. Jaden sighed inwardly and looked at Esau. Instead of seeing his furious face, he saw a folded fan. On the fan, birds and flowers depicted in vivid detail. Ink spread over mountains and rivers, lively and lifelike. Truly, words mirrored his character, clear and defiant. Paintings reflected his spirit, sturdy and rugged. For that moment, Jaden met the gaze of a pair of shimmering, almond-shaped eyes. Though their eyes met only briefly, the faint smile from the other side stirred a gust of wind in his heart, causing ripples in a tranquil pond. Amidst the dead silence, Esau stared at the handsome youth who suddenly appeared before him. Upon inquiry, it turned out to be your highness's son, the buster of an Wang Fu. Before he finished, Esau grabbed Draper's collar, grinding his teeth. What did you say? Say it again. With so many servants around, how could my son fall from a horse? How dare you lie? Esau had numerous concubines and many children, with a total of over 30 sons and daughters combined. Yet, for some unknown reason, only Adelins grew up safely. His sons either did not survive birth, or died shortly after being born. Eventually, only one young son from his main consort, the Wang Fei, was successfully raised. The young prince was 16 this year. Esau, worried about his princely succession, doted on this son as if he were a treasure. He even carried him in his palm for fear he might drop, and held him in his mouth for fear he might melt. The prince often accompanied Esau everywhere, just to ensure his safety. And every time they traveled, it was always with a large retinue to prevent any harm coming to him. Now, hearing that his beloved son had fallen off a horse, how could he not be anxious? His eyes instantly reddened, as if he wanted to devour Draper. Draper glanced at the hand gripping his collar and respectfully said, I believe the Wang Fu guards are already searching for you, your highness. I happened to see this incident and feared misfortune would befall you. That's why I mustered the courage to report it to you. The place where the young master fell is not far from here. You can go and check for yourself. If my words are false, I am willing to accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Their eyes met, and Esau saw no hint of panic or evasion in Draper's expression, only sincerity. Gradually calming down, Esau believed that Draper dared not deceive him. His son's well-being was paramount, so he released Draper and coldly instructed the Wang Fu guards, follow me to see the young master. Seeing the conflict seemingly resolved, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, their relief was short-lived as Esau suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to the just-standing Draper and said sarcastically, Advisor Xia has mobility issues and cannot bow, which is understandable. But you, Draper, appear quite agile. As a commoner without any rank, how dare you not kneel before the esteemed Minister of Revenue? Esau's words were indeed malicious. While it wasn't unreasonable for Draper to bow given their respective statuses, people typically dislike inequality more than scarcity. Two equally talented individuals who had always shared equal fame and pride would now have one kneeling publicly before the other. Regardless of their relationship, whether they were rivals or close friends, few could remain indifferent in such a situation. If there were already rifts between Draper and Jaden, this would deepen them. Even if they were secretly plotting together, this would plant seeds of mistrust, causing discomfort whenever they saw each other. Jaden's beautiful brows slightly furrowed, and his usually gentle eyes became cold. Though he was generally easygoing, he wasn't entirely temperless, depending on the situation. Esau's despicable intentions were clear to him. Jaden covered his mouth and said indifferently, Your Highness. Your Highness speaks truly, Draper interjected lightly, taking over smoothly from Jaden. In the heat of the moment, I failed to pay respects to Advisor Xie. Please forgive my rudeness. With that, he turned around and, surprisingly, knelt before Jaden. Then, in a voice audible to everyone, he softly greeted, Minister, I hope you are well. In a tone only they could hear, he added playfully, when will you repay me for the wine you owe me? His pitch rose, making his tone seem overly casual, as though they weren't at the palace gates but floating on a riverboat, sharing a jug of wine among blooming flowers. Esau judged others by his own base standards, unaware that true gentlemen existed. All previous concerns vanished. Had it been appropriate, Jaden might have laughed aloud. After all, 7 years ago, Draper had also half-knelt to adjust his clothes. What difference was there between then and now? It was merely an audience of irrelevant observers who wouldn't grow any close. Looked at Draper, smiling. I wonder if young Master Armand finds it convenient. A smile also appeared on Draper's lips. He spoke softly in a voice only the two of them could hear, slowly saying, it is exactly what I wish for. I dare not request anything further. As the words faded, he naturally took the wheelchair from the guard's hands and pushed Jaden forward. His actions were skilled, not like someone doing it for the first time. Kingston's eyes flickered, then he signaled for everyone to follow. The group proceeded towards the palace gate. However, not long after entering the palace gate, Yang Tao caught up with Kingston from behind and whispered, fortunately, Minister Melvin arrived in time today, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, sir. Kingston glanced sideways at him, his tone unreadable. When I came over, Prince and had already left. Are you implying something by saying these words to me, young guard? Yang Tao knew he had done a poor job. He had intended to flatter Kingston to ask him to put in a good word for him before Branson, but instead, he hit the wrong spot directly. Kingston didn't buy into it at all. He was silenced by Kingston's few words and remained speechless for a long while. Kingston didn't pay attention to Yang Tao anymore, but raised his head to look at Draper ahead. In fact, he had seen everything just now. If not for Draper's prompt decision, who knows what method he used to make Prince Anne's heir fall off the horse. Yang Tao's cowardice might have cost Jaden dearly. Kingston sighed inwardly, then suddenly said, Guard Yang, I have something to say. Do you want to listen? Although Yang Tao was much older than Kingston, he could not resist the other's higher position. An official one rank higher can crush you. In the palace, age never mattered, only status did. Yang Tao quickly bent down with a smile. Please speak, sir. Kingston said, I've always believed that if a person doesn't want to offend either side, the end result is often offending both. If there had been an accident involving Minister Xie today, neither the cash nor Prince An would tolerate or protect you. But if Minister Xie is unharmed, perhaps Prince An will resent you. Yet the cash and Minister Xie will remember your righteousness and will not let you down. You should weigh this yourself. The Imperial Garden. Jaden asked, didn't we say we're meeting Imran? Why are we being led to the Imperial Garden? Anselm pinched his finger gracefully and laughed. Imran said the Imperial Garden has beautiful scenery lately. Since Minister Xie and young Master Armand are renowned scholars, talking while admiring the flowers would be delightful. It can also alleviate young Master Armand's fatigue from the long journey and show Imran's regret for summoning you urgently. Draper laughed heartily. He bowed slightly and greeted Anselm. Imran is truly considerate. Please thank him for me. I am most grateful. Then he handed an item to Anselm. Gold and jade are common objects. This is a small thing from my hometown. Please keep it as a plaything. Having served in the palace for a long time, Anselm had seen countless treasures. Although Draper's gift wasn't made of gold or jade, its value was clearly greater than any precious metal. Whether to exchange it for money or keep it personally, it was invaluable, hard to notice, and easy to carry. Anselm instantly beamed, slapping his chest and promising, rest assured, young Master Armand, I'll definitely deliver your message. You don't know how highly the cash speaks of you. Your future is bright. Excited, he ended up saying more than intended. As the chief eunuch beside Branson, many people usually flattered Anselm, but someone as open and articulate as Draper was rare. Ordinary people either couldn't afford to give too expensive a gift, or, being of high status, looked down on eunuchs. Even if they sought favors, they wouldn't offer precious gifts, or the gifts were valuable but the givers weren't articulate enough to please Anselm, who would soon forget about them after receiving the gifts. After talking enough, Anselm ordered a young eunuch by his side to lay out various delicate pastries and dishes on the stone table in the Imperial Garden. Imran will arrive shortly. Minister Xie and Master Armand, please enjoy these pastries first. They are all specially made by Imperial chefs according to the taste of the South. Hearing this, Draper expressed another round of gratitude, delighting Anselm. As he left with Armand's gift, at every opportunity, Jaden raised an eyebrow at him. Can't do it? Okay, I can. You always say everything I say is right. Even if you're wrong, we follow through anyway. Draper slowly poured a cup of wine, his long, graceful fingers handing the cup to Jaden, his peach blossom eyes filled with gentle laughter. It's all my fault, I'm apologizing. Forgive me. Besides playing the zither well, Draper also had a naturally beautiful voice. When he spoke seriously, it was fine, but now it seemed he was intentionally doing something. His voice was clear and innocent, filled with continuous laughter. It caused annoyance and distraction. Jaden pursed his lips. In the next moment, he calmly took the wine cup, calmly finished the wine in one gulp and calmly, when he placed the cup on the stone table, he accidentally exerted too much force, causing it to make a thud sound. Several birds flew up in surprise. At that moment, Draper turned away, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Well, he obviously did it on purpose. Jaden said expressionlessly, your habit of teasing others hasn't changed. Unlike him, Draper had been lively and playful since childhood, fond of teasing people. In class, he passed him notes, sometimes drawing nonsensical pictures, sometimes telling strange stories hardly found in scholarly books, and even once disguised erotic illustrations as proper books on his desk, seemingly just to see him embarrassed. You haven't changed either, getting flustered over anything? Draper finally stopped laughing. Does Imran know that you avoid women because whenever Eileen talks to you playfully, You become so awkward that you can't maintain your calm and aloof demeanor? Hearing Draper mention the past, Jaden's eyes flickered but remained silent. He felt as if the past was already very distant. Or perhaps the old self died on the day he learned he could never stand again. Apart from Draper and Dwayne, he didn't want to have any ties with any part of his past, including his past self. Draper looked into his eyes. The world calls me a rogue and you a celestial being. So, we can only dress formally and put on makeup, performing the show as those people expect. But I know very well what I should be like, and I remember what you originally were. Forrest, the Armand family has no kindness or duty towards me, and I don't care about their honor or disgrace. The reason I came here isn't due to Darnell's summons, but to keep our appointment. You told me you still have fighting spirit, that you will stand up. I believe you. I want to witness it firsthand, not just in Shangjing City, but to the ends of the earth, through mountains of knives and seas of fire. I won't fear. But you cannot treat me as an outsider, nor think we can be easily estranged by ignorant fools. Otherwise, there's no need for me to stay. Imperial study. Branson leaned lazily back in his chair, tapping the table. They should be finished talking privately. Let's go to the Imperial Garden. Lee was slightly stunned, instinctively replying, is Phil intentionally arranging them in the Imperial Garden to give them an opportunity to speak privately? Branson glanced sideways at him, sneering, what do you think? That look was full of mockery and disdain. Lee was suddenly alarmed and hurriedly lowered his head. I dare not presume Phil's intentions. Branson gave a thin smile without much warmth. Of course it was intentional. Fabio cared about his family. Jaden had ulterior motives. At least initially, neither of them truly submitted to him. So what about Draper? This now famous talent from Evenan, who overshadowed legitimate sons by attracting eminent scholars, had no official rank but dared to challenge Esau. His actions were ruthless and decisive. Unlike those who showed weakness, yet he remained in Evenan day after day, never earning a chance to take the imperial exams. Was it really unattainable, or did he simply not want it? Branson wasn't an enlightened emperor, and neither was the late Cash Achilles. The difference was that while Branson acted without restraint after ascending the throne, Achilles cared greatly about his reputation as an enlightened ruler. Yet any clear-eyed observer could see through his cowardice and outward strength masking inner weakness. Assisting such a ruler could only mean concealing one's true abilities, or becoming a corrupt minister misleading Darnell. Otherwise, it was difficult to achieve one's ambitions. Branson knew well that Draper likely didn't submit to Achilles, and probably wouldn't submit to him either. To excel in something, one must first hone the tools. To deal with someone, one must first understand them. During the time Lee went to invite Draper, Branson hadn't been idle. He had been secretly investigating Draper, his preferences, his poetry, his temperament and character, and everything else he could find out. The final conclusion was, Draper was smart and ambitious. But he wasn't like Carl and Egbert, loyal ministers willing to support the collapsing dynasty single-handedly. He had no hope for the great Zhou, so he chose to preserve himself and stay out of its troubles. Even now, he might not have much loyalty. But what Branson wanted was never superficial submission. They would eventually find an opportunity to talk privately. Why not be generous and allow it? Chapter 188. Invitation. At the same time, in Prince Anne's mansion, seeing his beloved son fall so heavily, Esau anxiously summoned all the renowned doctors from the capital to treat his son. Now, apart from the elderly doctor who was applying medicine to Prince Anne's heir and who was held in high esteem, the rest of the physicians were trembling on their knees. Amidst the continuous cries of pain from Prince Anne's heir, they kept their eyes. Esau, drenched in sweat, tried to soothe his son who was crying as if being butchered. Sheer. It will be fine once the medicine is applied. Just bear with it. Please endure a little more. Esau, who was usually so proud and arrogant, was now pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot griddle. Prince Anne's heir was officially named Jeffrey Inksy. Just from his name, one could see the love and expectations Esau had for him. However, this deep love and expectation had also made him pampered and capricious. Jeffrey Inksy clutched onto Esau's hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Father! It hurts. I really hurt, Before he could finish speaking, another piercing cry erupted. A noble young man who would normally make one's heart ache from even a minor scrape could hardly endure such pain. No matter how much Esau tried to console him, nothing worked, and he grew increasingly desperate hearing the endless cries of pain. Of course, Esau did not think his son was merely sensitive. Instead, he believed the doctors were incompetent. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he slapped the Arlen across the face, roaring, "Can't you hear how much the prince is suffering? Are you even capable of treating him?" Losing control in his rage, the Arlen was struck hard, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, stars dancing before his eyes, unable to speak for a long while. This only spoken, the room fell into a deathly silence, with no one daring to respond. A fracture took 100 days to heal. After all, it was a broken leg. While treatment was possible, who could guarantee there would be no pain at all? No one. All the riches in the world meant nothing if you weren't alive to enjoy them. What if Jeffrey Inksy still screamed like a pig being slaughtered? The fate of the Arlen awaited them. Seeing that even such a generous reward garnered no response, Esau's brow furrowed sharply. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he was about to unleash his anger when suddenly, a slightly authoritative female voice from outside the door declared, "If you cannot cure the prince today, you will all be buried alive." As she was announced, a beautiful woman adorned with pearls and jade entered the room, supported by her maidservants. This woman was none other than Lady Eve, Esau's chief consort and Jeffrey Inksy's biological mother. She had married Esau in their youth and was now close to 50 years old, yet she looked only in her early 40s. There was an air of lingering charm about her. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was covered with an icy expression that seemed unfrozen after millennia. Jeffrey Inksy had been born when she was in her 30s, risking her life in the process. In Great Zhou, giving birth at such an age was almost considered advanced maternal age, and Lady Qin's sound was bold and grand, like iron cavalry charging into battle. One evoked the misty rain of a spring day in Evenan. The other spoke of a free-spirited wanderer with a sword traversing the horizon. Despite being seemingly opposite, the two sounds blended perfectly, creating an unforgettable symphony. Affected by the music, the guards following Branson couldn't help but show varied expressions on their faces. Though most didn't understand the theory of music, it did not stop them from being moved by the melodies, experiencing tender romance one moment and battlefield thunder the next. Branson also instinctively stopped walking. He recognized the Zhao's sound. It belonged undoubtedly to Jaden. As for the Qin, Branson felt it was self-evident. Lee whispered, "Phil, shall I inform them?" Branson waved his hand, saying, "No need. It would be impolite to interrupt their performance." Pausing a moment, Branson then asked, "Did Hobie bring his Qin into the palace?" To his knowledge, Armandi was skilled at playing the Qin. Just as Jaden's Xiao playing was famous among scholars in Evenan, so too was Hobie's Qin playing highly sought after. However, for a long time, he hadn't played in public again. When occasionally asked, he would casually explain it away, saying that his recent state of mind prevented him from producing good music. Unthinkably. Responding to Branson's question, Lee nodded and said, he said that the Qin was something he had used since childhood and could not bear to leave it behind. Moreover, he brought not only the Qin but also packed 2 large trunks full of various items. If Minister Melvin and I hadn't persuaded him, he might have even brought his maids along with the trunks. Hearing this, Branson gave a lazy laugh. After a brief pause, he instructed Lee, "Wait here. I'll go over myself." As the melody ended, Jaden and Hobie heard applause, petals drifting gently to the ground. Turning around simultaneously, they saw a young man dressed in a luxurious black cloak standing there. This was the first time Hobie had met Branson. Likewise, it was Branson's first encounter with him. Their eyes met, and both caught a fleeting glimpse of surprise in each other's gaze. Even though they had mentally prepared for the meeting, the impact of seeing each other in person was greater than expected. Branson himself was extraordinarily handsome, as were Fabio and Jaden, setting standards hard to surpass in the entire Great Zhou. Yet, Hobie clearly did not fall short. Not because Hobie's features were more delicate and beautiful than Jaden's, nor because he exuded more heroism and masculinity than Fabio. It was simply that his charm was irresistible. Even a slight raise of his eyes could make one feel his gentle emotions, playfulness, and teasing. Walking on the street, even a fleeting glance could captivate anyone. Hobie could not be described merely as handsome. His charm was far removed from effeminacy. Yet a single glance made one feel astonished. Hobie was equally, "I have heard of your accomplishments. If you were truly unremarkable, scholars throughout the land might be ashamed to live." Moreover, Branson casually changed the way he addressed him. He looked at Draper, half smiling, half not. "Grant often speaks highly of you, mentioning that you are not only talented but also an expert in the design of mechanical devices and armaments. The crossbows and concealed weapons designed by you are incredibly lethal. The wrist-mounted crossbow worn by Grant now was a gift from you. It's merely a pastime of mine during idle hours." Draper replied humbly, "Minister Xie has been overly kind." Branson smiled, "So, may I have the honor of witnessing your skills? True friends are hard to find." "Since Phil is interested, I am indeed delighted," Draper said. Upon receiving word from Minister Xie about Phil's intention to address external threats, I, as a citizen of Great Zhou, though contributing little to the state, resolved to serve Phil faithfully. Thus, I brought various blueprints, personally crafted crossbows, and firearms this time to present them to Phil. Historically, any family or individual possessing secret formulas or unique skills treated them as invaluable treasures, never showing them easily. Especially the methods of crafting powerful weapons. Possessing these meant absolute power and potentially wider territories. It meant having unchallengeable authority. Expecting Draper to demand conditions before revealing anything, Branson was surprised by his straightforwardness. He hadn't asked for anything, yet Draper offered voluntarily. Branson smiled. "Draper indeed pleases me. Where are those items you mentioned?" "I came to the palace in haste and happened to pass by Minister Xie's residence earlier, where I temporarily stored these things. They were not brought into the palace." Draper chuckled. "Phil has generously entertained me with so many delicacies from my hometown today, for which I am truly grateful. According to propriety, one should reciprocate. So I invite Phil to visit tonight, discuss matters of importance, and try some of my own cooking." These words and actions immediately bridged the gap between them. No wonder so many shops under the Armand family name were perfectly managed by him. Branson slightly turned his head and smiled at Draper as if they were old friends. After a moment, he slowly said, "Very well, I shall keep the appointment." Chapter 189. Reunion. The Armand family in Evenan. Ever since Draper left, Samara had been missing and worrying about her son all day, always feeling gloomy. One day, while Mercy was chatting with her in the room to cheer her up, she suddenly saw another close attendant of Draper, Pandora, come in to report, "Miss Meredith sent someone to invite you over, saying there is something important to discuss." In fact, Draper had 4 close senior maidservants. This time when he went to the capital, he only took Vonda and Luhuana with him, leaving the other 2 maidservants, Pandora and Louisa, to stay with Mercy, assisting her in managing affairs. Upon hearing this, Samara frowned and asked, "Pandora, did something happen again with the 5th young miss?" After a pause, she added, "That shouldn't be the case." Lady Sun differed from Samara. She was originally the daughter of a scholar, who sold herself into servitude to Aaron to help pay for her younger Ivor's medical expenses. With considerable learning, she held herself in high esteem and rarely interacted with people like Samara. Generally, whenever she sought out Mercy, it was about matters concerning the 5th young miss. Among the sisters in the Armand family, Mercy was comparatively close to her. However, on the day Draper received the gold medal, the Sun residence sent a maid servant to inform that 5th Miss Armand Prince Juan was seriously ill. Later, several doctors were dispatched by the Armand family to treat her. It was due to Armand Prince Juan's youth and robust health that they barely managed to save her life. Considering all these events happened just over 10 days ago, it was unimaginable that Adam would act recklessly so soon after Carrie nearly died. Pandora glanced at Mercy unnoticeably and proceeded upon seeing her nod. Lady, this is what I heard. That Sun family young master brought a courtesan home recently, demanding to make her his concubine. In the past, though he has always been promiscuous and lustful, taking in all the maidservants given by the fifth young Miss as concubines, he only admitted virtuous women, which the elders did not greatly restrict. However, bringing a courtesan home caused much gossip. Thus, the old matriarch of the Sun family forced the fifth young Miss to go persuade him. The fifth young Miss's health had only just improved. Knowing the character of the Sun family young master, she didn't want to go. Yet, under pressure from the elders, she had servants prepare some soup and took it with her. Who could have thought? After speaking just a few words, something angered the young master, who kicked her in the stomach fiercely, causing her to spit blood on the spot. Now she has been carried back here. Yet, the young master still feels it's not enough, claiming the fifth young Miss has committed one of the 7 grounds for divorce, demanding a divorce. With every sentence, Samara's face grew paler by the minute, partly out of concern for Armand Prince Juan, and partly because of fear. Mercy's original intended match shared similar bad habits with Adam, often drinking and gambling together. The Eileen married into that family became sickly and frail from a young age, needing to drink medicine like water. If Mercy had really married into that family, her fate would be unimaginable. After a moment of silence, Samara gently held Mercy's hand and sighed. Prince Juan is truly pitiful. Princero, let's go see her together. But Mercy shook her head and said, Alexandria, we don't know the exact situation yet. It wouldn't be appropriate for us both to go now. Let me go check first. Samara usually lacked strong opinions and felt Mercy made sense. So she nodded. All right. Mercy led Pandora out and stopped after walking some distance. Pandora, did you see Natalia? I only caught a quick glance amidst the chaos. Pandora lowered her head. When Prince Rong taught me some principles of traditional Chinese medicine in the past, it seems that the fifth young Miss may not survive this time. Mercy took a deep breath and coldly remarked, Scum. Although Lady Sun was arrogant, Armand Prince Juan was very kind, always cheerful and friendly to everyone, and she got along well with Mercy. Compared to Mercy's indignation, Pandora seemed exceptionally calm, even cold-blooded. She whispered, Miss, I know you and the fifth young Miss get along well, but things have come to this point. I must advise you not to involve yourself too deeply. As an old saying goes, a bowl of rice creates a little kindness. A bushel makes a deadly enemy. Mercy was stunned. Among Draper's 4 senior maidservants, Pandora had the strongest character. Although she was in her prime years, she never adorned herself. All the junior maids in Draper's courtyard were afraid of her. Whenever she was around, those wandering eyes on Draper decreased significantly, so Draper left her behind to establish authority for Mercy. All right, I understand. Mercy nodded aimlessly and lifted her legs to walk forward. Let's go see. Pausing in her steps, she recalled another matter. I may not be able to go to the shop today. Later, you should send someone to ask Louisa if there are any accounts she finds unclear or difficult to understand. Yes. Pandora nodded. Rest assured, Mississippi Louisa was personally trained by Master, and she has always been excellent at managing accounts. Seeing that the preparations were almost done, Draper finally stopped working. He glanced sideways at Jaden who was reading beside him, raising his brows with a teasing tone. Lord Xia, honestly speaking, I now seriously suspect that your recommendation to Darnell was actually to make me your slave. Since I came into this courtyard, I've been busy fetching water, chopping firewood, cooking, and even washing clothes for you. Not only did you refuse to do it yourself, but you didn't even let my 2 servant Eileens do it, insisting on making me do everything. He shook his head and sighed. How pitiful these hands that used to write and paint are. Hearing this, Jaden put down his book and smiled slightly. Men and women must have any idea how my culinary skills are? My main concern is that the cache might suspect we're assassins sent by someone after eating what I cook. Draper nearly burst out laughing at this. All right, my lord, considering your self-awareness, please just sit comfortably. As he spoke, he picked up a delicate small pastry and handed it to Jaden, saying slowly, try it while it's hot, my lord. Without hesitation, Jaden took a bite, instantly finding it fragrant and aromatic, evoking memories of past events. Actually, Armand Jinghao wasn't an easy-tempered person. Jaden often argued with him. Yet, during the days when Jaden couldn't stand, Armand Jinghao showed unprecedented patience, creating various kinds of pastries to cheer him up. During that time, apart from Dwayne, Draper was his only friend. A moment later, Draper broke Jaden's reverie. How does it taste? Jaden smiled. Very good. After a pause, he added, I remember Autry like this too, always pestering you to make it. Unfortunately, you usually refused. Because it's too troublesome. Occasionally doing it is fine, but doing it daily would be exhausting. In fact, I also made them for him, as we haven't seen each other for many years. Draper lifted his head and looked at the sky outside. It's already this late. Shouldn't you send someone to fetch him back? He had already heard about Dwayne from Jaden. Jaden lowered his eyes slightly and said indifferently, if he wants to come back, he will do so even without being called. If he doesn't want to come back, calling him would only bother him. Although Dwayne was still with Jaden, ever since he returned from Lingyu Pass, Jeffrey almost sent someone every day to call him to Tyson Wangfu, Prince Tyson's mansion. Sometimes he stayed half a day, sometimes a whole day. Even though Dwayne didn't show any dissatisfaction, Jaden could sense some emotions within him. Agreeing to send him back initially, Jaden wouldn't exacerbate matters by stirring trouble again. I don't quite agree with you. Draper softly yawned. I know you mean well for him, but now that things are like this, if he doesn't come back and you don't call him, he's bound to feel something. Autry is still young after all. If he inadvertently shows a hint of emotion, it will only make everyone uncomfortable. It would be better if you should call him. Just go ahead and do so. After all, Autry prefers being with you, and no one can say anything about it. As for the old Prince Tyson's thoughts, who can't see through them? He simply feels his status is too noble to allow Autry to serve you. There have always been grand tutors kneeling to lecture princes, but never princes kneeling to listen to lectures, as it would tarnish the royal family's dignity. So, you should boldly let him know that there's no need for him to worry about it. Who isn't from a noble family? When have they ever lacked servants? Bringing Autry along is treating him like a beloved younger Ivar, not a servant. Don't be suspicious and petty. Hearing Draper's words growing sarcastic, Jaden couldn't help but laugh wryly. Perhaps because of their status, having been overshadowed by more prominent siblings for too long and almost never receiving any care from their elders, Draper and Branson almost had no reverence for authority or elders. Jaden's lips moved, intending to say something, when he suddenly heard someone outside exclaim, Master Armand, I'm back. Jaden and Draper both froze. Then, a figure darted in and pounced on Draper. Taken aback, Draper staggered, instinctively trying to pull away but worrying about hurting the person, so he quickly supported the other's legs. He said helplessly, Autry, you're not 7 or 8 anymore. You can't play around like this. You might hurt my old bones. I'm sorry, Master Armand. I was just so happy to see you. I couldn't help it. Upon hearing this, Dwayne quickly jumped off Draper. You wouldn't believe it when I heard that people from Prince Tyson's mansion said you came to Shangjing. I didn't even wait for my guards to prepare properly. I rode back hastily. Draper laughed heartily. He tousled Dwayne's hair. All right, it seems my care over the years hasn't been in vain. As he spoke, he stuffed a pastry into Dwayne's mouth. How does it taste? Dwayne, savoring the sweet fragrance of the pastry, immediately replied, delicious. So delicious. Jaden then remarked leisurely, is it better than what I made? Dwayne paused. Swallowing the pastry, he hesitated. Of course, there's still a little bit of a difference compared to Master. Before he could finish, he burst into laughter. No, I really can't say such insincere words. Master, you can't even compare to me. How could you dare compare with Master Armand? After leaving the Xie family, Jaden had tried cooking once, but somehow every step went wrong. Perhaps a celestial being truly shouldn't touch worldly matters. Even a simple bowl of noodles ended up tasting bizarre, so bad it made one question life. Hearing this, Jaden curled his lips and couldn't help but smile. As Dwayne spoke, he grabbed 2 more pastries and stuffed them into his mouth. Master Armand, I'm not exaggerating. Your skills are so good, even the imperial chefs would die of shame. Just then, a light laugh came from outside the door. Then why don't you show them to the Cash and the Celia? Let's see if these pastries that shame the imperial chefs taste like. Chapter 190, Firearms. As the words faded, the curtain was lifted, and Branson and Claire walked in together. He held Claire's hand and said, Jing Hong, I didn't consult you beforehand, but I brought Wu with me. I hope you don't mind. How could I? Phil and Her Majesty are honored guests. It's my utmost privilege. It's my negligence to have forgotten to invite you both along, which is indeed a sin. Draper smiled. But it's not yet dinner time. Why did your majesties come so early? Previously, Wu told me that although you offered to host us, we've all become very familiar. It wouldn't be right for only you to be busy with everything. Branson added, upon thinking about it, it does make sense. So, I thought we might as well come early and show off our skills too. At these words, everyone was taken aback. Dwayne exclaimed in surprise, Phil, is Queen Consort going to cook herself? That cannot be done. She's pregnant now. Dr. Eve said that pregnant women should avoid kitchen fumes, as they are precious and delicate. It's just a pregnancy, Claire said with a slight smile. Back then, my mother was still riding horses at the ranch when she was 8 months along. But today, I won't be cooking either. Honestly, I'd feel embarrassed showing my skills before Armand Shao's master chef who can shame even imperial chefs. Draper raised an eyebrow. After a moment, his gaze landed on Branson. Then surely it wouldn't be. Branson nodded slightly, saying warmly, of course, it's me. Dwayne was even more surprised. Now that he was often helping Jaden push his wheelchair, Jeffrey already complained bitterly, fearing that members of the royal family would think themselves too precious if used by Jaden. Claire, as queen consort and pregnant, shouldn't be doing this. Her personally cooking for subjects was inappropriate. However, for Cash Branson, it was even more unsuitable. Even if he dared to cook, few would dare to eat. An emperor's service should not be endured lightly. Jaden cleared his throat and said, this truly overwhelms me, Phil. However, as ruler of a country, personally cooking may not be proper. Today, there's no emperor or subject. Just treat it as a casual gathering among good Ivars. Branson turned his gaze to Draper. Jing Hong, what do you think? Adults tend to instinctively hide their true feelings, dealing with those they despise superficially. Like Branson, his skillful manipulation and charm were merely a facade to deceive others. Like Draper, speaking eloquently and handling matters proficiently were also just masks he wore to conceal himself. But since Jaden was convinced they would get along, he had to see this person's true nature. Their gazes met without any concealment. After a moment, Draper pulled the corners of his lips slightly. Then this commoner shall accept your favor humbly. Many thanks for Phil's graciousness. Since Branson and Claire arrived early, there was still some to Branson. Actually, this is a modified version of a fire lance. Although its size is only 1/3 of an ordinary fire lance, its projectiles have far greater killing power and wider firing range. The time taken to reload is also shorter. However, due to its great power, the recoil generated when the projectile is fired is correspondingly large, making it harder to control and potentially less accurate. High-ranking generals with superior skills can definitely make twice the achievement with half the effort using it. But for wide application in the army, some time for learning and training will be necessary. Branson scrutinized the fire lance in Draper's hand for a while and frowned. How do you use it? Can you demonstrate? Draper glanced out the window. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand, and 2 loud bangs were heard as 2 birds passing by outside the window fell to the ground. Everything happened so quickly. From the moment Draper raised his hand until the birds hit the ground, it took no more than 1 or 2 breaths. Even the most sophisticated crossbows could not match such speed and power. Branson was taken aback. It can shoot directly? No need to load gunpowder first? Draper smiled. Originally, it did require loading gunpowder, but on the way to Shangjing, I made further improvements. Now these projectiles can serve as gunpowder themselves, so they can be stored directly in the copper tube of the fire lance. Once they are all used up, more can be loaded in. Loading projectiles is much easier than loading gunpowder. Moreover, after modification, the firing mechanism is different from ordinary fire lances. You just need to pull this trigger to fire the projectile. This significantly reduces shooting time. Saying this, Draper pointed to a small lever on top of the weapon for Branson to see. Branson raised an eyebrow and said teasingly, "Your modifications don't really relate much to the original fire lance. Honestly, before this, I've never seen such finely crafted firearms." "Phil flatters me." Draper handed the firearm over to Branson. "Would you like to try?" Branson took the fire lance from Draper and mimicked Draper's earlier actions, shooting at a bird passing by the window. To his surprise, this small device vibrated intensely in his hand, causing his arm to feel slightly sore, and he only hit one bird. After all, since the age of 7, he had never missed a target. Branson frowned and tried again with more bangs. But even after using up all the stored projectiles, the results were still unsatisfactory. While he wasn't completely missing, his performance was far below his usual marksmanship. Branson glanced at Draper standing beside him and asked, "Why is it like this?" Clearly, Draper used it skillfully. Why couldn't he manage? Draper smiled. "Actually, many things in this world are fundamentally the same. Phil places too much emphasis on winning, focusing entirely on hitting the target, which strains your eyes and makes both your mind and hands lose accuracy. Without proper familiarity, naturally, you won't hit." Speaking, he reloaded the projectiles into the firearm's copper tube, then walked to the table, picked up 2 teacups, and threw them out the window. He then raised his hand and fired 2 shots. He didn't even look where the cups were thrown, yet they shattered instantly. The speed and power were astonishing. If it were a bow duel, the archer might have a chance of winning. But with Draper's firearm and his unerring aim, the archer had no hope. Branson's pupils constricted. Draper seemed completely unaware of what Branson was thinking. Whether it's a bow or a firearm, shooting accuracy is always influenced by external factors. Feeling is actually more important than visual focus. Phil should try relaxing a bit. He picked up another teacup. Would Phil like to try again? After a brief moment of contemplation, Branson once again took the firearm in hand. At that moment, Draper tossed a teacup into the air. Bang! The teacup shattered instantly. Draper laughed and immediately threw the second and third cups. Another 2 bangs, and the second and third cups shattered. Draper paused, giving Branson a slight smile. Phil truly has extraordinary talent, grasping it at once. Branson responded, "Mainly because the teacher taught well." Draper modestly replied, "This subject dares not accept such praise. What merit do I have to deserve being called teacher by Phil?" Branson sighed and said, "Even a one-character teacher is still a teacher. Moreover, those martial instructors in the palace may not necessarily match up to you. Why must you always be so modest?" As he spoke, he took a step forward and placed his hand on Draper's shoulder. "With your abilities, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a commoner anymore. If you recommend yourself as the Left Chancellor today, what do you think? As long as you agree, I will issue an edict immediately, and you can take office tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Draper was slightly taken aback. He then turned his head to look at Juan, who was sitting beside him. Juan coughed lightly twice, as if he had developed an intense interest in a small crossbow inside Draper's chest. He did not look at him. Draper curled his lips into a smile. He turned back and looked at Branson again. "I should not gufu ninda hoi, but I have no official title now. Such a sudden promotion would undoubtedly cause dissatisfaction among others. It is inappropriate to add more complications during these uncertain times." Though spoken politely, it clearly meant refusal. Juan's gaze flickered, but he did not say anything. Branson neither agreed nor disagreed. He simply asked, "Then what position do you think would be appropriate?" His implication was clear. Refusing the position of Left Chancellor was acceptable, but refusing an official title was definitely not an option. Insist on placing Draper in a higher position than himself, it couldn't solely be out of a desire to recommend capable individuals. One wouldn't disregard Draper's safety. The border region was embroiled in war, where danger lurked at every turn. If Draper did not wish to take such risks, Branson would not force him. Now that Draper proposed it himself, it was indeed the best scenario. During Gavriel's time, the position of Right Chancellor was almost non-existent. With Linus already in place, temporarily leaving the Left Chancellor's position vacant posed no significant issues. In comparison, a strategist for Allah was indispensable. Branson quietly watched the young man before him, then slowly said, "Life in the army is hard, and conditions on the border are even harsher." Draper replied, "Serving the state comes with loyalty. As long as Phil trusts me, I am willing to brave all dangers for the Zhou dynasty and for Phil. However," pausing here, Draper glanced down at the firearm in Branson's hand. "So, Phil has decided to use this against the Huni army?" Branson neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply looked at Draper and asked, "Let me ask you this. If we want to train a large number of soldiers to your level, how long would it take? And if we want to mass-produce these firearms and projectiles, how much time and resources would it require?" Draper's eyes flickered. Branson was much more meticulous and cautious than he imagined. After a moment of silence, Draper responded, "To train a competent army, it would take at least 3 months. As for human and material resources, manufacturing both projectiles and such firearms is very expensive. Undoubtedly, this would incur an enormous military expense." Chapter 191 Decision 1. In fact, if not for the shops operated together with mercy, there wouldn't be sufficient financial and material resources to support Draper's research. However, the ammunition and firearms produced by Draper alone were ultimately limited. If mass production and continuous supply to the army were needed, it would be extremely challenging with Dazhou's current strength. Branson frowned slightly. If we could train such a team, it would indeed add great strength to our forces, and Dazhou does need this kind of team. However, the immediate priority now is to retreat the troops. The hand cannons possessed by the Xiongya army are not so powerful that we need to urgently use these weapons against them. Instead, We should choose to make faster and simpler weapons to operate. Combat effectiveness varies from person to person. After all, we can't expect all soldiers to possess the same strength as generals. For instance, basic archery skills. Some people can easily shoot without missing, while others may practice bitterly but still miss often. Just because this thing works perfectly in Draper's hands doesn't mean it will work the same way in other soldiers' hands. Like Fabio, who can easily draw the bow bestowed by the late emperor, whereas others might exert all their strength in vain. The bow is indeed a fine one, but if it cannot be drawn, it is no better than a decoration. Sometimes, rather than pursuing perfection at all costs, suitability is more important. Now is not the time for large-scale promotion of these things. A hint of smile flashed across Draper's eyes. After a moment, he reached into the box and took out a crossbow. Since that's the case, please take a look at this again, Phil. This crossbow has also been improved by this subject, compact and easy to carry, suitable for both handheld and arm-mounted use. Most importantly, it can fire 16 arrows consecutively without needing to reload. Although it is a cold weapon, its power won't be much less than that of firearms. As he spoke, he raised his hand again. There was a whoosh sound as an arrow shot out, piercing through a giant rock by the roadside. The consequences would be imaginable if it hit a human body. Draper put away the crossbow. This one is easier to operate than firearms. Would Phil like to try? Branson took over the crossbow from Draper's hands and aimed at a big tree outside the window. In the next moment, the arrow penetrated the tree and continued onto the battlefield. If Draper were to go, no one might even stop him. But if he were given a military rank and chose to stay behind, it would definitely invite contempt. Branson said, in the military, generals have greater prestige among the troops than civil officials. If he appointed Draper as a civil official, then Draper could only serve as a supervisor in the military. Historically, supervisors were sent to monitor military activities due to Darnell's distrust of commanders, either eunuchs or civil officials closer to Darnell. Thus, military officers naturally disliked supervisors. Besides, Draper would certainly guide the officers in using the crossbows. If he were to instruct as a civil official, it could easily cause discontent among the soldiers. Branson looked at Draper. Jing Hong, what do you think? Draper chuckled. He didn't immediately answer Branson's question but instead asked, shouldn't Minister Xie congratulate me on my promotion? Jaden raised her head and glanced at him. At this moment, even Branson couldn't quite understand the emotion in Jaden's eyes. It seemed like concern, but it could also be called resentment and unwillingness. Two entirely different emotions appeared in his eyes at the same moment. Like a dense fog in the dark night, it made people feel inexplicably confused and unable to discern direction. If it were concern, how could there be resentment? If it were resentment, why bother with concern? However, after a brief silence, Jaden finally said indifferently, congratulations. These two words used up all his strength. Branson did not know, but he himself was clear. Every time they disagreed, he always couldn't outdo Draper. He indeed regarded Draper as a kindred spirit. Yet, he also resented this person deep down. This person had destroyed his self-righteous bottom line again and again. Facing Jaden's congratulations, Draper smiled and replied, thank you. Almost under Branson's watchful eyes, he exchanged glances with Jaden. Then he solemnly said, I thank Phil for your grace. As he spoke, he was about to kneel. Branson reached out to support him. I understand that you are sharing my worries. Although we haven't been together long, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need for such formalities. Draper smiled and didn't insist. The two of them sat down at the table together. Branson then said, in fact, I have another matter to discuss. Draper replied, please Phil, instruct me. Branson briefly recounted the event of fighting bandits with Fabio, and finally said, those 3 crossbows have always been kept among the Imperial Guards. Today, I also ordered one to be brought here for you to take a look at, and see if you can find anything useful. Finishing his words, he called aloud, bring the item in. A servant before Darnell immediately responded, bringing in a box and placing it on the desk before respectfully stepping back out. Branson opened the box with his hand. Inside was an exquisitely crafted black strong crossbow. Draper took the crossbow in his hands and examined it for a while before saying, this crossbow is indeed more refined than ordinary ones, but it is difficult to infer its origin from its structure. However, this bowstring material, pausing here, Draper glanced sideways at Jaden. Grant, does this look like Juju silk to you? Jaden nodded and said, indeed. Branson raised an eyebrow. He asked, Juju silk? What is it? Draper explained, Phil, generally speaking, crossbow strings are made from hemp rope or animal sinew, but their durability is poor and they often need replacement. On the battlefield, overuse might even break the string. Juju silk is an elastic, durable, and strong material, very suitable for making bowstrings. However, this material is extremely rare and only exists in an ancient town near Azar. Both your subject and Grant saw it during our early travels. Branson nodded. So, those bandits might have been spies sent by Azar. Yes. Draper smiled and said, however, now that they're dead, it doesn't matter whether they were Azar's spies. What matters is what they intended to do in Dajo. Besides this crossbow, does Phil have any other clues? There's also a letter. Branson replied, but the entire content is full of strange characters, completely incomprehensible. Draper asked, can your subject see it? The letter is not here with me now, but I remember the general content, and I can write it out for you. With that, Branson picked up the brush and meticulously copied the entire letter onto the Xian paper. Though the writing looked like strange symbols, his photographic memory from childhood allowed him to recall it perfectly. Seeing those characters, Draper raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. These are the unique characters of that ancient town. It roughly says that this is a treasure map. Soak the letter in cow milk for a quarter of an hour, dry it with candle fire, and then coat it with honey to reveal the original appearance of the treasure map. When Phil gets the letter, you can try this method. Chapter 192 Decision 2. Phil, the Celia, truly possesses natural beauty that is hard to conceal. Let me adorn you further, Amy said with a smile as she helped Claire dress up. Soon enough, Imran will be entranced by your looks. Don't say such things. Claire looked at Amy and Vonda's ravishing faces and couldn't help but laugh. The two of you are such beauties, constantly praising me. It's making me feel quite embarrassed. Beauty lies in... Even in Evenan, Cash Branson's reputation as a tyrant was well known. Yet no one expected the Celia to be such a gentle and kind-hearted lady. Her praises for them were genuine, not arrogant and indifferent as some highborn women often were. Like Leanne, for instance. Because of their exceptional appearances, they were accustomed to jealousy from such women, who easily revealed envy. However, there was none of that from Claire. She looked at them with pure admiration, devoid of the usual wariness and hostility. Having such an exemplary wife at his side, Darnell must not be too tyrannical. Vonda and Amy exchanged glances subtly, and both heaved sighs of relief. Actually, it wasn't Draper who insisted on bringing them along, but they begged to follow him. After serving him for years, no one knew Draper's personality better than they did. Behind the flirtatious smiles of the young gentleman lay an unbending spirit of a true gentleman. He would rather shatter like jade than remain intact like tile. Just like how he shone brilliantly despite threats and reservations from the Giselberding Chui family later. And like his long kneeling in the snow back then. People always see the glory bestowed upon him after success, but never the hardships behind it. Few imagine what could have happened if he had been suppressed by the Chui family without rising to prominence, nor the harsh consequences if Prince Armin Jingwei deemed him of insufficient value due to his stubborn resistance. Certainly not just occasional knee pain during rainy days or a whipping. Indeed, Tia herself had already resigned to fate. Indeed, this marriage proposal could be beneficial to Draper. Saying resist is easy, but doing it is extremely difficult. Most people, faced with heavy shackles and a foreseeable cruel future, end up as victims. For example, princesses had to marry for peace between countries, noble ladies had to marry strangers for family honor, and endure their husbands' affections for other women day after day. Yet Draper stayed on the path he believed was correct without looking back. He refused to trade peace and glory for a woman. His decisions could never be stopped by anyone, not even them, but they could at least follow him. Follow this man who respected them all the time. Follow this man who taught them self-reliance instead of flattering others and wasting away in endless jealousy and competition. Unable to stop him, they would light his way. Not insisting on winning his love, they only hoped for his bright future and achieving his aspirations. Taught by Draper for years, their knowledge and talents far surpassed those self-proclaimed ordinary scholars. Determined to build a good relationship with Claire, Vonda and Amy were witty in their remarks. When they spoke of various figures and landscapes of evening, the fragrance of food mingled with the scent of flowers, instantly blending the lively yenhua qi of the mortal world into an otherworldly utopia untouched by earthly concerns. At this moment, the table was already laden with dishes. Not far away were the racks for barbecue. Juan and Branson sat beside a stone table. Juan placed a zither on his knees and idly plucked at its strings, producing melodies that were unconventional yet breathtaking. Branson held a flute that one usually used in one hand, while propping his cheek with the other, looking lethargic as if about to fall asleep. But his eyes, like glassy gems, shone brilliantly. His gaze fell casually on a large tree in the courtyard. A string of silver bells hung from the tree, ringing softly with the wind. The delicate chimes flowed gracefully, harmonizing perfectly with the zither. Draper stood there, twirling a green leaf between his slender fingers. He looked as refined as jade orchids, leisurely and at ease. Laughter and scolding alike, every movement and gesture were picturesque. The three young ladies were all entranced. Blushes quietly crept up their cheeks, and both Marianne and Amy lost their usual briskness, lowering their heads in silence. The darkness concealed their bashfulness. They didn't have to worry about being noticed. Claire stood at the front, her hairpins trembling gently, mirroring her restless heart. She remained silent too. Only Dwayne seemed oblivious to these unspoken emotions. Still filled with excitement, he noticed that Claire and the other two Eileens weren't speaking and naturally reminded them, "Phil, Celia has arrived." The voice wasn't loud, but it struck the three Eileens like thunder. Branson's gaze turned sharply toward them. He saw Claire start in surprise, then layers of smiles washed over her eyes like waves. Moments later, the young emperor strode over and stopped before Claire. Daring not to look at him, Claire took a deep breath and whispered, "Phil, ah." Her words were cut off as the ground beneath her feet suddenly disappeared, and she found herself enveloped in a strong embrace. Claire never expected Branson to embrace her so openly in public and immediately panicked, pushing him away. "Phil, everyone is watching. Let me down quickly." "No." A gleam of interest flashed in Branson's eyes as he firmly refused. "Today you look exceptionally beautiful. No one else should see." Marianne and Amy snapped out of their trance. Marianne immediately said, "Celia, you and Imran's affection makes us genuinely happy. We only regret not being able to share more of your happiness. If you distance yourself from Imran because of us, we would be utterly embarrassed." Amy also chimed in, "Yes, Celia, Darnell and Empress's love is a sign of prosperity for our nation. There's no need for you to be shy." Seeing no one supporting her, Claire blushed furiously and buried her head in Branson's chest. Branson laughed heartily. His gaze shifted to Marianne and Amy, and he raised his eyebrows. "No wonder Jinghong always brings you two around. You are indeed clever." Marianne and Amy replied in unison, "We thank Phil for your praise." "Not just praise," Branson continued. "I saw how you dressed Celia today. I liked it very much. Ask for whatever reward you want." Marianne and Amy exchanged glances. Marianne stepped forward and said, "Being able to serve Phil and Celia during the meal is the greatest reward for us." "What kind of reward is that?" Branson chuckled. "A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Since you are Jinghong's attendants, I won't make you serve. Besides, I've said this gathering is informal among Evars, no need for formalities. Come sit and keep Celia company, so she won't feel restrained." Marianne hesitated. "But, we? At this moment, Draper walked over. He tapped the two Eileen's heads lightly with his fan, his almond-shaped eyes shining like stars in the night. An ancient saying goes, a ruler's word is no joke. Since Imran has spoken, why hesitate? Come sit together. Marianne. Amy. After a brief silence, only they could hear, ah woo, you try it first. If you take a bite, I'll let you down, okay? His voice was so low it seemed like a murmur, yet there was a lingering resonance that spread through the wind. Claire looked up somewhat bewilderedly. Then she gazed into his eyes with the same bewilderment. For some reason, Claire always felt that those glass-like eyes held an inexplicable sense of fragmentation. Or perhaps Branson himself was pieced back together after being shattered. That's why he was beautiful yet cold, passionate yet indifferent, fierce yet gentle. Contradictory qualities coexisted within him. Claire's gaze flickered. Her heart was restless under Branson's stare. She pressed her lips lightly and finally opened her mouth to accept the dish Branson offered her. Chapter 194 Gathering 2. Claire was astonished by Draper's cooking skills. Marianne and Lou Imelda were also extremely surprised by Branson's culinary prowess. This most honored man in the Zhou dynasty today turned out to be just as skilled in the kitchen as Draper, which was something no one present had expected except for Claire. As the old saying goes, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Inverting this statement might also hold true. To capture a woman's heart, one should likewise capture her stomach. The three young ladies all enjoyed their meal immensely. Their moods became increasingly elated, completely shattering the invisible barrier that had existed between. Draper laughed. He had been about to stand up, but sat back down upon hearing this. All right, then I won't. And added, be careful. I know. Jaden waved his hand, his tone hinting at mild complaint. I'm not a child anymore. With that, he had Dwayne wheel him away. By this time, Branson and Draper's wine cups had been emptied countless times. They had drunk the most yet remained the most lucid. Sitting opposite each other, alone, Draper raised his head and finished the wine in one gulp, smiling. Phil, shall we have another round? Why not? We haven't decided the winner yet, Branson said lightly, tapping his jade-like fingers on the table. Draper laughed again. Very well. I'll risk my life to keep you company until we're both thoroughly intoxicated. With that, he reached for the wine decanter to pour for Branson. However, Branson held back his hand and said with a smile, I feel a bit warm from drinking. Let's take the wine jar and drink somewhere else? He gestured toward the tree overhead. Draper looked up at the towering treetop and chuckled. Phil is indeed trusting. Branson gazed into his eyes, which were dark and deep. Will you come? Of course, Draper replied. I promise to accompany you, even if it means facing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, let alone climbing a tree. Finishing, he picked up a jar of wine and nimbly climbed the tree. Branson followed closely behind. Once settled, Branson smiled. Indeed, you are skilled. A scholar of average means would not dare to climb such a tall tree. Draper shook his head modestly. That's too kind of you to say. Compared to Phil, I'm simply showing off in front of an expert. Branson made no comment but asked, why did a man of letters learn martial arts? The title of Commandant of the Imperial Guards was not awarded lightly. Draper, though a scholar, had the physical prowess to be an excellent general. For the same reason Phil does. And who says scholars must be weak? Draper said coolly, good people may be taken advantage of, and gentle horses may be ridden without resistance. I won't tolerate being pushed around, but that doesn't mean I'll repay kindness with grievances. Eye for an eye isn't a bad thing. Spoken well. To repay injury with kindness, how then do you repay kindness? Branson laughed heartily, raising the wine jar to Draper. For those words, I salute you. Draper clinked jars with him. Thank you, Phil. Branson then asked, what kind of person do you think I am? Draper responded calmly, Phil is naturally a decisive ruler. Branson raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Too much wine made him feel unusually restless in the cool night air. Alcohol could be treacherous, making people divulge truths involuntarily. Leaning lazily against the tree, Draper said, you're also a man of intense feelings, capable of great love and hatred. If we were to be sovereign and minister, it would inevitably make people feel fearful and treading on thin ice. Branson's gaze fell on his face, teasing, I haven't noticed that. Am I not always treading on thin ice? Draper said, dare not be too candid, for fear you might feel estranged and think I cannot truly submit. Dare not be too frank either, lest you become wary of me. The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense. Branson tilted his head, and his crystal-clear eyes seemed covered by a thick, icy fog, making it impossible to see through. But this heavy atmosphere lasted only a brief moment. Shortly after, Branson suddenly smiled faintly and said, so is this why you never came to participate in the imperial examinations? Of course not. Draper shook his head and said, has Lord Siet not mentioned it to Phil? It's because of the constraints from the Marley Chui clan. I'm not born of the chief wife, and my birth mother has no background or status, so naturally, I must yield to my elder Ivar in everything. Yielding already leads to such outcomes. What if I didn't yield, then what? It was indeed cooler up in the tree than below. Branson found a more comfortable position, saying, for others, this might indeed be a big deal, but for you, Draper, it isn't. Is that what Phil thinks? Do I have 3 heads and 6 arms? Draper said, the Armandi standing before Phil today did not come into being from birth, nor was he a fool unaware of comfort, finding nighttime reading under the lamplight more pleasant than resting on a soft bed. If Angelina could understand the principle of leaving room for flexibility and not push things to an extreme, I wouldn't have to exhaust myself daily, risking scandal to outshine the legitimate son. And I wouldn't have to practice martial arts night after night, diligently studying mechanisms and concealed weapons, fearing one day of accidentally being kidnapped by bandits without a clear reason. One must dance gracefully, be versatile, adapt to different people and circumstances while flattering everyone without making them feel manipulated. People either envy him or admire him. But how many truly know his hardships, know the restless nights he endures? None of the skills and knowledge he now possesses came naturally since birth. From this, it seems you have deep grievances toward your stepmother. Branson took a large gulp of wine and laughed. Then why not let me issue an edict, granting your birth mother an official rank, bestowing her as a co-wife of the Armand family master, making her equal with your stepmother? This way, you will naturally be recognized as a legitimate son. Mountains. Who wouldn't rob you? Who wouldn't scheme against you? Often, those so-called high positions are the pinnacle for all people, but also targets for all. One false move can lead to endless ruin. Certainly not everyone has the qualifications to sit there. However, most people would be blinded by power, ambition, and wealth, failing to realize this. Or perhaps, even if they realize it, they cannot stop themselves. Like gambling, even after losing round after round, they still hope to win the next. This is human nature. With a snap, the folding fan opened, and Draper smiled. It's the same whether I see it clearly or not. Things won't change based on your perspective. Why make things difficult for oneself then? I do what I can, and that's enough to live without regrets. Branson took a sip of wine, not saying anything. The young man before him was different from what he had imagined. There seemed to be a genuine clarity and magnanimity about him. No wonder he became a model for the poor students. Being friends with him was truly refreshing. He completely broke the traditional notion of illegitimate son in people's minds. He was as clear and upright as a sunny day. In the highest office, he worried about the people. In the remotest exile, he thought of his sovereign. Whether in breadth of vision, courage, cultivation, or insight, he possessed the demeanor of a legitimate heir of a noble family. Even legitimate heirs couldn't match him. But in his deepest heart, did he really have no grievances, no prejudices? Had he never thought of retaliating against Angelina and the Marley Chui clan who oppressed him? Was he really willing to dedicate everything to the Armand family, remaining content without competing or striving? Clearly not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have relentlessly supported Juan, who was obviously opposed to the family. He wouldn't have decided to openly defy his two elder Ivars and take all the spotlight. Nor would he have hidden everything from the family. Branson remarked mildly, perhaps in your heart, a man who can't protect you is not worth trusting, and you don't covet the name of a legitimate son either. But in this world, there are things you can choose not to want or even ignore, yet the other side absolutely cannot refrain from giving them. As for your mother, I believe with your abilities, you won't lack loyal supporters around you. Your mother, being gentle by nature, can always find someone to assist her. However, pausing here, Branson paused. Glancing sideways at Draper, a playful smile appeared in his eyes like crystal. If the Armand clan is destined to decline gradually, being a wife might not be as advantageous as being a concubine when trying to escape, right, Jinghong? Nobles and aristocrats are always like this. They despise you and look down on you, yet refuse to easily let go, clinging to you to suck your blood and eat your flesh until they drain every bit of value from you. Branson patiently waited until Achilles passed away. At that time, Achilles was obsessed with alchemy and consumed large amounts of cinnabar daily, making himself weak and ill. Aaron, however, was not like this. His energy was very vigorous. How long his role as the head of the household would last was uncertain. Angelina and her two sons were greater concerns. They constantly watched Draper, waiting for any chance to pick at his faults and put him to death. If Draper wanted freedom, he had to remove the mountain on top of him. Weakening the Yvenan Armand clan and the Marley Chui clan, and then strengthening his own power, would allow him to take his mother and sister and leave. Even this man doesn't want. Why bother to fight Mrs. Chui, who was backed by the Marley Chui clan, for the position of a main wife? Anyway, one day it will all be nothing. Draper's expression did not change at all. He continued to play with his fan carelessly. Since Phil says so, you have already determined that this is what I think. In that case, no matter how I defend myself, it's useless. Let me leave it to your discretion. Why would I dispose of you? I want to play something more interesting with you. Branson smiled and said, Jinghong, I'll say something you may not like to hear. You might think that the Armand family is a sea of suffering for your mother, and that following a man who doesn't love her or even despises her is a disaster. But in this world, many women are bound by rules and regulations. They regard their husbands as the sky, believing that a woman's duty is to support her husband and educate children. So even if their husbands are harsh and unkind, they are unwilling to leave. They are always waiting for their husbands to change their minds and hope that their husbands will only love them. But this isn't fair. What Phil calls. In Draper's peach blossom eyes, there was no visible emotion. The restrictions and various rules imposed on women in this world, such as the idea that virtue is the best quality for a woman, have never been like this from the start. They are tools used to confine women and make them obedient. Over these years, he had seen too many difficulties faced by women. In fact, many of them were also very capable and insightful, fully comparable to men in this world. Yet, due to their gender, they were trapped in the narrow space of the back courtyard day after day, sacrificing and contributing to the family, finding it hard to get recognition from others. Like Mercy, like the few maids he had trained, they were his relatives and friends. He never thought women were inferior to men. What the world wouldn't give them, he would take back for them. He wanted to take Samara and Mercy out of that hell. If entrusting oneself to an unworthy person, one shouldn't wait to waste away. Right, if you call it confinement, I admit it. Most things in this world are indeed a form of confinement. But ideas are deeply rooted. Even the dregs are hard to change. Forcing changes might just backfire. Branson said, in fact, now you can do without waiting for the day you inherit the Armand family business. You can sideline Aaron in advance, making your mother the old madam, ensuring that Aaron has only her by his side. Wouldn't that be more satisfying than starting anew? Draper looked ahead and said softly, is this Phil's reward for my assistance in the expedition of the general, or have the nobles of Shangjing City run out of fat for Phil to scrape? Both. Branson smiled. But the most important point is that you said I am an emotional person, and I see you as an emotional person too. I want to be friends with you. My reputation might not be good, but I'm absolutely fair to my own people. This decree I will definitely issue, whether to accept it or not, you decide for yourself. Draper. Chapter 196, Deliberation, 2. Inside the Azar Marshal's tent, the tall and imposing Azar Marshal Randall, seated behind his command desk, sneered after listening to his deputy general's report on the military situation. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers against just over 10,000, not only have we failed to capture a single city for such a long time, but we've also lost quite a few commanders. Are the weak-looking men of Great Zhou really that powerful, or are my subordinates complete useless? If this is how it is, I reckon we shouldn't continue this war and might as well go back where we came from. Due to the prolonged unsuccessful siege of Lingyu Pass, Randall's temper had been growing worse day by day recently. Almost every day he would call each of his generals in turn for scolding. The deputy general wiped the sweat off his forehead. Marshal, please calm down. It's really because their leader is too formidable. With just one stroke of that saber, our men didn't even know what hit them before they lost their heads. Randall slammed the table so hard that the entire desk shook. He said coldly, Leader? That sissy-looking man? If you were defeated by someone else, I wouldn't say anything. But him? And you still have the nerve to talk? The Azar people were naturally warlike, valuing strength above all else. Since they often slept outdoors and did much physical labor, their physique was generally stronger than that of the common folk of Great Zhou. What they despised most were those pretty-faced weaklings who looked good only on the surface. For most Azar men, a woman's beauty was capital. It could bring them joy. But for a man to be too handsome was simply seen as weakness. Clearly, in Randall's eyes, Fabio was exactly this kind of person. Hearing this, he flew into an even greater rage. Go call for troops. I, your marshal, will personally deal with that sissy-looking pretty face filled with anger. Then what should I do according to Trey? Let that kid continue to act arrogantly without restraint? Why are you in such a hurry, General? Trey said calmly, there are only about 10,000 defenders in Lingyu Pass, many of whom are old and weak from previous wars. Our army is strong and outnumber them several times. Even if Fabio were made of iron, how many nails could he grind out? When they run out of ammunition and supplies, they will starve to death. But it will take too much time to besiege the city this way. So long as they don't starve to death, our army won't be able to breach it. Randall replied, if the cache of Great Zhou sends reinforcements at this moment to collaborate with that pretty boy inside, we might very well waste all our efforts and squander this favorable situation. It won't happen. Trey looked resolute, his pale brown irises intertwining with amusement and mischief. He continued slowly, General Dantai, haven't you forgotten the stomach issues among the Lingyu Pass defenders recently? Randall was stunned for a moment. Trey walked to the desk and casually sat down. Being defeated by one's own side is far more interesting than being defeated by the enemy, wouldn't you agree, General? As he spoke, Trey casually touched the white, bony pendant hanging beneath his left ear. Its shape was peculiar. It was a finger bone taken from a human hand. The saber drew a sharp arc in the air, and Matthew once again placed it against Francisco's neck. Generally, you have my gratitude. Francisco's face was filled with shame. However, he genuinely admired Matthew's skills. Young General is truly gifted by heaven. The Azar savages have been more disciplined recently, hiding in their tents like turtles for days without challenging us. Matthew gave a light laugh. He withdrew the saber from Francisco's neck and casually played with it, saying lazily, something unusual must be afoot. They were so aggressive before, but now they don't come out to challenge us. It's not necessarily a good thing. They might be up to no good. Francisco was slightly stunned. Young General, your meaning is? Matthew leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Francisco frowned fiercely, revealing a look of anger on his scarred face, snarling, he dares. Whether he dares or not is his business. Our job is whether we guard against it or not. Matthew patted Francisco on the shoulder. Generally, just do as I say. Francisco nodded. He gave a cold laugh, patting his chest. Rest assured, young General, I have everything under control. Anyone who dares to act against Lingyu Pass will be cut down by me. After that, he looked at Matthew and added, young General, do you Draper to laugh loudly? Those words don't suit your character at all. With a snap, the folding fan opened, and Draper brushed off the petals lazily. You've picked up some bad habits from me, Circia. Jaden pressed his lips together. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been emotionally stable. As a youth, he might have harbored fleeting passions, but now his heart was as calm as still water. Yet why did he feel so childish whenever he encountered this person? He thought their reunion would be marked by changed circumstances and estrangement. They might become distant like all grown-ups who meet after years apart, unable to return to how they once were. In that case, many things wouldn't just be left unsaid. They couldn't be said, dared not be said. After all, human nature was such that one could wish for another's well-being, but never hope for them to surpass oneself. Thus, people of different social standings found it difficult to maintain deep friendships. For example, Kingston and Wayne. Even a hint of superiority could make Wayne feel unfair or resentful. Kingston never understood that Wayne's transformation was not unforeseeable. From the moment they met again, the hidden issues between them had already taken root. All his gestures of kindness and concern might be misinterpreted by Wayne as condescension. Everyone has their original intentions. Guarding them was incredibly difficult. That's why Jaden insisted on placing Draper in a higher position than himself. In reality, Draper hadn't changed from start to finish. The one who changed was him, and the one who couldn't let go was also him. The intoxication surged again, and Jaden turned his head slightly, his gaze resembling the misty rain of March in Evenan. Spring colors stretched endlessly. Draper waited long without any response from Jaden. When he lowered his gaze, he saw the other man's eyes clouded with confusion, his ivory-like face flushed red. Draper paused for a moment, then smiled silently. He said, if you can't hold your liquor, drink less. No one is forcing you. It's chilly at night. I should send you back to rest. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the wheelchair. However, Jaden seemed both dazed and lucid at times. Seeing Draper trying to push him back to the room, he grabbed the other's hand firmly and decisively said, no, I'm not going back. Pausing for a moment, he added, if I go back because you told me to, won't I lose face? Due to his limited alcohol tolerance, Jaden usually drank with restraint and generally avoided it if possible. Even during special occasions where he had to drink, he never exceeded 3 cups while an evening. This was the first time Draper saw him drunk. The handsome face, already stunning, now had a hint of a rosy flush in the cool night air. His eyes, his life, because of it. He tried to pull Draper out of the Armand family's turmoil, but Draper turned around and without hesitation plunged into another dangerous situation. Was the battlefield so entertaining? Even if someone had to go, it should have been him. But because of his legs, everyone tacitly deemed him an object that needed protection. He did not blame Draper, but he blamed himself. Draper looked down at him with a calm expression. It was as if he completely understood Jaden's thoughts, yet also as if he understood nothing at all. He didn't care about the fan that Jaden had tortured, and lazily whistled instead. A moment later, Draper leaned down, hands resting on the wheelchair's armrests, trapping Jaden inside, and grinned nonchalantly. Hate this? Then it's simple. If you hate it, we won't sit. Jaden sensed a hint of danger in the other's eyes. Whenever Draper gave him that look, it usually meant something mischievous. Before he could finish the word, he was lifted off the ground. Draper didn't like using jade hairpins to tie his hair, often casually securing it with a single pin. Today, perhaps for convenience, he tied it into a neat high ponytail. The ends of his hair lightly brushed Jaden's cheeks, carrying a faint, heart-soothing fragrance. Not like incense, nor like ordinary soapberry scent. Draper hoisted him onto his shoulder and smiled. I'll carry you and run. Not only was Branson not there, but even Yuangbao, who went in to report, wasn't among them. The leading maidservant, named Lin, stepped forward with graceful steps, chuckled lightly, and said, Phil, why do you make things so difficult for yourself? The cash is enjoying time with Our Lady. You left your own palace to come here and cause trouble. When Lord Yuangbao went in to report, it infuriated the cash greatly. He insisted on punishing you to kneel until dawn. Thankfully, Our Lady pleaded earnestly on your behalf, allowing you to return to your palace. You might as well know when to quit. Kingston is the son of a convicted official. That the cash spared his life and allowed him to serve as a eunuch in the palace is already a great mercy. What more could you possibly want? At this, the maidservant covered her mouth and giggled. Pardon me for saying this, Phil, but even if Kingston were to be castrated today, or even if it were your own blood Ivar, you can only watch helplessly. In this palace, being Celia doesn't make you the true master. Only those favored by the cash are. Now, who wouldn't bow respectfully to her in the harem? Who dared speak to her in such a manner? Claire trembled with anger. She wanted to stand up and slap the woman, but in this dream, her body did plunging into an icy abyss. The Branson she remembered, even when smiling, had cold, unfeeling eyes. He had never been gentle with her. The few times he showed genuine kindness were all for Martha. In the silence so profound that even a needle dropping would be heard, Claire felt herself drift, wondering. Perhaps her dream had ended, and this was now reality? After a long silence, Claire said softly, if I can advise Imran, my death would be insignificant. If you feel cold, take the attendants from Ikuan Palace and go back. As she finished speaking, she tried to move her legs, which were already numb from the cold, straightening her body again. No matter how much the maidservant tried to persuade her, she refused to say another word. Time ticked by slowly. Dawn broke, and Claire was almost frozen solid in the snow. Branson still did not emerge from the main gate of Giselbert Palace. Instead, faint sounds of music could be heard from within. What Lin had said yesterday was no exaggeration. Branson only attended court for a few days each month, and today was not one of those days. If Martha clung to him, he could very well stay in Giselbert Palace all day. Her heart ached as if being torn apart, and her eyes stung painfully. Claire knelt there stiffly, her once bright eyes now bloodshot. Seeing Claire's energy wane, the maidservant could no longer hold back her pleas. Phil, Queen Consort, please don't continue kneeling. Still, Claire did not respond. Kneeling any longer was courting death. The maidservant clenched her teeth, preparing to forcibly help Claire up. But just then, footsteps sounded behind them. A servant from Martha's quarters led a hunched-over eunuch toward them. The eunuch carried a simple tray covered with cloth, hiding its contents from view. Initially, Claire thought they were heading to see Branson, but unexpectedly, they stopped before her. The eunuch holding the tray came closer, lifted the cloth covering it, and chuckled. Phil, Queen Consort, as per the cash's command, Kingston has been castrated. Please inspect the punishment yourself. Seeing this, waves of emotions surged within her. Her chest felt as if it were being ripped apart with pain. Claire's body trembled, and she began to cough uncontrollably. Startled cries echoed around her. Bright red blood fell onto the snow, like a sudden bloom of crimson plum blossoms. Claire could no longer support herself, and her body collapsed onto the snowy ground. Chapter 199. Awakening 1. Sylvia? Sylvia? One call after another, filled with a touch of urgency, woke Claire abruptly. In the flickering candlelight, she vaguely saw Branson's face inches away from hers. At the same time, the bloody scene from her dream flashed before her eyes, making Claire feel dizzy and causing her whole body to uncontrollably tremble. Without thinking, she raised her hand and slapped the 长睫轻颤，沈然微微垂眸，掩住了眼底如潮水般翻涌的情绪。他幼时曾经挨过耳光，那是他永不想言说的屈辱。但自从当上皇帝之后，这还是头一回。不过他也没有暴怒，反而流露出一种小心翼翼的神态来。Sylvia, what happened? Did you have a nightmare? Nightmare? Claire stared blankly at Branson for a while, finally regaining her composure gradually. This was not Branson's Weiyang Palace, nor was it her Iching Palace. Rather, it was Jaden's house. She had drunk too much, so they were temporarily staying here. The nightmare that caused her such pain was fake. Branson had been kind to her. He had saved Kingston. He always fulfilled her wishes. He even brought her to visit Jaden's home. She was overreacting. Thinking of this, Claire's eyes softened again. Her gaze fell on the slightly swollen half side of Branson's face, and a visible sense of guilt flashed in her eyes. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, a wife was not allowed to arbitrarily insult or hit her husband, let alone when he was Darnell. Throughout history, emperor was never just a title. Although the empress was Darnell's wife, she was also his subject. Such an act by a subject would certainly be considered a serious offense. Claire steadied her heart, then took a deep breath and said, "This servant has shown disrespect and offended Phil. Please forgive me." She hadn't spoken to Branson in such a formal manner for a long time, but Branson still felt relieved. For a brief moment earlier, he had also been reminded of their previous life through the look in Claire's eyes. While they did experience estrangement in this lifetime, Claire had never looked at him like that before. This expression only appeared after Kingston had been castrated, and after Carl had succumbed to his injuries. But why would it appear now, during this time when they were so close emotionally? At that moment, Branson almost couldn't help but wonder, what if Claire remembered everything from the previous life? What if she also recalled those events? What then? Could they possibly mend things between them? Suddenly, Branson felt a chill down his spine. He had always been so violent and tyrannical. He wanted everyone to know that he feared nothing. Nothing in this world could threaten him. His word was law. No matter right or wrong, everyone else had to obey. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed. But this time, he really was afraid. He didn't dare bring up what happened in their previous life with Claire. When he first reincarnated, he had imagined scenarios where Claire remembered everything. At that time, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. It wasn't hard to see that Jaden and Draper still had consciences and principles, even if they seemed reluctant to admit it. However, Branson had none of that. The palace was a place where people devoured each other. Thus, he abandoned those notions for a long time. His principle was, if someone wants him to be comfortable, he must first make that person comfortable. If he couldn't swallow his pride, then the other party's end would surely be death. For Branson, no one and nothing in this world was more important than his own desires. Thus, his thoughts were very straightforward. If Claire never remembered their previous life and was willing to stay with him, that would be ideal. But if Claire also recalled everything from the past life, or even if she hadn't remembered yet but already refused to forgive him, unwilling to accept his attempts at reconciliation, it didn't matter either. He wanted Claire by his side, and she would have no choice but to stay with him. One wouldn't know if a melon is sweet until they twist it off. A sweet outcome would be a pleasant surprise. An unsweet outcome would be expected. As long as he had her in his grasp, there would be no regrets. After all, who asked Claire to entangle herself with him? Once entangled, whether the fruit was sweet or bitter, they would taste it together. But now, Claire was carrying his child. He had regained some of his lost conscience and righteousness, trying to meet her expectations. If Claire suddenly remembered now, if Claire now decided to leave, what should he do? He dared not think about it. Chaos reigned within Branson's heart, but a smile still played on his lips. My face hurts. Punish you to rub it for me. If he said, Sylvia, I don't blame you, or tried to change the subject, it would create distance between them. But he chose to maintain this intimate and playful tone, as if he didn't care about the slap at all. Claire felt even more guilty. She hesitated for a moment, then complied, placing her hand on Branson's cheek and gently massaging it. The next moment, Branson pulled her into his arms. Claire gasped. The influence of the dream still lingered. Vivid images of blood and Branson's ever-icy demeanor alternated before her eyes. She instinctively tried to break free. Feeling Claire's resistance, Branson held her hand and whispered, Sylvia, if there's anything upsetting you, you can vent at me. You can slap me again if you want, but please don't. He paused. Don't ignore me, don't avoid me, and don't be afraid of me, okay? In the flickering candlelight, the young man's eyes shone like glass, veiled with a misty moisture. Watching him made one's heart ache. Chapter 200. Realization 2. Claire was stunned. She had never seen such a Branson. Not when he was reprimanded by the chief eunuch of the late Empress's palace. Not when he was bullied and humiliated by his half-Evars. And not even when he was sent to a czar as a hostage. He had never been like this. He always hid his vulnerability and fear so tightly that no one ever saw even a trace of it. This Branson was completely different from the one in Claire's memories and dreams. It made Claire feel a mix of bitterness and sorrow in her chest. Her heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. But today, this incident was clearly not Branson's fault. How could she impose everything that happened in her dream on him? How could she be so unreasonable? Which emperor could naturally endure a slap from Carrie, even if it was unintentional? Now, Branson treated her perfectly without a single flaw. Yet, she was truly afraid. She actually thought the Branson in her dream seemed more reasonable than the one standing before her now. The brutality during their wedding night. The indifference after their wedding night. Why did everything change after that day? She could never come up with a reasonable explanation, so she had been fearing this all along. In a daze, Branson's voice sounded in her ears. He said, "Oh woo, what did you dream about?" His voice was very low. It was soothing, yet it sounded like a mumble in a dream. A sob welled up in Claire's throat. She bit her lip tightly and subconsciously replied, "I was kneeling in the snow, and you wouldn't pay attention to me." An overwhelming pain spread from her chest. Branson's pupils constricted. Although Claire spoke vaguely, he intuitively knew she was referring to the day he was reborn. In his previous life, Claire had knelt outside Ichun Palace until dawn and was carried back after fainting. Claire seemed to be in a daze. She curled up in Branson's arms, still mumbling incoherently, You still wanted me to see." Branson paused and asked, "See what?" But Claire shook her head, unwilling to explain directly. She just said, Why can't you leave Del alone? You won't let him go, and you still want me to see?" What exactly did he make Claire see? Branson was puzzled. He patiently comforted Claire for quite some time before realizing what she might be referring to through guessing and deduction. The thing that was cut off after the castration. In his previous life, although he didn't favor Claire, she was still Carrie. They had a marital relationship. No matter how much he despised Claire, he would never have allowed her to see something like that. He admitted he was a tyrant, but he wasn't vulgar. Even when scaring Martha after his rebirth, he only had the Imperial Guards deliver tongues and heads. He never thought of sending that kind of thing. Was this a nightmare induced by her daytime worries and fears? Or did it have something to do with Martha? Since Martha had sent people to torture Melvin Dell early in this life, it wasn't impossible that she had done something similar in the past life. As a woman, she naturally understood what another woman valued more and knew how to humiliate a woman more effectively. Martha, with her beautiful and gentle face, acted cruelly, unlike a Syra of good upbringing. But at this moment, Branson couldn't bother to hate her. Compared to Martha, he hated himself even more. If he hadn't indulged and pampered Martha without limits, how could Claire, as an empress, lose her dignity? And how could she have suffered such humiliation? Branson grabbed Claire's hand and mercilessly slapped himself again, harder than before. The clear sound of the slap rang in her ears, startling Claire. She suddenly came to her senses, looking at Branson helplessly. Phil, what are you doing? Branson was Darnell. How could he see people with a swollen face? Branson looked at her calmly. Sorry, it's all my fault. This is what I deserve. Claire was stunned for a moment, shaking her head. Phil, how can you say that? I just had a dream. Branson interrupted her. If I had protected you better and eased your daily worries, you wouldn't have had such a dream. Claire was speechless. Branson hugged her in his arms and whispered, "Oh woo, I know I've wronged you many times, so you don't trust me. You can blame me, and you should, but never make it hard on yourself." Numerous thoughts flashed through Branson's mind. For a moment, he wanted to tell Claire the truth, but in the end, he decided he couldn't confess. He had already made up his mind to change. He tried to trust Aslanando. He raised Melvin Dell as he would raise a prince. Couldn't this make up for his past mistakes? Most of what happened in his past life hasn't occurred in this one. Why should he bring it up? Why bind himself with his own actions? Yet, Branson couldn't help but think, what if one day Claire remembered on her own? What if she did remember? Branson hadn't even had time to consider the consequences. At this moment, Claire turned around to face Branson. She reached out, encircled his waist, and gazed into Darnell's eyes, clear as crystal. She also sensed Branson's pain. The person before her was real, within arm's reach. She could even smell the crisp and captivating fragrance of plum blossoms from him. She couldn't blame him over a dream. Even less could she let him suffer like this. Branson had no idea how long she had liked him. Branson wanted to say more. Oh woo. Phil, please don't speak anymore. I have never doubted you, nor blamed you. All that happened before is in the past. Now, I just want to be with Phil every day. Claire interrupted Branson, then unexpectedly leaned in and kissed him on the lips. It was her first time being so proactive, and her movements were extremely awkward. She even inadvertently bit Branson more than once. But even so, she didn't stop. This was her way of expressing herself. At this moment, she urgently wanted Branson to feel her love. Even if such a method was incredibly clumsy, Branson initially passively endured it, not making a sound even when Claire accidentally bit him, until eventually, Claire's awkward, clumsy, and unskilled actions ignited an indescribable fire within him. He pushed Claire onto the bed, unable to hold back any longer, reclaiming dominance and kissing her fiercely, from her earlobe to her neck, soon turning her cheeks red and leaving her breathless. Branson grabbed her hand and placed it solemnly on his chest. Chapter 201 Madness 1. Feeling the strong heartbeat of the youth's chest, Claire stared at Branson, blinking her eyes in confusion. After a moment, she slightly opened her red lips and whispered softly, "Phil?" Branson smiled. He still maintained the intimate posture of whispering sweet nothings into Claire's ear, saying gently, "Oh woo. If one day you think I've done something unforgivable and can't forgive me anymore, let me teach you a way to vent your anger." Branson grabbed Claire's hand with slight force, making her hand press tightly against his chest, speaking in a voice as sweet as honey but like a madman's words. He slowly said, "Find a hairpin, and stab it here." Claire was stunned. The next moment, cold sweat broke out on her back, and she withdrew her hand as if electrified, looking at Branson with astonishment. "Phil, are you crazy? How can you say such things? Do you even know what you're saying?" Pausing for a moment, Claire pursed her lips and came up with a reasonable excuse for Branson. "You've had too much to drink. Otherwise, how could he be talking nonsense? It seems drinking really causes trouble. Next time, she should not only drink less herself but also persuade Branson to drink less." Thinking this way, she saw Branson slightly turn his head and smile, saying, "Oh woo, don't be afraid. Since ancient times, who has escaped death? If I die by your hands, I have nothing to regret. Letting anyone else do it would be unacceptable. I am Darnell. Should any riffraff have the qualification to kill me?" He scoffed lightly and said lazily, "Foolishness." The influence caused by dreaming dissipated instantly, and Claire soon fell into another deeper fear, feeling like she was about to be scared to death. The calmer and gentler Branson's tone became, the more overwhelming and uncontrollable her fear grew. Who talks like this in normal circumstances? Claire didn't even call him Phil anymore. She trembled and hugged Branson's neck, trembling again and saying, "Branson, are you sick?" Though it was a scolding, it lacked any real ferocity. The fear in her eyes was tangible, and before she could stop herself, tears rolled down her cheeks, each drop falling on Branson's body. But this was the only way to make him let go. Long and thick eyelashes fell, concealing emotions that were hard to decipher. Branson tightly hugged Claire and laughed. "I was just playing around, oh woo. You're too sensitive." He wiped away Claire's tears gently, and when he looked up, the madness and despair in his eyes were gone, reverting to the usual easygoing and gentle demeanor he had with Claire. As if it were truly just an innocent joke, Claire glared at Branson, trying to look fierce, enunciating each word clearly. "No, allowed. Not even joking is allowed. Otherwise, I'll punish you severely." After a brief pause, Branson suddenly started laughing silently. An almost perfect trace of innocence appeared on his face. More than this would seem fake. Less than this wouldn't be pitiful enough. It shouldn't be so heartwarming. His voice was low and gentle, like feathers brushing the heart. So, how do you want to punish me? Claire was already thrown off by his expression and tone, unable to maintain even her fierce look, let alone think of a punishment. She knew Branson was doing this intentionally, but it was like being under some kind of spell. She found it hard to resist this temptation. Feeling both ashamed and furious, she suddenly, as if driven by a supernatural force, opened her mouth and bit down hard on Branson's wrist. A faint scent of blood spread between her lips and teeth, causing Branson to draw a sharp breath. He held Shu Wu's wrist with an irresistible force and pointed to his lips. "A Wu needs to kiss it better." Shu Wu looked at him without speaking. At this moment, Branson looked somewhat pitiful. After Shu Wu's 2 consecutive slaps, his right cheek was noticeably more swollen than the left one, and his lips were broken by her hasty bite. Coupled with his look of grievance and innocence, even a saint would waver. Shu Wu realized she couldn't be a saint. She hesitated for a moment, then leaned in again, imitating what Branson had once done, sucking on his lips and prying open his tightly shut teeth. Her movements were still awkward, but seemed more natural compared to before. She was cautious, perhaps fearing she might hurt him again. In the past, for Shu Wu to be so proactive would have been almost impossible. A flash of amusement appeared in Branson's eyes. He guided Shu Wu gently, kissing her passionately. However, when they both lay bare, Branson suddenly stopped. In the past, he would never stop at such a moment no matter what. Shu Wu raised her head in confusion and glanced at Branson. Branson touched foreheads with her affectionately. "You're still in your early months. Even though the imperial physician said it wouldn't affect you, let's be careful. I'll attend to you in another way, my lady." Suddenly, Shu Wu heard a buzzing in her ears. Due to the poisoning incident, she had been extremely cautious since becoming pregnant and hadn't wanted to be intimate with Branson, fearing it might harm the child. But today, Shu Wu couldn't bear to think further. She pulled the quilt over her face abruptly and refused to say anything more. But inside, she felt very touched. Even now, Branson respected and cared for her. So why was she fussing over such a dream? Shu Wu didn't have time to think further. Her hiding under the quilt didn't last long. Even if they didn't finish, Branson still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. The candle on the desk was extinguished by something unknown. The room instantly dimmed, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window crack. Branson pulled the quilt off Shu Wu's head and embraced her again. Chapter 202. Madness 2. Not far from Branson and Claire's room, Marianne's tolerance for alcohol was ultimately much better than Claire's. She woke up not long after returning to the room. Now both women couldn't sleep, so they sat on the bed chatting. While talking, Marianne suddenly turned her gaze toward the window. "Meldong, did you hear any strange noises?" "Strange noises?" Amy paused at this question but then teased with a smile. "Why didn't I hear? Your ears are always so sharp." Although she said that, she still listened intently. Sure enough, she heard a series of creaking sounds. It seemed to be coming from Branson and Claire's room. Jaden rented a house with beds of poor quality. Everyone accepted this understanding. What Draper truly needed was a companion who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not someone harboring love or ambition for advancement. He wouldn't tolerate intrigue. At least his personal maids must not be such people. So, there was no jealousy or squabbles among them like those seen in other young masters' chambers. They had always supported each other like sisters. Trying to ignore the faint noises outside, Marianne sighed silently in bed. "Meldong, how is young master? Did he drink too much?" Amy sat beside her, propping her chin on her palm. "He was very sober when we left, but I don't know how much more he drank later." Marianne pondered for a moment. Master Xie has always had a poor tolerance for alcohol. Amy added, "But Imran can drink countless cups without being drunk." She glanced out the window again, saying, "He seems to be in high spirits now." Marianne sat up abruptly from the bed. She whispered, "We can't sleep anyway. Let's go check on young master. We should come back once everything's fine. It would be terrible if he gets drunk with no one to attend to him." Draper's free-spirited nature meant he might fall asleep under a rock if he really got drunk. Deciding this, Marianne and Amy dressed and headed towards Jaden's and Draper's room to see if Draper had returned. This courtyard had few rooms. Besides Dwayne, who had his own room, others shared 2 per room. After turning 2 corners, they reached Jaden's and Draper's room. The light in the room hadn't been turned off, accompanied by a gurgling water sound, faintly showing shadows moving inside. Marianne and Amy stopped unconsciously. Marianne tugged at Amy's sleeve, whispering, "We shouldn't go closer. Master Xie might be bathing." Amy stared at the shadowy figures for a while and then whispered with amusement, "Looks like our young master isn't drunk and still has the energy to serve someone bathing. So we don't have to worry anymore. Let's return early to wash up and sleep." Marianne hesitated. Serve someone bathing? Can young master handle that? As a noble young master, Draper naturally wouldn't easily serve others. "He certainly can," Amy giggled. "You can say anything about our young master, except that he can't do something." Marianne froze, only then realizing the implication of Amy's words. She immediately exclaimed, "Oh," and reached out to push Amy. "You are so bad. You even dare to joke about our young master like that. Let me teach you a lesson." As she spoke, she was about to tickle Amy. Amy skillfully dodged and laughed. "Too bad you can't catch me." The 2 of them laughed and playfully chased each other for a while. Seeing that they were quite far from Draper and Jaden's room, Marianne suddenly said, "Meldong, don't you think one seems to like ordering our young master around? Even if he keeps his distance from women, isn't it better to have servants do these things? Why must our young master do everything personally? It makes him seem superior. Even close Evars rarely treat each other this way." As Draper's personal maids, they naturally favored him. Marianne felt uneasy in her heart. "You can talk to me about this, but never tell the young master." Amy took a very laid-back view on this matter. She yawned lightly and said, "Back at the Armand family, Which of those despicable men like Anthony and Lawson didn't want to order our young master around? In the end, before the imperial examination, Anthony fell into the water mysteriously and missed the exam due to a fever. Lawson's scandals were reported to the head of the family, and he got whipped, unable to get out of bed for a whole month. What about the haughty crown prince of Nwangfu, who had a good ending? So, pausing here, Amy continued, don't think our young master doesn't care about anything. He has a clear mind. If one really wants to order him around, it must be by his own will. If he doesn't mind, we shouldn't meddle or mention these divisive words to him. Chapter 203, 800 Varieties. 1. Draper raised his hand, about to add water to the bathtub, but suddenly paused. Juan glanced sideways at him. What's wrong? Nothing. Draper casually glanced out of the window, then smiled gently and continued to add water for him. How's the water temperature? Juan's cheeks were flushed red by the steam, and a hint of complaint crept into his voice. Hot. You added too much hot water. Clearly it's because you drank too much wine, Draper said. Bear with the heat. The temperature can't be any lower, or you'll catch a cold. Saying that, he added more hot water to the bathtub. Juan was immediately displeased. He reached out and grabbed Draper's wrist. Then why did you ask me? He had become more difficult than usual after drinking too much. Asking you was naturally to get you to say something nice to thank me, not for you to nitpick. I can only accept compliments, not criticism, Draper said with a smiling drawl. Know this, Lord Xie? He seemed particularly fond of teasing Juan using this title. Juan turned around to glare at him. Unfortunately, those beguiling eyes lost all their intimidation in the misty steam, appearing instead soft and tender. This was actually his most vulnerable moment. His pride and arrogance wouldn't allow him to expose his weaknesses to others. Being pulled down from his pedestal made him intolerant to ridicule or pity alike. Therefore, even when alone and inconvenient, he wouldn't let anyone stay while bathing, except for Dwayne and Draper. During his period of self-abandonment, Draper had been the one who cared for him along with Dwayne. Only in their presence did he feel no humiliation or embarrassment. Yet, Dwayne and Draper were as different as north and south. Perhaps mindful of Juan's feelings, whenever he bathed, Dwayne stood quietly nearby without saying much, almost invisible. Draper, on the other hand, acted exactly the same as usual, even joking around with Juan. He barged in unhesitatingly, breaking through the pain as if it were nothing. Like now, Draper ignored Juan's weak glare, picked up the towel hanging beside them, soaked it in warm water, and calmly scrubbed his back. The action was so natural and smooth, as if they were still in Evenan, as if he was still Forrest, and Draper was still Armandi, as if nothing had changed. In this moment, Juan felt a sudden urge to tease. His arm re-entered the water with a little more force, splashing loudly and wetting a part of Draper's clothes. Water droplets fell onto Draper's cheeks, tracing a faintly gleaming arc down his jawline. Wet clothes clung uncomfortably to his body. Because he wore only a thin inner garment, half of it clung to him, subtly revealing a well-built, sturdy physique. Draper couldn't help laughing. He increased the pressure slightly on his back and said lightly, Lord Xie, being childish is fine, but if you keep this up, you won't get much sleep tonight. The rough towel left pink marks on Juan's pale back. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes, appearing to enjoy Draper's ministrations contentedly, yet refusing to concede verbally. Yes, I'm childish, and you're a jerk. We're both pretty bad, aren't we? This was the second time he called Draper a jerk today. Draper was caught between laughter and exasperation. A jerk can't stay here in Nathanielging City much longer. Do you really plan to stay mad until I leave? After a brief silence, Juan lifted his gaze to glance at Draper. Ultimately, he couldn't hold back his honest thoughts. Even if you don't go, Imran wouldn't have anything to say. But his intention is for me to go. Either I don't come. Since I've come, shouldn't I make the most of it? Draper replied, how polite he is to me doesn't depend solely on how obedient I am, but also on what value I bring. An emperor's court is never short of obedient servants. None have seen an emperor treat every servant with respect. Juan said slowly, staying behind could equally show him your value. Draper looked at him. I stay behind, then send you? Why can't it be me? Do you think my going would prevent Carl from winning? Juan said, you speak well, but deep down, you look down on me, don't you? This topic was too sensitive and sharp. It was something they would try to avoid when completely sober. However, Draper answered with a counter-question. He hooked his lips into a humorless smile. Do I look down on you, or do you look down on me? I know you think the border is perilous, where even battle-hardened generals may end up wrapped in horsehide and returned home. But the intrigue and power struggles within the imperial court are never less intense than at the border. There's no absolutely safe place in this world. The burden on your shoulders isn't lighter than mine. I and Imran chose for you to stay behind, not because we look down on or respect you, but simply because you staying behind suits our plans better, and my departure to the battlefield is more suitable as well. Juan, do you know why I wanted to be friends with you? Because I believe you can understand me and see through me. To say a heretical word, I've never been loyal to any emperor, nor to any dynasty. I am only loyal to myself, to the ideals we had when we were young. What were the ideals of youth? To set the mind for all under heaven, to secure the means of life for the masses, to continue the learning of past sages, to bring peace and order to the world for generations to come, to be anxious about the troubles of the world before others, and to enjoy the happiness of the world after others, to wish for countless mansions so that the poor scholars of the world might be sheltered and joyful. In youthful arrogance, who wasn't ambitious, believing they could save the world by themselves? Later on, it wasn't that they didn't think so anymore. It was just that the harsh reality had ground them down. Juan's eyes flickered. Draper looked straight into Juan's eyes. I understand your concern for me, which is why I have always supported you, cared for you, and trusted in the ruler you believe in. But the path I choose is one I think is right, and I hope you can support me rather than stop me or replace me due to supposed dangers. I've never minded that your rank is higher than mine, nor have I felt humiliated bowing to you in public. But, Draper paused, Jin Shao, I'm someone who likes to go all the way down one road. If you try to impose your will on me, we might find it hard to remain friends, not because our feelings have faded, but because we're on different paths. Silent for a moment, Juan laughed bitterly. It seems I can never win an argument with you. Draper laughed heartily. Because you've always been a good kid since childhood. Juan shook his head. Because you have a broader mind. I also think of the people, but I prioritize myself first. If it weren't for how the Xie family treated me, I'd place the family's interests first. I'll work for the welfare of the people, but only if the interests of me and the Xie family are secured. Honestly, it's not just humility. You truly are more suited to be prime minister, and you will definitely be a beloved official. Draper raised an eyebrow and smiled suddenly. Tough tactics didn't work. Now soft tactics? Sincerity. Getting out of the bathtub and putting on clothes, Juan said softly. Wherever you are, I believe you can achieve your ambitions. What is it? Corey answered. For some unknown reason, lately, the old Tyson Wong seems particularly fond of the book boy who accompanies Jaden. He often asks the latter to serve him. Book boy? Which book boy? Whenever Titus saw Jaden, his eyes would usually fixate on the other party, so he had never really paid attention to Dwayne, who followed behind him. Hearing Corey mentioning this person now, he stared blankly, trying hard to recall any memory. He furrowed his brows and said, Isn't he just a kid? Jeffrey has so many grandsons and great-grandsons. Apart from Jeffrey, who has already left for Daxiangwosi, I haven't seen him take particular care of anyone else. Even towards the current Tyson Wong, Jeffrey remained indifferent. Corey responded, That's exactly why I found this matter unusual. There might be a problem with this book boy. Titus slapped his thigh. Let's do this. Keep quiet about this matter for now, and send a few people to thoroughly investigate the background of this book boy. Corey agreed. Titus then asked, Also, I heard that Ed encountered Jaden at the palace gate today. How did it end up? Nothing much happened. Corey continued. Ed didn't have time to make things difficult for Jaden when he heard his son fall off a horse and had to rush away immediately. Hearing this, Titus laughed coldly. Talking about Ed's son. What an utter waste of human life. Can neither write nor fight, drinks and gambles every day, and even falls off his horse on the street. Back when Nathaniel Wong was alive, there was at least someone who could stand up to Branson. But now, if things continue like this, sooner or later, even we old fellows will be completely manipulated by the little emperor. Back when Gavriel was prime minister, things were better. Look how everything has turned since Branson began doting on the Celia and heavily relying on Carl. Using our money meant for the elders to help those commoners. The imperial examination system passed down since the founding of Great Zhou has been altered just like that. That scoundrel Kingston, he appointed him as head guard directly. And this time, the gender of the baby in the Celia's belly is still uncertain, yet he dared to designate it as Buster. If it turns out to be Eileen, does he want our country to be upside down henceforth? Not to mention this old Tyson Wong has gone mad and even dared to support him. Seeing Titus getting angrier, Corey hurriedly advised in a low voice. It's still quite a while until the child in the Celia womb is born. Everything is uncertain. Your Highness should not get so angry. Be careful not to harm your body. Titus snorted heavily. Whatever it is, watch over these treasures in my palace well. No trouble means no issue, but if anything changes, we must not be without money. Man must look out for himself, or heaven and earth will punish him. As long as he enjoyed glory and beauties, it was none of his business how those peasants died. 1 or 2, or 10,000, 20,000. Corey replied, Rest assured, Your Highness. If the border wins the war, everything stays the same. But if they lose by mistake and let Azar or Xiongya's army enter Xinjing City, this old servant has even planned your escape route. Who knew bringing up this topic would worsen Titus's expression instead? He said coldly, looking at the situation now. This humble king thinks that if the young emperor loses, the worst thing for Great Zhou would be to cede land and pay reparations, losing a few cities. But Xiangjing City would remain intact. However, if he wins, when he recovers from it, he'll come up with all sorts of methods to deal with us old fellows. Back when Gavriel wielded so much power, Branson could easily extort 300,000 taels of silver from him, let alone now. The Great Zhou is now at war with both Xiongya and Azar, requiring grain, weapons, and all kinds of military supplies, each of which cost a fortune. Now, Branson might be too preoccupied to care, but once he had the chance, Titus was highly suspicious that his painstakingly accumulated wealth would likely end up Chongsu the national treasury for Branson. Compared to other princes and nobles, Titus's greatest strength was that he had a very clear understanding of his own and his son's capabilities. So he did what he could, and for what he couldn't, he got others to do it. He never put himself out there easily. He also knew that while his son was better than Esau's useless offspring, he still wasn't a match for Branson or Fabio. If they were to draw attention, the result would likely be catastrophic. Hearing Titus say this, Corey couldn't help but be slightly stunned, then asked worriedly, Your Highness, what should we do? I need to think more about that. Titus furrowed his brows and said, First, send someone with heavy gifts to Ed to offer condolences. Although Esau was bad-tempered and had raised a useless son, they still needed to court him. Otherwise, they would be even easier for Branson to pick off one by one. Chapter 205 Entrustment 1. Branson thought he had woken up quite early, but to his surprise, someone had already arisen earlier than him. The two of them met at the kitchen door and both were momentarily stunned. Draper was the first to regain his composure and smiled. Why did Phil wake up so early? After drinking so much wine yesterday, you should have slept in a little longer. Although they had only known each other for a day, his tone was intimate and natural as if meeting an old friend. I can't fall asleep anyway. Since that's the case, I'll just make some breakfast for Sylvia. As Branson spoke, he lifted the curtain and entered the kitchen. What about you? Why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a bit more? I'm here to prepare breakfast too, Draper smiled. Phil and Celia came over as guests. I certainly shouldn't be negligent. I must ensure that Phil and Celia feel at home. Yesterday was fine, but today, how could I let Phil cook personally again? Now that we're so familiar with each other, there's no need to be so formal and private. I don't care much for these etiquettes. But, at this point, Branson glanced sideways at Draper. Do you plan to stay here these few days? Draper casually looked around the kitchen. Yes. I hate being bothered. Since I will leave the capital soon anyway, it's unnecessary to move around. Using Minister Xia's place saves time, effort, and money. Branson suddenly laughed. He lazily said, to be honest, I can't help but wonder what expressions the Xia family and Armand family would have if they discovered the relationship between you two one day. I don't know about the Xia family, but the Armand family would probably think they raised an ungrateful wolf. Draper shrugged indifferently. Life is short and fleeting. It's exhausting always worrying about what others think. The two looked at each other and laughed in unison. Branson said leisurely, actually, with your talent and capability, you could also take the position of Left Chancellor. But do you know why I won't appoint you? Draper lazily replied, Didn't. I believe you have the courage to pay lip service while doing the opposite. Draper is even more deceptive than Fabio, but only a peer can truly discern another. Neither could escape Branson's scrutiny. When Achilles was still alive, he was always treading the line between obedience and defiance. Having done countless things openly and covertly, he knew such people best. Draper pressed his folded fan against his lips. Even now, no emotion could be read from his eyes. Since Phil is so certain, why keep me around? I've said before. It's because I am also that kind of person. A blunt sword is indeed safe, but it cannot kill for me either. Branson slightly tilted his head, so I don't feel threatened. I find it interesting. I want to give you a chance and invite you to play this game with me. If we win, we can be Evars, disregarding all formalities. After all, I have always been casual as an emperor. But if we lose... Branson smiled, stopping mid-sentence, then casually speared a piece of fruit with a dagger and held it to Draper's mouth. Try this? A reward offered on the edge of a blade. Accepting it well is a reward. Failing to accept it properly is a punishment. Without any hesitation, Draper lowered his head and ate. Thank you, Phil. The conversation had reached this point. The rest could be left unsaid. Branson matters. On the battlefield, danger lurked everywhere. He did not want Vonda and Lu Huan to risk their lives. Branson then said, after you leave the capital, they can come into the palace regularly to accompany the Celia. It seems she quite likes them. Yesterday, Claire had an unsettling dream. Despite appearing calm, Branson felt uneasy inside. He hadn't slept all night, tossing and turning, pondering over the events of his previous life and this one. The more he thought, the more troubled he became. Not to mention Claire, who, being pregnant, tended to overthink things. Having two companions to chat with and alleviate her boredom would be beneficial. Given Draper's versatile and adaptable nature, the people he trained would certainly be no less capable. To receive the Celia favor is indeed their honor. Draper immediately responded, if Phil sees it fit, we can bring them back to the palace today. In these days, I will be busy overseeing the crossbow production in Shengjing, and I can't take care of them. Branson hadn't expected Draper to be so prompt and raised an eyebrow. Two such beautiful ladies, and you are willing to part with them? Draper laughed. Phil is a man of virtue and has deep affection for the Celia, which I have seen with my own eyes. What's there to be reluctant about? Then, he turned serious. However, my two maidservants are somewhat unconventional and wild at heart, unlike typical young ladies. If they offend anyone in any way, please bear with them. You can rest assured. Branson said, Sylvia's temper. You've seen it too. She won't mistreat them. But, here, a hint of mischief flickered in Branson's eyes. Are you really not going to ask for their opinions? I've heard that they can't live without you. Draper was initially surprised, then couldn't help but laugh. His almond-shaped eyes curved, revealing his natural libertine demeanor. He slowly said, they will understand. Chapter 206 Entrustment 2. Prince Anne's Mansion. Prince Anissa and Princess Consort Eve stayed with Jeffrey Inksy in his room for a day and night, until dawn was almost upon them. Only then did the two return to their chambers for some rest under the persuasion of their attendants. But neither could sleep. Thinking about her beloved son's agony, Consort Eve sat on the bed with a grim expression. Your Highness, how could Sheer have fallen off his horse out of nowhere? Esau frowned deeply. This prince has already had those servants who accompanied Sheer interrogated severely, but they all said it was the horse Sheer rode that suddenly went mad. Ridiculous nonsense. Consort Eve's almond eyes widened angrily. Those horses Sheer rides are all carefully selected by the mansion. None of them can be more gentle. How could one go mad out of nowhere and throw Sheer off? This must be the work of a wicked person, tampering with the horse. Whenever Lian faced him, she would act capricious and bossy, ordering him around like a high-class servant rather than a fiancé. Initially, he thought Lian had been spoiled and lacked understanding, treating everyone similarly. But after seeing how she acted towards Draper yesterday, Otto realized he was terribly wrong. It wasn't that she didn't understand, she simply didn't think much of him. Seeing a bright green hat about to be placed squarely on his head, how could Otto not be furious? But he dared not speak up due to Lian's father's high rank. Seeing Otto expose her thoughts, Lian sneered and no longer hid her feelings. She raised her chin and declared, so what if I am? Otto suppressed his rage. You are my fiancé. You yourself said, fiancé. Lian laughed coldly. If your one family can end engagements with others, why can't my he family break off this engagement with yours? Hearing her mention, breaking off the engagement, Otto lost control, his tone turning completely cold. Forget it. Uncle will never allow you to marry a man of unknown origins. That's not something you should worry about. Lian looked at Otto's increasingly detestable face with disdain. Move, or don't blame me for being rude. With that, she led her people away without regard for Otto. What? The Emperor is leaving for battle within the next couple of days? Own in the fire, nor can I lose his trust. Chapter 207. Machinations 1. Branson understood this better than anyone. Trust between people has always been so fragile, bound to be worn out with every conflict. Claire stared at Branson for a long while before tightening her grip on his hand and whispering, Phil must take care of yourself. Remember? Remember? She racked her brains, but could not speak fluently. Finally, she said, even when you're out, remember to eat more. Don't starve yourself. Only with a full stomach can you have the strength to fight. Occasionally, Claire really had an inexplicable innocence and cuteness. Hearing this, Branson was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently stroked Claire's hair, assuring her, all right, my wife. I will definitely eat well. His tone was subtly flirtatious yet more docile than usual. Seeing that Claire wasn't affected by last night's dream, he felt genuinely relieved. However, Claire's concern for Branson once again made her cheeks flush uncontrollably from just a few words, causing her to slightly lower her head and remain silent. But at this moment, she suddenly remembered something. She took out 2 red ropes from her bosom and whispered, Phil, I bought these yesterday with Sylvia from a stall near Marco's residence. They say it signifies the thread that binds distant lovers together. An officer of some rank insisted on offering drinks to Matthew, who accepted all with great generosity. By the 6th round of toasts, even though he had an unparalleled tolerance for alcohol, he couldn't help walking with a slight stagger. Bo was even more intoxicated, eventually falling into a deep slumber on the table, snoring loudly. For soldiers had to carry him back to his room. Matthew declined assistance from the soldiers and returned to his room alone. Due to excessive drinking, he only did a cursory wash-up before extinguishing the candle and collapsing into bed. Silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by Matthew's steady breathing. An indeterminate amount of time later, a small hole appeared on the window paper, through which wisps of smoke seeped in, spreading throughout the room. Once the smoke dissipated, a narrow-bladed knife slid through the door gap, silently unlocking the door latch. A soft creak echoed as the door opened. A tall figure clad in dark attire swiftly entered, his eyes gleaming sinisterly in the dim light, like a vulture about to pounce. He locked the door behind him and approached Matthew's bed with the knife. Matthew remained unaware. Perhaps too drunk, he hadn't even removed his coat. Matthew's features were sharp even in sleep, carrying an air of sternness. Yet such sharpness did not overshadow his handsome elegance. His red robe looked like a fiery blaze in the darkness. He was exceedingly beautiful, and excessively young. If one hadn't witnessed him kill, it would be hard to imagine that such a young gentleman raised in luxury possessed the power to decapitate enemy generals amidst thousands of horses and men. Regardless of whether he was the hope of Great Zhou. At this moment, he was certainly the hope of the border region civilians. For years, conflicts between the border troops and the nomadic tribes had been frequent, and the common people suffered greatly. Only since Matthew took command of Lingyu Pass had the nomadic tribes truly dared not to touch even the slightest thing. Those who violated faced certain death. A flicker of obvious hesitation flashed in the eyes of the man in black, yet this hesitation did not deter him from raising his knife. At the same moment, the gleaming blade flashed before Matthew's eyes, slicing toward his neck. This was a ruthless strike. But what the man in black never expected was that just as the young man about to be decapitated, a long and jade-like hand reached out, stopping the sharp edge of the steel knife. With just 2 fingers' strength, it halted the knife completely. The man in black was taken aback. His first reaction was to pull the knife back. But when he looked down, he saw a pair of eyes devoid of any sorrow or joy. In sheep's clothing. How can you still have the nerve to live? Bo's eyes bulged, bloodshot with extreme anger. Despite Matthew repeatedly warning him to always be wary, he still harbored hope, unwilling to believe that one of his Evars in arms could be a traitor. The bond between the border troops was forged in blood and sharpened by countless battles. Death could not tear them apart. It was their belief, and they thought this was something the armies in Shangjing would never match. But hope shattered in this moment. Bo roared, you either take off that rag on your face yourself so I can see your true ugly face, or let me do it for you? After a brief silence, the man in black suddenly burst into laughter. His voice was abnormally unpleasant, as if deliberately suppressed. Fine. Then please come forward, General. I'll only let you see. Bo hesitated for a moment. He subconsciously took a step forward. At this moment, Matthew approached. Now is not the time for any pretense. Generally, beware of any trick. Bo immediately stopped. He said coldly, right? How dare you negotiate with me now? Have I given you any face? That rag, you'll remove it whether you want to or not. Caught off guard, the man in black's eyes flashed with venom. They say the Alexei is righteous, but I see you leave no room for anyone. Matthew's lips curled slightly without a smile. He looked at the man in black and said, righteousness should be reserved for gentlemen. The man in black took a deep breath. If the general won't come, then let's meet in another life. To cover his face was too late. Not to mention both of his wrists had just been dislocated by Matthew, leaving him unable to lift his arms. A roar, almost like that of a wild beast, erupted from Iof's throat as he suddenly lunged towards the table. Francisco wasn't about to let him succeed. He immediately grabbed Iof by the collar, hoisting him up. You want to die? Is it really that easy? Francisco's eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, blazed with fury. Iof, if you don't tell me everything today, I swear I'll flay you alive. Make you beg for death, but never get it. Our Evars trusted you so much. I trusted you so much. Why did you do this? What reason could you possibly have? This tough guy, who faced steel with unwavering courage, couldn't help choking on his words. Those you harmed. They were all our Evars in arms. For more than 10 years, Iof, 10 years of Evarhood. What did I, Francisco, ever do to you? What did these Evars ever do to you? Explain yourself. When he finished speaking, the air became dead silent. Iof tried to raise his hand to wipe his face, but it was impossible with his current state. Faced with Francisco's heart-wrenching questioning, his voice choked up as well. There's nothing more to say. I know what I did was wrong. Since I've fallen into the hands of the general, kill me or punish me however you see fit. With that, he closed his eyes, seeking a quick death. As Francisco's deputy, Iof had fought alongside him through thick and thin for over 10 years, forming an extraordinary bond. Even after discovering there was a traitor at Lingyu Pass, Francisco never suspected him. Now, caught red-handed by Francisco himself, Iof refused to confess fully and instead adopted a brazen attitude of defiance. Armandrious and frustrated, Francisco slammed a fist into Iof's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and mouth. Iof. Matthew had been watching from the side all along. Seeing Francisco's twisted expression and bloodshot eyes brimming with murderous intent, he stepped forward to pull Francisco away, saying softly, "General Lee, please calm down. Now that we are here, the priority is to uncover the truth, expel the Azar, and avenge the Evars who have died. Allow me to ask General Jia a few questions." Hearing this, Francisco gradually calmed down. He said coldly, "Junior General, feel free to ask. This beast is entirely at your disposal." Matthew nodded, turning his gaze to the teary-eyed Iof. "General Jia, although I've only been at Lingyu Pass for a few months, during this time, I've witnessed the deep bonds between our men. I have seen your character, and your loyalty to General Lee is not feigned. I believe you are a true hero. You wouldn't do this for fame or wealth." These words made Iof freeze in shock. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Where in this world has there ever been a hero who betrays his Evars? "Junior General, saying this makes me ashamed beyond measure." Iof knelt down with a thud. I know I deserve nothing less than death. Now, let me pay with my life for the Evars who died unjustly." Francisco was always short-tempered. Seeing that Iof still refused to speak, his temper flared again. "Our Evars at Lingyu Pass died such tragic deaths. Do you think one life can make up for it?" Matthew gave him a meaningful look. Francisco took a deep breath, turning away and remaining silent. Tapping his long index finger lightly on the table, Matthew sighed softly. He spoke slowly, "All right, General Jia, since you won't say anything, then I'll try to speak for you. Your betrayal must have one of a few reasons. First, you lost hope in Lingyu Pass and thought defending it was hopeless, attempting to secure a chance at survival by surrendering. Second, you were dissatisfied with your current position and found the offer of high rank and wealth from the Azar too tempting to resist." Iof's gaze flickered. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but Matthew continued, "I already said before, these past days, everything you've done has been seen by me, by General Lee, and by all the Evars. If you truly were a coward who loved luxury." Chapter 209 Heart Attack 1. Iof knocked his head on the ground. "General, I know I have a wolf's heart and dog's lungs. I am an ungrateful wretch, but I really have no other choice. Let me be frank with you. Nowadays, my old mother must consume the silver pearl powder of the Azar people every day. Otherwise, she will be in so much agony that she'll roll around on the ground. To put it bluntly, if my wife or children dared to take this stuff, I would kill them without hesitation. I wouldn't betray my Evars for anything in the world. But that's my old mother, the one who gave birth to and raised me. Silver pearl powder is a kind of medicinal powder that can briefly alleviate pain and make one feel euphoric, but it is highly addictive. After taking it, one must continue to use it or face excruciating withdrawal symptoms. It first appeared at the border a few years ago, similar to opium smoked by some officials in Shangjing City, yet its effects are far more terrifying. When it takes effect, it feels like being tortured, turning any hero into a coward within moments. Thus, the border troops have always been horrified by it. It has been strictly prohibited in the military. Upon hearing Iof's words, Francisco's expression changed drastically. Instinctively, he stepped forward. "Iof, when did this happen? Why did your old mother get hooked on this stuff? Why didn't you tell me earlier? How could I say it? How could I possibly bring myself to say it?" Only sigh heavily. "Iof, you're too naive. This is clearly a plot by the Azar barbarians to sow discord among us." "Yes, I know that." A blade-like venomous hatred flashed in Iof's eyes. "But we just want to live decently. Why should Edmund that brat feast daily on fine food and wear the best clothing while getting the finest medicine first? Are we worth nothing? Should we serve as fodder under the hooves of the Azar? Our families are still oppressed. This makes no sense." With this, Iof turned to look at Matthew. "Young General, today I, Old Jia, will speak frankly to you. When you first arrived, even though everyone else thought you were impressive, I still looked down on you. All your glory and wealth in Shangjing City came from our sacrifices. You should behave yourselves modestly in front of us. But over these past few months, I've realized you're different from Edmund. You're a true hero and righteous man. You genuinely treat us as Evars. We eat hard bread, and you won't keep even one for yourself, instead offering half of yours to us. Pain-relieving medicine is as precious as gold in the army, and you never use it for your own injuries, saving it all for us. Brothers like us, following someone like you, will have no regrets even if we die in battle. If it were just me, Old Jia, there'd be no question. Whatever you say, I'll follow you through fire and water. If I lose my head, it's just a bowl-sized scar. I accept it. But you should see for yourself. My whole family is waiting for food. My old mother is already over 70, yet she still suffers from hunger. My wife gave birth to a child without any milk due to starvation, and my little sister starved to death. You know how much grain and fodder are left in Lingyu Pass. You previously said that it cannot be defended. Yet, with just a word from Darnell, we're all roasted on fire. What is he? When he builds pavilions for his women, why does he never wait? Where does he get the money? It can't possibly come from the aristocrats. It's our blood and flesh he feeds on. Pa. Iof spat hard on the ground. Damn Emperor. If not for your sake, General, and for the young General, I, Old Jia, would have been the first to rebel against him. Francisco furrowed his brow. Iof. Iof laughed out loud twice. However, after laughing, he sighed mournfully. General, I've reached this point. What else do I have to fear? There's nothing I dare not say. Defending our homeland? No problem. But those parasites in Shangjing City feast on delicacies, while we risk our lives eating sand here. I can't accept it. Even if I do something like this today, I haven't wronged that damn Emperor. I've only wronged you and the young general and those Evars who died needlessly. But what can I do? As long as I'm alive, I must take care of my family. But once I die, no one will care about anyone else. Let me tell you the truth. Even if I succeeded in killing the young general today, I didn't plan to live either. My heart hurts too. I'll atone for my sins to the young general and the Evars. As he spoke, Iof lunged forward for the third time, smashing into the table corner. Francisco frowned deeply. He stretched out his large hand, grabbed Iof by the collar, and dragged him back. Iof cried loudly, "General, why do you stop me? I feel guilty towards you. Guilty towards the young general. Guilty towards the Evars. Let me die. Let me die." Francisco's lips moved, wanting to say something. But at that moment, the sound of armor clinking filled the air as a messenger rushed in, kneeling on one knee to report. Report to the young general. Report to General Li. A spy has opened the city gates and allowed the Azar army to enter the city. The voice echoed in the night, leaving an eerie silence both inside and outside the room. Francisco suddenly looked at Iof, his scarred face twisted with rage. He roared from deep within his chest. "You have accomplices?" Without waiting for Iof to answer, he punched him again, even harder this time. The punch made Iof spit out a mouthful of blood, but he avoided looking at Francisco. After a moment, Iof gritted his teeth and said, "General, surely you don't think I'm the only one in the army with such a situation. Everyone has families to support. If not for the guilt I feel towards you and the young general, I wouldn't have waited until today to act." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "The Azar people are determined to capture Lingyu Pass and behead the young general. We deliberately left the east gate open as a precaution. You should seize this chance to retreat through there with the Evars while there's still time." With effort, Iof lifted his head and looked at Matthew. "Young general, today I, Old Jia, wronged you. But I swear on my conscience, I truly didn't want to kill you. The Azar brought hundreds of thousands of troops, and we have so few here. They can flatten the pass with just one wave. Please don't be stubborn. Leave quickly." However, Iof was greeted with a light laugh. Matthew turned around and retrieved the curved saber hidden under the bed. Chapter 210. Winning the Heart, 2. Seeing Matthew about to leave, Iof's face became even uglier. He rasped, "Lieutenant General." Though he did not say anything more, his tone was clearly one of dissuasion. "And is laughable. No one would dare criticize my withdrawal, and it would be easy for me to preserve myself. But the countless elderly, women, and children cannot flee. If our border army withdraws, leaving Lingyu Pass deserted, they'll become living targets for the Azar troops. General Jia, your family's predicament is exactly what these people will face. Burning, killing, plundering, massacring the men, dragging the women into military camps. Have we not seen enough of this over the years? This doesn't need further explanation. I know it, you know it, everyone here knows it. That's why we remain here until now. Compared to Shangjing City's troops, our border forces have indeed been fighting fiercely all along. We chose to do so not to protect imperial power but to maintain the dignity of countless elderly and women like your mother, wife, and sister, to ensure they have a place to live. You say you don't trust Darnell and want to rebel against him? Fine. But I ask you, once the Azar breach Lingyu Pass, who will suffer? Shangjing City's nobles who live in luxury, or the tens of thousands of civilians on the frontier?" Iof's gaze flickered as he finally lowered his head in shame, unable to respond. Matthew's eyes softened as he slowly gripped the hilt of his saber at his waist. "Everyone has their own path. Now that you have such thoughts, I cannot blame you. Nor can I boldly say it's wrong to protect your family, for no one here is a saint, including me, Fabio. However, regardless of others' intentions, I have chosen to stay. This decision was made after much deliberation, not just because of Darnell's promise but for the sake of the border civilians, and to prevent more families from facing your family's situation. Perhaps in the end, we won't be able to hold this city. But even then, I must let them know they are not abandoned, that the soldiers they have trusted have never forsaken them. Even if I'm alone, I will still defend this city." Matthew's gaze swept over the soldiers inside and outside the door, enunciating each word. "I heard what Iof said earlier. General Li heard it, and you all heard it. Today, I'll speak plainly. If anyone here shares his thoughts, I won't force or blame you. My choice to stay is mine, and you need not follow me to death. So while we haven't done anything irreversible, and none of us have blood on our hands yet, let us part amicably. We still have some provisions left, which were prepared for all of you. Should you wish to leave, I'll give you a share, allowing you to go wherever you choose. But if after today anyone dares to act like Iof or says anything to disrupt morale, regardless of your reasons, don't blame me for not remembering our Evarhood. You'll witness the power of this saber in my hand." As his words faded, Matthew's waist saber slid smoothly out of its sheath, a cold gleam flashing past everyone's eyes, chilling and intimidating. The air seemed to freeze for minor burns might still be treatable, but large-scale burns meant certain death. Seeing his men suffer such heavy casualties right after entering the city, Abram flew into a rage. He lashed the Lingyu Pass soldier guiding them with a whip and cursed, "Damn it, you bastard! You dare to scheme against me?" The guide staggered from the lash. Enraged and wronged, he glared and shouted, "Why are you hitting me?" Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of whoosh. His head rolled off, blood splattering everywhere. The soldiers standing nearby were dumbfounded. One of them pointed at Abram and yelled, "We didn't know what was happening either. Why do you accuse us of scheming against you?" Whoosh. Abram raised his saber and decapitated this man too. He sneered, "My actions were so secretive. If you hadn't betrayed us, how could Lingyu Pass set up an ambush here?" Finishing his words, he pointed at the remaining few soldiers and roared, "Capture them, behead them for the flags." Unexpectedly, Dantai Bartu turned his back on his own promise, leaving the rest of them pale with shock. They all drew their weapons. However, they were outnumbered and overpowered, quickly subdued and beheaded. Only one person managed to escape using his exceptional martial skills. Abram harumphed, Just as he was about to order pursuit, the front suddenly fell into chaos. Moments later, a scout reported, "Report to General. Ambushes at 3 city gates." Our people were unprepared, suffering heavy casualties. Their leader, that pale-faced youngster, has killed many of our officers. What should we do next? Please make a decision quickly. Favio, brat. Abram bellowed in fury. Hoofbeats trampled over the decapitated corpses as he swung his large saber with forceful wind. Today, I will chop him up and feed him to dogs. As he spoke, a troop galloped towards them from the front. Abram's gaze turned grim, and he immediately raised his saber to meet them. However, upon recognizing the leader, he paused in surprise. Adiel? The newcomer was not the garrison forces from Lingyu Pass, but the Adiel of the Azar, Dwight. Unlike Abram's explosive anger, Dwight remained relatively calm. He even smiled slightly. Where is General Dantai heading? Suppressing his fury, Abram grumbled. Of course, to kill that brat Favio. He couldn't take this humiliation any longer. Dwight looked at him, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Slowly, he said, General Dantai, you must not. Upon hearing this, Abram's face darkened even more. What does Adiel mean? Looking down on me? Think I can't handle him? Abram did not address Dwight with his usual courtesy, showing obvious displeasure at being stopped. Dwight sighed, General Dantai, please don't misunderstand. You are a brave warrior of our Azar. How could I look down on you? But as you can see, you are straightforward while Favio is cunning and sly like the Zhou people. In open combat, General would naturally have nothing to fear, but we must beware of his schemes. Abram was taken aback. Then according to Adiel, are we to bring so many men here only to turn tail and retreat because of his tricks? I cannot afford to lose face. Not at all, replied Dwight. Before Favio, apart from Buster Edmund, another key officer in Lingyu Pass was Bo. This man holds great respect within the army, second only to Favio now. Yet when I toured the city just now, I didn't see a trace of him. Abram frowned, sensing an ominous thought forming in his mind. So, the troops have not yet moved, but the provisions must come first. Dwight said, one of the main reasons why Favio can't hold on is that the stored food in the city cannot sustain long and the supplies from the rear are insufficient. We must prevent him from targeting our provisions instead. Abram paused for a moment, then spat on the ground fiercely. Despicable scoundrel. But I actually think this might not be such a bad thing. Dwight smiled. Even if Bo has some skills, with Marshal Dantai's strength, dealing with him would still be effortless. If he really plans to attack our provisions, as long as you can intercept him, it would be better if you could capture him alive. With his prestige in the army, we can use him to threaten Favio, making him hesitant. The most important thing in the military is morale. If even such a key supporter of his can't be protected, others will surely lose heart, and his influence will dissipate. Abram was sincerely convinced. He sighed, no wonder Imran always holds Prince 5 in high regard. You handle matters differently from us rough warriors. Let's head back quickly. To his surprise, Dwight shook his head upon hearing this. He said, Marshal Dantai, please go ahead. Your point makes sense, of course. Since we've brought our forces here, we shouldn't retreat easily. Otherwise, how would we maintain the honor of Azar? I want to meet Favio in person. As he spoke, Dwight touched the pendant hanging below his left ear, his eyes gleaming with the light of a vulture ready to swoop down on its prey, excited and cruel. To so easily break through the carefully set trap, he was extremely intrigued by this person. A man like this either had to submit to him, or become his collection. Chapter 212, Confrontation 2. When it came to close combat, all schemes and intrigues lost their effectiveness, as everyone fought with bloodshot eyes amidst deafening shouts of battle. Corpses lay sprawled everywhere, limbs torn apart flying through the air. Although preparations had been made beforehand, the numerical disadvantage was not something easily compensated for. Fresh blood dripped from sword blades onto the ground. Having slain countless people, even Matthew could not help but fall into a routine of drawing and slashing his blade. However, at that moment, the dense crowd of Azar soldiers retreated like an ebbing tide, parting to the sides, opening up a path. Immediately after, a man stepped forward from the crowd, coming before Matthew. This person had a strikingly handsome appearance, but with very obvious distinctions from the people of the Great Zhou. Yellowish and slightly curly hair, a high nose and deep-set eyes. He looked very much like someone from a foreign land. The newcomer glanced sideways at Matthew for a moment, his light brown eyes flashing with visible amusement. He was also quite polite. Young General? Favio? I have long heard your name. It's as famous as thunder. Blood still dripping from the tip of his blade, Matthew smiled and modestly replied, I dare not accept such praise. If I'm not mistaken, you are the Adiel of Azar, right? Grateful for this grand gift you've sent me. Dwight lazily yawned. Holding a long spear in his hand, he remained unperturbed upon hearing this. You don't need to be grateful. Young General can handle this grand gift entirely on your own merit. As soon as the last word fell, the long spear pierced through the air mercilessly toward Matthew's vital points. The two were extremely close at this moment, making the spear's swift and ruthless thrust difficult to evade, especially considering its length among weapons. However, Matthew had already anticipated the possibility of a sudden ambush and calmly dodged it. Dwight chuckled in approval. Good. Despite missing, he did not withdraw his attack but instead pressed forward, each thrust targeting Matthew's vital points without fail. Around them, the cries of battle continued unabated. In an instant, they exchanged over a dozen moves. Matthew blocked Dwight's spear and smiled. Adiel, this isn't very sporting. Pot calling the kettle black. They temporarily deadlocked in their struggle. Dwight also laughed. I hear that young General is also a renowned nobleman in Shengjing City, yet you managed to come up with the idea of using golden fluid, which is rather devious. Anyone can tell, you're not exactly a principled person yourself. But, pausing here, he shifted his gaze back to Matthew's face. I have always appreciated talent. If young General is willing to join me, past grievances will be forgotten, and you can choose any high rank or wealth you desire. How does that sound? Indeed, have besieged the city for days. Where's your reinforcements? There's also. A cruel satisfaction flashed in Dwight's eyes. Since you knew there were traitors in Lingyu Pass, why did you risk letting us into the city? There's nothing inside, Even as they spoke, their movements never ceased, each strike aimed at ending the other's life. The long spear deflected the curved blade, piercing through armor, leaving a few-inch-long gash on Matthew's arm, blood gushing out immediately. But Dwight also felt a sudden, bone-chilling pain under his jaw. He slightly tilted his head, spitting out the blood Matthew had knocked into his mouth under the night sky. Matthew wiped off a drop of blood from his fingertip and said coolly, Adiel has an itchy mouth? Let me scratch that itch for you. It's no trouble, no need to thank me. Favio, oh Favio. Dwight couldn't help but laugh. You think you're full of spirit and vigor, don't you? In fact, you're pitiful to the extreme. You carry your pitiful pride, bound by rules and righteousness all your life. But it doesn't matter. I would still choose to forgive you. I love helping others most. Standing on clouds all the time is no fun at all. I will let you see many interesting things you've never seen before. As the horses passed each other, Dwight whispered again into Matthew's ear. For example, what kind of little wretch your emperor was in a czar? Do you want to know? In everyone's ears, shaking their eardrums. Randall, holding his great sword, was forced to retreat several steps on his warhorse. The moon was suddenly obscured by clouds. Every face present revealed shock or surprise, as they all looked toward the young man who seemed to have descended like a divine soldier. Chapter 213 Grudge 1. As a renowned fierce general of the Azar, there were few who could survive one move in direct combat with Desi, let alone make his tiger's mouth numb. The force made even the battle-hardened Desi feel a chill down his spine. So this moment of engagement almost made Desi self-assuredly determine the identity of the newcomer. He glared fiercely at the young man on horseback, his eyes bloodshot, and said hatefully, Shwe. Just as the word came out, the moon emerged again from layers of clouds, illuminating the other person's face. The moment he saw the features of the other party, Desi's voice abruptly stopped. In front of him was actually a face more handsome than Favio, or rather, it would be most fitting to describe it as strikingly beautiful. Even if he appeared on the perilous battlefield, he could briefly pull people away from the bloody slaughter. This was what the Azar people despised most as a weakling. But the blood splattered on the other's cheeks and the ferocity in his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight when he looked up, suddenly made Desi, who usually killed without blinking, feel a cold chill down his back. That was the look of a wolf. It was the gaze of a vengeful spirit. It shouldn't belong to a human being. For some reason, Desi inexplicably felt that this face was familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen it in this heart-stopping sensation. The face was indeed stunning, but the viciousness in his eyes made people overlook it. Desi's gaze, like a chisel, focused on the youth in front of him and said in a deep voice, Who are you? As soon as the words were spoken, a cavalry rushed up hastily. The leader shouted loudly, Imran the cache of our great Zhou is here. How dare you Azar savages behave recklessly? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The air abruptly fell into a deathly silence. No matter the Azar or the army of the great Zhou, they all showed a look of surprise. The image of the so-called cache of great Zhou undoubtedly took everyone by surprise. The frontier troops thought he was indulging excessively. The Azar believed him to be weak and incompetent. But the person in front of them was overly handsome and did not fit either description at all. A storm surged in Desi's copper bell-like eyes. After a long silence, he forced out two words through clenched teeth. Branson? Indeed, their eyebrows and eyes were very similar. But Desi rubbed his eyes over and over again, and still couldn't associate the taciturn child who used to kneel before him to polish his boots with the person in front of him. Compared to Desi's shock, Branson seemed quite calm. He used a joking tone as if all grievances had long dissipated like clouds. General Dan Tai, how have you been? Desi instinctively raised his saber to block, but unexpectedly, Branson only feigned a strike. As the horses crossed paths, he leaped up, landing behind Desi, and wrapped his arm around Desi's neck. At first, Desi didn't panic too much when he realized someone was behind him. He had always been incredibly strong, and this trick might work on others, but it was nothing to him. However, he couldn't tell how much strength the seemingly frail youth behind him was using, because no matter how many times he struggled, he couldn't break free. The steed Desi rode was an excellent horse, possibly sensing its master's predicament. It reared up, standing vertically at 90 degrees, seemingly trying to help its master throw Branson off the horse. After all, Desi had stirrups to step on and reins to hold, while Branson had neither stirrups nor reins to grab onto. It was very easy for him to fall off the horse. Everyone present thought Branson would inevitably fall off the horse this time. Or maybe he would bite down hard and refuse to let go, perhaps taking Desi down with him. Therefore, they all prepared to rush forward and grab the two. However, to everyone's surprise, Branson managed to cling tightly to the horse's belly with astonishing leg strength. When the warhorse finally couldn't withstand it anymore and lowered its front hooves, he was still firmly attached to the horse's back like a nail. At this point, Desi finally broke free from Branson's grip, but he was already completely unable to deal with Branson. A deep, bone-visible wound appeared at the back of his neck. The sudden gush of blood drained his strength. Meanwhile, a low laugh sounded in his ear. When I first arrived in Azar, I received General Dan Tai's guidance. Now I use your famous skills to kill you. Is this considered mastery? Desi did not answer. He couldn't speak anymore. He was a warrior of the Azar. He had killed countless heroes, yet he died at the hands of a worm he despised. In that moment, Desi vaguely recalled. Back then, he had laughed as he demonstrated this move to Branson, and then stepped on the youth's face with his dust-covered boots, mocking and disdainful in tone. No matter how many times I show you, a useless idiot like you can never learn. But he was wrong. This was not a docile sheep. This was a wolf in sheep's clothing. All of the opponent's tolerance and waiting were for revenge. He became Darnell of the Great Zhou, avenging himself on those who had once treated him like a pawn. Now he had come to take revenge on the Azar. Yet, how did he manage to endure it all for 3 whole years? To be a slave to the Azar royal family for 3 whole years? Danai Bachur thought that if it were him, he wouldn't have been able to endure even a moment, let alone 3 years. But Branson endured everything flawlessly, until almost everyone who once feared him relaxed their guard. But now that he thought about it, could a normal person do such a thing? Even a dog at its wit's end would leap over a wall. Even an alarmed rabbit might bite. If only he had known. If only he had known. Instead of demonstrating any skills, he should have trampled Branson while he wasn't powerful enough to resist. 1,000 pieces of gold couldn't buy foreknowledge. Dantai Bachur's body thudded heavily as it fell off the horse. Branson sat high on Dantai Bachur's horse, with flames roaring behind him. The fire was so intense it turned half the sky red. It was in the direction of the Azar army's provisions. In the silence where a pin drop could be heard, someone shouted, "The granary is on fire." The Azar army immediately descended into chaos. Bo finally recovered from his shock. He dismounted, taking 2 steps toward Branson, still feeling as if he were in a dream. Was this the tyrant they had always hated? The dog Emperor Iof talked about? No wonder the message only mentioned that the court had sent reinforcements but didn't mention who led them. Bo had assumed it was another incompetent fool, so he hadn't bothered to ask and paid no attention. His requirement for the commander was simple: deliver supplies and troops. Don't cause trouble on the way, and don't try to seize power from Matthew upon arrival. If the arrogant nobles from Shangjing could achieve this much, he would already be grateful. But the tyrant had personally led the campaign? The tyrant killed the Azar general with 1 move? The tyrant also led people to burn the enemy's granary? And how did he show up? There was only 1 messenger, but the main force numbered thousands. There was no way their travel speeds could be the same. Even if both set out at the same time, the main force would arrive at least 10 days later. Why was the difference only 1 or 2 days now? So many questions and mysteries filled his mind, nearly rendering Bo speechless. The soldiers behind him felt the same way. Only Branson remained calm. He knew how the border guards viewed him and didn't blame Bo for his rudeness. Instead, he rode closer to Bo and said indifferently, "Where is Favio?" Bo subconsciously replied, "General Xue is holding back the Azar main force in the city." Branson nodded, leaving behind only the words, "I'll go help him," before riding away. Bo was slightly stunned by Darnell's decisiveness. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could speak, Branson disappeared in a cloud of dust in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2:14 Grievance 2. Dwight was no match for Matthew, but it was also hard for Matthew to kill him. He was also a renowned warrior among the Azar, not inferior to Qin. One might even say he was stronger than Qin. Moreover, troops were present, and everyone heard these words with varied expressions. Some were surprised, some jealous, others worried. Such an open attempt at defection would surely cause suspicion if reported to an emperor who is easily distrustful. It was difficult to discern whether Dwight was sincere or sowing discord. Matthew sat high on horseback, still looking lazy, but raised his voice considerably. "The Adiel's promise isn't very appealing. Even if your king really wants to crown you as crown prince, he hasn't issued any decree yet. Not only do you have the Corina, king, and Celia above you, but your 4 elder Evars as well. As for me, Favio, I was born unbound. If you become the king, make me regent with power over life and death, then we'll talk. Do you dare accept that?" Dwight was slightly taken aback. Azar indeed had the position of regent. However, the regent had to be royal family, and could only be appointed when Darnell was too young to rule. Ministers had to kneel before the regent. Their authority was virtually equivalent to that of an emperor. One might even say that the existence of a regent signifies the transfer of imperial power. Unless there was no other way, even if Darnell appointed auxiliary ministers, he would not lightly appoint a regent. Not to mention that Azar's king wasn't dead yet. This promise of his was like the heart of Seema Melvin revealed. Even if he ascended the throne in the future, he wouldn't need a regent to divide his power, let alone one who wasn't even royal. Suddenly demanding so much, Matthew clearly had no sincerity. Dwight narrowed his eyes. "Favio, I didn't expect you to be so inconsistent. Since you claim to be unbound, how did Branson buy you off so easily with just an official post? Or perhaps..." A hint of mockery colored his tone. "You're used to gnawing bones. Eating meat feels too luxurious." Laughter echoed immediately behind Dwight. "Who said it's just an ordinary official post?" Matthew sheathed his saber, drawing the long sword hanging from his horse. As the sword left its scabbard, cold light flashed sharply, dazzling to the eye. Without a doubt, it was a world-class sword. Matthew said indifferently, "This was bestowed by our great Zhou Cash. Whoever wields this sword may patrol the land in Imran's stead, as if Darnell himself were present. Is this casual? A promise like this, I doubt the Adiel could afford." Dwight's pupils constricted. He stared at the sword for a moment before slowly saying, "This cannot be." "Why not?" Matthew tilted his head slightly, his eyes shining brightly like stars in the dark night. He said, "Without my lord's magnanimity, don't make empty promises here, making a fool of yourself." These words pierced Dwight like needles. Actually, he did not care about winning and losing as much as others thought. What mattered more to him was excitement and interest. He spent 3 years turning Branson into someone like him. How could he allow the other to get what he couldn't? Dwight smiled sweetly. "Favio, you can't fool me. You can never settle for being second best." Branson needed the throne. Matthew was born to be a king. 2 tigers can't share one mountain. How could 2 people like them coexist? Matthew glanced at Dwight askance, his demeanor relaxed yet intimidating. Whether it was the saber or the sword, they seemed to come alive in his hands. A slight curve touched his lips, and he gave a silent laugh, with an undertone of mockery in his voice. "What's it got to do with you? Davon, aren't you talking too much?" Dwight did not respond. When their gazes clashed, they both caught the ruthlessness in each other's eyes. Matthew was different from Branson. Rather than biding his time and striking decisively when powerful enough, Matthew excelled at overwhelming his opponent from the start with sheer presence. At this moment, a messenger from the Azar rushed over. There was a sense of urgency and tension in his voice. Adiel, reinforcements from Great Zhou have arrived. Their emperor killed Marshal Dantai and burned our granaries. Cash, Branson is here? Dwight paused, looking up to see flames soaring into the sky. After a brief silence, he burst into laughter. Favio. Dwight made a gesture of cutting his throat. Let's wait and see. The game isn't over yet. Chapter 2:15 Favor and Grievance 1. The Azar army withdrew from the city gate, but Dwight remained, lingering and not leaving. He was waiting for someone, and he didn't have to wait long. A horse galloped through the firelight and arrived in an instant. Years apart had transformed the former youth into a young man, with a presence that had undergone a tremendous change. The only thing unchanged was that strikingly handsome face. Under the moonlight, his brows and eyes were serene yet aloof, his entire face like flawless jade, possessing an irresistible charm that stirred one's heart. Seeing Dwight blocking the city gate, Branson reined in his horse. He now carried a long sword on his side and wielded Clinton's saber in his hand. This was clearly an intangible intimidation for the Azar army. However, Dwight showed no sign of panic or anger. He even managed a vague smile. I ran? Before he could finish, the wind howled past his ears. A dazzling saber shot towards him, ruthlessly stabbing towards Dwight's chest. Dwight sidestepped just in time, finishing his sentence in the nick of time. It's good to see you. The saber missed its mark and immediately followed up. Branson smiled as well. You can't be unharmed if you're not dead. You truly turn your back on people so easily. My skills are much more refined than yours. Dwight reached out and caught Branson's saber. In a soft voice he said, Aran, you didn't speak like this back then. Each word was Aran, as if they were not enemies now but Evars in arms. Staring at Dwight, the black depths of Branson's eyes surged like waves. After a moment, the corners of his lips curved slightly, slowly forming a single word. Scram. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blade pressed down sharply. Even though Dwight reacted swiftly and released the saber, a cut still appeared on his hand. The blade was too sharp, blood gushed out instantly, which Dwight licked off. More thrilling than before. If you were like this back then, I wouldn't have let you go. With a command, Azar soldiers immediately surged forward from both sides. Take it easy, Aran. Since you're heartless, I'll be righteous. Since you don't remember the old times, I do. Since you've come in person, let me prepare a grand gift for you first. Before Branson could respond, a deputy general beside Dwight urged in Azar language, Adiel, retreat quickly. That Favio is too fierce. Our troops can hardly hold on. The hoofbeats were urgent. No matter how densely packed, the Azar soldiers couldn't stop Matthew's charge. Amidst the flashing scimitars, blood fell like rain. A rider in red led the way, fiery and blazing, just a few hundred steps away from the city gate. Almost blinding to look at. Dwight's gaze dimmed. He didn't say anything more, turned around, and rode away. Before leaving, he extended his hand and made a gesture to Branson, full of ambiguous meaning. Standing in the shadows, Branson was utterly silent. Matthew wiped off the blood droplets from his blade and stopped next to Branson. He didn't show any surprise at Branson's arrival, nor did he notice the undercurrents between Branson and Dwight. He simply laughed. Phil came just in time, truly like a timely rain. That smile was like sunshine after a storm, parting clouds and revealing the sun in an instant. Branson's smile would make people feel amazed and innocent. Yet Matthew's laugh was full of freedom and sunshine, easily dispelling gloom. Branson pulled the corner of his lips slightly, coolly saying, Not that I wasn't afraid Shwezi would miss me. I'm not just missing you. It feels like 3 years without seeing you every day. Matthew laughed heartily. Phil has had a tough journey. Let's head into the city. Allow me to arrange lodging for Phil. Lingyu Pass was in chaos, and by the time matters were roughly settled, it was close to dawn. After repeated persuasion from Francisco, Matthew and Branson finally decided to return to their rooms to rest. To provide a better environment for the injured, most of the rooms were commandeered by Matthew to accommodate them, including his own. He planned to find a place to make do. Branson invited him to share a room. Hearing this, Matthew couldn't help but be taken aback. He shook his head. Phil is the son of heaven. It's inappropriate. Does Favio care about such things? Branson smiled sardonically. Now you're the commander here. If you sleep on the streets, how can I sleep comfortably in my room? Cut the formalities. I don't mind, and you're not a maiden. What's wrong with sharing? After a brief silence, Matthew chuckled lightly. Then this minister will humbly accept the offer. Thank you, Phil. They returned to the room together, thoroughly exhausted, ready to rest after a quick wash. Matthew, with his keen eyes, noticed the red string around Branson's wrist. Pausing, his lips curled faintly. Sensing Matthew's gaze, Branson hid the string in his sleeve. What? Nothing. Matthew suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. It's just that I suddenly found Phil has quite unique taste. Branson, of course, knew what he was referring to. This is because it's your younger sister who has unique taste. She insisted on making him wear a feminine red string on his wrist. Upon hearing this, Matthew raised an eyebrow and then chuckled silently. He never believed that women should stay in the back courtyard to embroider and learn how to support their husbands and educate their children. He believed that women should also step out to see a wider sky. Confronting the unspeakable darkness within himself, Branson felt his disgust for this young man before him stemmed half from dread and half from envy. Dreading the other's strength, envying the breadth of heart the other truly possessed. For Branson to win hearts, he had to put on and act carefully and subtly, striving not to appear too fake or forced. So after his ascension to the throne, he simply could not be bothered with such things. With power in his hands, it did not matter whether one was loyal or treacherous. Disobedience would not be tolerated, and disobedience meant death. But Matthew was different. By merely standing there, countless people were willing to follow him. No matter what position he held, he always transformed the mediocre into the extraordinary, shining like a gem. His accomplishments far exceeded what his status suggested. What others couldn't achieve, he managed flawlessly. For instance, restraining those arrogant scions of nobility. No matter how wild and proud they usually were, none dared defy while Matthew was commander of the Imperial Guards. Other rulers' commands were treated as mere words by these scions. But when Matthew required midnight attendance, none dared say, "I won't go." They'd wait outside the gate since dusk without daring to delay for a moment. Now at Lingyu Pass, the soldiers' genuine admiration for Matthew needed no words. It shone in their eyes. Seeing young general, their eyes sparkled. To them, Matthew wasn't just a commander but their faith itself. The same words spoken by Matthew and others yielded drastically different results. Branson could easily imagine that if the court sent someone to try to strip Matthew of his power, all Matthew would have to do was sit there, and many would rush to defend him, regardless of the consequences. A retainer will die for the one who understands him. Matthew was that understanding one. This seemed to be a natural talent of Matthew's. Branson's charm was mostly feigned. Matthew's appeal was predominantly innate. Although in his previous life, Branson indeed favored sycophants and distanced himself from upright men, even from this life's perspective, he did not feel that suppressing and doubting Matthew was wrong. Everyone has ambition. Which emperor wouldn't fear such a person? Such individuals are a threat to imperial authority. Even if the general himself did not intend to rebel, could you guarantee his subordinates felt the same? What if the army mutinied? What if the yellow robe were thrust upon him? History had seen examples of such occurrences. Branson considered his suspicion of Matthew reasonable, while trusting him would be treading on thin ice. Perhaps he could risk you. They exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. Seeing Matthew still sitting by the table, Branson said mildly, "Aren't you sleepy yet?" Matthew laughed. "I'll just sleep on the floor here, keeping watch for Phil." With his acuteness, how could he not understand the saying that when something or someone stands out, there must be forces that attempt to destroy it? He didn't show off but instead had always been deliberately restrained. Although he was someone who broke conventions and disliked being bound by rules, he adhered to necessary norms. However, his bearing and demeanor were innate, always revealed unconsciously through his actions. This was his unique aura that no one else possessed, making others envious and jealous in vain. Perhaps because he had seen him too much and got used to it in this life, Branson suddenly found it not as hard to accept as in his previous life. He curled his lips. "Fabio, why haven't I noticed before that you are so indecisive? If we need to squeeze, then we shall squeeze. Of course, if you have any resentment toward me, it's a different matter. In that case, there's no need for me to keep you here. Find somewhere else to sleep." That's not acceptable. A ruler does not jest. Since invited by Phil, how can I refuse? Distinguishing whether someone is sincere or not was not difficult. Hearing Branson's words always carried the scent of dragon brain incense. Meeting him meant no sign of untidiness was allowed. Otherwise, it would be considered a breach of court etiquette. His habits were extremely meticulous. Even now, since marching and warring made it inconvenient to burn incense, the scent of dragon brain was gone, replaced by a faint and ethereal aroma of winter plum blossoms. When they were farther apart, it wasn't noticeable, but at close distances, like between a bed and a desk, or riding next to him, it became unavoidable. The fragrance didn't seem like incense, but rather like real plum blossom scent. It was unknown how Branson managed to carry this scent. Given Branson's high standards, Matthew also worried that Branson might smell blood or sweat, so he wiped himself meticulously before entering, ensuring there were no improprieties. He only laughed. "Yes, maybe I naturally have a higher body temperature than others?" That was true. Matthew inherited Michaela's appearance, but General Shue's physique. From childhood, he was sturdy, even going bare-chested in freezing winters. His physical strength far exceeded ordinary people, so naturally, his body temperature was higher than average, within normal limits. However, after prolonged combat, it naturally increased further. From a distance, this was not noticeable, but upon approaching, the warmth became others, but restrained himself due to Matthew's presence. Matthew seemed genuinely tired. As soon as he lay down, he closed his eyes, breathing steadily and deeply, as if he had fallen asleep. In reality, he was simply resting his eyes. His senses were currently in stark contrast to Branson's. He was surrounded by the fresh, sweet scent of plum blossoms, like suddenly diving into a snowbank filled with plums. Though it wasn't unpleasant and even slightly refreshing, still, which soldier carried the scent of plum blossoms? Young ladies in boudoirs like such things. Only when young ladies threw handkerchiefs into his arms did they smell so fragrant. Branson was indeed contradictory at times. Matthew couldn't understand why, despite knowing many court officials secretly criticized his imperial demeanor and feeling displeased about it, Branson still loved such things. And he also couldn't fathom why, though Branson evidently loathed and feared him, he was now trying to extend his true feelings first. That long sword inscribed with, "As imperial as me," traversing mountains day and night over thousands of miles, eyes red with bloodshot veins, as well as... Matthew abruptly opened his eyes in the dark. Branson hadn't noticed. Facing away, he seemed completely unguarded. Matthew took a deep breath. They had once tested each other's strength. Given this situation and distance, even without a saber in hand, he could easily kill Branson. Was Branson unaware? Was this a test? Or was he indirectly telling Matthew that he hoped for a friendship where they could entrust their lives to each other? But was that possible? It was undeniable that Branson had changed a lot. But one cannot undo what has been done. Those people who died unjustly wouldn't come back just because he changed. Matthew's gaze dimmed. If Branson weren't Darnell, this debt would have to be paid with blood sooner or later. Clearly, he couldn't do that now. Back when Branson was so ruthless, Matthew couldn't kill him due to various concerns, let alone now, when doing so would disrupt the country and displace civilians. That was his duty as a general. However, being Ivar's was out of the question. Branson didn't need a Ivar like him, nor could Matthew genuinely trust and serve him. He couldn't betray Kingston. Chapter 217 Decision 1. The perilous battle at Lingyu Pass had taken an unexpected turn for the better, thanks to Branson's surprise deployment of troops, achieving an unimaginable victory. The Azar granaries were burned. Azar General Sidney was killed in action. The Azar army retreated 300 miles. War reports began to pile up on King Jace's desk, almost all mentioning the names Favio and Branson. As for Favio, it was understandable since his name had been heard too often lately. But the two characters, Branson, deeply stung Jace's eyes. This was the fierce tiger they had personally allowed to return to the mountains. He had manipulated everyone with a face that looked utterly innocent. In fact, signs of this had already emerged when Branson first ascended the throne. During the reign of former Achilles, Azar would receive more and more wealth and women each year. They could occasionally seize two cities as well. But ever since Branson became emperor, things that slipped through his fingers were getting fewer and fewer. Not even a city could be imagined now. Letters sent by Azar were either ignored or replied to with indifferent words. This led them to seek treaties with Ethan of the Shen family, Dante. Yet despite all this, due to Branson's 3-year performance in Azar, Jace completely underestimated him. No matter how furious a commoner becomes, he can only make blood splash 5 paces away. And no matter how far it splashes, it couldn't reach Azar's land. Who would have thought? Now Branson's decisive strike that killed Sidney and set fire to the Azar granaries had caused a sensation throughout Azar, trampling the entire Azar royal family's dignity into the ground. Jace felt angrier the more he thought about it. He slammed the table repeatedly and immediately issued an edict appointing his 5th prince, Dwight, as the new general to lead the armies. Didn't match what Branson did. Is this a tyrant? Let them see what a wise ruler looks like. Indeed, the founding emperor of the Zhou dynasty was truly a wise ruler, and he achieved precisely what Branson did. Though the late Achilles wasn't exactly a wise ruler, he did not bear the reputation of being cruel. But he never visited the battlefield. He never experienced the suffering of the people. He sat high in the temple, listening to court ministers debate and deciding the fates of many people with mere lip service. Just by willing to personally lead the charge instead of hiding in the rear, Branson was already superior to many. The Azar soldiers were always brave and good at fighting. Though they won this battle, the casualties on the Zhou side were still heavy. Lingyu Pass was in chaos, with many houses damaged. They had to treat the wounded, calm people's hearts, and handle the aftermath, which was a complicated affair. However, as an emperor with absolute authority, Branson neither nitpicked nor micromanaged Matthew's commands, nor did he leave everything behind citing fatigue from marching. Throughout, he supported and helped Matthew in his role as emperor. Whenever Matthew stood up, he stood up. If Matthew worked until midnight, he didn't sleep first. The burden that was once carried by one person is now shared by two, and even the speed of treating the wounded has increased significantly. Lingyu Pass quickly returned to its impregnable state. Even though the Azar troops had not completely retreated, the soldiers felt unprecedented confidence and ease over these few days, with more smiles on their faces. They had gotten through such tough times before. Now, with such a ruler and general, they feared no war. But as things were tidied up, dealing with the traitors had to be put on the agenda. Iof was now imprisoned in the jail at Lingyu Pass. Most of the soldiers who opened the city gates for the Azar army were killed by the invaders, with only a few fortunate ones escaping and temporarily held in the jail. After all, they were comrades in arms for many years. It was hard-hearted to kill them, but letting them go would be disrespectful to the fallen Evars. Litietta was saddened by their misfortune and angry at their lack of resistance, worried every day about this matter. However, seeing Branson and Matthew so busy every day, he hesitated to cause trouble at this critical moment. Now, seeing Lingyu Pass basically stabilized, after much deliberation, he finally decided to proactively talk to Branson and Matthew. After Lingyu Pass gradually settled down, many civilians came to the streets to do business. When Litietta found Branson and Matthew, they were leading a team of soldiers on patrol in the city. Litietta approached and greeted them, and Matthew immediately ordered the soldiers to stop for a brief rest. Matthew's good rapport from Shangjing City had been brought to Lingyu Pass. Not only did the soldiers adore him, but the citizens also treated this Alexei as family. Previously, when the border troops lacked food, they never considered plundering these civilians. Instead, many civilians voluntarily donated their rations. Seeing them stop to rest on the roadside, an 8 or 9-year-old Eileen immediately ran over, holding pastries made by her grandmother for them to taste. She was calling out "Young General" while running. However, she was running in the wrong direction. While shouting Matthew's name, she was running towards Branson. Due to running too fast without watching the road, she stumbled just before reaching Branson, lost her balance, and fell forward. Chapter 218 Decision 2. If this had happened in Shangjing City, Branson would definitely have turned a deaf ear and a blind eye. However, he was now portraying the image of an enlightened ruler and could not just watch as a little Eileen fell on her face right before him. So, he bent down slightly to help her up. The little Eileen was still shaken. Suddenly facing a magnified handsome face made her cheeks redden despite her young age. She lowered her head and softly said, "Young General, these are pastries made by my grandma herself. Would you like to try some?" Saying so, she cautiously pushed forward the pastries she was holding. Even knowing she was about to fall, she still protected these pastries, showing how important they were to her. Branson didn't take them. He pointed to Matthew standing beside. "This is the young general. You've mistaken the person." The little Eileen blinked her big eyes, shifting her gaze between Branson and Matthew. She let out a light "ah," appearing somewhat bewildered. Matthew walked over with a smile. "Have you seen the young general before? Why did you think it was him?" After a brief pause, the little Eileen lowered her head shyly. "I haven't met him, but my Evar, who's a soldier, has." He said that the young general is very recognizable, being the best looking person in the army. I. At this point, she quickly looked up at Branson, then rapidly lowered her head again without saying a word. "So," Matthew finished for her, "you think he's more handsome than me, right?" The little Eileen admitted her mistake bashfully. "Well, just a little bit." Both men were equally handsome but had different styles, making it hard to say who was better looking, purely a matter of personal preference. The little Eileen hesitated between Matthew and Branson, finally feeling Branson was more handsome. Having said this, the little Eileen once again offered the pastries. Young general, my grandma said you've been fighting tirelessly. Try some, please. I kept them warm against my chest. They're still warm. Matthew laughed heartily. Without taking the pastries, he asked, do you know who this Ivar is? The little Eileen shook her head innocently. He is Imran, the cache of Great Joe, Matthew declared solemnly. Even the young general must obey him and listen to his orders. Upon hearing the word cache, the little Eileen's eyes flickered, instinctively stepping back 2 steps. For the people living at the border, cache wasn't exactly a good word. Although the border troops now recognized Branson's contributions and abilities, the civilians hadn't yet. But Matthew stared straight into her eyes. Little sister, Imran led the charge, personally. He went to drive away the enemies to protect his subjects. You didn't get the person wrong. Giving the pastries to him is the right choice because I am here following his command. Go back and tell your grandma, tell everyone you know, that Imran is a benevolent emperor who loves his people as if they were his children. Matthew spoke with conviction, leaving the little Eileen staring blankly at him, before nodding gravely. I will. I'll definitely convey what the young general said. I will tell everyone that Imran is a benevolent emperor who loves his people as if they were his children. After the little Eileen left, Bo followed Branson and Matthew back to their room. Due to the severe shortage of rooms in Lingyu Pass, the two of them had endured sharing a room for several days, gradually getting used to it. After a night's rest, Matthew's fever had subsided. With him around, Branson had someone replace the thick quilt with a thinner one, finding the temperature just right, not too cold or too hot. Meanwhile, Matthew had also gotten used to the plum blossom fragrance emanating from Branson. Over the days, Matthew began to realize dimly that this fragrance wasn't from incense or flower petals, but came naturally from Branson himself. Though unsure why Branson had this unique aroma, Matthew, being a man himself, understood completely Branson's behavior of always carrying fragrances, believing it was better for people to think he liked scents rather than know about his natural aroma. Mutual understanding made life much easier. Matthew greeted Bo as if welcoming a guest in his own room, asking him to sit and pouring him a cup of tea. Generally, what's the matter? Bo took a deep breath and explained his purpose. However, neither Matthew nor Branson showed any reaction upon hearing his words. Had it only been Matthew present, Bo wouldn't have been able to hold back and would have directly questioned them. However, given the cache's special status, even though he felt anxious, Bo forced himself to be patient. After a long pause, Matthew finally said, Generally, what do you think? Taken aback by Matthew's question, Bo let out a long sigh. I apologize for worrying Imran and the young general. I'm truly at a loss about what to do. If Iof is not executed for his actions, it would be an insult to those who died unjustly. But if I were to kill him, after all these years of Ivar Hood and his whole family, even the most upright officials struggle with family matters. This was a dilemma for Bo. At this point, this weather-beaten man couldn't help but blush with emotion. Branson's voice broke through the silence, devoid of any emotion. Generally, according to military regulations, how should such a case be handled? Bo was momentarily stunned. After a pause, he answered, immediate execution. No place tolerates traitors. Branson said, then handle it according to the rules. Even though it was the answer he expected, Bo still felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively glanced at Matthew. Iof is our Ivar. We all feel heartbroken by what he has done. Matthew slowly continued. But without rules, there can be no order. Every soldier here is our comrade in Ivar. If we show leniency today, how will we deal with others in the future? How can we lead with fairness as commanders? Generally, you may think I'm heartless and forget old bonds, but at any time, injustice cannot be allowed to spread. No grievances or reasons can justify betrayal. Since he dared to act this way, he must take responsibility. Matthew slightly turned his head, his eyes cold and unyielding, exuding an invisible pressure that left people trembling with fear. He declared, not only will I execute him, but I will do so publicly, listing his crimes. Chapter 219. Undercurrents. 1. Shengjing City. At night, with nothing particular to do, Claire was chatting in Ikuan Palace with Marianne and Amy. Seeing that Claire had been melancholy and staring absent-mindedly out the window at the moon, Marianne couldn't help but smile and say, I bet Imran is surely missing Queen Consort at this moment, and he's so engrossed in thought that he can't even eat or drink, sighing at the moon all the time. She didn't mention Claire directly, but instead spoke of Branson. Claire blushed upon hearing this. Lowering her gaze, she said softly, you little brat, always teasing me. Amy warmly linked arms with Claire and also laughed. Why is Queen Consort always so shy? The affection between you and Imran is what so many people envy. Claire had always been kind and showed no airs befitting a queen. Marianne and Amy were also articulate and charming, unlike ordinary palace maids, which greatly alleviated Claire's worries and loneliness caused by missing Branson. Although they hadn't been in the palace for long, their relationship developed rapidly, becoming as close as sisters, with added, Imelda should also be rewarded. Claire had never been particularly attentive to such details regarding flowers and plants, and hadn't noticed anything different about today's lilies. However, since Amy suggested it, Claire readily agreed, very well, let them be rewarded. She instructed a servant to take care of it immediately. Imelda, never expecting rewards for simply delivering flowers, expressed immense gratitude and quickly bowed to Claire. Rising gracefully, Marianne gently helped Imelda up, saying, these rewards are all due to your hard work. There's no need to be so formal. Go ahead and leave now. Grateful, Imelda left. Citing Claire's need for rest, Amy asked all other servants in the palace to retire. Only then did Marianne move the pot of lilies far away from Claire. With this series of actions, even if Claire was slow to notice, she felt something was amiss. Armand her brows, she asked, Tyson wrong. Is there something wrong with the lilies? Marianne's expression turned grave. There is a trace amount of honey locust fragrance within the stamens. Most people can't detect it, but I have been skilled in making fragrances since childhood. Most scents can't escape my nose. The main component of honey locust fragrance is musk. Even in small quantities, if Marianne hadn't noticed it, prolonged exposure would undoubtedly harm the child in Claire's womb. Looking at the pot of lilies now, Claire felt a chill run through her body. She was generally easygoing, but not to make this incident public. Have him secretly watch over the servants in the flower house, and strengthen the guards outside Ikuin Palace. During the day, he can switch shifts with others to rest, but at night, he must personally lead the guards. We'll trouble him for some time. Claire slightly nodded. All right, I'll talk to Junior. Marianne added, also, from now on, all of Queen Consort's food should be tested with a silver needle, and I should taste it first to ensure everything is safe before Phil eats. Claire was taken aback and immediately opposed. How can that be done? No matter what, I can't have you test the food for poison. Marianne shook her head. I've studied medicine and perfumery. I know my limits, and I'm the most suitable person for this task. She then held Claire's hand earnestly and said, Lord Melvin guards outside, while Ameldorong and I will guard inside the palace. Rest assured, nothing will happen to the child in Phil's womb. Claire. Chapter 220. Hidden Currents, 2. Branson and Matthew went together to the prison to see Iof. In just a few days, this once strong and robust man had become utterly haggard, losing his former vigor as if he had aged by decades. But when he saw Branson, he clenched his fists tightly, and resentment still gleamed uncontrollably in his eyes. He rasped out a hoarse, young general, as if he hadn't seen Branson at all. Not only was Branson not offended by his attitude, but he also suddenly chuckled softly. This laugh seemed particularly jarring in the blood-stained dungeon, and quite out of place. Iof's eyes immediately turned toward Branson, his gaze like two steel needles piercing into Branson. He didn't know what Branson had been doing these past days in Lingyu Pass, or rather, even if he did know, he wouldn't believe it. His hatred for Darnell had long taken root in the endless pain he endured day after day. Iof couldn't hold back any longer and spat viciously in Branson's direction. Dog Cash. Weak from lack of strength, and sitting on a pile of straw, the bloody phlegm barely grazed Branson's robe before falling to the ground. Compared to Iof's fierce and vocal outburst, Branson appeared unusually calm. He said calmly, although you have offended me, I will not hold your offense against you, nor is there any need for me to do so. It's truly pitiful that your mother and family have suffered because of your foolishness. They haven't enjoyed a single good day with you, and now face hardship and scorn because they have a traitorous son who betrayed the country. These words hit Iof like a real threat. Dog Cash. I'll die fighting you. Though he barely recognized a few characters, he was filial by nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have committed such an act just to get silver pearl powder for his old mother. Now, his eyes were bloodshot with rage as he lunged at Branson, intending to wrap the iron chain around Branson's neck since he had no weapon. Branson watched coldly without moving. Instead, a flash of cold light appeared beside him as Matthew used his scimitar to force back Iof's attack. His voice revealed no emotion. Stand down? Iof's eyes widened in disbelief. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and an expression of extreme anguish spread across his dark face. He stammered, young general. This young general came out in a voice filled with sudden bitterness and anger. Young general, if you want to punish this old Jia, I have nothing to say. Who am I to offend you? But you shouldn't have brought this dog emperor to humiliate me. You shouldn't use me to show your loyalty to him. Iof was already completely overcome by passion, his face almost turning purple as he raged on. He shouted fiercely, young general, today this old Jia, will die by your sword. With that, he suddenly charged toward Matthew's scimitar. This wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Matthew was well prepared, promptly retracting the scimitar and twisting Iof's hand, pinning him against the wall. A bestial growl erupted from Iof's throat. Matthew said, Iof, I know you find Darnell's words hard to accept, but he isn't wrong. You saw what happened to the soldiers who opened the city gates. The Azar won't help you. Given your family's current situation, what will happen to those widows and orphans? For instance. He paused briefly and then continued, what did Dwight promise you? The air seemed to thicken for a moment. After a pause, Iof said, naturally, it was the promotion and titles for the Evars who opened the city gates and... The veins on the back of his hands stood out prominently as Iof clenched his fists so tightly they made a cracking sound. He promised that if we could obtain the head of the Alexei, he would provide the antidote for silver pearl powder, allowing our families to no longer suffer this unbearable torment. Otherwise, even if he offered me the highest ranks and endless wealth, I would never agree to kill the Alexei. Iof spoke from his heart. He was an ignorant brute, but during Matthew's days in Lingyu Pass, he had genuinely come to respect this Alexei, admiring him from the bottom of his heart. He also knew Matthew was the hope of Lingyu Pass. But the more silver pearl powder one took, the more frequent and painful the episodes became. His old mother was now at the point where she needed to take silver pearl powder every day or else she would be in excruciating pain. Even knowing it was like drinking poison to quench thirst, he couldn't stop. Now, hearing there was a permanent solution, how could he not be tempted? If it wasn't to help his old mother get rid of this tormenting substance once and for all, he would never have agreed to Dwight's request to assassinate Matthew. Branson and Matthew exchanged a glance amidst Iof's tearful words, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Matthew asked, there's an antidote for silver pearl powder? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Silver pearl powder was similar to the opium popular in Shangjing City, causing unbearable agony during its episodes, which had to be endured until it passed. There had never been any mention of an antidote. Dwight said his subordinates developed an antidote that can completely eliminate the pain caused by silver pearl powder. Initially, I didn't believe a word of it. Iof scratched his head, but he brought someone who had been taking silver pearl powder long-term, and when the person was having an episode, gave them the antidote. The pain was immediately relieved, and after observing the person for 2 months, they indeed never had another episode. Chapter 221 Invitation 1. When Oswald and Matthew came out of the prison, the atmosphere between them was inexplicably heavy. Do you think Imran believes there's an antidote for the silver pearl powder? Matthew asked. Oswald replied coolly, whether I believe it or not is not important. What matters is whether those who have taken the silver pearl powder and are suffering immensely believe they can quit it without any pain. He could say with great responsibility, the pain caused by the silver pearl powder during its effects does not fall short of any form of torture in this world, easily turning a hero unflinching at the edge of a blade into a coward. If one could quit this drug without enduring any pain 100 miles away from Lingyu Pass, and stipulated that each side could only bring 500 soldiers. Although Dwight did not ask for more troops himself, Shuanglong Slope was only dozens of miles from the Azar encampment. In case of conflict, the Azar clearly had the upper hand. This looked suspiciously like a trap. Upon hearing these conditions, the generals in Lingyu Pass involuntarily frowned. Oswald lowered his eyes slightly, looking at the burly Azar envoy before him. Without a smile, he said, "Since the Azar agreed to submit, naturally your ADL should come to Lingyu Pass for discussion. How can the meeting place be near the Azar army with only 500 men allowed on each side? None of us are fools. If the Azar lacks sincerity, then there's no point in negotiating. Over the years, the Azar army has killed countless people in Great Zhou. It's time for a proper reckoning." "The Azar are sincere," the envoy rebutted, taking a box from a nearby soldier. "Our ADL heard that the people of Lingyu Pass suffer greatly from the silver pearl powder. Deeply grieved, he ordered the creation of this medicine, which stops the silver pearl powder from taking effect once ingested. There's enough medicine for one person in this box. You may try it, and see if it works." These words startled all present, including General Francisco. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on the box held by the envoy. Lingyu Pass was located on the frontier where injuries among soldiers and civilians were common. However, medicinal supplies were often scarce, especially pain-relieving medicines, which were reserved for high-ranking officials like Russell Edmund or his close generals, leaving ordinary people to endure excruciating pain during treatment, leading some to commit suicide due to unbearable agony. While the silver pearl powder caused immense suffering during withdrawal, its initial use provided a blissful sensation. For injured soldiers or border civilians, it was extremely effective in relieving pain. So it was once used as medication until its harmful effects became apparent, causing the military to fear it. Yet, now many soldiers and civilians in Lingyu Pass suffered from its effects. After all, everyone is human, and humans inevitably have selfish desires. Who would want their loved ones to endure such pain daily? In the deathly silence, the Azar envoy continued. "The Azar have plenty of this medicine left. Prince 5 has already ordered to bring all the medicine to Shuanglong Slope. As long as young general appears at Shuanglong Slope, he will present these medicines with both hands, as a contribution from our Azar royal family to the people of Great Zhou. But if young general is too fearful and unwilling to come, we naturally cannot force it. In that case, Prince 5 will burn all the antidotes at Shuanglong Slope." His words hung in the air, met with silence. But everyone's gaze shifted toward Matthew simultaneously. Perhaps because Gracelyn understood Branson and Matthew's keenness too well, he made no effort to conceal that his offer of peace was a trap. Yet this was precisely what made him so sinister. He brazenly dug a pit, pulling Matthew into it despite knowing it was a scheme. "Aren't you known for your unparalleled intelligence? Aren't you unyielding in wealth and honor, poverty and lowliness, might and power? Aren't you full of righteousness and deep sentiment? Don't you worry before the worries of the world and enjoy after the joys of the world? Then let me see, when your soldiers and the civilians under your care are in dire straits, will you, Fabio, save them or not? Will you truly sacrifice yourself for the sake of the people as you've always claimed?" If Matthew refused to go, there would inevitably be grievances among the people in Lingyu Pass. If Matthew went, it could very likely end with him being their prey. General Francisco was the first to snap out of the silence. His voice thundered like a bolt, booming in everyone's ears. "This is a Azar trick. Young general must not go." With his lead, the other generals quickly followed suit. "Yes, this is a Azar trick. Young general must not go. Young general absolutely must not go." Francisco strode forward and grabbed the Azar envoy by the collar, furious. "Azar barbarians, damn you! How dare you scheme against our young general? I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Countries usually abide by the principle of not harming envoys during war. No one expected Francisco to make a move right there and then. The Azar envoy exclaimed in shock. "What are you doing?" "I'm warning you." As he spoke, he struggled to pull Francisco's hand off. "If I don't return, Prince 5 will destroy all the antidotes immediately, and no more silver pearl powder will be sent by the Azar. By then you, Bang! Just as Francisco was wrestling with the Azar envoy, his deputy general, Amato, suddenly rushed over from the side and punched the Azar envoy hard in the face. The punch was so powerful that the envoy screamed in agony, two teeth clattering out of his mouth. Blood gushed from his nose. Amato's face was flushed red, his muscles twitching, his eyes burning with intense hatred. It was as if he wanted to devour the Azar envoy alive. He spat on the envoy's face, snarling, "Who wants your poisonous stuff? Filthy swine trying to play good guy here. Do you think we're all fools?" Chapter 222 Invitation, 2. At this point, Amato roared fiercely, "Brothers, attack! Chop this dog to pieces!" Before this, few people in Lingyu Pass knew that Iof's mother had taken silver pearl powder. But when silver pearl powder first arrived in Lingyu Pass, Amato's father, mother, and younger Ivar all took it as medicine for pain relief. Thus, his entire family was almost gravely harmed by it. Just 2 months ago, his mother, unable to endure the excruciating pain during an episode, threw herself down a well. Although Amato acted very optimistic, everyone knew that if things continued like this, his father and younger Ivar would likely meet the same fate. The agony caused by silver pearl powder was absolutely beyond what most people could bear. If there really was an antidote, it would be the hope for his father and younger Ivar to live on. It wasn't hard to imagine the torment and anguish Amato had endured making such a decision. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. With a roar from deep within their chests, the sound of swords being drawn rang out continuously. The Azar delegation fell into chaos. As the Azar envoy and his entourage were about to lose their heads, A hand with distinct knuckles reached out from the side and pulled Francisco away. Then someone spoke softly. Stop. Seeing it was Matthew, everyone was taken aback. Amato, furious, said, Lieutenant General, what are you waiting for with these last dogs? Why not chop them up immediately? Matthew shook his head. General Zhou, I still have words for him. Despite the previous fury, everyone called out, nonsense. Matthew laughed loudly. His laughter sent chills through the Azar men. Well said, nonsense, Matthew remarked once he stopped laughing. Leaning back nonchalantly, he added, to your prince, Dwight is just a filthy insect crawling in the gutter. He thinks he's smart, but nobody is a fool. Want to talk with your prince? Not impossible, but not without something in return. Tell him to send half the antidotes here first. If they're effective, I'll personally go to Twin Dragon Slope for the rest. That's impossible. The envoy hesitated before firmly rejecting. If you doubt the authenticity of the drugs, why not test them on the spot? But if we send over the antidotes and you refuse to show up, wouldn't we suffer great losses? Dwight is more likely to do something like that. Your prince knows better than to go back on his word. Besides, if we don't have this basic trust, then what's the point of talking? Sitting back at his desk, Matthew gently wiped his curved saber with a cloth. Though his blade hadn't drawn blood, faint red streaks lingered on the edge, revealing its deadly nature. Matthew said, tell Dwight, if he agrees, we talk. Otherwise. Matthew chuckled lightly. He can get lost. Ikuan Palace. Upon seeing Marianne enter, Claire immediately stood up to greet her. Tyson Rong. Has Sinang Palace sent another messenger? Marianne chuckled lightly and said, Phil is indeed one. Chapter 223 Agreement. 1. Although the Corina is not as excessive as she was when Branson and Claire had a strained relationship, times have changed. Claire is now pregnant and must be more cautious in everything she does. Unlike before when she could indulge the Corina's whims. Amy stifled a yawn lightly. It's really strange how the Corina behaves. Now that Her Majesty the Celia is pregnant, even the concubines are exempted from paying their respects, yet she seems to idle away her time, finding trouble just to keep herself busy. She should think carefully about what's truly important. After all, she's expecting her own grandchild. Draper's maidservants were indeed bold in speech and action. Claire froze for a moment. She glanced worriedly at Amy and whispered, Imeldong, it's fine to talk like this in private, but please don't say these things outside. Given the Corina's temper, if she heard such words, there would certainly be dire consequences. Amy blinked lightly and smiled. Of course I know my limits. Since there's no one else around, I speak freely. Seeing the bright and playful expression on the young maid's face, Claire couldn't help but smile slightly. However, moments later, she gently tapped Amy's forehead with a hint of helplessness. You. The tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed somewhat. Marianne and Amy teased Claire a bit, but there was an obvious sadness lingering in her eyes. They understood her thoughts. Claire wouldn't have minded the Corina's antics before, but now she didn't want to stay in the Dowager's palace any longer. Regardless of anything else, the scent of incense always filled the Sinang Palace, and Marianne couldn't enter the inner chambers with her. Who knew if those scents might harm the child? But the Corina was Branson's birth mother. As a daughter-in-law, Claire could not refuse her summons, especially in a country governed by filial piety. Marianne and Amy exchanged glances. Marianne leaned close to Claire and whispered a few words. Claire's eyes widened slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. That's not right. The Corina is an elder and the Cash's mother. I cannot act like this. Marianne replied seriously. Phil, you misunderstand. If the Corina were kind, everyone would respect her. People say that a ruler sets the example for his subjects and a father for his children, but who remembers the latter part? She looked straight into Claire's eyes and continued slowly. When the ruler is unjust, the subject flees to another country. When the father is unkind, the son leaves home. Since the other party has already been unrighteous, we shouldn't be blamed for not being loyal. Indeed, Phil. Unless provoked, we remain peaceful. But if provoked, we need not endure silently. Amy held Claire's hand and said, You may not know, but before the Cash set out on his campaign, he privately instructed us about the Corina. Claire was greatly surprised. What did the Cash say? Amy answered, he said that although the Corina is his mother, which can never change, even if her actions seem unreasonable, he hopes the Celia will turn a blind eye to them. But if the Corina openly mistreats Her Majesty, then she doesn't need to tolerate it, because neither will the Cash. Claire felt a sudden lump in her throat. She clenched her teeth and finally made up her mind. All right, let's do as you suggest. She could endure personally, but she would not allow anyone to harm her child with Branson. In the Azar camp, Dwight took off his cloak and tossed it to a nearby guard. He hung his spear and glanced sideways at the dejected Azar envoy. I know Sky Giselbert is formidable. How can someone without talent control the soldiers at Lingyu Pass? There's no need for you to be so disheartened over a minor setback. His gentle demeanor, lacking any blame, only made the Azar envoy feel more guilty. Dwight added, follow what Sky Giselbert suggested, but only send 1/3 of the antidote. Instruct your men to attach explosives to the box and have my guards escort it. If Sky Giselbert agrees, proceed. If not, destroy the antidote on the spot to ensure it doesn't fall into the hands of the border troops. No need to retrieve it afterward. Trey Yong, think again. Even 1/3 is significant. It can save many lives. The Azar envoy furrowed his brows fiercely. Branson is so cunning. What if he abandons the ordinary soldiers and civilians at Lingyu Pass and distributes those antidotes to his close associates to win their loyalty? What if he then goes back on his word and refuses to meet the agreement? Wouldn't we lose a great deal? Dwight laughed. He sat behind the commander's desk, tapping his index finger lightly on the table, lazily saying, Branson might indeed do such a thing. If the person making this request today were him, I wouldn't send a single bit of the antidote to the border troops, not even 1/3. They don't want to be fools, but they can't take advantage of us either. But Fabio won't. If Matthew truly didn't want to negotiate, he could have made excessive demands like proposing to become a regent king, or allowing his subordinates to slaughter the Azar delegation. But this time, The conditions proposed by the other party were almost within his acceptable range, which meant there was room for negotiation. A man who cares for the common people will always be bound by these two words. How could Fabio save only his close associates while abandoning the ordinary soldiers and civilians? Chapter 224 Agreement 2. Are you really going to meet Dwight at Shuanglong Slope? Branson frowned. You saw the attitudes of those generals today. Everyone knows this is a trap set by the nomadic tribes. Even if you don't go, since ancient times, who has never faced death? If a general dies due to intrigue, it would certainly be regrettable, but if it's on the battlefield, that is called dying a noble death, there's nothing to lament. Branson's voice suddenly raised. Fabio. The air seemed to freeze momentarily with his shout. Matthew sat up from the bed, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. He slowly said, I want to know, is Philippos am I going because someone needs to guard the city, or because you are worried about my safety? Branson hesitated, then pursed his lips. Of course, we need someone to hold the fort. Matthew smiled. Before, I also believed that, but now I can see that Phil's abilities are sufficient to be the commander-in-chief. If I don't return, it might not be a bad thing for you. Throughout history, two tigers can't share one mountain. With me around, no matter what Branson does, his standing among the frontier army will always fall short. If our opinions remain consistent, there might be no issues. But once a disagreement arises, Branson's decisions will face unprecedented resistance. If the frontier army remains absolutely loyal to my orders, they will inevitably go against Branson's wishes. This is undoubtedly hard to bear for an emperor who demands absolute authority. Take today for instance. Francisco and the others were emotionally agitated without realizing a critical issue. Whatever the choice may be, the emperor should be the ultimate decision-maker. But they bypassed Branson entirely throughout the entire process. From beginning to end, no one asked for Branson's opinion. Actually, they didn't do it intentionally. It's just their ingrained way of thinking. Whether it's Iof or Francisco, they fundamentally despise imperial authority. Even with Darnell present, they cannot fully show respect. Once they have a general whom they wholeheartedly follow, the imperial edicts from the court might be less valuable than a ragged cloth. So every emperor would rather dispatch a noble prince to endure hardships on the frontier than risk losing control of the military power there. Although Branson did not say anything out loud, it doesn't mean he had no thoughts. If he were really a broad-minded person, he couldn't have been a tyrant for so many years. He also wouldn't have disregarded the lives of the people for so long. What Matthew is about to do is incredibly dangerous. He must clarify things with Branson before leaving. Otherwise, an emperor showing no displeasure or wariness openly could be a more terrifying internal threat to the frontier army than the nomadic tribes. Unexpectedly, Matthew spoke so bluntly. Branson fell silent for a moment before saying, times have changed. Prioritizing the general-in-chief in the military isn't wrong. Pausing, Branson's gaze fixed on Matthew's face. He furrowed his brows and asked, why are you smiling? Matthew's shoulders shook with laughter. After a while, he said, nothing. I just think what Phil said is true. It's a blessing for the state and its people to have such a wise ruler. So, I can't help but feel genuinely happy, which made me laugh. Branson looked into Matthew's eyes, the dark ink-like color in his pupils surging like waves. He couldn't help but smile. Fabio, how do you manage to sound so respectful and pleasant while making it impossible to ignore your sarcasm? Why not ask Imran first? Matthew smiled and said, how does Phil manage to despise and fear me while still being so magnanimous in delegating power and caring for my safety? In my imagination, everyone at Lingyu Pass can oppose this matter, except Phil should not. These words were a candid confession, as well as a probing question. Branson did not answer. In fact, they were both very contradictory people, because they were trapped, unable to act according to their wills. Even becoming an emperor didn't get him what he truly yearned for. After a long pause, Branson sighed softly. He whispered, Fabio, you are a smart man. There's just one layer of paper separating us, but why must you tear it apart? Some things, even if everyone understood tacitly, should remain unspoken. Because I am also human. I worry and feel tired too. Matthew stopped smiling. He reached out and gently massaged his temples, looking inexplicably weary. Branson, I've shared the same room with you for 10 days. I never asked you to disarm. Why didn't you just kill me? Chapter 225 Old Matters 1. Perhaps it was because the plum blossom fragrance was too intense. Matthew suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if he were back in a pile of snow. He instinctively held his breath and after quite some time said, why does Phil not know this clearly? Matthew reverted to his old form of address as if the earlier lapse had never occurred. He said indifferently, Phil is fully aware. I indeed have grievances with Phil, just as I also understand Phil's wariness towards me over the years. That's why I speak candidly today, offering my heartfelt words to assure Phil of my loyalty. Phil is the sovereign of this nation and the legitimate ruler of Great Zhou, which cannot be easily shaken. At no time have I been a threat to Phil, nor have I ever intended to be. I will only fight enemies for Phil. Branson chuckled lightly. What an artful way to present your concerns. It turns out Bodhi's earlier reprimand was actually an expression of loyalty. Though Matthew spoke genuinely, most of what he said was already tacitly understood between them. They had disliked each other for many years. Even if Matthew hadn't said so, Branson knew this all along. Branson slowly said, very well, since you've expressed your loyalty, let me reassure you. Indeed, Benton and his people were impolite, and I am upset, but I won't hold. Soldiers could die in battle, but not fall behind. The air around them inexplicably grew heavy for a moment. Branson's gaze fell upon Matthew's red attire. Red is a bold and striking color. Most people struggle to wear it well. A misstep can make one appear absurd. Yet Matthew particularly favored red clothing, and he wore it exceptionally well. Sometimes, when one dislikes a person intensely, even their breathing seems wrong. In Branson's eyes, red symbolized Matthew's arrogance and self-importance. However, at this moment, Branson thought of another possibility. Red is the color closest to blood. It would not cause pain to those close to him, nor would it gratify his enemies. In this aspect, they were stubbornly alike. There is no father-son relationship in the imperial family. No familial affection in the royal household. Those regarded as heaven's pride may, in reality, be sacrifices in the murky world. Branson said nothing more, only, Bodhi, whatever you think of me, whatever misunderstandings and grievances exist between us, know that at this moment, my wish for you not to die is genuine. If you return, the command of Lingyu Pass will still be yours. I harbor no ill feelings. Matthew was slightly taken aback. Having dared to say such things to Branson at this time, though it involved a gamble, he had anticipated possible reactions from Branson. He wagered that Branson would not turn against him. Wearing masks of harmony, they had long known each other's mutual disdain. Branson naturally wouldn't stir up trouble over something he already knew. Furthermore, he needed Branson to see a bit of his true thoughts. What troubled him was, regardless of how carefully chosen the words were, they would still sound harsh. He did not expect Branson to respond with such sincerity. Chapter 226, Old Matters, 2. The next day, Branson had not yet woken up naturally when Matthew called him out of bed. He rubbed his eyes and, as expected, found that it was pitch dark outside. Indeed, at the time he would normally wake up, it wouldn't be light yet. Branson was bewildered for a couple of breaths. Then, looking at Matthew who was already fully dressed, he frowned and asked, "Is there military news?" It shouldn't be so. The Azar army retreated 300 miles, and Matthew had set a meeting with Dwight on Shuanglong Slope in 3 days. Even if Dwight had been kicked by a donkey on the head, he shouldn't attack the city now. Otherwise, that 1/3 of the antidote he received would have been given in vain. Matthew shook his head with a smile. When I first arrived at Lingyu Pass, I heard that there's a high mountain here where watching the sunrise is especially delightful. I've always wanted to see it, but due to military affairs, I never got the chance. Now, thanks to Phil, Lingyu Pass is basically peaceful, and people are gradually coming out to do business. So, I thought we could take this opportunity to go together. Go see what? Watch the sunrise. Or go with him. Seems like Dwight wasn't kicked by a donkey, but Matthew was. Branson's mind raced, and he blurted out, "Aren't you afraid I'll act irresponsibly?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he supported his forehead, quite regretful. They hadn't quarreled yesterday. Why bring up old matters today? It made him seem overly magnanimous. Matthew pretended not to hear. "So, will Phil come?" Branson looked at him without a word. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his head. There must be something wrong when someone starts being overly attentive for no reason. Matthew waited for a moment, not receiving any response from Branson. He shrugged and began to untie the belt around his waist. "I was just struck by a sudden whim. If Phil doesn't want to go, then forget it. It's still early, let's sleep a little more." Branson stood up expressionlessly to get dressed. "You woke me up and you still want to sleep? Let's go." With that last word, he turned and left the room without looking back. Matthew stood in place, staring at Branson's back for a while. He gave a somewhat self-mocking laugh before following. The mountain Matthew mentioned was secluded and truly tall. Despite their remarkable skills and speed, they barely made it to the top before sunrise. Running too fast, sweat soaked through their clothes. Branson leaned against a tree at the mountaintop to catch his breath. In comparison, Matthew was much more relaxed. He sat down against the tree, lazily propping up one leg, adopting a laid-back demeanor. Branson glanced down at him. "Favio, you ran pretty fast. I think even a swift horse couldn't catch up with you." Mutual admiration. Matthew laughed. "Isn't Phil the same? We've competed many times from Shangjing to the frontier, and no winner has ever emerged." Branson casually brushed a leaf off his fingertips and said indifferently, "Should Bodhi and I be like kindred spirits who can never drink enough wine, or rivals like Howard and Jeremy?" Matthew didn't answer. After a moment, he pointed to the horizon. "Look, the sun is about to rise." Branson paused, turning to see a fiery red sun rising slowly from the edge of the sky. The morning glow burst forth, giving everything around them an incredibly brilliant golden edge. It was very moving and spectacular. Of course, one can also watch the sunrise in the palace, but it feels completely different. Amidst a chorus of bird chirps, Branson slowly walked to the cliff edge. Leaving hastily, his long hair was simply tied up and was now being tousled by the cool morning breeze, spreading the fragrance of plum blossoms. Perhaps due to the accelerated blood flow from running quickly, his scent became more intense. At this moment, looking at Branson's back, Matthew felt, for some inexplicable reason, an unprecedented sense of vigor and confidence emanating from him. It seemed that he should be this way, not the increasingly somber emperor confined within the palace walls. Claire had seen Branson as a youth, and of course, so had Matthew. In fact, he saw him even more often, because wherever Gerald went, he liked to bring him along, making several princes of similar age compete with him. Horseback riding, writing, and strategy discussions. Each skill of the 6 arts had to be compared. Praising him was essentially wanting his son to surpass him. In his youthful arrogance, he aimed to win every time. Later on, when they grew older, it ended in a tie. Anyway, he refused to lose. His spirit soared above all else. When childhood naivety could no longer excuse his actions, and not losing meant acting immature, he would try to escape as many competitions as possible, losing a few unavoidable ones just to amuse Gerald. Therefore, he barely remembered these contests and didn't care to remember them. Only the competitions with Branson held some interest. His ties with Branson were genuine ties. Back then, they hadn't harbored any grudges against each other. Occasionally, he still found this young man somewhat intriguing. Unfortunately, Branson didn't think so. Matthew had always been the type to easily connect with others. He could chat with any of Prince Gerald's other sons regardless of their relationship or age and status. But he could never find common ground with Branson. It wasn't that Matthew didn't want to chat. It was mainly because Branson wouldn't cooperate. In a crowd, Branson would respond to him intermittently. Alone together, they were almost like strangers. Branson's inexplicable hostility toward him only grew stronger over time, making Matthew wonder each time they met what exactly he had done to offend him. Unfathomable. If it couldn't be understood, he wouldn't dwell on it. "Since you don't get along with me, Why should I bother with you? I have friends of my own. From then on, they grew increasingly distant, until Branson returned from Azar. The formerly quiet and reserved youth had almost transformed into someone completely different, becoming skilled in navigating social situations. He thrived in court politics and managed relations among his Evars effortlessly. He mastered every strategy and plot. If there was one thing that hadn't changed, it was probably that Branson still mostly ignored him. Immersed in his thoughts, when Matthew lifted his head, he saw Branson standing at the edge of the cliff, half of his feet suspended in midair as if he could step down immediately. And he seemed to really intend to do it. Dying now wouldn't be a good thing. Although Matthew didn't believe Branson would jump, his heart still involuntarily twitched. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Branson back, laughing. Be careful here, Phil. Don't get too close to the cliff. Branson quietly looked at him, his crystal-like eyes now seeming unfathomably deep. Those eyes seemed filled with unspoken words. But Branson ultimately said nothing. He just smiled faintly, saying indifferently, all right, thank you. Matthew pulled him back under the tree, and amidst the overwhelming fragrance of plum blossoms, he suddenly asked, did I offend Phil when we were children? The topic came up so abruptly that Branson couldn't help but be taken aback. Why ask this suddenly? Matthew nonchalantly replied, it's nothing much. Just a bit curious since it feels like Phil never particularly likes talking to me. Branson laughed lightly, still very detached even when recalling the past. Back then, wasn't I not talking much to anyone? I was introverted, unable to help it. No, it wasn't quite like that. Matthew thought silently. If it were just about being introverted, he wouldn't have cared. He could make friends with all kinds of people. Introversion meant nothing. He felt that Branson deliberately distanced himself, which made him withdraw. The air became inexplicably heavy for a moment. Matthew didn't speak. Neither did Branson. His thoughts, triggered by Matthew's question, suddenly drifted back many years. At first, Matthew indeed treated him warmly. Unlike those who formed cliques and fawned on higher-ranking officials in the palace, Matthew was impartial towards everyone. He belonged to no faction. He would bring snacks or gifts for Branson, even traded his meals with him. Even though Branson hardly spoke back then, Matthew could keep chatting on his own. As a prince, Branson's childhood had never left the cold, unfeeling palace. Like those confined concubines, he could only see a square patch of sky within the high walls. But through Matthew's narratives, he could imagine the vast desert stretching endlessly, the sun setting majestically over long rivers. He could also picture the green spring water brighter than the sky, listening to the rain on a painted boat. Most of Branson's early perceptions of the world outside the palace came from Fabio. Nobody knew, perhaps even Matthew himself had forgotten, how lonely Branson had been. But at that nearly autistic age, he had mustered the courage to invite this person. He invited Matthew to have dinner with him in the Imperial Garden. That day, Cash Gerald summoned the current Corina, then Kiera, for an audience. So he didn't need to return early to kneel in the courtyard and recite books. Chapter 227, Missed Appointment, 1. This was a rare moment when Branson could relax. And Matthew had readily agreed to meet him, but in the end, he didn't come. Until night fell completely, until the chicken soup in his arms gradually turned cold, Branson finally accepted this fact. He abnormally calmly finished drinking the already icy chicken soup. It was nothing. Throughout his life, disappointment had always been an inevitable part of his education. The promises made by the Corina were rarely kept, let alone others. But Branson did not blame Matthew for this matter. After all, who doesn't have some issues once in a while? He had already thought up countless excuses for Matthew. He just needed one explanation from Matthew. He told himself, as long as Matthew offered an explanation, they could still be friends. However, when Branson arrived at the Imperial study for morning lessons the next day, he immediately saw Matthew lazily standing in the sunlight, chatting animatedly with a few princes of similar age. Each of their faces was filled with smiles, as if all the past intrigues and machinations no longer existed. Even the always condescending Clifton personally handed a cup of tea to Matthew. That day, the sunshine was beautiful, yet the play of light and shadow seemed to separate them into two worlds apart. At that moment, Branson suddenly no longer wanted to hear Matthew's explanations. In truth, whatever reason Matthew might have had for missing the appointment didn't really matter. What mattered was, this person regarded everyone under heaven as friends. But Branson was different. His heart was minuscule, unable to hold so many people. He gave everything he had and couldn't bear receiving only crumbs in return. He was narrow-minded, but he couldn't blame others. They were simply unsuited to be friends. Matthew would eventually understand his character. From the beginning, they were incompatible. Rather than falling apart in the end, it would be better if it had never started. Phil? Matthew's voice pulled Branson back to reality. Branson chuckled indifferently. He looked at Matthew and said coolly, Fabio, do you want chicken soup? Unexpectedly, the conversation had shifted from solitary personality to chicken soup, leaving Matthew momentarily taken aback. He looked at Branson and asked, is Phil offering me soup? Branson caught a vivid green leaf in his hand and lazily replied, I made it myself. Will you drink it? I am truly honored. Matthew laughed and said, if it's something made by Phil's own hands, even if it were poison, I would take it gladly. Branson also smiled, Fabio, you always know how to talk. But he preferred hearing the words from last night rather than these. At least those were Matthew's honest words. And these words turned their closeness into a vast distance. A gentleman's word cannot be recalled, even by 4 horses. Branson said slowly, you said that. So, no matter how bad the chicken soup tastes, finish it for me. Matthew curled his lips slightly. Not a single drop will remain. In Shangjing City, on Wang Palace, Esau was discussing matters with several of the palace advisors in the reception hall when one of Jeffrey Inksie's maidservants came rushing and almost tumbling. Due to her hurried pace, she collapsed on the ground before finishing her sentence. My lord, it's bad. Because of Jeffrey Inksie's mysterious fall off a horse, what Esau hated most now was hearing someone say it's bad. He frowned deeply, instantly stood up from his chair, and said coldly, what is it? Speak quickly. The The maidservant's name was Marion. She shivered uncontrollably under Esau's thunderous voice, then whispered lowly, "For some unknown reason, young master suddenly started complaining about body pain just now, and it was so unbearable that he was rolling on the ground. No matter how we tried, we couldn't stop him, so we had to come and report to my lord. Please spare us, my lord. Spare us." Bracing herself to speak these words, Marion prostrated herself fully on the ground, trembling like reeds in the wind. Originally, the most capable maidservant by Jeffrey Inks's side was not her, but Sharon. But Sharon had been beaten to death several days ago by order of Esau, who sword from a nearby guard's waist and slashed two maidservants down with one stroke. Blood spurted out, and the other maidservants were terrified. They dared not hide, nor did they dare to run away. They were household slaves of this mansion. They had nowhere to go. All they could do was tremble on the ground, pleading for mercy. Fortunately, after knocking down two maidservants, Esau, considering his son's condition, had no intention of continuing the slaughter. He fiercely knocked Jeffrey Inksy unconscious with a chop. Then he carried him back to the bed and loudly demanded from the butler beside him, "Where is Wang Ming? Where is Wang Ming? The young master is suffering like this. Why hasn't he come?" The butler stammered, "Your Highness, Wang Ming said he had family matters and took leave. He hasn't been here for 3 days." Esau was taken aback. Wang Ming was originally not the doctor of Anwang Palace, but had been hired with a large sum of money from outside. After Jeffrey Inksy fell off the horse and suffered unbearable pain, all the doctors were at a loss, but only this person provided a secret family recipe that alleviated the situation. Since then, Esau had spent a fortune to keep Wang Ming in the palace, and Wang Ming had been responsible for Jeffrey Inksy's health. With the use of Wang Ming's medicine, it seemed that Jeffrey Inksy's condition was improving day by day, but there was still something wrong with his injured leg. There was nothing wrong when he was lying in bed, but as soon as he walked, he would always limp. Of course, Esau was not satisfied. How could his successor be a limping cripple? He ordered Wang Ming to restore Jeffrey Inksy's leg to its original state, and Wang Ming readily agreed. But who could have expected? A bad premonition arose in Esau's mind. "How many days has Wang Ming taken off?" The butler replied, "Originally, it was just 1 day, but the servant from his house came 2 days ago and said he had too many things to deal with, so he asked for 2 more days off. By now, according to reason," the butler's voice grew quieter, "he should have returned, yet he still hadn't shown up." Esau abruptly flipped the table, and the fine sandalwood table fell upside down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go find him." Chapter 228 Missed Opportunity 2. When Branson and Matthew came down from the mountain, daylight was already bright. Pedestrians began to pass by on the road gradually. There were some stalls selling baozi, soy milk, and fried dough sticks along the streets. It was evident that during Matthew's days in Lingyu Pass, this place had become much more prosperous than before. Matthew smiled and said, "Does Phil want anything to eat? Let me treat you as a thank you for the chicken soup you made." Though the sunrise was indeed beautiful, Branson still didn't believe that Matthew had purely brought him here to watch it. He wasn't feeling particularly good or bad today, so he just let Matthew have his way. "Whatever. The wontons taste pretty good. Try them later, Phil." Branson raised an eyebrow. "You've eaten here?" Matthew replied, "Iof once brought everyone here." Many people in the army knew that Iof's father ran this wonton stall to supplement the family income. Upon hearing this, Branson suddenly chuckled softly. He lazily said, "Favio, I knew there was another motive behind your actions." "That's not true this time." Matthew smiled slightly. "I really did bring you to watch the sunrise, and since we passed by, I thought we might as well support his business. His father is quite old, and if something happens to him, his family will find it even harder. So we try to help where we can." Branson curled his lips. He slowly said, "You talk about rules and discipline, but in fact, you cannot bear to see him suffer, can you? You wanted to release him privately, didn't you?" The wontons were served at this moment. Matthew ate one, and when the old man was far enough away, he said, "Iof must die. The reason has been given. He violated military discipline and committed treason, which is punishable by death. In the army, everyone is equal. No one is closer than anyone else. Even if he were truly my confidant, I couldn't treat him differently and make the other soldiers feel disheartened." Branson looked at him. "If you really wanted to let him go, we could handle it privately and pretend Iof was dead. No one else would ever know about it. Rules are rules." But he was Darnell. Life and death were in his hands. If he wanted someone dead, they would die even if they were innocent. If he wanted to save someone, he would do so even if they were guilty. That was the point of all the effort and struggles he went through to claim this position. A fleeting glint flashed across Matthew's eyes, hard to decipher. "Are you testing me, Phil, or do you mean it?" Branson countered. "What do you think?" Matthew didn't answer Branson's question. He said, "My actions are never meant for others to see. I only seek to keep a clear conscience." Their gazes locked, neither looking away for a long time. After what seemed like an eternity, Branson used a spoon to scoop up a wonton. "Fine, Favio is indeed straightforward. This time, it was my fault for doubting you." "Please don't say that, Phil." Matthew smiled. "Phil's openness today shows great honesty. I appreciate your intention. Indeed, I will not spare Iof, but I hope Phil can grant me a favor. Allow Iof to see his family one last time." Branson was taken aback. Before he could respond, a voice rang out, Old man, I've come to bring you your meal." The voice was raspy and hoarse, indistinguishable as either male or female. It sounded quite eerie. Luckily, it was morning. If it were late at night, one might have thought they saw a ghost. Branson instinctively followed the sound, and saw an old woman with white hair approaching them shakily. The old woman was so thin that she looked like skin and bones. She was more like shuffling than walking. The old man selling wontons quickly went up to greet her. His gravelly voice boomed, making everyone's eardrums buzz. "You old lady, how can you not listen? I already told you not to come here anymore. The boys are off fighting in the army. My daughter-in-law is taking care of the farm and our grandson all by herself. It's such heavy work for her alone, while I'm just an old waste sitting at home. I can't just sit idle. As she spoke, Marla took out a dry, steamed bun from her basket. Eat it quickly. I know you wouldn't cook yourself any wontons. Chapter 229. Shocking Changes. 1. The old man ultimately heaved a long sigh and took the dry bun from the elderly woman's hand, savoring it as if it were a rare delicacy. Apart from Branson and Matthew, everyone else continued eating and drinking as if they hadn't noticed the actions of the old couple at all. People's joys and sorrows do not resonate with one another. To these people, such occurrences happened frequently, not even catching as much attention as the appearance of Branson and Matthew. It wasn't worth affecting their speed and satisfying their hunger. At this moment, Matthew had already finished his bowl of wontons in just a few bites. He smiled and said, "Doesn't Phil want to try?" Branson hadn't eaten any yet. He had always preferred bland food since childhood and didn't enjoy overly spicy dishes. But perhaps due to the harsh and damp climate at the border, the old man had added a generous amount of chili to the wontons. However, after a moment's silence, Branson still lowered his head and tentatively took a bite. Instantly, an intense spiciness hit him. Matthew asked, "How does it taste, Phil?" It had sour, sweet, bitter, and salty flavors, but only the spiciness was noticeable. Branson put down his spoon, covered his mouth with his hand, and lightly coughed twice. "Not bad, just a bit spicy." Matthew laughed softly, saying lazily, "This place is too poor to afford salt, so they use chili as a substitute." Branson was slightly stunned. He had no idea about this fact. He had assumed that the preference for chili was related to the local climate. Matthew stopped there and didn't say more on the matter. He pointed at the bowl of wontons in front of Branson. "Phil should eat some more. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You can't waste food here." Upon hearing this, Branson subconsciously glanced at the people nearby and saw that everyone had finished their bowls of wontons without leaving a drop of soup. After a moment's silence, he tilted his head slightly with a half smile. "Then why don't Bodhi help me with this?" Saying this, he pushed the bowl with countless cracks towards Matthew. Matthew froze, then smiled. "All right." As he spoke, he really did start eating. Branson didn't expect him to do so readily. On the contrary, he frowned slightly. Logically, an emperor giving food to a minister wasn't unusual, and ministers would usually express immense gratitude for such favors. But he had taken a bite of the wonton already. Giving leftover food to a minister was nothing special. However, giving a minister food that he had already bitten into was quite different, especially when it was to Matthew. Although they never became friends in the end, Branson had never intended to embarrass Matthew in any way. Otherwise, last life, they wouldn't have merely coexisted without interfering with each other, and it wouldn't have been only Kingston who ended up in disgrace. Indeed, he had once thought of killing Matthew, but it would have been done honorably. Actually, if Matthew had shown any sign of refusal, Branson wouldn't have forced him, like with the dog bark incident before. But Matthew didn't. Was he truly not bothered? Or was he just too lazy to argue over it? Branson's eyes flickered. He whispered, "Fabio, you?" Matthew looked up. "What does Phil want to say?" His gaze was very calm. It almost gave Branson the impression that he hadn't noticed the half-eaten wonton in the bowl. After all, there were so many chilies in the bowl. Maybe Matthew really didn't see it? Branson pursed his lips into a line and decided not to mention it. "Nothing. I just didn't know you could tolerate so much spice." Matthew chuckled. "I wasn't great with it before, but after coming here, I got used to it. Habits can be terrifying things." Branson's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but a piercing scream suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The emaciated old woman lay on the ground. Her eyes rolled back. Her body convulsed. Foam dripped from her mouth. The old man was terrified. His hoarse voice changed pitch even more. "Old woman? Old woman? What's wrong with you? Haven't you taken your medicine?" People eating wontons started murmuring. "Quick look. Old Gia's having another episode. Oh, what a pity for them. Minding other people's business won't get you anywhere." Regular customers tossed coins and hurriedly left. Two unfamiliar faces didn't even leave coins, slipping away quietly amidst the chaos. The old man struggled to hold down Marla to prevent her from hurting herself. Suddenly, the frail old woman burst out with tremendous strength, clawing several bloody marks on the old man's weathered face, causing him to shudder in pain. Just then, a distinct hand reached over and pulled him away. Then a gentle voice spoke, "Elderly sir, please be careful. Let me do it." The old man was stunned. He instinctively followed the sound and saw a fiery red robe. The two celestial-like young masters from before, one had already helped him carry Marla, while the other tidied up his stall. Their movements were efficient and decisive, not at all like those pampered rich young masters. Chapter 230. Sudden Change, 2. The 3-day period passed quickly. After making arrangements, Matthew led the 500 carefully selected men out of Lingyu Pass. Most of these men were brought from Shangjing City by him, with only a smaller part being border soldiers. And Hanley as well as all other generals were left behind by Matthew to defend the city. Although Hanley and others clamored to go along, they couldn't change Matthew's mind. He gave a strict order to the border army. No matter what changes occurred on his side, the main force of the border army could not act recklessly but must hold the fort at all costs. And, during his absence, Branson would be in command of Lingyu Pass, and no one in the pass was allowed to defy Branson's orders. Compared to everyone else's restlessness, Branson remained quite calm. He watched Matthew lead the troops out of the city, stood there for a while, then turned back to patrol inside the city. Thanks to Branson's credibility built up over these days among the border army and the solemn military order issued by Matthew, the transition of power went very smoothly, and everything in Lingyu Pass was as usual. The only concern was, by the time it was completely dark, Matthew had not returned, and there was no news from the soldiers sent out to investigate. While Branson returned to the general's tent for a drink of water, Hanley's deputy rushed in hastily, not even stopping to pay respects before immediately saying, "Phil, the people who went with the young general are back." Branson frowned and asked, "Where is Fabio?" Without waiting for Amato's reply, he pushed Amato aside and hurried out of the tent. A few steps away, he met Hanley, fully armed and seething with anger. his huge scar twisted. Behind him, soldiers were carrying someone. The person was severely injured, his face covered in blood, unrecognizable. Seeing this, Branson's expression darkened immediately. Having anticipated Dwight's ambush, though the number Matthew took was small, they were the elite among elites, each capable of fighting 10 or even 100 men alone. These Izar barbarians are too despicable, Hanley said hatefully. Phil. They ambushed the young general at Twin Dragon Slope and even trained a large number of wild beasts. Branson looked at Hanley and repeated, "Where is Favio?" The blood-covered soldier forced himself to sit up. He muttered, Those Izar barbarians chased the young general all the way. There were so many wolves. Wolves everywhere on the mountain. The young general led 300 men to divert the enemy and told us to bring back the antidote first. Hanley clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. His eyes were red with rage as he gritted his teeth. Phil, I want to lead troops to support the young general. With such a small number, he can't hold on. It's not possible. Branson said coldly, holding the city is paramount. Hanley's eyes were bloodshot as he croaked. The young general went to keep his appointment for the soldiers and civilians in Lingyu Pass. Can we just watch as he is besieged by those despicable Izar barbarians? Branson looked at him, his eyes filled with an ambiguous light. You should know he did it for the soldiers and civilians of Lingyu Pass. Therefore, you should understand how important holding the city is, and to whom his order of holding the city applies. With hundreds of thousands of Izar troops and wolf attacks, if you take too few people, you'll die uselessly. If you take too many, Lingyu Pass will be vulnerable. Would you rather recklessly lose the city and waste his efforts? A moment of dead silence followed, and Hanley cursed. The guards behind Branson immediately stepped forward to rebuke. Before Phil, Branson raised a hand to stop them, saying coolly, Go get my sword. Everyone froze upon hearing this. One of Branson's guards seemed not to understand. Phil? In the night, Branson's expression remained calm. He said, I will personally retrieve this lost honor. Hanley was shocked. Phil, you're great, Joe, that if you refuse polite invitations, you'll be forced into unpleasant ones. You came with so few men yet managed to snatch away the antidote, causing such heavy losses to us Izar. Truly impressive. But surely you don't think you can break through my encirclement with just this handful of men. That bit of antidote can only save nameless soldiers. It would be far more valuable trading it for your life, Favio. Those wild wolves are my grand gifts prepared specially for you. Dwight didn't finish his sentence. Almost at the same moment, he saw a glint of cold light before him. It was so fast he couldn't make out what it was, and he could only rely on years of combat instincts to block with his spear horizontally. With a loud clang, Dwight's arm went numb, almost falling off his horse from the impact. He barely managed to steady himself, but his long spear, which had never left his side, slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Cold sweat immediately soaked through his back. Not bothering to retrieve his weapon, Dwight swiftly retreated into the sea of Izar troops, protected by layers of shields, and looked down at his shattered armor and bleeding chest. In that fleeting moment, Matthew had left a nearly fatal wound on his chest. A sense of being deceived welled up inside Dwight. Favio, so you resort to underhanded tricks as well, having such a powerful weapon, enduring countless dire situations. A tree. It was a beautiful young woman, no more than 17 years old. Silver bells jingled around her wrists and ankles as she moved, filling the air with a fragrance of perfume even before she approached. Her enchanting eyes were fixed firmly on Matthew's face. Matthew frowned slightly. This Eileen's gaze made him feel even more disgusted than Dwight's. It was as if she was looking at some possession. Chapter 231 Retreat and Advance 1. Matthew was the dream of many women when he was in Shangjing City, and he had long been accustomed to the admiring gazes of women. However, no woman's gaze had ever made him feel so uncomfortable. The young Eileen dressed in light yellow slightly tilted her head. Her smile never faltered since she saw Matthew, filled with possessiveness and scrutiny. The Eileen said, Favio, I want you to be my man. In Dajo, both noble women and common women adhered to the principle of lifelong fidelity. However, it was different for the Izar tribe. Noble women there could casually keep men for pleasure, just like the men did. Hearing this, the Izar soldiers looked at Matthew with blatant expressions. The soldiers following Matthew were suddenly furious. Some couldn't resist drawing their swords. Matthew raised his hand to stop them. Under the moonlight, the emotions in Matthew's eyes seemed bitterly cold, but his face showed nonchalance and carelessness. He yawned lightly. Since you offer it yourself, it's acceptable. But you need to wait in line. Come to visit you when the Alexei is free. These words were obviously not pleasant. Yet, this Eileen did not seem offended. No wonder Dwight holds you in such high regard. I also can't help but admire you. However, at this point, she laughed coquettishly. It will depend on your capabilities whether I cage you as a pet, or you come to visit me. The Eileen's gaze fell on Matthew's chest. She drew out a meaningful smile and said softly, Favio, to last this long, I admire you. Why don't we make a bet now to see how much longer you can hold on? I'll count 1, 2, 3. This statement was completely nonsensical. Many of those who came with Matthew looked puzzled. They subconsciously followed Adeline's gaze, but found nothing unusual. Matthew's hand holding the knife remained steady, as if the serious wound on his chest didn't affect him at all. But some meticulous people noticed. Under the moonlight, their general's face was white as snow. This was not a normal complexion. The silver bell on Adeline's wrist jingled as she clapped her hands playfully yet cruelly and whispered, 1. As her voice faded, Matthew gripped the curved saber with his right hand, while his left hand flashed with a chilling glint. With a sharp whistle, a wild wolf leaped up from beside Adeline, blocking the attack. A splat. But it's you, Ambry. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the sacrificial hall, embroidering flowers instead of looking for trouble on the battlefield? Ambry's gaze fell upon him, her expression sinister. I only entered the sacrificial hall because of you. Branson, I haven't come to bother you, yet you dare to show up yourself? The sacrificial hall held a revered status in Izar, with authority second only to the royal family. However, apart from the high priest, No one could leave once they entered the hall for life. Branson had been back in Dezhou for quite some time now, and she had been confined in that sunless place for just as long until 6 months ago when she became the high priest. Credit for this isn't something I would take. Branson looked at her, his eyes filled with ridicule. Without Dwight's support and his recommendation to Jace, I wouldn't have been able to send you into the sacrificial hall. But now, aren't you still consorting with Dwight? If you can't confront Dwight, why do you blame me? So, even a madwoman can recognize her interests? No matter how defiant you act, Ambry, you cannot change the fact that your boldness hides cowardice. Ambry couldn't hold back the last thread of her smile. Her right hand waved, the bells rang ding-dong, and the wild wolves beside her let out long howls, piercing through the night sky, sounding both mournful and terrifying. Ambry's gaze shifted from Matthew to Branson. Branson, don't get too smug. Dwight betrayed me back then. This person by your side can betray you just as easily. Just wait one day. I will make him cut off your head with his own hands. Branson said nothing. His face was hidden in the shadows, making his expression unreadable. Matthew laughed loudly. Reaching out from his horse, he put his arm around Branson's shoulder. Young lady, not asleep yet? You're talking in your sleep. The bond between Imran and me, how could you understand? And can it ever compare to what you share with Dwight, that scoundrel? Brothers, tell me, is that right? Almost without delay, immediate shouts answered him. Yes. The Lieutenant General is right. The Lieutenant General is right. The Lieutenant General is right. The laughter and cheers echoed through the night, growing louder and louder, shaking their eardrums. Though there were only hundreds of them, their voices carried the strength of thousands. It felt as if they weren't on a battlefield but at a grand celebration. The noise made all the Azar soldiers pale. They held an overwhelming numerical advantage, but so what? They faced a group of men who didn't care about the world's judgment and were completely indifferent to life or death. Leading troops wasn't hard. The challenge lay in having everyone follow you wholeheartedly, willing to pay any price, accept any consequence. Matthew seemed to possess a natural charisma, capable of rallying everyone to respond at his call, making people believe firmly in his words, follow him unswervingly. Ambry gazed at the two standing side by side under the night sky, her eyes deep and fathomless. Though Dwight shared the same mother as her, he never gave her such a sense of security. Ambry didn't say anything more. She reached out and gently stroked one of the wild wolves' heads, then ordered the surrounding soldiers, kill them. Chapter 233, The Dense Forest, 1. Dwight was sitting in the tent, allowing the medic to tend to his wounds when a messenger came in on one knee to report. With a face full of joy, he said, Your Highness, whenever the troops of the Great Zhou encounter a fork in the road, they split into 2 teams. Following your orders, we have been relentlessly chasing after Favio. Now, there are very few people left with Favio and their emperor. It will not be long before we capture them alive. Dwight was slightly stunned. Matthew and Branson should both be well aware that the main target of the Azar forces is them. Continuously splitting into 2 routes would not only fail to disperse the Azar forces but also weaken combat effectiveness, making it even harder to break through successfully. If Matthew's action was intended to ensure the safety of other soldiers, it might be possible, but Branson was definitely not that kind of person. Self-sacrifice had nothing to do with him. Why then did Branson agree to this? After a moment of silence, Dwight asked, which direction did Favio run towards? Before this messenger could answer, another one rushed in hastily to report, Your Highness, Branson fled into the misty forest with Favio. Our men can't pursue any further. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned pale. The misty forest was an unclaimed land. Poisonous insects, toxic plants, and various wild beasts roamed within it, and year-round fog made it easy to lose one's way. Once inside, one's chances of survival were slim. Even locals familiar with the terrain trembled at its mention. The Azar army dared not enter. I repeatedly instructed you that I want to see them dead or alive, and now you just watched as they ran away, afraid to chase after them. Knowing such an opportunity would never come again, Dwight disregarded his injuries and stood up from his chair with a swift motion. As he walked out while speaking, he declared, I will lead the pursuit myself. Davon, absolutely not. The deputy general quickly stepped forward to block him. Those who enter the misty forest seldom return alive. They are foolish and bound to die. Your Highness has an injury. You cannot follow them to death. His face showed undeniable fear. Dwight finally calmed down slightly. Even if he wasn't afraid, his subordinates were, and forcing them to enter might cause unrest. Sitting back at his desk, Dwight slowly said, Better, how are you feeling? Matthew smiled and said lazily, with Imran personally leading the horse, it's naturally very good. Even 1,000 gold pieces can't be exchanged for such an honor. Branson glanced at him. It's already come to this point, and you still have the mood to joke with me? Matthew laughed and said, One must enjoy life while it is enjoyable. If not even jokes can be made, wouldn't that be boring? As if with him around, no matter how dangerous the situation was, it didn't seem worth mentioning. However, Branson didn't speak. What answered Matthew was a creak. While talking to Matthew, Branson momentarily wasn't paying attention and stepped on something. The clear sound of breaking bones made him pause slightly. He lowered his head and saw a ghastly pale skull hidden among the thick thorns and overgrown grass, which he hadn't immediately noticed. Naturally, Matthew saw it too. Branson kicked the skull aside and then said coolly, In the past, this misty forest had people coming through frequently, but they always went in and never came out. Gradually, no one dared to enter anymore. There's no need to worry about pursuers here. Dwight doesn't have the courage to easily lead troops in. This man has always acted underhandedly. You're in so much pain. The arrowhead must have been coated with something. I recognize most of the Azar medicines. Let me see what's wrong with your wound after a while. Before he finished speaking, his gaze froze as he looked towards somewhere ahead, coldly asking, Who's there? The long sword cut through the thorns, emitting a chilling glow. Not far away, branches shook as a person ran out shouting, Phil, Young General, it's me. It's me. Recognizing this person as Matthew's personal soldier and Cell from Shangjing, both Branson and Matthew were taken aback. Matthew frowned slightly. And Cell, didn't I tell you to take the detour back to Lingyu Pass after losing the pursuers? Why did you follow me here? Though escaping alive was one chance in 10, the path he and Branson were taking was undoubtedly the most dangerous. If it weren't for his current abnormal physical condition, riding alone, he might not have made it this far. The Azar army's target was both him and Branson. They wouldn't chase others if they fled, but would certainly send men after either of them if one of them escaped. Separating wouldn't have much use. Even if Branson was Darnell, even if Darnell himself proposed going together, Matthew would firmly disagree with Branson accompanying him, let alone anyone else. What he had previously told Kingston were all honest words. To him, there was never any need for a standout in the military. Any of the soldiers under his command had the potential to become generals in the future. He would do his utmost to protect them all. But Incel didn't know what Matthew was thinking. He solemnly said, "Young General, we asked people and learned this forest is dangerous. We were brought by you from Shangjing City. Let us follow you and Imran on this path. That way, the other Evars can rest assured and return to defend the city." Both Branson and Matthew keenly noticed. He had used we instead of I. Matthew subconsciously lifted his head and asked, "Are there others?" Yet, after scanning the surroundings, he only saw waves of trees, not a trace of another person. In this dense forest covered with branches and leaves, the roaring wind affected their hearing, and the foggy mist impaired their vision. Hiding several people would indeed be incredibly easy. Ansel nodded heavily. Everyone vied to come, so including me, 10 people were chosen in total. As he finished speaking, he shouted, "Brothers, come out." Chapter 235 Night 1. Matthew is human after all. By the time Branson found a cave with his men and settled in temporarily, Matthew was drenched in sweat, and his forehead was scorching hot to the touch, frighteningly so. Branson examined him for a long time but could not detect any abnormalities in his injuries. The arrowhead had already been removed by this point. The blood from the wound was bright red, showing no signs of poisoning. Yet Matthew was a seasoned warrior who often suffered injuries, with physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. If it were just an ordinary injury, it would be impossible for it to affect him so profoundly. Branson frowned. "Favio, how do you feel now? Tell me carefully." After he spoke, he added, "No more jokes. I want to hear the truth." Matthew's tolerance was truly astonishing. Even though his body was obviously in distress, he hadn't uttered a single word of pain. But this might lead to ignoring the seriousness of the issue, making others think he wasn't actually hurt that badly. Matthew gave a muffled laugh. Whether or not the laughter pulled at his internal organs, he covered his mouth with his hand and coughed briefly before saying, "Actually, there isn't much else. My head feels dizzy, my ears are buzzing, and I feel slightly nauseous. But mostly it hurts. Not just where the wound is. Every part of me hurts." Matthew found it hard to describe this feeling precisely. It felt as if countless carriages were rolling over his body repeatedly, compared to which, the arrow wound on his chest seemed negligible. Hearing Matthew's description of his symptoms, Branson looked at him, his eyes gradually clouding with an inescapable shadow. Matthew's breathing was heavier than usual, yet his voice still carried a mocking tone. "Phil, please say whatever you want directly. It's quite scary like this. Don't end up scaring me to death before the pain does." In the dark and damp cave, this man shone like the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Silent for a moment, Branson slowly said 3 words. "Engsub powder." Matthew paused, closed his eyes and thought about what engsub powder would cause, then shook his head. It doesn't seem quite right. Engsub powder typically has intermittent effects. Since being hit by the arrow, he had been in constant pain for an entire day without a moment's respite. Moreover, the more one consumes, the more painful the onset. So even if there was a small amount on the arrowhead, it wouldn't be effective. Branson naturally understood what he meant, and he sneered. What circulates in Lingyu Pass is merely the cheapest type of engsub powder, mass-produced and with the weakest effect. To deal with someone like you, Favio, they wouldn't use such cheap goods. Pausing for a moment, Branson pressed his lips together and said, "In the Azar People's Temple, there's a small bottle of ice essence water. This concoction is extremely difficult to produce, and there's only one bottle left in all of Azar. But just one drop can inflict unbearable pain. One either takes their antidote for life, obeying their orders, or suffers like you for 49 days, after which it won't recur." 49 days? More than a month and a half. Matthew couldn't help but laugh, but it soon turned into a fit of coughs. Dwight really thinks highly of me. The pain made his consciousness foggy, and the nausea grew stronger. Previously, he had relied on sheer willpower to endure, but now that willpower had weakened, and he felt completely drained of strength. Leaning against the cold rock wall, he enunciated each word clearly. "This won't work. Phil should leave." Before he finished speaking, Branson suddenly approached him. The firelight illuminated the young man's face, and the cool, icy fragrance of plum blossoms spread through the cave. Under Branson's shadow, Matthew felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Looking into Branson's eyes, he remained calm. What is Phil going to do? But Branson didn't answer. He reached out, grabbing Matthew's collar. His hand met something sticky and wet. The red robe had been soaked with sweat and clung to Matthew almost entirely damp. Branson lowered his head, smiling wryly. Those ink-black eyes seemed to contain mountains and rivers, possessing a kind of clear detachment that saw through the world. He said slowly, "Guess." As he spoke, Branson suddenly tightened his grip and ripped off Matthew's red robe. Caught off guard by this sudden move, the repressed bitterness in Matthew's chest could no longer be held back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 236 Night 2. A shocking pool of black blood splattered on the ground. Though he was still in great pain, expelling this mouthful of blood had at least alleviated some of the oppressive feeling in his chest compared to before. Adding more. Instead, he took out the medicine he carried and skillfully treated Matthew's wounds, which had never been properly bandaged. Apart from the poison on the arrowhead, The wounds had split open countless times due to intense movements, also contributing significantly to Matthew's high fever. The cave was empty, leaving nowhere for Matthew's gaze to rest except inadvertently falling on Branson's face. This person really is very handsome, with long and thick eyelashes like butterfly wings fluttering, and glass-like eyes seemingly hiding a brilliant galaxy. In a daze, Matthew couldn't help but think, who would ever associate him with brutality if they didn't know Branson? Continuous high fever made his consciousness float between presence and absence. The excruciating pain throughout his body prevented Matthew from completely fainting. For some reason, Branson's plum fragrance became unusually inviting at this moment. That cold and clear aura seemed like it could extinguish the raging fire ignited by pain in his body. Matthew spoke words he would never say when fully awake. His face showed a hint of puzzled expression as he slowly said, "Branson, you are such a strange person. You hate me so much, yet you've risked yourself for me so many times." Branson didn't even lift his head. "It wasn't for you. It was for my empire." Matthew chuckled softly. "Do you care?" He leaned closer, inching nearer to the cold and refreshing scent and whispered, "Branson, do you really care about the empire and the people?" Branson finally raised his head. "So what if I care? And what if I don't?" Staring into Matthew's eyes, he said calmly, "Fabio, I am Darnell. I kill who I want, save who I want. It all depends on my mood. Do I need a reason?" "Of course you do," Matthew said slowly. "Even if you're Darnell, you can't kill whoever you want." "Why not?" "Because I won't allow it." Branson sneered as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. He enunciated each word slowly. "You won't allow it?" Chapter 237. The Past, 1. "Yes, I won't allow it." Sweat rolled down from his collarbone. Matthew suddenly summoned unknown strength and abruptly seized Branson's hand. He tore off the mask he had worn all along at this moment. "Branson, you know who I am, and I know who you are. You don't need to pretend. If you want to massacre the innocent, I will always be the chain that binds you, the sword hanging over your head." Matthew's body temperature soared due to the fever, reaching an unprecedented height. His usually pale cheeks flushed abnormally, and his muscular physique exuded intense aggression. He seemed handsome when clothed, but once undressed, the tangible sense of power left one in awe. Perhaps hearing the struggle between the two, Anselian's worried voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "Phil, young general, are you all right?" "Nothing to worry about, do not come in." Branson squinted his eyes, dimly realizing that Matthew might be delirious. He had held on for so long, far exceeding what a normal person could endure. Once he relaxed, it was extremely likely that he would suffer a backlash. The icy soul water of the Azar was terrifying, but the worst part wasn't the pain. It was the destruction of one's mind through endless suffering and torment. Hallucinations would occur. This was no less brutal than any form of torture in the world. Forget 49 days, many couldn't even last a day. That's why Dwight and Ambry were so certain that Matthew would definitely betray him. Or perhaps, it wasn't even betrayal. Matthew had never truly submitted to him. Anyone could see it. He was the sword hanging over his head. Those soldiers who entered the misty forest, did they follow him or Matthew? It was a question that couldn't be deeply explored. Exploring it only made things more difficult. Matthew always effortlessly obtained what Branson struggled tirelessly to get. Yet he kept letting go of this sword time after time. This life, and even in the past life. Did he really have no way to kill Matthew in his past life? Why did he sit sulking in Martha Palace when Matthew ran away instead of chasing him himself? Why, when Carl died and Matthew led people into the deep mountains, didn't he order to cut back on the queen's provisions? Why did he neglect the queen, yet never shortchange her? Branson was never willing to face these questions. In truth, he never hated Matthew, but envied him. He envied this person. He was Darnell. Yet he could never get what he wanted most. People only saw his coldness and brutality. None remembered his righteousness. In his past life, he clung tightly to Martha, desperately convincing himself to love her, turning a blind eye and deaf ear to her plots. In the end, it was just a grand dream turned empty. He was trapped in the words unattainable all his life. Branson looked calmly at Matthew and asked lightly, "Why didn't you come that day?" Matthew was taken aback. The topic changed too suddenly. Even if his mind were functioning properly, he wouldn't immediately understand what Branson referred to. He said, "Which day?" "Branson, when I invited you to the Imperial Garden." "The Imperial Garden? You invited me?" Matthew rubbed his forehead. "Branson, are you crazy, or am I?" "You." At this moment, the crisp plum blossom fragrance inexplicably became more intense. His already scattered gaze refocused momentarily. Matthew suddenly recalled what Branson meant. "I didn't go, I went." Chapter 238, The Past, 2. Branson was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he faintly heard his own voice. Impossible. He had clearly not seen Matthew's shadow. How could the other person utter such an absurd lie that would easily be exposed? "Do I have any reason to deceive you?" Matthew closed his eyes for a moment, searching for the scent of plum blossoms in the dimly lit cave, but his thoughts drifted back vaguely to over a decade ago. That day, he not only went but also prepared a surprise for Branson by arriving a full hour earlier. Instead, he encountered the Irving who was skipping studies and lazing around in the Imperial Garden with his personal eunuch. The Irving was born to the Celia and was the younger Ivar of the Buster, always acting arrogantly. Because he did poorly in his studies that day, he was scolded by the Bjorn and later punished by the Celia to copy books. He now harbored resentment towards Branson, who excelled in studies. For some reason unknown, this prince uttered filthy words that made Matthew's ears hurt. He hid on a tree waiting for a long time, but instead of seeing the Irving leave, he overheard the prince ordering his eunuch to catch a venomous snake from outside the palace and secretly place it in Branson's room. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Matthew jumped down from the tree with a smile, ostensibly proposing sparring, and playfully beat up the Irving. If it were now, he would certainly think through the consequences of his actions, but back then, at the age where he dared to topple Darnell himself, What was there for him, Fabio, to fear? He feared nothing. During his time in the military, the battle-hardened soldiers would say things like, losing one's head results in just a bull-sized scar, or, in 18 years, one would still be a hero. In books, he read lines such as, I only wish to return home wrapped in my armor, and there is no need for General Ban Chao to return alive from beyond the frontier. In his mind, his fervent courage and loyalty should be spilled upon the land and rivers. To die for a kindred spirit was a worthy death. Cecilia hurriedly arrived, nearly fainting on the spot when she saw her beloved son almost beaten into a pig's head. She ordered that Matthew be brought before Ushvin. Children fighting was not a big deal, especially considering they often sparred right in front of Ushvin. If Matthew lost, it would be laughingly brushed off, saying children don't know better, and maybe offering some gold and jewels as compensation to end the matter quickly. But since the victim was a prince, the nature of the situation became completely different. Cecilia immediately demanded severe punishment for Matthew from Ushvin. 40 lashes. Lashes that could cause a grown man to faint, would surely be deadly when inflicted on a child. Though not openly stated, the lashes were meant to claim Matthew's life. Fortunately, before the fight, Matthew had obtained a life-and-death agreement from the Irving through deception and lies. It clearly stated, consequences at my own risk. Also fortunately, despite Ushvin's cowardice, he took the reputation of being a wise ruler very seriously and would not lightly cane a nobleman's son for fear of ridicule. Moreover, the incident happened in a secluded area, unseen by others. In the end, Karl forced Matthew to kneel and apologize profusely, barely settling the matter. To preserve the royal family's dignity, Ushvin strictly ordered the event not to be disclosed. The Irving claimed illness and stayed in the Celia's palace for several days, nursing his wounds. Though older than Matthew, he wouldn't admit to being beaten by him, fearing it would only make his rival laugh. Naturally, these details were unknown to Branson, who was neither favored by Ushvin nor sociable at the time. What he also didn't know. While the chicken soup gradually cooled, Matthew actually received a whipping from Karl. Chapter 239. Karl's strictness with Matthew was partly due to his own conservative nature, but it was also because this son of his truly had no fear of heaven or earth, and was always getting into trouble. Matthew had an innate lack of reverence. As for why it was, finding an opportunity. After giving the Irving a good beating, how could he openly show any closeness with Branson in public? The Irving wasn't a fool. Just after ordering his personal eunuch to put a venomous snake in Branson's room, if he now appeared close to Branson, it would inevitably make others suspicious. Branson remained silent. He couldn't say, I waited for you all night, especially after seeing Matthew enjoying himself with the other princes. Even though those words had churned in his throat countless times, saying that would reveal his weakness and vulnerability. It was nothing special for him anyway. In that cannibalistic palace, people were quick to climb over others for their advantage. Achilles didn't care for him. Sheridan treated him as a ladder to her glory and wealth. When he suffered, it was considered his incompetence. The Eileens chasing after him only liked his face, and the so-called Evars and sisters looked down on his background. He couldn't easily discard what little dignity he had left. Just like Matthew wouldn't say, it was for you. He acted based on conscience alone. Being kind to others wasn't for returns. He would downplay his efforts. So Branson crushed the leaves underfoot and laughed. Who takes such playful matters seriously? Then Matthew laughed too. You're right, no worries, and it's fine since I've forgotten too. Though it was something he could laugh off with others, in front of Branson, he somehow got entangled in these small details. At that proud age, with aspirations reaching the sky, neither wanted to utter one extra word. Even if they did everything for each other, they wouldn't reveal even a fraction of it. Facing the unpredictable human heart, enduring and missing out seemed to be their fate. Chapter 240. Unattainable, 2. Matthew's movements recalled Branson's wandering thoughts. Even breathing was an agony for him now, yet he barely restrained himself from screaming in pain. Unable to resist the plum blossom fragrance that clung to Branson, he moved closer. Branson chuckled with a cryptic smile. In the flickering firelight, he watched those ever-vivid eyes turn faintly red from the pain, and said indifferently, Do you like it, Fabio? He had never mentioned the plum fragrance on his body of his own accord, as if he could not smell it at all. After a long while, Matthew's slightly dazed gaze dropped down, and he softly murmured Under the firelight, the young man's jet-black hair flowed like a waterfall, revealing an unprecedented tenderness that made Branson momentarily stunned. Perhaps back then, they both stubbornly waited for the other to show weakness first, but neither one waited long enough. They drifted further apart over time. Human hearts change too easily. In the past, Branson only wished for a loyal and trustworthy friend who would share life and death together, just like buying osmanthus flowers and drinking wine side by side. But later on, he wanted the world under his command. It didn't matter if people ignored or despised him. Standing at the peak, he could trample everyone beneath his feet. He coldly observed the world below, seeing the noble perish by intrigue, the loyal die by debauchery, seeing Evars turning against each other, friends becoming enemies, vows breaking, lovers parting across distant lands. It was all like watching a splendid drama unfold. Since he couldn't have it, no one else should either. The rise and fall of this play were his to decide. His envy of Matthew gradually turned into jealousy during this process. Corina could no longer influence him, nor could Prince Gerald's sons. Past events dissipated like smoke. His past was merely his armor and badge of honor. What he sought was utter submission. Even though he trusted Gavriel and cherished Martha, it was premised on Martha willingly submitting to him. Except for this person before him, Matthew never truly submitted to him, even after he became emperor. Though Matthew was indeed handsome, there was an underlying ferocity and lethal aura in his very being. He was born with limits. With a fever like this and still trying to assert yourself? Fabio, you really are something. Feeling the nearly scalding fingertips pressing against his Adam's apple, Branson sneered slightly. What do you want to do? Snap my neck? Fine, if you can break it. I'll call you a hero. If not. His face wore a smile, but his voice was cold. Today, you'll call me father. Chapter 241. Peril 1. The bloody taste slid down his throat, and Matthew suddenly felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. The pain that had been tormenting him lessened considerably. Although it still hurt, it was now barely within his tolerance. Matthew licked off the few remaining bloodstains on his lips with the tip of his tongue, looking at Branson in complete silence, a faint layer of frost gradually forming in his eyes. His clothes were already soaked through, and wouldn't dry anytime soon. Without hesitation, Branson threw his own underrobe to Matthew. Seeing Matthew unmoving, Branson put on his outer robe while saying, "Are you simply unwilling to wear clothes, or just don't want to wear my clothes?" After a brief silence, Matthew grabbed the garment and slowly put it on. It carried a faint plum blossom fragrance that was refreshing. Matthew looked at Branson. "If I ask you, you won't tell me, right? You only need to know that without special measures, even if you can really endure for 49 days, the final result will still be death. No one can stay awake continuously for 49 days. Branson said indifferently, "Rest? This place isn't suitable for lingering. We'll leave labor." Knowing the dangers of the dense forest, they patrolled the area cautiously, leaving nothing to chance. They saw Matthew's righteousness in their eyes. They came here carrying the hopes of all their comrades and could not afford to be negligent. However, most of their attention was focused on the unknown darkness ahead, and they did not notice the shadow that suddenly appeared on the rock wall behind them. This shadow constantly changed its size and length, resembling a large, wriggling worm under the moonlight, looking very peculiar and eerie. But when one soldier turned back, all he saw was the moonlight shining on the rock wall, a tranquil surroundings, and only the rustling of leaves being stirred by the wind. He didn't sense anything abnormal. He continued patrolling with his companion outside the cave. At this moment, another soldier suddenly felt something wrap around his arm. As soon as this thing wrapped around his wrist, a chill spread over it as if pricked by tiny needles. He froze for a second, instinctively looking down to pull the object off his arm and tearing it in half, then breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing serious, just a snake? It was quite common to encounter such creatures in the dense forest. Before this, they had seen scorpions, rats, centipedes, and more. However, before he finished his sentence, his body swayed twice and fell to the ground with a thud, convulsing violently for a moment before falling silent. The nearby soldier was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to check on the situation, he noticed a huge shadow cast over him from above. Numerous snakes piled up layer upon layer, forming a giant python at least 2 men tall. One snake could easily kill his comrade, let alone so many. Fear flashed in the soldier's eyes, yet he didn't take a single step back. Drawing his waist knife, he shouted and charged towards the densely packed snakes. His voice echoed far and wide. "There's danger." Chapter 242. Peril 2. The shrill warning cry pierced the sky, jolting everyone awake. When Engsub led his men out of the cave to check, they were almost paralyzed by the sight before them. The ground was densely packed with snakes. Half were feasting on the corpses of the 2 soldiers, while the other half were slowly converging into an even larger snake. Anger and sorrow surged within their chests, colliding violently. Engsub drew his saber from his waist and shouted, "Kill these snakes." Branson said gravely, "We can't go there." His gaze fell upon the gradually converging snakes. These are the 9-colored pattern snakes of the engsub people. They usually travel in groups, and their venom is extremely deadly. Just one bite will surely kill you. Even the engsub people considered these snakes a great threat, and had once hunted them extensively. Now, they were rarely seen in engsub territory, but unexpectedly, there were so many in this dense forest. No wonder almost no one who entered ever came back. Engsub froze for a moment. He gripped the steel blade tightly and quickly regained his composure. "Then we'll protect Imran and the Alexei as we break through." Although it was painful that his comrades had died here, death was inevitable in war. They had been prepared for this when they entered. But to his surprise, Branson still shook his head. "There are too many snakes, and rushing forward would cause too many casualties. We need to disperse them first. These snakes fear light and fire. Engsub, you lead the men to prepare torches." With Branson's guidance, breaking through the swarm of snakes turned out to be relatively safe despite the peril. Matthew rested for a while and recovered some of his energy. He ignored the soldier's advice and continued to charge ahead. Casualties in battle were common, and Matthew didn't show excessive grief, but he became unusually silent, his straight back appearing lonely. As time passed, the pain that had been troubling Matthew gradually intensified again. Sweat dripped down his jawline. Matthew endured the pain without making a sound. During a brief rest, Branson handed him the porcelain bottle again. "Drink it yourself." Matthew silently opened the lid. Sure enough, the dark red liquid inside was full once more. Clutching the bottle tightly, Matthew pressed his lips together into a thin line. "What if I don't drink it? Then the 2 soldiers would have died in vain in this forsaken place." Branson laughed. "Favio, don't ask such stupid questions. Drinking this is nothing compared to watching your Evars die right in front of you." His words always hit the mark. After a moment of silence, Matthew tipped his head back and swallowed the dark red liquid. The taste of rust and a faint fragrance of plum blossoms spread in his mouth, and the pain began to subside after a short while. "How long do I need to keep drinking this?" Branson leaned lazily against the tree behind him and replied coolly, "For 7 sevens, 49 days. The capacity of the bottle wasn't small. A day or 2 might be manageable, but 7 sevens, 49 days? Matthew was taken aback and furrowed his brow. "Branson, are you crazy?" Branson glanced at him sideways. "I've always been crazy. Did you only find out today?" His voice was calm, revealing no emotion. Matthew silently clenched the porcelain bottle. He felt a tightness in his chest, finding it absurd and laughable. When he wanted to be friends with Branson, the latter ignored him. Now, after all the grudges, bloodshed, and lives lost, Branson was willing to bleed for him every day. Dark red, fragrance of plum blossoms, and under the red thread, the faint marks on his wrist. How could he not guess? The porcelain bottle contained Branson's blood. Chapter 243 Discussion 1. He should not have wavered. However, he, Fabio, had always been upright and never owed anyone anything. He could not pretend to be ignorant when he knew the truth. But how was he supposed to accept such a sacrifice? Especially since Branson was Darnell. Which emperor would willingly bleed for his ministers every day? Matthew slightly lowered his eyes and said, Phil is the ruler of the country. If you truly wish to gain loyalty, there will surely be people who will follow you wholeheartedly. Why waste it on me? His tone was rare in its sincerity. Branson turned to scrutinize him for a moment, then suddenly sneered, Are you crazy, Fabio? I am the son of heaven. Even if I wanted to win hearts, I certainly wouldn't resort to this method. I'm doing this because I promised Awu to bring you back. If you want to distance yourself from me and therefore refuse to drink it, feel free to throw it away or play with it. I won't say another word. After all, I've kept my promise to Awu. If you feel guilty and indebted to me, just call me father and we'll be even. Matthew looked at him but said nothing. Branson didn't need Matthew to speak. The things remained, but the person had changed. He was not so naive as to think they could return to the past. He had long buried the young self within himself, and he would no longer cling to the youthful image of Fabio. What was missed was missed. After all, in this life, what he cared about was always out of reach. He was a tyrant. He didn't need the tears of the masses. Living in the moment was enough. Branson stood up, his sleeves falling to hide the wounds on his wrists. Let's go once you've rested enough. The road ahead might be more dangerous. Without waiting for an answer, he walked forward. For some reason, Matthew's gaze landed on Branson, and suddenly he seemed rather frail. The child who once shared a boat with him at 8 or 9 years old also seemed as frail back then. In Shangjing City, Dwayne looked at Jaden with some anxiety. Young master, according to the news from Lingyu Pass, Imran and the young general are still missing. What are we going to do? Imran took sufficient supplies and military provisions this time. The border troops are no pushovers. If they only need to hold the city, regardless of the number of Izar soldiers, it would be hard for them to break through Lingyu Pass in the short term. There's no need to be overly anxious. But, pausing here, Jaden continued after a brief silence. Open attacks can be avoided, but hidden dangers are hard to defend against. According to my understanding, Francisco is too straightforward. Without Imran and the young general to maintain order, he is vulnerable to plots and schemes. This is beyond our prediction. Lowering his gaze to the military report on the table, he tapped lightly on a few characters with his index finger. What worries me most is this person. Following Jaden's finger, Dwayne saw the name, Dwight. The 5th Prince of Izar? Frowning, Dwayne remarked, Isn't his reputation pretty good in Izar? Jaden chuckled softly. Indeed, his reputation is quite high. He personally attended to his ill uncle without rest. But within 2 days, evidence of treason was found in the uncle's residence, leading to the extermination of the entire family. He offered his sedan chair to an elderly official, only for the latter to be assassinated that day, turning into a pincushion riddled with arrows. That official, having led a clean life, had given his salary to the poor, dying penniless. Such incidents are countless. A faint sarcasm laced Jaden's voice. Dwayne paused, startled. Young master believes these events were orchestrated by Dwight? Not those who blocked his path, or those casually chosen as scapegoats. Jaden commented indifferently, My evaluation of this man consists of 3 words: cunning, vicious, and toxic. No one is beyond his willingness to sacrifice, as long as it achieves his goal. Ordinary people stand no chance against him. Hearing this, a shadow of concern flashed across Dwayne's face. Then isn't Lingyu Pass in great danger? And since Armand Gongzi has gone to Huni, and young master must remain in Shangjing, we can't send anyone suitable to reinforce Lingyu Pass. What about Imran? Mentioning Branson, Dwayne pressed her lips together. The army cannot go a day without a commander. A basic fact I understand. Shouldn't Imran and the young general leave someone behind to guard Lingyu Pass? Why did they leave so easily? Jaden smiled faintly. Tracing the map on the table with his slender fingers, he remarked nonchalantly, What if the news returned to Shangjing said that Fabio risked his life for the people, while Imran stubbornly refused to send reinforcements, ultimately causing Fabio's death? How would you feel? Chapter 244 Discussion 2. Dwayne was stunned once again. Jaden said slowly, Autry, it's true that an army cannot be without a commander for even a day, but you must understand who this commander truly refers to. The Emperor personally led people to find Fabio. Officially, this maximizes the morale of Lingyu Pass troops. As long as morale remains strong, even if Dwight is cunning, it won't be easy for him to take Lingyu Pass. Personally, it's also Darnell's own sense of justice. This action is indeed rash, but generally, it makes sense. If he were really like Dwight, why would I sit here considering how to help him? Am I just trying to make my life harder? Master speaks reasonably. In truth, I never expected Darnell to be so sincere this time. Everyone says the royal family is heartless, but if they really were, sitting alone on the imperial throne would be pretty pointless. Now I can understand the late Prince Tyson. Outsiders see him as surrounded by children and holding high power, but everyone is competing for his position. Almost no one genuinely cares for him. A prince's seat is like this, let alone an emperor's throne. Yet, I see something different in Imran. Dwayne smiled, then fell into worry. But the problem is we can't think of a way to help him. We can't send Delaware. Not only does he need to protect the Celia, even if he could go, with Dwight being so cunning, Del might not handle it well. Jaden said, Autry, I heard Master Dao Xian has been improving greatly recently? Dao Xian was Jeffrey's Dharma name. Jeffrey had always suffered from mental ailments which needed mental remedies. Perhaps it was the nature of father and son. Ever since Dwayne came back, his condition improved day by day, needing no medicine anymore. Jeffrey moved out of Giselbirding Temple, not returning to Prince Tyson's residence, instead buying a quiet, elegant courtyard to live in and teach Dwayne martial arts and military strategy. Though Dwayne had passed his prime learning age, Jeffrey did not slack off at all, almost desperate to impart all his knowledge. He never tolerated laziness and thus made the barely trained in martial arts Dwayne suffer endlessly, bruised and injured constantly. However, Dwayne persisted through it all. All this time, he uttered not a single word of complaint. His progress far exceeded Jeffrey's expectations, making the old Prince Tyson, Jeffrey, exceptionally happy, radiating vitality as if 20 years younger. Whenever Jaden and Linus were handling state affairs, Jeffrey would sit nearby with a war hammer, ready to strike anyone causing trouble, gradually intimidating other Wong relatives into submission. Dwayne immediately understood Jaden's intention upon hearing this and frowned. Master, father hasn't been on the battlefield for nearly 10 years. Even though he's better now, still? He lowered his eyes, stopping mid-sentence. Since joining Jaden, he never defied him. Jaden looked at him. Autry, say what you have to say. I'm asking for your opinion, not telling you. After a moment, Dwayne suddenly stood up and knelt before Jaden. Chapter 245 Shocked. 1. Jaden was slightly stunned. Even when he was a book boy, he had never made Dwayne kneel. Jaden frowned and said, Autry, you don't have to do this. If you're unwilling. Before he could finish his sentence, Dwayne shook his head and said, Master, I know you have no selfish motives. You always say that you are for fame and power, but I know it's not true. What you told Dell is your real heart. You've never forgotten the people of the world. The underground palace should be around here. Branson frowned. His eyes were on the letter in Matthew's hand without saying a word. Matthew led troops to support Lingyu Pass and of course wouldn't carry any letter with him. So the secret letter they got from the bandits remained in the military camp. After Branson met Draper, he immediately ordered someone to fetch the letter, tried it according to the words, and indeed got a treasure map. Coincidentally, the entrance of the underground palace, marked on the map, was right in the mist forest. So Branson brought this map with him this time for emergencies, and unexpectedly it really turned out useful. He chose to Malshan enter the mist forest because he was certain that Fatima wouldn't dare lead men to chase them, and also wanted to find the entrance of the underground palace as recorded on the map. But at this place, Branson looked around at the bare rock walls, but couldn't find anything that seemed like an entrance. Just then, someone let out a frightened cry. It was unusual for a hardened warrior to make such a cry. Both Branson and Matthew were taken aback and looked in the direction of the scream, only to see a soldier pointing at something white near his feet with a pale face. There's a dead person, it's a child. Matthew's eyes narrowed and walked over quickly. When he approached, he finally saw the truth. It was actually Eileen of about 5 or 6 years old. Her lower half was buried in the soil, exposing only her naked upper body, and her skin appeared ghastly white in the night. The most shocking thing was that this little Eileen's eyes were wide open, filled with deathly stillness, pointing forward, with a bizarre, chilling smile on her face. Chapter 246, Soul-Stirring, 2. Judging from the movements of the limbs, this really didn't look like a dead person. The soldier who had just found her said, Young General, I checked her breathing. She's dead, but we don't know when she died. Although the little Eileen's skin was deathly pale, her entire body was as smooth as jade. If she had been dead for a long time, she wouldn't have looked like this. Matthew nodded after hearing this. He instinctively took a step forward to take a closer look, but Branson grabbed him, saying, Don't move. Branson's tone was unusually solemn. This should be a sacrifice used by the Azar people. They apply special secret medicine to ensure the body doesn't decay, and it carries very heavy energy. We should directly. He wanted to say, burn it directly, but before he could finish, the same soldier shouted loudly again. She moved. Her eyes moved. I saw her blink just now. Everyone's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. However, when they looked at the little Eileen, she was still in the same position, pointing ahead without moving. Ansel frowned and said, Javier, did you see wrong? This soldier was called Javier. Javier shook his head frantically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I swear I saw clearly just now. Hearing this, everyone involuntarily looked at the little Eileen's eyes again. Her eyes were as eerie as her smile, and looking at them for too long made one feel chilly down to the spine. After pondering for a moment, Branson said, Go and check the direction she is pointing to. See if there are any abnormalities on the rock wall. 2 soldiers responded and went to inspect. After a while, they hurried back, reporting, Phil, Young General, that rock wall is hollow. There should be a cave behind it. Ansel said, Phil, maybe the direction the little Eileen is pointing to is the way out. Let's go and take a look. However, Branson shook his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. This mist forest has often been entered by people in the past. Why would someone deliberately place a little Eileen here to show the way? Are they afraid that intruders might get lost? As he spoke, Branson picked up his bow and arrow, drew the bowstring, and shot directly at the rock wall behind the little Eileen. The arrow sank deep into the rock wall, all the way to the tail. The rock wall behind the little Eileen was also hollow. The soldiers exchanged glances. Someone suggested, Phil, Young General, why don't we chisel open both sides of the rock wall and take a look? After pondering for a moment, Branson said, One side must be the gate of life, and we don't know what's hiding inside the hollow rock walls. We can't act rashly. Matthew frowned and speculated. Then perhaps it's behind the little Eileen, and the direction she points to is merely a distraction. Branson glanced sideways at Matthew and then said indifferently, We don't know yet. Let's try first. You take your men back a bit. Matthew paused in surprise. What does Phil intend to do? Allow me to do it instead? Ansel also chimed in beside him. Yes, Phil, whatever you command. We can do the same. Branson smiled slightly but insisted, Step back first. I have a plan. Matthew waved his hand, signaling others to retreat, but he remained in place. Branson watched him silently, without saying anything. Matthew smiled. Whatever Phil wants to do, I will assist. Still the same words as before. His voice was calm and steady, but with his eyelashes lowered, his eyes were hidden in the shadow. It seemed unintentional, yet in this instant exchange of glances, he purposely avoided meeting Branson's gaze. Chapter 247 Cave 1. A cool night breeze brushed against the temples, as if it were blowing straight into one's heart. Branson let out a light laugh with ambiguous meaning. Those eyes of his, like translucent glass, shone eerily in the darkness of the night, seemingly capable of sucking a person in. Unfortunately, Matthew didn't see it. The red robe swayed in the wind. He was lost in thoughts he himself couldn't understand at this moment. As if in a dream, Branson's gaze fell on that fiery red robe. He gazed quietly at Matthew for a moment. The frost and coldness spreading in his eyes overshadowed the originally intense emotions. Since Matthew was willing to take the trouble, he did not refuse. All the thousands of words on the tip of his tongue condensed into two, sure. After speaking, Branson lit the tinderbox as if nothing had happened, slightly lowering his eyes to meet the eerie eyes of the little Eileen. Matthew also followed his gaze over. The firelight illuminated the little Eileen's face, making her look even paler and her eyes more bizarre. Branson stared into the little Eileen's eyes for a while before sneering. This is probably the Azar people's Sure knew. Eileen born at an inauspicious time, selected for being born in a year, month, and hour considered Een. They live secluded from sunlight and are daily coated with secret medicine until their skin turns white as jade. Then they are bled to death. It's said that such Eileens die with heavy grudges, scaring away even wild beasts and driving away other evil spirits. Matthew frowned. I've heard before that the Azar people are cruel by nature, but I didn't expect it to be so extreme. Branson curled his lips mockingly. There are things even crueler than this. For example, he paused here but did not continue, only saying, such evil creatures fear young energy the most. Bodhi, drip some blood onto the baihui point on top of her head. Without hesitation, Matthew agreed. At that moment, the saber left its sheath, and after a flash of cold light, blood trickled down his arm and dripped onto the baihui point on the little Eileen's head. In an instant, the little Eileen's body suddenly convulsed violently. Blood flowed down her body, seeping into the cracks in the ground beside her. Suddenly, countless bugs crawled out, quickly covering the entire body of the little Eileen. In no time, she was gnawed into a ghastly white skeleton. The scene was truly shocking. But where had all these bugs been hiding before? Looking up at the rock wall behind the little Eileen, everyone involuntarily broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they hadn't rashly chiseled it open. Otherwise, encountering so many flesh-eating bugs suddenly would have led to unimaginable consequences. Branson pulled Matthew back to a place where there were fewer bugs. Ansel hurriedly stepped forward. Phil, young general, let's retreat to the other side of the rock wall. In his view, if this side wasn't right, it must be the other. However, Branson remained silent. His gaze fell on those black bugs. More and more bugs were crawling out now, the ground getting increasingly covered. But they mostly avoided the northwest direction. That position had the fewest bugs. Branson pointed in that direction. Let's go this way. Now everyone had immense trust in him, and no one raised any objections. Ansel led the way ahead, following the direction Branson indicated. Walking along the rugged path strewn with broken rocks, turning several bends, the number of bugs on the ground gradually decreased, and finally, none were left. The scenery suddenly opened up, revealing a lush and towering tree, behind which was a barely visible cave entrance. On the rock wall beside the cave entrance, there were also some fresh red characters written. Strange characters, just like those found in that sealed letter. They looked both eerie and terrifying in the dark. Matthew glanced sideways at Branson. Does Phil recognize these characters? Branson also glanced at Matthew, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. Not a member of the Yinzu clan who dares enter will have no place to bury their bones. Chapter 248 Cave 2. Matthew was slightly taken aback. A moment later, he casually took out the previous map and compared it while looking down. Perhaps this is the entrance. According to the map, as long as we pass through this underground palace, we can directly bypass this misty forest. At that point, even if Dwight dispatches more troops to surround us, it would be futile. It's worth a try even if we can't find the treasure. However, Branson looked ahead but made no move. He spoke softly. Throughout history, all noble tombs or treasure vaults have set up various traps to prevent outsiders from intruding. The warning on the rock wall may not be exaggerated, and I cannot guarantee everything will go smoothly. Pausing here, Branson hesitated for a moment before continuing. Favio, my choices are not always right. Just like many times in the past, he often made wrong decisions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like that in his previous life. In fact, he has never been afraid of death. He is a madman. No matter right or wrong, he will run to the end on this narrow bridge alone. Therefore, each of his choices is like walking on the edge of an abyss, one misstep away from being doomed forever. Phil, these words are inappropriate. The sudden voice interrupted Branson's thoughts. Matthew stood beside Branson, also gazing at the rock wall ahead. The crimson letters almost blinding to the eye did not evoke any fear in him. All fears in the world come from the heart. He has never lacked the courage to venture into the underworld, so why should he be afraid? Matthew said calmly. It shouldn't be I, but we. This isn't a choice made by Phil alone. Whether alive or dead, your humble minister will stand by Phil. Matthew spoke very calmly, but it was precisely because of his calmness that it sounded all the more startling. His words were valuable because he valued his promises greatly. Branson turned his head slightly. Their gazes, which had always avoided each other, unexpectedly collided. In the flickering firelight, Matthew saw the dark emotions in his eyes like ink. They seemed cold, seemed carefree and liberated. At the same time, they seemed like loneliness and despair. So many emotions intertwined, unclear, yet truly shocking. An absurd thought suddenly occurred to Matthew at a certain moment, occupying his heart. He vaguely thought, regarding this person, has he missed much? If he hadn't been so proud back then? If he had been willing to persist a little longer? Would it be that, unlike today, things remain the same but people have changed? Unfortunately, some things are destined never to have answers. Branson didn't say anything. He lit the flint again and walked into the cave first without turning back. Most of the time, Darnell, with his esteemed status, would not personally engage in battle even when leading a campaign, just to boost morale. With the situation inside the cave unknown, it was utterly unreasonable for Darnell to lead the way. Ansel stepped forward, wanting to stop Branson. Phil? Matthew raised his hand, stopping Ansel. He watched the young man's back very calmly. At this moment, Matthew suddenly felt that all royal power and wealth, political tactics, and cunning seemed to be abandoned by him at this moment. So many that it made people's eyes widen in astonishment. Branson furrowed his brow and said to the others, "None of you are to touch anything here." Then, without glancing around, he walked straight to the statue of the mythical beast. Upon seeing the statue clearly, everyone present could not help but show expressions of surprise. One person muttered, "What kind of monster is this? It looks like a sheep, but has a human face." "It's a Taotai," Branson replied, his gaze fixed on the sculpture, a mythical beast recorded in the Shanhai Jing. It resembles a sheep with a human face, its eyes under its armpits, tiger teeth, human claws, and its cry sounds like a baby's. It eats humans. Few in the military read books, let alone something as obscure as the Shanhai Jing. Even scholars rarely read such books unrelated to the imperial examinations. So when Branson mentioned it, most of them were lost, except for Matthew, who showed a flicker of recognition in his eyes. It's said that the Taotai is greedy, devouring even its own body. Placing it amidst all this gold and jewels is rather ironic. Finishing his words, he turned to Ansel, saying, "Go check if there are other exits in this cavern. If you encounter anything unusual, don't act rashly. Return and report immediately." And he paused for a moment before continuing, "Be extremely careful not to touch any of the gold and jewels on the ground." Although they didn't understand why, Ansel agreed and left with the others. Branson glanced sideways at Matthew. "You also think these treasures are problematic? When things are out of the ordinary, there must be a reason." Matthew replied, "Most people would grab as much as they can at the sight of so much gold and jewels. Who would carelessly leave all this exposed? Better to err on the side of caution and not touch anything." Branson chuckled softly at this. He slowly surveyed the murals on the walls of the cavern. Despite their age, the murals were still vivid, showing no signs of erosion. Matthew also looked at the murals. He pondered for a moment, then said, "They seem to depict sacrificial rituals and tools." Branson hummed in agreement. Following Matthew's gaze, he smiled as he focused on one particular mural, that's called a human skin drum, made from the backskin of young Eileens. When flaying them, one only needs to make a small incision at the top of their heads and pour mercury inside, letting the mercury flow and separate the skin from the flesh. Then you can remove an entire piece of skin while their skulls are used to form the main body of the drum and leg bones made into drumsticks. Throughout the process, they remain conscious, feeling the pain of being unable to survive yet unable to die, a torment not inferior to any torture in the imperial prisons. His voice carried a casual detachment as he spoke. At this moment, Branson seemed to revert to his former self, an imperious ruler who viewed human life as insignificant. Matthew looked over, his expression inscrutable. Has Phil seen this firsthand? Otherwise, how could he describe it so vividly? Branson laughed. "Of course not. I merely heard about it from others." This was naturally not the truth. He had witnessed the making of the human skin drum when he was only 10 or 11 years old. From the moment Achilles agreed to send him as a hostage to the Azar, he ceased caring whether Branson lived or died. For a long time, his suffering, fear, and tears were merely subjects of amusement for the Azar royal family. He wasn't fearless. He did yearn for someone to care. He hadn't given up on being a good person. But the world was harsh, and human hearts unpredictable. Weakness often invited ridicule and trampling instead of sympathy. What choice did he have but to stain his hands with blood and immerse himself in violence? Chapter 250, Underground Palace, 2. This space was vast, and the search consumed a considerable amount of time. However, everyone returned with furrowed brows and no success. This seemed like a dead end. Apart from the corridor they had entered through just now, they found no other exits here. Matthew lowered his head to examine the map and frowned, saying, "But according to the map, there should be a way out from here. Could it be that there's some kind of mechanism?" Ansel scratched his head and said, "Phil, young general, shall I lead a few more Evars to search again thoroughly?" Branson and Matthew remained silent. Matthew's gaze swept over each of their faces, then he suddenly asked, "Ansel, where is Apollo?" So far, only 7 out of the remaining 8 people had returned, with one still missing. Ansel furrowed his brow and then pointed towards the northwest direction, saying, "Apollo went to check over there. Maybe something held him up." He was about to say, "Lead a team to go check," when Branson and Matthew exchanged glances and started walking in that direction. The rest, fearing they would fall behind, hurriedly followed suit, 3 at the front, 4 at the back, guarding them in the middle. The path became increasingly damp as they walked. They could faintly hear the sound of running water ahead. Suddenly, the soldier walking at the very front froze in terror. They saw a massive pond before them. Large patches of blood floated on the surface of the pond, with crocodiles floating on top, chewing on something indiscernible. Perhaps sensing the presence of intruders, the crocodiles in the pond started crawling out, accompanied by the sound of scratching and rustling, and an overwhelming stench wafted through the air. The leading crocodile moved incredibly fast, quickly reaching the soldier at the front and opening its mouth wide, fiercely biting down on the soldier's leg. The soldier drew his saber and slashed at the crocodile, but there was a clang, a clean break. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through the soldier's leg as it was bitten. Matthew rushed forward and kicked the crocodile with all his might. With an incredible force, he sent it flying back into the pond. However, with a loud splash, the crocodile swam freely in the pond as if nothing happened. Matthew felt a dull pain in his right foot. He knew these creatures were extremely ferocious, akin to tigers and wolves on land, with thick armor-like skin impervious to swords and spears. Branson watched the dozens of crocodiles approaching gradually, his face grim, and softly ordered, "Retreat." Matthew carried the injured soldier on his back, and they all turned back. As Ansel ran, he suggested, "Phil, young general, there are too many crocodiles. Let's retreat for now." Before he finished speaking, he glanced back at the exit and his pupils contracted sharply. He stopped mid-sentence. The corridor they had entered through was now sealed by a heavy iron gate, and the crocodiles were still chasing them relentlessly, just as they were about to catch up. The soldier being carried by Matthew suddenly exclaimed, "Young general, put me down. My leg is already injured. I can't run fast anyway. I'll lure them away." Matthew drew the curved sword from his waist. "What nonsense is this? Do you think your young general is someone who would leave you behind? One kill counts as one." Branson interjected, "Favio, wait." Then, he suddenly flicked his long sword, sending a piece of gold into the open mouth of a crocodile. After struggling for a moment, the crocodile fell to the ground, lifeless. These pieces of gold indeed had some problem. Chapter 251 United Efforts 1. Matthew was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. Phil has an excellent idea indeed. Since his saber was too short to pick up the gold easily, he simply switched to the long sword given by Branson and fed several chunks of gold to the nearby crocodiles. Despite carrying someone on his back, his aim was impeccable. Every piece of gold landed right in the crocodiles' mouths without fail. Seeing this, others hurried to follow suit. Of course, none of them had as good accuracy as Matthew and Branson. Some gold and jewels only struck the crocodiles' tough armor, which was utterly useless. But the situation had already turned around, with the crocodiles abandoning their attack and retreating into the pond. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief but found they couldn't open the iron door yet, so they had to sit down and rest. This time, everyone instinctively kept a safe distance from the pile of gold and jewels on the ground. Even if the silver were piled like mountains, what use would it be if they couldn't live to spend it? Sitting on the ground, Matthew massaged his calf discreetly. If anyone else had kicked that hard, not only would it have been ineffective, but they might even break their bones. He didn't feel much better himself. Branson looked down at him. "Your leg isn't broken, is it?" Matthew laughed softly. With a lazy tone, he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Phil. It's not that bad." "That's good." Branson smiled enigmatically. "Though the map wasn't very detailed, it's clear there's still a path beyond this cave. We need to figure out how to get out." Matthew immediately understood what he meant. "You think the exit is at the bottom of the pond?" Branson said. "It's obvious." Matthew responded. "The problem now is how to bypass those crocodiles and find the passage at the bottom of the pond smoothly. They are more agile in water, which limits our movements. We can't bring the gold into the water either, to avoid the poison spreading." Branson said, "You will lead Cell and the others to lure some of the crocodiles onto the shore, using this method against them while I go down to explore." Matthew yawned lazily. "That won't do. You're definitely not as skilled in swimming as me, Phil. Let me check it out instead." They had already dealt with these crocodiles once before, but the underwater conditions were unknown. If anything unexpected happened while exploring, they might not have time to react, leading to a dead end. It was clear which option was more dangerous. After a brief silence, Branson couldn't help but laugh. He slowly said, "Favio, you are indeed a loyal minister." Putting aside their past grievances, at least in terms of shedding blood or making sacrifices, Matthew always stood at the forefront. With the plan set, after resting for a while, everyone returned to the edge of the pond. Branson led the others to lure most of the crocodiles onto the shore. Matthew was responsible for exploring the bottom of the pond. As expected, his swimming skills were excellent, entering the water almost silently. Based on previous experience, everyone was better prepared this time, and handled the situation relatively smoothly. However, Matthew did not resurface for a long time. No matter how skillful one was in swimming, staying underwater for too long would eventually put them at a disadvantage. Branson's heart gradually sank. Worried about encountering some unforeseen event, he said, "Stay here and watch. I'll go down and see." Without waiting for a response, he leaped into the water. He carefully avoided the few crocodiles that hadn't climbed ashore and dived all the way to the bottom of the pond. There, he saw a tunnel wide enough for two people to pass through side by side, and oddly, there were no crocodiles in sight. This seemed too easy. Where was Matthew? Looking at the scattered remains around the tunnel entrance, Branson felt a sudden, sinking sensation in his heart. With limited visibility underwater, just as he was about to investigate further, he suddenly felt a disturbance in the water on his right side, sensing something huge approaching. Turning his head, his pupils constricted in surprise. There was another enormous crocodile at the bottom of the pond. Its size was at least several times larger than the previous ones. No wonder it was so quiet here. It opened its massive mouth and bit towards Branson mercilessly. Everything happened in a flash. Before Branson could react, he felt a powerful force push him away. It was Matthew. Although he pushed Branson away, the crocodile, missing its target, snapped its jaws onto Matthew's leg. If it applied just a little more force, Matthew's leg would have been severed instantly. Chapter 252. United Efforts 2. Branson's ears rang loudly. In this critical moment, Branson's mind was nearly blank, reacting purely on instinct. He didn't know where he summoned the immense strength from, but both his hands tightly gripped the crocodile's jaws. The veins on his forehead and the back of his hands stood out prominently, and his temples throbbed violently, yet he managed to keep its mouth from closing. How could a human match strength with a crocodile? Matthew was also taken aback by the sudden burst of power from Branson, but knew they couldn't afford any hesitation. Branson might not hold on for much longer. Seizing the opportunity, Matthew pulled his leg free and, in one swift motion, drew his curved blade and stabbed it directly between the crocodile's eyes. It was fast, fierce, and accurate. The crocodile convulsed violently a few times before dying. Branson released his grip as if drained of all strength, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. What had happened in just a few breaths felt like an eternity. Any hesitation from either of them might have meant being devoured by the crocodile. But their ordeal wasn't over yet. The previously calm pond bottom suddenly saw over a dozen crocodiles swarm around them. They couldn't stay underwater for long, let alone fight off crocodiles simultaneously. If surrounded, their chances of survival would be slim. Unable to speak, Matthew pressed his lips together, signaling Branson to leave quickly. Branson furrowed his brows and instinctively glanced at Matthew's leg. Even though he had acted promptly, that crocodile had still managed to bite Matthew's leg. It was the blood that attracted more crocodiles, and Matthew had been in the water much longer than he had. Branson's gaze darkened. Instead of leaving, he tightened his grip on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. Just then, large patches of blood started floating toward them from ahead. Stimulated by the strong scent of blood, the crocodiles that had surrounded them rapidly chased after it. Branson faintly saw a shadowy figure. That person clearly had excellent swimming skills, but still couldn't match the speed of the crocodiles and was soon caught up. Someone had lured the crocodiles away for them. Matthew moved to go forward, but Branson held him back and shook his head. At that moment, the force on his hand tightened. Matthew had grabbed his hand instead. In Matthew's eyes, Branson saw a clear trace of sorrow. His long, thick lashes trembled slightly, and Branson's gaze flickered, pretending not to notice. He pulled Matthew and rushed out of the water as fast as he could. On shore, others took care of the aftermath while Branson found a relatively secluded spot to tend to Matthew's leg wound. Matthew's leg was a mess of blood and torn flesh, even more horrifying after being soaked in water. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if Branson had been a step slower in holding the crocodile's jaw. This wasn't the first time Branson had treated his wounds. In the past, Matthew would always joke around with Branson during such moments, but today, he was unusually silent. Initially, Branson didn't speak either, but halfway through tending the wound, he suddenly said, "Are you blaming me for not letting you save him?" The soldier who had lured the crocodiles away. Matthew was stunned for a moment, then sighed, "Phil, what kind of person do you think I am? You are the son of heaven, yet you risk your life for me. I can only feel grateful." Matthew's tone was sincere, but given his current behavior, Branson felt it was a rhetorical question. He laughed lightly and said nothing more. There was no point in arguing. Was he supposed to rush into certain death recklessly? For some misguided sense of loyalty? Not in this lifetime. The silence lingered for a while until Matthew suddenly whispered, "Branson." Whenever Matthew called him by his name, it usually didn't end well. Branson continued applying medicine to the wound without looking up, his voice devoid of emotion. "Speak your mind." More silence followed. A faint sigh eventually reached Branson's ears. "Branson, can you please not be so suspicious at this moment? I admit I'm upset, but why do you assume it's because of you? If I really wanted to go, do you think you could stop me?" Chapter 253. Hard to say. 1. Branson was slightly stunned. He finally lifted his head and looked at Matthew. The flames in the young man's eyes flickered as Matthew said calmly, "As I mentioned earlier, this is not a choice made by Phil alone, but a joint decision between you and me." Matthew lowered his gaze slightly, locking eyes with Branson. He spoke slowly, "Branson, I am not afraid to admit that even if you hadn't pulled me just now, I wouldn't have gone over. Emotionally, I truly cannot and do not wish to abandon any of my Evars. However, reason compels me to prioritize the bigger picture. Throughout history, few wars have been fought without bloodshed. My responsibility is to honor their sacrifices as much as possible, not recklessly die with them." Moreover, Matthew turned his head slightly. That exceptionally handsome face remained bright and passionate. Suffering and bloodshed did not dull his brilliance. He said calmly, "Even if someone must be blamed, I would only blame myself. How could I blame those who risked their lives to save me?" As soon as Matthew finished speaking, there was a tearing sound. In his excessive force, Branson accidentally tore the piece of cloth he intended to use for bandaging Matthew's wounds. Risk his life to save Matthew? Him? Why should he risk his life to save Matthew? What reasons did he have to risk his life to save this person whom he has always despised and feared? Branson instinctively wanted to deny it outright, but the pain in his strained arm reminded him of the heart-stopping moment just then. His actions had preceded his consciousness. He constantly told himself, he hated this person. He envied this person. He had firmly believed this, even himself. Yet his subconscious first reaction was to save him. Why, when his mind was a blank, was his first instinct to save someone instead of run? The answer to the question that had eluded him for years seemed buried deep within his own heart. Unspeakable. Cannot be spoken. To speak would be wrong. He dared not continue thinking about it. Branson furrowed his brows. After a moment, he said, "If you hadn't pushed me away first, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. I simply don't like owing people." Upon hearing these words, Matthew suddenly chuckled softly. Branson stared at him, expression calm. Yet stormy emotions churned in his crystal-clear eyes. "What are you laughing about?" "Naturally, I admire Phil," Matthew said. To think so much even in a critical moment. That crocodile was enormous with an astonishing bite force. What kind of strength could possibly restrain it? What kind of reaction speed could be fast enough? Even Matthew didn't dare claim certainty. Being unable to hold it would be normal. Holding it would be abnormal. Branson remained silent. Words felt too powerless. Just then, Ansel rushed over. "Phil, young general, the Evars have already..." Ansel's voice abruptly stopped as he took in the scene before him. Since Matthew's injury was on his leg, the young emperor was actually half kneeling on the ground to make bandaging easier. Could an emperor naturally do such things? Or was he still the tyrant who had long feuded with their Alexei? The border guards were unsure. But the elite soldiers from the general's residence knew well. Those years in Shangjing, Matthew suffered under heavy oppression. Endless revelry night after night, unable to express his frustration, daily drunkenness, remaining sober while everyone else was drunk. Matthew lived an upright and free-spirited life, dreaming of riding horses and wielding swords to fight injustice in the world. But in the opulent Shangjing, he had no choice but to suppress his true self day by day. Ansel's ears buzzed loudly, feeling as though he was in a dream he couldn't wake from. At the same moment, both Branson and Matthew's gazes landed on his face. Branson turned his head slightly, his dark eyes swirling with incomprehensible emotion, flashing across his face too quickly to catch. But Ansel felt, amidst the fleeting exchange of glances, an overwhelming sense of danger. Chapter 254. Indescribable. 2. The imperial dignity, intangible and colorless. Yet it was undeniably present. Ansel's entire body stiffened in that brief moment of eye contact with Branson, suddenly feeling a chill run up his spine. In the dead silence where even the fall of a pin could be heard, the atmosphere became eerily still for an instant. Matthew tilted his head slightly upward and, amidst this silence, said softly, "Phil." His tone carried a hint of helplessness, but it also bore the usual carefree demeanor he was known for. The surging killing intent in Branson's heart dissipated by 7 or 8 tenths at this single word. He bent down to bandage Matthew's wound, then stood up as if nothing had happened and threw a casual remark. "We shouldn't stay here too long. As soon as your leg heals a bit, we'll leave immediately." Without waiting for Matthew's response, he turned and left. Only when passing Ansel did he pause slightly and said politely, "Thank you for your efforts." His attitude was mild, showing no sign of coldness, let alone killing intent. Ansel waved his hands repeatedly, growing more convinced that he had hallucinated due to excessive tension earlier. Seeing Branson leave, Matthew tried to get up by leaning on the rock wall. After a daze, Ansel quickly rushed over to support him. "Young General, take it slow." Matthew replied gently with a soft, "Thank you." They fell silent for a while, and Ansel couldn't help but ask, "Young General, you and Imran?" Before Ansel finished his sentence, Matthew already spoke calmly. "Imran is so courteous to scholars. I am naturally deeply grateful, but..." He placed a hand on Ansel's shoulder and said kindly, "This matter concerns the imperial dignity. Don't mention it to anyone in the future." Seeing Matthew's serious expression, Ansel nodded hesitantly. In the Azar army camp, Ambry looked coldly at Dwight, her beautiful face full of anger. "You cannot capture Branson and Favio, nor take Lingyu Pass. You have certainly brought great honor to our father, haven't you?" In private, Ambry never showed any respect to Dwight. Dwight lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Branson is not easy to deal with, and Favio is indeed talented. Despite controlling so many beasts, you couldn't catch them either. At this moment, don't mock others who fall short by only 50 paces yourself." Ambry frowned. "You." She barely got out one word before Dwight interrupted her with a smile. "All right, choo-choo. The mist forest is not easy to traverse, especially now that Favio has been poisoned by our isol water. Even if they do manage to escape, we have troops everywhere guarding every exit. They will find it impossible to flee, let alone Lingyu Pass." He lowered his head with a light sneer. "Without Branson and Favio, those inside Lingyu Pass are like toothless tigers, firecrackers ready to ignite. I have my plans." Ambry laughed coldly. "Stop boasting, Dwight. With the current forces and supplies at Lingyu Pass, they can last a year without issue. They are determined to defend the city and refuse to engage us. What can you do about it?" Dwight's gaze landed on her, and he curled his lips into an intriguing smile. Though he didn't speak, Ambry instantly felt as if she were being watched by some cold-blooded creature, sending shivers down her spine. Even her animals couldn't make her feel this way. The atmosphere in the camp suddenly grew tense. At that moment, one of Dwight's subordinates entered with an excited look. "Your Highness, as per your orders, everyone has been brought here." It was a burly man with a bushy beard, his large eyes filled with excitement, like a wolf sensing prey. Before Dwight could speak, Ambry asked, "Who are they?" But the subordinate didn't answer Ambry, instead looking to Dwight. Though Ambry held equal status, the army naturally followed Dwight's lead. Dwight chuckled lazily and stood up. "Come, let's go see." With that, he lifted the curtain and walked out. Ambry followed closely behind. After turning several corners, they saw a glaring white scene in the distance. Ambry paused, stepping forward a few more paces before realizing. This place was crowded with naked women and children. Their necks and limbs were shackled with heavy iron chains, forced to kneel on the ground under the threat of steel swords wielded by the brutish Izar soldiers, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 255, Blood and Valor, 1. Hearing the muffled sobs of women and children, Ambry's gaze shifted to two overlapping figures writhing not far away. The one on top was a massive fatty, weighing around 200 g, with his face covered in thick flesh. Ambry recognized this fatty. He was also one of Dwight's deputies. Underneath was a 15 or 16-year-old slender Eileen. Her eyes were still open, but her gaze was vacant, blood covering her face, exuding an unbearable pain that screamed neither life nor death would release her. Even Ambry, with her disposition, felt uncomfortable seeing such a scene in public. "Dwight, what are you trying to do?" These women and children are all from the Great Zhou. Some were seized. Some were gifts from the Great Zhou court to the Azar when Branson's father was still in power. Dwight slightly turned his head and laughed as he ordered the deputy beside him. "Starting today, bring 10 women and 5 children every day to Lingyu Pass. The women will be enjoyed by the soldiers in rotation, and the children will be boiled in pots to feed the wild wolves of the 9th princess. They say the border troops of Great Zhou have the most valor, so let's see how long they can hold back from coming out." Without Branson and Matthew, none of those inside Lingyu Pass could match him in single combat. Stepping out meant certain death. The deputy's eyes swept over the rows of kneeling, pale figures, desire flashing uncontrollably in his eyes like copper bells. He chuckled and shouted loudly, "Yes." Then, he hurriedly went off on the errand. Dwight looked at Ambry with a half smile, half sneer. "Choo-choo, do you think this plan will work?" Ambry was stunned for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. She held her stomach, the bells on her wrists and ankles clinking melodiously. Even tears streamed down her cheeks. "All right, Dwight, you're ruthless." After resting for 2 days, Branson and Matthew led the remaining few soldiers through the passage beneath the pond, arriving at a splendid golden hall. The 4 walls were adorned with exquisite crystal palace lamps, and expensive white carpets covered the floor, making it look extraordinarily magnificent. Unfortunately, there were no windows in the hall, and not a ray of sunlight could penetrate. Only the dark green flames flickered in the crystal palace lamps, accompanied by gusts of cold wind, casting a chilling, eerie atmosphere over the entire hall. Branson lifted his head, his gaze falling on a table at the other end of the hall. On it stood golden wine flasks and cups, while not far behind the table was a large door. On the door were several fresh red characters. The strokes were bizarre, looking like cryptic symbols. Matthew glanced sideways at Branson and whispered, "Phil?" Branson naturally understood that Matthew wanted an explanation and said calmly, "Anyone entering must drink a full cup of wine." This time he did not lower his voice, and everyone present heard it, followed by a brief moment of stupefaction. In that brief pause, Branson had already taken a few steps forward to the table holding the wine flasks and cups. He picked up a flask and poured a cup of wine. Instantly, a pungent stench permeated the air. Ansel frowned deeply at the eerie dark green liquid in the cup. "How can anyone drink this? It must be poison." Others echoed in agreement. "Yes, we can't drink it." Only Branson and Matthew remained silent. Branson looked down at the cup on the table. A moment later, he lifted the foul-smelling cup to his mouth. But just before it touched his lips, a hand snatched the cup from him. Immediately after, cries of alarm rang out. "General! General!" Matthew tipped his head back and drank the eerie dark green liquid in one gulp, smiling. "Allow me to taste it first. Phil can drink later." Chapter 256, Bloodline, 2. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the hall, making Branson feel somewhat breathless. His gaze fell on the empty wine cup in Matthew's hand, and he gripped his own cold fingers as he murmured, "Rest here for half an hour." Understanding Branson's intention, everyone involuntarily looked at Matthew, their faces showing evident concern. On the contrary, Matthew waved his hand indifferently. "Why are you all just standing here? Go rest. We don't know what lies ahead. We must conserve our strength." Reluctantly, everyone gathered together and found a place to sit down. Branson, however, remained standing by the table. His face hidden in the shadows, his expression was unreadable. Matthew whispered softly, "Why is Phil unhappy?" Branson was taken aback. His first impulse was to deny it, but he felt that doing so would only make it more obvious. Finally, he said calmly, "Bodhi is so loyal to me, willing to take my place in everything. I should be laughing in my dreams. How could I not be happy?" Matthew chuckled lightly. "Back in Shangjing City, Phil once said you believed I would protect you with my life. Every moment, day and night. I wish to live up to Phil's trust and show my loyalty." After a brief silence, Branson laughed silently. Favio, compared to you being willing to protect me with your life, I believe more that you actually wanted to kill me all along. Out here in this wilderness, with an uncertain future, why do you make things so difficult for yourself? In the past, I always thought that as long as this person is around, I will never be at ease. But now, I suddenly realized that if this person were really gone, it might only make things worse. We used to clash fiercely when we were young and brash. Thinking about it now, it seems absurd and misplaced. He was so aloof, so proud. Even if he was wrong, he would never say sorry. Matthew played with the golden wine cup in his hand carelessly. "I admit, I did think of killing you before, but at least at this moment, I truly consider you a Evar in life and death." He looked at Branson quietly. "Branson, I don't know what the end of this road will be, but there's one thing I can be sure of. I won't let you die before me." "No way, damn it. I can't take it anymore." A rough hand slapped heavily on the table, making it creak, as Amato glared angrily. "General, give me a team. Let me go out of the city and slaughter those beasts." The cries of women and children over the past few days, along with the taunts and curses of the Azar barbarians, had been tearing at these hardened soldiers' hearts like torture. This heart-wrenching scene was something no man could bear. When Amato spoke, others around him immediately shouted in agreement. "Yes, General. We should fight those beasts. Right. Fight those damned sons." Seeing the rising emotions, Francisco sat in the center, his scarred face twitching. He, too, wished to lead his men out and have a good fight, but Branson and Matthew had repeatedly instructed him to hold the city firmly and not risk losing Lingyu Pass due to a moment's impulsiveness. The actions of the Azar barbarians were unspeakably cruel, and those women and children were indeed pitiful. Yet, considering Graceland's ruthlessness, if the city fell, the consequences would be even worse. So many lives depended on him now. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake or he wouldn't be able to face anyone, even in the afterlife. He once thought emperors were heartless. Now he felt the powerlessness of being a leader, a general. The weight of countless responsibilities pressed heavily on his heart. Every decision he made involved countless lives and honor. No one is born emotionless, but the world forces him to be so. As a general, he must always consider the majority. Chapter 257, Battle 1. Walt let out a long breath. He looked at Amato and said in a deep voice, "Amato, sit down first." Amato's eyes blazed, still unwilling. "But," Walt enunciated every word clearly, "sit down." His tone was much stricter than before. Amato could only suppress his anger and sit down reluctantly. Walt slowly scanned the crowd. Under his stern gaze, everyone gradually quieted down. "I understand how you all feel. I am no different from you. We all wish to rush out of the city now and tear those beasts apart. But seeing this should make us even more aware of what will happen if the city falls. The border troops aren't afraid of death, but who will defend Lingyu Pass if we die? Do you want tens of thousands of civilians at the border to suffer the same fate?" Walt's words hung in the air, and an eerie silence fell over the area. Amidst the pin-drop silence, Amato, his eyes dilly-dally like a woman and still be called capable? To hell with waiting on the battlefield to embroider like those Azar savages? I bet they've already fled. Waiting for him is less hopeful than wishing for young General and Imran to return quickly. Eider had intended this to be a comforting remark, but even he didn't believe it much. Branson managed to escape alive from the brutal Azar palace and triumphed over many well-born princes like Ushvin. Thinking about it, he must have some real skills, far superior to those spoiled nobles. At this point, stung by Amato's retort, Eider remained silent with a wooden expression. The atmosphere in the command tent froze again. Everyone felt suffocated. Just then, a messenger came in on one knee and reported, "General, those Azar barbarians are here again." For 7 or 8 days straight, every morning, soon after dawn, Izar soldiers would drag women and children to the base of Lingyu Pass and carry out their atrocities under the sky. Then, amidst the sharp cries of women and children, they would launch attacks on the city. These were defenseless elderly, women, and children, the most innocent citizens of the great Zhou Empire. Some were abducted, others forced by the government. These past few days, whether soldiers or officers guarding Lingyu Pass, all wanted to eat the flesh of the Izar barbarians raw. Without Walt's restraint, they would have rushed out to fight the Izar people. He had only started learning martial arts for a short time and was far too young. How could he possibly be a match for Dwight? The current border situation was perilous, and there was real fear that Dwayne would not only fail to deal with the Izar army but might also end up hurting himself. Jaden had considered coming personally if all else failed, but never imagined sending him. Everyone was against it, and Dwayne seemed destined not to come. Yet, who would have thought that someone usually so amiable would be so stubborn once he made up his mind? He knelt long before the old Prince Tyson, Jeffrey, declaring his willingness to sacrifice everything for the Zhou dynasty, pleading for approval. Caught between a rock and a hard place, it was ultimately the old Prince Tyson who relented first. Even after years of wandering outside, Dwayne's fearless spirit truly reminded Jeffrey of his younger self, stirring a surge of passion within him. It was strange how people's hearts work. Though he had many grandchildren and great-grandchildren, none of them could cultivate any deep affection even after years together. Yet, just like he once favored Jeffrey, he now uniquely favored Dwayne, despite the latter barely knowing martial arts. Sometimes, late at night, he felt comforted thinking the Tyson princes had worthy successors. While admiring Dwayne's bravery, Jeffrey was genuinely worried. Besides the reinforcements sent by the court, 2,000 of the 3,000 elite guards from the Tyson mansion were also directly assigned to Dwayne. These 2,000 men were remarkable. They were all painstakingly trained elites by Jeffrey, capable of protecting Dwayne and fighting through 10,000 enemies. Unless facing formidable opponents like Matthew or Dwight, they could ensure Dwayne's safety to the greatest extent. Faced with Hanley's evident skepticism, Dwayne did not take it to heart. Before departure, Jaden had meticulously explained to him the advantages and weaknesses of the border military, along with an analysis of the temperaments of all important generals here. Here, strength was everything. Dwayne smiled and said, "The rise and fall of the world concerns every commoner. With Lingyu Pass and its people in distress, I cannot remain aloof." Though well-intentioned, Hanley looked at the young man's face that still carried a trace of childishness, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Finally, he waved his sleeve and said, "The Izar are advancing fiercely. I need to direct the defense. Young Master Xia, please rest first. We'll talk when I return." He never intended to rely on Dwayne. Dwayne said, "Generally, wait, I have more to say." Hanley paused mid-step, frowning. "What is it?" asking while inwardly reproaching Dwayne for not prioritizing properly. No matter how likable Dwayne was, Hanley had no mood for reminiscing at such a moment. Understanding Hanley's urgency, Dwayne spoke succinctly, "I've heard everything that has happened recently. Although Dwight wants to force us out of the city, those women and children are truly pitiful. Staying closed off also damages the prestige of our forces. Since I am here, I might as well go out and meet him, so he won't treat Lingyu Pass with contempt." Hanley. Chapter 259. Arrogance. 1. When Dwayne spoke, Francisco immediately frowned deeply, thinking that this young man seemed fine the last time he saw him. But why did he suddenly become so reckless and overconfident? How dare he claim to confront Dwight with just his current strength? Francisco's patience was exhausted, and a hint of impatience crept into his tone. "Young Master Xia, don't joke around. This is a battlefield, not a place for your play." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away. Dwayne watched Francisco's retreating back and said calmly, "Generally, Dwight's actions are abhorred by all, human and divine alike. Any man with blood in his veins cannot tolerate this. I know you're all feeling stifled inside. How could I joke about such matters? I am willing to sign a military order. If I fail to save the women and children under the city walls today, I will accept any military punishment. Moreover, I will only bring the soldiers who came with me out of the city, ensuring not a single soldier from Lingyu Pass will be harmed." The youth's voice was resolute and firm. The scholarly aura surrounding him had completely faded away, replaced by a coldness like falling snow. Honesty concealed deadly intent. Innocence harbored ruthlessness. Francisco paused mid-step, finally stopping. In an instant, he glimpsed shadows of Branson and Matthew in this young man before him. Or perhaps, two entirely new individuals. Jaden and Draper. It was terrifying. It was astonishing. They had only met a few months ago, yet it felt like a complete transformation, as if they were two different people. Francisco even thought, in terms of martial prowess, Dwayne might not be Dwight's match, but when it came to presence, he would not lose. Meanwhile, outside Lingyu Pass on the open field, pain made the woman lying on the ground unable to make a sound. Blood flowed steadily from her body, while soldiers continued their atrocities. They urged the previous soldier to hurry up, their laughter and distorted faces resembling beasts rather than humans. Water in several large iron pots nearby had already come to a boil, and children, stripped naked, were held beside them, crying breathlessly. The scene was absolutely horrific. Yet the Izar soldiers' eyes gleamed with cruel excitement. To them, these captured slaves and animals were no different, mere objects to be played with or killed at will. At this moment, the tightly shut gates of Lingyu Pass suddenly swung open, and a troop of cavalry rushed out, charging into the open area. The men who had been committing atrocities over the women clearly enjoyed killing. Without weapons, they were like tigers with no teeth. As soon as the cavalry attacked, blood splattered everywhere, heads rolled off, and lifeless bodies fell silently, as if mere animals had been slaughtered. However, Dwight, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately surrounded the cavalry with his troops like a flood. He did not care about the few women and children who were saved, nor about the soldiers whose heads had been cut off. His gaze directly fell upon the youth in the center of the hundreds of cavalry, as if surrounded by stars. Dwight had expected Lingyu Pass to send out troops. In fact, he had been waiting for it. But upon seeing the youth on horseback, he couldn't help but laugh. This youth carried a long spear and a bow on his horse. Indeed, the spear was excellent. The bow was also exceptional, but he wore neither helmet nor armor, his expression both proud and spirited. It didn't look like leading troops into battle, but more like inspecting his own backyard garden. Chapter 260 Pride 2. Why did Ling Yu Pass send someone like this? These were clearly not the soldiers of Ling Yu Pass, but rather a pampered young master from one of the distinguished families in Shangjing City. Dwight's gaze scanned the youth's face imperceptibly, and he raised an eyebrow, asking, "Whose family are you from?" This young man was none other than Dwayne. He rode up to Dwight, lifted his eyes and smiled, saying, "A hero does not ask about one's origins. It doesn't matter whose family I'm from. What matters is that I have now gained the appreciation of the old Prince of Tyson, becoming his youngest disciple. Everyone in Shangjing City has to respect me, and it's no different here." Though Jeffrey had grown old, his name still resonated widely. By refusing to mention his true identity and only boasting of being favored by a nobleman, Dwayne's words sounded smug and self-satisfied. Coupled with his clear and innocent face, this attitude appeared extremely incongruous. Dwight couldn't help but be slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He sized up Dwayne again. "Then what are you doing on the battlefield? What else could I be doing here?" "Of course, I came here to fight." Dwayne tilted his head slightly, a look of unalloyed satisfaction spreading across his clear-cut features. For a military general to stand their ground, they must first earn military merits. He fixed his eyes on Dwight and turned his head, saying, "You will be my merit." Such arrogance and conceit, completely disregarding Dwight, naturally stirred great displeasure among the Azar officers. However, Dwight only replied coolly, "Merits are indeed important, but without strength, you might just lose your life." As he spoke, his horse suddenly surged forward. Without warning, Dwight reached out to grab Dwayne's shoulder. Given that Dwayne had only learned martial arts halfway through life, he was far inferior to Dwight in both strength and skills. If grabbed, he would surely be captured. Startled by the sudden move, a flash of panic crossed Dwayne's face. It was evident that he had no experience facing enemies in battle. Not only was he not wearing armor, but his spear and bow were casually hung on the horse. At this critical moment, there was no time to retrieve them, and he merely shouted loudly for help. His terrified expression was almost indistinguishable from those aimless and idle-rich youths from Shangjing. Dwight paused, then chuckled, "You should obediently come with me." Before he could finish, he heard an unusual whoosh near his ear, as if something heavy was breaking through the air. If he didn't dodge, he'd certainly meet his end right there. Dwight's eyes sharpened. He immediately raised his spear to block. At the same moment, a loud metallic clang echoed, making his arm feel numb. His warhorse also stumbled backward several steps due to the tremendous force of impact. An expert skill can be judged at the first encounter. From this single exchange, Dwight determined that this person was certainly no ordinary fighter. He looked up and saw that Dwayne had already used the opportunity to retreat next to Everard. This youth was probably no more than 18 or 19 years old, with thick eyebrows and large, striking eyes. Despite wearing simple soldier attire, a cold and ruthless aura radiated from him, barely contained. But what surprised Dwight the most was not this. It was the pair of enormous iron hammers in the youth's hands. Each hammer seemed to weigh at least 700 or 800 pounds, forming a stark contrast with the youth's not-so-strong physique. Chapter 261 The Wager 1. No wonder his arm went numb from the shock. Dwight's gaze fell on the young man holding the iron hammer, and the corners of his lips curled into a barely discernible smile. His gaze was as cold and slimy as a venomous snake, making people feel an icy chill even when he smiled. At the same time, as if sensing something, the other party raised his head and looked in Dwight's direction. The youth's gaze was also very cold. Upon closer inspection, it carried a chillingly somber aura. He stared at Dwight with an indifferent expression, as if the person before him were nothing more than a tree that couldn't move or speak, or some other object. Few people could remain unafraid, let alone indifferent, to Dwight's stare. Dwight felt displeased inside, but showed no hint of it on his face. He even smiled slightly. "Who are you?" The youth did not respond. His face remained emotionless, as if even speaking was too much trouble. Instead, Dwayne laughed and said, "This is my guard, Bronson. Pretty impressive, right? Only those who can defeat him have the right to challenge me. If you want to fight me, first you must go up against him." Though this youth named Bronson appeared aloof and unwelcoming, he did listen to Dwayne. As soon as Sia finished speaking, he immediately lifted the iron hammer in his right hand and pointed it straight at Dwight. This action instantly enraged the Azar generals. Before Dwight could say anything, a Mohammed with a face full of meat charged forward on horseback, roaring angrily, "Where did this little brat come from? Eat Grandpa's hammer." This Mohammed wielded 2 large iron hammers, but they were only 1/3 the size of Bronson's hammer and looked quite pathetic by comparison. However, he didn't care. He simply couldn't believe such a large hammer could be solid. With the Mohammed's roar filled with fury, the iron hammer swung ruthlessly toward Bronson's head. Without saying a word, Bronson circled around Dwayne and galloped forward to meet him. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding was deafening, and the single-handed hammer effortlessly held back the Mohammed's double-handed hammer. Before the Mohammed could see Bronson's head explode, his own heavy body had already crashed to the ground with a thud, sending dust flying everywhere. Dwayne pointed at the listless Mohammed. "If he loses, we will let this man go back to you." Dwight raised an eyebrow and glanced at the Mohammed. Though Dwight had said nothing, the Mohammed involuntarily trembled in his heavy body. He immediately shouted loudly, "Don't think about using me as a bargaining chip. I'd rather die than be a prisoner." His voice barely died down when the Mohammed suddenly opened his mouth, and a spurt of blood sprayed onto the ground. His large body thudded heavily to the floor. He had bitten his tongue and committed suicide. Dwayne was stunned for a moment. A glint of coldness quickly flashed across his eyes, before he pressed his lips together and asked, "Then what do you want?" Dwight smiled slightly. He said, "Actually, it's very simple. Both sides should sign an agreement. If he loses, then from now on, he will follow me for the rest of his life, listening to my orders and becoming my slave. Upon hearing this, a hesitant look appeared on Dwayne's face. He turned to look at the young man and said in a low voice, Bronson, you are certain you have the confidence to win, right? After a brief silence, the youth named Bronson nodded expressionlessly. He still did not say a word. Getting the answer he wanted, Dwayne laughed out loud. He looked at Dwight and said, no problem, we'll wager with you. Dwight asked, can you decide for him? Although his words were directed at Dwayne, his gaze never left Bronson. Looking at this young man, a flash of excitement, hardly noticeable yet unmistakable, flickered in his eyes as he saw his prey. To Dwight, the more arrogant and unruly the prey, the greater the joy in taming it. Perhaps sensing Dwight's gaze, Bronson finally spoke the first sentence since his appearance. When he spoke, his tone was slightly odd, and his voice carried a faint rasp. I will bet with you. As the saying goes, it is easy to find soldiers, but generals are hard to come by. After seeing how Bronson faced off against Dwight, when they returned to the city, General Bo led a group of officers to warmly welcome them. However, Bronson not only had little to say to Dwight, but also showed no warmth towards the officers of Lingyu Pass. After just exchanging names, before any official matters were discussed, he turned around emotionlessly and requested to return to rest, leaving Bo and the others puzzled. Bo looked at Dwayne and frowned. Young Master Xia, does General Bronson have any grievances with us? Calling Dwayne young master, while referring to Bronson as general, clearly showing whom he valued more. But that was understandable. Bronson's combat prowess was indeed astonishing. With his strength akin to that of a reincarnated Western Shu overlord, if fighting with genuine skill and strength alone, Dwight would have almost no chance of winning, which explained why the deal had gone so smoothly earlier. The reason Dwight agreed to the wager proposed by Dwayne might have been because he needed time to devise a plan against Bronson. Dwayne shook his head and said, generally, don't misunderstand. Bronson is just like this. He dislikes talking to people. When I'm with him, we barely exchange a few words a day. If you need anything, tell me, and I will convey it to him. Bo paused for a moment. Then which family in Shengjing does he come from? On the city walls, one could see the duel below but not hear the conversations. Therefore, now Bo and the others were filled with curiosity about this unknown, yet incredibly talented youth who wore only the uniform of a common soldier. However, in response to Bo's question, Dwayne merely smiled ambiguously. After a moment, he gave a vague answer. Of course, he is the descendant of a loyal minister. Chapter 263 Dilemma 1. This was undoubtedly an extremely magnificent palace. Carved beams and painted rafters, gold and jade piled up. However, Branson and Matthew had been searching for several days with their people, but found no exit leading to the outside world. Matthew stood in the last hall, frowning at the fierce beast patterns carved on the walls. He said, do we have to return by the same way we came? After a few more days of rest, the injury on Matthew's leg had almost completely healed, making it basically trouble-free for him to move. Moreover, Branson had bled him continuously for a few days, which shortened the time when Bingpa divine water would take effect, now completely within his tolerance. But as time passed, a new problem started to bother them. The food and water they carried were almost all gone. In this palace, though treasures were countless, there was nothing edible or drinkable. The only thing that could be swallowed was the ink-green liquid with a foul smell they drank at the entrance of the palace. And the water pool they had passed through was also of no use because the crocodiles inside were poisonous, and the water wasn't fresh and undrinkable. Although the dense forest was dangerous, they could at least hunt and find water. But this palace had nothing, and once they ran out of food and water, they would starve to death here within a few days. Returning by the original route is not that easy either. Branson said softly, I've already sent people back to check. The corridor we came through is still sealed off by iron gates, and there seems to be no way to open them. These days, if he was alone with Matthew, he rarely referred to himself as Jean anymore. Matthew had also noticed this change very sharply, but he always pretended to notice nothing. Their relationship was inexplicably stuck at an awkward place where they couldn't get closer, yet didn't want to be farther away. It seemed more harmonious than before, but in fact, they were less comfortable than when they were confronting each other fiercely. Back then, they could say anything, but now they unconsciously considered each other's feelings. Matthew didn't say a word. Branson turned to look at him, a flash of indescribable light passing through his glass-like eyes. Favio, maybe, I really made the wrong choice this time, Matthew said calmly, but this minister doesn't think so. As long as it's not the end, there's still a chance of winning. His voice was calm, but with an overbearing pride, as if no matter how dangerous the situation was, it was nothing worth mentioning in front of him. Branson chuckled, and the gloom in his heart dissipated somewhat. Just as he was about to say something, Ansel's voice rang out in the distance. Phil, Alexei, I knew you would be here. Come and eat. Branson and Matthew turned around upon hearing the sound, and sure enough, they saw Ansel running over with water and rations. Matthew was slightly stunned, then laughed. We've eaten. You and the Evars can eat. That little bit counts as eating? And you didn't even drink any water. Ansel frowned. Young general, stop joking. We know you're trying to save food and water for us, but you and Phil are our mainstays. If you fell, we wouldn't know what to do. Without waiting for a reply, Ansel pushed the provisions and water into their hands. Phil, Alexei, eat first. I'll lead the Evars to search every room of the palace. I don't believe we can't find an exit. Chapter 264 Dilemma 2. Watching Ansel's hasty figure disappear, Branson lowered his head and glanced at the water and rations in his hand. He smiled ambiguously. Favio, your men are indeed quite amusing. Their worries are practically written on their faces, yet they pretend nothing happened. Are they planning to perform a play of There's No Silver here? Though trying hard to appear nonchalant, ever since accidentally witnessing Branson treating Matthew's injuries, Ansel has always seemed a little uneasy in front of them. Perhaps others might not notice, but both Branson and Matthew, as shrewd as they were, could clearly see through Ansel's mind. Matthew chuckled lightly. The Emperor's Majesty, who would not be fearful? Ansel is merely nervous. Branson raised an eyebrow. And does Jonathan also fear? There was no murderous intent in his voice, only amusement and jest. His usually tense shoulders loosened up slightly, appearing less coldly stern. That day when Incel suddenly rushed over as if a deep secret had been exposed, Branson indeed felt a surge of killing intent for a moment. However, he wasn't the sentimental type. Since he still subconsciously cared about Matthew and what this person thought of him, no matter whether these soldiers followed Matthew or him, he couldn't let them down easily. Of course, Matthew felt a sudden stir in his heart, saying calmly, "But I know well that Imran is wise and valiant, enlightened enough to illuminate 1,000 miles, always caring and considerate towards his subjects, so I am not as frightened." Wise and valiant, enlightened enough to illuminate 1,000 miles? Branson repeated the 8 characters softly, then laughed uncontrollably. If my memory serves me right, you used those exact 8 words to praise the late emperor. With Jonathan's intelligence, can't you even put a bit more effort into flattering? Or have you become so perfunctory that you're too lazy to think of new phrases? Perhaps feeling Branson's gaze, Matthew turned his head slightly, their eyes meeting. Instead of answering, Matthew asked back, "Then what about Imran? Your Excellency always remembers such things so clearly. Is it because you've been looking for faults in my actions, waiting for the day to hold me accountable? Or?" He stopped abruptly, unwilling to continue. Leaving a statement half-finished was certainly shameful behavior. Branson couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He asked subconsciously, "Or what?" "I don't know." Matthew finished his dry ration slowly before speaking calmly. An emperor's intentions have always been hard to gauge. Shouldn't Imran tell this subject instead of allowing him to speculate wildly? While saying he didn't dare, his demeanor and tone revealed no hint of fear. The soft glow of the pearl faintly lit his face. Branson watched the youth in front of him quietly, with an inscrutable expression. Matthew chuckled. "So, may Imran first clarify this confusion for this humble servant?" With each step pushing forward, Branson did not back away. The distance between them became so close that their breaths almost touched. The elusive fragrance of plum blossoms permeated, refreshing and soothing. Matthew's tactic of feinting east while attacking west was indeed clever. Branson naturally wouldn't answer such a question. Why? What is the extreme of hate? Only heaven knows. The corner of Branson's mouth twitched upward in a half-mock smile. "You will naturally see what you have in mind." What was in his mind? Matthew froze momentarily, then curved his lips into a slight smile, his eyes filled with interest. But Branson didn't look at him. The young emperor turned around, saying coolly, "Let's go. Shall we take another look around?" Matthew responded calmly, "Fine." But just as he spoke, hurried footsteps sounded, and Incel returned hastily. "Phil, young general, it's bad news." He was sweating profusely. "Please come and see quickly. There's trouble over there." Chapter 265 Eton 1. Horror and anxiety were etched on Incel's face, as if he had just witnessed something extremely terrifying. But in recent days, they had clearly examined this palace many times. Branson and Matthew felt a sudden weight in their hearts at the same time. They exchanged a glance, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. Matthew spoke succinctly, "Let's go." When they followed Incel to the scene, they immediately saw countless bugs crawling on the ground. Not far away, there was a ghostly white skeleton, with bits of fresh red flesh hanging from it, a horrifying sight that could evoke the despair of its owner being devoured alive. Seeing this, Matthew's heart tightened instantly. He glanced at the other soldiers and frowned, asking, "What happened?" "I don't know either," one of the soldiers replied, terror evident on his face. Just now, while searching this palace with Ronan, he suddenly started bleeding from the nose. The blood dropped on the ground, and these bugs came out of nowhere. They crawled everywhere, and then, these man-eating bugs, though they had seen such a scene once before, the impact was completely different between witnessing an eerie little Eileen being eaten in a desolate mountain and watching a comrade, with whom they shared daily life, turn into a ghostly white and sinister skeleton. Recalling the gory scene and the anguished cries of their comrade, the soldier shivered violently and couldn't continue. He wiped his face vigorously, his lips trembling badly. Incel speculated, could it be that the smell of blood attracted the bugs? The soldier who was previously bitten by a crocodile on the leg said, "But I changed my dressing here." Without regard for the bugs crawling all over the ground, they rushed forward and together managed to pry open the hollow tile. Instantly, a chill swept over them, revealing a dark and deep passage in front of them. Chapter 266 Eton 2. Insects kept crawling out from the passage, densely packed and looking horrifying, yet they did not attack them. A thought arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. Since these insects were avoiding them, why did they only attack this soldier named Grayson? If it was the smell of blood that attracted them, why was the previous soldier who bled here unharmed? And the soldier who was with Grayson earlier was also untouched. Could it be that only Grayson's blood was attractive to these insects? But what made Grayson different from them? Everyone's gaze fell on the pale skeleton still hanging with bits of flesh, feeling extremely sorrowful, thinking they might never get this answer. At this moment, a soldier suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, sobbing loudly, Brother Yao, it's my fault, it's all my fault. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have pretended not to see it. Incel frowned deeply. He repeatedly asked, Lucas, what are you talking about? What did you see? A sob escaped from Lucas's throat. He stuttered, those strange dark green liquids. Brother Yao didn't drink it. There were scorpions in that stuff. When he was young, an unscrupulous landlord pushed him into a pile of scorpions, and he is most afraid of scorpions, so he secretly poured it out. Perhaps because he saw Grayson's tragic state, Lucas was extremely agitated. He slapped himself across the face. I clearly saw it. I could have forced him to drink it. Lucas kept slapping himself. Incel grabbed his hand. Lucas, calm down. You can't take all the blame. If Branson and Matthew hadn't drunk it, they wouldn't have dared to drink such an unknown substance that looked like poison even if they were beaten to death. Pausing for a moment, Ansel continued. And I don't think it was necessarily because of that stuff. Otherwise, why nothing happened for so many days? If it was because Grayson bled, then wouldn't he not have attracted these insects if he didn't bleed? After all, the probability of coincidentally getting a nosebleed while walking here wasn't high. A nearby soldier hesitated. Brother G, actually, I noticed Grayson had a nosebleed problem earlier, and he was always sleepy, as if he had no energy to do anything. But he said he was just too tired recently and told me not to tell anyone, lest Imran and the young general worried about such trivial matters. This statement caused an eerie silence in the air. After a long pause, Branson suddenly said to Matthew, Bodhi, catch 2 live crocodiles from the pond. Matthew didn't ask what Branson wanted to do, simply agreeing promptly. They might have disagreements and arguments behind closed doors, but in front of others, as long as Branson didn't ask Matthew to do something against his conscience, he would carry out any orders without hesitation or questioning. As a friend, he was certainly reliable. As a minister, he gave Branson enough face. Ansel hurriedly said, Young general, let us go instead. The pond was quite far away from here, and those crocodiles were obviously ferocious. Catching one was already difficult, let alone 2. Matthew glanced at Ansel, saying coolly, Stay here and follow Imran's instructions. I'll go. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and walked away resolutely. Chapter 267 Missed 1. By the time Matthew had everything prepared, it was nearly 2 hours later. He caught 2 huge crocodiles in succession. He fed one of them with the dark green liquid, while leaving the other one unfed. Then he put them into the palace full of insects. The crocodile's armor-like skin was extremely thick and tough. Those insects obviously had no interest in them. However, half a day later when checking again, the crocodile that drank the dark green liquid could still move around, while the one that didn't drink it lay on the ground listlessly, unwilling to move even as someone approached. It was quite clear that even the invisible air carried poison, and that dark green liquid was the antidote. If they hadn't drunk it then, even if they hadn't lured out these man-eating insects, prolonged inhalation of this place's air would have led them to their deaths eventually. This magnificent-looking palace actually harbored deadly threats everywhere. Realizing the malice of this underground palace designer, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If everyone had directly stormed in without drinking the dark green liquid at the entrance, it would prove that they were outsiders intending to seize treasures. Thus, during the process of seeking exits here, they would be slowly corroded by the toxins in the air. By the time they noticed, they would become food for the insects. Yet if all had drunk the dark green liquid with none left as a sacrifice to lure out the man-eating insects, it would be hard for them to find any problem with a certain brick hidden under the thick carpet among so many palaces. The final outcome might likely be death from lack of food and water, being trapped here. Without a successor proficient in clan secrets, no matter how careful, meticulous, or intelligent you were, you probably couldn't escape these interlocking dangers. The words at the cave entrance indeed were not an exaggeration. Then what kind of danger was hidden below this passage? After a brief silence, Branson said, Bodhi, you stay here. I'll go down first to take a look. However, this time Matthew did not immediately agree. He looked at Branson and said slowly, Your subject will go with Phil. Coming down from the palace floor tiles, Branson and Matthew found an extremely narrow passageway that could only accommodate one person, extending endlessly before their eyes. The air was filled with a very faint aroma. Although not unpleasant, it wasn't orchid, musk, nor like the fresh scent of any flower or plant, somewhat peculiar. Smelling this fragrance, Branson felt a sudden unease in his heart. He grabbed Matthew and whispered, No, Fabio, this fragrance is wrong. Let's go back. Before he finished speaking, the figure of Matthew in front of him suddenly disappeared. Dense mist spread, making the scenery in front blurry and distorted. Lost was both the path they came from and the way back. In wave after wave of intense dizziness, the little Eileen with a sinister smile appeared before him once again. Only this time, where her eyes should be were 2 horrific blood holes. She stared at Branson with these eerie blood holes and made a gurgling sound in her throat. In the darkness, she revealed a mouthful of white, chilling teeth. Why did you let those bugs eat me? The appearance of this long-dead, skeletal little Eileen was truly both bizarre and horrifying. Chapter 268. The Mist 2. After a moment of silence, Branson sneered. He stared at the bloody hole on the little Eileen's face and said disdainfully, For no reason, I just don't like the look of you. Is that not enough? As he spoke, not only did he not retreat, but he also took a few steps closer to the little Eileen. More terrifying than ghosts is the human heart. He could confront the human heart. Why would he fear any ghost? In some sense, he himself was a vengeful spirit who had crawled out from the netherworld. As he approached, the little Eileen's figure dissipated like smoke. A blood-covered young Eileen appeared before him. Her face streaked with tears, she crawled forward, trembling as she reached out her hand to Branson, pleading brokenly, Save me, Your Highness, save me, save me. I don't want to die yet. How many years had it been since anyone called him, Your Highness? Branson slightly lowered his gaze, immediately recognizing the identity of this young Eileen. She was the palace maid who had accompanied him to Azar back then. She had been brutally violated and killed by Azar soldiers even before they reached the Azar capital, all because she was too beautiful. At her death, she had cried pitifully, calling out, Your Highness, save me, over and over again. But how could he have saved her? Even his own parents had abandoned him. Achilles would only drill into him that he mustn't tarnish the great Zhou's honor even in death. And Jacqueline, who claimed to love him so dearly and wanted what was best for him, drank medicine to conceive another child while he was still in Great Zhou, thinking she could hide it well. Nothing went as wished. He couldn't even save himself. The most absurd thing was, Azar soldiers laughed at the young Eileen's screams, while the insiders, brought from Great Zhou, held him down to prevent him from impulsively trying to save her. When a blade isn't stabbing you, there's always a lingering hope. At the same time, countless figures appeared behind the young Eileen. There was the little palace maid who was beaten to death for stealing treats meant for the Celia consort's pet. There was the little eunuch he strangled with his own hands for betraying him due to unbearable suffering. There were the Azar ministers and princes whom he and Dwight conspired to eliminate. For revenge, for survival, he became the tool of that madman and his backing forces, eradicating their common enemies and rivals. In Dwight's view, there are neither eternal friends nor eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Before interests, no one is spared. Having collaborated with a madman for so long, how could he possibly be normal? Armandra Thermore. Branson slightly turned his head, his lips curving without a trace of humor. His gaze wandered among those figures. He saw the noblewomen who had been deceived by his honeyed words, thrown into water, bloated and drowned, cursed as a prostitute, and whose evidence led to their family's ruin and themselves sold into brothels where they eventually hanged themselves in despair. He also saw his Evars and sisters. The princess forced into marriage who ultimately met a tragic death in a foreign land. The crown prince who was shot full of arrows outside the palace gates. The first prince imprisoned and killed by Achilles. The third prince whose limbs and head were chopped off by feigned surrendering pirates. Those he had killed, those who died because of him. He remembered every face. Now these people all staggered towards him. Chapter 269 Past 1. Some were covered in blood from head to toe. Others were pierced with arrows all over their bodies. Some had disheveled hair and mangled flesh, making it impossible to recognize them. Others had their limbs and necks twisted in bizarre ways. Some continued walking while the flesh on their bodies fell off in chunks. The one leading them wore military attire and moved swiftly. His shoulders bore no head. Instead, a bearded head was held in his hand. Yet this severed head could still speak. The man's eyes were wide open, bloodshot red, and his words came out as if he was weeping, echoing thunderously in Branson's ears. Phil, I did not collude with the enemy. I am wronged. I am gravely wronged. This was Ari. Those swaying figures behind Ari stretched out their gaunt, blue-black hands toward Branson, screaming and cursing as if ready to tear him apart. Branson leaned against the wall, breathing lightly. He gripped the hilt of his long sword, but did not draw it. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, subconsciously, he did not believe what he was witnessing was real. He had never believed in the supernatural. Even if it were real, so what? These people hadn't frightened him when they were alive. Why would their bones and ashes now? He could feel guilty, but never afraid. Suddenly, a cold, sticky sensation touched his ankle, as if something grabbed it. Branson slashed down without hesitation. A pale white object rolled onto the ground, resembling a human arm. But Adeline lying on the ground remained unchanged. She kept murmuring, "Highness, save me." Resisting a severe dizziness, Branson had a thought at that moment. What he saw might not be real, but something was certainly hiding behind these shadows, waiting to attack him. Since his eyes couldn't be trusted, Branson closed them, relying solely on his instincts. He struck lethally the instant whatever it was touched him. Unsure how long he endured, the dizziness grew heavier, slowing his reactions and leaving him with several wounds. At this moment, something grabbed Branson's wrist, its touch burning unlike the previous cold and sticky feeling. Branson instinctively swung his sword but missed the target. As he raised his sword to strike again, the other party caught it, speaking deeply. "Branson, it's me." The voice was too familiar. He had heard it countless times recently, recognizable even with closed eyes. In an instant, like hearing a thunderclap in silence, Branson opened his eyes. Red clothes were blindingly vivid, abruptly breaking through the clouded vision. Matthew stood before him, holding a curved saber that dripped blood, appearing like a ruthless demon god. But he was the only real presence among all the illusions. Matthew was concise. "It's fake. There must be something in the scent causing hallucinations. Whatever you see, don't believe it." Back pressed tightly against the wall, Branson laughed aloud. Facing life and death, he showed no panic. Fear can't stop the falling butcher's knife. It only reveals one's ugliest side. He didn't need it. Looking at the youth before him, he said slowly, "And you? You are also fake." Before he finished speaking, his feet unexpectedly left the ground. Matthew carried him on his back straightforwardly, saying indifferently, "Except for me. Phil can trust me." Branson didn't answer immediately. The tension in his heart suddenly slackened, and the overwhelming dizziness washed over him like a tidal wave, pulling him into darkness. At the same time, a very soft murmur drifted in the wind. "I always believed in you." Matthew froze, his hand with the saber inexplicably trembling, momentarily thinking he might have misheard. Chapter 270, Past 2. Branson felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare, from which there was no awakening. The night was bleak with dim lights. Snowflakes were floating outside the prison cell. Inside, it was damp and chilly. Branson clenched his lips tightly, panting heavily. He could not break free from the cold shackles, hanging in midair alone, while the whip soaked in salt water landed brutally on his body again and again. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of the whip striking flesh was clearly audible. A series of blood droplets splashed, and the young man's body swayed with each whip strike, exposing bones in multiple places. Pain numbed his entire body, making him look utterly pitiful. Yet the executioner seemed unsatisfied. Taking 2 steps forward, he teasingly lifted Branson's chin with the whip handle, tilting his face up to admire his agony up close. Branson's face, pale from excessive blood loss, still held a faint gleam of defiance in his glass-like eyes. It was the dignity and pride that had yet to be shattered. Looking at the person before him, Branson rasped, "Trey, you promised me a favor if I endured without screaming. Are you going to keep your word?" This person was none other than Dwight from his youth. Though he was barely 14, an unsettling cruelty already crept into his features. Dwight patted Branson's face. He laughed, "Rest assured, I will honor my word for such a small matter since I want you to stick around for a few more days. But this is just the beginning. Amaze accused you of stealing her jewelry. How can you prove your innocence without enduring severe punishment? Even though you are a prince of Great Zhou, once you're here in Azar, it's out of your control. Just wait." The best is yet to come. With these words, he ordered someone to unlock Branson's chains. Freed from the iron bonds, the boy's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust. Branson lay motionless on the ground, silent with closed eyes. Dwight grabbed his hand, examining it carefully. Indeed, these hands were beautiful, with slender, well-defined fingers despite the calluses from regular labor, their paleness resembling frosty snow and cold jade, as if meticulously sculpted. Dwight sighed. Aran, I actually admire you quite a bit. Why do you have to be so stubborn? If you blame your servants, claiming they coveted Amaze jewelry and acted without your knowledge, you won't have to suffer like this. Isn't it natural for servants to die for their master? This time, Branson did not even raise an eyelid. Clearly, a silent refusal. Dwight shook his head with a laugh. You're putting loyalty over self-preservation. No wonder Darnell of Great Joe treats you like a disposable pawn. How can someone like you achieve greatness? With that said, Dwight instructed the guard nearby. Since his hands and feet aren't clean, cut off his fingernails. The guard promptly fetched the special pliers used in the prison and positioned them on Branson's right pinky finger. Looking down at the blood-stained youth, Dwight remarked coldly, "Last chance." As expected, there was no response. Dwight gave the order to proceed. The pliers gripped the nail mercilessly, slowly pulling it out. Having spent much time with Dwight, the guard knew how to maximize torment. In the dead silence, only the soft plop sound broke through as a bloody fingernail fell to the ground. Chapter 271. Punishment 1. Unfortunately, the anticipated screams of agony did not come. Disappointment spread among everyone present, who then involuntarily wore looks of astonishment. Pain from one's fingertips can be excruciating. The bravest warriors they had seen could not help but scream, let alone a child. What kind of mental fortitude and strength does it require? Dwight's gaze fell on Branson's index finger that was now bloodied and mangled, and he couldn't help but laugh. Because shouting in pain won't work, you chose to endure without shouting? He said kindly, Aran, the more you do this, the more I enjoy playing with you. The pain had bitten through his lips, causing a heavy metallic taste of blood. Branson looked at him, his glass-like eyes dark as a deep pond. Dwight waved his hand indifferently, showing no particular emotion in his voice. Just pull them all out. The prison guard agreed immediately and mercilessly used pliers to grip Branson's fingernails once again, and again, until all 10 bloody nails were scattered on the filthy ground of the cell. Not a single scream of agony came from him, yet, a punishment without any scream seemed incomplete somehow. Dwight narrowed his eyes slightly. He bent down to look at Branson until he saw the sweat-soaked shirt and trembling hands nearly convulsing from the pain. Only then did he finally satisfy himself with a slight curl of his lip. Not being made of grass or stone, how could it really not hurt? Despite sensing Dwight's undisguised disdain, there was no trace of grievance in Branson's eyes. No one cared about the grievances of the weak. Adiel, can this prove my innocence? His words were somewhat weak due to severe exhaustion but still clear. In the next moment, Dwight lifted his foot with a smile and stepped on the already bloodied fingers. Even lightly touching the nailless fingers would bring immense pain, let alone such ruthless crushing. Cold sweat trickled down his jaw and plopped onto the ground. Branson endured the pain without making a sound despite tasting blood in his mouth. Actually, he never screamed in pain, because no one had ever cared for him. Dwight did not move his foot off Branson's hand but asked, "What do you want me to agree to? To prove you didn't take Amaze things?" Branson shook his head. "I have a maid. She was taken away by your Ewan." Upon hearing this, a playful gleam flashed in Dwight's eyes. "You want me to help save her?" If Branson truly proposed such a request, he would definitely receive a corpse in return. He enjoyed watching others suffer. Ignoring the calculations in Dwight's eyes, Branson still shook his head. "I want you to kill someone for me. My people can die, but not be defiled. I want to kill the person who defiled her." This statement stunned even Dwight. He paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ewan is my own uncle. You want me to help kill my own uncle? Branson, are you out of your mind?" In the dim light of the cell, Branson gazed at him. His glass-like eyes seemed to spark with fire. "Adiel, your unrestrained actions benefit from your backing and power. As long as the Ewan lives, you will not get close to that throne. With your character, would you willingly be controlled by your siblings one day?" The atmosphere in the cell suddenly froze after his words. Dwight tilted his head slightly. At the same moment, Branson felt the pressure on his hand intensify dramatically. Chapter 272 Punishment 2. Cold sweat dripped continuously from his jaw, but Branson refused to show any weakness. However, Dwight quickly removed his foot this time. His attitude became friendly again. "Aran, you're still too young and don't know your place. It's fine talking about this with me casually, but never mention it to anyone else. The right wise king has an unparalleled status in Azar. If anyone were to know of such thoughts, it would mean certain death without a grave." Branson struggled to kneel up. He looked into Dwight's eyes calmly and said softly, "The one with unparalleled status is the right wise king, not Apollon Shi. If he doesn't die, the one who will end up dead and unburied will be me, the outsider with ulterior motives, not his own nephew. But if he does die, there will be a new right wise king in Azar, a one who supports the Adiel." A moment of silence followed before Dwight asked, "Don't you hate me? Do you mean this?" Branson shook his blood-stained fingers. His lips curved without a trace of a smile. "Actually, I live like this every day, even before coming to Azar." He pointed at the vicious dog and smiled. "You've just had your nails pulled out. Asking you to fight a tiger now would be too cruel. Here's what I propose. If you can kill this dog, I'll sit down and discuss further matters with you. If not, well, pretty words mean nothing here. In Azar, only action counts. Let's see what you're capable of, okay?" Even realizing his upcoming situation, Branson remained quietly kneeling. Without a word of argument, he simply said, "Fine. The weak never have the right to say no, and even if they did, no one would listen. Besides, he hadn't planned on refusing anyway. This was the result he expected. It was the blazing fire and thorns he must cross. No one cared about him or had expectations for him. There was no need to live like a dog. Either climb to the top and trample everyone beneath him or fall and die, putting an end to everything. Dwight laughed as he left with his men. The prison door was locked again, and the wolf dog bared its sharp fangs. Chapter 273 Past Grievances 1. The pain in his body was excruciating. Branson tightly gripped the bloody dagger in his hand, standing silently against the snarling wolfhound. Agony and exhaustion surged over him. These words come from a tyrant? Matthew lowered his gaze slightly and looked at Branson. His long, thick lashes cast shadows on his face, creating a stark contrast between the warm firelight and Darnell's pale-as-snow complexion, softening his usually aggressive demeanor. After a long pause, Matthew replied unconsciously to those uncertain words. I won't. His voice was even softer than before. However, Branson suddenly opened his eyes, and a fragile vulnerability flashed in his crystal-clear eyes, quickly replaced by an indescribable derision. He said, Fabio, do you really think I'm talking to you? He started referring to himself as Jun again. Matthew laughed lightly and said, Of course, I wouldn't be so presumptuous, but these are indeed the words I want to say to Phil. I will not abandon you. I will share life and death with you. Branson froze. He said coldly, If I die, then go as far away as you can. I am already annoyed by you now. Must I endure seeing you in the underworld too? Matthew just smiled, leaving Branson's words hanging in the air. He pressed his lips into a thin line. Did I say something just now? Which aspect are you referring to, Phil? Matthew paused briefly in his actions. If there's something Phil wants me to know, I'll understand even if you don't say it. But if there's something Phil doesn't want me to know, even if you say it, I'll keep it buried within me forever. These words were too direct for Branson. Silent for a while, he suddenly said, Fabio, I don't need anyone's pity. The shadows of the monsters attacking him. For some reason, the hallucinations affected him much more than Matthew, slowing down his movements. Now, his body was covered with wounds left by those monsters, looking both exhausted and disheveled. He didn't continue to argue with Matthew. What was the point of winning this argument? Even if he proved that Matthew pitted him, what would that change? Could he kill Matthew? Could he break ties with this person and never see him again? For years, he publicly despised Matthew, making it known to everyone in the palace. But in reality, it was all just show. Over the years, he had gotten rid of most of the disobedient ones. Stepping on countless bones, he ascended to the throne. Even when the Buster believed in his loyalty, until his last breath, he remained true to his cause. He went to great lengths, capturing and releasing the water bandit leader 3 times, just to win hearts and find someone to execute the Clifton. He forced Aslan to commit suicide and slit Dante's throat with shattered porcelain. Blood splattered on his face, but at that moment, he didn't care about there being Evars. Only the satisfaction mattered. Ministers like Linus, who had greatly contributed to the state, were sidelined by him over a single word. When Ambry accused him of theft, he endured the humiliation with a smile, eventually sending her to the priest hall where she suffered worse than death. These kinds of incidents were countless. Actually, these people whom he either hated or despised appeared harmonious with him on the surface. Yet, Matthew, whom he had openly confronted for a long time, and who posed a clear threat to him, was still alive and well. Why? Unanswerable. Since killing or breaking ties wasn't an option, why be so pretentious? Wasn't that even more ridiculous? It made him seem like a child who claimed not to want candy, while secretly hoping it would jump into his mouth. Leaning against the wall behind him, Branson closed his eyes again and whispered, All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted Jonathan's loyalty. After all, many things in this world simply cannot be judged as right or wrong, or divided into winners and losers. There was no need to do so. Once, he might have struggled with such dilemmas, but now he knew it was unnecessary, because such divisions would lead to mutual destruction, leaving no one unscathed. Not expecting Branson to concede so easily, a hint of surprise flashed in Matthew's eyes. Looking at the pale face in front of him, he was momentarily at a loss, feeling unusually uncertain. Chapter 275. The Young Man, 1. Matthew has always known how to console people. With just a few words, he can make even the most difficult women smile and be friends with even the most irascible men. But this time, it seemed he had made things worse. Matthew silently helped Branson treat his wounds. Branson's body was not only covered in fresh, bloody injuries, but also layered with old, shocking scars. This didn't look like an emperor's body at all. It resembled more that of a general who led troops into battle. And Matthew instinctively looked at Branson's wrists. Because Matthew needed blood from him every day, the wounds on Branson's wrists hadn't fully healed yet. Even if they did heal, they would definitely leave scars, reminding Matthew of everything that had happened. Branson always downplayed everything, saying he didn't care. But since Fabio had accepted his favor, how could he truly pretend nothing had happened? Whether others cared or not was their business, but he couldn't let it go. Matthew sighed softly. He thought about the ancient saying, accompanying Darnell is like accompanying a tiger, and found it truly fitting. Branson seemed even harder to please than a tiger, being moody and unpredictable in ways no tiger ever could be. A man who looked so gentle when asleep would, upon waking, bristle with hostility and constantly provoke Matthew for his amusement. Now, Matthew genuinely wanted to repay him. He wanted to be honest and have a heartfelt conversation, but instead, he was accused of sympathy or pity. Sympathy? Pity? Did he? To be honest, yes. He finally understood why Branson, after scheming his way to the throne, was so negligent towards state affairs and indifferent to his people. Someone who had never received genuine love or care naturally found it hard to give such things. Matthew vaguely realized what Branson wanted from him, and he wasn't as resistant as before. He was willing to give it. Unfortunately, it wasn't working well. Frustrated and perhaps because today had been delayed too long, it felt like the pain during the onset of the Ice Soul Divine Water was worse than usual. Matthew's fingers trembled slightly, hesitating for a moment. His pause wasn't very noticeable, but Branson was extremely perceptive. Opening his eyes for the third time, after a moment, He retrieved the small porcelain bottle from the clothes scattered on the ground and reached for the saber hanging from Matthew's waist. Usually, he would let the blood out himself beforehand and then hand the bottle to Matthew, but apparently, he hadn't managed to do so today. The bottle was still empty. Matthew stopped Branson, saying, "Phil has injuries. Today can be spared. I am not that delicate." Branson stared at him with dark eyes, silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I don't want to waste effort." This process could not be interrupted for even a day. Otherwise, all would be for naught. The shadow stretched by the firelight, flickering restlessly. Matthew gazed at him for a while, and eventually let go slowly. Branson pulled out the saber from Matthew's waist. Cutting into a wound that wasn't fully healed was easy. Accompanied by a faint plum blossom scent, the blood flowed down his wrist and dripped into the porcelain bottle. Branson visibly paled further. For each day they spent in the dense forest, he had bled continuously. While this wasn't enough to be fatal, the constant loss of blood made him exceptionally weak. Thus, hallucinations affected him more severely. Matthew swallowed the blood in his mouth, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Even if it were to buy loyalty, probably few emperors could go this far. Suddenly, memories of his youth surfaced vaguely, inexplicably. Chapter 276, Youth, 2. With the aggression gone, the young man's face before him began to overlap with the memories in his mind. Back then, Branson wasn't as temperamental as he is now. Matthew had once fooled him into drinking the fiery liquor that Noah's subordinates brought back from the border, mistaking it for water. They had also, in the middle of the night, playfully rowed a boat deep into the lotus flowers to pick lotus pods, splashing each other with water for fun. In their youth, they were too proud and ignorant of the enormity of power, not realizing how grand it was to sit on the imperial throne. Facing royal princes, they only wanted to be peers. So they would casually put their arms around each other's shoulders and discuss great matters. All formalities were thrown to the wind. Because back then, Branson was too serious, too unsmiling, and Matthew even felt a bit eager to see him become flustered. Although Branson was somewhat introverted and not talkative in his youth, he never deliberately made things difficult for the lowly eunuchs and palace maids. Even if he was wronged or marginalized in the imperial study, he wouldn't vent his frustrations on those people. Unlike other princes, he never wielded his power against the weaker ones. This was one of the reasons why Matthew initially wanted to be friends with him. Alas, everything has changed. After returning from Azar, he seemed like a completely different person. Matthew's gaze fell on Branson's face, and he instinctively stopped his movements. The air around them was eerily quiet. Branson didn't know what was going through Matthew's mind. In the flickering lamplight, all he could see was an ambiguous light in the other's eyes. Unlike Branson, Matthew had naturally warm, laughing eyes. As long as he wasn't deliberately cold, everyone saw 3 parts more intimacy and affection from him. But at this moment, he couldn't read Matthew's emotions. Branson's long, dark lashes drooped like tiny fans as he lowered his eyes and gazed at Matthew for a moment. Then his gaze slowly shifted to the empty space ahead of him, and he said lightly, "Is there something on my face?" Matthew chuckled softly. Instead of answering, he asked, "Does Phil know where this curved saber I carry comes from?" Branson looked at him, but remained silent. So Matthew answered himself, "Do you remember Elliot? Have you heard of him during your time in Azar?" Hearing this name, Branson couldn't help but pause. For this person was indeed the right prince's most favored son, though he spent years leading raids along the borders against the Great Zhou, plundering women and supplies. Branson had seen him only a few times, but his name was not unfamiliar. The complete downfall of the right prince stemmed from the death of this very person. But why did Matthew suddenly bring up this individual? Branson's eyes flickered, and a sudden unbelievable thought arose in his heart. "You can't be telling me that Elliot was killed by you?" "Why not?" Matthew raised an eyebrow and said, "This curved saber was originally Elliot's prized possession, having drunk the blood of 10,000 men. I used it to behead him." Branson was greatly surprised. How could this be possible? At that time, Matthew was far away in Shengjing and quite young. Even if Noah didn't keep him confined at home every day, he wouldn't have allowed him to travel so far to the border. Especially when everyone knew that Achilles was determined to negotiate peace. The advantage of talking to smart people was that even without explicitly saying it, both parties knew what the other was thinking. Matthew smirked and said, "Shengjing was full of intrigue back then and far from peaceful. You know my nature. My father always worried I'd get into trouble, so I lied to him, saying I wanted to go to Yunnan for relaxation. He readily agreed. Once out of Shengjing, where I went next was no longer his decision." Branson mused. "And then you went to Azar to kill Elliot?" "Accidental achievement." Matthew looked at him. "If I say that my original intention was to go to the Azar capital to assassinate their king, and then escape together with you, what would you think?" Chapter 277 Brother 1. Branson was stunned, feeling as if something inside him had been tugged. He put on a very relaxed demeanor and slowly repeated what Matthew had just said. "Escape together? Favio, do we have such a deep friendship?" The lighting here was dim, with occasional breezes carrying the clear, cold, and crisp fragrance of plum blossoms. Perhaps because Branson's injuries were too severe, the scent seemed unusually strong today. Matthew tilted his head slightly and said softly, "Perhaps Phil doesn't feel it, but I do." Branson laughed silently, almost to the point of tears. "Favio, did you specially coat your mouth with honey today?" "True words." Matthew said indifferently. "Branson, what grudge do we have? What enmity is there between us? If I never planned to be friends with you, why would I repeatedly seek you out? Many people think I'm friends with everyone under heaven. But did I ever pass notes to the buster during Bjorn's lectures? Why didn't I lend the classic of mountains and seas to the first prince? Or why didn't I drag other princes out late at night to pick lotus pods? In fact, teenage thoughts are always easy to understand." Branson felt inexplicably short of breath. He really wanted to ask Matthew in return, making the latter think about why he never accepted invitations from others yet accepted Matthew's. Why did he take the notes Matthew passed over? Why did he risk punishment from Lady Lee by going out late at night? If he were to talk about his true feelings, it could go on for days and nights. But finally, Branson only said, "If you really went to Azar before, why did you never mention it? Did you ever give me the chance to tell you?" Matthew said, "Besides, what would be the point of talking about it if I didn't go? Once I tried, I realized how heavily guarded the Azar Palace was. Not that easy to break into. Even just killing Luther at the border cost me half my life." He cut off Luther's head but was also severely stabbed in the chest by the latter, taking 6 months to fully recover. Branson's eyes darkened like an ink wave. "Since so, why bring it up today? Because I want you to know, you're not alone. Back then, I truly considered you a friend." Matthew said softly, "Phil, if you trusted me more, perhaps we wouldn't have ended up like this today." Branson looked at him, his voice devoid of emotion. "Blame me?" he said. "In public, you are of course the cash, but when no one else is around, you should at least call me brother." Branson. Chapter 278. Eldest Brother, 2. Branson furrowed his brows. What? He vaguely suspected that he wasn't fully conscious. Otherwise, how could he have heard such an absurd request? Matthew knew that Branson found it unbelievable, so he said in all seriousness, "By age, I am older than you. By relations, you married my own sister. Why shouldn't I be called Ivar?" Branson stared at Matthew for a long time. He sat up straighter and enunciated every word clearly. "I am Darnell." Of course, the generation hierarchy in the royal family couldn't be decided like this. Even the queen's own father had no right to ask Darnell to call him father. Dana would also have to act properly when meeting him, let alone Matthew. And as for age, being a few months older didn't count for much. There were countless people who were several decades older than him. In response to Branson's words, Matthew merely hummed lightly, conceding easily, "If Imran is unwilling, then never mind." Although he spoke this way, his disappointed expression was hard to hide. Matthew exuded an indescribable allure. Few people could refuse his requests, regardless of whether they were men or women. Branson did not reply to Matthew. He leaned back against the wall again. The air turned silent once more, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Looking into those glass-like eyes, Matthew sighed inwardly. He did not say anything further and lowered his head to focus on bandaging Branson. But at this moment, a voice like a dreamy murmur suddenly sounded in his ear. "Brother." Matthew. This sudden cry almost caused Matthew to stab Branson while bandaging him, potentially worsening his injury. After a brief silence, Matthew looked up with genuine puzzlement. What did Imran say? This subject didn't hear clearly. Though his face appeared innocent, his voice betrayed a clear hint of amusement. Branson was taken aback. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and said unhappily, "Favio, don't push your luck." "Pushing my luck?" Matthew repeated these 4 words slowly and laughed. "Then perhaps Imran can enlighten this subject on what exactly is meant by pushing one's luck?" This remark was filled with even more playful intent. Branson immediately sat upright. "Favio, you?" However, Matthew reacted faster than Branson. As soon as Branson sat up, Matthew knelt respectfully and said in a low voice, "This subject did not mean to offend Imran. Please punish me." Suddenly changing from defiance to obedience, his attitude became completely different. Since childhood, Matthew had been adept at dancing around people's limits, making them feel that getting angry wasn't worth it, yet unable to swallow their anger if they endured it. In the end, he ate what he wanted and drank what he wanted, paying no attention to everything. Those who quarreled with him were left fuming. Branson held in his breath, feeling almost amused by the situation. "You were so righteous about wanting me to call you Ivar earlier, but now you're calling me Phil and addressing yourself as subject. Favio, you are indeed versatile. No matter how I punish you, you will take it." The last sentence carried a hint of interrogation. Matthew watched him quietly. After a moment, a glint flashed as Matthew pulled out the curved saber hanging from his waist and handed it over to Branson with both hands. This subject offers Imran a weapon. While offering the saber, his gaze was full of smiles. Wherever it fell, it ignited a wildfire. Branson silently stared at the young man before him. In absolute silence, he took hold of the saber in the other's hand. Chapter 279. Siege 1. Branson, of course, could not really kill Matthew, but putting down the knife would completely strip him of his authority. He needed Matthew's genuine loyalty. However, he hadn't anticipated that Matthew would be even more difficult to deal with when he truly got close. In the past, this person kept a respectful distance from him. But now, Branson vaguely realized that he might not always have the upper hand. Perhaps, he could choose a less harmful spot and actually give him a cut, to teach him not to be so oblivious to the rules. Thinking this way, Branson's gaze instinctively fell on Matthew, trying to find a better place to strike. Not looking was fine, but one look gave him quite a fright. Although he had handed over the knife, Matthew was still bandaging Branson's wound at that moment. Now Branson was holding the knife, which was exceptionally sharp, and they were very close. Any large movement by Matthew could easily lead to an accidental injury. For instance, just now when he lowered his head, his neck almost brushed against the blade. What if his hand trembled? A pulse throbbed at Branson's temple. Matthew, forget about just giving him a minor cut. Even with a blade at his throat, he would not abide by the rules he did not agree with. Thinking about this, Branson suddenly flipped his wrist. A lock of black hair floated gracefully to the ground. Then he returned the knife to its sheath cleanly and emotionlessly said, "Cutting hair as substitute for head." Matthew slightly lowered his eyes, glancing at the lock of black hair on the ground, struggling hard to suppress the slight upward curve of his lips. This capricious tyrant in the eyes of the world might as well write hypocrisy on his face. Tender affection that takes lives. Cries for killing without spilling blood. If only he knew back then, knowing what would happen today. When they disagreed, and he found this man's actions displeasing, why did he keep sulking alone? He should have rushed to Branson, then fought him frankly and straightforwardly. Disagreements? They could be resolved through fighting until agreement was reached. Finally, Matthew finished tending to Branson's wounds. He slowly said, "Phil, it's not that I don't wish to be loyal to you, but you know my character. We will likely never become true sovereign and minister. If there are grievances, I will speak up. I can't obey you in everything. I understand your unmet wishes, but some things are bottom lines for me. For example, our territory cannot be ceded, and the lives of the common people are not trifles to be sacrificed in power struggles or acts of vengeance. If you cannot be a wise ruler, we are destined to take different paths. Branson lightly remarked, between us, being sovereign and minister is not necessary. Hearing this, Matthew couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His lips moved, wanting to say more, but then he saw Branson leaning against the wall, attempting to stand up. Though the wound was treated, his body was covered in injuries, and they had no anesthetics, making the pain unavoidable. Matthew subconsciously walked over to support Branson. However, Branson avoided Matthew's assistance and stood up on his own. As for being a wise ruler, he softly continued, whether to be a wise ruler is my choice, but whether you allow me to be a wise ruler depends on you. However, pausing here for a moment, Branson continued, it's too early to talk about these things now. He slightly lifted his gaze, looking deeply at the red-robed youth in front of him, whose crystal-clear eyes shimmered with indescribable meaning. Let's survive and leave this place first, Fabio. With that, Branson walked forward without turning back. With the faint light around him, he finally saw the monsters that had been hiding in the dark and attacking him and Matthew. These monsters could walk upright like humans, but they had big heads and small bodies, their emaciated arms hanging straight down to the ground, covered all over with black fur. At that moment, they gathered in a huge, deep pit, their scrawny, yellowish-black arms reaching out violently, producing unusually strange sounds, a sight that was chilling. Chapter 280, Siege 2. Dark clouds in the sky obscured the moon. The canyon was as bright as day, illuminated by torches. Bronson stood on horseback halfway up the slope, silently watching Dwight opposite him. The young man's clear and handsome face was covered with blood, but his eyes remained as bright as cold stars in the night. Alone, with nothing but his courage, his spirit undiminished, Dwight's gaze fell on his face. And he said with a mocking smile, you are already surrounded. Do you still want to resist pointlessly? Bronson remained silent. This boy was unusually quiet, rarely responding to others' questions except when introducing himself, but his silence expressed his stance. Dwight's lips curled into a cold smile. Just as he was about to say more, a messenger rode over breathlessly, sweating profusely. His urgent voice cut through the air, reaching everyone's ears. Your Highness, someone is attacking the camp. Dwight froze, then frost covered his eyes. In that instant, he understood the opponent's intention. You deliberately let our people lure you here? You risked your life just to create a diversion and draw my attention away? He had never intended to honor the wager with Dwayne, but it turned out that the other party had never cared about the wager either. What he thought was luring the enemy into a trap was merely the other side's voluntary move. It seemed there really were selfless fools like this in the world, and not just one like Matthew. This completely contradicted Dwight's understanding of human nature. Sweat dripped from Bronson's jawline as he tightened his grip on the iron hammer. He finally answered Dwight's question, speaking slowly and distinctly, a general fears no death. These 5 simple words carried great weight. Everyone who heard them was stunned. Bronson's iron hammer was a significant advantage in battle, but its heaviness also meant considerable physical toll. After enduring a whole day, he was utterly exhausted, a state that wasn't feigned. Otherwise, he couldn't have fooled Dwight. Being attacked in such a state, any misstep could mean a gruesome death. Indeed, he had staked his own life. The youth might be reckless, or perhaps naive and unaware of his limitations, but only a young man could possess such audacity, to risk everything for a true friend, to sacrifice oneself to overthrow even an emperor. An indescribable light flickered in Dwight's eyes. Without showing it, he compared Bronson to Matthew. Matthew seemed naturally endowed with charm, always winning admiration wherever he went. But this youth appeared quite aloof and likely unpopular. Or perhaps, he was like Branson, who became isolated and withdrawn because he wasn't liked or accepted. In either case, he wouldn't receive much kindness from others. Why would he be willing to sacrifice himself? Dwight spoke softly, a general should fear no death, but it must be worth it. With your abilities, you'll surely achieve great things. Why throw away your life for this decaying court, for strangers, who will remember you after 100 years? Not for the court, nor for remembrance, but to uphold justice. On the battlefield, everyone relies on their skills, yet even so, it's wrong to target women and children. Bronson gazed at Dwight expressionlessly, his blood-streaked face appearing severe in the flickering light. He spoke slowly, which made his words all the clearer, piercing like a bell. Dwight, those who commit too many injustices will eventually destroy themselves. Chapter 281, Battle 1. Since arriving at Lingyu Pass, Dwayne wore armor for the first time. For the first time, he truly realized how scorching and bloody it was when a spear pierced through flesh and was pulled out, splattering blood on his face. Amidst the tumultuous clamor of battle, he felt physically nauseous and deathly pale. But he still held the spear tightly, following Jeffrey's instructions, stabbing mercilessly downwards, as if he were only spearing cabbages, not living people. He could not betray Bronson's sacrifice. Though he faced great difficulties, Dwight had taken away at least half of the combat officers from the camp to deal with Bronson. He must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to lead those women and children out. Otherwise, if the enemy returned, he would stand no chance. Yet Izar's soldiers kept surging forward like waves. If this continued, waiting until Dwight returned or being cornered into a dead end would be disastrous. Dwayne gripped the spear tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, "There are too many of them. We can't do this. Leave 200 men with me, and the rest take the elderly, weak, women, and children back first." The nearby guard was shocked. He said, "Young master, you must not. You should go first." Before they left Shangjing, the old Duke Geoffrey had repeatedly instructed them to ensure Dwayne's safety at all costs. With so many Azar troops, leaving only 200 men as rearguard was a near-certain death sentence. Battle cries filled the sky. Dwayne glanced back at the trembling women and children behind him, feeling an urgency in his heart. In a cold voice he said, "Han Nathaniel, don't let my efforts be in vain." Blood splattered on his face, but Dwayne had no time to wipe it off. His facial features tensed, looking cold and severe. Han Nathaniel, an old soldier of Prince Tyson's residence, finally understood why the late Duke Geoffrey favored this young man so much at this moment. What a true ruler must possess first is indisputable authority. One day, the shoulders of this young man would bear the rise and fall of the world. After a brief silence, Han Nathaniel loudly issued Dwayne's orders. The cavalry guarding Dwayne quickly retreated. However, Han Nathaniel did not leave. He held his saber firmly, resolutely standing by Dwayne's side. Dwayne said, "Use crossbows to shoot. Don't let them get close." When he came to Lingyu Pass, he also brought the remaining crossbows from Shangjing. Although the number of crossbows brought over was limited due to the rush, they played a significant role. It was thanks to these crossbows that they managed to rescue the women and children from the Azar camp so smoothly. Han Nathaniel responded. Crossbow bolts rained down, barely holding back the wave-like onslaught of Azar troops. However, just then, accompanied by rhythmic whistles, the air suddenly echoed with successive long cries. Dwayne instinctively looked up and saw dozens of circling eagles overhead. At the same moment, cries of pain rang out one after another as eagles swooped down with incredible speed, instantly injuring the eyes of more than 10 soldiers. This sudden change took everyone aback. Ignoring the Azar soldiers, they hurriedly used their crossbows to shoot at the eagles. While crossbows were formidable against humans, the eagles flew too fast and nimbly, diving from the sky, making it much harder to hit them. Dwayne's heart sank to the bottom. He raised his hand to shoot at the eagles, but then he heard the whistle again, followed by a shadowy blur. An eagle dove straight toward him. Chapter 282, War 2. Being attacked by dozens of eagles made the already unfavorable situation even worse. Seeing the eagles dive toward him, Dwayne's heart sank. He had no time to think and jumped off the horse while covering his face. Yet, the eagles did not cease their attack. Under the command of a whistle, they madly pecked at Dwayne's eyes. Han Nathaniel was horrified. Young master? Afraid of accidentally hurting Dwayne, he didn't dare use his crossbow and only slashed forward with his sword. However, more eagles dived down. Accompanied by an agonizing pain, Han Nathaniel's left eye suddenly went dark. At that moment, a sharp screech split the sky, causing everyone's ears to buzz. It also caused the eagles to momentarily halt their actions. Compared to the earlier rhythmic whistles, this sound was urgent and fierce, eerily haunting in the darkness like the cry of ghosts. Yet, it was this hoarse and unpleasant sound that made the eagles change direction and fly into the Azar army. This sudden turn of events threw the Azar soldiers into chaos. Recalling the military report sent from Lingyu Pass to Shangjing, an incredible thought rose in Dwayne's mind. He looked up at the source of the sound, his voice trembling with excitement. Phil. The sound of galloping hooves was distinctly audible. The warhorse arrived almost instantaneously before them. As Dwayne said those two words, the rider extended a hand and swiftly pulled him onto the horse. It turned out to be Branson indeed. Dwayne was both shocked and delighted. "Phil, you're finally back. I've been so worried these past days." "You've endured much." Branson chuckled softly. "Thank you and your young master for your righteousness, cousin." In the flickering firelight, Darnell's face appeared somewhat pale, yet his voice carried an unprecedented sense of elation. Dwayne felt his breathing hitch. Holding onto Branson's clothes tightly to avoid falling during the horse's jolts, his heart suddenly became calm. When Branson wasn't in a temper or putting on airs, he naturally gave off a very reliable aura. Just being near him made one feel secure even amidst swords and spears. Dwayne responded amidst the whistling wind. "It's our duty, cousin." Branson laughed heartily. He looked ahead and called out loudly, "Ambry, I told you, the same trick won't work twice." By now, the eagles had already thrown the leading Azar soldiers into disarray. The whistles paused for a moment before becoming increasingly frantic and intense, seemingly attempting to regain control over the frenzied birds. Meanwhile, the shrill sound rang out again, and Dwayne noticed that Branson held a bamboo flute in his hand. That sound must have come from this flute. Disturbed by the two competing sounds, the eagles temporarily ceased attacking, circling in the air instead. Realizing that Branson's flute could only confuse but not control the eagles, Dwayne suggested, "Phil, we should retreat as the situation is urgent." The flute continued to play. Branson's gaze was fixed on the eagles circling overhead. Keeping the flute to his lips with his right hand, he extended his left hand towards Dwayne. Dwayne was slightly stunned, unsure of his intention, but soon, inspiration struck him, and he quickly handed his crossbow to Branson. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the sound of arrows piercing the air echoed. Both arrows hit two eagles precisely at the same time. Dwayne was taken aback. Following were several more whoosh sounds. Every arrow found its mark. With two eagles plummeting from the sky, the remaining ones scattered in fear. This remarkable feat stunned both friends and foes alike. Branson discarded the flute and called out, "Let's go." His voice fell, and the hooves thundered, instantly leaving the furious whistles far behind. Chapter 283, Surprise Attack 1. The firelight elongated the figure of the young man. By now, Bronson was drenched in blood. The Azar had expended enormous resources to meticulously prepare 12 chariots, all of which he had cast into the ravine, turning them into heaps of scrap metal. However, after such immense expenditure, Bronson also found it increasingly difficult to hold onto his iron hammer. Blood dripped along the crevices of the youth's fingers, dropping onto the ground one by one, almost dyeing the earth beneath his feet red. Dwight stood on a high slope with his spear in hand, his eyes sinister. Those chariots were supposed to be a major killing move of the Azar, yet they had been so easily destroyed by a single person. How could he not be both shocked and enraged? His gaze fell on Bronson's face like daggers, and Dwight said each word distinctly and slowly. Today, I will cut off your head. Bronson wiped away a bit of crimson blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Still, he did not speak, his expression appearing abnormally cold and stern. Dwight spurred his horse through the Azar soldiers like tidal waves, coming before Bronson, and stabbed at the youth's throat with his spear. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons was deafening. Bronson raised his hand to block Dwight's spear, but his warhorse, after an entire day and night of fierce combat, could no longer withstand such powerful force, falling forward with a thud. Dwight had long noticed Bronson's weakening strength. Seizing this opportunity, he moved forward with all his might, intent on ending this youth's life. At the same moment, a whistling arrow shot toward Dwight from behind. Hearing the wind's warning, Dwight couldn't afford to stab at Bronson any longer. He barely managed to avoid it at the last second. The crossbow bolt grazed his cheek and embedded itself into the rock wall beside him. Then there was chaos up ahead. Red robes more striking than the firelight, hoofbeats like thunder, rushed through the Azar soldiers as if breaking through a storm. Seeing the arrival of this person, Dwight's pupils constricted, disbelief instinctively raising his spear to parry. The force was too astonishing, too terrifying. Dwight's arm suddenly sank, requiring him to use both hands to grip his spear, preventing it from falling to the ground. Chapter 284. An Unconventional Force, 2. Matthew's face was streaked with blood, his expression appearing particularly demonic in the flickering firelight. The passionate and distinct demeanor he had always displayed made Dwight underestimate the coldness and ruthlessness concealed within him. Dwight flipped his wrist upward, knocking aside the curved blade with his spear, but Matthew immediately rushed forward, stabbing at Dwight's Adam's apple with the curved blade without hesitation. All of this happened in a split second, like lightning flashing before their eyes. At that moment, Matthew seemed to be a desperate madman, neither dodging nor avoiding Dwight's spear as he aimed directly for the vital spots, as if even mutual destruction would not deter him from killing Dwight. The best way to deal with a madman is to be even madder. In that instant, Dwight saw the sharp claws of a ferocious tiger. He had no choice but to raise his arms again to block the curved blade. The clashing sounds of the blades and spears in the dark night were like tearing silk, reverberating in everyone's ears. Dwight glared coldly at the young man in red before him and gritted his teeth. Favio, have you gone mad? Each move was one of mutual destruction. The curved blade pressed down forcefully, and Dwight could already feel the icy chill of the blade edge. Matthew suddenly smiled, his lips curling with a hint of teasing rogue charm. You guess. Today's Matthew was completely different from before. He revealed genuine disdain toward Dwight. A shadow of sinister light flashed across Dwight's eyes. With veins popping on his neck, he roared and concentrated all his strength into his arms, lunging forward in an attempt to knock Matthew off his horse. But Matthew did not dodge. At this moment, he burst forth with terrifying power, and Dwight's warhorse, startled by the violent collision, fled in panic. Once spooked, the warhorse raced astonishingly fast. However, Matthew pursued relentlessly from behind, not slowing down at all. They darted through the dark mountain forest like a swift wind, quickly leaving the soldiers trying to catch up far behind. The wind howled in their ears, and under the state of panic, Dwight's warhorse ran faster and faster. Seeing that they were about to lose sight of each other, Matthew, his eyes covered with frost and snow, abruptly threw the curved blade in his hand. He did not throw it at Dwight, but thrust it fiercely towards the horse's neck. Blood splattered everywhere as the warhorse collapsed with a thud, throwing Dwight from the saddle, and his spear also fell to the ground. Never having suffered such a significant setback before, Dwight's eyes flared with viciousness. He sprang up from the ground and pulled out the dagger he carried to slash at Matthew's horse legs. Though on foot, he remained agile, every slash aimed at the legs of Matthew's warhorse, while Matthew, without any weapon in hand, found it difficult to combat him from atop the horse. Matthew jumped off his horse too, attempting to seize Dwight's dagger. Now they were engaged in close-quarters combat, both having fought to the point of madness, with every punch and move unyielding. Matthew gripped the dagger's sharp blade with his bare hands and landed a punch on Dwight's chin, bringing him down to the ground. Amidst his heavy panting, Dwight laughed heartily. He spat out the blood foam from his mouth. Refreshing. No one has ever made me feel so refreshed. Matthew finally seized Dwight's dagger. His hand was a mess of blood and flesh, blood trickling down the dagger's edge onto Dwight's face. Yet his words showed no mercy. Grandpa feels even more refreshed than you. Chapter 285 Favor and Enmity, 1. The situation was critical, and Dwight knew he couldn't count on reinforcements. He tilted his head slightly upward. Favio, I still have over 10 Evars. Killing me won't do you any good. We might as well sit down and talk. Before he finished speaking, with a suppressed groan accompanying the flicker of the dagger, one of Dwight's arms flew into the sky. What is there for us to talk about? Blood rained down from midair. A heart-wrenching scream tore through Dwight's throat, followed by his second arm flying off. Matthew's eyes lowered, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. He slowly said, You are right about one thing. I indeed won't kill you. Killing you would be too merciful. As Matthew finished speaking, the dagger flashed coldly in the night, severing Dwight's legs. The young man's voice was filled with mockery, sounding almost like a death knell. Wasn't the Adiel fond of playing games? Isn't this more fun? Blood gushed from the stumps of limbs, but Matthew's precise cuts kept Dwight alive. His face contorted in agony, red veins bulging in his eyes. Dwight's gaze fell sharply on Matthew's face, straining his neck, hoarsely whispering, Why? Life and death battles were common on the battlefield. It wasn't unusual that Matthew wanted to kill him, just as he had wanted to kill Matthew. But why? Why? The voice of a boy, full of excitement, interrupted Dwight's thoughts. Phil, we found him. We found him. Gabe is here. They are here. Seeing the figures approaching from afar, Dwight's pupils contracted. Like a fish out of water, he struggled uselessly, trying to say something but again felt excruciating pain rip through him. The final strike landed in his mouth. His bloody tongue plopped onto the ground. His words turned into meaningless groans. Matthew leaned close to Dwight's ear, his voice betraying no emotion. He calmly said, "What you did to him will now be returned to you." People were accustomed to Matthew's warm and outgoing nature, easily forgetting he was also an invincible warrior, a merciless killer on the battlefield. Blood filled Dwight's mouth, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide amidst the intense pain. Dwayne arrived first, even before Branson. Due to the struggle between Matthew and Dwight, Dwayne had only seen Matthew's red robes from afar. Now, the sight of the gruesome scene almost left him frozen in shock. Dwayne couldn't help but gag, covering his mouth. He stared at the blood-drenched Dwight for a long time before barely recognizing him. Stammering, he asked, "Second? Gabe. He's like this? How did he end up like this?" Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Dwayne could hardly believe what Matthew had done. At this moment, Matthew himself looked disheveled. His face was smeared with blood, and his red robe was torn in several places, exposing raw and twisted flesh, even revealing bone in some areas. Wounds inflicted by Dwight's dagger. He casually kicked Dwight's blood-soaked body further away, smiling brightly at Dwayne. He resisted fiercely. "I accidentally slipped." The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating the young man's face, which radiated gifts. The moment Branson set foot on his soil, his fate was sealed. How could there not be hatred? Who wouldn't hate? Dwight could imagine the deep-seated hatred harbored by that child, and even more so, Branson's hatred. Yet, he had never taken it seriously. Or perhaps, Dwight believed he could control Branson. No matter how high Branson rose in the future, just hearing his name would cause fear and trembling, becoming the unescapable nightmare of that former child. Like the deceased Boris, Dwight had never taken Branson seriously. What difference did it make if an ant was smart or talented? Were heroes in dire straits few? How many truly capable people lived in frustration? Without status or background, they could only be bullied. He never thought Branson had any chance of turning the tables. But now, Dwight suddenly felt overwhelming regret. He shouldn't have let the tiger return to the mountain, just because he found it amusing to watch that stubborn child fall apart. Now, with his limbs cut off by Matthew, reduced to a lump of flesh, Branson might very well be the original instigator. Matthew wasn't avenging the plot against her. She was avenging Branson's past bullying and humiliation. But Dwight found this incomprehensible. Why would Matthew avenge Branson? He saw clearly that these two were harmonious in appearance, but not in heart. Sound pierced through, signaling an incoming sharp blade aiming for Branson. Someone was attacking. Matthew's face turned serious instantly. He shouted in a deep voice, "Be careful." The hidden weapon came swiftly and fiercely. In this critical moment, there was no time to draw weapons. After shouting, Matthew identified the direction by sound, instinctively reaching out and actually grabbing the weapon that was breaking through the air directly. It was an arrow. The arrowhead slashed his palm, causing blood to flow profusely. Branson's eyes turned cold, flashing with a lethal look of vengeance. Carrying the crossbow given by Dwayne, he did not even turn around, shot an arrow backward along the direction from which the arrow had come. Their reactions were all extremely quick. From the moment Matthew discovered someone was sneaking an attack and caught the arrow barehanded, to Branson shooting back with the crossbow, only 1 or 2 breaths had passed. Over these days, they grew more cooperative. The sound of Branson and Matthew circling around after the arrow hit was heard. But when the moonlight shone on the attacker's face, Matthew paused momentarily upon recognizing him. The saber which should have landed on him didn't swing down immediately. Matthew frowned. Bronson? Though they had only met briefly in the canyon, they hadn't spoken yet. He remembered this fearless youth. Heroes always admired each other. Shooting an arrow. This explanation was as insincere as the praise he had given earlier. Especially with Bronson's attitude of ignoring Branson throughout. No one believed that the arrow wasn't aimed at Branson. Bronson didn't care whether they believed him or not. He gave Matthew a slight bow and turned to leave. Branson smiled and said, "General has done much for our empire, and I have yet to reward you for your service. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" This time, Bronson finally looked at him. A trace of undisguised mockery flickered in the youth's eyes as he slowly said, "Is it to reward me for my service, or to seek revenge for that arrow?" Branson looked at him without speaking. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Fortunately, Dwayne returned at this moment with his men. He saw from afar that Bronson was actually standing close to Branson, and was so startled that his face changed color. He murmured instructions to the soldiers beside him before rushing over. Dwayne stood behind Bronson, facing Branson and Matthew, and whispered, "Bronson, you go back first. I'll handle this." After a moment of silence, Bronson said, "All right." This time, Branson did not stop him. His gaze fell on Dwayne, and he said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Shouldn't my cousin give me an explanation?" Dwayne pressed his lips together but did not speak. Suddenly, he knelt down and bowed deeply to Branson. Branson looked at him and asked, he would not have given up until the person was found, even if it meant digging up the earth to find them. Dwayne said, "Bronson has been introverted since childhood, hardly ever leaving home and rarely talking to his Evars. When he was 6 years old, he was taken into the deep mountains to learn skills and only returned every 2 to 5 years. Apart from the Melvin family, no one else in Shangjing City knew about him. So when the troops came to raid the Melvin family, the old steward of the Melvin family lied and claimed that his own son was Aries' 4th son, thereby fooling the search party." After saying this, Dwayne looked up at Matthew, who stood silently nearby, and whispered, "Young general, do you still remember him?" Chapter 289. The Greater Good, 1. Because he gripped the hilt too tightly, the wound on his tiger's mouth became more severe than when it was first inflicted. Fresh blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. Yet all Matthew could vaguely recall was a blurry shadow. He had always gotten along well with Kingston's elder Evars, except for Yael. Even before venturing deep into the mountains to study martial arts, Yael never played with them. When they met face to face, he wouldn't even greet them. That young man was practically invisible in his own home, let alone after leaving it. Matthew shook his head. He gazed at the empty space ahead and murmured, I haven't seen him for over 10 years. If one were to be specific, his relationship with Yael would only amount to knowing that there was such a person in the Melvin family. The last time they met was likely when they were 5 or 6 years old, greeting each other briefly in the corridor before brushing past hurriedly. But, Matthew pulled Dwayne up. Autry, can you tell me how you encountered him? It didn't matter if he had no impression. It wouldn't hinder their future Evarhood. Dwayne recounted to Branson and Matthew how he had encountered Yael. The battlefield situation was always changing rapidly. To expedite their journey from Shangjing City, Dwayne chose the smaller paths. The smaller paths were shorter than the main roads, but had the disadvantage of being mostly mountainous, which made it easier for bandits to hide. While ordinary bandits wouldn't dare provoke soldiers, there were always exceptions. One day, as they were hurrying along, they suddenly heard a cacophony of gongs and drums ahead. Then, a group of bandits charged down from the mountain, blocking their path. Besides teaching Dwayne martial arts, Jeffrey also imparted military strategy. Upon seeing this group of bandits, Dwayne couldn't help but feel a surge of hidden alarm. These men were all in their 30s, broad-shouldered and robust. Despite their ragged clothing, their movements and formation were surprisingly orderly, clearly indicating they had undergone training, unlike common bandits formed by civilians. Their leader was also a broad-shouldered, robust man with a full beard, flushed red as if painted. He wielded an enormous axe and bellowed like thunder. This mountain is my domain. These trees are my pride. To pass through here unscathed, leave behind your wealth and your bribe. The soldiers following Dwayne grew anxious and shouted, Who are you? Do you have a heart of bear and the courage of a leopard? How dare you obstruct Imperial troops? Dwayne raised his hand to stop them, stepping forward himself. He bowed respectfully to the leader, very polite without showing any disdain just because he was a bandit. We are on a mission now and cannot be delayed. I wonder if you could show us some leniency? Never having seen such courteous soldiers, the big man stared at Dwayne in surprise, scrutinizing him up and down. Dwayne's build was far from robust. His fingers were pale and slender, not those of someone who handled weapons regularly. This certainly didn't look like a general, more like some rich family's spoiled son. The big man immediately felt contempt. He rolled his eyes and rumbled, Don't waste my time with nonsense. Didn't you hear me? If you want to pass, easy, one person, 500 taels of silver. Hand over the money, and I'll have my Evars clear the way. If not. At this point, the big man snorted heavily and lifted his axe. I'll carve you all into dog food. Chapter 290. Righteousness, 2. This burly man acted without any regard for chivalric codes. Seeing that Dwayne appeared scholarly and seemed to be the leader, he immediately decided to take advantage of him. Without waiting for Dwayne to react, he raised his hand and swung an axe mercilessly toward the young man's neck. Dwayne did not expect such a sudden attack. In the critical moment, he had no time to save himself, or even retrieve the spear hanging on the horse. Hearing the whistling wind, he could only instinctively dodge to the side. The burly man, seeing his axe miss, grunted, Hey, and instantly changed tactics, aiming at Dwayne's waist. Dwayne felt a jolt in his heart and suddenly lay flat on the horseback, narrowly avoiding the blow. But it wasn't over yet. The burly man flipped his wrist and slashed at the legs of Dwayne's warhorse. Fortunately, this horse was a valuable steed found by Jeffrey with great effort, reacting extremely quickly. Its front legs rose into the air just in time to evade the axe once more. These rapid maneuvers took place almost instantaneously, revealing the burly man's remarkable skills. If it weren't for Jeffrey's thorough training, Dwayne would either have been killed on the spot or captured alive. Even so, cold sweat drenched his body. Even the most passive person has limits. Dwayne knitted his eyebrows fiercely and shouted angrily, You are so unreasonable. I was talking to you calmly, and you suddenly attacked me. The burly man paid no heed. The axe came down with a whistling sound, each strike targeting Dwayne's vital points. Meanwhile, arrows rained from behind the bandits, blocking the advancing soldiers. At first, Dwayne was flustered, feeling every swing could hit him. His heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Gradually, he noticed the same moves repeated and realized if he could find the pattern, he wouldn't find it difficult to counter. Taking a deep breath, he seized an opportunity to grab the spear hanging on the horse and immediately thrust it forward. Each move was ruthless. Each move was lethal. In the past, Dwayne would never act like this, but today, infuriated by the burly man's actions, he was determined to show him a lesson, unleashing the techniques taught by Jeffrey with a flurry of attacks, making it difficult for the opponent to respond. The burly man kept retreating on his horse. He began to sense something was amiss. Normally, he would reconsider his actions, but Dwayne's appearance was too misleading, leading the burly man to believe this inexperienced youth couldn't possibly be stronger than himself. Therefore, he refused to retreat and insisted on completing the deal. Now, the burly man had backed up to a small mound. As he lifted his broad axe to defend against Dwayne's assault, the spear tip suddenly kicked up dust, blinding him for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Dwayne knocked the man off his horse and pressed the spear point to his throat. The situation shifted dramatically, stunning both the soldiers accompanying Dwayne and the bandits following the burly man. Blowing his mustache and glaring, the burly man cursed, You little brat, dare to ambush Grandpa? Listen up, release Grandpa now and kowtow 3 times properly. Grandpa might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Otherwise, when my big Evar comes, he'll settle accounts with you all, leaving none of you buried. The spear tip sliced a small wound on the burly man's neck. Dwayne felt no sympathy, his voice turning cold. Who is your big Evar? The burly man didn't get a chance to speak. Instead, a clear and slightly cool voice, with an unusual modulation, was carried by the wind into their ears. It's me. Chapter 291 Bandit Stronghold, 1. The moment the sound echoed, Dwayne felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Immediately after, he lifted his head abruptly to look at the young man riding a horse and standing in the wind. This young man couldn't be more than 18 or 19 years old, with sharp and distinct facial features. In the midst of the sweeping winds, the strands of hair beside his cheeks were blown upward, adding a few touches of aloof arrogance to his naturally imposing demeanor. Even though their attire was similar, he seemed somewhat out of place among these mountain bandits. When the burly man saw him, a trace of joy immediately flashed across his flushed face. He called out hoarsely, "Roscoe! Roscoe, you finally came. Come save me." A man close to 40 calling a youth not even 20 his elder Ivar, and doing so with such heartfelt emotion and sincerity, brought about a complicated expression on everyone's faces present there. For some reason, despite never having met before, Dwayne had a vague sense of familiarity when looking at the young man, but he simply couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Dwayne's lips moved slightly. He murmured softly, "You are?" Dwayne intended to ask, "Who are you?" But before the two characters were fully out, the warhorse arrived in front of him like lightning. Dwayne was momentarily stunned. With the warning of the burly man fresh in his mind, he feared that this one might also launch a sudden attack, and instinctively thrust his spear forward. But this young man didn't even draw his weapon. His left hand tugged at the reins, while his right hand directly grabbed hold of Dwayne's long spear. His slender pale hand gripped like a vice. Suddenly, Dwayne felt an irresistible force come over him, and before he could react, he found himself already pulled up onto the other's horse along with his weapon. The commotion behind them erupted instantly. "Little master, quickly, help him." No matter how formidable this young man was, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers on Dwayne's side. The burly man leapt up from the ground and shouted loudly, "Hold them back!" Though there were only a few hundred bandits with him, their morale was surprisingly high, and they all drew their swords upon hearing his command. Yet just as conflict seemed imminent, the young man waved for them to step back. With two large iron hammers now in his hands, the young man turned around and said, "If you want him dead, then come." Donghua Pass hadn't been reached yet, and Dwayne had already fallen into the hands of bandits. At this point, he couldn't help feeling somewhat disheartened, beginning to doubt the correctness of his decision. At the moment, he didn't much care about his own safety, but if he delayed the significant matters concerning Donghua Pass, he would betray the trust of the former king of Tyson, cause trouble for his young master, and have no face to meet the countless civilians by the border. Bound securely, Dwayne was taken to the bandits' council chamber. Perhaps because they weren't wealthy, this so-called council chamber was quite simple in decoration but was clean and spacious, suggesting its owner had a broad-minded spirit rather than being petty. If the timing wasn't inappropriate, Dwayne might have given it a cheer. Beside him, a minor bandit yelled sternly, "Hurry up and kneel and kowtow." Dwayne remained unmoved. Seeing this, the minor bandit immediately flew into a rage. If ordinary people could afford a decent meal, who would willingly rebel? Most of the people in this stronghold were those who had been driven to desperation by corrupt officials. They especially despised soldiers and officers, not to mention someone like Dwayne, who could command so many troops, indicating he must be affluent or influential. The minor bandit kicked Dwayne sharply under the knee. "Didn't you hear me? Kneel and kowtow." The kick was heavy, but Dwayne swayed only slightly, forcing himself to remain standing without kneeling. Chapter 292. Mountain Stronghold, 2. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. He would not kneel casually except for heaven, earth, ruler, kin, and teacher. How could he possibly do so otherwise? Now, this small fry was even angrier. Swearing loudly, he lifted his foot again to kick with all his might. If this kick landed, it would shatter Dwayne's kneecaps and cripple his legs. But at this critical moment, the youth sitting centrally suddenly said, "Hold it." The small fry paused, reluctantly retracting his foot after some time. The burly man beside the youth was also displeased. Frowning deeply, he glared at Dwayne and said in a thick voice, "Boss, this brat doesn't even kneel upon seeing you. He mustn't be let off easily. He must be thoroughly taught a lesson. I say we take him outside to give him dozens of lashes, then strip him and hang him up for 5 or 6 days. We'll see how arrogant he remains then." Scholars cared most about their dignity. Upon hearing this, Dwayne almost bit through his lips in anger. Yet he remained silent, still refusing to kneel. The youth glanced sideways at the burly man, his voice devoid of emotion. "He doesn't seem like an arrogant person. If you want to kill him, give him a quick death. There's no need to disgrace him thus." This naturally meant stopping the others. Under his gaze, the burly man subsided, forced to remain silent with a cold expression. Dwayne breathed a huge sigh of relief. Though he did not know why this youth had taken over this stronghold, he could see that he was upright and highly capable. If he could persuade him to join in aiding Donghua Pass, today's incident could turn into a good thing. Thus, interrupting before the others spoke, he said, "Brother, I wonder what name I should address you by. We're just passing through on our way to Donghua Pass, without any intention of offending. Perhaps we can make peace? Moreover, with your talents, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Why not join the military?" Before he finished speaking, the red-faced burly man slapped the table hard. The force was so great that the table split into pieces. Stretching out his hand like a fan, he pointed at Dwayne, cursing loudly, "You damned brat from..." Chapter 293. Begging, 1. Fresh blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, each drop striking the ground. Dwayne was slapped by Amrit, his head turned to one side, feeling as if the world was spinning, blackness intermittently clouding his vision, and his ears ringing as if countless bees were buzzing around. But after a moment, he turned his face back, fiercely glaring at the red-faced giant in front of him without any sign of weakness. Amrit felt an inexplicable chill under the young man's gaze. He became even more furious, shouting, "I didn't expect you little brat to be that tyrant's dog." He grabbed Dwayne by the collar, lifting him up and delivered several heavy slaps. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, instantly covering Dwayne's face. Despite this, he still spoke loudly to the youth. "An upright person doesn't fear shadows. Who is your father? Dare you tell me?" Since the establishment of the bandit gang, every captive dragged up the mountain had been begging for mercy with trembling voices. It was rare to encounter someone like Dwayne. Unable to tolerate it further, Amrit no longer bothered to have Dwayne dragged away to be beheaded. Instead, he swiftly drew the waist knife from one of the small thugs and slashed towards Dwayne. "Little brat, I'll cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs today." The cold steel glinted, but Dwayne only stared wide-eyed. At this moment, it seemed he had given up on everything. His eyes could make anyone's scalp tingle. Amrit shivered. He flipped his wrist, aiming the knife at Dwayne's eyes. "Little bastard, don't glare at Grandpa." Just as Dwayne's eyes were about to be ruined, a hand suddenly reached out, stopping Amrit's blade. Recognizing who intervened, Amrit's eyes turned red. "Brother, not a single good thing comes from the court. Don't be fooled by this little bastard. What's there to hesitate with these lackeys? Just kill him." The youth shook his head lightly. "I still have something to say to him." Amrit exhaled heavily. He threw the sword onto the ground with a clatter and stomped away. The youth looked at Dwayne and slowly asked, "What's your relationship with the tyrant?" If there was room for conversation, there would be hope for a turn of events. In an instant, Dwayne decided not to hide his identity and opted to reveal everything. His ability to lead so many troops out of the capital indicated that his status wasn't ordinary. If he pretended to be common, it would seem insincere. So he took a gamble. But he also emphasized that he had spent his childhood outside, with limited contact with the royal family. This expedition was for the sake of the border people. After hearing Dwayne's words, Amrit snorted heavily. "I said you little bastard would keep speaking for that tyrant all along. So you're related. How could you vermin care about the lives of ordinary people? Brother, don't believe his lies. Kill him quickly." The youth remained silent. There was a scrutinizing look in his eyes as he watched Dwayne, trying to discern the truth behind his words. "Nothing should remain unsaid. Since you are so honest, I also have nothing to hide. But you must die once you know." Dwayne stared into the youth's eyes. "You boldly raided the Imperial troops and brought me up the mountain. Do you think I can live if I don't know what happened?" Due to his swollen cheeks, his voice sounded somewhat muffled and different from usual, almost humorous at times, yet deliberate and unhurried. After a silence, the youth whispered, "My father's surname is Melvin. His name is Shout. I am his fourth son, Yael." Dwayne. Chapter 294. Plea 2. Dwayne was stunned speechless by the youth's words. He almost bit his tongue. You, how could you possibly be?" The Melvin family had been wiped out, with only the youngest siblings left alive. They were Ashlyn and Kingston. Despite Dwayne having been in Shangjing for so long, he had never heard of any other members of the Melvin family escaping. Yet looking at the youth before him, he felt unable to argue. He finally understood where that faint sense of familiarity came from when they first met. From a certain angle, Yael did bear some resemblance to Kingston. Of course, Yael understood what Dwayne was thinking. Looking into Dwayne's eyes, he spoke each word deliberately. "I spent most of my time away from home, so almost no one in Shangjing knew me. My father's old steward used his own son as my substitute. But wasn't his son human too? Wasn't his life worth something? Why should he die in my place? I, Yael, have always been upright. But this act is unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Don't I deserve to take revenge?" Though Yael didn't usually talk much, he was relentless when he truly wanted to say something. His words left Dwayne speechless. Considering the relationship between Jaden and Branson, he moved his lips, trying to think of arguments to defend Branson. "Actually, these are all Gavriel's tricks. Imran was just misled." Yael suddenly said bitterly, "Gavriel is indeed detestable, but that emperor is blind. If he had been wise enough to investigate further before making a decision, how could my family have met such a tragic end? Just because he's Darnell, does he not have to pay any price for his mistakes? All accomplishments are attributed to him, while failures are blamed on his minister's incompetence. Is it really such an easy job that everyone wants to be Darnell?" These words must have been swirling in Yael's mind countless times, coming out smoothly and without interruption. Perhaps because they had never seen Yael this angry, the entire council hall was deathly silent. Even the usually noisy Tainyo kept quiet. At this moment, facing Yael, Dwayne was completely dumbfounded. After a brief silence, he knelt down with a thud. "Brother Henrik, I understand your feelings. If you can't get over it, then kill me. No matter what, I have no complaints, as long as it makes you feel better. But, the civilians at the border did nothing wrong. They just want to survive. Even if it's for Junior's sake, please go and inquire. I have a pretty good relationship with him. After killing me, could you lead the troops to Lingyu Pass to help? Not for the court, but for those innocent people. Eustace would never bear to see the people suffer. I will kowtow to you." Bound by ropes, Dwayne found it difficult to move, but he struggled to kneel down. At this moment, a hand stretched out to stop him. Looking into his eyes, Yael's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. "Are you telling the truth? Junior, my younger Ivar, he isn't dead? But the old steward told me that they were all..." Dwayne hesitated, then said, "Maybe he was afraid you'd sacrifice yourself again to save them. Both Junior and his sister are fine. Moreover, Imran appointed Junior as head guard." "Bullshit." Tainyo's voice thundered, interrupting Dwayne. "Would that dog emperor be so kind? Besides, even if it were true, my elder Ivar's younger Ivar would never be so spineless. With his family ruined by the tyrant, he still accepted the tyrant's reward. Is he even human?" "Tainyo, stop talking." Yael looked down slightly and spoke softly to Dwayne. "Dare you swear that everything you said is true?" "What's there to fear?" Dwayne said firmly. "If any part of what I've said today is false, may I be cut into 1,000 pieces and fed to dogs." Oaths weren't made lightly. Everyone remained silent after hearing such a harsh oath from Dwayne. After a brief silence, Yael said, "I will go to the border with you." Chapter 295. The Will to Kill 1. After omitting some details, Dwayne recounted to Branson and Matthew the course of events regarding his acquaintance with Bronson. Then he knelt down before Branson again. Dwayne pursed his lips and said, "Phil, although Bronson doesn't often talk to people, he is a warm-hearted good person. The Melvin family incident has greatly affected him. If Bronson has offended Phil in any way, please do not take it to heart. As he spoke, the youth struck his head heavily on the ground. After a brief silence, Branson closed his eyes and suddenly chuckled softly. He pulled Dwayne up and patted him on the shoulder lightly, saying indifferently, "Cousin, you shouldn't ever submit to Branson." Yet both Branson and Yael were not easy to deal with. Dwayne felt he would rather face Dwight again than be caught between them. When two tigers fight, one must inevitably get hurt. Branson treated his own people well, but Yael wasn't necessarily part of his camp. Yael could risk his life for a friend, but Branson was certainly not his friend. Dwayne knew himself well enough to realize that he couldn't mediate between these two men. If Jaden were here, there might be a way to resolve it. But since Jaden wasn't present, Matthew was his mainstay. Silent for a moment, Matthew said, "Autry, you lead the people to handle things here, I?" Pausing slightly, he continued, "I'll go meet Henrik first." Dwayne glanced at the remaining torso of Dwight lying far away, his complexion turning pale, yet he still nodded solemnly. The trees in the forest crashed down in succession. Blood smeared across Yael's face, still untouched. Holding an iron hammer, his gaze was cold and lethal like a blade dipped in poison, while his pale hands were strained and veins bulging due to exertion. It was as if the trees in front of him were his mortal enemies. Footsteps sounded behind him. Without glancing to see who it was, Yael raised his hand and swung the hammer down with all his strength. The iron hammer whirled through the air, a bone-breaking blow. Yet the intruder made no move to dodge, or perhaps showed no intention of dodging at all. Stopping the hammer above their heads, Yael stared at the red-clothed youth before him for a moment before slowly spitting out 3 words, "Come to die." Matthew. Chapter 296, Killing Intent, 2. When Branson was not around, Yael treated Matthew even worse than he did before. Unlike Kingston's closeness with Matthew, Yael seemed to hate not only Branson but also Matthew by extension. At this moment, his gaze fell on Matthew, and his eyes, divided into black and white, flickered with a chilling coldness that made one uneasy. But Matthew acted as if he hadn't noticed. He lifted the wine jar in his hand and smiled. "Want to have a drink?" The answer was, of course, no. Yael made no attempt to hide his aloofness and impatience towards Matthew, put away the iron hammer, and turned to leave. However, Matthew stepped forward and blocked his way again. Yael looked at Matthew coldly and said, word by word, "What do you want?" He could remain calm in front of Dwight. Though he hadn't drunk anything now, it was as if strong liquor had already gone to his head. Matthew took 2 steps forward, staring into Yael's eyes and said, "Of course, it's to catch up." Yael grabbed Matthew's collar and asked, "On what grounds?" The two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Matthew even clearly felt Yael's chest heaving more rapidly and drastically. He slowly said, "Of course, it's based on the friendship between our families." Friendship? Upon hearing these words, Yael's fingers tightened their grip on Matthew's collar. He said, "What kind of friendship do you have with my family? You still dare to talk about the friendship with my family?" Although Matthew seldom saw him and had little impression of him, Yael was not unfamiliar with Matthew. Almost everyone in the Melvin family praised Fabio without reservation. Yael could see that his Evars genuinely considered Matthew as a real Evar. They would call Matthew whenever they went anywhere. Kingston also called Matthew Brother Bodie after him. But what about Matthew? Looking at the red-clothed young man in front of him who exuded confidence, Yael said in a bitter voice, "Fabio, you always claim to be Evars with my siblings. But, do you really treat them as Evars? If you want to save yourself, I won't blame you. If you don't seek justice for my family from that dimwit emperor, I can understand your plight." An indescribable anger burned the little remaining sanity. The bones of Yael's fingers creaked due to excessive force. "But if you really treat my siblings as Evars, how could you be so close to that dimwit emperor? Fabio, are you really taking all people in the world as blind? Not able to see through your false loyalty to that emperor?" Though Yael usually didn't talk much, it didn't mean he was clueless or blind to everything. On the contrary, the reason he often chose not to speak was because he was particularly sensitive to others' emotions. He extremely despised those who hid daggers behind smiles and acted insincerely. That was why he was willing to trust Dwayne back then. He followed Dwayne to Lingyu Pass partly out of appreciation for his honesty and willingness to prevent civilians from being displaced and suffering, and partly to meet Matthew, the youth who had been constantly praised by his Evars. He might not be good at expressing himself. He might appear very indifferent. But he once had sincere admiration for Matthew, not inferior to Kingston's. But when he really met him and saw Matthew standing next to Branson, he truly felt the taste of shattered expectations. He finally realized this so-called Evar he had been looking forward to meeting actually had a deep connection with the dimwit emperor too. In life or death moments, when there was no time for thorough reflection, true intentions were revealed most clearly. Matthew's act of catching the arrow barehanded was an instinctive reaction, a choice made by action before thought. Chapter 297 Sincerity 1. If one could flatter a tyrant and even give up their life for such a tyrant, then what kind of friendship or Evarhood could possibly exist between them? And yet this person had the audacity to say he was close with his elder Evar? What was this? A shameless villain. The feeling of being deceived and toyed with raged within Yael's chest. He abruptly pushed Matthew against the tree behind him. "Fabio, you go ahead and claim Evarhood with that dog emperor. Enjoy your glory, wealth, high-ranking positions, and thick salary. You, this person you are, the so-called righteousness you speak of in your mouth, my elder Evar couldn't be more unworthy of it, and I, Yael, am not at all interested. Enough of this sickening nonsense." All the anger and waichi, wrongdoing/grievance, accumulated since the us had occurred burst out all at once. Yael could no longer maintain his usual calmness. His eyes were bloodshot, and his strength astonishingly immense. Matthew was already covered in injuries and hadn't taken proper care of his wounds before rushing to find him. Now, the back of his body slammed heavily into the tree trunk, causing an instant intense pain at the wounds as blood gushed out. He involuntarily sucked in a cold breath due to the pain but didn't show any hint of discomfort on his face. He only calmly watched Yael vent his anger. Childhood friendships were things of the past. How could he not know that reconciling with Branson so easily wronged so many people? He felt guilty towards Kingston. Naturally, he also felt guilty towards Yael. But now, he did it, and he would take responsibility for it. He endured Yael's anger. Just then, there was a bang, followed by intense pain in his jaw. Yael actually landed a punch right on Matthew's face, making his head turn sharply and causing a dizzy spell. Yael's strength, if he really hit full force, would be unbearable even for ironclad men, especially considering Matthew was currently an injured patient with countless large and small injuries. Fortunately, Yael wasn't Dwight. He had no interest in one-sided torment. Seeing Matthew just accepting blows without retaliating, after delivering one punch, Yael stopped. He simply shoved Matthew away and turned around, saying, "Get lost." Revenge has its source, debt has its master. Even if he beat Matthew to death, Branson would still be alive and well. What use would it serve? Of course, Matthew wasn't going to leave. Looking at the frail silhouette of the youth in the darkness, he asked softly, "You want to leave?" Yael replied coldly, "Or what? Wait for the tyrant to pin another crime on me? Or wait until grass grows 3 feet tall on graves for the Alexei to half-heartedly seek justice for me?" This taciturn youth, once he started talking, truly exposed everything beneath the flesh and bones. Matthew massaged his throbbing temples and bitterly smiled inwardly. Looking up at the sky, he gently said, "Henrik, I've wronged you and betrayed the trust the Melvin family placed in me. You have every right to blame me, but the Zhou dynasty has several generations of accumulation. It's far from being at its end. Even if Darnell isn't Branson, it will be another member of the Shen clan. The path of rebellion requires the right timing, geographical advantage, and public support. It's not easy." Matthew spoke too easily about rebellion, which instantly darkened Yael's expression. Seeing Yael remain silent, Matthew slowly continued, "Everyone has their own aspirations. If you truly wish to be emperor, then go ahead. I won't stop you. But if you merely want revenge for your father and elder Ivar, eventually you'll still have to assist others. Please consider carefully." Eustace remained loyal until death, but if you rebel, even proving Gavriel's sinister intentions, this matter can never be resolved clearly again. The Eustace's deaths would indeed be in vain. Henrik, necessary battles must always be fought, but gambling away Eustace's legacy and ensuring the peace and prosperity of the common folk over the coming years, only to incite civil unrest, start another war, and replace one incompetent emperor with another, thus repeating the tragedy of the Melvin family, truly, is that what you want to see? If these are the things you desire, you wouldn't have trusted Autry so much, wouldn't have abandoned the stronghold you painstakingly built, wouldn't have come to Lingyu Pass with him, nor risked your life to divert Dwight's attention. Yael. Chapter 298 Sincerity, 2. In the deathly silence where even the fall of a pin could be heard, Yael felt a chill deep in his heart. Within less than an hour, Matthew had thoroughly seen through him during their brief encounters and Dwayne's narration. He saw through Henrik's resentment and unwillingness, as well as his hesitation and reluctance. No wonder he could win people's hearts so easily, because he could first see into people's hearts. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the young man's clear eyes. His gaze, like a blade, fell on Matthew, and he asked word by word, "Fabio, what exactly do you want?" "This is the second time you've asked me this today." Matthew wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth casually. "But in fact, I should be the one asking you this question. How should I act to make you feel slightly consoled? You can resent me and think I'm not human, but there's no need for you to torment yourself. You should understand your family better than I do. They would hope you're well rather than seeking revenge." Yael was stunned. The next moment, he almost blurted out without hesitation, "What if I ask you to kill that dog emperor?" "Besides that," Matthew whispered softly, "you can let me kill myself, if you wish." Upon hearing this, Yael's pupils shrank slightly, then his lips curled without any smile. He sneered, "Fabio, my father, my elder Ivar, and my younger Ivar all say you're a hero. But you are so loyal, willing to be a tyrant's dog?" These words were indeed hard to hear, yet Matthew still looked calmly at the young man in front of him. "Henrik, he cannot die. He is at fault. He wronged the Melvin family, betrayed Eustace's loyalty, and wronged many others. But look at those royal figures now. Perhaps none of them who might vie for the throne would lead troops personally, and none of them would put themselves in danger just to ensure the country's integrity. He has the ability to be a good emperor. If he chooses to repent, if there would be no more bones under the yellow sand, no more commoners fighting with dogs for food, or freezing to death in the snowstorm in winter." Yael's eyes grew colder than night. "Well said. But human nature doesn't change easily. How do you know he will repent? How do you know his current actions aren't just buying people's hearts?" Matthew said calmly, "If he continues not knowing right from wrong, distinguishing loyalty from treachery, naturally it won't be necessary for you to ask me to kill him." Yael, almost challengingly, stared at the pale-faced young man in red robes. "Fine. You say he can't die. Then I want him to kneel down and kowtow to my father and Ivar in apology. This wouldn't cause more suffering for the people. Can you make it happen?" Matthew was slightly startled. Hatred nearly burned in Yael's eyes, interrupting Matthew before he spoke. "Are you going to speak for him again? So this can't happen either? Fabio, since you can't achieve anything, why bother?" Before he finished speaking sarcastically, Matthew interrupted him. "It can be done." This left Yael utterly astonished. He couldn't help laughing. "Even if you try to deceive me, at least show some sincerity. He would listen to you?" "Fabio, don't be too confident. A man's knees are as precious as gold. Even Dwayne wouldn't kneel easily back then, and Branson is Darnell. How could he agree to such terms?" "That's my problem," Matthew said. "But what if he really agrees? What will you do then?" Chapter 299. Hangover, 1. After a moment of silence, Yael looked at the young man in red before him and said coldly, "If he can really do that, I, Yael, will stake my life to protect the great Zhou from now on without any regret." Matthew also gazed at him. "Henrik, a promise is as heavy as 1,000 ounces of gold for a gentleman. You rest assured, I never go back on my word. There was no expression on Yael's face. He slowly continued. But what if he refuses? What then? Matthew asked. What are you going to do? Yael replied. If he doesn't agree, then you leave with me. The provocative tone in the youth's voice grew stronger than before, both admiring each other's skills. Apart from discussing military affairs, they plan to spar together. I'm not sure where they are now. Moreover, celebrating can wait. Everyone has worked hard today, and Imran and the Alexei have been traveling for days. It would be best if they rested. Weighing the situation, Dwayne felt it was inappropriate to celebrate. Today wouldn't be a pleasant day for either Matthew, Branson, or Yael. Forcing smiles now would be too agonizing. Besides, given Yael's nature, he wouldn't fake happiness. Not everyone in the military is careless. Forcing Branson and Yael together in public might lead to trouble. If someone noticed anything out of place during their forced interactions, it would only create unnecessary complications and further complicate the situation. Dwayne had always been warm-hearted and straightforward. The generals liked him very much. Upon hearing his words, they did not suspect otherwise. Francisco responded promptly, You're right. We are simple-minded people, unable to think so deeply. Young Master Xie is indeed considerate. Imran and the Alexei just returned. Let them rest today. I'll patrol the city wall again. The Azar people are too cunning. Even if we have the upper hand, we cannot be complacent. Chapter 300 Hangover 2. When Matthew entered the room, a strong smell of alcohol greeted him. Lowering his head, he saw fragments of wine jars scattered all over the floor. An empty wine jar flew towards him as if it had eyes. Matthew hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out and caught the jar. Take it easy, Phil. If this really hits me, I might have to get plastic surgery on my face. At this moment, Branson still had a half-empty wine jar by his side. He supported his cheek with one hand, lounging lazily beside the table. Why are you here? Not intimate, but also not unwelcoming. Matthew replied matter-of-factly, naturally, to rest in my room. Does Phil want to kick me out? His injuries were treated carelessly, and a bruise from Yael's attack remained on his face, making him look quite disheveled. Branson still spoke calmly. Is there a lack of rooms in Lingyu Pass now? Of course. When has there ever been enough rooms in Lingyu Pass? If Phil really wants to chase me away, I'll have to sleep on the streets tonight. As Matthew spoke, he stepped forward, picked up the wine jar from Branson's table, and drank the remaining half of the wine in one breath. Drinking alone is no fun. Let me accompany Phil. How about we drink until we can't return home? Branson's expression didn't change much. He stared at Matthew silently for a long time, then slowly curled the corners of his lips into a smile. All right. Perhaps because he had drunk too much, or perhaps because the alcohol intensified his melancholy, Branson seemed somewhat dazed, speaking and reacting slower than usual. But his temper was noticeably better than when he was sober. Matthew opened 3 more jars of wine, and finished them all in one go without saying a word, then smiled. I came late, so I'll drink first as a sign of respect. 3 full jars of strong liquor went down like water, with no pause. Even with Matthew's unmatched drinking capacity, his face couldn't help but flush slightly red from the rapid consumption. Branson watched him, then suddenly burst out laughing, possibly thinking of something. He reopened 2 jars of wine, giving one to Matthew and keeping the other for himself. The two clinked their jars in silence, and before long, both jars were empty again. The first time Branson brought Claire to the Grand General's residence, he had also drunk with Matthew, though that time it was more of a contest. This time, however, it felt like they were trying to kill themselves with alcohol, until one of them dropped dead. Finally, the two leaned against the table, too drunk to move. Matthew felt parched and dry-mouthed. Pulling his collar, he threw off his clothes, exposing his well-built upper body. Lifting his head, he saw Branson still fully dressed, his usually white jade-like face flushed like a ripe apple, his gaze misty like the spring rains in southern Evenan, making it hard to discern the emotions lurking in his eyes. But not a single hair was out of place. The demeanor of a noble gentleman was always present, even in drunkenness. Matthew suddenly laughed. Isn't it hot, Phil? Driven by alcohol, his voice had a slight, teasing tone. Even this didn't anger Branson. Other people got crazy when drunk, but drinking seemed to take away his temper. Closing his eyes for a moment, he softly said, Yes, it is pretty hot. Come and undress me. Matthew was slightly stunned, instinctively asking, Shall I call someone to assist? Branson seemed unable to understand. Aren't you a person? This sudden remark sounded almost like an insult. Maybe it really was an insult under the influence of alcohol. Matthew was momentarily stunned, then began to laugh silently. Wobbling unsteadily, he stood in front of Branson. All right, I'll assist Phil in changing. Chapter 301 Confusion 1. As the words faded, Matthew reached out to help Branson take off his outer robe and removed his hairpin, allowing his dark hair to cascade down like a waterfall. However, he did not remove the undergarment since Branson usually kept it on when sleeping. But this was not yet done. Branson quietly watched him, then pointed at his boots after a moment. The meaning was unmistakable. A moment later, Matthew slowly knelt down and helped him remove his shoes and socks. Having drunk far too much, the corners of Branson's eyes were flushed red, his eyes moist like glass. But today he gave orders to Matthew without any courtesy. He continued to command, Fetch water. I wish to bathe. The border region was not as convenient as Shangjing, where one could easily have a bath in the room. Water had to be boiled and carried from a distance, so few people went through such trouble. Only Edmund and his close confidants enjoyed such treatment back then. As an emperor, Branson naturally deserved better than Edmund. But ever since arriving at Lingyu Pass, he never mentioned it until now. Matthew held his forehead. All right, I'll get someone to prepare. Branson half closed his eyes, either mocking or almost asleep. Is this such a small matter that you can't do it yourself? Matthew sighed inwardly, pointing at his injuries. Phil, I am wounded. Even with medicine applied, his wounds looked shockingly severe. Yet, Branson ignored the other injuries and stared only at the bruise on his face. How did this happen? It wasn't there during the battle with Dwight. Matthew replied, I didn't watch where I was going, hit a tree. Branson nodded. He gently Ed, then said, it looks terrible. Worse than all your other injuries. Wounds could be categorized by appearance? Matthew asked subconsciously, what would look good then? Branson seemed to consider seriously for a moment. Symmetry would make it look good. Matthew froze as Branson traced his left cheek with his fingers, as if contemplating making another matching bruise. In the past, Matthew would have teased his way out of such a situation, but not today. Fortunately, Branson stood up abruptly. I'll go myself. Perhaps truly drunk, just moments ago he made Matthew take off his boots. Now he forgot he wasn't wearing any shoes, stepping barefoot on the cold ground with elegant toes. They had smashed all the empty wine jars onto the floor earlier. Matthew's brow twitched, and he quickly pushed Branson back. I'll go. Right away. Even Matthew walked unsteadily. Fetching water, heating it, and cleaning up the shards took nearly an hour. Thinking he finally got rid of the Lord, unexpectedly Branson insisted on using him again, saying soon after, come help me wipe my back. Previously, Branson always bathed alone, but ever since Matthew saw his scars, it seemed he no longer cared. The journey had somewhat sobered Matthew, but now heat surged through his body, as if burning fire roamed within. His body temperature was already higher than average, and now he felt desperate for coldness. Seeing Branson's repeated restlessness, a sudden irritation flared within him. He rose abruptly from his chair, went around the screen to grab a washcloth. But just as he turned the screen, Matthew froze. The young emperor lay slightly tilted against the bathtub. Steam enveloped him, giving his glass-like eyes a captivating luster, with a flush spreading to his ears. Intimate and tender, it felt as if time stopped. Branson saw Matthew standing motionless and lazily asked, Anselm, why aren't you coming? Matthew. Chapter 302 Confusion, 2. Just how poor was Branson's eyesight? How on earth did he resemble Irwin? Matthew instinctively lowered his head to examine himself, but Branson was already growing impatient and urged him again. Matthew shrugged. This room wasn't very big. In a few steps, he stood before Branson, looking down at him from above. Perhaps such scrutiny made Branson uncomfortable. His gaze landed on Matthew, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Yet in the next moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Rustle. The sound of water echoed as Branson stood up directly from the bathtub, droplets sliding down his collarbone. He reached out to pinch Matthew's face. Why have you suddenly become so thin? Then he nodded and said, but you look much more pleasing now. I've always told you to eat less. Every time you look like a pig being slaughtered. Such a situation truly took Matthew by surprise. His face darkened slightly. He pulled Branson's hand away from his face and replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. If Phil finds me displeasing, why not dismiss me and find someone more pleasant to serve you? Wouldn't that be better? Perhaps it was because he didn't expect to make my grand steward suffer. I'll make them pay. Matthew was momentarily stunned, but upon careful thought, he found it understandable. He had met Irwin. Frankly speaking, this person was selfish, greedy, vulgar, and held grudges. When serving Branson, he was always timid, caring only about eating and playing. Apart from those things, they hardly spoke. But Branson was always very lenient with Irwin. Or perhaps, he was lenient with those who had shared hardships with him. Unfortunately, one wrong step led to another. The beautiful power holder sat in his arms, while the affectionate one sat on the throne. How could this vast world always dampen one's ambitions and cool their passion? Matthew suddenly found it quite amusing. He said, no one has bothered me. I just remembered some old times, which made me feel uneasy. Branson softly, Ed. His tone rising, inviting inquiry. Matthew calmly continued, during those 3 years in Rome D, Phil worked hard. Those days in Rome D were never mentioned by Branson, Mia, or Irwin. Thus, when Matthew spoke these words, Branson immediately looked surprised and met his eyes. But soon, Branson closed his eyes slowly and whispered, it's all over now. Matthew calmly added, but I will not forget Phil's kindness to me. Thank you for never abandoning me. Yet Branson shook his head. Actually, I should thank you. If you and Mia had betrayed me, I might not have come back. Recognizing the identity of the person before him, Branson suddenly started coughing violently. His chest heaved. Favio. Chapter 303. Upside Down 1. When Favio's name was mentioned, the previously eased atmosphere turned tense once again. Matthew grabbed Branson's wrist. He slowly leaned down, his shadow casting a heavy presence as it loomed over in the flickering candlelight. The fierce tiger no longer hid its claws. A gleam of interest flashed in Matthew's eyes, even unnoticed by himself. Suddenly, he started to laugh silently. Branson still felt dizzy. He stared at Matthew for a while and then asked, why are you laughing? What a turn of events. Matthew said slowly, today, it's finally Phil's turn to guess what I'm thinking. Branson looked at him without speaking. After a pause, Matthew continued, turn around. Branson widened his eyes in disbelief. For a moment, he thought he was hearing things. What? Matthew waved the towel in his hand, shamelessly thick-skinned. Isn't this supposed to be a back rub? How can I do it if Phil doesn't turn around? Branson had so many words on his mind, but ended up saying nothing. After a brief silence, he turned around as if nothing had happened, resting his arm nonchalantly on the edge of the bathtub. He even closed his eyes. It seemed either from intoxication or sheer exhaustion. Indeed, Branson bore many injuries, some of which appeared grotesque under the dim light. Yet, this did not detract from his fine physique. With broad shoulders and a slim waist, and long legs that made him look cramped even in the relatively spacious bathtub, Matthew, holding the rough cloth, gently wiped down from Darnell's smooth neck, his gaze lingering there. It was undoubtedly a vulnerable yet dangerous spot. A little more pressure could feel the pulse beneath the skin. Or, he could easily snap Darnell's neck. Just how drunk was Branson to let such a vital point fall into his hands like this? Thinking this, his strength unconsciously increased. Sensing his breathing becoming difficult, Branson opened his eyes, noticing Matthew's hand, through the cloth, paused over his Adam's apple. Yet, he was neither surprised nor angry. He didn't speak, nor did he struggle. The only change was the abnormal redness on his cheeks, a sign of suffocation. He was using too much force. Matthew's heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing the gravity of his actions, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was a war hero feared by many, but killing was just a means to protect his country, not his goal. He wouldn't kill women or children, nor would he kill someone who didn't fight back. But in that fleeting moment, as his hand pressed through the rough cloth against Branson's throat, he felt an inexplicable thrill. What was he doing? What did he want? Was it the alcohol that brought out a long-hidden murderous intent? Or, watching Branson in the bathtub, seemingly submitting, almost inviting a fate, Matthew vaguely wondered if the submissive posture of a proud man could make him feel this surge of excitement. Conquerors are born with a desire to conquer, but each conquest is different. If it were any other time, fully sober, Matthew would have found countless ways to respond, at least change the subject to avoid awkwardness. But the excessive alcohol dulled both his body and thoughts. Matthew withdrew his hand as if scalded, bluntly apologizing. Phil, I was out of line. Chapter 304 Reversal, 2. As Matthew finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to turn deathly still. Branson lightly massaged his temples. In what way was Matthew rude? Was it disrespectful not to observe propriety? Or was it disrespectful to try to strangle him? None of this man's actions could be glossed over with just the word rude. If these words were really spoken by Anselm, it would be understandable. But coming from Matthew, they sounded less like an apology and more like a provocation, forcing Branson to admit his complete defeat. Two usually composed people getting drunk at the same time was truly disastrous. Even as the words left his mouth, Matthew faintly himself casually, stepping out of the tub wrapped in clothes, barefoot and dressed loosely. His eyes carried a reddish hue, damp black hair like dark silk cascaded down to his waist, and his collarbone faintly showed under the clothes. That shockingly beautiful face tainted the cold night with passion. The feeling of dry mouth became increasingly intense. Only now did Matthew have to admit. Actually, when he first met Branson as a child, he wasn't impressed by his talent nor competitive. He simply thought the young prince was very handsome. Even Prince Janning combined with all the other princes and princesses couldn't compare. Just looking at him was a feast for the eyes. He truly was an ordinary person. Branson, unaware of Matthew's thoughts, sat lazily by the bed, leaning against it and talking business with Matthew nonchalantly. Now that we've had wine, if you have something to say, might as well say it. What should he say? In this situation, what should he say? Despite having much on his mind, it was hard to express even one word. His gaze involuntarily fell on Branson's face, and heat rising to his head, Matthew blurted out, "You're done washing, but I haven't washed yet." Branson. Chapter 305, Drunkenness, 1. Matthew rarely acted like a naive newcomer. Branson could hardly hold back his laughter. Since Matthew was not in a hurry, neither was he. So he pointed to the water channel beside them that had not been used up and said, "Then you can wash?" Matthew had brought plenty of water. Enough for both of them. After a pause, Branson added, "The water might be a bit cold, though." He had delayed too long. "No problem, it's just right." Matthew felt unbearably hot all over, longing for cold water. He changed the water, quickly took off his clothes, and sank into the water that had almost cooled down, while Branson leaned against the bed, gazing at the vague silhouette behind the simple folding screen. Lost in a daze from the wine, he suddenly heard someone calling him, "Phil, Phil." A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Initially, Branson did not want to respond, but the caller's persistent insistence forced him to reluctantly reply, "What is it?" After a moment of silence, Matthew's voice came near, "Will Phil also help me scrub my back?" Branson froze for a moment. With half-closed eyelids, he chuckled softly, "Favio, you're really never at a loss. But I don't have the mood to play with you." Before he finished speaking, there was a splash, followed by Matthew's barely suppressed groan. Branson frowned slightly. He gripped his slightly cool fingers, thinking Matthew was only putting on an act, but still got up and walked around the screen. Seeing the situation clearly, Branson's pupils dilated. Matthew had quite a few new injuries, which hadn't fully healed. He had clumsily rubbed them, causing blood to flow freely, even floating in large patches in the bathtub, looking shocking. Branson grabbed his hand. "Favio, are you crazy? You have wounds and still dare to do this? Don't you care about your life?" His tone carried a hint of reprimand due to worry. Matthew just quietly looked at Branson without saying a word. Branson took a deep breath. "Come out, don't soak in the water anymore." But Matthew refused. "I still need to bathe." Branson wished he could slap Matthew hard to release his anger. Frowning, he said, "Get out, let me help you." Upon hearing this, Matthew finally obediently came out of the bathtub. He stood brazenly in front of Branson, his powerful physique striking even though he was injured, exuding an indescribable presence. Branson tried to ignore this palpable pressure, pointing at the wall ahead. "Support yourself against the wall with your arms and turn around." It takes courage to turn one's back on others, especially when one isn't wearing any clothes. It requires even more courage. Matthew stared at him for several breaths. Finally, he slowly complied. This made his physique even more apparent. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and the injuries gave him a heroic aura, absolutely making countless young Eileens blush and lose control. Branson found medicine and bandages in the room, then took a new towel, soaked it in warm water, and began wiping Matthew's body. Because he had to carefully avoid Matthew's wounds, it was particularly strenuous. However, Branson, who had served many princes and nobles during his time in Azar, was far better at this than Matthew. He managed to apply just the right pressure and successfully avoided both major and minor wounds on Matthew's body. Matthew felt Branson's hands, through the towel, gliding down from his shoulders. At first, he felt a bit uncomfortable, but soon the comfort became so overwhelming that he began to feel sleepy. With all his vital parts exposed to Branson's eyes, he nonchalantly let Branson do as he pleased. Chapter 306, Drunkenness, 2. It took over an hour to wipe his body and rebandage the wounds. Under the waves of intoxication, Branson barely managed to finish these tasks. Not to mention important matters, he didn't even feel like joking around anymore. By now, the night was deep, and everything around was quiet. With a wooden expression, he dragged Matthew onto the bed and said, "Go to sleep." Matthew wasn't sure if he had heard clearly or not. He stared at Branson with a smile, only giving a nonchalant response after a long while. Branson didn't want to tangle with a drunkard and turned off the lamp before climbing into bed. Silence fell over the room once again. But clearly, getting drunk did not make things easier for Matthew. On this small bed, he tossed and turned restlessly, making the not-so-quality bed creak non-stop, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Due to the close proximity, he occasionally bumped into Branson. Usually, they would dress neatly even after bathing in the same room. But today, both of them wore their clothes quite carelessly. Whenever Matthew touched Branson, it felt like fire was burning him, making it hard for him to breathe. Initially, Branson tried to endure it, pretending not to hear or feel anything, but eventually, he could no longer bear it. He abruptly sat up on the bed and said sternly, "Fabio, calm down." However, there was no response after he spoke. Branson was slightly stunned. He squinted his eyes and, through the sliver of moonlight coming from the window seam, examined the young man in red beside him. Despite continuously turning, Matthew had his eyes closed, breathing low and slow. He had actually fallen asleep. In the darkness, Branson stared at him for a long time before slowly lying back down, staring blankly at the ceiling. With too much alcohol in his system, his thoughts wandered easily, reminiscing about those past events buried in his memories. The first time he saw Matthew was in the royal school. The imperial family had a separate school where distinguished officials would teach the princes. To show care and respect for the officials, Darnell would also allow the sons of ministers to attend classes together. As the son of a great general, Matthew naturally joined in. At that time, everyone was still very young. The youngest were only 6 or 7 years old, and the oldest were merely 13 or 14. All of them intentionally tried to form connections, quickly bonding in small groups. They would sit together during lessons and chat or make plans to drink tea, play chess, and hunt together after class. Only Branson was an exception. He never actively approached others, and others wouldn't come near him either. Other princes looked down on him because of his mother's status. The minister's sons had received instructions from their families before entering the palace, knowing that the 7th prince and his mother had no backing and little chance of inheriting the throne, so they kept their distance from him. Although mutual interest played a role in human interactions, in the imperial court, more often it was about trading interests. No one wanted to bet on Branson. Branson didn't care. He was long used to the cold realities of life. Completely different from Branson was Matthew. He belonged to no faction but got along harmoniously with everyone. This person seemed to have endless energy. Matthew treated everyone equally. If you were polite to him, he would be even more polite in return. Even when facing a servant boy responsible for cleaning chamber pots, he would never treat him differently because of his low status. But if someone was rude to him, even a prince would find themselves in a difficult position because of Matthew's antics. Matthew rarely sought trouble, but he himself was a big problem. Anyone who got involved with him would likely become the center of attention. Chapter 307 Childhood, 1. Branson felt envy in his heart, but of course he also kept his distance from such troubles. In fact, after every class, he would leave as quickly as possible to avoid giving anyone a chance to bother him. Unfortunately, the palace was so vast and Achilles had so many sons and daughters that there were always times he could not avoid them. One day, due to Celia Kiera feeling disgruntled after being criticized by other concubines, she scrutinized Branson's studies with extra harshness. He was made to kneel outside in the courtyard for too long and struggled to walk properly the next day, unable to avoid encountering Carlos, Jethro. Jethro was only 5 this year and had not yet reached the age to attend classes, but because of his mother's distinguished family background and his young age, even Achilles did not hold him accountable for any irregularities. Thus, his personality was especially domineering and arrogant. At the slightest dissatisfaction, he would beat or scold eunuchs and maidservants around him. Whiplashes and caning were daily occurrences. Armand Thermore, according to the palace rules, and snatched the whip from Jethro's hand as easily as an eagle seizing a chicken. Chapter 308 Childhood, 2. Jethro had never been to school and thus had never met Matthew, but he was sharp-eyed enough to notice the jade pendant hanging from Matthew's waist. That was a piece of jade the buster cherished very much, and Jethro's mother was now close with the Celia. Children in the palace grew up rather quickly. Though Jethro was domineering, he would still size up whether someone could be bullied or not before making a move. Truly offending someone favored by the buster wouldn't be so amusing. Therefore, instead of lashing out immediately, he sized up Matthew for several seconds and then coldly remarked, "Have you eaten a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall? You dare to hit this prince?" No one had ever dared to touch even a hair on Jethro since childhood. The stinging pain in his forehead infuriated him, and although the other party had the support of the buster, he couldn't let this go easily. However, Matthew laughed and pointed upwards, saying, "Didn't hit you," aiming at birds. Then, he took out the slingshot from his chest and fired again and again. Indeed, a few flying birds fell as if on cue. His speed and accuracy were impressive enough to greatly astonish Jethro. Even though he was young, he knew how rare such skill was. Matthew raised his eyebrows somewhat proudly, showing no sign of regret for offending Jethro, almost teasing like he would a child. "How about that? Pretty cool, right? I'll teach you." Unexpectedly faced with such familiarity, Jethro instinctively nodded, nearly blurting out a yes, only to swallow it back forcefully. "But you just—" "I didn't hit you," Matthew said earnestly. "You're a prince yet so petty. Be careful no Eileens will like you in the future." This was the first time anyone dared call him petty. Jethro's little face turned red. Just as he was about to flare up, he heard Matthew say, "Don't you just want to ride a horse? It's so boring otherwise. Look, I'll take you to play something fun. All the eunuchs and maids brought by Jethro were less agile than Matthew alone. In an instant, Matthew grabbed him with one hand, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and sprinted. Although he wasn't tall, he was very lanky, taking long strides. Within 3 or 4 steps, they ran far away. He jumped over obstacles on the road without hesitation. Held tightly against his back, Jethro initially screamed due to the intense bouncing sensation, but later, whether from excitement or being frightened into silence, he began laughing loudly. Who would have thought someone would dare publicly kidnap a prince? All the eunuchs and maids stared in disbelief and hurriedly followed them in a tumultuous mess. Soon, only Branson was left there. Standing still, all he saw before his eyes was Matthew's smile as he glanced back at him. The next day was no different. Branson did not grow closer to Matthew because of his well-timed appearance and help, and he never got close to anyone in public. However, as he passed through the path leading to Kiera's palace, suddenly a shower of leaves dropped from the tree, each leaf hitting him directly. Branson pressed his lips together and, sure enough, saw Matthew grinning widely above. From such a height, Matthew jumped down in one fluid motion. Despite never having spoken privately in school, Matthew's demeanor and tone were like meeting an old friend. He put his arm around Branson's shoulder and teased, "Yesterday I told you to wait here for me. Why did you leave?" Chapter 309 Taste 1. Branson had never liked being this close to anyone. With a deadpan expression, he pulled Matthew's hand off his shoulder and said in the same unsmiling manner, "When did you say that?" Matthew yawned lazily. "I was clearly mouthing it to you back then." Branson's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to say, "I didn't see it," Matthew seemed completely indifferent to the matter, already changing the subject breezily. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I noticed the lotus pods near Du Pavilion are ripe now. This time of year they're perfect. We could go pick some. It's so hot these days, and the water will be refreshing." As he spoke, he reached out to grab it. A half-hearted contest isn't fun. Winning or losing isn't important. What matters is enjoying it. We could compete privately again. Loser peels lotus seeds for the winner. What do you think? Isn't it a good idea? Branson said expressionlessly, "Not really." But Matthew just grinned, dragging him along. "Your eyes lit up when you were eating the lotus seed just now. A real man doesn't play coy like Eileen. Let's go." Near Du Pavilion, there was a vast lake filled with blooming lotuses in summer. The small boat drifted on the river, carried by a breeze that brought fragrant coolness. The sound of trickling water filled their ears. Branson felt an unusual sense of comfort in the quiet night. He held a lantern in his hand. Matthew steered the boat. The flickering candlelight illuminated his black hair and red clothes, casting a bright glow on the youthful, lively face. His eyes sparkled in the night, brighter than the stars above. At this moment, Matthew truly seemed unaware of worries or power, fearless and carefree. He piled a bunch of lotus pods into the boat and turned to Branson with a smile. "I'm a little hungry. Could you peel a couple of lotus seeds for me?" Chapter 310. Taste 2. Branson pursed his lips. "We didn't say that the loser would do the peeling," meaning he hadn't lost. Matthew blinked and smiled. "But I didn't lose either, so naturally we have a new rule." "I'll row the mouth," Matthew kept mumbling. "Delicious, delicious, more please." Branson glanced at him and continued to peel more lotus seeds and stuff them into his mouth. Realizing Branson was trying to silence him, Matthew became even more talkative, joking non-stop with Branson despite receiving no response. From significant matters concerning the country to trivial things about ordinary people's lives, it seemed there was nothing Matthew didn't know about, and his witty and humorous way of speaking made him far better than those teachers who knew nothing but classical phrases. At first, Branson kept peeling lotus seeds to make him talk less, but gradually, he couldn't help stopping and listened attentively. This youth was indeed troublesome, but also very interesting. The stories he told might be something Branson could never see for himself. Growing up, Branson had never left this cold palace. He could only see the square sky above, and because of his awkward status as a prince, he didn't even have a true friend to chat with. Though he was still young, pretending to be indifferent, deep down he felt lonely and restless. In truth, he wanted friends very much. He yearned for freedom, for care. He always envied Matthew for having everything he couldn't reach. He also envied Matthew for possessing what he could only dream of. Leaning quietly against the boat, Branson wasn't looking at Matthew, yet through Matthew's descriptions, he saw the vast desert, the seasonal landscapes, and the magnificent rivers and mountains. Matthew slightly raised his eyes, gazing at Branson's face through the night breeze and moonlight. The youth's profile was fair like jade, with thick, jet-black eyelashes curling slightly. At this moment, a strong wind arose, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance. It flickered the candle flames and rippled the waves on the water. The boat rocked violently again, as if it might capsize at any moment. Branson's heart went up and down with the motion of the boat. He tried to appear calm, but his lips almost pressed into a straight line. At this moment, Matthew suddenly grabbed his hand. The youth raised an eyebrow and declared earnestly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. We won't fall." Chapter 311 Reality and Illusion 1. Branson lay in the dark with his eyes wide open, as if looking through years of separation, quietly observing the young man before him who was both fervent and sincere. In a fleeting moment long ago, he naively believed that they could perhaps return to the past. Not only could he stay with Claire, but he could also find an opportunity to reconcile with her Ivar. He thought he could be friends with Matthew again too. If he was willing to put in the effort, Claire could not refuse him. Neither could Matthew. The 3 years spent among the Rong Di tribe shattered his pride, but also taught him to speak the language of whoever he encountered. If he decided to court someone stood up for him at the risk of offending Jethro, how could he not stand up for Yael now? Any method used to eliminate Yael would likely sever any chance of reconciling with Matthew. Deep down, Branson always knew that even without their deliberate estrangement, their paths wouldn't last long together. Matthew's righteousness and sincerity were always potential threats to him. A slight smile touched Branson's lips, devoid of any warmth. After a moment, he slowly sat up from the bed. Without candlelight, the room was dimly lit. But with the faint moonlight seeping through the window slats, he turned his gaze toward the scimitar casually placed on the table. Then, almost as if driven by an unseen force, he got out of bed and picked up the weapon. At that very moment, the cold blade slid smoothly out, the chill gleam illuminating Branson's eyes. The haziness caused by intoxication had vanished, leaving behind deep, shadowy light in the darkness. It was a flash of unguarded malice, and a mix of blood and thorns. Chapter 3:12 Reality and Illusion 2. Tonight, for some indescribable reason that perhaps none of them fully understood, they all intentionally or unintentionally exposed their own vulnerabilities, giving each other numerous easy chances to kill one another. Like now, Branson slightly turned his head, the blade instinctively pointing at the sleeping youth. A shadowy glint flashed rapidly across his eyes. A wise ruler was bound by so many constraints. He must be diligent in governance, love his people, understand matters clearly, discern loyalty from treachery, and care about what the world thought. That was why he chose to be a tyrant. Only a tyrant could freely draw his sword and kill as he pleased. As long as Matthew was dead, Yael would not be much of a threat for the time being. No matter how formidable he was still too young. From the open hostility Yael displayed, it was clear he would not stoop to underhanded tactics or conceal his feelings. A hidden arrow is always harder to fend off than an open spear. How far could such a young man go, relying on nothing but zeal and no protector like Matthew? Branson curled his lips coldly and disdainfully. Not very far at all. As for the past between him and Matthew, and Claire's hatred, Branson hadn't had time to think further when Matthew, who had been facing away from him, suddenly turned over and opened his eyes. Instantly, a chill crawled up his back. The intent to kill came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, like someone caught in the act, causing Branson's hand holding the knife to tremble uncontrollably. What was he doing? How could he kill Matthew? How could he kill his sister-in-law's Ivar? How could he kill his friend? He had already missed once. Was he going to make the same mistake again? He pretended to be a cold-blooded madman. But loneliness never diminished, and neither did the thrill from bloodshed truly satisfy him. In the profound silence where even a pin drop could be heard, the scent of plum blossoms became ethereal, as if all worldly clamor had receded, leaving only the night and the gentle breeze accompanying him. His thoughts drifted back to the past involuntarily, back to those days when he was powerless yet had ambitions beyond his reach, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of so-called righteousness. Few people knew that compared to Celia Lee's endless weeping, Branson's pragmatic acceptance of his fate actually stirred a rare pang of guilt in Gerald towards his son. Half a month before departure, Gerald summoned Branson alone. This man, seated in high authority, looked down kindly at the kneeling youth and asked if he had any requests. Anything within reason would be granted. Although limited, during times when his rule was secure, Gerald wasn't stingy with doling out a bit of paternal affection to a sufficiently obedient son. Aware of the impending bullying and humiliation Branson would face, he offered some material compensation. Branson well understood that this promise from Gerald represented rare paternal love. At this moment, as long as his request wasn't too excessive, it would be granted. However, after a brief silence, Branson shook his head and said softly, "Your son goes to Azar both to serve the Empire loyally and to honor you, father. With your vast benevolence fulfilling my loyalty and filial piety, I am profoundly grateful and dare not ask for anything more." Chapter 3:13 Heartscraft 1. When Branson spoke these words, a trace of suspicion flashed across Achilles' eyes. Everyone was well aware of what it meant to be sent as a hostage to the Azar tribe. It meant endless bullying and humiliation. There was no way one could expect the same treatment as a prince, perhaps not even as much as a servant. If that were not the case, the court wouldn't have been in such an uproar over this matter all this time. Yet the youth before him sounded and looked utterly sincere, making it impossible for him to find any hint of falsehood. Even without finding any loophole, Achilles felt a hint of vigilance creeping into his heart. He was but an average monarch and had never liked it when his son schemed too deeply. "You bear no grudge against your emperor?" His gaze became murky, and his tone carried a subtle probing quality. However, Branson seemed entirely oblivious to the sudden suspicion that arose in Darnell's mind. He lifted his face slightly, allowing this high and mighty man to see clearly how pale and haggard he was. Resentment does exist, naturally. However, Father Cash is the sovereign ruler, toiling tirelessly day and attendance by your side. A few have recommended several candidates to me, and I think Karl's son is quite suitable. That boy is skilled in both literature and martial arts and is always clever. I also think highly of him. Though Achilles appeared very lenient and doting towards Matthew on the surface, he was naturally suspicious, harboring suspicions even towards his own flesh and blood, let alone Matthew, an outsider who received widespread admiration at such a young age. The same words spoken by Matthew seemed different from others. As an emperor, Achilles couldn't tolerate anyone threatening the status of the royal family. It was just because Matthew was still young and hadn't made any significant mistakes that he hadn't acted yet. Now was a good opportunity to eliminate potential threats. Achilles had already sacrificed his own son. How could a mere minister like Karl possibly make any special demands? This doesn't seem appropriate to your subject. Dark, thick eyelashes drooped as the young man bowed his head, his voice clear and calm. Firstly, Matthew and I are different. As a prince, it is my duty to serve the great Zhou and Father Cash loyally until death. Besides, I still have elder Ivars to fulfill filial duties for you upon my departure to the Azar. However, Karl only has Matthew. Sending him away might tarnish your merciful reputation and estrange the ministers from you. Secondly, Karl holds heavy military power and enjoys great prestige in the army. Letting the Azar control his son might be detrimental to the security of our country. Words don't need to be many. What matters most is hitting the right point. The smile vanished from Achilles' face. Chapter 3:14 Heartscraft 2. For Achilles, what mattered most were always his imperial throne, his realm, and his reputation. Achilles stared at Branson for a long time before slowly saying, "Since you're going together, it's only right to ask for your opinion. Who do you think would be more suitable?" But this time, Branson did not reply immediately. He pressed his lips together and whispered, "This subject dares not say." Achilles frowned and said, "Speak your mind without hesitation. You are my Cash's son, and I will not blame you." Hearing this, Branson whispered, "This subject wishes for Lord Ryder of the Ian's family to go along." Hardly had the words left Branson's mouth when there was a bang, and a flying teacup landed on his head. Achilles said coldly, "You truly have great courage. Ryder is the Celia's own nephew, thus also my Cash's own nephew." Moments ago, he had spoken of remorse and being unable to bear it, but in the next moment, the teacup fell mercilessly on his head. So indifferent and cruel. Blood trickled down his cheeks, yet Branson laughed silently. His lowered brows and slender shoulders slightly trembled. From Achilles' perspective, it looked as if he were shedding tears. Branson inherited Sheridan's exceptional beauty and possessed even more stunning elegance that surpassed her. This situation was indeed pitiful, serving as his ultimate weapon to deceive and make enemies lower their guard. Achilles thought he had frightened him and, thinking it was still a child, his own son, his tone softened somewhat. "I thought you were mature, so why are you acting childish again? Ryder is several years older than you. Although he has attended school, I've never heard of any close friendship between you two. Why do you want him to go with you? Tell me truthfully." As he spoke, Achilles' tone grew stern once more. "I may care for you, but don't entertain any inappropriate thoughts and betray my trust." After reigning for many years, even though he was mediocre in talent, Achilles naturally exuded an air of authority. When Achilles finished speaking, the atmosphere in the imperial study froze. After a long silence, Branson finally said, "This subject has an introverted nature, not as warm and generous as my other Evars, lacking outstanding talents, and has never left the palace. This departure makes me uneasy. The Ian is the Celia's father and the grandfather of the Buster, having been consistently loyal to Father Cash, leading by example. Third Master Pei is gentle, polite, talented, frequently praised by tutors as a pillar of the state, a future leader whom everyone should emulate." Flowing from his forehead, he bowed low to touch the ground with his forehead, bowing to Achilles. "This subject is incompetent and truly lacks profound opinions. Please instruct this subject, and I shall follow all of Father Cash's commands." An extremely submissive posture. Chapter 315, Scheme 1. At this point, no matter what Achilles asked next, Branson only responded with deference and did not say more. Even when Achilles insisted on questioning him, he only replied, "I hope that before I leave, Father Cash allows me to serve you by your side to fulfill my filial piety. Besides this, I have no other requests." After saying this, he knelt for a long time without rising. It is always best to stop at the right moment. Achilles was naturally suspicious. He would be wary of Karl, and similarly cautious of the influential Guoqing Duke's mansion supported by the Celia and the Buster. For someone like Achilles, once a seed of suspicion is planted, it will take root and sprout even if left alone. Though Branson bore the title of prince, he was actually powerless and almost neglected by Achilles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen to go as a hostage to his czar. No matter how much his words might serve as reference, the final decision would still lie with Achilles himself. The more he spoke, the greater the suspicion it would arouse, making matters worse. It was better to. The blood from his head had not yet completely stopped flowing. Looking down at the shattered teacup on the ground, Branson remained unusually calm despite the dizziness caused by blood loss. Of course, he wanted much, but he couldn't mention anything. To do so would mean settling accounts. Achilles was, after all, Darnell. Even if his sense of guilt was cheap, as long as it existed, Achilles would offer more than Branson could actively ask for. The emperor gazed down at the kneeling young man for a long time before faintly saying, "Your intentions are clear to me. You're about to leave for Azar, so serving isn't necessary. Go rest now." The issue of the accompanying personnel once again stirred up a storm in the court. Some made righteous speeches, caring only for others' interests. Others were willing to sacrifice everything, including their own sons, to please Achilles. But all this was now irrelevant to Branson. He had done everything within his power. The rest was Achilles' concern. Since his private meeting with Achilles, Branson had stayed in his room, copying scriptures daily to pray for Darnell's blessings, more diligently than ever before. Even when Kiera criticized him behind his back for being timid and unwilling to fight for himself, focusing only on unseen efforts, Branson paid no heed. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. The palace was not big enough to hold any secrets. Besides, feeling a bone-chilling cold rise up his spine. Chapter 316, Plot 2. For a moment, Ryder stood rooted to the spot like a statue. But when he rubbed his eyes and looked again, Branson had already stepped forward and grabbed his hand. The young man's smile was nervous yet elated, full of admiration and reverence. Third young Master Pei. Seeing this, Ryder secretly let out a sigh of relief, thinking that his lack of sleep over the past few days had caused hallucinations. But he couldn't bring himself to smile at all. He glanced down at Branson's hand holding his as if it were something filthy. He, a noble from a distinguished family, was actually being grouped with the son of a dancer. A great humiliation. Noticing Ryder's gaze, Branson hesitantly released his hand. His long, thick lashes fell, and the last hint of coldness in his eyes dissipated like smoke. Ryder turned around and boarded the carriage with a wooden expression. Branson stood behind him, watching his back for a moment before following him in. It wasn't time for the dagger to be revealed yet. He could endure. Before leaving the city, Ryder barely suppressed his anger. But once outside the city walls, his true colors showed. Now alone in the carriage, he grabbed Branson by the collar, his eyes flashing with unprecedented ferocity. "You dared to scheme against me?" Gerald said that Branson admired him. Clearly, Gerald intended to push Matthew forward, but because of Branson's words of admiration, the final choice became him. But how could Branson possibly admire him? Branson wasn't surprised that Gerald would reveal this matter. His suggestion provided a perfect excuse for Gerald. The Anatole sacrificed himself for the country, and Gerald, as a wise ruler and loving father, how could he not fulfill his son's only request? Branson silently watched Ryder's face twist with rage, his own smile completely gone. He didn't deny it but asked, why wouldn't I dare? Everyone knows what fate awaits me in Azar. I've been enduring all this, just trying to stay safe. But you insist on sending me to my death without allowing me even a sacrificial pawn? Ryder was taken aback by Branson's frank confession. Through gritted teeth, he said, why me? Back then, it wasn't just me who made things difficult for you. Indeed, due to his pride and status, he never personally acted against Branson, only hinting to others. Branson looked straight into his eyes and slowly said, because someone told me that if I could take you along, they would find a way to bring me back to Shangjing City later. Bang! Ryder's eyes turned sharp, and he punched Branson in the face. Trying to sow discord? Do you think I'd believe that? If it were true, why would you say it? Branson hadn't spoken when the noise outside the carriage alerted the guards escorting him. Your Highness, are you all right? Their voices were filled with concern. With the entire court in an uproar to select a suitable candidate, any mishap before Branson reached Azar would mean serious consequences for everyone involved. Ryder's dark gaze fell on Branson. After a brief silence, Branson replied, I'm fine. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he softly said, telling you is naturally to reduce my suffering. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I won't deny that I hate you, but I want to survive more. You're several years older than me, stronger and more strategic, with the backing of the Duke of Pacifying Nations Mansion. Otherwise, what benefit would there be for me to drag you along? Would you protect me in danger? Or do you think the Azar punches aren't hard enough? Need you add yours too? Chapter 317, Friend or Foe 1. This was also a question that Ryder had been pondering over for a long time. Yet, he still did not release Branson. He stared into the eyes of the young man and asked in deliberate tones, who is it? Branson replied, would you believe me if I told you? Ryder retorted, that's my problem then. After a brief silence, Branson said, it was a young eunuch close to Tony who came to pass on a message. Ryder looked at him expressionlessly. No letter? Unable to hold back, Branson chuckled. If I were in your shoes, Master Pei, would you leave evidence in matters like this? Ryder inquired, then why did you trust him? Hearing this, Branson laughed again, but there was a heart-wrenching despair in the youth's eyes. He softly said, did you give me any choice? Whether it's true or false, at least they were willing to make me a promise. A drowning person. What else would they cling to besides straw? In fact, pausing for a moment, Branson continued, if you had approached me first, I would have listened to you. Unfortunately, His Highness the Buster and Master Pei of noble lineage have always looked down on me, the son of a dancer. The innocent facade of the young man, coupled with words that were 9/10 truth and 1/10 falsehood, truly made it difficult to discern the reality. After a long silence, Ryder finally released his grip on Branson's collar. As angry as he was, with things having reached this point, Ryder could not help but consider the future. He coldly said, don't think that because you are a prince, you can issue orders to me. I am the Buster's cousin. When we're alone, if I tell you to kneel, you will not stand. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to momentarily stagnate. Ryder immediately thought Branson would refuse. His brows knitted. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, the boy's flat voice sounded in his ears. Bowing his head submissively, Branson clearly and calmly replied, all right. Branson endured for a full 3 years. Thanks to the prestige of the Zhangguagong house and Ryder's tactful handling before the Azar royal court, he not only did not die in Azar, but also lived much better than Branson. Although the Azar people were mostly short-tempered, Ryder inevitably had to put on a smile and endure their ill temper. At least his food wasn't rotten, and he didn't have to sleep in a sheep pen during the bitter winter. Still, even the ever-pampered Ryder found life unbearable. Unable to wield his sword against the fierce Azar, he deliberately set traps for Branson, seemingly deriving a nearly pathological satisfaction from making the prince suffer more than himself. However, what even Ryder hadn't anticipated was that in the face of repeated ridicule, attacks, and treachery, Branson actually took everything with perfect humility and repaid grievances with kindness. This quiet young man who rarely spoke bore all hardships patiently, shielding Ryder from dangers seen and unseen. Even when Ryder fell ill, Branson would kneel to beg for medicine. By now, Ryder's wariness and caution toward Branson gradually faded. He finally began to believe that Branson could be of use to him. Ever since arriving in Azar, Ryder wrote letters almost every day, urging the Zhangguagong house to find a way to bring him back to Shangjing. Later, he included Branson in these letters. In the third year, Dazhou sent envoys to propose exchanging treasure and beautiful women for the return of Anatole and Ryder. In exchange for repeatedly assisting Dwight in eliminating rivals, the Adiel, now at the peak of his power, personally pleaded with the king. Ultimately, the Azar royal court did not oppose it. Chapter 318 Friend or Foe 2. Because Ryder was eager to return home, they did not take the main road they came on but chose a small path instead. Ryder, who had been away from the Great Zhou for many years, did not know that in recent months, the city of Nathaniel near this road had suffered a disaster, with corpses everywhere, causing the people to flee for survival. Their group encountered a large group of famished refugees midway along their journey. These refugees chose the rugged mountainside and carried out a well-organized robbery. In the conflict, Ryder and Branson's carriage were inadvertently separated from the others. No one knew what happened during the half-hour Branson and Ryder were separated from the group. But when everyone urgently found them, they were almost stunned by the scene before them. Branson was gagged and tied to a tree, and Ryder's wide-eyed head lay on the ground, while his flesh-strewn bones floated in a boiling iron pot. The once haughty third son of the Zhangguagong residents had actually been devoured by the refugees. Ryder's terrified face flashed before Branson's eyes. He curled his lips in ridicule. The most foolish thing about this person was overestimating himself and underestimating him. The other party actually believed that a little favor could make him forget past grievances and continue serving him loyally. But in fact, all his gentleness and forbearance were like sugar-coated arsenic. The image he presented was just what he wanted the other party to see. In front of Achilles, he was the considerate son. Before Martha, the caring husband. Before Fatima, the obedient tool. And before his other Evars, the helpful ally. Even facing Mia and Anselm, he had to remain calm in emergencies. Mia would still be fine, but if he panicked first, Anselm would only panic more. He had long become a blade devoid of human emotions. But Branson silently watched the young man lying on the bed, feeling inexplicably hollow and lost. It seemed that only in front of this person, he remained true to himself, able to feel anger, resentment, and an unreasonable urge to grab his collar for a fight. To become childish. Like now, having no clear thought, why was he waving the saber around? Branson instinctively wanted to hide the saber, but Matthew didn't look at him at all. The young man soon closed his eyes again, murmuring, "Phil? Branson?" His clear voice was slightly hoarse due to intoxication. After a moment of silence, Branson took a deep breath. He put the saber back on the table, asking calmly, "What?" After some time, Matthew spoke again. He mumbled, "Thirsty." Although it was just one word, its meaning was obvious. He wanted Branson to get him water. Branson was momentarily stunned and nearly laughed out loud in frustration. "Favio, are you really treating me as a servant?" He said he would serve Matthew. Yet Matthew only pretended to rub his back a couple of times, while he was busy attending to him non-stop. Now, in the middle of the night, he was even asked to bring tea and water. However, despite his words, Branson glanced at the teapot and cup on the desk and poured a cup for Matthew, bringing it to his mouth. But Matthew didn't drink much of it. Most of the water dribbled down his chin onto his neck. This state clearly wasn't normal. Branson was startled. His gaze fell on the young man's flushed face, instinctively reaching out to touch Matthew's forehead. As expected, it was scorching hot. No wonder he felt particularly warm beside him earlier. Matthew was not made of iron after all. After days of exhausting efforts and travel, with so many injuries on his body, without proper care, adding strong alcohol and cold water into the mix, how could anyone endure this? It was abnormal for him not to have a fever, and such a high fever, if left untreated, might result in severe consequences. Matthew's long dark lashes flickered. Branson lowered his gaze, staring at Matthew for a long time before declaring from above, "Favio, I no longer owe you anything." Chapter 319. Sincerity, 1. After walking for a while, Yael suddenly stopped. Dwayne was following closely behind him and nearly bumped into him when he wasn't paying attention. Yael frowned slightly. "If you have something to say, just say it." Since last night, Dwayne had stayed by his side without a single step away. He even insisted on sleeping in the same room. No matter how openly or subtly Yael hinted, Dwayne stubbornly refused to leave. Feeling the faint impatience from Yael, Dwayne awkwardly touched his nose. Looking at Yael, he said softly, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to be your disciple and learn martial arts from you." After a moment of silence, Yael replied, "Do you think I would believe that?" He may not talk much, but he's no fool. Dwayne pursed his lips almost into a straight line. Throwing up his hands, he said bluntly, "If you can figure it out, why ask me? Of course, I'm worried about you." Yael didn't refute this answer. He stopped walking and leaned against a tree behind him with folded arms, expressionless. "Are you worried that I might fight Darnell? Or are you worried I might run away?" Ever since meeting Branson, it seemed like he immediately became bristled. It wasn't intentional, but anyone who tried to get close ended up hurt. Dwayne sighed inwardly. In truth, he had always tried to say something to comfort Yael, but he knew deep down that any words of comfort were futile and might even provoke him. He was nowhere near as eloquent as Jaden and Draper, so he kept quiet. The reason he stayed close was not only because he feared Yael might seek out Branson, but also because he worried about Branson causing trouble for Yael. A man who had borne the title of Tyrant for years couldn't be underestimated, no matter how generous or approachable he appeared. Especially not with Yael's obvious hatred and such demands. Suddenly recalling yesterday, Dwayne lowered his eyes slightly, his gaze flickering involuntarily. What he hadn't told Yael was that Matthew had already informed him of their bet. What? Upon hearing Matthew's words, Dwayne stared in disbelief. How could this be? Why did you go along with Henrik's antics? With Imran's personality, how could he agree to such a demand? He's an emperor. Are you confident? Leaning against the wall, Matthew smiled lightly, gazing at the dark night sky. "I'm not," Dwayne exclaimed, helplessly. "Then why did you agree so readily? I thought you at least had some confidence." "I couldn't refuse," Matthew whispered softly. "Because I know this is all he truly wants. From the start, what he wanted wasn't fame, wealth, or power. He doesn't want to blame it all on being misled, nor does he want to let General Gavriel take the fall alone. He wants Darnell to give Eustace a fair judgment. After all, he is the ultimate decision-maker. If he says no, even if Gavriel schemes endlessly, the Melvin family still has a glimmer of hope. Anyone else can feign ignorance, but no one has the right to ask the victims to do the same." Chapter 320. Sincerity, 2. After a moment of silence, Matthew looked at Dwayne and sighed softly. "Bronson is not Delaware. I've already wronged the Melvin family. I cannot help him take revenge, nor can I let him take revenge on his own. But I can't let him come here full of righteous indignation only to leave all alone." Dwayne vaguely understood the hidden meaning in Matthew's words. His heart suddenly sank. "General, if Imran refuses, will you really leave with Bronson?" Matthew replied as if it were self-evident. "Of course. I, Favio, am a man who stands by my word. Even if my head is cut off or blood flows, what I say must be honored." Dwayne hadn't expected that after fighting side by side just moments ago, they would now part ways. Matthew was truly too carefree. It seemed as if he treated grudges and love with such ease. Dwayne stammered, but lean you pass." Matthew laughed lightly. Autry, this world doesn't rely on any single person. You've seen Imran's capabilities. He can easily assume the role of commander-in-chief. Besides, both his Czar commanders haven't met good ends, and their troops' morale has been severely hit. If I stayed here, it might end up like the saying two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. At first, Dwayne found Matthew's words reasonable, but he shook his head at the last sentence. General, I don't agree. If you and Imran are like two tigers that can't coexist, why would he personally seek you out, knowing it's nearly a death mission? You're so clever. Yet how can you not see this? As my young master says, those involved often can't see clearly. Matthew was taken aback for a moment. Dwayne looked at him seriously. General, hypothetically, if Imran agreed to Bronson's request, what would you do? However, Matthew remained silent for a while and did not answer Dwayne's question. He only reached out to pat Dwayne on the shoulder before turning around and striding away. Dwayne came back to his senses under Yael's unmasked scrutiny. He dared not meet Yael's eyes, filled with anger and mockery, and could only lower his gaze. Bronson, my young master told me that being too rigid makes things easy to break. I really fear that you'll hurt yourself. Hearing this, Yael couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, he said slowly, if anyone else told me this, I'd think they were hypocritical, but I know you were sincere. Dwayne was stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but then he heard Yael continue. When I was young, even my father always worried that I would offend others and never let me receive guests, which is why no one in Xinjiang City had ever met me. Yet you treated me rudely, but never held it against me. I have noticed all these things. Thank you for your concern. If it were in the past, I would have been willing to be friends with you, but now? Yael paused, then continued, you should stay away from me. That way, no matter what happens between me and that dog emperor, you won't be implicated. Ever since they met, Yael had always been sharp-tongued and unforgiving, never speaking so gently, but his face remained cold and stern, like frost. Chapter 321 Bet 1. At this moment, what was Yael thinking? Dwayne's eyes flickered. He pursed his lips slightly and said seriously, Henrik, if you really think so, you should not push me away. Do I look like someone who fears being implicated? Yael shook his head. Whether you fear being implicated is one thing. Whether I will implicate you is another. I cannot blame Junior's choice, but I also can't make the same choice as him. I cannot kneel before a Huanjun and let him treat me like clay to be molded at will. I can't convince myself that everything today is all caused by Gavriel and has nothing to do with that Huanjun. Every time I see him, I wish I could kill him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recklessly shot that arrow earlier. Though Yael's tone was calm, Dwayne felt an icy chill run through his body upon hearing these words. Yael looked up at the sky. It's all because I, as an older Ivar, am incapable. I ran away on my own, unable to protect Junior or Carly, letting them suffer so much humiliation. Autry, please tell Junior for me that from now on, he should sever ties with me and act as if he never had such an elder Ivar. Upon hearing this, Dwayne could no longer hold back. Henrik, but your agreement with the Alexei? Mentioning this, Yael couldn't help but frown slightly. He wasn't surprised that Dwayne knew about it, but his lips curled without any trace of a smile. Do you really believe he can achieve it? Before Dwayne could reply, they suddenly heard a voice that was neither quite a laugh nor quite serious. If you truly hate me this much, why don't you say it to my face? Would my fate be doomed just because of your resentment? Or are you only brave enough to rely on the old friendship with Fabio, hiding behind him, asking him to protect you and give you justice? These words pierced deep into Yael's heart, making his face change instantly. Dwayne felt a sudden lurch in his heart. Without thinking, he grabbed Yael's hand and pulled him behind himself. Phil, you promised me that you would not blame Henrik. As soon as he spoke, the sound of galloping hooves could be heard. A black-clad youth sat atop a horse, looking down at them with a smile. Relax, cousin. Many people curse me as a Huanjun and want to kill me. An arrow won't bother me. But still... Harry paused here, leaving the rest unsaid. In one swift motion, he jumped off the horse and glanced at Yael. Guess what? If you looked even more viciously, could you directly kill me? Dwayne felt like he was going mad. He wanted to say something, but how could he match Yael's strength? With a casual pull, they swapped positions. Yael said sternly, Autry, this has nothing to do with you. Leave. How can it not concern me? Dwayne knew that if there was no conflict yet, things were fine, but once it escalated, his skills wouldn't stop either party. So he closed his eyes, hardened his heart, and spread his arms between Harry and Yael, shouting loudly, if you two want to fight, step over me first. Harry couldn't hold back his laughter. He placed a hand on Dwayne's shoulder and said gently, no need to be so tense. I just want to chat with him. With that, he signaled to the side. Two guards immediately stepped forward and forcefully moved Dwayne aside. Chapter 322 Bet 2. Suddenly, the wind picked up, tousling the upright black hair. Yet Darnell's figure remained as steadfast as a pine or cypress. Even after days of relentless travel and despite his exhaustion and worries, Branson exuded an air of nonchalant ease. He might experience fear, anxiety, and dread, but most of the time, he could hide these negative emotions very well. Dwight was indeed a despicable creature, but some of his theories were ones Branson highly agreed with, such as, better to be feared than to be bullied. Moments later, Branson slowly stepped forward and came before Yael. Yael did not retreat a single step, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Is Phil here to cut off all roots? Branson chuckled softly. If I wanted to cut off all roots, I wouldn't have spared Kingston and Ashland back then. Pausing there, he slightly turned his head, his voice gentle yet laced with cruelty. Yael, honestly, I don't care what you've told Fabio because in the end, he has nothing to do with this matter. You and I are the true parties involved. You think I'm responsible, and I cannot stand aside. You hate me so much that your teeth grind, and your anger is irreconcilable. Very well, now I stand before you. You don't need to shoot any more cold arrows. If you have grievances or debts, repay them now, as long as you really have the ability. Finished speaking, Branson reached out his hand affectionately, as if to place it on Yael's shoulder. Yael's eyes hardened. He immediately grabbed for Branson's wrist, but Branson deftly twisted his wrist away, still trying to touch his shoulder. Yael sidestepped and blocked Branson's arm, saying coldly, "What exactly are you trying to do?" In an instant, the two exchanged several moves. Smiling, Branson said, "I know you're strong, but deciding victories on the battlefield isn't just about strength. Not to mention the consequences of attempting to assassinate Darnell. Even without those consequences, do you really think you can succeed easily if I don't want you to? You call me a corrupt ruler, but I ascended this position not relying on anyone. Comparing skills and martial arts, you may not be stronger than me. In terms of power, I am the son of heaven. Even in winning hearts, what chances do you have? To kill me? What makes you think you can?" Blood surged in his mouth, and Yael's gaze was sharp like a blade. Yet he said nothing. He wasn't an ignorant fool. He understood that what Branson said was indeed true. If anything happened to Darnell now, internal strife would break out even before external troubles were resolved. Royal machinations. But the common people would suffer. And even if Branson weren't Darnell, killing him wouldn't be easy. But I am willing to give you a chance. Seeing Yael silent, Branson continued slowly, "I will compete with you. If you win, I will address all your concerns and worries." At this, he looked directly into Yael's eyes and said clearly, "Not only will I clear your father and Ivor's names and ensure your sister-in-law's safety, but I will also issue an imperial self-censure and take my own life to atone for their deaths. Of course, if you feel this is not enough, you can do it yourself. Would this satisfy you?" Yael was utterly stunned. He instinctively stopped moving, almost unable to believe his ears. "Do you expect me to believe your lies? An empty promise carries no weight. We'll set it down in writing." Branson took another step forward. He glanced sideways at Dwayne beside him. "And you know Longning's identity. Since you trust him, let him be our witness." After a moment of silence, Yael asked, "What are the conditions?" He wasn't naive enough to think this wouldn't come at a cost. Branson curled his lips. "Simple. If you lose, from now on, you will obediently curb your rebellious temper and acknowledge me as your lord." The Emperor's voice dripped with mockery and disdain. "Are you daring enough, or not?" Chapter 323 Persuasion 1. After a moment of silence, Yael slowly said, "What do you want to compete in?" Branson smiled and said, "The competition and the rules are all up to you, so that you can't say I bullied you later." Yael, "Really?" Branson said, "A word from Darnell cannot be taken lightly." "Did you say that yourself?" Yael looked at him and sneered coldly. "All right, I'll compete with you. We will sign an agreement and have Dwayne as our witness." But as easily as they spoke about it, Dwayne was utterly shocked on the side. He shouted loudly, "You haven't asked my opinion yet. I absolutely will not be this witness for you two. You mustn't compete." If anything happened to either Branson or Yael, he couldn't take the responsibility. Yael frowned. Branson said, "I will talk to him." The guards withdrew far away. In the dead silence where even the sound of a needle falling could be heard, Dwayne came back to his senses. He shook his head vigorously. "No, I won't agree. I can't do it." Branson chuckled. After a while, looking at the frightened face of the youth before him, he said earnestly, "No, you can definitely do it. You can even convince Jeffrey. How could a mere witness be too hard for you? How can this be the same? How can this possibly be the same?" Under Branson's smiling gaze, Dwayne was nearly collapsing. "Phil, this is gambling with your life. It's clear we don't need to go this way. There are still other better solutions. We can slowly persuade Henrik. You know in your heart, maybe Henrik hates you, but he won't kill you for the sake of the people. Why do you have to choose this life and death way?" His lips were almost pressed into a line. "Henrik's abilities, you've seen them. How do you know you will surely win? What if you lose? Do you really intend to commit suicide? I don't want anything to happen to you, but I can't break my promise to Henrik either." "I never said I would make you break your promise," Branson said calmly. "Besides, if you can't even do this, Yael wouldn't trust you either. Rest assured, if I really lose, I will keep my word and won't let you down." Dwayne bit his lower lip tightly, staring at Branson with eyes wide open in disbelief. Everyone says the man before him is a tyrant. He once thought so too. In fact, apart from the time when Claire was poisoned, he almost never faced Branson's brutality directly. Since coming to Shangjing with Jaden, Branson has mostly treated him politely, and even went against Jeffrey for him. He is just Jaden's book boy, a wandering grandson for many years who was dispensable to Jeffrey. Now, although Jeffrey indeed seems to love him very much, Dwayne knows deep down that this love also depends on seeing his value. He has to stand out. Otherwise, how can he compete with so many Evars? He has many blood relatives, but these people treat him far less closely than Jaden and Draper. They might wish he were dead after knowing his identity. To him, these people are not Evars, but mortal enemies. By comparison, Dwayne feels that Branson, this so-called tyrant, is more like his elder Evar. Branson indeed wronged the Melvin family, Yarel, and Kingston, which is beyond question. But thinking carefully, the other party has never wronged him. Under Branson's unusually calm gaze, Dwayne slowly knelt down. He said softly, "Phil, perhaps I have no position to say some things to you, but today I still want to say them." Chapter 324 Persuasion 2. Up to this point, Dwayne paused for a moment before continuing. "First of all, I must thank you for standing up for me in front of the late King of Tyson, and thank you for rescuing me on the battlefield without caring about the danger." The topic turned abruptly, and Branson was slightly taken aback. He then said nonchalantly, "Don't mention it, it's not a big deal." Dwayne shook his head and said, "Phil can take it lightly, but I cannot. Keeping me in the King of Tyson's palace is clearly beneficial for you, yet you chose to support me instead of thinking how to exploit me. All of these actions have been noticed by me, Phil. I don't think you're like the rumors outside. You're indeed a very genuine person. Just as I mentioned earlier, although I do admire Bronson, I also don't want anything bad happening to you. About the Melvin family matter, Dwayne bit his lower lip tightly. You are somewhat at fault. Why can't you just make a little compromise? Fearful that Branson might be angry, he quickly added, Phil, even though I've never said it out loud, I truly feel that you are more like my elder Ivar than those half Ivars of mine. If I had a Ivar like you when I was a kid, I would probably dream happily every night. Everything I say comes from my heart. These were heartfelt words. Apart from Jaden and Draper, nobody had ever stood up for him like Branson did. Even with his mood being less than perfect, Branson couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw the serious expression on Dwayne's face. He bent down and helped Dwayne up. Autry, both you and Favio believe I'm at fault, but you should remember that I am Darnell after all. Even if I admit my mistake, it won't be under pressure, or let Yael overrule me. Dwayne was stunned. A gentle breeze carried the refreshing scent of flowers. Branson lifted his gaze toward the sky and whispered, You ask me why I won't take a step back? Let me tell you clearly, it's far beyond just taking a step back that could resolve this issue. Not only does Favio know what Yael really wants, so do I. Even if I haven't heard their private conversation, I can guess almost accurately. Upon hearing these words from Branson, Dwayne felt surprisingly justified despite being shocked. His lips quivered. Although there were thousands of things he wanted to say, he simply couldn't open his mouth, and the words too clever to live long flashed repeatedly in his mind. The sound of Branson's voice became ethereal. I keep asking myself, why do I fight for survival with all my might? Why do I strive so hard to sit on this throne? Is it just to be restrained everywhere, allowing others to tell me what I cannot do? Takashi's voice was full of coldness. In my whole life, what I hate most is being constrained, being ordered around. Dwayne stammered. But what if you lose? Phil, this is not something trivial. It may really result in loss of life. Branson laughed again. Looking into Dwayne's eyes, he said lazily, Autry, I know you think I'm crazy. To be honest, I don't want to die either. But if I can't live a carefree life, what's the point of an eternal reign? If I can't be carefree, he emphasized each word, what's the point of 1,000 generations? Dwayne. Chapter 325, Contest, 1. Realizing that Branson was not joking, Dwayne suddenly widened his eyes. Instinctively taking 2 steps back, he first blankly nodded, and then shook his head vigorously. Even if Imran really wants to have a contest, at least consult with Enzo first. I think he would be a more suitable witness than me. There was one thing Dwayne did not say. He believed that Matthew still had a good chance of persuading Branson. Favio? Catching a falling leaf, Branson faintly smiled without any mirth. Do you think he will agree? Dwayne froze for a moment, then bitterly replied, If the Alexei disagrees, can we not go ahead? Phil, this is the defiance of Jaden and the unruliness of Draper. He would never submit entirely to power. Of course, he would heed Darnell's words, but he would not listen without limits. The Son of Heaven indeed held the power over life and death, ultimately through torture and execution. Fear arose from having desires. If he clenched his teeth and endured, if he had no desires and fears, what could they do to him? Yet he could not refuse a request from his elder Ivar. Just like how he knew the dangers, but did not prevent Jaden from coming to Shangjing. Dwayne pursed his lips slightly. After a long pause, he softly replied, Phil's words, how can I bear them? His long, thick lashes drooped, and Branson's expression became complex, yet not as cold or unapproachable as usual. Looking at Dwayne, he slowly said, I say you deserve it, and you naturally deserve it. They say within the imperial family there are no father-son ties, let alone Ivars. But as long as you sincerely regard me as your elder Ivar, then we shall be Ivars. Chapter 326, The Duel, 2. Dwayne ultimately could not refuse Branson. However, he also proposed a condition to Branson and Yael. As per the agreement, the contest items were decided by Yael. But Dwayne insisted on a best-of-3 rounds instead of a single round determining the winner. He was unaware of Matthew's fever. Still, he wanted to delay things a bit, hoping that Matthew could arrive in time to stop the duel between Branson and Yael. At the very least, prevent matters from getting out of hand. Even guessing Dwayne's thoughts, Yael did not oppose it. A newborn calf fears no tiger. He had his own audacity and solitary courage, fearless of heaven or earth. Otherwise, he would not have dared follow Dwayne alone to the frontier, much less dare to divert Dwight solo. He wanted the Tyrant to submit wholeheartedly. The first round was a test of martial skills. The rules were simple. Whoever fell off their horse first lost. Facing Branson, Yael did not hold back at all. Every hammer strike seemed like it wanted to take Branson's life directly. Of course, Branson was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Yael had strength on his side. Branson dared not let his weapon touch the hammer. But in terms of agility and rich combat experience, Yael was slightly inferior. Before coming to Lingyu Pass, Yael engaged in fights merely to decide a victor. But when Branson fought, it was almost always for life or death. Between swings of the blade, he punched Yael in the face. This punch held no mercy whatsoever. Amidst the wave-like dizziness, stars flashed before Yael's eyes. He wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his lips, cold light flashing in his eyes. The iron hammer rained down like lightning, even the sound piercing the air causing one's heart to race. In haste, the long sword collided with Yael's iron hammer. Amidst the deafening clash of weapons, Branson's arm went numb, and his body abruptly sank. The long sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Yael didn't change his tactics, just stared straight at him, his expression cold and severe. Branson clearly sensed that the opponent intended to use this strike to throw him off the horse. Or perhaps, if the iron hammer landed on him directly, the outcome would certainly be broken bones and torn tendons. This young man indeed had astonishing strength. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, and veins bulged on the back of his hands, but Branson laughed instead. He tilted his head slightly, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Win against me, and you can seek your revenge today without holding back. Aren't you excited? Yael's eyes darkened like ink swirling, filled with a chilling and fierce bloodlust. As long as you keep your word. Rest assured, I will definitely keep my word. Branson slowly replied. But the premise is, you truly have what it takes. Just as the words fell, the force on the long sword suddenly became much greater. The iron hammer pressed down relentlessly, and there was a loud snap. A conspicuous crack appeared on the blade. Severe pain surged through Branson's palms, and his temples throbbed uncontrollably. His right hand still clung tightly to the sword hilt, while his left hand fingers placed at his lips blew a series of high and low tunes. Clearly, Branson had to put all his strength into holding up Yael's iron hammer with both hands. Yet now he suddenly switched to using just one. Yael was momentarily taken aback. However, the instant the sound rang out, Yael understood Branson's intent. Because his warhorse neighed sharply, its front hooves suddenly rising as if it couldn't be controlled, nearly throwing him off the horse. It was evidently stimulated by the sound. Chapter 327 Relentless 1. Seeing Yael's warhorse struggling more fiercely, Branson took the opportunity to retreat. To his surprise, despite the intense struggles of the horse, Yael managed to secure it with just the strength of his legs, clinging to the horse like a nail driven into wood. Without needing to pull on the reins, he held firmly onto the horse. One hand gripping an iron hammer, the other latched onto Branson's shoulder like a steel hook, preventing Branson from pulling away while attempting to drag him off the horse. The tunes Branson blew grew sharper and more frantic. Yael, amidst the violent jolts, was almost entirely red-eyed, his grip surprisingly powerful. A searing pain spread from Branson's shoulder before he could react, as he was pulled towards Yael, causing even the warhorse to take several reluctant steps back. His tiger mouth split open from excessive force, blood dripping down the sword blade, which now bore visible cracks due to fierce collisions, making the sight all the more chilling. Sunlight fell upon his brows and eyes, but only highlighted the cold frost in Branson's expression. He knew too well that once it came down to a battle of strength against Yael, there would be no chance of victory, especially under the condition where he needed to use one hand to control Yael's warhorse. Yael's horse was an excellent steed. It would calm down quickly once the sound stopped. In the fleeting moments of battle, Branson's chest heaved, and as the horses crossed paths, he made his decision. Relying on his agility and remarkable core strength, he leaped onto Yael's horse in a desperate move, delivering a heavy blow. This caught Yael completely off guard. Controlling a frenzied horse was already strenuous enough without being thrown off. Battling someone atop such a horse was even more challenging. With two nearly simultaneous thuds, both men tumbled off the horse. Weapons flew from their hands, leaving Branson and Yael dazed. Yet blinded by fury, neither paused even after falling off the horse. Yael delivered a fierce blow to Branson's chest. Blood filled Branson's mouth as he pressed Yael's head down into a nearby pit of dirt. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing Branson and Yael fight so desperately, Dwayne's nerves were tightly strung. He could hear his heart pounding like drums. Upon seeing both fall from their horses, Dwayne rushed over, shouting loudly, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Don't continue fighting. The match is over. You both fell off at the same time." His voice cracked with urgency, but no one responded to his calls. The soldiers around had followed Branson's orders to keep their distance. Dwayne gritted his teeth and ran forward to intervene. "Phil, Henrik, stop fighting. We agreed." Bang! With Branson's hold on his head, Yael had sand forced into his mouth, struggling desperately for breath, his strength surprising even himself. As Dwayne rushed over to separate them, his chin collided with Yael's flailing arm. That was disastrous. Before Dwayne realized what happened, excruciating pain caused him to cry out involuntarily. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Blood instantly trickled from the corner of his mouth. His ears buzzed, and tears streamed from his eyes uncontrollably. Chapter 328, Ruthless 2. Yael's punch was really too powerful. Dwayne sat on the ground, holding his face for a long time without recovering. However, what comforted him was that Yael and Branson had finally stopped fighting. Seeing both of their gazes fixed on him, Dwayne, amidst wave after wave of dizziness, vaguely thought, at least this hit wasn't in vain. After a moment of dead silence, Yael came over to help him up, whispering, "Sorry." Dwayne held his forehead and then waved his hand. "It's okay, Henrik, you don't need to take it to heart. I know you didn't mean to." His voice was completely out of tune, sounding somewhat muffled. Branson also came over to check the large bruise on his jaw, then remained silent for a while before saying, "I'll send for a doctor to examine you." Dwayne was slightly stunned, his eyes inexplicably feeling sore. In fact, he had endured countless beatings from the family that adopted him when he was young. Their later-born child was especially vicious and even used iron rods to strike his head, leaving him bloody and injured. Later, when he learned martial arts with Jeffrey, although he seldom suffered serious injuries, minor ones were frequent. To him, Yael's punch, though fierce, did not require such an uproar. Dwayne's lips moved. He wanted to say he wasn't so delicate, but changed his mind at the last moment. Branson brought only trusted guards from Shangjing, known for their obedience and discretion. Upon receiving orders, they immediately set off to find a doctor, knowing full well that their sovereign appeared disheveled, but dared not look up or question his command. The border army indeed held greater faith in Matthew, but Branson still commanded absolute authority among the troops from Shangjing. Yael's expression remained inscrutable. Branson seemed oblivious to his thoughts, stepping beside him and saying indifferently, "Want to change clothes?" Their clothes were torn and tattered, hardly resembling their original appearance. Chapter 329, Message 1. Yael was slightly taken aback. His gaze was cold and sharp, cutting onto Branson's face like a blade. "You really don't need to put on such a false show of sympathy." There was still an irrepressible grinding hatred in the young man's voice. Branson remained unperturbed. "And you really don't need to express your hatred so openly. No matter how much you hate me, I won't lose a single ounce of flesh because of it. This round is a draw. If you have this much energy, you might as well think about how to win the next 2 rounds. A promise is a promise, and I will certainly abide by my word. I believe Eustace would not teach a liar or someone who breaks promises." His emotions were truly calm to the extreme, showing no sign of anger or embarrassment even after their physical confrontation moments ago. This composed and adaptable demeanor was not something ordinary people could match. Yael pressed his lips together slightly, his wrist, treating Yael's request as a trivial matter. Fine, I agree. Branson answered without hesitation, which left Yael somewhat disbelieving. You're surprisingly straightforward. Branson picked up the bow nearby, casually plucking the string. If you want me to concede wholeheartedly, then naturally I will make you do the same. There's no need to delay further. You may start. Yael did not hesitate either, nodding, all right. As expected by Branson, despite the aimless running of the animals and Yael being blindfolded, he acted decisively, hitting all 30 targets accurately before the incense burned halfway. This meant Branson had to finish quickly too. Moreover, none of his 30 arrows could miss, or it would mean certain defeat. A flash of concern flickered in Dwayne's eyes, and as Branson passed by him, he couldn't help but whisper, Phil. Chapter 330, News 2. In Dwayne's heart, Branson and Yael were naturally both his friends. But if Yael lost, they would still have a chance to deliberate further. However, if Branson lost, what would be lost would be his life. This caused the scales of justice in Dwayne's heart to tip slightly. If before he thought that even if Branson really lost, he might rely on his imperial status to go back on his word and find a way not to honor his promise to Yael, nations. If this person wished, he indeed could become a good emperor. He had the capability to ensure peace and prosperity for the people. But why did a notoriously tyrannical emperor suddenly reform with no warning? Was he truly willing to change? What if he was merely confusing perceptions and winning hearts? To deceive someone like Matthew and Dwayne into willingly serving him? Yael instinctively glanced at Dwayne, but Dwayne paid no attention to his scrutiny, focusing entirely on Branson. Perhaps overwhelmed by Branson's imposing presence, the last two small animals scrambled frantically between two rocks. Though not particularly large, these two rocks were very close together, making an excellent hiding spot. If the animals stayed hidden, Branson would hardly be able to shoot them. Under normal circumstances, Branson might calm down and think of a way to lure the animals out from behind the rocks before shooting them. But Yael's performance was too fast. Any more delay, and they would be over time. Dwayne took a deep breath, staring intently at the scene, his palms sweaty. Seeing this situation, Yael's mood became even more complicated. At that moment, he heard Dwayne's incomprehensible exclamation. Yael's heart leapt. He suddenly looked up and instinctively gazed toward Branson. An arrow pierced through the air like lightning. One arrow through the rock. Startled, the small animal rushed out crazy. So, he had indeed had a fever? No wonder he felt so miserable. Before he could think further, the Arlen already extended his hand to check Matthew's forehead, nodding approvingly. Much better than last night. Young general, drink your medicine while it's hot. Upon hearing this, the young assistant immediately brought over the bowl of medicine. Matthew looked at the bowl of herbal medicine, thanked the boy with a smile, and drank it all in one gulp. The bitterness spread in his mouth, and he pursed his lips, intending to ask the doctor some questions. But before he could do so, the young assistant handed him another bowl quietly. Master asked someone to prepare this. Young general, please have 2 pieces. This time, the bowl contained not medicine but candied fruit slices. Matthew was taken aback again. Since childhood, he disliked drinking medicine because it tasted too bitter. So he usually avoided it if possible. If Alexandria insisted, he would pester her to buy candied fruits as a snack. But that was when he was around 7 or 8 years old. Back then, it was just child's play. Moreover, besides his mother, even his Evars Carl and Claire didn't know about this. In the army, most soldiers were men who often got injured during military campaigns. Who would eat candied fruits casually? Why did the Arlens suddenly think of preparing them? After a moment of silence, Matthew chuckled and took a piece of candied fruit, putting it into his mouth. Oli crept up from the base of the Janus's ears. He quickly glanced up at Matthew, then tightly bit his lip, replying in a very low voice, My Evar has never eaten these before. My parents always say that if there is something tasty, we should think of our siblings first and not indulge ourselves. So, I want to save them for my Evar. I can have just one taste. Because of his young age, and looking so disheveled and malnourished, Matthew hadn't particularly noticed the Janus before. But upon hearing what he said, he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. He scrutinized the apprentice subtly a few times, immediately feeling that this apprentice's demeanor and tone didn't seem like a boy's. Instead, it was more like a little Eileen dressed in boy's clothing. Due to long-term malnutrition and a hoarse voice, it was difficult to tell, leading people to mistake him for a boy. However, Matthew was no ordinary person. Once suspicion arose, very few things could escape his eyes. Seeing the frail and timid Eileen, Matthew frowned slightly and directly handed over the bowl of candied fruits to the Janus, smiling, You are still growing. Eating more won't hurt. Here, take all of them. Don't be shy, eat freely. The fragrance of the candies filled the Janus's nose, causing an uncontrollable spasm in her empty stomach. Her big eyes revealed an intense craving, but ultimately she shrank back, shaking her head. These belong to the Alexei. I cannot be so greedy. Given to you means they are yours now. Matthew smiled. I never take back what I give. If you don't want them, I'll throw them away. Hearing this, the Janus exclaimed, in dismay, her face filled with reluctance. How can such good things be thrown away? She looked up at the Rick. Seeing that he didn't object, she asked, Can I take these back for my Evar to eat as well? Another mention of her Evar. Matthew said, You've already saved enough. He can't eat that much. Yet, the Janus shook her head again. In a soft voice she said, But, such delicious treats, if I eat them, it would be wasteful. Ever since she was young, her parents had always told her that she was just a liability, that anything in the house should first go to her Evar, followed by her parents themselves, while giving anything to her would be considered wasteful. Once, because she was too hungry, she ate half a steamed bun left by her Evar and was severely beaten afterward. Upon hearing this, Matthew's smile faded instantly. What kind of talk is that? In what way are you worse than others? Even if someone really says that, it's their ignorance, but you shouldn't think like that. The Janus couldn't help but widen her eyes. After a long pause, she stuttered, "Young General, you really mean it?" "Of course." Matthew looked into her eyes earnestly and said, "Remember, no matter when or where, never look down on yourself." Chapter 333 The Win and Loss 1. Huey had tears in his eyes as he devoured the remaining candied fruits in the bowl like a famished wolf. Only then did Matthew smile. He let out a light yawn and said to the chief physician, "All right, I've finished the medicine. You can go back and rest now. I want to take a walk." Seeing that Matthew was about to get out of bed again, the Arlen's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly stopped him, saying, "I already said just now, young general, your fever hasn't fully subsided yet. Over the next few days, you must rest well. Do not be exposed to the wind, nor should you move around." Matthew was slightly stunned, but he continued to look at the elderly physician with a smile on his face, while a swift flash of scrutiny appeared in his eyes. After a moment, Matthew slowly asked, "I wonder where Imran has gone?" The elder physician. Branson lowered his eyes to examine what he held in his hands. As the candlelight flickered, an intermittent glint of mockery and amusement danced in his eyes. "1,000 threads knot?" Yael replied expressionlessly, "Yes, if you can untie it in a shorter time than me, you win." This item was a gift from his master, made up of nearly 1,000 threads intertwined. Even he needed over an hour to undo it. Dwayne's gaze fell upon the entangled threads, and before long, he felt dizzy. With so many threads, it would be far from easy to untangle them without special techniques. Dwayne pursed his lips and said, "Henrik, this belongs to your master, and naturally, you know how to solve it. But Imran has never seen this thing before. Doing this, isn't it somewhat unfair?" The first 2 rounds ended in draws, and once the final round determined the winner, there would be no turning back. Though unlikely, deep down, Dwayne still hoped they would remain tied. After a silent pause, Yael whispered, "To be frank, if this were any other time, I wouldn't stoop to such opportunistic tactics. But this time is different. His father and Ivar's suffered unjust accusations, and he would spare no effort to vindicate them." Originally, Dwayne had much to say, but seeing Yael speak so frankly, he found himself speechless. Dwayne moved his lips, but in the end, only let out a long breath, leaning back in his chair burdened with thoughts. Branson chuckled lightly and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. Since you decided what we compete in, it makes no difference what it is. Besides," pausing for a moment, Branson continued, "until the very last moment, the game is undecided. Do you truly believe this guarantees a sure win?" A trace of ridicule flashed across Yael's eyes, though his voice remained even. "Fine, then I'll wait here to see Imran's magic show." He emphasized the 2 words, Imran, heavily. Branson seemed completely unaware of Yael's near-teeth-grinding hatred conveyed through his tone. He laughed softly, "Rest assured, I will indeed do as you wish." As he spoke, a dazzling cold gleam flashed past, and Branson unhesitatingly drew a dagger, slicing through all the tangled threads. Branson's voice was calm, his eyes sparkling like glass with a mix of mockery and iciness. "Isn't it solved?" For a brief moment, the air grew strangely still. The cool night breeze crept in through the window crack, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Seeing the scattered threads on the table, Dwayne inhaled sharply. An incredulous look flashed across Yael's eyes. He abruptly lifted his head and stared coldly at Branson. Chapter 334 Victory 2. Yael's eyes were red. He reached out and grabbed Branson by the collar. "This was given to me by my master. You dare destroy something given to me by my master?" Dwayne's heart skipped a beat. He hurried over and pulled at Yael. "Henrik, don't do this. Calm down first. We can sit down and talk things through. Let go of Imran, Yael pushed him away. "This has nothing to do with you. Stay back." Dwayne staggered backward several steps. "Henrik," Branson chuckled softly and said calmly, "Autry, don't make such a fuss. Sit down and rest for a while." His demeanor and tone had a calming effect. Dwayne hesitated. He looked at Yael, then at Branson, and finally sat down on the chair with a troubled expression, contemplating how to defuse the situation if they started fighting again. Seeing Dwayne sit down, Branson turned to Yael. "Why should I not? Besides," pausing, he stared into Yael's eyes. "Isn't this considered untying it? You only said that whoever unties the 1,000 filaments first wins. You didn't specify that other methods couldn't be used. Can't take a loss, huh?" The veins on Yael's hand stood out prominently as his fingers creaked. "You're just being unreasonable. While the goal is to untie the 1,000 filaments, it should obviously be done without damaging it. Who told you that? There are countless mechanisms in the world. Not all of them are meant to be solved, but not dismantled. A lock that isn't particularly sturdy, why must I find a way to open it properly? Wouldn't it be easier to cut it directly? Or," Branson laughed with some sarcasm, "do you hope that everyone in the world follows rigid rules and does things by the book? Let me tell you, it's impossible. In court or on the battlefield, everything changes rapidly and unpredictably. You don't have to handle every detail, but things you can't imagine or perhaps disdain to do might become the sharp blade that takes your life." Yael's pupils constricted. Branson brushed off the hand grabbing his collar. "You resent me for what happened to your father and Ivar's, blaming me for the fall of the Melvin family. But ask yourself, could the events leading to this point have no responsibility from Ari?" Red bloodshot lines appeared in Yael's eyes. What did you say? At this point, you still want to smear my father?" "Smear." Branson slowly repeated the last 3 words. His lips curled without a smile. "Do you know what kind of character your father Ari has? If you're unsure, ask those who know him well. Ask Noah. Ask Fabio. Ask all the officials who have dealt with him. Ask how many people he offended from the reign of the late emperor until now. Ask if Laya Shizwang is the only one who harbors hatred and wants his life. There are so many overt and covert attacks in the court. Even if he escapes this time, what about next time? The time after that? And," Branson emphasized each word, "you keep saying your father was loyal and wronged, but weren't the treason letters found in Aries' room?" Yael? Chapter 335 Right and Wrong 1. The air fell into an eerie stillness. Yael glared fiercely at Branson, gritting his teeth and saying, "All those letters are fake. Does he have a way to prove it? Do you have a way to prove it?" Branson coldly replied, "Indeed, I am Darnell, so I should handle things impartially. But I am also human. There are so many civil and military officials in the court that it's impossible for me to oversee everything personally. Even if we replaced all 10,000 of them, it would still be impossible. At such times, what else can I rely on except the evidence right before my eyes? You say he is loyal, but in this world, not only Ari knows how to shout about loyalty, many others do it even more convincingly. He couldn't find any evidence or witnesses. Knowing he was framed but unable to save himself, putting it nicely, he's straightforward. Putting it bluntly, he's stupid and incompetent. Does he blame me because of his own incompetence? Because I am Darnell, does that mean every miscarriage of justice, no matter how small, must be blamed on me? Must I be resented for failing to act fairly? Yael shook with anger all over. Uncontrollably, he swung a punch. Branson, shut up. But this time, Branson refused to let him succeed. Branson blocked his hand, curling a half smile. Yael, judging by your words and actions, your master must not just be a martial artist who only knows how to fight. If you're having trouble understanding, go learn from your master properly and don't enter society so easily. Things in this world aren't always black and white. I admit you indeed have some skills, a rare talent for military affairs, but, saying this, Branson's voice suddenly softened. He leaned close to Yael's ear and spoke softly enough for only the two of them to hear. Going through all this trouble to compete with you is precisely to tell you that sometimes strength and ability cannot solve everything. If I truly wanted to eliminate you, it wouldn't be that difficult. Staring into each other's eyes, Yael croaked. Then why don't you just kill me? The Emperor's eyes were like dark ink in a piece of crystal, swirling deeply. Branson looked at him but didn't speak. Yael's eyes still flickered with unspent anger, but he suddenly laughed uncontrollably. Maybe I really can't convince you verbally, but I've been thinking, why do you want to put your life on the line to compete with me? Why did you let me take advantage during the contest? Although I don't dare believe it, I feel you're afraid of something. Afraid that Favio will fall out with you over me? Even if you win this round, aren't you still hesitating due to these concerns? Branson, stop pretending. If you were truly as calm as you appear, you wouldn't waste time saying all this to me. Branson paused for a moment, then chuckled mockingly. Hesitation? Yael, you think too highly of yourself and of Favio. What do I have to fear from him? Even if he died, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. I don't need to pretend for his sake. Then kill me. A shadowy light flashed in Yael's eyes. Suddenly exerting more force on his hand, he enunciated slowly. Since you're so confident and sure of yourself, kill me. Killing me means no one will come seeking revenge, and no one will bother you anymore. You can rest easy forevermore. My skills are inferior, so I have nothing to say. Since I can't vindicate my father and Elder Ivar, I'll go apologize to them in the netherworld. Chapter 336, Right and Wrong 2. At first, Branson and Yael deliberately kept their voices low, but as they continued talking, their voices grew louder. Dwayne, standing nearby, felt his heart almost leap out of his chest. He was terrified that one wrong word might cause bloodshed on the spot, and knew he wouldn't be able to stop either of them. Therefore, he secretly moved all sharp objects within reach of Branson and Yael out of the room, even taking away the teapot and cups on the table. If they did fight, this would prevent a fatal outcome in the short term. Dwayne had already made up his mind. If Branson and Yael came to blows, even if Matthew couldn't help immediately, he would run to alert others at Lingyu Pass to intervene. No matter how bad the news might spread, it would be better than letting the situation escalate beyond control. Dwayne didn't try to stop Branson and Yael anymore. Instead, he leaned against the door, ready to dash out for help at any moment. He had prepared himself for the worst. However, contrary to Dwayne's expectations, despite Yael's provocative tone, Branson remained unusually calm. He even chuckled lightly. All right, you want to avenge your family and seek justice. There's nothing I can say about revenge, but let me ask you this. If there's a debt of gratitude, how should it be repaid? Confused by Branson's sudden question, Yael hesitated for a moment before replying. Revenge should be taken if there is enmity, and if there is gratitude, then it should naturally be repaid. Good. At least you have a sense of responsibility, Branson said slowly. Although you've been away from home for years, you must not be entirely unaware of what has happened to the Melvin family over these years. When your father, Ari, and your two elder Ivars were ordered to fight the water bandits, they suffered heavy losses due to their lack of expertise in naval combat. They were on the brink of total defeat, yet the court did not send reinforcements. Let me ask you, who finally persuaded the late emperor to dispatch troops to aid them? Yael's pupils constricted. So what if it was you? You only did it for your own glory and future. If I had waited until Ari was completely annihilated before intervening, my glory and prospects would have been even greater. Branson sneered. And remember when your third Ivar got into a conflict with the nephew of the imperial concubine on the street and accidentally killed him? This time, Yael remained silent. He looked at Branson. A flicker of curiosity flattered and Mrs. Ari made repeated personal visits to apologize at Troy's mansion, but each time they were driven away by Troy's orders. Furthermore, Troy vowed that he would thoroughly investigate this matter and make those who killed his son pay for their crimes with blood. Finally, the couple Ari found themselves completely helpless and believed that their son would definitely die this time. So they even wrote a letter asking him to return home for one last meeting with his elder Ivar. But what they did not expect was that as he hurriedly rode back to Shangjing, before he arrived, Troy, for some reason unknown, suddenly submitted a petition personally, explaining that both sides were at fault in this matter and it should not be entirely blamed on his third Ivar, requesting Achilles to handle the case leniently. Originally, the second legitimate son of Troy was indeed arrogant and overbearing, which many ministers in the court had been dissatisfied with. Since the aggrieved party was not pursuing the matter further, Achilles took the opportunity to resolve the issue without insisting too much, ordering 50 lashes to be given to his third Ivar and then releasing him. Though it took a full 3 months for his wounds to heal, since a life had been taken, people still considered it a relatively good outcome despite all that happened. Troy has never been a broad-minded person. For him to act like this was truly astonishing to everyone. His family could not fathom why he did it. But, Yael sneered slightly, curling his lips. His gaze, sharp as a cone, landed on Branson's face. Phil wouldn't be implying that the sudden change of heart of Troy is related to you? Knowing he didn't believe, Branson replied calmly. Everyone knows that the main consort of Troy once gave birth to 2 sons, but few know that the second son was born dead and was replaced by an illegitimate child of the Marquis. Her husband did this to preserve the dignity of her noble family, and also because she herself came from a prestigious background and became the Empress Dowager. Once she learned of this, she was naturally furious. Although she and her husband would not ruin their marriage just for power and status, exposing such a scandal would bring ridicule upon them. How could she stand up for an illegitimate child? To preserve their fading marital relationship from complete collapse, Troy had no choice but to withdraw the lawsuit, thus sparing your third Ivor's life. Otherwise, with his petty nature, how could he let go so easily? Hearing Branson speak with certainty, Yael frowned and said, so much time has passed, and the strife within Troy's mansion has led to its destruction. There are no living witnesses to verify these claims. They are merely your words. Branson chuckled in response. I couldn't foresee that you hadn't died, so I can't fabricate evidence now. The wet nurse who has been serving that illegitimate woman lives in Jihu Alley in Shengjing. You can go ask her yourself when you get there and see if with Cecil. Gillis mockingly invited Matthew for a contest. Branson happened to arrive there at that moment and, willingly, became their referee. Perhaps fearing that the situation might worsen, Matthew was particularly tolerant during the duel. He endured several punches from Gillis without retaliating. At this time, Branson hadn't met Martha yet. The relationship between him and Matthew wasn't as antagonistic as it later became, yet due to disagreement over certain matters, they maintained a non-interfering relationship and rarely took the initiative to communicate. Leaning lazily against a tree, Branson watched Gillis strutting proudly with amusement. He applauded for Gillis several times. It was not often to see Matthew suffer humiliation, which made Branson quite curious. Unfortunately, Gillis was already so elated that he didn't know when to stop. Not contented with just hitting Matthew a few times, he said with a smile after the fight, I know why you, Alexei, came here. My father always values my opinion. I've heard that you value Ivarhood above all. If you are willing to crawl through here, I'll talk to my father and plead for that guy from Melvin family. What do you think? As he spoke, he pointed at between his legs. This undoubtedly put Matthew in a difficult position. Agreeing would mean enduring great humiliation and Gillis wouldn't necessarily keep his promise. Disagreeing would allow Gillis to ridicule him as hypocritical. Matthew still smiled warmly and casually, but Branson detected a coldness hidden deep in his eyes. If Matthew was rational enough, he should not agree to Gillis's request. Refusal might just lead to sarcastic remarks, but agreement could result in insult and deceit. So when Matthew actually said, okay, Branson looked up in disbelief, momentarily thinking he misheard. No wonder their relationship gradually fell apart. Faced with what is called Ivarhood, Matthew had almost foolish bravery. He treated honors, wealth, power, and even life itself with careless abandon. Branson suddenly felt a bit irritable inside, but couldn't help smiling on the surface. Mr. Eve really likes to joke around. Your younger Ivar was beaten to death, yet you used this incident as a bargaining chip. If word gets out, people would either praise your frankness and friendliness or curse you as cold-blooded, treating your own Ivar's life as a triviality. Chapter 339 Confusion 1. When Branson spoke, Gillis's expression immediately turned ugly. He only cared about his own satisfaction, wanting to embarrass Matthew in public, but indeed did not consider this point. Although Gerald's intelligence was somewhat mediocre, he had always upheld the reputation of a wise ruler by governing with benevolence and filial piety. Gillis, of course, would never really plead for the Melvin family. But since the person beaten to death was his own younger Ivar, such rumors could be very detrimental to him and might even jeopardize his position as the heir to the Marquis estate. Moreover, the person who killed his younger Ivar was not Matthew. If he publicly humiliated her without keeping his promise and escalated the matter to Gerald, it would not benefit him either. It was certainly gratifying to humiliate Matthew, but threatening his own status would be counterproductive. Branson smiled and exchanged a few crude jokes with Gillis. His gaze then fell on Matthew, clearly mocking and scrutinizing. There will be plenty of opportunities if you truly wish to play. There's no need to rush. Your household is genuinely the aggrieved party now. At this critical moment, there's no need to create additional trouble. After saying this, Branson leaned close to Gillis's ear and whispered something softly. Upon hearing this, Gillis was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Anatole, how can you understand me so well? I just wanted to sleep, and you even brought me a pillow. That's natural. Branson laughed amiably. Otherwise, how could we be good Ivars? At this point, Gillis's face had cleared up completely. He gave Branson's shoulder a heavy pat and replied casually, yes, good Ivar. We are lifelong Ivars. After speaking, he hurriedly led his people back to the room. Matthew looked at Branson with a smile that held no warmth in her eyes. Indeed, one must reassess someone after 3 days apart. Anatole, you're becoming more and more adept at handling all sides. Congratulations. Branson chuckled. Mutual admiration. General Shui, aren't you also growing more capable, learning to suffer greatly for a small gain? Crawling under others' legs is fun, isn't it? How about playing with me? Bow down to me, and perhaps I'll spare no effort to help you. Wouldn't that be better than Gillis? After assisting Gerald with a few tasks, tasting the power of controlling events, the air of an authority figure was beginning to take shape around Branson, adding a lazy and nonchalant tone to his words. The atmosphere between the two became slightly tense. A moment later, Matthew said, Are you serious? Branson retorted, Do I look like I'm joking? Matthew slowly said, If I expose this to the cache, your carefully cultivated image of being obedient for so long will completely fall apart. Branson yawned lazily. What a joke. Only Gillis would be so foolish, disgracing himself in public for revenge. Such matters should happen in private. Even if you really complain, what proof do you have? Each side will have their own version of events. Do you think the Cash would believe you or me, his ever-obedient son? Even if he disciplines me out of formality, resentment will build up against you in his heart. Do you think, in a situation where he can't do anything to you, he might vent his anger on others? Like Melvin Jia, what was his name again? Just beheaded, now changed to a slow execution. Do you think that's possible, or impossible? Chapter 340 Confusion, 2. Matthew pursed her lips and said, Branson, do you have to speak with such an attitude? Branson was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. What attitude should I use then? Should I be sincere and listen to your teachings? Wait for your orders? Fabio, you think too highly of yourself. It's no wonder, if you weren't like this, why would you have made enemies everywhere? I advise you to go back honestly. The Phelan's favorite is this legitimate second son. He wouldn't easily let the murderer of his own son off. This will only bring shame upon yourself. After all, Gillis's reputation isn't as valuable as yours. If this deal goes through, you'll be the one who loses big. Matthew frowned. After a while, she slowly said, you know what kind of people the Zhou Ivars are. The virtuous women they persecuted were so innocent. Just because the Phelan holds a high rank and great power, they had no way out. Whether you're trying to win the favor of the Phelan or have ulterior motives, I only hope you don't stain your hands with innocent blood. Otherwise, I won't stand by and watch. Although she didn't hear what Branson had just said to Gillis, judging from Gillis's attitude, it wasn't anything good. Branson curled his lips without a smile. He looked up at the sky despite the glaring sunlight and softly said, fine. I'll wait for the day you don't stand by and watch, to see what you can really do. But the premise is that you're not just talking big. After crawling back over countless bones, the only familiar people left beside him were Mia and Anselm. Not causing chaos in this prosperous Jingxing wouldn't justify these years of patience and seclusion. How could he change for one person? As soon as he finished speaking, his black cloak cut a sharp arc in the air. Without another word, Branson turned around and walked away. However, after a few steps, Matthew stopped him again. No matter what, thank you for today. Branson paused for a moment and smiled when he turned back. Soft and hard tactics? No need. These past years, there haven't been many people who can really make you lose. I purely didn't want Gillis to die in a terrible manner. As for his Ivar, Eve Yenhai's life must also be compensated for by someone. Begging for mercy doesn't work in this matter. Only people like Carl run around doing futile efforts. I think you should be more clear-headed than your father. To me, whether you can achieve it is one thing, but whether you do is another. Matthew walked step by step towards Branson. Eve Yenhai deserved death and more. If it were me, I wouldn't have stood idly by either. Instead of cooperating with the Phelan, why not cooperate with me? At least, I won't stab you in the back. You just said you won't stand by and watch, now you want to cooperate with me? Fabio, should I commend your flexibility or call you naive? Branson couldn't help but laugh. Forget it. We've never been on the same path. Look, it's so easy to win over Gillis. We'd be best friends for life with ease. The reward for winning you over, I simply can't afford. A shadowy light flashed in Matthew's eyes. Can't afford, or don't want to? Branson spoke frankly. I can neither afford nor want to. I've worked hard to get where I am today. Whoever gets in my way, whoever is my enemy. Matthew slightly furrowed her brows. She seemed to want to say something more, but the cheerful voice of Eileen interrupted their conversation. Aran. Chapter 341. Unwilling, 1. The hem of Adeline's dress fluttered in the wind. She dashed towards Branson, as light as a butterfly, throwing herself into his arms. Branson reached out to embrace her, smiling before even speaking. His voice was much different from when he spoke with Matthew, full of subtle flirtation and natural allure. It carried an almost imperceptible hint of enticement, as if the budding affection between them was only separated. The overwhelming love and longing emanating from Jesse could almost drown anyone. Matthew's gaze fell upon them, a vague, unfathomable glint flashing in his eyes. Branson seemed to sense something and looked up. Their eyes met suddenly. Branson wasn't surprised. He turned his head, his eyelashes curving slightly, and gave Matthew a cold, mocking smile. Despite being engaged in intimate gestures with a beautiful and charming young Eileen, Matthew couldn't detect any warmth in those eyes that sparkled like crystal. They were like a winter lake covered in frost, bone-chillingly cold. Branson's lips moved silently, forming a sentence without sound. Although only lip movements, Matthew understood perfectly well. Branson said, "Do you still want to cooperate with me? All my schemes and plans, all the despicable means I used to climb the ranks, can you accept them? Can you accept me?" That passionate, kindred-spirited youth has long died tragically in power struggles. Now, the vengeful ghost who tramples on countless bones spares no one from exploitation and goes to any lengths. There's no turning back. Things are not what they used to be. Matthew mused over these words, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. He was so proud. He had never cared about his enemy's provocations, but he couldn't accept a friendship bought through subservience. The young Eileen, sensing something amiss in Branson's demeanor, lifted her head and asked, "Aaron, what are you looking at?" Branson withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, "Someone very unpleasant." Chapter 342. Unwilling, 2. That Gerard? Jessie knitted her brows. "I know who you're talking about. Back then, he even hit my elder Ivar and made him lose face badly. My Ivar has hated him with a vengeance for years. Rest assured, once I avenge my second Ivar, he won't be able to escape either. Aran, there's no need for you to worry about him or let him ruin our mood. Let me tell you." At this point, Jessie tiptoed, put her arms around Branson's neck, leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Then she said smugly, "Isn't it true that he loves upholding justice for those so-called commoners and sticking up for them? And he has a younger sister too, doesn't he? We can just watch how he reacts if the same thing happened to his own sister." Branson was taken aback for a moment. He slightly lowered his head, his eyes faintly reflecting an unfathomable smile. Gerard is one thing, but why would you go after his sister if you want to take revenge on him? Upon hearing this, Jesse became instantly unhappy. What do you mean by that? Since he dared to offend us, anyone close to him will have to suffer the consequences. Iran, what are you thinking? After a brief pause, she tilted her head and stared at Branson dubiously. You don't actually have any feelings for Gerard's sister, do you? Branson chuckled, lazily saying, yes, I am hopelessly in love with her, loyal and undivided, unable to live without her forever. Hearing Branson's response, Jesse felt somewhat relieved. She tapped him on the chest. You're such a rogue. Don't you dare. Besides me, you mustn't look at any other woman in this life. Branson looked at her, smiling without a word. Jesse grew anxious. Why you? Why aren't you saying anything? Branson wore a well-measured, puzzled expression. What should I say? Jesse angrily replied, dumb wood. Of course, you must swear that you'll never look at another woman except me. As soon as she finished speaking, something cold was thrust into her hand. Startled, Jesse instinctively looked down to see a gleaming dagger. Jesse's heart skipped a beat. Ran you? Branson grabbed her hand and placed it over his chest. Only genuine affection cannot be feigned. If you feel insecure, why not check right here to see if it holds only my unwavering devotion to you? The dagger clattered to the ground, and Jesse recoiled as though burned. She rushed back into Branson's embrace, sobbing. Rogue. Branson stroked her smooth hair like silk and gently said, Ling-een, I have something else to give you. Jesse asked curiously, what is it? Branson replied, in my hurry, I didn't bring it along. I'll ask someone to fetch it for me. Holding the jade pendant in her hand, Jesse was greatly surprised. She looked at Branson and asked, isn't this the most cherished jade pendant of my mother? How did it end up in your possession? No, wait. Then she shook her head. This jade pendant must not belong to my mother because I saw her wearing it before coming to find you. The jade pendant was precious and also served as a token between her parents, inscribed with her father's name. Her mother always cherished it dearly and wore it daily. If it were truly lost, her mother wouldn't fail to notice. Yet, if it wasn't, how could the engraving be exactly the same? With a puzzled face, Jesse asked, Ran, where did you get this from? Chapter 343 Difficult to Determine, 1. When Jesse asked this, Branson smiled and said, it's really a coincidence. A few days ago when I was out, I happened to see a very elegantly dressed lady wearing a jade pendant exactly like this one. It looked almost identical to the one owned by Annie. So I used a bit of cunning to obtain it for you to examine, to see if that lady has any connection with your mother. Jesse couldn't help but frown. Absolutely impossible. That jade pendant wasn't originally my mother's. It was a token of love given to her by my father. Could it be? Could that woman actually be? At this point, Jesse suddenly seemed to have thought of something, her expression turning extremely grim. But soon she shook her head. No way. My father hasn't even taken a concubine all these years. How could he have anything to do with some random woman outside? Little did Jesse know, this jade pendant originally came in a pair. One piece was now in the hands of Annie, while the other belonged to Cecil, secret paramour. This woman had been childhood sweethearts with Cecil when he was still the young lord. They had once shared an old romance, but due to family misfortunes, she had no choice but to leave home. However, their old flame had reignited long ago, and they even had a bastard son named Yves Ronghai. The Cecil had secretly brought Yves Ronghai to Carrie and let her raise him as her own flesh and blood. The smile in Branson's eyes deepened, yet his expression remained unchanged. That's true. The Cecil and Annie are famously devoted to each other, accepting no others. When your aunt gave birth to your second Ivar with complications, the Marquis chose to save Carrie over his son, greatly moving everyone. People praised the Marquis for his deep affection. Fortunately, both mother and child survived safely. With that, he took the jade pendant from Jesse's hand. People can look alike, and things can also be identical. Maybe that lady just had some extraordinary encounter that led her to acquire this jade pendant. Now that I think about it, perhaps my curiosity went too far, and I haven't considered things carefully enough. Since you're certain there's no relation between your parents and her, maybe we shouldn't show this jade pendant to your aunt. If this causes any discord between the Marquis couple, it would be on my conscience. This retreat to advance strategy was perfectly executed. If Branson insisted on having Jesse investigate, she might start to suspect his intentions. Even if Jesse trusted him because of her feelings, others might not be as trusting. This could easily backfire in the future. Therefore, the best approach was to hint and stop there, letting Jesse make the decision herself. But Branson was almost certain that Jesse wouldn't ignore this matter. Annie was possessive, and her daughter Jessie inherited this trait. Neither could tolerate any other women being around their husbands. Over the years, the Cecil didn't refrain from taking concubines out of lack of desire. Whenever Carrie caught wind of such intentions, she would go to great lengths to eliminate the cheap hussy who lured away her husband. Even rumors were enough to warrant execution. Jessie was no different. Whenever Branson visited the mansion and glanced at any of Adeline's there for too long, those Eileens often ended up either disfigured or sold off. Chapter 344, Indiscernible, 2. The jade pendant Branson brought was almost identical to the one worn by the Lady of Cecil, and both pendants were inscribed with the name of the Cecil. This matter was something that neither the Lady of Cecil nor Jessie could possibly overlook. A person skilled in exploiting human nature is naturally adept at reading people. Often, even an unintentional word or gesture is enough for Branson to see through to the other party's true thoughts. As expected, Jessie took the jade pendant back. She pursed her lips and said, "It wouldn't hurt to show it to my mother, but rest assured, I definitely won't say this jade pendant was given to me by you." When Branson left the residence of the Cecil, it was already completely dark outside. Anselm, who had been pacing back and forth at the gate, immediately ran up upon seeing him. While grinning fawningly, he used a delicate finger to support Branson, and called out in a high-pitched voice, Your Highness, you're finally out. Ever since returning to Shangjing, the food has been getting better day by day. Although Anselm was not as fat then as he would be later on, after a period of unrestrained binge eating, the fat and oiliness on his face were already quite noticeable. Such a face, combined with a fawning smile, appeared especially ridiculous. This was how Anselm laughed when he was in Azar, and he still laughed like this after returning to Shangjing. Having flattered all his life, perhaps even he couldn't tell whether this was his true nature or an act anymore. Branson slightly turned his gaze, glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth curled into a half-smile. He was a selfish, cowardly, and weak person. This selfish, cowardly, and weak person had personally witnessed most of his days worse than dogs and pigs, constantly reminding him of how he once fell into the dust and was trodden underfoot by others. In that instant eye contact, Anselm looked into those smiling eyes and suddenly shivered involuntarily. Having followed Branson for so long, he naturally couldn't fail to understand him at all. Anselm knew full well that when Branson greeted people with a smile, it was actually more terrifying than when he truly lost his temper. The fat on Anselm's face trembled involuntarily. He raised his head, instinctively wanting to say a few flattering words, but Branson was already gone from sight. While he was dazed, Branson had already walked towards the carriage without looking back. Not far away came the young man's flat tone, "Follow." Seeing Branson come over, the little eunuch guarding the door of the carriage immediately knelt down, allowing him to step on his back to board the carriage. In Shangjing City, it was very common for nobles to use servants as footrests when getting in and out of carriages. Although Branson's current skill made it easy for him to leap into the carriage without assistance, he stepped onto the little eunuch's back without any expression, using him to board the carriage. Discarding useless compassion was the first lesson he needed to learn. At this moment, Anselm also hurriedly ran over, panting heavily. He shouted, "Wait for me," while stepping heavily on the back of the same little eunuch. Anselm's weight was much heavier than an average person's, and his actions were not as smooth as Branson's. In his haste, and without anyone to support him, he applied more force than usual. The little eunuch could not help but let out a stifled groan. Biting his teeth tightly, his frail body swayed precariously under the weight, shaking involuntarily. Anselm was also startled. With a cry of ouch, he nearly fell off the little eunuch. Chapter 345 Power 1. Branson grabbed Erwin's arm and pulled him into the carriage. Although Branson pulled him in time, Erwin was still thoroughly frightened. Still recovering from his shock, he panted and said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you." But Branson didn't say anything. He simply lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Erwin glared fiercely at the young eunuch, who made him lose face. With one hand on his hip and the other in a delicate gesture, he roared angrily, "Good for nothing. Useless trash. Can't even handle a horse stool properly. What good are you? If you had hurt His Highness, how many lives would you have to pay for it? Drag this thing away. Strip his pants off and give him 80 lashes." As the chief eunuch to Branson, Erwin's words carried a lot of weight. The attendants immediately responded. 2 guards walked over and dragged the young eunuch like a dead dog. 80 lashes would be a death sentence. The young eunuch was instantly terrified. He struggled frantically and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Public Grand Eunuch Erwin, please spare me. Please spare me. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it." Erwin rolled his eyes almost to the heavens. Though he himself was a eunuch, he never felt sympathy for these lowly eunuchs. He even enjoyed the feeling of having life and death control over others. He lived every day serving the master with caution, and he also needed an outlet. These background-less little eunuchs were perfect for him to vent on. Looking at the terrified eunuch as if he were trash, Erwin sneered disdainfully, turned around, and swayed into the carriage, pretending not to hear anything. The carriage was a gift from Achilles, very spacious, elaborately decorated, and filled with fragrant incense, making it luxurious beyond compare. Branson lounged lazily by a small table set with aromatic tea, flipping through a book aimlessly. Hearing movement, he didn't even look up, just pointed to the seat opposite him. The meaning was obvious. He wanted him to sit down, but Erwin dared not sit. With a pudgy face, he knelt laboriously beside Branson, saying in a soft voice while keeping his fingers delicately poised, "Is Your Highness tired? Let this slave massage your legs." Branson chuckled traces. Erwin was stunned. After returning to Shangjing, Branson relied on his cunning and strategic thinking to gain secrets and leverage over many important officials. But obtaining this information was no easy feat, so he would never reveal these carefully obtained levers unless absolutely necessary. Erwin stammered foolishly, "Your Highness, you said a few days ago that it's not yet time to deal with the Cecil family. You still need to play nicely with that, Eve." "Jesse." The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly became heavy. Feeling Branson's gaze fall on him, Erwin's lips trembled, and he couldn't bring himself to finish saying, "Play around." Branson smiled faintly. "Did I say that? How could I not remember?" His slender, jade-like hand lifted a corner of the curtain. Looking out the window, Branson slowly said, "It seems you know more about what I have said and done than I do." Erwin was nearly terrified to death. Trembling, he prostrated on the ground, banging his head like a hammer. This servant dares not. This servant dares not. I made a mistake. Your Highness has never said such things. This servant made a mistake." There was silence overhead for a long time. Erwin timidly lifted his head and saw that Branson had already picked up a book again. The young man's thick black lashes were lowered, his attitude calm as if nothing had governed diligently for the people, to attend court more often, and to listen attentively to ministers' advice. What? When he was still a prince, listening to lessons from Achilles and those nobles wasn't enough. Now, having finally become emperor, did he have to come back to the harem to continue hearing lectures? Even someone as arrogant as Matthew knew that one must show proper respect when asking for help, yet all Claire could offer were hard truths? Chapter 347. Disagreement 1. The Shui family had indeed protected Teodelin too well, making Claire too naive and too rigid. Yet it was such a woman who would quietly have someone fetch medicinal water and bandages for Branson when she discovered he was injured. Although Branson never used those things, being extremely cautious at that time and not easily accepting anything from others, the gesture stayed with him in his heart. Throughout his life, he had received so little care that even just a bit of it, he would never forget. He was indeed despicable, and he admitted to being despicable, but he wasn't vulgar. The slightly mocking voice of the young man interrupted Branson's thoughts. What? Phil can't speak? Branson looked down expressionlessly into Yael's eyes. Because, just as he said these two words, someone else suddenly chimed in, because at that time, I asked Imran for help. This voice was all too familiar, and its source was oddly positioned. It startled everyone present. Branson, Yael, and Dwayne turned to look without a word. Sure enough, they saw a red figure jump in through the window. It was Matthew. Despite not knowing how Matthew found them, Dwayne, who had been tense all day, was both surprised and delighted. Fearing that Branson and Yael might stop him, he hurried over before Matthew could ask any questions, spilling out the entire story of Branson and Yael's competition. Matthew remained silent, listening intently. Branson and Yael had varying expressions, but neither reacted. The atmosphere in the room became heavy as Dwayne recounted the events. After a moment, Matthew smiled and patted his shoulder. Autry, thank you for your hard work today. From now on, leave it to me. At this moment, Matthew's face was still pale, lacking its usual rosy hue. The moonlight cast an almost shattered, haunting light on his face. Dwayne voiced his concern. Young general, your body? Matthew shook his head and said calmly, I'm fine. After speaking, he stepped past Dwayne and stood before Branson and Yael, whispering, Henrik, you don't need to doubt the authenticity of what Imran said. I believe you can see that in the past, we weren't always at odds like this. So at that time, I asked him for help to find a solution. Now, though his responsibility cannot be denied, he did genuinely help Eustace back then. These words were half true, half false, difficult to discern unless one was directly involved. A chill crept up Yael's fingertips, his fists clenching and unclenching. After a moment, he scoffed, his clear eyes fixed on Matthew. Rest assured, I, Yael, am not someone who can't admit defeat. Even if you hadn't come here to vouch for him today, I wouldn't go back on my word. Dwayne had already collected all the weapons in the room. Yael scanned around, finding not even a shard of porcelain, then extended his hand toward Branson. You won. This life is yours from now on. No matter what you do to me from now on, I will not resist or retaliate. Branson was not surprised that Matthew had found his way here. Unless Matthew hadn't woken up, it would have been impossible to keep this from him. But he was truly surprised that Matthew had vouched for him. Doing so undoubtedly pushed Yael into a dead end. Given Matthew's character, acting this way was baffling, making it hard to guess what he was planning. Branson didn't respond to Yael. Instead, he lifted his gaze to look at Matthew. Matthew was also looking at him. Due to his pallor, Matthew's pupils appeared even deeper black, like an unfathomable cold pool. Chapter 348, Disagreement, 2. What kind of gaze was this, willing to testify for him? It seemed more like it wanted to devour him alive. Branson curled his lips in mockery. He turned his head and smiled at Yael as the witness. Now you haven't won. Are you really going to go back on your word? What would that make of me? Yael enunciated each word slowly. I didn't go back on my word. I said I would submit to whatever. Dwayne whispered. Then why didn't you kneel when Imran asked you to? Yael remained silent. Understanding his embarrassment, Dwayne quickly added. Of course, I understand how you feel. If you don't want to kneel, then don't. But you need to find a way out for both sides. How can this end otherwise? Yael pursed his lips but didn't answer. His gaze fell on Matthew. As if sensing his attention, Matthew turned around. Are you worried about me? Yael, who had been hesitating, changed expression upon hearing this, looking as if he had eaten something disgusting. He clenched his fists until they crackled, ignored everyone, and walked away. Dwayne hurried after him. Inside the room, only Branson and Matthew were left. Matthew remained kneeling on the ground. Branson looked down at him with unfathomable emotions. Favio, are you really delirious from fever? This will only make things worse for you on all fronts. After a brief silence, Matthew spoke bitterly. I cannot genuinely be loyal to you, nor can I steadfastly stand by Henrik. Wavering between these two sides, even if it ends up making me appear unprincipled, it is merely the result of my own actions, without blame to others. With these words, Matthew looked up. But there are some things I must speak of today, unable to hold them back any longer. The last few words were said firmly, hinting at determination. Branson watched him quietly, showing no clear emotion. What are those words? Matthew replied. Phil is the ruler of a nation. If you were truly misled by wicked ministers and made wrong judgments, what you said might indeed have some validity. After all, no one is perfect. However, were you really misled? Branson, can you, with your conscience, admit that you were deceived and misjudged the case? Or were you biased and ignored human lives? Chapter 349, Being Frank, 1. In the dead silence where even a pin drop could be heard, Matthew spoke with deliberate clarity. What I truly hate, what I can never forgive, is that you have always been feigning ignorance while fully aware. You knew well that Eustace's case was unjust, yet you remained indifferent, allowing Gabrielle to act recklessly and even devising ways to marginalize Teacher's position in the court. Only because in your heart, Gabrielle is closer to you. His daughter is your beloved concubine, so you favor and indulge him everywhere. You are not incapable of distinguishing loyalty from treachery. In your heart, there is only closeness and distance, no concept of loyalty or betrayal. Each word cut deep. Every sentence struck the heart. Branson suddenly began to laugh silently. He did not refute Matthew but whispered softly, why didn't you say these words in front of Yael just now? That way, honest with you, and talk to you openly. Branson asked, about what? After a moment of hesitation, Matthew said, actually, I have always known it. Now you seem different from before, but in reality, you haven't changed at all. You are still swayed by emotions rather than reason. Your willingness to accommodate Henrik isn't due to guilt towards the Melvin family, nor is it because you recognize your mistakes. It's merely because the object of your favor has shifted from Martha to my sister. Branson looked at him. Is that not enough? Matthew laughed bitterly. To many people, it might be. But for me, it's far from enough. As an emperor, you have thousands of beauties in your harem. How can you guarantee eternal devotion to my sister? Even if you can, I cannot place all my hopes on your affection for her or a whim of yours. He was not Gavriel, nor had the naivety and simplicity of Claire. A relationship built solely on imperial favor seemed perilous to him, even if Branson favored his own sister. Even a mediocre ruler like Achilles, as long as he cared about his reputation, would not let the rise and fall of a woman's favor influence the affairs of the court, or use favoritism as a means to balance various factions. Thus, despite Sheridan's favor, it did not change the fact that her son had to be sent as a hostage. But Branson was completely different from Achilles. He elevated whoever he purely favored. Chapter 350, Being Honest, 2. When Branson doted on Martha the most, he would give her stars if she asked for them, but not the moon. He fulfilled all of Martha's demands, reasonable or not, and let all the concubines, including Claire, fall out of favor. Apart from Martha, he was too stingy to even glance at other women. What extravagant favor that was. It was enough to make any noble lady in the great Zhou dynasty envious, that a bloodthirsty tyrant could be this indulgent. But now, it seemed like it could be thrown away so easily. The silence in the air was unsettling. Branson stared at Matthew for a moment. He slightly tilted his head, but his tone remained flat. So what do you think is enough? Matthew replied, Phil, I am genuinely happy for the telepathy between you and the Celia. Both my father and I have always just hoped that she could marry someone she likes. We will never try to get anything through her. We only wish for her well-being. If speaking of you as my Ivar-in-law, Phil is faultless, and your kindness toward my sister can't be more appreciated. But as an emperor... Here, Matthew paused before continuing, not an inch of the land should be given up. The suffering of the people cannot be forgotten. This is the kind of monarch worth the death-defying loyalty of me, Fabio. Branson whispered, how do you know that I can't do that? Matthew smiled. Without answering Branson's question, he shifted the topic back. Then what are Phil's plans regarding Bronson? Looking into his eyes, Branson also responded with a counter-question. How do you want me to handle it? Silent for a moment, Matthew said, Phil indeed won today magnificently. I admire your skill. However, with Bronson's character, he wouldn't follow you just because you won. You're pushing him into a dead end. I don't ask for much. I only hope that Phil can take a step back and no longer mention the match, letting him go. If you let him leave, I'll go with him and guarantee he won't pose any threat to the great Zhou. Guarantee? Branson repeated slowly, hearing a hint of grinding teeth in his voice. Fabio, you can't guarantee yourself. How can you guarantee him? A light flashed in Matthew's eyes, its meaning unclear. Then what does Phil need me to do to prove myself? Would leaving one of my arms suffice? Without an arm, unable to hold a weapon, I would naturally be incapacitated. Could this reassure Phil? To believe in my sincerity? Branson froze. Though spring had long arrived, warmth filled the earth, yet for some reason, he suddenly felt cold. Clutching his cold fingers unconsciously, Branson couldn't help but laugh. Fabio, you really do treat Yael very decently. But, to both chase him away and cut off your own hand in such an effortless manner. Such a good deal, of course, I won't refuse. Fine, do it. As long as you keep your word today, everything you say, I promise. Moreover, I will add 10,000 gold pieces as travel expenses. After speaking, his gaze unambiguously landed on Matthew's right hand. Originally cold and icy eyes blazing with flame. Everyone thinks Branson is a tyrant, but those who truly understand him know he rarely gets angry. Because for those who deserve killing, there's no need to lose temper. For those you can't kill, getting mad is pointless. Moreover, it gives away clues, alerting them. However, now, his anger was evident, almost uncontrollable. The atmosphere around became unprecedentedly heavy. Without changing expression, Matthew gripped the hilt of the scimitar at his waist. A moment later, he drew the scimitar, transferring it to his left hand. Chapter 351 Conflict 1. Matthew was not only ruthless to his enemies, but also unhesitating in hurting himself. As soon as Branson finished speaking, he saw a flash of cold light before him. His heart suddenly tightened. When he came back to his senses, he found himself grabbing the edge of the scimitar. The sharp blade cut through his palm, causing excruciating pain, and bright red blood dripped down along the edge. It was impossible to tell whose blood it was, his or Matthew's. An unprecedented anger surged in his chest. Branson threw the knife away and yelled, Fabio, are you crazy? Branson grabbed the knife without hesitation, and Matthew swung the knife with no second thought either. Blood gushed from his shoulder, revealing glimpses of white bone upon closer inspection. Yet Matthew wore an indifferent expression. I am so obedient, following every command of Phil. Do you think this is wrong? Since ancient times, when the sovereign orders a minister to die, the minister must comply. Those were your own words. Branson. All right, Fabio, you're something else. You're right about everything. Though Branson's tone remained calm and his face expressionless, after he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and overturned the table with a loud clang. By tomorrow morning, you and Yael get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The blood on his hand hadn't stopped flowing and now dripped onto the floor, making the scene even more gruesome. However, compared to Branson's rage, Matthew seemed even calmer than when he first entered the room. That won't do. Phil just promised 10,000 taels of gold, which you haven't given yet. A casual remark he made earlier, unexpectedly brought up by Matthew, made Branson momentarily stunned. Then he retorted coldly, Isn't your arm still on you? I once intended to kill you, and I deeply loved Yael. I admit to those things. But now I have gone against my initial intentions. I haven't even stayed staunchly by Henrik's side, only privately venting my frustrations. If such deep affection were offered to Phil, wouldn't you find it absurd and laughable? Branson. Chapter 352, Conflict 2. After a moment of silence, Branson said, Blame me? Blame me. Blame me for my wavering stance. Blame me for being an unsteady reed in the wind. Matthew said, Phil, allow me to say something that might sound presumptuous. From childhood until now, I have always firmly believed that I am the best under heaven. I have always believed that there is nothing I cannot accomplish. I have always believed that I am fair and impartial. But what has been the reality? I can't even get an apology for my Evar because the imperial dignity must be upheld, and because I truly consider you as my Evar. Even if I feel Bronson's grievance deeply, I still have to go against my conscience to stop him. Perhaps when one is sick, the spirit becomes especially vulnerable. During those days of high fever, he had continuous dreams. Dreams of the past. Dreams of his young self, arrogant and naive. Also, dreams of strange and fragmented things that never happened. Those dreams about the future were always vague. Matthew couldn't even remember his identity in those dreams. The only relatively clear scene was in the Weiyang Palace where all previous emperors of Diyin resided. But Branson was no longer there. The whole magnificent palace was sealed off. Maybe it was just a dream. Matthew could not recall why the Weiyang Palace was sealed. He also did not quite know how he got inside, only remembering that while searching for something, he accidentally found a very hidden compartment. Whatever was kept so meticulously protected here must be a treasure. Matthew intuitively felt that what he was looking for was right here, so he eagerly opened the compartment. However, the result was a great disappointment. Inside the compartment was a rusted 9-linked ring, a crudely made slingshot, and a copy of the Shan Haijing that was somewhat worn at the edges. These items looked incredibly familiar. Clearly, they were things he gave to Branson as a child. The slingshot was even one he made casually for Jethro once. Why was he so sure? Because he despised Branson's perpetually stern face and carved a funny smiley face on it. Everyone has their specialty. This literary and martial genius named Matthew, however, had absolutely no talent in drawing, and the results were uniquely ugly. So these things could only come from one place. But why would these be in the hidden compartment of the Imperial study? What were they doing in there? Matthew suddenly felt he must be crazy to have such unrealistic dreams. After waking up, he repeatedly asked himself how much of his persuasion to Melvin Bronson was out of righteousness, and how much was out of his own selfishness. Was it because he didn't want Branson to die anymore? The answer that vaguely emerged in his heart was unbearable to look at. It made his long-touted justice seem absurdly laughable. Soldiers have always trusted and followed him. But deep down, his heart was also biased. Matthew let out a helpless and somewhat bewildered laugh, then continued, Phil, speaking from the bottom of my heart, I feel guilty towards Bronson, towards the Melvin family. I won't let him kill you, but I also can't stand by watching you hurt him. Branson stared at him, with dark eyes swirling like waves. So you're going to leave? Matthew secretly sighed. You've seen Bronson's personality, Phil. He won't be loyal to you. If he stays, you two will never get along. But if he leaves, I can't let him go alone. You know, Eustace was my father's deputy commander. They fought side by side for many years. I already feel terribly indebted to the Melvin family. I can't turn a blind eye to his son anymore. Just like back then, I wouldn't bear to see you isolated among the Rongdi either. Branson was stunned. His gaze fell on Matthew. What do you mean by this? Matthew said, I am willing to believe that what Phil told Bronson was true, so I am also willing to stand up and testify for Phil. So, would Phil be willing to believe what I say? Branson instinctively asked, What? Matthew slowly said, Before Phil left the Zhou dynasty for the Rongdi, I once told my teacher, if we ultimately cannot prevent the Zhou dynasty from constantly retreating in humiliating fashion, then I am willing to go to the Rongdi with the Anatole. If the late emperor had this intention, please don't stop him. If not, please find a way to make it happen. Branson. Chapter 353 Thoughts 1. In an instant, it was as if Branson had heard a thunderclap in the silence, his pupils constricting. Even Matthew's voice sounded somewhat ethereal when it reached his ears. It's such a pity. Just like I never made it to the Azar Imperial City, Adolfo also didn't choose me at that time. I could already feel that his indulgence towards me wasn't as easy as before. Sometimes I would wonder, are we really destined to miss each other? Why can't my sense of righteousness be used on you? Pity? Branson slowly repeated these two words, with an inscrutable light flashing in his eyes. Fabio, you should understand what going to Azar means. It's something everyone tries to avoid. You find this pitiful? Even if you want to lie, shouldn't you think twice before speaking? Everyone avoids it. Must I do the same? Matthew laughed lightly. What others try to avoid means nothing significant to me. A general may die after 100 battles, dying honorably. A soldier dies for his true friend, which is equally honorable. At these words, Branson couldn't help but laugh. He pondered over the phrase, true friend, playfully. True friend? Matthew looked at him earnestly. Yes, true friend. No extra words were added, but in the night, Matthew's eyes shone astonishingly bright, reminiscent of a young boy gazing from afar under apricot blossoms and spring rain. A glance that spanned millennia, as if an old acquaintance still remained. Yet one could only sigh that past events cannot be recalled. Branson instinctively avoided his gaze, pursing his lips. Even if you think so, what about Carl? Have you not thought about him? You are his only son. Mentioning Carl made Matthew laugh wryly. Phil, do you really understand my father? If you did, you wouldn't have said such things. His loyalty to Darnell isn't just simple devotion. It's blind loyalty, suffocating even to his own son. If only you and the late emperor had truly understood him, you would have found out that he is exactly the kind of minister the royal family needs. Despite holding immense military power, he had not intended to mention Yael's request. Initially, he had thought of leaving without bidding farewell. However, Branson's actions made him decide to speak openly with the other party. He could leave, but whether publicly or privately, he could not and did not wish for Branson to bear resentment due to his departure. Chapter 354. Thoughts 2. Branson did not speak for a long time. The candle on the candlestick had burned down by more than half, and the wick sparked continuously in the deathly silence. Just now, Branson had overturned the table in a fit of anger and now could only lean against the windowsill. He rubbed his temples with his fingertips and finally regained his usual calmness. So you've thought it through very clearly, haven't you? This time, Matthew did not hesitate at all. Yes. Branson gave a light laugh and said, then I have no reason to object. But Fabio, there's one thing you must understand. If I find even the slightest hint of treachery from you, don't say Yael. I will show no mercy to you either. Matthew also smiled. Naturally. Phil is a wise ruler, and wherever I may be, I will remain loyal. Those are fine words. A trace of mockery flashed across Branson's eyes. He said without any courtesy, does that mean, if I were an incompetent ruler, you wouldn't be loyal at all? Why do you have to think like that, Phil? Hearing this, Matthew spread his hands and sighed. Can't it be that I believe you will surely become a wise ruler? Branson looked at him, saying nothing. Finally, Matthew said somewhat helplessly, all right. I naturally still hope that Phil can become a wise ruler. I don't ask to be above 10,000 others, but I won't willingly be anyone's servant. Actually, no one willingly serves as a servant. Commoners usually don't care much about who sits on the dragon throne. As long as they have food to eat, they won't easily rebel. But the premise is that they can still survive. Whether Phil is wise or incompetent, one must first ensure you remain the ruler, and that not too many people are driven to despair and revolt against you. Isn't that right? At this point, Matthew paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, Phil is so wise and valiant. You don't need me to tell you these things. My words are superfluous. Branson was almost amused into laughter. Fabio, your eloquence is truly wasted if you don't become a storyteller. Matthew readily smiled. Then I'll practice well and consider opening a tea house in the future. When I have time, I'll invite Phil to visit and give you a performance personally. He is truly at ease. Branson's gaze fell on Matthew's bleeding shoulder, and the anger he had just suppressed flared up again. He felt a lump rise in his chest, unable to let it out or push it down. Knowing how troublesome Matthew could be, why bother to call a doctor? Just letting him burn to death would save medicinal herbs. Fine. I'll wait for your tea house, but on the condition that you can get out of bed tomorrow. I'm also tired. Let's rest. As he spoke, a cold and mocking look flashed in Branson's eyes. Going out in the middle of the night to stand in the wind and slashing oneself. Any normally healthy person couldn't bear such torment from Matthew. If the fever really broke tomorrow, then he'd directly change his surname to match the other parties. Matthew couldn't help but smile bitterly. Phil, you. Bang. Before he finished speaking, a deafening sound abruptly interrupted his next words. Branson's expression remained calm, but he didn't even glance at Matthew, turning and walking away without looking back. The violent slamming of the door reverberated in everyone's ears, causing a buzzing sound, and the candlelight flickered between bright and dim. Matthew stood still, staring at the tightly closed door, stunned for quite a while. Chapter 355 Gathering 1. This was Dwayne's room. Matthew looked at the mess on the ground and wanted to help clean it up, but the pain from the wound was too intense, and she felt cold all over. She had managed to hold on while Branson was present earlier, but now that his supporting presence was gone, her strength left her as quickly as it had come. Wave after wave of dizziness washed over her like a tide. After taking a few breaths to calm herself, she found some medicine and bandages from the drawer, hastily treated the shoulder wound, and then fell into a deep sleep on the bed. When Branson emerged from Dwayne's room, he exuded an aura of keep away, as if someone owed him millions of silver taels. Although he was a tyrant, he rarely let his emotions show so openly. The guards waiting outside felt their hearts skip a beat as they hurriedly knelt in salute. Phil. His words were followed by a faint fragrance of plum blossoms, and suddenly a gust of wind blew past. Branson walked by without acknowledging or seeing them, continuing on his way. The guard was stunned. Just as he hesitated with a troubled face, unsure whether to follow or remain kneeling, Darnell's cold voice rang out from ahead. What are you standing there for? Go find a doctor to deal with the body inside. The guard. The next day, Dwayne had spent the entire night trying to persuade Yael, and finally felt sleepy when dawn approached. Just as he was about to doze off, a deafening sound of drums and gongs startled him awake. What's happening? Is it military news? Are the Izar people attacking again? It should not be. Yael pondered for a moment, frowned, and said, with Dwight in this state, the Izar army is leaderless and severely weakened. They must send someone back to consult with their ruler. They cannot attack so soon again. Hearing this, Dwayne felt slightly relieved and muttered, then why the noise? It's scary. Before Yael could answer, a series of urgent knocks sounded from outside the door. Who could it be at this time? A heavy worry flashed across Dwayne's eyes. After exchanging glances with Yael, they both went to open the door. Outside stood a group of soldiers, led by a burly man with a beard who looked fierce but was polite. He nodded slightly at Yael and said, Young Master Melvin, Imran requests your presence. Thinking of the tense conversation between Branson and Matthew, and recalling his worries from yesterday, Dwayne immediately became anxious. He pushed his way between Yael and the bearded officer, demanding, why does the cash need Henrik? Due to growing up with Jaden, Dwayne was usually polite to everyone, so this aggressive tone was rare. The bearded officer paused, then replied, I do not know, but Imran instructed that if young Master Sia wishes to accompany us, he may. Dwayne was taken aback. Without waiting for his response, Yael sneered, all right, lead the way. These two troublemakers. Dwayne's temples throbbed as he tugged on Yael's sleeve, whispering urgently, Henrik. Yael lowered his gaze and looked at Dwayne expressionlessly. He sent someone to summon me. How can I avoid it by not going? Dwayne was speechless. To his surprise, in the next moment, Yael shook off his hand and strode away. Chapter 356 Gathering 2. At the military parade ground, except for the soldiers responsible for guarding the city, all other generals of Lingyu Pass and their troops gathered there. The venue, capable of holding tens of thousands, instantly became crowded, as if ready for a troop inspection before an expedition. However, everyone was utterly bewildered. Seeing General Francisco leading his men over, his deputy Amato hurriedly strode forward. General, what's going on? Gathering everyone so early in the morning. Does Imran and young general intend to launch an offensive? No such thing. Francisco waved his hand and said, the young general is still injured and has just recovered from a high fever. The doctor said it will take at least 10 to 15 days for him to fully recover. Amato scratched his head. Then why are we here? If it were just for discussion, usually only senior officers would be summoned, not with such grandeur. Francisco frowned. How should I know? Perhaps Imran has something to say. Hurry up, get in position. Imran will be here soon. Look at your disarray. General, you're getting stricter. Amato chuckled. Got it. I'll stand right away. This battle had been fought brilliantly, washing away everyone's pent-up grievances and frustrations. Everyone's spirits were unusually high. Just then, a messenger's sharp voice broke through the sky. Imran has arrived. Branson's strength was undeniable, and while the soldiers at Lingyu Pass might not have much reverence for imperial authority, they certainly respected the powerful. Instantly, all chatter ceased, and the air grew silent. Branson, without looking around, led a squad of imperial guards up onto the platform, standing before everyone. Francisco quickly stepped forward and saluted. Phil, what orders do you have for us? General Lee, please stand easy. Branson smiled. Today, I've called all of you here because there are two important matters to attend to. But first, I need to introduce someone. As he finished speaking, Branson clapped his hands 3 times. Immediately, 2 youths approached under the escort of the Imperial Guards. They were Yael and Dwayne. Francisco paused, saying, Phil, we've already met these two. We must thank them for helping defend the city. Branson pointed at Yael. Do you recognize this one, General? Unsure of Branson's intentions, Yael remained silent with a cold expression. Dwayne, seeing the crowd below, inwardly panicked, fearing that any disagreement in front of everyone could lead to an uncontrollable situation. Although Cash Branson might not be particularly ruthless, he was notorious for being obstinate. Once he set his mind on something, no matter the cost, he would see it through. Francisco, you've all heard about what happened to the Melvin family. Regarding the charge of treason, Eustace was indeed wronged, as was the Melvin family who suffered undeservedly. But now, facing the nation's crisis, Henrik Melvin has put aside personal grudges and dedicated himself to defending our city, showing his utmost loyalty. Such a son makes not only Melvin proud, but also is a blessing for the great Zhou dynasty. After much deliberation, I have written this edict. Autry, please read it aloud. As soon as he spoke, one of the Imperial guards behind him handed a bright yellow scroll to Dwayne. Hearing Branson speak like this, it seemed less likely that he intended to blame them. Moreover, Dwayne was certain that even if Branson truly wanted to harm Henrik Melvin, he would never show it openly. Doing so would undoubtedly discourage other generals. But if it were an edict bestowing honors, that would certainly be wonderful news for others, but not for Henrik Melvin. To kneel and receive the edict, accepting Darnell's reward and thanking him, would be nothing short of public humiliation. After all, no matter how high his rank or generous the reward, it came at the cost of his father and Ivar's lives. Dwayne stared at the yellow scroll for a moment, as if holding a scalding hot potato. He hesitated to take it, but noticing the soldiers eagerly watching the edict, he finally pursed his lips and accepted it. He couldn't lose face for Branson in public. Besides, even if he didn't read it, someone else certainly would. With this thought, Dwayne lowered his eyes slightly and opened the scroll. Yet when he saw its contents, he suddenly froze. Each word on the edict was familiar to him, yet together they seemed incomprehensible. Was this written by Branson? Could a monarch write something like this without anyone pressuring or threatening him? Time passed slowly. Seeing Dwayne engrossed in the edict without reading it, everyone grew anxious. Oh, impatient as always urged, Mr. Xie, please read it. Dwayne snapped back to reality, but he still didn't read it. Instead, he lifted his head, looking somewhat uneasy at Branson. Branson was watching him too, giving a slight nod upon catching his gaze. Dwayne steadied his heart and began reading aloud. It has been verified that the accusation against General Huahua Ari for collusion and treason is baseless. I, the Cash, was blind and misled by treacherous ministers, causing loyal subjects to suffer unjustly. I often feel ashamed and regretful, unable to sleep or eat peacefully. Fortunately, there is still hope left for the loyal, such as those of outstanding character and talent, both scholarly and martial. When I see them, my heart is greatly comforted. Yet recalling past events, I'm even more ashamed of myself. Therefore, I issue this edict to admit my mistakes. As the role model for the nation, I should lead by example. Given my prior errors, I shall confess my sins, impose penalties upon myself, and personally pay respects to General Ari and his family's memorial tablets to console the deceased and appease the living. May all here today bear witness to this. Chapter 358 Edict 2. This was actually an edict of self-reproach. When Dwayne's words fell, the training ground, which had tens of thousands of people, suddenly seemed to have been cleared. It was so quiet that not a sound could be heard anymore. Everyone's eyes were on the young man standing in the center. At this moment, a member of the accompanying Imperial Guard already held up the long whip with both hands before Branson. Francisco frowned. Even he couldn't help but whisper, Phil, you are after all the son of heaven. Please spare yourself from the whipping. The dignity of the royal family must not be violated. Even if Darnell really was wrong, it would most likely go uncorrected. Unjust cases weren't unheard of from ancient times until now. Cashes who were willing to admit their mistakes were very rare. For Branson to issue such an edict was already too rare and precious. Branson smiled slightly and spoke loudly. Over these many years, there have accumulated many problems in the Great Zhou. Therefore, we had no choice but to cede territory and pay indemnities, making various compromises to maintain peace, leading to repeated raids by foreign tribes on our borders. The soldiers and civilians have all suffered greatly. Before I arrived at the border, I also knew that you harbored much resentment toward the court. But today, I want to prove to you that I stand together with you and with all the people of Great Zhou. I respect each of you as heroes, and I will certainly give you justice. Merit shall be rewarded, and faults punished without exception, including myself. Not only will I invite the spirit tablets of Eustace's family for worship. Shortly, I will personally visit the hero's mausoleum to pay tribute to those soldiers who sacrificed their lives defending Lingyu Pass. They shed blood and made sacrifices for their homeland. They deserve to be remembered for eternity. You all deserve to be remembered for eternity. Gold can easily be obtained in abundance, but a true friend is hard to find. These words coming from the mouth of a sovereign touched even these hardened warriors accustomed to the life and death risks. They were often called beasts and peasants by those high-ranking nobles. Risking their lives for the court, they were never treated as human beings. But now, the most honorable man in all of Great Zhou called them heroes. Said they deserved to be remembered for eternity. Said he would stand alongside them. How could this not stir everyone's blood? Long live the glory of Great Zhou. Long live the cash. Under the dais, soldiers like wheat swayed by the wind knelt down row by too chaotic these past couple of days. Yael pressed his lips together lightly and frowned, asking, "What exactly are you trying to do?" His voice was low, only audible to the two of them and Dwayne standing beside them. But Dwayne, after reading out the imperial edict, had not fully recovered from the shock. His gaze flickered between Branson and Yael, feeling as if everything around him had become unreal, as though he were trapped in a dream from which he could never wake up. Branson smiled faintly and said calmly, "Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's to apologize to Eustace publicly and restore his honor." Taking a deep breath, Yael asked, "I mean, why did you suddenly decide to do this?" Branson replied, "Wasn't it clear enough? Because Eustace has been wronged, and more importantly, because I am truly repentant." After a moment of silence, Yael said coldly, "Do you expect me to believe that? You weren't acting this way yesterday. I admit my mistake, and will take responsibility. There's nothing much about it." Branson looked at the young man in front of him quietly. "But Yael, you need to understand one thing. The reason I'm willing to do this is because I originally intended to do so, not out of fear of you. Even without you, I would eventually have exonerated your family. Otherwise, why would I have spared Kingston and Ashland back then? Surely not just to wait for another you to come and cause me trouble, right?" Listening to him, Yael's voice revealed no emotion. "Indeed, Phil is very good at winning people over." Branson tilted his head slightly. A slight smile played at the corner of his lips, as if mocking himself. "There are so many ways to win people's hearts. Why would I choose such a self-destructive strategy? Do I feel life is too easy for me?" Pausing here, he didn't continue, instead handing forward the whip carelessly and saying indifferently, "Haven't you hated me all along? Now you can rightfully take your revenge today. Are you happy? Satisfied?" Yael? Happy? Satisfied? He had been preparing to fight with full force, but now, unexpectedly, the opponent conceded victory while being in an advantageous position, even offering a weapon for him to use at will. How absurd. It felt like something he wouldn't dare to imagine even in dreams. This must be Darnell's scheme. But what did he still possess that could be worth plotting against? As Branson said, if he wasn't genuinely repentant, there would be no need to go this far. Almost unconsciously, Yael reached out and took hold of the whip Branson offered. His fingertips accidentally brushed against the rough bandage on Branson's hand, stirring a bizarre sense within him. His lips moved lightly, and then he heard his own voice ask, "How many times?" The imperial edict only vaguely mentioned punishment, so even if it were genuine, it would likely involve just a few lashes, just to make a show before others. But a few lashes were enough. Yael thought with disdain. With his strength, even one lash would make any grown man cry out in agony. Lost in thought, Yael found himself looking up involuntarily, only to meet a pair of eyes as clear as crystal. The hidden laughter and unfathomable expressions in those eyes seemed to set his heart racing inexplicably. Yael's breathing caught unexpectedly. At that moment, he seemed to hear a very light laugh. As you wish. Chapter 360, Chaos, 2. When Matthew opened his eyes again, he was met with the magnified face of Dwayne. Seeing that he was awake, the youth's expression turned from shock to joy. "Young General, you're finally awake. How do you feel?" Matthew was slightly stunned. His head still hurt a little. He rubbed his forehead and barely managed to sit up in bed but didn't answer Dwayne's question. Instead, he looked at him and asked, "Autry, why are you here? What about Imran and Bronson?" Mentioning Branson and Yael, Dwayne fell silent for a moment, pursing his lips before saying, "Young General, don't worry. Imran and Bronson are both fine. You just rest assured and recover. I'll go find a doctor to check your pulse." Without waiting for Matthew's reply, he was about to run out. Matthew reached out and grabbed him. "Autry, I haven't finished talking. Why are you in such a hurry?" Despite having a fever, Matthew's strength was astonishingly strong. Dwayne struggled several times but couldn't break free. Finally, he had no choice but to turn around helplessly. "All right, young General, I won't leave. I'll wait for you to finish speaking. Can you let go? Please let go now." Only then did Matthew release him, gesturing for him to sit. Dwayne sat back down by Matthew's bedside with a bitter face, muttering, "Seriously, you're so injured, yet you're still this strong." He had been practicing martial arts with Jeffrey for some time. Though he couldn't compare to renowned warriors, he was far from the weak, bookish boy he once was. Matthew smiled. "It's not that I'm strong. It's that you've only practiced for a short time and still lack proper technique. If Imran or Bronson were here, I'd probably only be able to take their attacks right now." Dwayne responded with an exasperated, "Oh." Reclining against the headboard, Matthew said slowly, "If you're really interested in martial arts, I can teach you when we have time. But for now, tell me how Imran and Bronson are doing." Dwayne. Confused as to why Matthew was asking the same question twice, Dwayne paused. "Didn't I just say they're both fine? Imran didn't make things difficult for Bronson, and Bronson's mood is much calmer than yesterday. They won't have any more disputes. Don't worry, young General." "Is that so?" Matthew continued in his lazy tone. "Autry, did you know that when you're nervous, you subconsciously intertwine your index fingers? Upon hearing this, Dwayne felt a jolt in his heart. His first reaction was to look down at his hands, but neither hand showed any extra movements. Frowning slightly, he realized Matthew's intent and replied somewhat displeased, "Young General, you tricked me." "Not entirely a trick. You're never good at lying." Matthew laughed and admitted candidly, "But your young general likes this about you. Honestly, if it weren't for you at the 10 miles of spring drunkenness, even if your young master came to invite me personally, I might not have given him the time of day." Dwayne involuntarily widened his eyes, uttering a bewildered, "Ah." Matthew looked at him and said gently, "Autry, I know your sincerity, so I also wish to treat you sincerely. Is there something you need to hide from me?" Dwayne. Chapter 361. Same Duty, 1. Dwayne let out a long breath. "Young General, of course I didn't mean to hide it from you. If you had asked me, I would definitely have told you. The cash forbade me, and also, the physician said you were running a high fever and suffering from excessive blood loss. You need to rest and recuperate properly. If this keeps up, it might leave you with health issues in the future." And. He kept saying "and," but couldn't come up with anything more, clearly troubled. However, Matthew neither rushed nor urged him, simply gazing at him calmly. After an unknown period of time, Dwayne finally made up his mind, recounting the whole story to Matthew. Finally, he sighed emotionally. Not only did the cash issue an imperial decree confessing his guilt, saying he wanted to build a shrine to commemorate Eustace's family, but he even went to the martyrs' cemetery personally to pay tribute to those soldiers who died in Lingyu Pass. At this point, Dwayne suddenly felt his nose twitch. Then Matthew heard a patter. Looking down slightly, he saw a glittering tear trembling on the young man's eyelashes. Dwayne wiped his eyes, unable to hold back any longer. "Young General, you can't imagine." For the sake of sincerity, he ordered incense tables set up and kneeled inside the martyrs' cemetery. "He is Darnell. I've never seen an emperor like him before. Yet some blind people still cursed him as a tyrant. What tyrant acts like him? Young General, what do you think?" "Young General?" Dwayne didn't hear any response from Matthew, but instead heard the creaking door opening. Instinctively, he looked over and indeed saw Matthew getting dressed and walking out. Dwayne's heart raced suddenly. He dashed forward and hugged Matthew. "Young General, you can't go. The physician said you're covered in old and new injuries. You absolutely must not run around recklessly again. That's why I didn't tell you earlier. I was afraid of this. If you run off now, when the cash finds out, he'll have my skin flayed. Then you'll have killed me." Matthew paused in his steps. He gently pushed Dwayne off and said softly, "Autry, you yourself just said that Imran isn't a tyrant. Even if I really went out, he wouldn't flay your skin. If he really insisted, I'd kneel and beg for mercy. Put your heart at ease." Matthew truly had top-notch skills at feigning ignorance. He wouldn't listen to reason no matter what, because essentially, both he and Branson were the type who wouldn't turn back even when they hit a wall. Bruises and bleeding were their badges of honor. They would never retreat when facing difficulties, only choosing to tear down the wall. Hearing this, Dwayne felt like he was going to lose it. "Young General, It's not that I'm worried about being skinned by the cash. I'm worried about your health. Besides, what's the point of you going there now? Watching the cash do all that? Stopping him? Telling him not to do it? But it's too late. And besides, doing this isn't without benefits. You haven't seen how moved the soldiers at Lingyu Pass were. Even Henrik didn't dare to lay a hand on the cash for real." Hearing this, Matthew couldn't help but sigh lightly. He stared into Dwayne's eyes and said slowly, word by word, "Autry, you don't understand. This isn't about benefits. Indeed, such actions could win people's hearts, but given Branson's abilities, would winning hearts be achieved through this method alone? Considering his character, why kneel for so long in the martyrs' cemetery? And why, after risking his life to duel with Yael yesterday, did he present the whip today?" Chapter 362. United, 2. Not an inch of the land can be given up. Since Branson ascended the throne, even during the years when he adored Martha the most, faced with his beloved concubine and father-in-law who strongly advocated for peace, he never agreed to cede any territory of Great Zhou. This was the only thing he didn't comply with Martha on, which later became the trigger for Azar and Dante joining forces against him. As for not forgetting the people's hardships, now he has achieved that as well. A monarch willing to personally bow before the souls of martyrs. A monarch who can candidly admit his mistakes. No matter what reasons Branson had for doing this, at least from appearances, his actions could be described as impeccable. Why did he have to make such concessions? What did he truly want? Not an inch of the land can be given up. The people's hardships cannot be forgotten. This is a sovereign worthy of loyalty. Matthew silently repeated these words in his heart. Was it because he said those words? Because when Branson asked him, "How do you know I can't do it?" he chose to avoid answering. So Branson decided to respond in this thunderous manner? Could it be so? His heart seemed to be tugged heavily, and Matthew couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps he and Branson weren't really enemies. But if Branson went mad like this just to meet his expectations, wasn't he placing himself too highly? The martyrs' cemetery. Even the soldiers with the most irascible temperaments would show solemn reverence when they came here. For this place was where the brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives defending the border were laid to rest, and it might also become their final resting place someday. Now, seeing the monarch come to pay tribute in person, and even disregard his royal status to kneel before the altar to copy scriptures, many of these hardened warriors had moistened eyes. Suddenly, hoofbeats approached from afar. Everyone instinctively looked over and indeed saw a warhorse galloping towards them. On the horse rode none other than Matthew. His red attire stood out no matter where he was. But today, he wore black clothes embroidered with silver cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, elegant yet low-key. Everyone knew Matthew was recuperating, so seeing him here surprised them all. Francisco rushed over and whispered anxiously, "Young General, the doctor said you needed to rest properly these few days. Why are you here?" Matthew did not answer. He slightly lifted his head, his gaze passing over Francisco to focus on the distant figure. Francisco followed his gaze and sighed deeply. The usually resilient general's eyes were somewhat red, We could not persuade Imran otherwise, so we stay here accompanying him. Compared to everyone else's evident emotion, Matthew remained calm. He dismounted gracefully and patted Francisco on the shoulder, saying softly, "There's no need to dissuade him. This is Imran's intention and a gesture of respect to our Evars. You've seen these past days. Imran is not what the rumors say. He often mentions the hardships of our Evars to me, and Great Joe will never forget the sacrifices of every soldier, especially not Imran." Francisco nodded seriously. "Young General, rest assured, we shall swear allegiance to Imran, and to Young General." These words were echoed by many others. "Yes, we pledge allegiance to Imran. We pledge allegiance to Young General." Unexpectedly, Matthew shook his head. His eyes swept over everyone present, speaking warmly. "It is swearing allegiance to Imran. I am merely Imran's subject." Was he really without ambition? No. His unorthodox behavior in Shangjing, the soldiers shouting, "Long live," upon his arrival at Lingyu Pass, all revealed his blatant ambition. But from now on, no more. Francisco was momentarily stunned, then loudly shouted, "Swear allegiance to Imran. Swear allegiance to Imran." Different voices converged into one loud shout, shaking the sky, causing Yael, standing nearby, to suddenly change expression. His gaze had been fixed on Branson, but now he turned abruptly, locking eyes with Matthew. Chapter 363 Confession 1. Matthew did not speak anymore. He took a step forward. When he reached beside Yael, he hesitated slightly for a moment before whispering, "I'm sorry." It was an apology without context, but Yael understood it nonetheless. He lowered his gaze slightly, pulling at the corners of his lips with a self-deprecating smile, and whispered back to Matthew, "You've had nothing to apologize to me for a long time. A bet, a contest." He seemed to have every advantage. Yet, he lost both times. Both defeats were at the hands of that damn emperor. Indeed, how absurd. He thought he saw through human nature's warmth and coldness, the world's apathy. But he really didn't understand these two people. The tyrannical emperor and the general who held significant military power. They should have been the ones most suspicious and wary of each other. But his gaze inadvertently fell on the new injury on Matthew's shoulder, and that inexplicable sense of absurdity resurfaced. The vague thoughts that had been lurking in his mind became somewhat clearer at this moment, yet still remained shrouded in mist, their true meaning hidden. Yael watched helplessly as Matthew walked past him, ultimately saying nothing. Branson knelt in front of the altar, feeling stupider than ever before. He was never the type to do such things. He had long ago taken the path of no return without hesitation. He knew Yael found it absurd. But the one who found it most absurd was himself. It was as if he was bewitched, willing to jump into the abyss even when he knew it was bottomless. Last night, he thought of 1,000 ways to eliminate Yael, the troublemaker, unnoticed. The buster shot full of arrows, the Clifton turned into a living corpse by pirates, and Ryder devoured by refugees. Every incident involved his plotting. But in the eyes of the world, he was always innocent. Even if Matthew suspected him, what could be done without evidence? Branson thought coldly. Anyway, that person would soon be gone. Then all the military power would be in his hands. Even if morale wasn't unified, he could deal with it gradually. There was no need for him, as emperor, to stoop to such actions. Yet, in the end, he didn't go through with it. He threw the dagger from Matthew's hand and couldn't pick up his own again. He cared about nothing. So he could wager anything. People's hearts, the empire, imperial power, even his life. But he hadn't expected there would come a day when he'd feel like he couldn't afford to gamble anymore. Taking off armor was easy, putting it back on was hard. He seemed to be possessed, choosing this most troublesome method, displaying a sincere attitude of penance. He detested the shackles of convention. He had fought tooth and nail to break free. But now, he willingly embraced illusion. Why had he done this? He thought about it all night until his head ached with no resolution. Perhaps it was his lingering youthful bravado. Or maybe he was truly lost in delusion, bewitched by fate. The sound of light footsteps approached from behind. His guard reported softly, "Phil, young general has arrived." He hadn't expected Matthew to wake up so much faster than anticipated. Branson paused for a moment before calmly saying, "Is it necessary to report this? I already said before, to show sincerity, one must kneel for a day and a night, copying scriptures for the soldiers during which no one is allowed to disturb. Is Fabio an exception?" His tone was calm, but the inherent authority in his voice was enough to make anyone tremble. Chapter 364 Confession 2. The bodyguard subconsciously wiped the sweat from his face. I've conveyed Phil's words to Alexei Matthew, but he insists on kneeling outside, saying that he won't get up unless Phil meets him. As it happened, this very bodyguard was the one who had gone to fetch a doctor for Matthew yesterday. Upon entering the room, he saw bloodstains all over and a disordered scene. A blood-stained steel knife lay by the window, emitting a chilling cold light under the moonlight, presenting a horrifying scene of a major crime, which made the elderly doctor tremble in fear, almost collapsing on the spot, and also sent the bodyguard's heart into turmoil, as if carrying 17 or 8 buckets. When he returned to report to Branson, the young emperor was alone at his desk, changing his medicine. There was a new wound on his palm, fresh blood flowing, looking grotesque and alarming. And the missing part of Matthew's robe was the bloody cloth strip on the desk. The situation inside the room was obvious enough. Injuring the imperial body was a capital offense. Yet not only did Branson not blame him, but he also asked him to invite a doctor. When immortals fight, the little devils like them always suffer. That person, being the elder Evar of the Empress, even if they were to be asked to leave, it had to be done personally by Darnell. How could he dare to be negligent? Silence spread in the air. Seeing that Branson didn't show any reaction, neither agreeing to let Matthew come in nor telling him to leave, the bodyguard reluctantly added nervously, "I noticed that the Alexei doesn't look well, and he's kneeling in a drafty spot. If he really waits here all night, his injuries might worsen." At these words, Branson finally looked up and gave him a glance. Although he showed the utmost sincerity, the hidden ominous aura in his eyes remained undiminished, making his demeanor unyielding. Cold as snow, like a sharp blade edge. A wolf with treacherous intentions covered in sheep's skin, yet the eyes revealed the flaw. The bodyguard didn't understand, but felt inexplicably uneasy, his knees turning weak, and he knelt down with a thud. Your subject spoke out of turn. I have sinned. Branson paused for a moment. Even though Dwight had been turned into a living dead by Matthew, the impact that person had on him had long seeped into his bones, often revealing itself unconsciously. The cold wind stirred the hair falling beside his temple. Still not fully recovered from illness, Matthew started feeling dizzy after kneeling for only a while. Wasn't it nothing before? Even when punished by Carl for 3 days and nights without food or drink, he still managed to be lively and active. Matthew thought somewhat mockingly, if he faints here and is carried back, it would indeed be embarrassing. When his consciousness wavered, the repressed rebelliousness deep in his heart seemed to start stirring again. Several times, Matthew wanted to stand up and rush in. Being embarrassed wasn't the most important thing, but if he did so, the words he intended to say might never be spoken. He wanted to face each other calmly, raising a cup of turbid wine to past grievances. From now on, wandering freely through the vast world. However, Branson's unpredictable and astonishing actions made him feel inadequate, constantly getting mired in dust. He thought himself a hero, with aspirations higher than the sky, willing to sacrifice himself for others, but ended up trapped in an abyss, unable to escape. Matthew lifted his head and slowly turned it to look past the soldiers blocking his path. Forget it. Why kneel where they can't see him? Thousands of mountains and rivers couldn't stop him. How could these few people and steps hold him back? If the mountain doesn't come to him, then he will go to the mountain. Chapter 365. Wind Rising 1. Matthew used his hand to push against the ground. In the next moment, he was about to stand up from the ground when a guard who was sent to deliver a message came running over hurriedly, panting as he said, "Young General, Imran requests your presence." The words had barely left his lips when the wind whistled past beside him. By the time this guard regained his senses, Matthew's figure was already completely gone from sight, with only a faint echo of laughter coming from far ahead. Thank you. The few words, "I'll lead you there," were swallowed back into the guard's throat as he stood rooted to the spot, wide-eyed and speechless. Accompanied by the subtle fragrance of plum blossoms, Branson sensed someone approaching and kneeling beside him. He turned his head and indeed saw Matthew's face. However, instead of wearing his usual red robe, Matthew wore a very familiar black outfit. Because they were so close, the faint plum blossom scent on Matthew's clothes gradually mingled with the aroma around Branson, becoming indistinguishable. Branson's gaze lingered on that outfit for a moment before nonchalantly looking away, saying coolly, "What are you here for?" His voice subtly revealed an air of aloofness that kept people at a distance, but Matthew remained unusually good-natured as he replied, "Of course, I'm here to be with Phil." After a brief silence, Branson calmly responded, "There's no need. These matters I handle have nothing to do with you. Regardless of whether Yael feels it is enough or not, this is the best I can do. As for you, after you recover, you should leave. The vast sky and boundless seas you desire, I will grant you. Since all the heartfelt affection has turned out to be in vain, why be so deeply attached and earnest at the beginning, leaving one to sigh endlessly with unfulfilled emotions? After all, he has always been alone, through it all. This time, let's indulge ourselves." To commemorate the soldiers in the hero's tomb, and also to mourn his long-lost youth, Matthew remained silent for a long while. Branson was unexpectedly calm and amiable in front of him, a conclusion that Matthew thought would satisfy him, a resolution he believed he had always wanted. But now, he felt powerless. Actually, he knew it well. He knew this person conceded. "Did I ever say I thought Phil did this for me?" Matthew laughed lightly. "Phil, could it be that you're trying too hard to hide something obvious?" Branson. Chapter 366. The Wind Rises 2. Branson was stunned. In the deathly silence where a pin drop could be heard, Matthew sighed softly and said, "Phil, to be honest, you are truly formidable. I know you aren't a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to sit on this throne. But I never expected you to be so merciless even to yourself. Issuing an edict of self-reproach, receiving lashes from Bronson, kneeling for long hours at the martyrs' cemetery. What are you trying to do? Of course, I won't flatter myself, nor do I believe Phil would do all this for me. But sincere repentance. Can Phil tell me how you suddenly came to great enlightenment and repented in one night?" The corners of Branson's lips curled slightly. Even facing such straightforward words from Matthew, he did not get angry but slowly replied, "So you recklessly came here, insisting on seeing me just to continue questioning me? Favio, you are really—" "I naturally didn't come to question Phil." Matthew's voice became lower than before, almost sounding unreal. "I am saying these things because I want to tell Phil that even though I clearly know you're not a good person, I don't fear others knowing. It's just a pity that Phil never believes me." He then bowed 3 times, his voice clear and steady. "Phil knows that I have always been proud and competitive. There are some words I cannot bring myself to say, but today, I vow before these martyrs that from now on, I will follow Phil forever, fighting in all directions for Phil, serving Phil with utmost loyalty, ready to sacrifice my life for you." The moonlight poured down, shining on his waterfall-like black hair, making him look extraordinarily striking yet dazzling. With long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, Branson lowered his eyes without giving a single glance to Matthew, but the brush in his hand wobbled, almost slipping out. Chapter 367. Unsettle 1. Subconsciously clenching the slightly cool fingers, Branson whispered, "Favio, you?" Before he finished, Matthew interrupted, "If Phil still doubts the truthfulness of my words, then please give me a chance to prove my sincerity. If Phil wants to ask why I did this, I can tell you right now." At this point, Matthew almost imperceptibly curved his lips into a slight smile. Why did Phil issue an edict of self-reproach? Why apologize to Bronson? Why come here to worship at the hero's shrine? That's precisely why I have done all this. He turned his head and looked directly into Branson's eyes, his voice carrying a hint of teasing. "If Phil repents sincerely for the people, I am infinitely grateful. But if it is 4? His voice grew fainter and fainter until only his lips moved, but no sound was heard. Branson frowned. For some reason, he sensed that what would follow wouldn't be pleasant, so he instinctively interjected, "What are you saying?" Matthew glanced sideways at Branson, whose eyes shone astonishingly in the night. He chuckled softly and said slowly, "How could Phil's thoughts come and ask me?" Back in the room, the moment he closed the door, the warm smile on Branson's face vanished without a trace. His gaze fell on Matthew as he said calmly, "Take it off." When they were alone, Matthew reverted to his usual careless, unserious demeanor. He gulped down water from the teapot while pulling at his clothes with an innocent expression. "This isn't because I don't want to take them off, it's just that if I do, there'll be nothing left. Phil is the supreme ruler, precious and honored. How could I possibly be disrespectful before Phil?" After a brief silence, Branson couldn't help but laugh. "When you wore my clothes, didn't you think about how my attire cannot be worn casually given my status as the supreme ruler?" "Of course I did." Matthew paused mid-action and complained pitifully. "But I never expected that Phil would be so heartless, not only throwing me out but also leaving me without any clothes." Which was true, since he was going to Chapter 368, Unresolved, 2. Matthew knew all too well that given Yael's strength and skills, even if he hadn't used lethal force, it was certainly not something easily endurable. Though black clothes can conceal bloodstains, how could he not have noticed the faint scent of blood mingled with plum blossom fragrance when he was just near Branson? Sure enough, his speculation was correct. The new wounds on Branson's back were crisscrossed everywhere, and apparently, they had only been roughly treated earlier. Combined with excessive movement, some of the more severe wounds had reopened, still gushing out blood steadily. Blood and flesh were indistinguishable. It looked shocking and terrifying. Just like how Branson's personality made it impossible for him to sincerely repent, Yael's personality also made it impossible for him to let go easily. When these two people clashed, now that Branson handed over the whip, this beating was certain to happen. As Matthew's ointment-coated fingers touched the ghastly new wounds on Branson's back, he couldn't describe his mixed feelings. His voice became unusually gentle. "This might hurt a little, Phil, please bear with it." Branson's body stiffened momentarily. Unaccustomed to sudden sentimentality, he turned his head, looking at Matthew as if he were seeing a lunatic. "If you're coming, do it properly. Why are you suddenly so indecisive? What's a little pain compared to this? When the whip actually lands on one's body, it would hurt several times more than this." When Dwight ordered someone to pull out his fingernails, scalding into Matthew's actions, Branson finally couldn't hold back, saying deeply, "Fabio, can you hurry up?" His voice, unlike before, sounded somewhat hoarse. Lacking authority and intimidating power, it conveyed only the languidness and weariness after waking from a nightmare. Branson's pupils contracted. Matthew paused, then smiled reassuringly. "Almost done. Phil, please bear with it a little longer. If it hurts too much, feel free to cry out. There's nobody else here, and I will pretend not to hear by covering my ears." What kind of baby-soothing tone was this? Branson's brows almost knitted together, responding coldly, "Fabio, don't push your luck." Before he finished speaking, he abruptly looked towards the door, eyes filled with sudden hostility. "Who is there? Come in." At that moment, a teacup smashed against the door, shattering on the ground. Chapter 369 Injury, 1. Without time for second thoughts, Matthew grabbed a piece of clothing and handed it to Branson, then strode over to the door and yanked it open. A gust of cool wind blew in. Behind the door stood Dwayne with a somewhat stunned expression on his face. The moment their eyes met, Matthew couldn't help but pause slightly. Upon recognizing Dwayne, he couldn't help but be somewhat amused. "Autry, it's so late. How did you come here?" How did I come here?" Dwayne repeated Matthew's words, snapping out of his daze. "Oh, the doctor, yes, the doctor came and I was worried about Imran." At this point, Dwayne paused for a moment before continuing. "I was worried about Imran's and young General's injuries, so I thought of coming along with the doctor to check on all of you." Although Cash Branson was known as a tyrant, in all honesty, Dwayne still harbored considerable goodwill towards him. Before arriving at Shangjing City, even Dwayne himself didn't believe that aside from Juan and Draper, Cash Branson could be considered the third person who treated him kindly and genuinely. He could feel that Branson wasn't just being courteous, but also caring. Otherwise, Branson wouldn't have told him. When Dwayne was about to return to Tyson Wangfu needs context or can be left untranslated if no specific meaning. That compared to gaining him as an ally, one hoped more for his safety. In a certain sense, Branson didn't act arrogantly just because of his imperial status. He understood Juan and understood him too. Moreover, they were cousins. Even though he had grown up outside his family, it would be untrue to say he didn't care what his family thought. Common families often saw Evars turning against each other over inheritance disputes, let alone the royal family. He convinced himself not to care, knowing no one expected anything from him, but Branson fulfilled his fantasy of an elder. Chapter 370. Injuries, 2. Unlike Matthew, Branson had always been targeted by other princes when he was little, so no matter what he did, he had to try his best to keep a low profile. Hence, he would almost never wear clothes with overly striking colors. And for some reason he couldn't explain, even to himself, he also wasn't quite comfortable wearing such bright red clothes. This habit continued until now. Over the years, Branson only wore red once at his wedding with Claire. Today was the second time. Since the clothes he was wearing earlier were soaked in blood, and there wasn't enough time to find another from the wardrobe, Matthew actually handed him the red robe that she had thrown on the table. Dwayne rubbed his eyes vigorously. His gaze darted between Branson and Matthew, taking a while before he finally believed he hadn't mistaken either person or their clothing. Dwayne pursed his lips slightly and stammered, "Phil, young general, you this?" Although he had been discovered just after getting close, Dwayne did hear snippets of conversation through the door seam. What exactly were Branson and Matthew doing in the room? Why did they have to hurry? And why did they need to speak out? Driven by intense curiosity, Dwayne wanted to ask, "Why are your clothes mismatched?" But his eyes fell on the trembling Arlen, and he wisely held back. After hesitating for a moment, he changed the subject. Phil, young general, let Jared check your pulses first. One of the lessons Draper taught him in childhood was, no matter what, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Branson and Matthew, of course, noticed their mismatched attire as well. Despite feeling awkward inside, neither showed any abnormality on their faces. When Dwayne said this, both their gazes simultaneously landed on the elder beside Dwayne. This man was precisely the Arlen who had come with a small apprentice to deliver medicine to Matthew that day. After closing the door, Matthew smiled and gave a slight bow to the Arlen. Thank you for making the trip here late at night. Since you've come, please examine Imran first. Upon seeing Branson, the Arlen immediately fell to his knees with his head nodding vigorously. This humble subject pays homage to Phil. I prostrate myself before Phil. Sitting in his chair, Branson didn't get up to help the old man, but his manner was very courteous. We're all family here. Let's skip these formalities in private. Please rise, elder. Since his rebirth, as long as Claire was around, he maintained a gentle and harmless demeanor, treating people courteously. This courtesy even extended to Ling Yu Pass. Hearing Branson's words, Dwayne hurriedly helped the Arlen sit on the chair next to him. That's right, Jared. Imran is always approachable. Don't be so nervous. Go ahead and examine Imran and the young general. The Arlen nodded and quickly agreed. Yes. He placed his medical box on the table, and then took the pulse of Branson and Matthew separately. While checking Branson's pulse, the Arlen's expression was fairly normal. However, when it came to Matthew, his frown deepened. Phil's injuries are severe, but they're superficial and not life-threatening. With careful wound care and medication prescribed by this humble subject, a few days of rest should do the trick. But for the young general, as he spoke about Matthew's condition, the Arlen sighed heavily. I've repeatedly advised the young general that complete rest is essential. Why don't you listen? External wounds can gradually heal, but recurring high fever is far from good. If it doesn't fully subside within the next couple of days, even if the young general is normally strong, the situation could worsen. Chapter 371 Heartfelt 1. These words made the already somewhat strange atmosphere in the room become even more stagnant. In comparison, as the party concerned, Matthew was the most composed. He laughed and said to the Arlen with a gentle voice, You don't have to. Before he finished 3 words, Branson cut in and continued. Bodhi has always been like this. He doesn't care much about his own affairs either. I still need Jared to put more effort into it. You must not be stingy with any herbs. Only one thing, please do your best, and I thank you beforehand. After speaking, he slightly bowed to the Arlen as a sign of gratitude. As an experienced military doctor, when Edmund was still around, isn't that right, Phil? While speaking, Dwayne turned his head very seriously to seek Branson's agreement. Being young, there was still a hint of naivety in his eyes. Branson couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, his gaze fell on Matthew's unusually uneasy face, and he said slowly, That's true, Autry pleases me greatly. The following 2 days, Matthew truly felt what it was like to lift a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Due to not paying attention to recuperation from the start, which led to a recurring illness, now he was forbidden to step out of his room even for a single step. And various medicines were sent in a continuous stream, all watched over personally by Branson, striving to ensure not a drop was wasted. In the end, every time he smelled the herbal medicine, it made him nauseous physiologically. Having just finished a bowl of medicine, Matthew lay despondently on the bed and pointed at the flowers and plants on the table. I noticed these past 2 days that the flowers and plants on the desk have withered quite a bit. Perhaps they're affected by the medicine smell. Why not ask someone to move them all outside, sir? Suffering for me alone is enough. Why should these plants suffer too, isn't it? Branson, with a blank expression, placed the second bowl of medicine in front of him. Drink faster, and these plants will be less exposed to the smell. If you are really so kind-hearted, don't increase the pressure of his hands. The result was immediate. Matthew let out an alarmed cry as if someone were flaying and breaking his bones. Immediately after, there was a bang. As the door flew open, 2 guards rushed in hastily, asking anxiously, Phil, young general, what happened? Is there an assassin? Oswald's face darkened. He flicked his sleeve and said sternly, Nothing. Both of you get out. Stay far away, and do not come in unless I call for you. The 2 soldiers looked around at the peaceful room, momentarily thinking they had hallucinated. They bowed respectfully to Oswald and retreated with embarrassment. The door closed once more. Oswald went over cold-faced, locked the door, and glared at Matthew. Fabio, how old are you? Matthew looked at him innocently, spreading his hands. Phil, I've told you before, I'm also human. Isn't it normal to fear pain? Even the laws of Great Zhou don't prohibit expressing pain, right? Oswald sneered. Stop giving me these unreasonable excuses. Why didn't you shout before? Well, Matthew blinked. Of course, it's because I only shout in front of Phil. Oswald was slightly taken aback. Even injured all over, Matthew couldn't stay still. Or rather, even covered in injuries, the vibrant energy emanating from within him could not be suppressed. Due to changing the medicine, Matthew's clothes hung loosely, the red robe barely draped over his body. In one fluid motion, he hopped off the bed and, using his slight but undeniable height advantage, placed his hands on Oswald's shoulders. Their eyes met, and Oswald felt as if he was surrounded by the bitter scent of the medicine. One bowl after another of bitter medicine wasn't a pleasant experience, yet those eyes still held the sparkle of stars and the lively, clever gleam. Matthew lowered his gaze and smiled. I also hope that one day, when Phil is with me, you can be truly yourself. Fear isn't shameful. You don't have to always appear so strong. Oswald did not respond. At this moment, time seemed to rewind to many years ago. A young man in red casually put his arm around him, declaring confidently, we will share both happiness and hardships together. It felt like sand had suddenly entered his eyes. His eyelashes trembled uncontrollably, and Oswald pressed Matthew back onto the bed, his tone flat. Sit still. It's time to change the medicine. Chapter 373 Unidentified 1. Evening. Matthew had just taken her medicine and gone to sleep when a bodyguard came to report to Branson. Phil, the Lizette of Jared, suddenly ran over and requested to see the Alexei. Should I room, rubbing her eyes fiercely. Her hands were also covered in soot, and one part of her skin was broken, making her face even dirtier. If not looked closely, it was almost impossible to recognize her. Upon hearing the door open, the child lifted her head. The moment her gaze fell on Branson, her hands stopped wiping her eyes as if frozen. Branson clearly saw the small apprentice's expression shift rapidly from hopeful to terrified. Although Adon only brought her over during daytime visits for consultations and fetching medicines, Branson barely remembered her. But she would never forget Branson. Unlike Matthew, who was warm and outgoing, this person, regardless of how gentle his attitude seemed, carried an invisible coldness in his eyes, creating an unbridgeable distance. Growing up being beaten and scolded, she became extremely sensitive to others' emotions. She could feel Matthew's sincerity, which is why she happily accepted the preserved fruit when Matthew offered it. During their few meetings, she never felt any warmth from Branson. Even when her shadow fell into his eyes, she only sensed indifference and disdain. She always instinctively feared him. Seeing her standing there stupidly, a soldier couldn't help but reprimand her. How dare you? Upon seeing him, Ron, don't you quickly? Branson raised his hand slightly, stopping the soldier. No need. Then he lowered his gaze and locked eyes with the Janus. Their eyes met, and the child's frail body swayed like a leaf in the wind, kneeling down with a thud. She bowed her head without saying a word. She didn't know what to say. Fear made her tongue nearly useless. At this moment, a pair of slender hands gently lifted her up. Then a clear and gentle voice spoke beside her ear. Whatever you wanted to tell Bodhi, you can tell me just the same. Chapter 374, Unknown, 2. The young medicine boy couldn't help but be taken aback. He never expected that Darnell, whom the Arlen had repeatedly warned him not to offend, would be so gentle and approachable. Even if his demeanor was usually cold, it could not mask the natural charisma and elegance he exuded. A wolf in sheep's clothing might reveal flaws, but only in front of the right people. Branson, when he wished, could easily transform his sharp edge into tenderness within a short period. Seeing this person before him smile softly with lowered brows, the fear and tension that had gripped the young medicine boy dissipated significantly. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Growing up, all she knew was facing the soil and the sky above, surrounded by endless beatings and laborious chores. She never attended school and barely knew a few characters. While she understood that Branson held an exalted position, she did not fully grasp the meaning of the term, Phil. In her emotional state, she could only choke out, Deity, brother Deity, please save Francis. Instinctively, she wanted to throw herself into Branson's embrace but stopped, knowing how dirty she was, fearing it might displease him. Eventually, she stood trembling on the spot, wiping her eyes with her dirty hands, saying, Francis doesn't want to be sold to Christopher as a wife. Big Sister Orla was beaten to death by him. Orla was her best friend, just 3 years older. 2 years ago, she was sold to the 70-year-old Christopher. Despite being wealthy, he had a peculiar habit of tormenting young Eileens. Over the years, countless young Eileens had died at his hands. Recalling Orla's tragic death sent a shiver down the young medicine boy's spine. Half an hour later, after patiently asking several questions, Branson finally managed to piece together the general story from the young medicine boy's disjointed and intermittent narrative. This young medicine boy was 12 years old, originally named Tori. At home, besides an alcoholic father and a lazy, bitter mother, there was also a 7-year-old Ivar who caused trouble everywhere. The Wong family placed an extreme emphasis on male superiority over females. Her younger Ivar received everything effortlessly, simply because he was a boy. As Eileen, she had to bear all the dirty and heavy chores from a young age, often going. Chapter 375 Handling 1. Despite Tori being thin and small, she was a capable worker, which meant that not all families in the village were unwilling to pay for her. Undoubtedly, Christopher offered the highest price, a full 10 taels of silver. Others could only offer 3 to 5 taels at most. But everyone in the village knew, the money from Christopher wasn't just any money. It was the money to buy one's life. Any household with some sense of decency, even if they favored sons over daughters, wouldn't willingly push their own daughter into that hell. Unfortunately, the Wong couple didn't care about this. After receiving the silver from the Elton family, they bound Tori tightly and sent her over without hesitation. She was only 12 years old. That old man would drip scalding wax on her body, pierce her with needles, and beat her with a whip. He would then open his stinking mouth to lick her face like a dog. No matter how desperately she screamed for mercy, it was all in vain. She escaped through a dog hole while Christopher was asleep, dragging her bruised and battered body. Yet she despairingly realized there was nowhere for her to run. When Christopher woke up, he would find her missing. Then, he would catch her back and treat her just like other Eileens who attempted to escape. He would break her legs and lock her in a dog cage. Her days ahead would be far worse than now. At her wit's end, she thought of Matthew. Even though they had only met once and exchanged only a few brief words, Matthew had warmed her like sunlight. Deep inside, a voice constantly told her that the young man who gave her such precious candied fruit, and who earnestly told her she was no less than anyone else, would definitely help her. In her eyes filled with fear, only when mentioning Matthew did a glimmer of hope appear. Branson remained silent for a long time. Tori was not the first person to trust Matthew unconditionally, nor would she be the last. Growing up, Branson was distant and unfamiliar with people, while Matthew became close friends with him instantly. For some reason, Branson suddenly felt somewhat irritable. This Eileen was indeed suffering. But so what? He was unrelated to her by blood or law. What reason did he have to help her? He didn't rescue women in distress as a hobby either. If Matthew caused the trouble, let him clean it up himself. As Branson stayed silent, Tori became nervous again. She bit her lip and said in a tiny voice, Deity brother? One deity brother brought Branson back from his thoughts. He stared at the little Eileen for several breaths, then called a guard over and whispered a few words in his ear. The guard responded and left with orders. Branson calmly pushed the teacup on the table toward Tori, still very gentle as if treating his own little sister. Your throat is hoarse from crying. Here, drink this tea to soothe it. Tori was taken aback. Jared had repeatedly warned her that Branson and Matthew were unoffendable nobles. Yet, these nobles were so amiable. She lowered her head and sobbed as she drank the tea. Then Branson said, if what you say is true, I can give you 2 choices. First, I will gift you 100 taels of silver, send you home, and warn your parents and younger Ivar not to mistreat you again. This matter will end here, and you won't come again. Second, I will still gift you 100 taels of silver and send it to your family, but from now on, you will stay here as a maid responsible for cleaning. As for your family, you will have no further ties with them. Chapter 376 Handling 2. Branson's words made Tori blink her eyes in confusion. At this moment, she obviously still found it difficult to realize what this choice meant for her. In her excessively shallow understanding, she only had a concept of silver and buns. Buns could be eaten. One needed to eat to live. And silver was used to buy buns. 100 taels were undoubtedly an enormous amount of money. How big was it? Perhaps before she didn't quite understand, as the Wong couple hadn't been willing to spend even a single copper coin on her. But now she vaguely realized that this sum of money was large enough to buy 10 Eileens like her for life. Tori was stunned for a while, then looked at Branson pitifully and said naively, Divine Brother, are you saying you want to buy Pundi for 100 taels of silver? Divine Brother and Alexei are both very good people. Pundi is willing to serve you all my life. But I'm not worth so much. Branson shook his head and said gently, don't say such things about yourself. The silver is a gift for you, and the choice is yours. You can take the money and go home directly. And with this money, your parents won't have to sell you anymore, so you won't be in danger when you return. Unexpectedly, Tori replied, but Elliot told me not to take others' things casually. I cannot just take Divine Brother's silver. Divine Brother, please keep Pundi. But I don't want Divine Brother's money. Just give me a meal to eat. Pundi is really capable. Divine Brother can assign any work to me. Having said that, she fell to her knees with a thud and wiped Branson's spotless boots with her relatively clean hem. Indeed, magic beats magic. This time it was Branson who was taken aback. He understood all too well what going back entailed. Not to mention a mere 100 taels, even 1,000 or 10,000 taels wouldn't stop the greed and desires arising from nothingness. Unless someone watched over them constantly. Otherwise, what use would warning have? Staying in that household, once the money was spent, Tori would inevitably face being sold again. It was only a matter of time. Not only did the Azar prioritize males over females, but Dezhou did too. Wasn't the princess's status valuable enough? Yet those ladies in the palace strive to bear sons. When peace was needed with other countries, they first thought of sending a princess for a marriage alliance. There were many Eileens like Tori, and he truly didn't have much compassion. Earlier, his words gave Tori a chance, but privately, Branson hoped more that this Eileen would choose to take the money and leave. He felt that there was a high possibility that she would choose the money. Most people only looked at what was right in front of them. One option was freely given silver to take home. The other was selling oneself into lifelong servitude. Anyone would know which was better. Moreover, Lingyu Pass wasn't comparable to Shangjing, and the military conditions were even tougher. Some women dedicated to washing and doing heavy labor were treated as if each served as multiple people. However, Branson didn't expect this Eileen to refuse this charity outright. Suffering countless humiliations, never favored by anyone, she turned out to be the most sincere and kind-hearted. Branson slightly turned his head, vaguely thinking, how ridiculous. How ironic. Chapter 377 Persuasion 1. Looking into Adeline's clear eyes despite her dirty face, Branson's lips curled without a hint of a smile as he bent down again to help her up. If you stay here, you will never be able to return home, nor see your parents or younger Ivar again. Can you really do that? Tori bit her lower lip hard and nodded through sobs. They have already sold me to Christopher. When she was very young, her parents would scold her, telling her to serve her younger Ivar like a dog. The younger Ivar was the family treasure, but she was just a shameless money-losing burden, an outsider. Had it not been for keeping her around to bear another son, they would have drowned her long ago, just like the other money-losing burdens. Now they had even sold her like livestock. Remember what you say today. Cash Branson's indifferent voice interrupted Adeline's thoughts. If you choose to stay, then from now on, there will be no more Tori in this world. There will only be Fry. After settling the little Eileen, while walking back, Branson encountered an unexpected person. It was Yael. The teenager was hiding in the shadows, but his eyes were abnormally bright, piercing through the darkness with a heart-piercing intensity. Branson raised an eyebrow slightly. He quietly ordered the guards behind him to step back a little, then stood in front of Yael, saying lazily, looking for Fabio? His voice was neither warm nor distant, almost devoid of emotion. However, Yael simply stared at him without a word. Branson tilted his head slightly and said indifferently, since you're not looking for Fabio, you came to find me? Yael pursed his lips but still did not speak. Yet there was an icy coldness emanating from him. Branson sneered, what? I issued the confession edict, and the whipping was carried out as per your wish. Is it still insufficient for you? A light of ambiguous meaning flickered in Yael's eyes. After a moment of silence, he whispered, by doing this publicly, aren't you trying to put me in a dilemma? To prevent me from being ruthless? To stop me from truly ending your life? Putting you in a dilemma just by doing it publicly? You think too little of yourself, don't you? You, Yael, fear no one. Branson carelessly hooked his lips into a lazy smile. Speaking frankly, if you're still not satisfied, why don't you just say it directly? How else do you want it? Find a secluded place and whip me again? Or, perhaps just give you a knife, so you can kill me directly? Yael responded coldly, why say such things? Would you willingly? Branson laughed indifferently. Despite his delicately beautiful features, there was an unsettling indifference about him. He said, why not? If I admit my mistake sincerely, I should accept the consequences myself. Today, whether you want to kill or punish me, I'm ready. Let you vent however you want. Will that be enough to make you feel better? It felt like hearing some far-fetched joke, evoking that same absurd sensation. Yael furrowed his brows tightly, retorting defiantly, if so, dare you talk privately in a secluded place with me? In response, he heard a faint chuckle. At this moment, the two were standing very close. Branson slightly lowered his head and whispered softly into Yael's ear. Sure, I've been longing for it. Chapter 378 Persuasion, 2. Without the concealment of the dragon Shanshang, the subtle and elusive plum blossom fragrance on Branson's body became even more pronounced. From a distance, it was not very noticeable, but once one came closer, it felt as if one were standing in a plum grove in winter. Yael was confused, vaguely sensing the scent of plum blossoms coming his way. He couldn't help but feel a vague sense of unease. He instinctively looked up, his gaze landing on Branson's face. The lamps along the corridor flickered with the gentle breeze, casting shadows on Branson's face that alternated between light and dark. However, his eyebrows and eyes were incredibly captivating and elegant. His eyes resembled crystal-clear agate under the sunlight, both cool and tender, beautiful no matter the lighting. Most remarkably, when Branson spoke, his brows and eyes conveyed genuine laughter, showing a truly yearning look. The two completely contradictory traits, cool aloofness and sincere frankness, seemed to blend together seamlessly like flowing water at this moment. Yael felt his heart skip a beat. Even though he harbored no good feelings toward Branson, a fleeting thought flashed through his mind. How could such a person be a tyrant? In a daze, he and Branson entered a remote, uninhabited forest. After walking for a while, Branson stopped and looked at him, a glint of amusement flashing rapidly in his eyes. What? You can't really be waiting for me to hand you the dagger? As soon as he finished speaking, he actually drew the long sword hanging from his waist, turned the tip downwards, and offered the hilt to him. It felt like all his punches were hitting cotton. Yael remained silent for a moment before he managed to say coldly, I have never seen an emperor like you. Hearing this, Branson couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He tilted his head back to look at the sky. Of course you haven't. If I truly acted like an emperor, I wouldn't do what I did today. You believe I am wrong and think I should take responsibility, so whatever I say or do, in your eyes, seems like excuses. But in reality, some things won't change. Just like any emperor would be wary of Favio, and no one would ignore those letters of treason. To put it bluntly, even if Darnell weren't me, given Ares' personality, his fate probably wouldn't be better than it is today. Yael was taken aback. His anger flared up instantly, and the grief and fury on his face could no longer be contained. Clenching his fists tightly, Yael took a step forward, gritting his teeth. On what basis do you say that? Branson stared into the suddenly fierce eyes, his tone unhurried as always. He slowly said, Indeed, you are a hero, not just you, but Kingston's character is also impeccable. That Ari could teach you Ivar so well speaks volumes about his parenting skills, something acknowledged not only by Favio but also by me. But I must tell you. At this point, Branson paused briefly, then staring directly into Yael's eyes, he enunciated each word clearly. Excessive rigidity leads to breakage. Not just your father, but you as well. Your disdain for deceitful tactics doesn't mean others won't use them. This is precisely why Ari has suffered. Yael was stunned for a moment before he sneered. A true man prefers to die rather than yield. Do you think everyone is as calculating as you? Branson smirked slightly with a hint of mockery. If one chooses death over yielding, shouldn't they be prepared to face it courageously? What the Melvin family has today is what they sought, so why should you find it hard to accept? Yael retorted angrily, You? There's no need to get so angry. I'm merely stating the truth. Facing Yael's sharp rebuke, Branson merely waved a hand, signaling him to calm down. Plotting against the throne shakes imperial power. Throughout history, such actions were never pardoned but punished severely. If Ari is wronged, once they sit in this seat, they can't remain unchanged. If Yael had heard such words before, he would have dismissed them outright. However, when Branson's eyes, like pieces of colored glass, gazed at him, there was a kind of penetrating clarity and purity. Somehow, it softened his heart inexplicably. Branson noticed Yael's change in expression. He reached out unobtrusively and placed his hand on Yael's shoulder, softly saying, You might find this absurd, but I don't hate you as much as you think. I truly want to talk to you calmly. Someone taught you martial arts and literature, and also honesty, but they didn't let you experience the hardships of the common people. Do you know what it means to exchange children to eat during a famine? Have you ever witnessed someone pawning their wife out of desperation? Have you ever thought about how many people, at this very moment, unseen by you, kill their own fathers and Ivars? How many people abandon their closest kin just for power, money, fame, and survival? Do you think they'll listen to you when you talk about justice and righteousness? Not everyone has the tolerance of Autry and Favio, who can unconditionally endure your coldness and rudeness and see your kindness through all that. Most people will just see you as an obstacle and try to kick you away like trash. You can dodge overt attacks, but you can't always avoid hidden daggers. Yael's lips moved slightly. He wanted to argue with Branson but ended up saying nothing. Branson sighed softly. His tone grew increasingly gentle. Henrik, talking about not compromising with the world sounds easy, but it comes at a cost. If you can't save yourself, expecting others to understand and support you, and hoping to achieve something significant with just passion, aren't you just dreaming? Even if you could do it, it wouldn't be because you're so great, but because someone willingly bears the burden that should have been yours. After pausing for a moment, Branson continued, Now you might not accept these words and think I'm just making excuses for myself, but let me tell you frankly, if I hadn't been deceived by Gavriel and really intended to harm your father, I wouldn't need to do it myself to ensure everything was handled perfectly, and you wouldn't have the chance to stand here and blame me. Chapter 380 Confrontation, 2. Branson lowered his head, his expression faintly sorrowful and indescribably regretful. Bronson, if you hate me, I have no excuse to say, But sooner or later, you will realize that what has led to all this today is the world's way and human nature. Something beyond your control. What you can change is only yourself. If you insist on your own view, you'll just be following in your father's footsteps. Whether Darnell is me or anyone else makes no difference. Melvin Bronson's gaze was like two daggers piercing Branson. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he were an injured beast caught in a trap, almost drowning in resentment and rage. He attempted to grab Branson by the collar and throw a punch at his face. However, deep down, a voice told him that what this dog of an emperor had said wasn't entirely nonsensical. His father was straightforward and had offended many people within the court. What exactly? Melvin Bronson gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you want?" From beginning to end, he didn't believe that Branson had genuinely reformed. Yet if it wasn't for feelings of guilt and remorse, why would he, given his status, continuously retreat and yield even after knowing his intentions? This indeed didn't seem like something an emperor would do. An emperor holds power over life and death. He is different from ordinary people. Unless one has the ability to establish a new dynasty, just being branded as disloyal is enough to crush him. Would you believe me if I said so? Branson looked into his eyes and laughed suddenly. Bronson, look, this is where you're naive. You don't believe what I say but keep asking me what I intend to do, trying to get me to confess what you've already decided about me. Many things in this world cannot be summed up in a single sentence. Talented scholars and beautiful ladies aren't necessarily destined to be together. Vows of eternal love mostly turn out empty in the end. Truly smart people won't listen to others' words, but only observe their actions. If you are not so desperate to kill me, why not calm down and use your own eyes to take a look? Melvin Bronson's eyes were dark and intimidating under the night sky. After a brief pause, he pursed his lips slightly and said slowly, "What if I say I don't want to know the answer? I just want your life?" Melvin Bronson stared intently at Branson, unwilling to miss any subtle changes on his face. "Since Phil is so sincere and responsible, can you satisfy this trivial request of mine? From now on, I will be eternally grateful to you. Have I not always been giving you chances?" Faced with such obvious provocation, Branson did not become angry. His glass-like eyes even curved slightly. "Without counting the whips, this alone-to-alone encounter means a lot, and surely you can't really misunderstand. Haven't I always put the choice in your hands? Why do you need to speak like this again now?" When he spoke, his expression was eerily calm. There was a sense of peace after countless trials and broad-mindedness in his glass-like eyes. That was definitely not a tyrant's gaze. Looking at Branson's mild smile, Melvin Bronson suddenly felt bewildered. For so many years, he'd seen similar eyes only on his master, who was a kind and generous elder, a great benevolent person worthy of respect and admiration. Lips pressed tightly together, Melvin Bronson couldn't help thinking, can someone really act to such an extent? Ground. I'm quite used to it. To prove her point, she promptly found a corner, threw her coat on the ground, and lay down on it casually. Due to her extremely small and thin figure and the hidden location she chose, she was almost invisible if one wasn't looking carefully. Dwayne was taken aback for a moment before quickly pulling her up. Armandrowing his brows, he said, "What are you doing? If I sleep in the bed and let a little Eileen like you sleep on the ground, what kind of person would that make me?" Sabina blinked her big, watery eyes and whispered, "But Eileen should sleep on the ground and shouldn't fight boys for the bed." From childhood, she had always slept in the cowsheet. Louis's bed couldn't even be touched by her, or else she would receive a beating. This notion was deeply rooted in her subconscious and couldn't be changed in just a day or two. In her mind, she didn't deserve such good things at all. Hearing this, Dwayne was taken aback again. He grew up in a similar environment, so he naturally knew how difficult life was for those Eileens. Compared with sons who could carry on the family line, daughters were barely considered human. That's why the family who adopted him later preferred an unrelated outsider rather than focusing on raising their own daughter. Thinking of this, Dwayne sighed inwardly. He squatted down and earnestly looked into the little Eileen's eyes. "Sabina, tell me, why should boys sleep in beds while Eileen should sleep on the ground? Who set this rule?" Sabina looked bewildered and replied, "Everyone does it this way. Is it right just because everyone does it?" Dwayne asked, "Forget about others. Think about yourself. Do you want to sleep on the ground?" Sabina thought for a long time and finally shook her head. "Of course not. The ground was cold and hard, nowhere near as comfortable as a bed." Dwayne said, "Then that's settled. Actually, there's no difference between boys and Eileens. They say this just because they're afraid you will compete for the bed. But if you don't fight for your own rights and think you should follow it, then nobody will help you." Sabina blinked uncertainly. "Then what about Ivar? Doesn't Ivar like sleeping in the bed?" Dwayne smiled. "Of course I do, but I'm older and stronger than you, so naturally, I should take care of you more." Chapter 382 Settlement 2. Sabina looked at Dwayne and solemnly nodded. Dwayne thought she had finally listened, so he smiled and said, "Then?" However, after just one word, the little Eileen innocently added, "Since there's no difference between boys and Eileens, why don't you sleep in the bed with me? I'm small, so I won't take up much space." Because she hadn't read books since childhood and didn't recognize many characters, even though she felt uncomfortable when strange men came too close, she didn't really understand gender differences. In fact, if it weren't for Andreas's repeated killings of young Eileens and witnessing Brooke's tragic death, she might have accepted her fate and lacked the courage to secretly come find Matthew. Girls would eventually marry anyway. Whether being beaten or insulted as a slave, wasn't this all part of life? But upon hearing this, Dwayne sharply frowned and firmly rejected. "That's out of the question." Seeing Dwayne react so strongly, a hurt expression flashed across Sabina's eyes. "Why not? Does Ivar dislike me? I'll be very obedient. Please don't dislike me, okay?" Children living under others' roofs tend to watch others' expressions subconsciously. Dwayne sighed deeply and explained, "I don't dislike you. Boys and Eileens shouldn't be too intimate. Do you understand?" Looking at Adeline's bewildered face, Dwayne pointed to himself and then to her. "It means boys and Eileens shouldn't get too close unless married. Otherwise, they absolutely can't share a bed. Such requests are very inappropriate. If someone asks this of you and isn't married to you, they're not respecting you and trying to take advantage of you. You must reject them, understand? There was no need to mention Jaden, who has always kept his distance from women. Even Draper, perceived as a libertine by everyone, remained detached amidst temptations, even resisting allurements. Caught off guard, and their eyes met straight. Dwayne exclaimed in surprise, "Bronson?" Chapter 383, Past Dust, 1. More shocking to Dwayne than Yael knocking on his door in the dead of night was that the latter repeatedly came over and knocked, only to refuse to show himself. Looking at Dwayne's astonished expression, as if someone had caught him off guard with a secret, an unusually noticeable crack appeared on Yael's usually emotionless face. "Sorry," he dryly said, "although it's not quite appropriate to come find you this late, I have no one else to talk to here besides you. Would it be convenient for us to go for a walk?" Dwayne froze for a moment, then glanced back somewhat hesitantly. Now? If it were in the past, even if it were late, Dwayne would have certainly gone out with Yael, who took the initiative to invite him. However, now there was a little Eileen inside who was rather timid. If he left right away, he was concerned that she might wake up and panic from not finding anyone. Though he did not know what Dwayne was thinking, Yael saw his hesitation immediately. "I'm sorry, I was too hasty and disturbed your rest. You should get some sleep early." Without waiting for Dwayne's response, Yael turned and walked away. Don't go, Henrik. Please don't." To sit down at the stone table in the courtyard, and asked, "Henrik, what do you want to tell me?" Yael took a deep breath. "Do you believe he's sincere?" Dwayne thought for a moment before asking. If someone doesn't love you but always puts you first, thinks about everything for you, and has no room in their eyes for anyone else except you, can you say they don't love you? Yael was stunned. Dwayne continued, "Sincerity can't be seen or felt. I can't determine whether Darnell is sincere, and you have no proof that he isn't. All I know is that he publicly apologized to Eustace in front of all the border troops. He was quite attentive to Dell and Shengjing, and even after winning the duel, he did not force you to fulfill the promise, allowing you to lash him. Even Ivars born of the same mother may not do so much for each other. Henrik, I know you've always doubted Darnell, but can you trust him once, just for my sake?" Yael frowned. "You?" Seeing him frown, Dwayne hastily added, "Henrik, you might think I'm being presumptuous, but I swear, if Darnell fails to be a good ruler in the future, may I meet a terrible end." Yael. Chapter 384, Past Dust, 2. After meeting Sabina and lingering with Prince Yael for quite some time, Branson returned to the room well into the dead of night. The room was dark as no lamps were lit, but the moonlight filtered in through the crevices of the window, casting a faint and ethereal glow. Matthew lay on the bed facing away from him, seemingly deep in sweet dreams. This unruly and rule-breaking person looked surprisingly well-behaved. Empire, world, beauty, power, everything the people yearned for yet could never attain. He had it all, experienced it all, and dying now wouldn't be unjust. While he held supreme power, he would control the empire at his will, turning it upside down as he pleased. When he finally could no longer hold on to it, he ensured a retreat for Stacy. He had secretly trained 3,000 private soldiers, hidden in 3 extremely concealed locations. These men guarded the wealth plundered by Ianto, Achilles' chief eunuch. Relying on Achilles' trust, Ianto wove charges, creating numerous political prisons. He became a powerful figure known as Lord 9000 due to his reputation for solving cases. The ill-gotten wealth equated to half the treasury during the nation's peak, requiring special places to hide them. However, Ianto, who always maligned others, was caught off guard and ultimately fell victim to a trumped-up charge by Branson. All the wealth he amassed ended up in Branson's hands. Thinking of this, a hint of derision flickered in Branson's eyes. Initially planning to win over Ianto, seeing him as a third eye within Achilles' circle, Branson sent many beauties and treasures to him. Unexpectedly, Ianto dismissed them all, instead fixating on Ali, who was by Branson's side, proposing a private relationship with her. Chapter 385, Clearly, 1. A joke. When the Corina punished him to kneel all night, it was Mia who gave him clothes and food. When the Corina wore gold and silver in the palace, it was Mia who accompanied him in his czar and endured hardships with him. To others, she was just a palace maid, but to him, she was his elder sister who had shared adversity with him. Could he possibly marry his sister to a eunuch? Since then, he and Ianto appeared united on the surface but were at odds deep down. The latter never missed an opportunity to trip him up behind his back. Although he eventually managed to do away with him, it was at great cost, sitting on a cold bench in Achilles' favor. In desperation, he had to resort to this last resort method of cutting flesh to provide medicine for Achilles in order to regain his trust. But even so, he did not regret it. All this scheming resulted in him failing to protect those close to him and having to rely on women's favors to secure his future. What was there left for him to strive for? He might as well find a rope and hang himself early. However, he also increasingly realized the importance of military power. The path of imperial succession was perilous, entirely dependent on Darnell's favor like rootless duckweed, always at risk of collapsing overnight. Yet as a prince, no matter how much Achilles liked him, he still feared and restricted him, unwilling to let him command too many troops and sending supervisors even when he allowed him to lead an army. So after getting rid of Ianto, he began building this private army at the hidden treasure site carefully chosen by the other side, making it his final trump card. In his previous life, apart from himself, no one knew about this army's existence. It wasn't until the 8th year of marriage to Martha that Matthew led his troops into the mountains, and Shangjing saw frequent unrest. Martha was always very uneasy, and after finally becoming pregnant, she miscarried. Only then did he vaguely reveal the secret to her, aiming to reassure her. Thinking back now, it seems rather ironic. Martha's desperate move to drug him and watch silently as Dante severed his tendons, aside from his own martial prowess, was likely because she feared he would use an opportunity to mobilize this private army. How could she be willing to bear his child? Branson sneered. But Martha could never have imagined in her wildest dreams that the mobilization tokens and treasure maps she and Dante painstakingly found in Weiyang Palace were all fake. The three inconspicuous items in the hidden compartment of Weiyang Palace were the genuine military tokens, each capable of mobilizing troops from one specific location. And the real usage methods of the tokens and the true map were concealed within that old copy of the Shanhaijing. Any slight error would result in immediate death for any visitor, whether alone or in a group. The supposed treasure passage was filled with poisonous insects, smoke, and arrows enough to finish anyone off. He looked forward to seeing Martha and Dante smugly attempt to mobilize the troops themselves. He had exaggerated every detail of the army's value and the treasures to achieve exactly this. From the moment Martha betrayed him, this woman had not been worth a second thought. Even if he were in hell, he would drag her down with him. A faint warmth touched his slightly cool fingertips, and then his wrist was suddenly grasped. Caught off guard, Branson felt a startle in his heart. Turning back, he unexpectedly met a pair of smiling eyes. Unlike their bright and piercing appearance during the day, these eyes under the moonlight seemed gentle and enchanting, like a deep pool where one could easily drown. Their owner laughed softly. Has Imran returned? I've been waiting for you. Chapter 386 Clearly, 2. The moonlight was enchanting. Without even drinking, one already felt 3 parts intoxicated. Branson pulled his hand away from Matthew's grip with a cold expression. When did you wake up? Matthew smiled, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Does Phil want to hear the truth or a lie? Once that incorrigible attitude came out, this man seemed unable to speak properly anymore. Branson stared at him in utter silence, as if trying to bore through him with his gaze. If that look were cast upon anyone else, the next move would inevitably be kneeling down, kowtowing, and apologizing. Unfortunately, Matthew had no such awareness. He still lay by Zhou Lao's side? Matthew was stunned again. Branson spoke leisurely. How so? You sent her candies and sweet talk, making that Eileen yearn for you endlessly. But then you forgot her the moment you turned around? Favio, you. Before he finished speaking, a muffled, suppressed laughter suddenly echoed in his ears. Matthew turned around, facing away from him, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, clearly struggling to hold back his laughter. Branson furrowed his brow in confusion, and the words that came out instinctively were, Favio, are you really sick? Matthew covered his mouth, broken laughter seeping through his fingers. I'm sorry, but Before he finished, another mocking laugh burst out. But I really can't help it. Branson's temples throbbed with annoyance. Clenching his teeth, he said, if you laugh once more, I'll kick you out directly. This time he meant it. Matthew waved his hands. All right, I won't laugh. I promise. Then he turned around again, eyes crinkling as he said, Phil, do you know what you looked like just now? Intuitively sensing that nothing good would follow, Branson responded coldly, like your father. My father isn't nearly as handsome and dashing as Phil. Matthew grinned, resting his hand on Branson's shoulder. That poor little Eileen wasn't even born when I was on the battlefield. To compare me to her startles me indeed. What did she come for? Branson looked at the hand on his shoulder, but remained silent. Matthew awkwardly withdrew his hand. How about Phil punches me a few, taken aback. The air grew heavy and still. His brows furrowed, then relaxed, then furrowed again, doing this several times until he finally gave up on pressing further. Instead, he recounted the events roughly to Matthew. After hearing it, Matthew frowned involuntarily as well. But after a moment of silence, he only remarked lightly, fools cannot be saved. Only the child suffers. Branson watched him with a half-smile. Don't you want to know how she is? Matthew chuckled. With Phil personally handling the situation, everything must have gone perfectly. Why should your subject worry? I might as well get some rest and try to avoid those bitter medicines that make one's heart ache. After all this time, they understood each other quite well. If Branson had decided not to intervene, why would he bother telling him? Branson's lips curved slightly without humor. But I want to know, if it were Bodhi, what would you do? Pausing thoughtfully, Matthew replied, I would tell her that such family members aren't worth holding on to. If she wants to leave, I would teach her self-reliance for a while. As for her family, let them fend for themselves. Branson asked, what if she wanted to return? There was no point in hiding it. Matthew continued straightforwardly, then I'd have Amato visit her home every so often. Amato, one of Francisco's deputies, had a short temper and despised injustice. With him around, her family would surely keep their heads down. Looking at the ceiling, Branson's voice was emotionless. You've certainly thought it through thoroughly. And it was pretty close to what he had guessed. He had always known that, even though they were unrelated, even though they had exchanged only a few brief words, this man would never stand idly by. Just like when they were kids. He was the only one who was willing to help him at any cost, asking for nothing in return. Matthew did indeed have ambition, but he poured all his passion into the nation wholeheartedly. He was a true hero. Wealth and power could not tempt him. Branson blinked softly in the darkness. They could either choose to become friends by bringing him back into the light, or pulling the other down into the abyss together. But ghosts fear the light. Yet, the abyss was too bitter. Chapter 388. Heartfelt Feelings, 2. Neither option seemed to be a good idea. Branson curled his lips in a faintly mocking smile. He was not willing to step into the limelight. Indeed, he was very adept at pretending to be a good person, but he could never truly be one. Because for someone like him, turning over a new leaf would require an incredibly painful price, akin to being skinned and dismembered. Yet, he did not want to drag Matthew down with him either. Just as he refused to let the other join him on that doomed mission against the Azar back then, knowing fully well it was a fire pit, a dead end. How could he possibly pull his friend into it? In his previous life, he thought he had everything and thus lacked nothing. But in this life, he realized, it wasn't quite so. Even with the beauty in his arms and power within his grasp, even if Martha was beautiful, gentle, and considerate, there were times when, upon waking in the middle of the night, Looking at the face of the beauty in his arms, he still felt a hollow emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. For some reason, he sometimes even thought, rather uncharitably, that this was the woman he had decided to spend his life with. Of course, men adored beauties, and he was no exception. But why did such a delicate and beautiful face stir nothing more than a mild flutter in his heart? There was one thing Branson had never told Mia. The reason he no longer insisted on finding the true owner of the jade pendant in this life was not just because of the reasons he mentioned. It was also because when Martha confessed the truth to him, revealing that the owner of the jade pendant was someone else, all the tenderness, affection, and partiality he had harbored for that woman vanished in an instant. At that moment, he suddenly realized. What he loved was not Martha, but the jade pendant itself. Confined by childhood obsession, whoever possessed the jade became the object of his love. Blinded by what he thought was deep affection, he failed to see the truth. A life of devotion, only to arrive at a conclusion he himself dared not admit. Martha was not the one who stirred his heart once in a lifetime. Is Imran troubled? Or feeling unwell somewhere? Surely you're not running a fever too? Noticing Branson's sudden and obvious abnormality, Matthew instinctively leaned forward slightly, using the moonlight to observe his expression. Feeling a warm breath wafting towards him, Branson's heart skipped a beat. He snapped out of his trance, pushing Matthew away, and said coldly, "Stay back. Do you think I'm as weak as you? A fever that doesn't clear up in a few days?" Matthew smiled. Using the force from Branson, he shifted into a more comfortable position and said lazily, "So it's heart trouble? Since we can't sleep anyway, will you tell me?" Branson was taken aback. "Favio, you?" His gaze flickered. Just as he was about to refuse and throw a sarcastic remark at Matthew, Matthew continued, "As an exchange, shall I tell you something about myself first?" Without waiting for Branson's response, he proceeded, "Those mooncakes I brought you during Mid-Autumn Festival weren't made by new maids as practice. They were made by me. They didn't taste great, which is why I didn't mention it." Branson's eyes betrayed no emotion, and? Matthew looked at him and slowly recounted those stories never told to anyone. "And? The 2 skilled guards by the Buster's side were killed by my arrows. As for why Ianto's adopted son suddenly turned against him, it also has something to do with me." Branson remained silent, but under the moonlight, his face was almost translucent white. Chapter 389 The Truth 1. If Oswald was only slightly surprised by the Mid-Autumn Festival incident, the other 2 events could be described as shocking. He had always been walking on the edge of a precipice, lacking many trustworthy people around him, so it was natural that his actions weren't foolproof. The Buster had 2 very skilled strongmen by his side, neither of whom were any weaker than Yael in terms of ability, both rare talents as generals. Basilia spared no expense to hire and train them, intending for them to become the Buster's right-hand men and save his life in critical moments. As the saying goes, 1,000 soldiers are easy to find, but a good general is hard to come by. With these 2 protecting him, there was a possibility that they could have escorted the Buster out of the palace gates, but they were mysteriously shot through the throat at the palace gate, preventing the Buster from stopping the falling portcullis, leading to him being pierced with arrows like a porcupine. As for the incident involving Ianto, it was even more bizarre. Oswald had ordered someone to secretly slip the portrait of the imperial concubine and her handkerchief into Ianto's possession when he was unaware, and Achilles caught him red-handed. Coveting Darnell's woman, if this happened to anyone else, it would naturally mean certain death, but Ianto was just an eunuch who couldn't consummate relations, having served Achilles since childhood and best understood the latter's intentions. Achilles trusted him more than his own son, which was why Ianto managed to reach the position of senior eunuch. This man sobbed profusely, crying out about how he was being framed and accusing someone of trying to remove Achilles' confidence. His words were filled with veiled accusations against Oswald, leaving Achilles uncertain whether to believe him. Although angry, Achilles did not plan to execute Ianto immediately. But then, Ianto's most trusted adopted son stepped forward and accused him of not only coveting Darnell's woman but also betraying Achilles in secret, doing all sorts of hypocritical deeds behind his back. After speaking, he committed suicide by dashing his head against the floor in front of Achilles. Even Achilles knew that this person had always been close to Ianto. Had it been someone else, Achilles might have doubted, but he absolutely believed this individual, especially after he chose to commit suicide. Clearly, he wasn't bribed or seeking glory. Thus, Achilles, filled with shock and rage, ordered immediate execution for Ianto. Yet, despite Darnell's suspicion-prone nature, Ianto's final accusations left Achilles harboring resentment towards Oswald. It's easy to imagine how much trouble there would be if this man hadn't died. Oswald frowned slightly and whispered, "Lawrence was utterly loyal to Ianto, and I couldn't turn him. How did you manage it?" Had it been possible, he would have tried to recruit this man too, but to no avail, as he remained unbendable. How could such a person heed Matthew? As if guessing Oswald's thoughts, Matthew gave a somewhat self-deprecating smile. What does Phil think of Lawrence? He didn't work for Ianto to climb the ranks. Rather, it was out of gratitude for Ianto's recognition. You must have known him as well. When he first entered the palace, he was just a lowly eunuch responsible for cleaning the chamber pots for other attendants. Ianto gradually promoted him to his current position, so his loyalty ran deep. Such a person cannot be bought with wealth or power. As for why he listened to me, pausing here, Matthew continued lightly, before entering the palace, Lawrence's family were tenant farmers outside Shengjing City, relying on a few acres of land for survival. Although poor, they lived harmoniously. However, due to rising taxes imposed by the government and increasing rent on their land, his family owed a significant debt to the landlord. Eventually, the landlord not only reclaimed their land but also forcibly took Lawrence's sister as a concubine. Chapter 390 The Truth 2. Matthew glanced sideways at Branson and continued, but his parents were different from those short-sighted people. They loved their daughter dearly, so they sold everything and borrowed money from all directions to beg the landlord to release her. However, they didn't expect that after taking the money, the landlord not only refused to release her, but also ordered his servants to beat them out with sticks. His father's injuries were too severe, and he passed away a few days after returning home. Unable to bear it, his mother hanged herself. The rest of the story isn't hard to guess. Branson remarked coolly, "You helped him." Matthew laughed softly. "Phil knows my temper well. If I don't see these matters, then it's fine. But if I do, I cannot just sit by and watch. In fact, it wasn't much help. Just gave him some money to bury his parents properly. Then I sneaked into the landlord's house under cover of darkness, disciplined him, brought out his sister, and gave them some silver so they could settle down somewhere." Branson looked at him with a half smile, spending both money and effort. "And you still say it's not helping?" To me, it was just something within reach. He had encountered many who stood up for justice, asking for no reward and forgetting it afterward, not even leaving their names behind. Matthew sighed lightly, "But I never expected to meet him again in the palace." Later on, his sister married a lame fisherman. This fisherman was reclusive, always coming and going alone, and nobody in the village liked him. However, his biggest virtue was that he treated Carrie reasonably well, and was willing to help her take care of her Ivar, so life was still bearable for them. But when his sister was 7 months pregnant, the fisherman was trampled to death by a nobleman's horse while selling fish in the city. Upon hearing the news, she went into labor prematurely due to shock and died along with the baby. After Lawrence arranged the funeral for his sister and Ivar-in-law, he became a eunuch. Branson frowned. He entered the palace to take revenge for his sister? Matthew nodded, yes. For an powerless lower-ranking eunuch, revenge is far from easy. So he aligned himself with Chief Eunuch Ianto and gradually rose through the ranks. When I saw him again, he had already become the chief secretary of the Board of Rights. At this point, it was water under the bridge, and there was no need to bring up old grievances. Matthew had no intention of holding anything against him. However, he would not associate with someone who conspired with Ianto to frame loyal officials. Yet he didn't expect that the now renamed Lawrence sought him out, saying he never forgot the past kindness and wanted to repay him someday. Lawrence spoke casually, and Matthew merely listened politely. Matthew dismissed it entirely, replying politely to Lawrence, "Old stories, Chief Secretary Wei, you needn't worry about it so much." Times changed, and the man before him had even changed his surname. He was no longer the desperate youth from long ago. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but reflect. Surprisingly, though he assisted in atrocities, he remained a person of gratitude. Being close to Darnell, he naturally had more access to information than others. Several times, he warned me to beware of ill-intentioned people. So privately, I advised him to distance himself from Ianto. Unfortunately, he refused to listen, saying Ianto had been a benefactor to him. He didn't want Ianto to harm me, nor did he wish for me to harm him. Yet how can there be perfect solutions in this world? The past events came rushing back, entwining into a dense web. In the quiet night, Matthew murmured, "I don't know why you suddenly chose to hurt yourself to harm others, but Ianto had the trust of the late emperor. If we can't deal with him decisively this time, and he makes a comeback, he will be even harder to handle. So I told myself that this time I have to take a gamble. I told Lawrence that the items found on Ianto were planted by me. Ianto and I are already irreconcilably opposed. If Ianto doesn't die this time, then I will." Chapter 391 Promise 1. Branson's brows twitched. A moment later, he said, "Since you dislike me so much, why have you helped me time and again?" He subconsciously trusted Matthew's words without doubt, but at that time, they had almost completely stopped paying attention to each other. Matthew whispered softly, "My father has always been loyal to Darnell himself. I've never supported anyone, but I would also ask myself, if I must choose someone from among the late emperor's princes to inherit this position, who is more suitable?" Matthew looked into Branson's eyes, speaking deliberately, "I chose you." Branson unconsciously clenched his cold fingers. Matthew's voice seemed distant and unreal. "No matter what others say, I've always believed that you have the ability to be a good emperor. I believed you hadn't changed, but everything that happened afterward told me I was wrong." As he spoke, Matthew slightly curled his lips, but the curve lacked the warmth it once held, cold like the crescent moon. Matthew slowly continued, "Branson, I admit I disliked you before, but compared to disliking you, in fact, I have always hated myself more, for misjudging you and even aiding you multiple times. To me, the Melvin family affair was something for which I bear undeniable responsibility because my choice led them to that end." Branson watched him silently. "Are you saying this now to make me feel guilty?" Matthew sighed lightly. "Phil, how can someone as intelligent as you speak such nonsense? Why would I tell you these things? I don't believe you truly don't understand. In the past, I thought that one should judge actions rather than intentions. If my conscience is clear, there's no need to confess. But now, I wish to be honest with you about all my deeds and thoughts, hoping to eliminate any misunderstanding between us. Once, I hated myself most for misjudging people, but now, what I hate more is my former arrogance, unwilling to yield a single step. Why did I have to vie for superiority and always insist on having an upper hand?" The dense black hair cascaded down, casting a hazy veil of moonlight over Branson's face. His crystal-like eyes flashed with indescribable light. "Misjudgment may be true. I'm not afraid for you to know that since I decided to contend for this throne, I've never intended to be a good emperor. But you don't need to shoulder all the responsibilities, nor do you have any obligation to do anything for me. I have never blamed you for it." Matthew shook his head. "But I can't forgive myself. I know what you fear. Your heart is dead. Then let me give you another one. We were never supposed to be enemies. Give yourself a chance, and give me one too. As long as you are willing to move forward, I will firmly hold your hand and never let you fall again. Even if you make mistakes, I will share the burden with you." It felt like hearing a thunderclap in the silence, freezing his blood in an instant. Branson's eyes flickered, for the first time genuinely feeling a mixture of guilt and unease. He hadn't felt guilty or ashamed about his actions in a long time, even when apologizing to Yael. "Stop talking. I believe you." Branson abruptly interrupted Matthew. He avoided Matthew's gaze, whispering as if surrendering or giving up, "I'm sorry." Chapter 392 Promise 2. Favio in the past? His throat suddenly became dry. making it difficult for him to speak. Confrontation had long become a habit. Even having a decent conversation was this hard now. Branson pressed his lips together and paused for a while before continuing. I was wrong about what happened in the past. I shouldn't have knowingly broken the rules or twisted right and wrong. I promise you that as long as I am here, the Great Zhou will not form alliances through marriage, cede territory, or pay tribute. It will not do anything detrimental to the people. At this moment, he seemed to finally step over the invisible flames and thorns, reverting to the passionate youth he once was. The emperor guards the national gate, the king dies for the country. This is my promise to you. Although I'm not a good person, what I've promised will certainly be kept. Matthew was stunned for a long time. Having seen Branson's sarcastic smiles and pretended coldness too many times, this was the first time he saw such sincerity from him. He didn't need insincere apologies. Given Branson's character, the more realistic a show of false intention appeared, the crueler the blow would be when it eventually came. After saying all this, laying bare those unspoken grievances under the bright sun, of course, he had to get a response from Branson. He must get a response from Branson. He could be passionate and sincere, but with his pride, he couldn't always be enthusiastic on his own. It turned out that receiving such a sincere response was still beyond his expectation. Matthew felt bewildered. In bewilderment, some inexplicable regret emerged. As Jaden had once said, he thought Branson's concessions should only come after seeing his actions. But removing that mask of pretended indifference, this so-called tyrant was surprisingly easy to appease. All it took were a few words expressing his true feelings. Not vows like, may 10,000 arrows pierce my body if I don't die badly, nor proving his loyalty by destroying himself. How foolish. This person was really too foolish. Why hadn't he noticed before? His breath was light and soft, carrying a chilly fragrance of plum blossoms as it fell on his face. At this moment, Matthew clearly saw the moisture hidden in Branson's eyes, just as if he saw his own unspeakable thoughts deep down. Everyone thought he was friends with everyone, but friends can be close or distant. How could one truly treat everyone equally? Perhaps, only because he really cared. Could he feel extra distressed and critical? In the silent room where a pin drop could be heard, Matthew suddenly laughed softly. Branson was taken aback. A trace of coolness appeared in his glass-like eyes. He pursed his lips and asked, "What are you laughing at? Don't you believe me?" Those offhand displays of goodwill and apologies from the past, of course, didn't care whether the other party believed them or not, and didn't matter if they were uncovered. But today, these words almost drained all his strength. Matthew looked into Branson's eyes, unwilling to miss any emotion. He slowly said, "Of course, I believe Phil. I just laugh at how stupid I am, proud yet blind, leading to the neglect of the one who truly cares." The young man's gaze carried a warmth that melted ice and snow, as he gently said, "Phil, can you forgive me?" Branson didn't say anything. There was no telling what was in his heart, but the sudden gloom just moments ago instantly vanished, and the faintly cool scent of plum blossoms also seemed to grow stronger at this moment. Chapter 393. Asking Questions. 1. Branson stared at Matthew with a deep gaze for quite some time before saying, "He has never blamed you. Being popular wasn't Matthew's fault. Truthfully, it was his own narrow-mindedness and jealousy." Matthew blinked and pressed on. "Then does Imran think he regarded me as his elder Ivar?" After a long silence, Matthew heard a faint, "Yes." "Really?" Matthew couldn't help but laugh. "Then I should thank Imran for your auspicious words." All Branson could see was the word, provoking, dancing around him, so he frowned slightly and ignored him. Thus, the instigator laughed even harder. Matthew very naturally put his hand on Branson's shoulder and grinned, negotiating. "Seeing as I've been so honest with Imran, can Imran also answer a few of my questions?" Branson looked at him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Knowing this meant consent, Matthew's eyes flashed with joy. He asked slowly, "Where does the plum blossom fragrance on Phil come from?" Branson paused briefly and then pursed his lips. "Change it." However, Matthew was not willing to let go so easily today. He feigned innocence. "I have concealed nothing from Imran. Would Imran truly refuse to answer my first question?" The scent of plum blossoms had never been good news for Branson. Ordinarily, Branson would have refused without hesitation, but today, after a moment of silence, he still replied, "Since you are so sincere, let's play a game. You answer one of my questions, and I'll answer one of yours. Whoever lies is a dog." Matthew chuckled softly. He gestured an invitation and answered readily, "No problem, everything goes by what Imran says." Branson calmly said, "Isabel once mentioned to me, worrying about your marital affairs. There are countless women in Shengjing who admire you, yet you have shown no interest in any of them. How about Jonathan tells me what." Matthew's carefree demeanor, Branson reverted to his expressionless state. "Just answer the question. Enough useless talk." Matthew shrugged and summarized dismissively, "Nothing else really matters, just someone who understands me." Branson laughed softly. He turned his head slightly and asked unhurriedly, "That's all?" Chapter 394. Questioning. 2. It was clear that Branson was not satisfied with Matthew's answer. The two locked eyes for a few moments, and Matthew eventually conceded. His gaze fell on Branson's face, and he smiled nonchalantly, "Fine, fine. The first thing is that she has to be beautiful." Branson knitted his eyebrows slightly and commented without any courtesy, "Superficial?" Matthew laughed heartily. "Admiring beauty is human nature. I'm a man too. There's nothing strange about liking someone beautiful. And to tell you the truth, since childhood, I've always thought my future wife should be the most beautiful woman in the world." Indeed, this was the truth. When he was 7 or 8, he would give this same answer whenever asked. Branson glanced at Matthew but didn't say anything more. He just said, "Go on." Matthew pondered for a moment and continued, "She should have some culinary skills. These past few days, it's been nothing but medicine and kanji, which I could barely stand. It doesn't need to be perfect, though. Being able to make a few decent dishes would be enough. Not like me, who can only manage to set the kitchen on fire. She doesn't need to be too proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but her horsemanship and archery must be good. Having read military books would be even better. She also needs to know some martial arts, enough to ride horses with me in the frontier, resting in picturesque places when tired. I hunt, and she cooks. At this point, Matthew laughed again. And while we eat, we can discuss military strategies. Branson remarked, are you looking for a wife or a general? Matthew shrugged, responding matter-of-factly, is it wrong to want a wife who could be a general? Branson looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. A woman like that probably has a bad temper and might not get along well with you. Matthew smiled sweetly. As long as our personalities match, a bad temper isn't an issue. I have plenty of ways to keep her happy. I could take her to explore these beautiful mountains and rivers. Even if things go south, I can endure whatever punishment. How can she bear to do so? Phil, surely you have confidence in me? Before Branson could respond, Matthew started tapping a light rhythm on the edge of the bed, humming an unknown tune. Unlike his usual boisterous demeanor, the tune was like a trickling stream, soothing away the unease in one's heart. Branson had never heard anyone say Matthew could sing, but thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. Even the casual learning of the ancient zither during his childhood far surpassed others' relentless efforts. Branson momentarily froze, finding his previous words amusing. Who wouldn't fall for Matthew's charm? Just then, Matthew's teasing voice sounded in his ear. I've answered your question, Phil. Now can you start answering mine? When it came to himself, Branson remained silent once more. Silence settled around them again. Matthew raised his brows but did not urge him, his eyes half smiling, hiding an indescribable light. It made people feel uneasy inside. Ever since Branson became emperor, few dared to look at him so boldly. Those who were truly blind and ignorant had already been executed by his order. Yet Branson did not lose his temper. To him, tantrums that couldn't cause actual harm were like children playing pretend, serving only to reveal the other person's limits. Faced with someone he truly wanted to kill, he wouldn't even give them a chance to speak. In the deathly silence, Branson avoided Matthew's gaze, lowering his eyes to look at the red string tied around his wrist. Chapter 395 Plum Blossoms 1. Noticing the ambiguity in Branson's expression, Matthew couldn't help but heave a sigh inwardly. Although he was warm-hearted and liked to right wrongs when he saw injustice, he rarely had much curiosity, let alone inquire into other people's private affairs. Yet for some unknown reason, ever since he knew that the faint plum blossom fragrance came from Branson, he would always feel an inexplicable unease. He felt an irresistible urge to know the truth. But seeing how evasive Branson was being, this plum blossom scent definitely wasn't tied to any pleasant memories. Back then, Lawrence aided the tyrant, becoming an executioner who helped Ianto treat lives with contempt. Although Matthew disapproved of it, he merely distanced himself, not overly criticizing or pushing him. Had things not escalated, he wouldn't have pushed him to make a choice. Everyone has their own path, one can't be forced. A twisted gourd only yields bitter fruits. Now, this matter is long past. Since Branson clearly didn't want to talk about it, why should he insist on putting him in such a difficult position? Thinking this, his tenacity suddenly vanished like mist. In the dead silence, Matthew's lips moved slightly. The words, if Imran doesn't want to talk about it, forget it, were almost out before he heard Branson say softly, have you heard of the Shrine Hall of the Azar? Matthew froze at this question. He nodded, then realized Branson wasn't looking at him, so he added, of course. The Shrine Hall held absolute sway in Azar. The High Priest virtually wielded authority equal to Darnell's. Even princes and princesses had to follow rules in the Shrine Hall, which is why even the willful Princess Ambrise suffered under strict discipline there. Naturally, Matthew knew this well. Branson mentioning the Shrine Hall now made Matthew's heart sink for no apparent reason, and another long silence followed his words. Just as Matthew thought Branson wouldn't continue, he spoke, Azar people excel at raising venomous insects and studying poisons, most methods originating from the Shrine Hall. Back then, the Ice Soul Divine Water that Dwight smeared on arrows was a very rare poison from the Shrine Hall. Its lethal potency could turn humans into mindless zombies following orders. Besides Ice Soul Divine Water, the Shrine Hall keeps many secrets regarding raising poisonous insects and concocting poisons. These poisons and venomous insects require testing. The priests believe testing these on humans is better than animals, so they constantly seek people for testing. Hearing this, a layer of cold sweat formed in Matthew's palm. He felt a vague sadness and regretted prying where he shouldn't. He reached out, gripping Branson's wrist again, whispering, enough, I understand, don't say more. This time Branson did not pull away immediately. He raised his head, meeting Matthew's eyes. In that instant of eye contact, Matthew saw a deep, peculiar light in Branson's eyes. Those glass-like eyes were now dark, like an unfathomable abyss, ready to engulf anyone who looked into them. Branson chuckled softly, his voice eerily calm, devoid of emotion. Actually, the origin of the plum blossom fragrance is quite simple. Back in Azar, I wasn't anyone else. This tactic indeed worked. Thanks to Branson's obedience and adaptability, although Marla made him undergo drug trials, she didn't use those instant kill poisons on him. Instead, they were all kinds that tormented or controlled, or others that had been tested before to ensure they wouldn't be lethal. However, frequent exposure always comes with risks. Drug trials can never be completely foolproof, let alone when faced with an unpredictable person. The old woman had an extremely peculiar temperament. She could be gentle when in a good mood. Not only would she prepare health-nourishing dishes for Branson after trials to prevent long-term damage, but she would even agree to some unreasonable request Branson occasionally made. Yet, at any moment, a trivial matter could trigger her anger. And the Irene's prestige and power in the Irene Hall were unmatched. She could kill anyone who displeased her without any reason. One day, a new drug tester involuntarily showed horror at her scarred face. She flew into a rage, ordering the guards to slowly dissect the child, who was not yet 15, slicing off pieces of flesh with knives dipped in salt water. Moreover, she forced everyone present to walk barefoot through a room filled with scorpions, including Branson. The room wasn't large, and walking through it shouldn't have taken much time. But over half of the people, stung multiple times by scorpions, screamed in agony and ran around wildly, only to be mercilessly slain by the sword-wielding guards. Only a small number managed to force themselves through the unbearable pain and made it across. However, the scorpions were clearly venomous. From their soles upward, their legs became swollen and discolored, blue and purple, causing excruciating pain and itching. Half of the survivors died from the pain, while the rest fell to the ground, howling in misery. The small room echoed with unhuman cries of suffering, incessant and terrifying. Only Branson remained silent. Wave after wave of intense pain hit him, yet he leaned against a corner free of scorpions, expressionless, staring at his severely swollen calves. Chapter 397. Temperament 1. The scorpion's venom was not lethal, but if left untreated for too long, the leg would be lost. Branson's pale, slender hand rested on his waist. There was a dagger there. In fact, simply slicing open the wound to release the poison blood would provide some relief. But Branson made no move. This was Marla's punishment. By the rules, in the Irene Hall, even dressing one's own wound required permission from her. If he displeased Marla, things would only get worse. He could endure it a bit longer. Just then, a rustling sound came from below. Branson looked down and saw a frail, undernourished Eileen shakily clutching his ankle. Since his entire leg was bruised and swollen, he barely felt it when she grabbed him. Branson frowned and coldly said, "Get lost." The Eileen trembled in pain, her voice hoarse. She couldn't even crawl up. She could only humbly and pitifully lie at Branson's feet, whispering, "Please, please save me. I have an 80-year-old grandmother and a 1-year-old sister at home. I can't die. They're waiting for me to support them. If you can save me, I'll do anything you ask. Please, I beg of you." She had been sold to the Irene Hall as a medicine slave because her family couldn't afford food and she didn't want her grandmother and little sister to starve to death. It was her first day here, just like the boy who was being flayed, so she didn't know Branson's temperament yet. Seeing that he wasn't writhing in pain like others, she assumed he had a special method to alleviate pain. Of course, there was also a secret hope that seeing this unusually handsome youth, she instinctively believed he was a good person. However, faced with the pitiful cries of Adeline, Branson remained unmoved. He ruthlessly shook off her hand, his voice as icy as millennial-old frost. "One last time, either leave or die." Terrified by the murderous intent in his eyes, Adeline began to shrink back. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The sharp slap resounded, and Branson's face stung with fiery pain. At the same time, 2 brutish medicine slaves approached and hauled Adeline up like a dead dog. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. One of the slaves punched her mouth, and several bloody teeth fell to the ground with a dull thud. The intermittent screams stopped, and Branson raised his head slightly. As expected, he saw the scarred face of the Irene approaching. Her face was twisted and deformed, horrifying beyond belief. It hardly looked like a woman's face, barely even human. At this moment, the owner of that face stared intently at Branson. The situation was undeniably terrifying. A flash of revulsion flickered in Branson's downcast eyes, but his expression remained unchanged. Bearing the pain, he knelt properly and whispered, "Irene." The scarred old woman before him was the current Irene of Azar. She did not respond. Instead, she stepped closer and stroked Branson's hair with her withered, wrinkled hand. At that moment, a sinister, raspy voice commanded beside his ear, "Look up." Chapter 398. Temperament 2. His pitch-black, thick lashes trembled slightly as Branson lifted his head as instructed. The coldness in his eyes dissipated at this moment, replaced by an appearance of paleness and helplessness. As long as he was willing, he could portray himself as obedient and harmless to a godlike extent. The Irene's fingernail lightly grazed the several bloody streaks on his cheek. "Does it hurt?" Her voice was hoarse with age, yet her tone surprisingly carried genuine concern and tenderness, as if the person who had slapped him moments ago wasn't her. Coldness and ridicule surged within Branson's heart. The feeling of her fingers moving back and forth on his cheek filled him with extreme disgust. But thanks to his excessively handsome face since youth, hiding these negative emotions wasn't difficult. Just a slight curve of his lips could captivate someone entirely. He nodded slightly, whispering, "It hurts a lot." Looking at the boy's face that, even injured, still held a beauty that startled the heart, the Irene sighed. "Do you know why I hit you?" "Why?" Branson did not answer immediately, his peripheral vision casually sweeping over Adeline who had grabbed him earlier. Everyone else in the room had been taken out except for this Eileen, who was still held like a rag doll by 2 burly medicine slaves. Her face was covered in blood, and she had lost several teeth, looking both absurd and miserable. Her large eyes were filled with palpable terror. After a brief silence, Branson placed his hand on his waist again. He drew out a dagger and, without flinching, sliced off a piece of flesh. Branson and slowly said, "The next 999 cuts are up to you. Once finished, you can rest today. But if the person dies before you're done, you should know what punishment awaits you. Death by 1,000 cuts." Chill penetrated his skin as he listened to Adeline's desperate screams and watched the tears mixed with blood streaming down her cheeks. Branson suddenly felt very cold. He wasn't a good person indeed, but he was at least human. He didn't wish to raise a blade against innocent weaklings. Yet the cruel reality and unpredictable human hearts wouldn't spare him. Chapter 399 Choice 1. Branson took the blood-stained bone-skinning steel knife from the medicine slave and looked down at Adeline curled up in pain. His shadow fell on her. Tears mixed with blood kept welling up from her eyes, and Adeline shook her head desperately, uttering muffled pleas for mercy. She wanted to escape, but her body felt heavy and painful as if it no longer belonged to her. What good was fear? She was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her life was in someone else's hands. Branson thought with a touch of irony. Actually, he was no different. Dwight and this woman before him. These monsters. They liked his stubbornness while trying to crush him completely, dragging him down into the abyss. He couldn't afford not to show weakness. Yet the day he truly showed weakness would be the day of his death. The glint of the blade flashed before Adeline's eyes, accompanied by a terrified scream. A strand of black hair floated down to the ground. However, this time, the expected pain did not come. The Eileen stared at Branson with confusion on her thin, frail body that was shaking violently. Her lips moved slightly, too frightened to make a sound. But Branson still read her lips. It was "Save me." Branson smiled. He leaned down close to Adeline's ear, whispering so only the two of them could hear, "All right." The cold breath of the young man stirred the strands of hair beside her cheeks. Her big eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She didn't know where she found the strength to grab Branson's hand tightly, and then opened her mouth. "Thank." Before she finished one word, the bone-skimming steel knife ruthlessly pierced through her chest. The strike was so fierce that when the knife was pulled out, it seemed as if a sudden rain of blood showered down, covering Branson. The Eileen's pupils shrank. The look of surprise on her face had not yet faded when her breath ceased. The bruise on her leg grew worse, and the pain felt like 1,000 needles stabbing at once. Blood dripped from her chin to the ground. Unable to bear it any longer, Branson half knelt on the ground. In the next moment, his feet were lifted off the ground. This time, he was the one being held up. The Irene slowly walked to Branson. Her already terrifying face seemed even more grotesque now. One stab. She slapped him hard across the face, causing Branson to turn his head. Blood filled his mouth, but his voice remained extremely gentle. "Ranner, I care for you so much, treating you like my own child, but you are just too disobedient and foolish. You betrayed me for an unrelated wretch. Now that this little wretch is dead, you'll have to endure the remaining 998 stabs yourself." As she spoke, she extended her hand, and a nearby medicine slave handed her a short knife with an odd shape. The sharp edge was greenish, clearly poisoned. His long, thick eyelashes quivered involuntarily. Branson's face was pale to the point of transparency. Looking into her eyes, he whispered softly, "I didn't mean to. I was just a bit scared," which made me lose control of the knife. A chill spread across his neck, followed by excruciating pain. The Irene used the short knife to leave a bloody mark on his neck. "Really?" The wound turned dark purple almost immediately. The candlelight cast on Branson's excessively pale face. Despite the intense pain overwhelming him, he managed to refrain from screaming or showing too much reaction. After a brief silence, he said, "Really?" Chapter 400 Choice 2. The Irene scrutinized Branson from head to toe, trying to find even a hint of fear or guilt on the young man's face. But in the end, she found nothing. Unless he was doing it on purpose, he hid all his negative emotions perfectly. Pain could make him pale but not cowardly. Even at this moment, he still held his unbending pride firmly. The youth's face before her now overlapped with a face in her memory, making the Irene feel both irritated and excited. She reached out and grabbed Branson's face as if inspecting an object. "Not afraid of death?" Branson looked at her. "Of course I am." "Afraid? What use was being afraid? Fear would neither turn a bad person good, nor stop the executioner's blade. Wasn't Adeline just now afraid too? Who among those present wasn't afraid? But no matter how afraid they were, they could only be killed like ants. This woman before him, like Dwight, enjoyed the process of breaking a person. Her favorite part was turning people into dogs before killing them piece by piece, looking triumphantly as they writhed and screamed under her feet. It was said that when the Irene was young, she once loved someone who never returned her feelings. This unrequited love turned her into what she is today, yet that person never bowed to her until death. Since then, whenever she saw a handsome or noble youth, she would torment them relentlessly, seemingly happy only when their pride was utterly crushed. However, if they showed any sign of fear or weakness, she immediately despised them. Those who were despised met unimaginable fates. The last favored drug man of the Irene died after being skinned alive. During the process, he had to stay awake while someone cut along his spine, peeling off the skin from his back, separating it from the muscle. The method was unspeakably cruel, and the pain comparable to lynching. That thin layer of skin is still preserved in the priestess hall, able to shock one to the core at a glance, demonstrating the excruciating pain endured by the victim. And that poor youth met such a fate merely because he was startled by a tiger. To this woman, only heroes qualified to kneel before her and serve her. Cowards were nothing but ants to be crushed. Be obedient, but don't be afraid. Don't show pain. Thinking of this, Branson smiled slightly. Although cold sweat was dripping down his jawline, leaving a shimmering trail on his cheeks, he seemed completely oblivious to the soul-wrenching pain. "But now I am the Irene's slave. Pleasing you is my duty." Upon hearing these words, the Irene was momentarily stunned. Her lips twitched uncontrollably, and she let out a hoarse, ambiguous laugh. The laugh distorted her scarred face further. In the next moment, a sharp blade tore through Branson's clothes, mercilessly leaving several bone-deep wounds on his body. Blood gushed out instantly, dropping onto the ground in a shocking scene. At the same time, the woman's icy and hoarse voice echoed in the ears, "Hit him with thorns on the soles of his feet 30 times, then take him to the medicinal pool." As she finished speaking, she glanced at Adeline lying on the ground. "As for this little bitch, throw her to the dogs." Chapter 401 Endurance 1. The rose thorn is a vine with backward-facing spines. Just a few strikes can beat someone until they are unrecognizable. The first strike landed on Branson's soles, and immediately fine drops of blood appeared. Before the punishment, he had already been bitten by scorpions and could not endure the beating. Even though Branson tried his best to hold back, his body still trembled involuntarily. However, he didn't even get a moment to catch his breath before the second and third strikes came down in rapid succession. By the time all 30 strikes were completed, his feet were a horrifying sight, unable to rise from his kneeling position for quite some time. Even if he managed to stop himself from crying out, the injuries on his body were very real. He was now at his utmost wretchedness, both physically weak and in pain. The two slave pharmacists didn't have the patience to wait for him. They directly pulled Branson up from the ground and shoved him towards a large pool. The pool did not contain clear water, but rather a deep green unknown liquid. Within this mysterious liquid, faintly visible scorpions and centipedes moved, looking strange and terrifying. One of the slaves roughly cuffed Branson's hands and feet, then mercilessly kicked him hard, sending him into the medicinal pool. At the instant of entering the water, an excruciating pain akin to being torn apart spread through every limb, especially on the soles and the existing wounds on his body, which made Branson's eyes bloodshot from the agony. This torment was comparable to being flayed alive. Gaining Marla's interest indeed brought some privileges and conveniences, allowing him to survive in this human-devouring place, but it also meant enduring more suffering, because her means of torturing people were inexhaustible and ever-changing. Whipping the soles with rose thorns was one method, and so was this medicinal pool. Branson gritted his teeth tightly. As his consciousness gradually dissipated, his vision blurred as if covered by mist. All remaining strength drained from his body under such unbearable torture. In a daze, he suddenly found it absurdly funny. The warmth of the undying hot blood coursing through him filled him with self-loathing. He asked himself again and again what he was holding on for. Was it to bear endless torment? Could it be Phil? Branson? The young man's slightly anxious voice called back his drifting thoughts. Feeling the burning touch on his wrist, Branson lightly moved his fingers. When his consciousness returned, the first thing he saw was Matthew's face close up. They were so close that making his heart race and feel restless. Even though he tried hard not to look away, Matthew couldn't help but glance at Branson again. His black hair spread over the pillow, his nose was prominent, and his lips were a deep red. Compared to his astonishing beauty when young, this face now exuded a handsomeness and strength. This face really had its advantages. As long as Branson wished, he could easily make people soften their hearts. For instance, now, though Matthew was being held by him, he still couldn't help feeling sad for Branson. Especially when Branson mentioned the word medicine person, Matthew felt something inside him tugged. But this sadness mustn't be shown. After spending so much time together, Matthew naturally understood. Given Branson's personality, he would never accept anyone's pity, especially not Matthew's. The more concerned he showed, the more torturous it might be for Branson. The deeper they interacted, the more Matthew realized that despite appearing detached from worldly affairs, Branson was still entangled in the mundane world. His past wasn't as easily let go as he appeared. If he truly let it go, he wouldn't have been a tyrant for so many years. He also wouldn't have believed in Martha's transparent false affection. Matthew had indeed met that woman. From a man's perspective, she was beautiful, but her eyes always hid a hint of calculation, which undoubtedly detracted from her beauty. For some time, Matthew thought Branson and Martha were of the same ilk. Now, however, he felt Martha was unworthy of Branson. With these thoughts, Matthew still didn't resist but calmly closed his eyes, looking as if he was ready to accept whatever happened. Branson was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Matthew smiled without opening his eyes. "Since Phil does not allow me to see, I can only close my eyes." These words froze Branson in place. The situation had turned around. After tormenting Yael, Chapter 403, Helplessness, 1. Being a seasoned frequenter of pleasure quarters, one would be inevitably influenced by the environment, no matter how self-righteous they are. Scholarly banter and jest came naturally from Matthew's lips, creating an atmosphere that could easily lead to an encounter between a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden at any moment. Yet it never felt intrusive. Matthew's eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, imbuing even his cool demeanor with warmth. When their gazes met, Branson suddenly found himself thinking inappropriately. Perhaps Carly's worries were not entirely unfounded after all. Facing such a person, even stage dramas evoke genuine emotions. Who knows? This piece of wood might eventually awaken and fall for someone, leading to a passionate and uncontrollable affair. Branson had always waited for Matthew to open up. He needed this person to become his sharp blade, fighting for him across the land. But what he hadn't anticipated was that when the day finally came, he himself would find himself at a disadvantage. In the past, at least there was still a distinction between ruler and minister. At least Matthew still adhered to etiquette, even if he didn't do so willingly. Now, however, Matthew acted fearlessly, saying whatever he wanted and doing whatever he pleased. This attitude made Branson feel helpless and restrained, as if revealing a critical weakness. One misstep, and the whole game is lost. From the half-reluctant brother onward, under Matthew's relentless pursuit, Branson had become the one constantly retreating. Why did Matthew have to ask such questions? He could simply choose not to answer. He was Darnell. He didn't need to listen to anyone. Why rush to acknowledge a Ivar? Branson didn't respond to Matthew's question. In a huff, he withdrew his hand and turned away from the person who disturbed his composure. But he had clearly underestimated Matthew. Even while ill, this person wouldn't behave properly. Seeing Branson refuse to answer, Matthew started singing on his own. This time not some unknown tune but a lullaby used to put children to sleep. It was melodic, yet it made Branson feel like Matthew was treating him like a child. Suddenly turning around, Branson said sternly, "Fabio, are you done yet? It's the middle of the night. Don't disturb others with your wailing." Matthew chuckled softly. Without arguing, he lazily replied, "All right, I won't sing anymore. Phil, please get some rest." Indeed, he stopped speaking immediately. Branson stared at Matthew in the darkness for a long time, eventually laughing despite his irritation. How could this person obey his orders without any defiance yet cause such strong emotional reactions? Truly absurd. The silence returned as no one spoke, only the sound of Matthew's steady breathing filling the room. He fell asleep incredibly fast, but Branson felt restless inside. Oddly, having Matthew talk kept him calm. Now, he couldn't help but wander into wild thoughts. Eventually, he passed out in pain in the medicinal pool. When he woke up, he found himself in a cold, luxurious palace. Silken curtains fluttered, and glass tiles reflected light. Night pearls emitted a soft glow, illuminating countless treasures. Pearls worth a fortune were casually strung into curtains, and the bedding was made of the finest silk and satin. Only the Celia enjoyed such luxury in the Great Zhou dynasty. However, Branson felt no joy. Having knelt here from dusk till dawn many times, he knew exactly where he was. The high priest's chamber. Chapter 404, Helplessness 2. In the past, although Branson could enter this bedchamber, he was only allowed to kneel on the ground and serve the Irene. Now that woman had actually made him lie on the bed, it seemed like he had won the bet. But Branson's heart was filled with endless disdain. In fact, if it were not for the situation forcing him, he would rather sleep in a sheep pen than have any association with that old woman. The Azar custom dictated that no one could enter the Irene's bedchamber without permission. At this moment, with Marla absent, Branson was the only person in the bedchamber. Though the wounds on his body still throbbed faintly, they had already been medicated and bandaged. There was also a faint, cold, refreshing plum blossom fragrance lingering around him. Initially, Branson thought it was the scent from incense and did not pay much attention. He gently rubbed his temples, struggled to get up from the bed, and silently knelt on the icy floor. He had barely kneeled for a short while when a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him. "You're awake?" Branson knew who it was without turning his head. After a brief silence, he slowly turned around and prostrated himself, saying softly, "Irene." The Irene waved her hand, signaling all those accompanying her to leave. She then walked a few steps forward and stopped in front of Branson. Her scarred face looked gloomy, but her tone was unreadable. "Why aren't you lying in bed? I didn't say anything about kneeling." The boy's long, dark lashes fluttered slightly, like a butterfly's wings. Branson pressed his lips together slightly. "Your reverence is too honorable. I am unworthy to sleep in your bedchamber." As soon as the words left his mouth, Branson felt a gaze like a sharp awl fall upon him. Then, a rough hand reached out, lifting his face. Unworthy or unwilling? They were very close, and Branson saw clearly the cold scrutiny in her eyes. This gaze was terrifying, like a cold, slimy, venomous snake. Branson's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was very clear. His words were not enough to win her trust, especially not the trust of this old woman before him. From the beginning, what he had gambled on was her interest and reluctance, not her trust. But he had already deceived and disobeyed her once today, and suffered an extremely cruel punishment because of it. He might not be able to withstand a second time. In the fleeting moment, countless thoughts flashed through Branson's mind, and he finally said, "Unworthy and unwilling." The Irene looked into his eyes. "Why? Do you think I'm too old? Or do you find me ugly?" This was undoubtedly a dangerous question. Branson knew well that what this old woman cared most about was her age and appearance. She never covered her face with masks or hoods, but whenever someone showed shock or fear at the sight of her, she would use the cruelest methods to kill them. The youth who was dissected alive wasn't the only one to suffer such a fate. There was also the one who was bitten to death by hundreds of snakes, and the one who was forcibly submerged in a toilet and suffocated to death. Such cases were numerous and varied, not to mention speaking ill of her appearance or age to her face. Yet he couldn't remain silent, nor could he delay his response, because silence and hesitation would be taken as an acknowledgement. He didn't need to obey her blindly, but he absolutely couldn't cross her bottom line, even though she treated him differently from others. Chapter 405, The Story 1. Reality told Branson that overestimating one's status in others' minds was a very dangerous thing. When one lacked strength, a servant must act like a servant, and a plaything must have the awareness of being just that. Otherwise, it would truly invite humiliation. "I was afraid." Branson stared at the woman before him without blinking. He whispered, "I am the Irene's servant. It has never been right for a servant to sleep in the master's bed. Everything I have now is given by the Irene. Yet, I have not been obedient enough, nor have I known how to please you. If I continue to break the rules and forget my place, I fear you will soon give up on me. I don't want to become like everyone else. I don't want to be bitten by venomous snakes, or skinned and tendons pulled out, nor do I want to be slowly sliced to pieces." Half-truths are always the hardest to discern. The Irene stared at Branson for quite some time, but did not press him further. Instead, she let go of his face and said with a mocking smile, "Ranner, you sure know how to speak and win favor. No wonder Dwight sent you here for me to discipline. But sweet words alone aren't enough. Actions are needed. A good servant should cry when the master orders tears and laugh when commanded joy. Even if they were to be cut to pieces, they should bow and thank their master. Isn't that so?" Her words cut deep. They hinted at Branson's current helpless state. Although he was born a prince, others could live in luxury within Great Zhou. Yet, he was cast aside, trampled into the dust, and had to call himself a servant. A pearl hidden in the mud, only to be mistaken for fish eyes. Yet Branson's expression remained unchanged. This time, he nodded without any hesitation and said, "Yes." The Irene chuckled darkly. She walked to the bed, arms extended behind her back facing away from Branson. "Come, help me change." Branson's gaze flickered, a quick flash of disgust crossing his eyes. He lifted his head, looking at Marla's back with murky eyes, wiping his face where she had touched, as if trying to erase the disgusting sensation. After a moment, he stood up and went to assist her in changing. Being a noble among the Azar, the Irene had an extremely intricate dressing process, usually requiring several maidservants. Although it wasn't impossible for Branson to do it alone, it would undoubtedly be both time-consuming and labor-intensive. It took him a considerable amount of time just to remove the ornaments from her head. The scarred woman not only refused to wear masks or hoods to hide her face, but also never felt old. She adorned herself lavishly like the young and beautiful consorts in the palace. Even if others found her behavior absurd and incomprehensible, she never thought of changing. She sought only to change and defeat others. And she succeeded. In this priestess hall, no one dared to say no to anything she said or did. Anyone who dared to criticize or despise her would inevitably meet a bad end. This was also her power. Suppressing the hatred in his heart, Branson's eyelashes trembled slightly. His pale face once again became obedient and innocent. He thought he would take what was useful and discard what was harmful. Chapter 406, The Story 2. The Irene looked down at Branson with her eyes cast down, the muscles on her face twitching slightly. She had become gentle again, as if the terrifying anger and punishment she had shown earlier never existed. She reached out with a look of compassion to touch one of the wounds on Branson's body. You're still injured, and the medicine pool contained many potent medicinal herbs that are toxic. It was dangerous for you this time. Theoretically, you shouldn't have been tested so early. Branson pressed his lips together slightly. He shook his head. There's no should or shouldn't about it. Thunderstorm and sunshine. All are blessings from you. The corners of the Irene's mouth twitched. She said meaningfully, but it might not be such a bad thing for you. A flicker crossed Branson's eyes. For some reason, upon hearing these words, a vague sense of unease started to grow in his heart. Then he saw the Irene reach out and grab a strand of hair hanging beside his cheek, savoring a sniff. She then continued, from now on, not only will you carry an unusual fragrance, but your blood will also be the best painkiller. As soon as she finished speaking, Branson felt his heart sink sharply. The Azar people were extremely misogynistic and naturally fierce, often engaging in combat where injuries were commonplace. If he truly carried an unusual fragrance and his blood could be used as a painkiller, that would mean he would become a plaything and blood slave for the Azar royal family. If this were true, if this were known, he might never have the chance to return home. The Irene sized up Branson's expression, her tone emotionless, yet her words clearly intended to reassure. As long as you listen well, no one else besides me will know about this, and I won't treat you unfairly. A slap, followed by a honeyed promise. Branson fell silent for a moment. Then, under the gaze of the Irene, he smiled faintly. His features were naturally exquisite and charming, and when he smiled, it was as stunning as ink spreading across a landscape, breathtaking enough to make one ache. Of course, I'll listen to you. The Irene didn't speak. After becoming the Irene, she had countless handsome young boys around her, but most of them fawned over her while hiding their fear and dread. Only this youth before her was different, and he matched the long-sealed shadow in her memory the most closely. But that person wouldn't have been as obedient as Branson. An inexplicable stirring arose within the Irene. Looking at Branson, she suddenly asked, "Do you know why my face is like this?" This change of topic was abrupt, and he hadn't expected her to bring this up, causing Branson to be stunned once more. He shook his head. "I don't know. It was rumored to be because of a man. However, this was undoubtedly a sore spot for the woman before him, not something he could casually discuss." The Irene laughed ambiguously. She waved her hand, signaling Branson to stop. Then she walked to the table, casually turning a glass vase placed there. 3 turns to the left, 4 to the right. Suddenly, there was a clang. A door opened unexpectedly nearby. Branson instinctively looked in that direction, but saw only pitch-black darkness. The Irene stepped toward the open door. At the same time, a low, hoarse voice sounded in his ear. "Follow." Chapter 407. Secret Chamber, 1. The floor behind the door was paved with Millennium Cold Jade. Ever since Branson was forced to walk through the room full of scorpions, he hadn't put on his shoes again. He had just been injured and was already losing too much blood. Now walking barefoot on the icy hard ground, he felt chills running through him incessantly. It seemed as if he would faint again at any moment. This place was very large. Branson managed to follow the Irene, turning 2 corners before his view suddenly opened up into a golden and splendid secret chamber. The secret chamber was piled high with countless treasures. Even the most inconspicuous corners were filled to the brim. But hanging right in the center was a portrait. The portrait depicted a very beautiful young Eileen. She was probably around 17 or 18 years old. Though not jaw-droppingly gorgeous, she could still be considered an extraordinary beauty. Most striking were her large, clear eyes, like a pool of autumn water. Seeing this portrait, Branson pressed his lips together, a preposterous thought suddenly rising in his heart. As if reading his mind, the Irene indeed said, "This is me when I was young. My lover painted it for me. Back then, I truly believed I was the happiest person in the world." Speaking these words, the perpetual gloom surrounding her seemed inexplicably to fade away, making her appear kinder and more benevolent than ever. However, Branson's heart instantly brimmed with caution. He knew all too well the unpredictable temperament of the woman before him, and he understood the profound hurt inflicted by that so-called lover. This sudden action, if it wasn't because she trusted him completely, then it must mean she intended to take his life. After all, only the dead can keep secrets without fail. Only they can be utterly trustworthy. Branson frowned. For a moment, he couldn't gauge her intention in bringing him here. Lowering his head, he pondered silently, not responding. Fortunately, the Irene didn't expect him to respond. Her gaze fell upon the portrait, as if lost in deep reminiscence. Over 30 years ago, I was still a disciple of the previous Irene. Among all the disciples, she favored me the most, and I was the only one chosen to succeed her position. Until a man appeared. Mentioning her former love, a figure of both affection and hatred, her scarred face contorted once more. That person was only 17 at the time, a year younger than her, yet he was remarkably handsome, with beautiful almond eyes that always held a smile, and a mouthful of honeyed words ready to spill. He feared neither blades nor her poisons. Facing fierce beasts, he remained unperturbed. Yet, whenever he chose, a few words could make someone beam with joy, their heart melting like spring water. She had come to the priest hall at a very young age, having seen no other men except the potion slaves and servants there. The slaves were mostly dull and ugly, while the potion servants, though some were presentable, were overly timid and fawned over her like dogs. She could never have fallen for such worthless creatures. Meeting such an outstanding man now, she was easily captivated and devoted herself entirely to him. To fulfill the desires of Yates and remain by his side forever, she taught him all she knew about poisons and beast control, even risking danger to steal treasures from the priest hall to give to him. Yet, in the end, Yates betrayed her. Chapter 408. The Secret Chamber, 2. The Irene gazed at the portrait in the center of the secret chamber, her already harsh voice becoming even more raspy. He promised to return and marry me after he finished his business. But I waited day and night for 7 whole years without receiving any news from him. At that time, she never thought that all the sweet words and vows of love were false, merely tools to deceive her into helping him achieve his goals. Her mind was clouded by ceaseless affection and longing. She believed that he must have encountered some danger which prevented him from fulfilling his promise. With this thought, she left the priestess hall without informing anyone, determined to find her lover. This marked the beginning of her tragedy. She had made up her mind. If Yates was still alive, she would leave everything behind and be with him, no matter what. But if something happened to him, she would kill all of his enemies and join him in the netherworld. Neither of these scenarios came to pass. By the time she obtained the means and treasures from the priestess hall, Yates had already avenged himself, and he now had a loving wife. His daughter was already 5 years old. After 7 years of waiting, her heart was left empty and full of sorrow. Through the window, she watched as her beloved embraced another woman tenderly, causing an agonizing pain to pierce her heart. In a fit of rage, she burst in, intent on killing the wench. Even now, she clung to the faint hope that a vixen spirit had lured him astray. But the man stood in front of Carrie and daughter, coldly blocking her weapon. She nearly went mad, her red eyes demanding why he broke his word. All she received was a contemptuous sneer and a heartless remark, just a game of seduction. Skilled in the art of sweet talk, he also knew how to strike deep into her soul. He easily defeated her in raged assault. Even with all her efforts, she had no chance against him, having once taught him everything she knew. Determined to gain the strength to take revenge on Yates, she returned to the priestess hall and confessed, "I will disobey you except me. Second, not only will I show you no favor, but I will also brand you with a slave mark." Chapter 409. Moonlight 1. The atmosphere in the secret chamber was momentarily stifled. The Irene's gaze, filled with scrutiny and possessiveness, fell upon the young man's body that was already bruised yet still stood as straight as a pine tree, as if trying to penetrate his soul, dominating his life from her lofty position. Branson said nothing. Of course, he understood the implied meaning in her words. Perhaps this woman indeed had her pitiful aspects. Perhaps she had also been betrayed in an intolerable way. But this was not the reason for him to become a sacrifice, and he would never willingly become someone else's possession. However, the consequence of refusal was certainly not something he could easily bear now. Branson's lips moved slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. This voice was unrestrained and casual. "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Why don't we go out for a walk?" A hot sensation was transmitted through the fabric on his shoulder. Branson paused, then abruptly turned around. "You're pretending to be asleep again?" He tightly pressed his lips, and if it weren't for the slight redness at the corners of his eyes, he would have almost become a cold ice sculpture in the night. "I really tried my best to sleep," Matthew said with an innocent face, "but I can't fall asleep, so I thought I'd go outside for some fresh air." As he spoke, he actually attempted to get up. Branson was stunned for a moment. He forcefully pressed Matthew back down. "What are you fussing over at this late hour? Aren't you worried enough about your illness?" Matthew looked at him, with a glimmer of indescribable light in his eyes. "I know my own body best. After a few days of rest, there's really nothing wrong anymore." Branson frowned slightly, rejecting him without hesitation. "That's still no good." They stared at each other for a few breaths before Matthew couldn't help but laugh. His eyebrows curved upward, and he leaned close to Branson's ear, whispering softly, "Phil, are you nervous because you're worried about me, or?" He paused here, pulling up a sly smile full of profound implications. Branson waited silently for him to continue, mocking words swirling in his heart, ready to spill out any time. Then Matthew finished his sentence with a gentle smile. "Worried about me?" Branson was speechless again. "Favio, if you're sick, call the doctor." Matthew laughed loudly. "Phil, you're just not honest enough. If you're worried about me, just say so. What's embarrassing about it?" Branson watched him expressionlessly, his glass-like eyes calm like a pool of water undisturbed by ripples. Feigning, but they were plentiful. There were 7 or 8 small plates, a plate of buns, and a small bowl of fragrant glutinous rice porridge. Matthew raised an eyebrow. Seeing such delicately prepared dishes, he almost thought he was back in Shangjing City for a moment. He jumped out of bed and walked over to the desk. Only then did he notice a note on the table with bold handwriting, urging him not to delay and to eat as soon as he woke up. Recognizing who this might be from, a fleeting smile appeared in Matthew's eyes, unnoticed even by himself. He curled his lips and sat lazily in the chair, casually picking up the nearest dish and putting it in his mouth, only for his eyes to light up instantly. The Shirley Zoi Chunfeng is a famous restaurant in Shangjing City, yet its cuisine couldn't match the delicious and savory taste of these few dishes. There wasn't any meat visibly added either. He wondered how they were made. Even the taste of the porridge was different from before. With these side dishes, Matthew quickly finished half a bowl of porridge. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out from outside the door. "General, can I come in?" The voice was very familiar. It was Dwayne. Matthew hesitated for a moment, then warmly invited him in. "Come in and have some." He immediately called for another set of bowls and chopsticks. Seeing the abundant breakfast on the table, Dwayne was momentarily stunned, and he suddenly realized whose handiwork this was. He had tasted Branson's cooking before at Jaden's house. These dishes looked simple, but to make them taste distinct would require considerable effort and care. No, I've already eaten." Dwayne waved his hands, marveling inwardly. "General, you are still recovering. Don't starve yourself for my sake." Since the Arlen treating Matthew had emphasized that he must rest well in the coming days, no one usually disturbed him at this hour. Even military affairs were directly reported to Branson. Dwayne must have something important to say if he came now. However, Dwayne didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head and hesitated slightly before pursing his lips and saying, Actually, Bronson has something he wants to say to you, but we weren't sure if it's convenient for you, so I came to check first." Without explaining why they thought Matthew might be unavailable, Dwayne continued, "If you feel unwell, we can postpone it. It's not urgent." At this, Matthew chuckled softly. He leaned back lazily in the chair. Of course it's convenient. I also have much to talk about with him. Chapter 411 Settlement 1. Dungeon. Dwight stared blankly with wide eyes. He cowered in the corner, gazing into the darkness ahead, cursing himself for not being dead yet for the first time. Matthew had chopped off Dwight's hands and feet, severed his tongue, but left his eyes and ears intact, allowing him to fully feel his miserable state and helplessly watch himself crawl on the ground like an insect. This ruthlessness was truly terrifying, especially in this place where there was no daylight, no wails or shouts could be heard, not even a breeze could blow in. The only sound was the footsteps of the jailer delivering food every day. Loneliness could also drive one to death, especially for someone whose tongue and limbs were cut off. Just then, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed through the silent, narrow corridor. Initially, Dwight thought it was the jailer coming to deliver food again, but he soon realized that wasn't the case. Because these footsteps were neither rushed nor slow, they were so steady that even walking through the gloomy, deathly silent dungeon felt as if taking a leisurely stroll, completely different from the footsteps of the jailer delivering food. And indeed, it turned out to be so. The visitor wore black, tight-fitting clothes, with dark hair neatly tied up, and had an eerily stunning appearance that contrasted sharply with the filthy and decaying prison cell. Upon seeing this person, Dwight's pupils contracted. His facial muscles twisted and distorted, producing unpleasant, gurgling sounds continuously from his throat. Though it was impossible to make out what Dwight was trying to say, Branson instinctively knew it couldn't be anything good. He strolled to stand in front of Dwight, speaking lightly, not like meeting an enemy, but more like greeting an old friend. Adiel, it's been a long time. Dwight shot him a venomous look, and the gurgling grew more intense. Branson smiled. I heard from the jailer that you haven't been eating properly these past few days. Are you thinking of dying? Dwight glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his scalp. Branson grabbed his hair and pushed his face into the food bowl delivered by the jailer yesterday. The spoiled broth choked Dwight, causing violent coughs. Branson spoke calmly. Originally, I did plan to kill you, but now I think you're better off alive. Fabio is much more inventive than me, isn't he? With his face covered in soup and rotting vegetable leaves, Dwight writhed violently, his eyes glaring at Branson as if he wanted to devour him. The name Fabio was what he least wanted to hear right now. He had boasted of being the fiercest and strongest wolf among the Azar. Yet, he had been brutally cast down by an even fiercer and stronger wolf. He hated Matthew and wished to flay and dismember that person. Broken sounds erupted from his throat like a sudden storm, akin to knives scraping across rough floors, making ears buzz. Although Branson only heard meaningless, sounds, knowing Dwight, he easily understood the message. Dwight meant, you will eventually die at his hands. Branson whispered, no need to worry, I trust him. Perhaps due to his unwavering attitude, Dwight was thoroughly stunned. After a moment, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. However, the laughter soon came to an abrupt halt. Branson pressed his head back into the food bowl. Adiel, you should be more concerned about yourself. You must live well and wait to see how much gold and silver your father would pay to ransom you. Chapter 412 Conclusion 2. What? Yael furrowed his brows intensely. You plan to take the offensive? If others don't understand, how could you not? The terrain within Azar's territory is perilous, and as we move toward their capital, there will be more and more deadly mists. It will be difficult to travel, and our Zhou soldiers will have a hard time adapting. If we switch from defense to offense, we'll be at a great disadvantage. Matthew smiled. Henrik, for many years, the Great Zhou has always been on the defensive, making others perceive us as weak and vulnerable, hence the frequent invasions. Now it seems that we have the upper hand, but in reality, Azar only lost their commander-in-chief, with little damage to their troops. Since they could replace Boris with Dwight, they can just as easily find someone else to replace Dwight. So what? Yael said coldly. Regardless of who replaces the commander, anyone who dares to come 5,000 men to ambush Azar's capital from these two directions. As for supplies, there will naturally be Azar soldiers patrolling along the way, and they won't lack supplies. With that, he leaned closer, whispering a few words in Yael's ear. Even Yael, who had always been bold, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, finding every word startling. This is extremely risky. Any mistake could be disastrous. Matthew said, without entering the tiger's den, how can we catch the tiger's cubs? Yael pursed his lips. Why do you assume I will agree? Matthew looked into his eyes and suddenly smiled. If you didn't plan to agree, you wouldn't have come to me today, right? He placed a hand on Yael's shoulder, his tone earnest. Henrik, although we seldom saw each other when we were young, I've never treated you as an outsider. I believe you feel the same. Yael was speechless. From the first day they met, this person in front of him had seen right through him. After a moment of silence, he sneered abruptly. Even if we do send troops, it's not up to you alone. Why do you assume he will agree? Matthew was taken aback. Chapter 413 Persuasion 1. Although Yael did not name names, Matthew could not help but understand who this he referred to. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing this, a rare sense of guilt unexpectedly arose within him. In recent years, the Azar have been advancing step by step, leaving Imran unable to tolerate it any longer. Naturally, he would not refuse and has no reason to do so. Yael sneered, his tone carrying a faint hint of sarcasm. Is that so? Though he was unaware of what Matthew had privately said to Branson, he absolutely did not believe that Branson's change in attitude had nothing to do with Matthew. Yael tilted his head slightly upward, his gaze unhesitatingly landing on Matthew. This gaze was too piercing, like two sharp blades attempting to pierce straight through the flesh and bone of the other party. Originally there were some things I didn't want to say and shouldn't say, but I'm not stupid enough to see nothing. I admit that he is quite capable and very good at manipulating people, which is something I cannot match. But, General, you should be a pillar of righteousness, not someone else's pet kept in a cage. You should not limit yourself to the present. Matthew was taken aback once more. Sunlight seeped in from the window gap, illuminating his somewhat pale face due to days without stepping out. It seemed like a cold, distant dream. He turned his head slightly, saying nothing. A light filled with unfathomable meaning flickered in Yael's eyes. Fabio, I know you are formidable and also realize my intentions can't escape your notice. Since I agreed to come to Lingyu Pass with Dwayne, I have long set aside thoughts of life and death. Crossing the Gobi Desert is not even worth mentioning. Even hell itself would not scare me. The person you need to truly persuade isn't me. If he truly regards you as a Ivar, he shouldn't make you take risks. If he's merely putting on an act, seeking popularity, won't you be worried about the day when all use ends and you're discarded? Upon returning to the room, the entire space felt eerily empty. Branson froze for a moment. Instinctively scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of Matthew. Suddenly, the sound of air breaking rang in his ears. Branson instinctively dodged to the side. Just as he was about to block with his hand, a powerful force seized his wrist. Matthew's smiling face appeared before him. His lips curved upward in a lazy manner as he said, "Does Phil know what today is?" Even though the fever had subsided, Matthew's body temperature was naturally higher than average, making Branson feel almost scalding heat from his wrist, causing his body to stiffen slightly. Branson was long used to Matthew's carefree rogue behavior. He pulled his hand away without expression and said coolly, "No idea." That was indeed the truth. He thought for a moment, failing to recall anything special about today. It might just be another whimsical idea of Matthew's. This person could conjure up 17 or 18 ideas with a mere turn of his eye, always catching others off guard. Matthew laughed and explained, "Phil arrived at Lingyu Pass not long ago, so it's understandable you wouldn't know. Today is the annual special festival here. According to tradition, on this day, women can give hand-embroidered handkerchiefs to the men they love. If the man accepts, it symbolizes mutual affection between the two parties and promises a blissful marriage. Therefore, the streets are always bustling on this day. Missing out on last night's moon viewing was truly a pity. Given the nice weather today, why don't we enjoy this beautiful scene? How about we go out for a stroll?" Laughter shone brightly in his eyes. "Just us two, and no one else will know." Chapter 4:14 Persuasion 2. Branson pursed his lips. "The doctor said you need to recuperate. I'm really fine now. And staying cooped up in the house for days, I feel like growing fur. Phil, don't be so unforgiving." Without waiting for Branson's response, Matthew pulled him away without further ado. Branson was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he had already been pulled by Matthew to beside the window. After a brief silence, Branson frowned at Matthew. Matthew stated matter-of-factly, "I've said it mustn't be known. We'll give ourselves away if we go through the door." Branson had been exasperated countless times by him, sarcastically retorting, "So are we going to crawl through a dog hole next?" Recalling childhood events, Matthew touched his nose awkwardly. "We might not be able to crawl through the dog hole anymore." At this point, he chuckled lightly and then smoothly opened the window, saying leisurely, "But we can still climb over the wall." Branson. Perhaps due to the holiday, coupled with repelling the Azar army, the streets were indeed bustling with people, lively and vibrant. The open spaces pulsed with firelight, and many young men and women gathered around bonfires, singing and dancing joyfully. Their eyes brimmed with fiery enthusiasm. Immersed in such a noisy scene, a hint of unfamiliar feeling rose in Branson's heart. Growing up, he had almost never experienced such a lively atmosphere. Matthew stood beside Branson. The flickering lamplight cast a gentle glow on his face. A smile lingered on Matthew's lips as he said softly, "Lingyu Pass hasn't been this lively for a long time. This is all thanks to Imran." Branson slightly lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. "Fabio, don't put me on a pedestal like that. It's unnecessary. These are my honest words." Matthew laughed and said, "Come, let's see what's ahead." Saying that, he grabbed Branson and moved forward. Unexpectedly, after only a few steps, Eileen suddenly emerged from the side, blocking their path perfectly. This Eileen was exceptionally beautiful. Her delicate face was rosy, her lips like plump, blooming petals. She stood gracefully under the moonlight, her ample chest rising and falling with her breath, her large almond eyes boldly locking onto Matthew. Even the most insensitive man would recognize what those burning eyes meant, especially someone like Matthew who had always been adept in social circles. Without a second thought, he tried to slip away, dragging Branson along. Located on the border, both men and women here were much more open-minded than those in Shangjing, hence the custom of proposing marriage by offering a handkerchief. Moreover, whether or not the proposal succeeded, Eileen's wouldn't be mocked by others. Because it was initiated by Adelines, local customs discouraged mocking their behavior to encourage them to boldly offer handkerchiefs. If one didn't want to face communal backlash, it was best not to mock them. However, this custom has become more conservative over time. Generally, most Eileens would only offer a handkerchief if they were certain the boy would accept it. For many Eileens, this festival was just a special occasion to walk around town. They wouldn't even think of offering a handkerchief. But surprisingly, this Eileen before them, though beautiful, had a much bolder nature. Seeing Matthew trying to escape, she grabbed his sleeve and thrust her handkerchief forward. "Here." Chapter 4:15. Shopping 1. Matthew's gaze fell upon the elaborate floral-patterned handkerchief with a pair of mandarin ducks held by the young Eileen, and for a few moments, he froze. As he was contemplating how to politely but firmly missing movement out of the corner of his eye, Branson instinctively dodged to the side. Plop! Something landed on the ground with a soft thud. Looking down, Branson found a light green handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers. The atmosphere around him momentarily froze at the sight of the dropped handkerchief, followed by gasps. Then, a graceful young woman in green approached Branson. She bent gracefully to pick up the fallen handkerchief and curtsied elegantly. "This humble sister is most careless, throwing the handkerchief and offending you, sir. Please forgive me." Ada, hurry and apologize to the gentleman. She gestured toward a little Eileen of 12 or 13 beside her. The child lowered her head, muttering apologies without daring to look up. Branson wasn't going to quarrel with the child, so he waved it off. No harm done. The woman smiled brightly. Indeed, sir, you are magnanimous. I didn't misjudge you. With these words, although she didn't directly offer the handkerchief, she lifted her delicate white hand to touch Branson's face. Nobody dared such audacity in the palace. Branson furrowed his brows, a shadow crossing his eyes. But just as she was about to make contact, someone else suddenly intervened and pulled her away. This new arrival was clad in fiery red, standing tall and handsome. Though he should have looked striking, he wore a terrifying pighead mask, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. The woman, previously delighted, let out a scream upon seeing the pig head close to her face. Once again, the handkerchief slipped from her grasp. Chapter 416, Shopping, 2. Matthew's entrance was truly unusual. Caught off guard, not only did the woman in blue lose her composure, but the onlookers were also suddenly thrown into disarray. At the same moment, a smiling voice from the young man sounded beside Branson. Run. Branson was slightly stunned. Accompanied by a fleeting burning sensation on his wrist, the wind howled past his ears as Matthew abruptly dragged him along, running through the streets. The street was bustling with people, naturally making their movements less convenient than usual. However, their agile figures quickly left the startled cries behind and led them to a secluded, uninhabited spot. Branson halted. He scrutinized Matthew and said coolly, "To run this fast while holding onto a beauty must be quite a challenge for you." Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise flickered across Matthew's face. But after a brief moment, he burst into laughter, shaking with amusement. "For Phil to care so much about my speed, are you eager to see it firsthand?" There was something odd about that statement. Branson's face darkened, and he frowned, saying, "Fabio, you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Matthew abruptly thrust an object into his hand. The youth's voice was filled with even more mirth, a gift for Phil. Branson paused. He couldn't help but look down, and upon recognizing what he was holding, he couldn't resist sneering, "A rabbit?" What Matthew had handed him was indeed a rabbit mask with floppy ears. It wasn't unattractive, perhaps even a little cute. It would seem childish even for Dwayne. "Wearing this will make us less conspicuous," Matthew explained briefly, knowing Branson was dissatisfied with the mask. With another chuckle, he added, "Earlier, Phil walked too fast for me to pick carefully, so I grabbed two at random." Branson let out a light scoff. "Then I'll take this one." Matthew winked mischievously. "That won't do. Phil is the supreme ruler. How could you wear a pig mask?" Though wearing a pig mask, his eyes shone brightly in the night. Branson remained silent, just staring coldly at him. Leaves rustled in the wind, making Matthew's voice sound distant. "Fine, fine, as Phil wishes." With those words, he removed the pig mask from his face and took the rabbit mask from Branson's hand, putting it on. To Branson's surprise, the rather childish mask didn't look as silly on Matthew. After a moment of silence, Branson didn't say anything more and put on the pig mask that Matthew had just taken off. Looking at the two youths standing side by side before him, the hot pot restaurant owner rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat at a loss. Although each wore a mask, it was hard to hide their exceptional presence. Businessmen were all astute individuals. The owner wiped the table repeatedly with his sleeve before inviting Branson and Matthew to sit down. What would you like to eat, sirs?" Matthew laughed teasingly. "What else can we eat here besides hot pot?" The owner paused, then exclaimed, Yes, I was indeed confused. I'll get the staff to prepare it right away." "Wait." Matthew glanced at Branson. "We want a dual-flavored pot, one side with chili, the other without." The owner uttered an ah, revealing a hint of puzzlement. "Are you gentlemen not locals?" Very few locals couldn't handle spicy food. Matthew replied casually, "I've been having some heatiness issues these days." The owner nodded and agreed, heading off to prepare. Branson glanced sideways at Matthew, expressionless. "I'm not afraid of spicy food." Chapter 417 Conflict, 1. This statement carried an air of protestation that only served to raise suspicion. Although it was indeed meaningless to try and cover up the obvious, for some reason even he couldn't quite understand, Branson was always unwilling to show any weakness in front of Matthew. "Of course Imran isn't afraid. It's me who is scared of spicy food. I just said I'm feeling a bit overheated," Branson replied. Since becoming well-versed in Branson's temperament, Matthew never took the bait. He smiled and said, "Many people have praised this hot pot before, but we've never had the time to come over." As they spoke, the hot pot and its ingredients were served successively. Matthew placed most of the ingredients into the clear broth, while putting a few into the red spicy broth. Once the water started boiling, he scooped them out into small dishes and pushed one towards Branson, saying, "Phil should taste it with the prepared dipping sauce." He had just finished adjusting the flavoring himself. Matthew's attentive attitude wasn't found odd by Cash Branson, who was accustomed to being served in the palace. Branson removed his mask and placed it aside, enjoying Matthew's attentiveness without a hint of discomfort. The shop owner nearby couldn't help but cast admiring glances at them, commenting, "The affection between the two gentlemen is truly admirable." "You bet." Before Branson could speak, Matthew laughed heartily. "We are Ivars." His hand rested on Branson's shoulder as he playfully added, "Come on, call me Ivar." Steam floated in the air, creating a hazy veil over the smiling, mischievous eyes of the young man, barely visible through the white mist. Over time, Branson became increasingly unfazed by Matthew's antics, especially since no one here recognized them. His hand remained steady as he slowly savored the food he had picked up, and then gave a respectful response, "Brother." In response, Matthew nearly dropped his chopsticks in surprise. Though Branson had already called him Ivar many times privately under Matthew's relentless insistence, this was the first time he did so in front of others. However, Matthew soon burst into uncontrollable laughter again. He responded brightly, then turned to instruct the shop owner, "Bring us 2 more jars of wine." The shop owner nodded approvingly after praising their Ivarhood once more. Matthew diligently filled another dish with food and passed it to Branson. Branson glanced coldly at him, accepting it with a blunt remark. From now on, each time you're called Ivar, that's 20 strikes. Hearing this, Matthew's lips twitched as he lazily replied, no can do. I'm too much of a coward for pain. Imagine how embarrassing it would be if I cried out in pain. It would damage Phil's dignity. Ignoring him, Branson focused on the food in the dish. Indeed, it tasted wonderful. Even though it was just clear broth, the lamb and vegetables were incredibly fresh, adding a delightful touch with the seasoning. Enjoying the meal, his pale face flushed slightly, making him appear less cold and distant than usual, almost endearingly close and intimate. For some reason, Matthew suddenly felt warm. Looking away, not thinking, not speaking, he casually turned his gaze back. Fortunately, the wine arrived shortly. Yael walked straight ahead without glancing sideways, but upon hearing this, he glanced at him with no change in tone. I'm pretty happy. Is this what you call happiness? Dwayne pouted. Look, you scared the little Eileen. As he spoke, he inconspicuously glanced back at Mildred, who followed behind. Yael stood to Dwayne's right while Mildred trailed slightly behind and to his left, frequently casting quick glances at Yael before hastily lowering her head again. Growing up as a punching bag for everyone around her, no matter how hard Dwayne tried to explain that Yael's sullen look was due to his personality, this young Eileen couldn't help but attribute things to herself, thinking she had done something wrong. Looking at the timid Eileen, Yael pursed his lips. Perhaps I should go back and let you take her out. Since childhood, he never liked crowded places, and none of his elder Ivars ever took him out. If it weren't for not wanting to ruin Dwayne's mood, he wouldn't have agreed to come along under any circumstances. That won't do. Dwayne said, if you leave now, she'll think it's because of her, so? At this point, his eyes twinkled as he pointed to a nearby stall. Why don't you buy her a small gift? Yael hesitated then refused firmly. My master said gifts are for people you like. Dwayne replied, she's just a kid, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, a harsh voice interrupted Dwayne. Money loser, why are you here? Watch me break your legs. As these words fell, a chubby shadow dashed through the crowd and grabbed Mildred's arm. A disturbance ensued. Mildred screamed in terror. She struggled fiercely. Hale, let me go. This boy was indeed her younger Ivar, Hale. Despite only being 7 years old, he was tall and muscular, standing in stark contrast to the petite Mildred. Shocked, Dwayne hurriedly ran over to pull Hale away. You? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Hale rammed into his stomach. Caught off guard, Dwayne stumbled back several steps. If it wasn't for Yael catching him, he would have fallen. Serves you right. Hale showed no sign of remorse. Rather, he clapped his hands in triumph. Beating money loser is none of your business, dog. Before he could finish, his feet abruptly left the ground. Yael grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up effortlessly like a chick. Chapter 419, Dispute 1. Frederick flailed his limbs in mid-air, trying to escape Yael's control. However, after several attempts, all proved futile. Yael was simply too strong. Even a fully grown powerhouse would be at a disadvantage. Yet, the scene of a big-headed, hefty man being held by a seemingly frail and thin youth like a chick was undoubtedly both comical and absurd. Frederick's chubby face trembled with anger, but he did not dare to flare up at Yael again. He only glared fiercely at Sabina, who hid behind Dwayne. Little wretch. Useless Eileen. You dare to sneak out for men without your family knowing. If you don't let him put me down now, I'll have people come over and beat you to death, you shameless thing. His mouth spouted curses dirtily and nastily, claiming lousy, which sounded nothing like it came from a child his age. Sabina's frail body quivered severely under her past influence. She clutched tightly onto the hem of Dwayne's clothes reflexively and whispered, Autry Ivar, can we go? I don't want to see him. I'm so scared. Though Frederick was young, he hit her harder than anyone else, sometimes even using thorny vines to whip her when he felt like it. Seeing her crying and screaming on the ground, not only did no one intervene, but they would also pat Frederick's head approvingly and praise him for his masculine demeanor. Dwayne originally planned to teach Frederick a lesson out of anger, but upon seeing the pale face of Adeline, he softened. He sighed silently, softening his voice. Let's go then. I'll call off Henrik. A sharp, piercing voice interrupted Dwayne's words. Where did you come from, bastard brat, to dare bully my son? With that, a man and a woman suddenly rushed out from beside them. The man charged menacingly towards Yael with a machete in his hand, while the woman ran over, grabbing Sabina. While dragging Sabina, she sobbed and cried, You heartless thing. I raised you so painstakingly hoping you'd help your Ivar in the future, yet you turned around and got outsiders to bully him. I should have just strangled you dead back then. It's like a scholar meeting a soldier. There's no reasoning with them. Growing up alongside Donnie, Dwayne was taught gentlemanliness and naturally found it improper to fight with a woman, so he could only shield Sabina and keep stepping back. Let's talk things out peacefully, please. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp and loud slap rang out. Protecting Sabina had exposed his face to the strike. Thanks to his recent diligent training, it didn't hurt much and didn't cause significant damage. Yet, Dwayne was momentarily stunned. Given his current status, who dared to lay hands on him? Sabina threw herself into him, crying, Autry Ivar. The woman was also taken aback for a moment, but seeing that Dwayne was young, pale-skinned, handsome, and gentle, and had never retaliated despite their shoving, she deemed him an easy target and said haughtily, This bitch is born for me. I discipline her as I see fit. Who asked you to stand in front of her? Seeing the woman about to slap again, a pebble suddenly flew over from the side. It hit her wrist accurately, making her shriek in shock. As she looked up, she met a pair of eyes cold as snow. Chapter 420, Disputes 2. This pair of eyes was undoubtedly very beautiful, especially when set off by the pighead mask, making them appear even more stunning and captivating. However, the coldness hidden in the depths of these eyes was like a thin blade pressed against one's skin, causing an uncontrollable shiver. In the moment their gazes met, the woman felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart. Her eyes filled with fear as she involuntarily trembled. The majesty of the king was invisible and intangible, yet it truly existed. Even though she didn't know who this masked person was, out of instinctive awareness of danger, she lowered her head almost in a panic, not daring to act rashly anymore. Dwayne, even if he was angry, did not possess much hostility. Yet, no matter how calm the person before him appeared, the indifference and coldness in his eyes could crush a person's bones. Although the owner of those eyes wore a mask on his face, Dwayne still recognized his identity at first glance. Phil. His eyes lit up, nearly blurting it out but remembering they were on a bustling street. He quickly changed his words, elder cousin. Branson hummed softly, lowering his gaze to look at him, with a half-smile that wasn't quite a smile. You sure do attract trouble. Though it sounded like a reprimand, his voice was lazy, faintly tinged with a hint of a smile. Sabina interjected at this point. The little Eileen crossed her arms, her frail body trembling continuously, her voice laced with sobs. I'm sorry, immortal brother, it's all my fault, all because of me. But Dwayne knew Branson wasn't angry. He reached out to pull Adeline over, smiling as he said, wasn't I just worried about Henrik and Sabina being bored? So I thought of bringing them out for a stroll, to build some rapport. Who would have thought we'd run into such a headache? As he spoke, he tiptoed closer to Branson's ear, whispering a few sentences to explain the general situation, while subtly nodding towards Yael's direction. Yael was far more decisive than Dwayne. Not only did he not fear a single man wielding a cleaver, but even if there were 17 or 18, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had effortlessly snatched the cleaver from the man's hand, subduing him. The weak will always target those weaker than themselves. After witnessing Yael's prowess, Frederick, who had been posturing wildly, became docile, and the man who had been loudly demanding revenge for his son no longer made a fuss. He cowered obediently at Yael's feet like a dog. However, Yael remained standing at a distance, not coming closer. One reason was to avoid pushing around with the woman, and the other was that he didn't want to get too close to Branson. Branson saw right through Yael's thoughts. Turning his head slightly, he curled his lips into a playful smile. Throughout the entire incident, he hadn't said a word to the panicked woman beside him, nor cast another glance in her direction. Instead, he slowly walked to Yael and asked in a voice only they could hear, You handle it? Or shall I? Standing close revealed the height difference between them. Yael was already quite tall for his age, but compared to Branson, he still fell short. Being looked down upon didn't feel comfortable. He furrowed his brows slightly, taking a couple of cautious steps backward to increase the distance between himself and Branson. After a moment, Yael pressed his lips together and said, You handle it. After all, this was not a battlefield where killing was easy. Moreover, what they were dealing with now was essentially someone else's domestic affair. If Yael were to handle it, he would probably just scold the man and send him away. Nothing exciting. Subconsciously, Yael felt it might be better to see how the dog emperor handled it. Branson couldn't help but chuckle softly. He didn't even spare a glance at the man cowering on the ground, lazily saying, Since that's the case, kill him outright. Chapter 421 The Critical Decision 1. Yael was slightly taken aback. Branson's demeanor was calm, and his voice wasn't loud. Only those closest could hear him. Yet, no one doubted the authenticity of what he said. Frederick sat on the ground, wailing loudly. The man prostrate on the ground also wore a face full of terror. Scared stiff, his body trembling, he stammered incoherently, that brat is my daughter. I just, discipline, my own daughter. A father disciplining Adeline. Isn't that natural? You, how dare you? Before the man could finish his words with kill, hoofbeats suddenly sounded from behind him. The onlookers were abruptly thrown into confusion, then quickly moved back to make room for a wide path. Armored soldiers stormed straight in, with the leader dressed in red and carrying a curved saber at his waist. Who else could it be but Matthew? He knelt on one knee before everyone, showing respect, yet there was a hint of concealed laughter in his voice. Phil, I apologize for arriving late to your aid. Branson raised an eyebrow slightly. His elegant appearance undoubtedly concealed his ambitious wolfish heart well. Matthew was actually quite well behaved in front of people, showing no signs of daring to call Branson by name or arguing with him. Branson smiled very slowly. He didn't ask Matthew to rise, but a moment later, his sleeve embroidered with faint cloud patterns dropped down as he extended a hand toward Matthew. Eliminating the vague darkness hidden in his eyes, Matthew grabbed Branson's hand and used the support to stand up. In public, this action certainly seemed overly intimate, but because of the title Phil, it was as if everything around them had been paused, making the air dead silent. No one dared to look up boldly and meet Darnell's eyes. Of course, there were always exceptions, like Yael and Dwayne, and another, the original cause of the current situation, Mr. and Francine and their beloved son Frederick. By now, even if they were foolish, they realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Just a short while ago, someone came to them, simply saying that someone had their eye on their daughter and gave them 100 taels of silver. As for where Tori would go and the identity of the benefactor, not a word was mentioned. Of course, Mr. and Francine did not care. 100 taels of silver was nothing to Branson. He would casually give out far more to maids and eunuchs in the palace. But in their hometown, it was a significant amount of money. Not only could it cover Frederick's school expenses, but they could also buy property. At first, they were elated, completely ignoring where their daughter would end up. Once married, a daughter is water spilled, and with this money, whether she was sent to a brothel or killed and fed to dogs, it no longer concerned them. However, with so much money in hand, Riggs indulged not only in drinking but also in gambling, increasingly heavily. Within days, he lost all the silver and owed the gambling den 50 more taels. The gambling den demanded repayment within half a month, or they would break his hands and legs. This troubled the couple again, but finding no other way to earn money, they resorted to fighting at home daily, smashing pots and bowls. After each fight, they cursed Tori, calling her a heartless ingrate, a little wretch, and accusing her of enjoying luxuries without supporting her family financially. In the end, it seemed to them that all their misfortunes stemmed from their daughter. Frederick heard every single one of these remarks. Chapter 422. Breaking Point 2. Because there was no silver left at home, they hadn't been able to even lift the pot lid these past few days. Frederick hated Tori, this money-losing package, with a gnashing of teeth, but it was a pity that he could never find her. Today, suddenly seeing her dressed fashionably and strolling leisurely on the street made his eyes turn red with envy. He immediately rushed over, intending to give this money-losing package a thorough beating. Seeing that Yael and Dwayne were both young and exceptionally handsome, Riggs and Rhonda immediately got the idea to extort another sum of money and hesitated not at all before rushing forward. If only they had known. If only they had known that the person who bought Tori was actually the notorious Tyrant. Even if given 10,000 lives, they wouldn't dare come looking for trouble. Riggs and Rhonda pulled their hard-won inheritance of family business, treasure son. Fred pushed his face to the ground. The long-suffering injustice and neglect were easily rectified by power and authority. But Sabina showed no sign of happiness at all. At the sight of these people sprawled on the ground like dogs, she was startled and instinctively withdrew her hand. Biting her lip tightly, she hid behind Dwayne. Riggs, seeing her still dare to hide, felt both anger and vexation but didn't dare to show it. He crawled a few more steps forward, trying to get around Dwayne to grab Sabina. Pundy, you can't be so heartless. I am your real father. If you ignore your own parents, you're worse than pigs and dogs. You will surely be struck by lightning in the future. Having grown up surrounded by countless Melvindi, Nyindi, Pundy, and Lady, Dwayne got a headache every time he heard names like Pundy, first hit by Frederick and then slapped for no reason. Now listening to this nonsense, even he couldn't help getting angry. Eyes narrowing coldly, he sternly ordered, "Shut up. You're the one who deserves to be struck by lightning." Indeed, a seasoned person, his sudden change of demeanor brought out a fierce look in his phoenix-like eyes, which intimidated Riggs into silence with a violent shudder. Chapter 423. Under the Moon 1. Seeing Riley clutching herself, looking as if she might collapse at any moment, Dwayne couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He glanced at Branson and softly said, "Phil." Though few words were spoken, how could Branson not understand what Dwayne meant? The Wong couple and Frederick were hateful indeed, but they were still Riley's family. Asking Eileen in her teens to make such a choice would be immensely difficult. Dealing too lightly with them would aid their wickedness, inevitably making them even more arrogant. But dealing too harshly might brand her as an ungrateful and heartless person. Dwayne hoped Branson wouldn't put Riley through this ordeal. Branson said nothing. In truth, people like Riggs and Rhonda, selfish, greedy, cowardly, and hypocritical, were not uncommon. They had little skill or virtue. For the sake of immediate benefits, they could forsake everything. Such people existed both in the Great Zhou and among the Azar tribes. They truly deserved death. But these people were beneath his notice. He could crush them without effort, or he could simply ignore them. Of course, he could easily meet Dwayne's request and handle this matter for Riley. It would be no trouble at all, nothing significant. However, Matthew spoke calmly, "Autry, as the saying goes, each man knows where his own shoe pinches. I may enjoy righting wrongs, but if the aggrieved party can't muster the resolve to seek justice and remains hesitant and indecisive, what can you expect outsiders to do?" Because there were others present, the words were somewhat veiled. The core message was clear. These three were Riley's parents and Ivar. The conflict today arose because of her. If she didn't wish to take revenge, then the matter should end here, with no need for excessive intervention from others. Unexpectedly, it was Matthew who spoke, leaving Dwayne momentarily stunned. He found himself at a loss for words, shocked by Matthew's calmness and detachment at this moment. But, Dwayne lowered his gaze and glanced at Riley before pressing his lips together. "She is still young," he murmured. Branson glanced sideways at the red-clothed youth beside him, his eyes flashing with an indiscernible light as if thin ice had cracked. Actually, he hadn't planned on killing anyone today. He chuckled lightly, seemingly in a good mood, and said to Dwayne, "Wasn't she younger than you when you faced similar trials?" Dwayne's eyes widened slightly. Branson continued, "Autry, those with ill intentions won't hesitate to act regardless of age. This wasn't about putting pressure on her but helping her gain clarity. If this Eileen were excessively weak or overly kind, it wouldn't be suitable for her to remain with them long-term." Riley listened half comprehending. She gently tugged at Dwayne's sleeve, her expression bewildered. "Brother Autry?" Dwayne sighed inwardly. A moment later, he squatted down, looking into Adeline's eyes and speaking gently, "Riley." As he banged his head, he suddenly burst into tears with a loud, "Wah." The boy's strong cry pierced through the air, sounding pitiful yet comical and ridiculous. Matthew suddenly laughed and said, "Let's not make them embarrass themselves on the street. What do you think, Phil?" Branson, who had been lounging lazily watching the show, chuckled softly upon hearing this. He waved for the soldiers to lift up Riggs and Melinda, then called Sabina over and asked gently, "Do you recognize her?" This question stunned Riggs and Melinda. Melinda's lips quivered as she stammered, She is?" Branson glanced at her, a smile on his face but his eyes cold like ice, looking at her as if she were nothing more than an immobile object. Indeed, he hardly considered these few people in front of him as human beings. A spine-chilling coldness shot up Melinda's back, making her heart thump wildly, stopping her next words abruptly. After a moment, she shrieked in sudden clarity, "No recognition, no relation at all." With the involvement of Dwayne and others, and having just witnessed that farce, returning to the hot pot shop naturally wasn't appropriate. However, everyone harbored different thoughts and did not immediately part ways. Following Dwayne's suggestion, they bought a bunch of things to eat at the courtyard. With Branson and Yael present, the atmosphere was inexplicably awkward, but fortunately, Matthew was truly skilled in navigating social dynamics. With him there, toasting Branson and Yael alternately kept the conversation lively. As Dwayne ate, he subtly observed everyone else's expressions, inwardly admiring. It was already challenging for him to deal with Sabina and Yael together, let alone Branson and Yael. No wonder when he first arrived in Shengjing, Xie Jingzhao once thought about entrusting him to Matthew. Moreover, over the past few days, he had vaguely sensed that the relationship between Branson and Matthew was not as it seemed to others. Especially when Matthew was around, Branson seemed less aloof and chilly. Snacks and dishes were almost exclusively enjoyed by Dwayne and Sabina, while the wine jugs emptied one after another. Yael rarely drank before and felt agitated, leading to him being the first to show signs of intoxication with a flushed face. However, Matthew acted as if he hadn't noticed. After drinking with Yael, he promptly grinned and came to clink glasses with Branson. Branson gave him a half smile, slowly clinking the cup with him. While others might see Matthew as smooth and resourceful, he knew how hard this person had tried. Knowing that life doesn't grant two benefits without a drawback, yet persistently pursuing what seems impossible, drinking twice as much wine, bearing twice the pressure. Branson tilted his head slightly, raising his cup to the stern-faced youth and smiled, "Henrik, this cup I toast to you." Chapter 425. Ambiguity 1. The moment Branson spoke, the atmosphere visibly froze, and everyone present was stunned. Matthew's eyes flickered. He still held the next cup of wine in his hand, not having offered it to Yael, but instead drank it himself, tilting his head back. Yael knitted his brows. He lifted his head and looked at Branson in an unusually silent manner. This wasn't the first time the other party had initiated a gesture of goodwill towards him. Branson seemed genuinely aware of his mistakes and truly repentant, but he couldn't help feeling skeptical subconsciously. Seeing that Yael remained silent, Dwayne was afraid Branson would lose face. He glanced around, then reached out to tug on Sabina's clothes, adding some soy milk to her small cup, giving her a meaningful look. Sabina might be timid, but she wasn't stupid. Understanding Dwayne's intent, she felt a knot tightening in her heart immediately. Yael exuded an intimidating aura, and even though he didn't show any hostility toward her, she always felt somewhat afraid. Having grown up observing people's expressions, even though she didn't know about the grievances between Branson and Yael, she could already sense the abnormal tension between them. She didn't really want to go over. But as her gaze fell on immortal brother, recalling Branson's kindness to her, Sabina gathered her courage, stood up, and walked over to Yael with her little cup, whispering timidly, "Brother Henrik, I offer you this drink too." The Eileen looked up at Yael with wet, trembling eyes, like a frightened little creature. Yael, of course, noticed her fear. Yet, she still came over. Cashdog is truly skilled at winning people's hearts. Yael felt a twinge of discomfort deep inside. A moment later, he slightly pressed his lips together and drank the wine in one gulp. Drinking so much for the first time, Yael eventually couldn't handle the alcohol, while Dwayne and Sabina, being younger, started struggling to keep their eyes open. Only Matthew, who had been cooped up indoors for many days, remained energetic, drinking glass after glass without showing any signs of intoxication. Looking at the people around him swaying drunkenly, Branson pointed at the tree with his finger. Matthew chuckled lightly. He acted as if he were completely at home, lazily draping his arm over Branson's shoulder and smiling, "Phil truly understands me." Branson's body stiffened. He instinctively glanced at Yael, who was half asleep, then quickly climbed up the tree. Matthew followed closely behind. They each found a spot, silently keeping the most basic level of sobriety, sitting neither too close nor too far apart. Branson wasn't drunk either. He got straight to the point. "What do you have to say now?" The slightly official tone took Matthew aback. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Then he heard Matthew continue, "I know why you did that. Everyone thinks I'm amazing and that I have it all, but only you can see my struggles, my difficulties. You let me not have to always carry the burden of being everyone else's pillar." The faint fragrance of plum blossoms floated gently in the air. Surprisingly candid, Matthew's words caused a rush of emotions to overwhelm Branson. He frowned slightly, suddenly feeling as if someone had exposed his deepest thoughts, which annoyed and embarrassed him. Layer after layer of armor, feigning coldness and indifference, all to avoid being seen through. Yet, a fraction of genuine feelings could swell into something profound. True sincerity would never hide behind pretenses. Branson instinctively wanted to object, to deny as he often did before, but ultimately, he said nothing. Repeated dissembling only served to mock oneself. Matthew looked into Branson's eyes and suddenly chuckled lightly. He swayed the now empty wine jar in his hand and said lazily, "Phil, honestly, I really don't think you're cut out to be an emperor." Each word seemed more shocking than the last. Branson strongly suspected that Matthew wasn't immune to alcohol. Rather, no amount of drink showed on his face. With no more liquor coming from the jar, Branson silently handed over the one he held, saying coolly, "You don't need to remind me." Of course, he was not fit to be an emperor. Which emperor played with the world as if it were a game? There was a certain indescribable nuance in Matthew's voice. "But I am still willing to follow you, willing to be your blade, willing to fight for your empire." Branson's breath caught. Knowing this person so well, how could he not understand what Matthew meant by these words? Even earlier, he had vaguely perceived Matthew's intentions. This was what he wanted, what he had always tried to achieve. Deep down, he could not tolerate the Azar people and sought to avenge past grievances wholeheartedly. But somehow, this didn't seem entirely right. A lone advance into dangerous territory involved too many uncertainties. This certainly wasn't a guaranteed victory. A gust of wind made the alcohol hit him harder. Branson subconsciously responded, "I'll go with you." But Matthew shook his head. The army cannot be without a commander even for a day. Besides, we've learned from Dwight's mistakes. Now, with the Azar army yet to retreat, Phil staying in Lingyu Pass to oversee everything would be more appropriate. Branson spoke softly, "So it seems you've thought this through thoroughly." "Indeed," Matthew laughed. "So, will Phil agree? If you don't want to go, I won't force you. If you do wish to go, I won't stop you." After a brief silence, Branson lowered his gaze slightly and said calmly, "Regarding matters concerning your safety, whether to go is your decision and doesn't require my approval." But, pausing there, he leaned forward slightly and met Matthew's eyes. If you choose to go, I'll wait for you here. Chapter 427. Surprise. 1. Matthew was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily falling on Branson's face. At this moment, Branson's expression was very calm, neither teasing nor mocking, but extremely serious as he spoke to him. Almost subconsciously, he reined in his usual frivolous and jocular attitude. Lifting his chin slightly and earnestly said, I will not let Phil down. The branch beneath him swayed slightly, yet the hazy drunkenness that had enveloped him moments ago vanished without a trace. Matthew's eyes were clear and open, easily dispelling any gloom. Branson suddenly laughed, leaning half against the tree trunk. His voice carried an unprecedented lightness. That's good. As they spoke, a vivid green leaf drifted down, landing precisely on Branson's hair. Phil, don't move. There's a leaf on your head. Matthew leaned forward slightly, intending to help remove the leaf from Branson's head. However, due to the distance between them and the effects of alcohol, his body felt somewhat out of control. Unwittingly, he used too much force. With a faint snap, the branch Matthew was sitting on stayed. Dazed, he heard the sound of shattered porcelain followed by a muffled thud. Shivering, he abruptly stood straight up from his chair, eyes fixed on the crisscrossing garment edges. Branson lifted his head suddenly, meeting Dwayne's gaze. Despite the current situation giving Dwayne a clear advantage, in that moment their eyes met, Branson inexplicably felt like he was being looked down upon. Dwayne had also imbibed a few cups earlier, feeling slightly tipsy. Now, an inexplicable chill shot up his spine, freezing him from head to toe, instantly sobering him completely. Chapter 428. Surprise. 2. If this had happened before, after being surprised, Dwayne's first reaction would surely have been to offer concern. However, whether it was because he had drunk too much or was startled by the coldness Branson momentarily revealed, today he felt dazed and his heart was pounding wildly. Suddenly, he turned around, covered his eyes, and loudly said, I didn't see anything. I really didn't see anything at all. He shouted 3 times. It was a perfect example of protesting too much. Branson helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling his temples throb. In contrast, as the instigator, Matthew seemed quite calm. At that moment, they were both in a patch of grass. Matthew propped one hand behind his head, leisurely enjoying the coolness, with no intention of getting up. Seeing Dwayne's appearance, he even winked at Branson and very amiably said, Phil needn't feel embarrassed, asked him, but still saving him recklessly time and again. Words can deceive. Actions can deceive. But the first reaction in danger cannot. That's the real self deep inside. Matthew mused aimlessly that this man was truly foolish, pretending everything sincere into insincere, turning all fervor into indifference. But he was foolish too, to have been deceived by this person's facade for so many years, clinging to his pride, never showing any weakness. Branson did not know what Matthew was thinking. A leaf fluttered down and he caught it. I'm afraid you might get seriously hurt, and then who will go to war? Usually, sweet talk and deep affection flowed naturally, but now they couldn't come out. As these words escaped his lips, Matthew smiled again. Moments later, he stared into Branson's eyes and slowly said, Phil can rest assured. As long as I have a breath left, I will strive to fight for Phil. Chapter 429. Setting out. 1. To avoid attracting attention, after all preparations were completed, Matthew and Yael each led 3,000 men out of the city quietly in the dead of night. In the following few days, everything at Lingyu Pass remained as usual. This day, Branson was having dinner in his room when he saw Dwayne rush in hurriedly, shouting as he ran, Phil! Phil! Though young, Dwayne was smart and quick-witted, and had always been steady due to growing up under Jaden's tutelage. It was rare to see him so flustered. Branson frowned slightly, raising his head to ask, What? Before he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Dwayne's face, and he couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Autry, what happened? Dwayne's usually fair face now showed bruises, and his clothes were torn in several places of varying sizes. It was obvious that someone had beaten him up, and not lightly either. Dwayne was known for his good temper throughout Lingyu Pass. As long as others weren't too unreasonable, he would greet everyone with a smile. Who could have done this to him? Without waiting for an answer from Dwayne, Branson immediately provided his own response. Someone causing trouble? His temper and bad attitude were reserved for outsiders. He was always protective towards his own people. Dwayne naturally knew how pathetic he looked. Seeing the cold look in Branson's eyes, he coughed awkwardly twice. No. He waved his hands. Phil, please don't misunderstand. No one caused trouble. It's all my fault. They mistook me for a lecherous fellow, and thus sent people to teach me a lesson. A lecherous fellow? Hearing this, Branson raised an eyebrow. He smiled, poured a cup of tea, and pushed it towards Dwayne. Don't rush, drink some water first, then sit down and tell me slowly. After taking the teacup and thanking him, Dwayne began recounting the incident to Branson. Back then, after Jaden was injured, he had sought famous doctors everywhere. Eventually, he heard of a divine physician who could treat his leg. Unfortunately, this person loved traveling and sightseeing, constantly appearing and disappearing without a trace. Unless he appeared on his own, no one knew where he was. In the end, Jaden had to give up helplessly. Dwayne's face was flushed with excitement. He gestured wildly as he spoke. Phil, just now, I saw the woman selling medicine on the street who claimed to be a disciple of physician Gongsun. Branson could hardly suppress a laugh. So you followed her and got beaten up because she thought you were a lecher? Dwayne nodded awkwardly. I did try to explain, but that Eileen seemed quite peculiar and wouldn't listen to me. She even had her companions beat me up, so I came to find Phil for advice. If that woman truly has the skills, it's not a problem for me to personally invite her to treat your young master's leg. Branson pondered. However, with many wars happening around Lingyu Pass, most people are trying to stay away. Why would someone like her come here? Isn't she likely pretending to be a divine doctor to swindle people out of their money? Dwayne shook his head. No, she's not. I saw her treating patients, and she indeed has skills. Moreover, he paused, his eyes revealing a pleading expression. Better safe than sorry. For Jaden, being able to stand again meant everything. Even if there was only a slim chance, he wanted to give it a try. Chapter 430, Departure, 2. Hearing Dwayne's words, Branson also fell silent. Although he had only known Juan for a year, the latter had indeed helped him a great deal, especially when Juan saved the child in Claire's belly. With this matter, he owed Juan an enormous favor. One must repay enmity as well as kindness. After a moment of silence, Branson asked, "Do you know where that woman lives?" Dwayne nodded. "I followed her home." Branson chuckled. "All right, then lead the way. I'll go with you to meet her." Upon hearing this, Dwayne's eyes immediately lit up. "Thank you, Phil." But then he remembered something. She has two rather aggressive men with her. It was those two who beat me up like this. Phil should bring some people along just in case, ow? Before he could finish, Dwayne suddenly gasped. Branson tapped his forehead lightly with a fan, laughing. "You've said she has a strange temper. Bringing too many people might make her think you're there to cause trouble. Besides, do you have so little faith in your elder cousin?" Actually, bringing more people was mainly for show. He always preferred not having too many around when doing serious business. Dwayne touched the two muscular men were nowhere to be seen. Dwayne hesitated. "Elder cousin, shall we go straight there? That Syra doesn't seem to like me very much." To avoid any slip of the tongue, Branson instructed Dwayne to call him elder cousin. Branson gazed at Adeline's back silhouette, pondering for a while. "Autry, stay hidden for now. Find a place to hide. I'll go check things out." Chapter 431, Maiden 1. Though he had something to ask of her, Branson certainly would not be rude because of the simplicity of the maiden's dwelling. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly stepped forward. Branson stopped at a respectful distance from the maiden, then politely called out, "I've passed by here and am quite hungry. May I ask for some food from you? Please rest assured, I have plenty of silver with me, and I won't let you trouble yourself for nothing." The maiden turned around at the sound of his voice. Her attire was not lavish, but her eyes were astonishingly bright, as if they could draw a person in. When their gazes met, even Branson couldn't help but pause momentarily. The maiden also froze when she saw Branson. He undoubtedly had an appearance that could mesmerize anyone. Even in plain clothes to avoid attention, he was striking enough to make one stop in awe. It was almost impossible for anyone to refuse him. However, this moment of shock only lasted a brief second. Soon, the maiden lowered her head again and coldly replied, "I do not welcome strangers here." Her voice was clear and pleasant to hear. Unfortunately, her attitude was extremely cold. Having received such an abrupt rejection, Branson was taken aback for a moment, then found it somewhat amusing. He thought to himself that no wonder even Dwayne suffered greatly at her hands. Indeed, she seemed impervious to reason. But Branson always kept his emotions in check. Despite being so unceremoniously rejected, he did not show any sign of anger, still speaking politely. "I apologize. My presence here was improper and disturbed you. Since you do not welcome me, I will leave immediately." With that, he truly left without hesitation, carefully avoiding stepping on the flowers on the ground. Seeing Branson's courteous demeanor, the maiden raised her head and looked at him more closely, suddenly pointing in a direction. "Not far from there is a dung pool. Go fetch some manure water to help me water the flowers." A person who just sent him away with icy disdain now acted like they were already familiar, and gave such an unreasonable request as though talking to a servant. Branson paused mid-step, unable to help frowning slightly. Even clay figurines have their limits, and he was not known for having an exceptionally good temper. Back when he was among the Azar, there were people who made him do similar things, and now those people's graves might be overgrown with grass long ago. Dwayne, hiding nearby, broke into a sweat. Although Branson's temperament seemed much improved from before, he was still Darnell. If someone asked him to do anything else, it would be bearable, but this maiden opened her mouth and asked for such a humiliating task. What if Branson got angry and killed her? That would lead to a dead end without finding the whereabouts of the divine doctor. Dwayne tensed up all over, preparing to rush out and drag Branson away, when he heard Branson laugh. "Please wait here, Mississippi. I'll be right back." To everyone's astonishment, he actually picked up a bucket and went to fetch the manure water to water the flowers. He endured the high priest and Dwight back then. What was this compared to that? If she really intended to mock him, he could address it later. Pulling out his sword and hurting someone was the quickest and easiest method, but not the only way. Dwayne watched in disbelief from the side. He had no idea what Branson was thinking, only assuming that he had truly changed, wiping his eyes with his hand, feeling waves of emotion rising in his heart. Chapter 432, Maiden 2. This flower bed was quite large, and Branson took almost half an hour to water this vast area of flowers, according to Adeline's request. After being delayed for a long time, it was now pitch dark. However, the gentle moonlight fell on the petals, making these flowers appear even more delicate and beautiful. A faint, refreshing fragrance diffused in the breeze, adding a touch of the allure of a utopia to these two shabby thatched cottages. His displeasure at being ordered around had dissipated somewhat. Branson smiled, looked up, and casually said to Adeline, "Miss, these flowers are rather unique. I wonder what they are." He indeed approached her with a purpose, but thanks to his exceptionally handsome face, as long as he didn't feign indifference or coldness, he gave off an unusually sincere and deep impression instead. The Eileen, who prided herself on being well-informed, had never seen a man as handsome as this, and couldn't help but be stunned again. However, before she could speak, heavy footsteps were heard. Looking in that direction, two burly men carrying someone came into view. Both had dark complexions and stood about 8 feet tall, with bulging muscles under their clothes that seemed ready to burst out. In the darkness, they looked like two black bears. Realizing these were the two fierce men Dwayne mentioned earlier, Branson raised an eyebrow slightly, with a glint of indeterminate meaning flashing in his eyes. The two burly men clearly saw him too. Seeing a stranger here, they both revealed obvious hostility in their eyes. They put down the makeshift stretcher they were carrying and charged over menacingly. Just as conflict seemed imminent, Adeline intervened. Aurelio, Roman, I asked him to stay and water the flowers. You two don't need to worry, just take the person inside first. Aurelio and Roman were taken aback simultaneously. Indeed, masters and servants alike, they scrutinized Branson from head to toe without any courtesy. But Branson simply stood there, smiling indulgently. Once is a guest, twice becomes a friend. After all, looking a couple of times won't diminish anything. After a moment, one of them turned back and made a few gestures toward Adeline. She responded with a couple of gestures in return. Only then did Aurelio and Roman reluctantly step back, carrying the person on the stretcher into one of the thatched cottages. They turned out to be mute, one of whom was also lame. Their walking postures looked rather comical. Branson turned his head slightly, watching their backs, and remarked, They seem quite concerned about you. Despite Aurelio and Roman's rudeness earlier, he was not angry and spoke with apparent appreciation. A peculiar light flickered in Adeline's eyes. She smiled slightly but did not respond, merely saying softly, Thank you, sir, for your efforts today. If you're not averse to it, would you join me inside for dinner? As she spoke, she gestured towards the other thatched cottage. Her attitude was much more amiable than before. Noticing that although she wasn't breathtakingly beautiful and was somewhat frail, her manners and actions suggested she was not naive, Branson treated her with due respect. He nodded gently and said warmly, Thank you. With that, he stepped into the house. The interior furnishings were simple, merely some tables and benches. On the table were 4 dishes and a soup, all steaming hot. The dishes were cold tofu salad, cabbage braised with vermicelli, stir-fried bean sprouts with chili peppers, and a steamed mandarin fish. The soup was a bowl of vegetable and tofu soup.